Why? Jiang Mian, her hands and feet bound, lay weakly on the operating table, her gaze fixed upon Lu Yuan's face, searching for any hint of his intentions. Since the apocalypse, she had lost count of the numerous times they had escaped death together, fighting side by side and supporting one another to survive until now. She believed they shared a profound connection, that their feelings had blossomed, but instead, she found herself ensnared in his schemes, a situation both absurd and utterly foolish. Lu Yuan's expression remained indifferent. He met her scrutinizing gaze without flinching, his lips parting slightly. I have wronged you. Huh? Jiang Mian scoffed at his self-pity, finding it utterly nonsensical. In this predicament, it hardly seemed like she had betrayed him, did it? I refuse to die without understanding. I deserve an explanation. I need to know where I went wrong. You will not die, Lu Yuan asserted, his fingers tightening unconsciously. Jiang Mian found his words laughable, her eyes filled with derision. I will not die. The chance of becoming a fool after the ability core is extracted is 40, while the likelihood of becoming an ordinary person is 10. The remaining 50 is death. Your reassurances lack credibility. For Jiang Mian, anything but death would be more unbearable than being killed outright. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he retorted. Chen Fang claims the current technology is highly advanced. Rest assured, you will not die. Chen Fang. Jiang Mian's heart lurched. She should have anticipated this. The man's heart harbored an irreplaceable light, and she was foolish to think she could compete with Chen Fang. Before it had even begun, she had already lost. If only they had not come to the Jiangzhong base, would her fate be different now? Alas, the world is devoid of what-ifs. Her heart felt heavy. Let it all perish. Lu Yuan. Chen Fang. May they all go to hell. Jiang Mian. Lu Yuan hesitated, having never seen her in such a state. As if her soul had departed, her heart turned to ashes. Regret? No, he felt no remorse regardless of how Jiang Mian changed after the extraction. He vowed to care for her for the rest of his life. He swore, spit. Jiang Mian summoned all her strength to spit on Lu Yuan's face, coldly stating, Do not call my name, it disgusts me. Had she not been anesthetized, she would have surely ripped his heart out to see just how black it truly was. For a year and a half, their shared moments could not have been fabricated. How could love simply vanish? Ultimately, she had misplaced her affections. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, calmly wiping away the spit on his face. Compared to what he had done to Jiang Mian, her act was merely courteous. Proceed. When he opened his eyes again, only resolution remained, and he did not cast another glance at Jiang Mian as he exited the operating room. Outside the operating room, Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, hearing Jiang Mian's increasingly anguished cries. His heart shattered, nails digging into the wall until blood flowed without him noticing. Half an hour later, the surgeon handed him a green core, and he eagerly grasped the doctor's arm, asking, How is Jiang Mian? The doctor replied, She has died. Died? Lu Yuan was taken aback, nearly dropping the core in his hand. Jiang Mian is dead? No, that cannot be true. She had always been fortunate. How could she die? This must be a lie. That woman, who looked so enchanting when she smiled, the one he could always trust with his back, she is dead? No, impossible. You are deceiving me. Lu Yuan's eyes turned crimson as he grasped the doctor's neck, lifting him with one hand in a fit of rage. The doctor ceased to breathe. Jiang Mian, wake up, drink some water. CSCC held a cup of water in one hand, gently patting Jiang Mian's face with the other, trying to rouse her. Surely you haven't become muddled. Open your mouth and drink some water to cool down. You've been burning for a day and night. It's shown no signs of waking. She muttered, Though I often call you fool, if you truly become foolish from this fever, I would be heartbroken. In the wake of the apocalypse, with zombies rampant, she was attending university in Chuan City, separated from her family by 1,000 miles, with only this plastic sister by her side, now plagued by a high fever that could take her at any moment. CSCC would genuinely be bereft. Cough, cough. Jiang Mian felt dazed, as if water had entered her throat, nearly choking her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw CSCC's water-splattered face, eyes wide with anger, leaving her perplexed. Hadn't she died? How could she see CSCC? Oh, she almost forgot CSCC had also died, and even before her. Jiang Mian attempted to raise her hand to pinch CSCC's face, to tell her how hideous she looked, but her arm simply wouldn't budge, leaving her to abandon the effort. CSCC's cheeks were puffed, clearly furious. Jiang Mian, look at the mess you've made, splashing water on my face. And you still have the audacity to smile. Jiang Mian. She had no desire to smile, it was just that CSCC looked so much like a pitiful wretch. She couldn't help herself. Just as Jiang Mian was about to salvage their friendship, CSCC deflated, muttering to herself, "Forget it. I won't argue with you. Your face is as red as an apple, and you can still manage a smile, that's quite a feat. Get better quickly, that's all that matters." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian became acutely aware of her condition. She was burning up, her mind foggy, feeling as if she might evaporate. She struggled to speak. "What is wrong with me? You have a fever?" "A fever?" Jiang Mian protested. "Why is it that, as ghosts, I'm sick with a fever while you're just fine? Is it because you died earlier than I?" CSCC was taken aback, bewildered by her words. She placed her hand on Jiang Mian's forehead and felt the heat radiating from her. So, she truly had lost her mind? "Oh dear, my Mian Mian has really become a fool. It's all my fault for teasing you so often." "Oh." CSCC hugged Jiang Mian, wanting to wail, but fearing that too loud a cry might attract zombies. She suppressed her sobs. "Jiang Mian, you are the real fool." "CSCC, stop crying. I need to ask you something. Are we the only two ghosts here? Isn't that a bit sparse? Since they could turn into ghosts, why not gather a host of spirits to deal with Lu Yuan, skin him alive, and rip his heart out? Then when he turns into a ghost, they could repeat the process. No, 100 times. Wouldn't that be delightful? Oh my, fool, we're not dead yet. What ghosts are we talking about? But in this situation, who knows which will arrive first, the unexpected or tomorrow?" CSCC became increasingly distressed, crying even more sorrowfully, oblivious to the approach of several figures, until one spoke. "Are you crying for her? So heartbroken that she has died?" At the sound of this voice, Jiang Mian's heart sank. Why did it sound so familiar? Likely Mingho, who was always by Lu Yuan's side. She slightly turned her head, shaking off CSCC's head, curious to glimpse the speaker. Upon recognition, she froze. Lu Yuan and his entourage. Seeing Lu Yuan again, Jiang Mian couldn't help but marvel at his striking looks. As if he were sculpted to capture her heart, she was utterly captivated. With deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a strong jawline, complemented by his tall and commanding stature, he was the epitome of perfection. Bah! What is one thinking? Lu Yuan, that scoundrel, no longer deserves her affection. Chapter 2. Don't touch me. CSCC hastily released Jiang Mian, rising to wipe away her tears, casting a malevolent glare at Li Mingho before turning her gaze towards Lu Yuan, her expression tinged with grievance. "Brother Lu, it seems my roommate has lost her mind." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his attractive brows. Is she still feverish? His eyes lingered on Jiang Mian, who sat against the wall. Her cheeks flushed as if intoxicated, which rendered her inexplicably endearing. Lu Yuan instinctively felt that Jiang Mian and Appo's fever was tied to her awakening abilities. He and Li Mingho had experienced similar situations where the fever subsided and powers emerged. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who had lost their wits during this process. This was unusual. CSCC sighed. No, she is still burning up. Upon hearing her, Lu Yuan quickened his pace towards them, reassuringly stating, "Let me take a look, don't worry." Jiang Mian, hearing his gentle tone, felt her lips twitch, her expression shifting as she struggled to conceal the murderous intent, anger, and resentment swirling within her. It was only when Lu Yuan raised his hand, intending to place it on her forehead, that she instinctively resisted, summoning all her strength to swat his hand away, hissing, "Don't touch me." Despite her fierce demeanor, to the onlookers, she appeared frail and listless. Lu Yuan, unfazed by her rejection, merely stood up with a hint of amusement. "You've got some strength, so you must be on the mend. No need to worry." This statement was directed at CSCC, who beamed with delight upon hearing it. "Oh, really?" Li Mingho, unable to tolerate Jiang Mian's attitude towards Lu Yuan, retorted sarcastically, "Brother Lu, it seems your goodwill is unappreciated. We are merely concerned while they indulge in their own drama." He rolled his eyes dramatically. "Exactly." Yunfei chimed in, crossing his arms in agreement. Lu Yuan shot them a warning glance, signaling them to cease their teasing and behave themselves. He paid little heed to Jiang Mian's attitude, attributing it to her discomfort from the fever, considering her minor irritability quite normal. He had no sense of her targeting him, as this was their first encounter. and he felt he had given her no offense. Seeing this, CSCC, fearing Lu Yuan might misunderstand, anxiously clarified, No, and Oppos, it's not like that. Mian must be confused from the fever. Brother Lu, please don't hold it against her. She is not like this when she is well. She then turned to Jiang Mian, saying, Mian, you were unaware, but yesterday, people at the supermarket were afraid you might be infected by the zombie virus and wanted to expel you. It was Brother Lu and his friends who vouched for you, allowing you to stay. Brother Lu is your savior. You should be a bit more polite and not throw a tantrum, understood? Jiang Mian felt a sense of deja vu wash over her. It reminded her too much of her first encounter with Lu Yuan. Was it possible that her deep-seated desire to drag Lu Yuan into hell before her demise had led to this rebirth? How delightful. This time, she was determined to ensure Lu Yuan's descent into hell. As CSCC continued her relentless praise, Jiang Mian, wishing to avoid Lu Yuan's gaze, closed her eyes and feigned sleep, contemplating her current predicament. If her memory served her correctly, it was now the second week following the outbreak of the zombies, and she and CSCC were trapped in the Aihua supermarket. The supermarket currently housed 26 survivors, and with the addition of Lu Yuan and his group of 5, the total rose to 31, with Lu Yuan's group being the only ones possessing abilities. Abilities were exceedingly rare. It was a stroke of absurd luck that Lu Yuan was surrounded by fellow ability users. In her previous life, she had chosen to accompany CSCC in leaving with them not solely because Lu Yuan had vouched for her during her awakening, but also due to their formidable strength. In a world rife with dangers, strength was paramount. Who would not wish to survive alongside the strong? Safety and security were coveted aspirations for the majority in this apocalyptic realm, and she was no exception. Mian, would you like some water? Lu Yuan and his group had departed at some point, leaving only Jiang Mian and CSCC. Jiang Mian responded with a soft affirmative, sipping some water, feeling a slight alleviation of her fever and a clearer mind. Due to her fever, she and CSCC had been relegated to the daily necessities section on the second floor of the supermarket, surrounded by shelves brimming with laundry detergents and shower gels. There was not a morsel of food in sight, and hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to ask CSCC, "Is there anything to eat?" Yes. Just wait a moment, CSCC replied as she rummaged through her backpack. After burning with fever for a day and night, feeling hungry was inevitable. She decided to grab a sausage to stave off the hunger. To be honest, Jiang Mian felt little appetite at the sight of the sausage. It was tea her being picky, but she longed for something like 8 treasure porridge or bread. Hearing her, CSCC paused in her task of unwrapping the sausage, awkwardly stating, "I have some, but if you want something else, I'll think of a way." Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and remembered that the food at the supermarket was centrally controlled, making it nearly impossible for CSCC to procure anything. As she saw CSCC preparing to leave, she quickly called her back. "Never mind, the sausage will do." Jiang Mian did not want her to take that risk. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts were unpredictable, and women faced more threats than men. CSCC had not abandoned her during her fever, but had chosen to care for her, accompanying her in their expulsion. This kindness was etched in Jiang Mian's heart. In this life, she would do her utmost to ensure CSCC's survival. Recalling CSCC's fate, Jiang Mian couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance towards Li Mingho. In her past life, they had divided into groups to gather supplies at a hotel. CSCC was paired with Li Mingho, yet only Li Mingho returned. Claiming that CSCC had been bitten by a zombie and that the situation had been dire, with zombies rioting and no time to check on CSCC's condition. Now, reflecting on it, it was merely Li Mingho and Oppos' word. Was the truth truly as he had claimed? Since she had discerned Lu Yuan's true nature. As she recalled her interactions with them, she felt an increasing sense of unease. Being infatuated was indeed a folly, henceforth. She would remind herself daily that wise individuals should refrain from falling in love, treating it as a mental refresher. Open wide. CSCC peeled a portion of the sausage and Oppos' wrapper and fed it to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian accepted without hesitation, leaning against the wall as CSCC fed her. After several bites of the sausage, she washed it down with some water and finally indulged in a can of peach slices. CSCC frowned in concern, exclaiming, "Once you recover, we'll return. This vast supermarket cannot possibly be monopolized by them. They wouldn't dare deny us a single bite of food." On this point, Jiang Mian firmly believed they would indeed dare. She remembered that in her previous life, these individuals had only become obedient after being dealt with. Indeed, people were inclined to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Chapter 3, Conflict. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Jiang Mian felt significantly better. She inquired of CSCC. What time is it now? CSCC glanced outside and replied without hesitation. It's afternoon, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock. It won't be long before it gets dark. Why do you ask? I'm just a bit dazed and curious, Jiang Mian responded casually. Oh, CSCC nodded, then asked somewhat hesitantly, do you think there will be rescue? No, Jiang Mian answered firmly. At least in my previous life, we did not wait for rescue. The location of AI Hua Supermarket is particularly precarious. Situated in the city center where the population is dense, meaning there are countless zombies, which is extremely dangerous. Even if there were a rescue, how would they manage to enter and secure a safe exit? People are inherently selfish. Who would risk their life to venture into the city center to save a group of strangers? Those in power are adept at weighing risks and benefits. No one would engage in a losing venture. Therefore, we should abandon any thoughts of rescue and instead focus on how to save ourselves. CSCC's expression fell at these words, clearly struggling to accept the grim reality. Is there really no hope? Indeed, Jiang Mian stated, meeting CSCC's gaze earnestly. CSCC. We can only rely on ourselves. If we depend on others, we may find ourselves abandoned. Only through self-reliance can we find a path to survival. This is a lesson learned through bloodshed. In her previous life, she had placed her trust in Lu Yuan, viewing him as both a mentor and a friend, even a lover. Yet that trust had been betrayed, leading to her downfall. Seeing Jiang Mian's serious demeanor, CSCC felt momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the shift. Just before Jiang Mian had fallen ill, she had shared the same fears and anxieties, yearning for rescue. Now, after a brief respite from fever, she seemed to have transformed completely. How could she exude such confidence in their dire situation? Unaware of CSCC and Oppo's thoughts, Jiang Mian called her back to reality. CSCC, are you daydreaming? Did you understand what I just said? Jiang Mian intended to protect her, but only if CSCC could keep pace. After all, she no longer wished to rely on Lu Yuan. She was determined to stand on her own. While she harbored thoughts of revenge against Lu Yuan, she was not foolish enough to act rashly. Lu Yuan was a lightning-type ability user who had awakened before her, and as a wood-type ability user, a direct confrontation with him would likely end in defeat, especially with 4 other ability users at his side. For now, it was prudent to develop her skills in preparation for the inevitable revenge. She was in no rush. Understood, CSCC replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But how do we rely on ourselves? That's simple, Jiang Mian said with a smile. Once I recover, we will train together and fight our way out of Chuan City. CSCC looked skeptical. Are you serious? You can't be joking. Worried that CSCC might not believe her, Jiang Mian insisted. I mean it. Prepare yourself mentally. I truly intend to lead us out of Chuan City. CSCC rolled her eyes, exasperated. You fool. Jiang Mian only smiled in response, refraining from arguing. She needed to conserve her energy and recover quickly. Her current state was still too fragile. In simpler terms, her mind was willing, but her body was failing her. She possessed combat experience from her previous life, yet her physical condition was inadequate. It was imperative that she train. While CSCC was distracted, Jiang Mian discreetly tested her abilities once more, her wood-type powers. Although she had already known this, confirming it brought a sense of reassurance. The following morning, Jiang Mian had fully recovered from her fever and was able to move about. She rummaged through CSCC's backpack, discovering only 4 sausages, a can of peaches, and a handful of fruit candies. It was hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. Noticing Jiang Mian and Oppo's disappointment, CSCC tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Mian. Now that you're better, let us go back and find them. Jiang Mian set the bag down and divided the sausages, handing 2 to CSCC. No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. Before CSCC could inquire about what they were waiting for, Jiang Mian instructed, eat quickly, then we can move these shelves. Following Jiang Mian and Oppo's gaze, CSCC scanned their surroundings, curious. What do you mean? Jiang Mian chewed on her sausage and replied leisurely, it and Oppo's nothing major. We just need to rearrange the shelves to create our own space. We should cover areas that need privacy. Having a little seclusion is beneficial. Once they finished the sausages, they shared the can of peaches, drinking every last drop of syrup, yet still felt unsatisfied. All right, let's get to work. They positioned 2 rows of shelves against the window, forming a room with only 1 exit, which felt significantly safer than before. Looking at their handiwork, CSCC beamed with delight. This is much better. It looks nice. For some reason, whenever she saw Jiang Mian now, it felt as though she had found a pillar of support, and she was filled with hope for their future. Jiang Mian remained silent, standing by the window to observe the street below. They were on the second floor, and descending was easy. However, the street was swarming with zombies. From her assessment, they appeared to be ordinary zombies, not particularly difficult to handle. It would be wise to find a moment to practice her skills. Suddenly, CSCC spoke up. "What is that noise? Are they arguing?" "Yes," Jiang Mian replied. "Let us go join the fray. There may be unexpected gains." With abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, Jiang Mian had heard the bickering long before. She had been waiting for this opportunity. With Lu Yuan's group leading the charge, there was no need for her to take the forefront. Quietly reaping benefits was her strategy. "Really?" CSCC exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Mian nodded, smiling as she cautioned, "Just observe. Don't get involved, all right?" CSCC sighed. "Am I that unpredictable?" The two made their way to the staircase, where the supermarket had installed two escalators, one ascending and one descending. With the power out, they resembled ordinary stairs. Most survivors had gathered on the first floor, which housed a large warehouse containing the majority of available food, prompting them to settle there to secure resources. As they reached the bottom of the escalator, Jiang Mian heard Li Mingho's boisterous voice. As expected, he is the instigator. "MD, I've never encountered someone as arrogant as you. Is this supermarket your family's? You think you can just waltz in and claim all the supplies? Who gave you the audacity? Step forward. Choose between a one-on-one or a group brawl. If I take a step back, it means I've lost." With one hand on his hip, Li Mingho stood defiantly among the crowd, his gaze unwavering, radiating confidence. Jiang Mian recalled that he was a strength-type ability user, immensely powerful, and his brash demeanor was akin to that of a fool. The survivors of the supermarket were left red-faced by his words. Some were embarrassed, while others were infuriated. Chapter 4. Do not let it affect your performance. As Jiang Mian and CSCC approached, a few individuals began to murmur quietly among themselves. "ISN and Oppos. T that the girl who had a fever the other day? She hasn't and Oppos. T turned into a zombie yet? Indeed, she seems to be perfectly fine now. What a stroke of luck. Jiang Mian. I appreciate your concern for my well-being." The previously tense atmosphere eased somewhat with Jiang Mian and Oppos' arrival, and all eyes were drawn to her, including Lu Yuan's. His striking eyes narrowed, and Jiang Mian sensed he was up to no good, likely plotting against her. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, Jiang Mian awkwardly waved her hand and said, "Everyone, please continue. Do not let my presence hinder your performance." The crowd. Lu Yuan stifled a laugh. This girl was quite intriguing. Li Mingho. Is she even more arrogant than me? CSCC. Wow. You told me not to meddle before coming here, yet here you are, fanning the flames. Thanks to Jiang Mian's reminder, the previously charged atmosphere saw a slight uplift. Don't get carried away. When have we monopolized the supplies? It is merely a special time requiring special measures. Brother Chong stated that either you join us for food distribution, or you leave the supermarket without taking our supplies. We survivors also need to live. If you refuse to join and disregard management while taking supplies at will, it would lead to chaos. Exactly. Without rules, there can be no order. The more challenging the situation, the more we must unite and face it together. Awaiting rescue. Seemingly having found their argument's direction, the supermarket survivors felt their image elevated. Look at them. They were truly in this together, weathering the storm. Those who sought to create trouble were nothing short of despicable. However, Li Mingho was no pushover. He would not accept such twisted reasoning. Huh, have you listened to yourselves? Do you even believe what you say? Brother Chong, come out. I want to see if you are square, round, or flat. Do you think you can recruit us? These words displeased Wang Chong. Being publicly insulted left him no choice but to step forward to maintain his authority. Kid, you haven't even matured yet. I advise you not to speak too boldly. Have you graduated from 9 years of compulsory education? So arrogant. I didn't graduate. What business is it of yours? Call me daddy. With that, he clenched his fists and charged at Wang Chong. Wang Chong scoffed internally, not taking this young boy seriously, but as he prepared to counter the punch, the left side of his face met a solid blow. Hiss. The pain made him inhale sharply. He had not anticipated the boy's speed. In a state of urgency, he attempted to restrain his opponent, but regrettably, he was still a step too slow. A few more punches landed on his face, causing his nose to bleed, and swelling rendered him unrecognizable. Son, behave. Call me and Oppos, Daddy and Oppos. Li Mingho showed no signs of stopping. landing several more punches to Wang Chong and Apos' abdomen. And this was still without him exerting his full strength. Witnessing the scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, and they instinctively took several steps back. The previously loud individuals wore particularly grim expressions, fearing they might be next. Simultaneously, they silently regretted their earlier bravado, wondering what would become of them if this calamity bore a grudge. If Jiang Mian were to comment, she would say this group was cowardly. Their talk of unity was merely a joke. If they truly possessed the courage to unite against a common enemy, would they fear Li Mingho? Of course. This was under the condition that Lu Yuan and his group did not intervene. Stop. I concede. Cough, cough. Wang Chang spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught. He suspected that this individual before him was a monster. After all, at a weight of 150 pounds, he felt like a mere toy in this boy's hands, too eerie. At this moment, they were still unaware of the existence of individuals with special abilities, which explained their thoughts. Once they witnessed more, they would surely become accustomed to it. Is there anyone else? If you refuse to comply, stand forth. Li Mingho scanned the crowd, observing their cowardly demeanors, and felt a sense of boredom. He had not yet had his fill of battle. Lu Yuan discerned his intentions, cleared his throat, and called Li Mingho back, redirecting his attention to the others. Everyone. We do not wish to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. There are ample supplies in the supermarket. There is no reason to restrict us from taking them, is there? His tone was gentle and courteous, yet the underlying threat was palpable. If they could not provide a suitable reason, it would be seen as creating unnecessary trouble. With this, dealing with them would be entirely justified. The crowd exchanged glances. Apprehensive and silent, they finally understood that this group was composed of skilled fighters. Who would dare provoke them? Wang Chang. Li Mingho leaped forward again. Lu Gu is asking you a question. If you and Apos, not dead, speak up. His demeanor suggested he would truly beat him to death if he remained silent. Wang Chang felt despondent yet had no choice but to hold his swollen cheek, mumbling incoherently. You can take it. Go ahead. Ah. At least you are wise. Li Mingho tucked his hands into his pockets, whistling as he strolled into the food section. Come, let us gather supplies. Lu Yuan observed his nonchalant attitude and shook his head helplessly, beckoning the remaining three to join him. Cici watched with envy and quietly asked Jiang Mian, are we just going to watch? The meaning in her small eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Mian boldly declared, watching is far too dull. Let us find some shopping carts and stock up. Great. The two excitedly dashed off to find shopping carts, moving with impressive speed. Just as they were about to enter the food section, they were halted by a few of Wang Chang's underlings. The one with long hair spoke with an unfriendly tone. What are you two up to? Which side are you on? Think carefully before you speak. Cici felt disheartened by his attitude. It seemed Intrigue would not be so simple. Just as she was about to persuade Jiang Mian to retreat, she was pulled behind her. Then, Jiang Mian rolled up her sleeves, provocatively saying, What? Do you want to call me and Apos, Daddy and Apos, too? Cici was taken aback by Jiang Mian and Apos' words, covering her mouth in shock. Mentally berating, you fool, you Don and Apos, to have such a big son. No, with Jiang Mian and Apos' petite frame, was she delivering vegetables or merely serving them? Li Mingho noticed the situation on Jiang Mian and Apos' side and gestured to Lu Yuan. Lu Gu, should we lend a hand? The four of them were well aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Mian would likely become their new teammate. It was merely a matter of when Lu Yuan would approach her for a discussion. However, given Jiang Mian's earlier remark, do you want to call me daddy too? She certainly exhibited her own flair. Li Mingho was more than willing to accept this new teammate. There was no rush. They would observe for now. The physical capabilities of individuals with special abilities were beyond ordinary people, and he was curious to see to what extent Jiang Mian could perform. Would she perhaps wield special powers? What abilities had she awakened? Given her confident demeanor, she likely would not be weak. Chapter 5. The neat freak. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, Chang Mao's face flushed a deep shade of purple, clearly indicating his indignation. Does he really think he has something special? Without that kind of thing, how could he even dream of being anyone's father? Seeking his own demise. In a mere moment, Jiang Mian stepped forward, grasped the man's jaw, and with a swift motion, it seemed she heard the ominous sound of dislocated bones. Impatiently, she remarked, If you can't speak, then do yourself a favor and remain silent. Before anyone could react, Chang Mao was sent crashing to the ground with a stunning shoulder throw. Groaning in agony, the entire event transpired in mere seconds, delivering a powerful visual impact. Observant onlookers noticed that Chang Mao's jaw had indeed dislocated. Jiang Mian strode closer, placing her foot upon Chang Mao's fingers, applying pressure as she taunted, "Call me daddy." His agonizing cries echoed. "Ah, ah, ah." Chang Mao grimaced in pain. The saying that fingers are connected to the heart proved true. He was nearing the brink of unbearable suffering. Catching sight of Jiang Mian towering over him, he felt a tremor of fear. Hadn't this girl always been so low-key? How was it that she harbored such hidden depths? With narrowed eyes, Jiang Mian relished the challenge. "Ah, a tough nut, my favorite kind." Her foot pressed down harder, resembling a sadistic tormentor. "Ah, ba. Chang Mao wished he could vanish into the ground. Jiang Mian scratched her ear, mischievously asking, "What? I didn't quite catch that." Chang Mao could only wish for death. Finally, it was the kind-hearted CSCC who could no longer bear to watch, pleading for mercy. Mian, his jaw is dislocated. It's hard for him to articulate clearly. "Please, let him go. I'm afraid just watching you." With CSCC's intercession, Jiang Mian naturally withdrew her foot. Glancing around at the others, "Anyone else wish to call me daddy? I wouldn't mind adding a few more sons to my collection." Her smile was disarmingly innocent, as if the fierce figure moments ago had been someone else entirely. In truth, Jiang Mian did not relish torturing others. She merely sought to set an example, deterring anyone who might consider approaching her for trouble in the future. Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as he observed Jiang Mian, pondering her true identity. She bore no resemblance to an ordinary university student, and her earlier maneuver was all too familiar, one he often employed. But how could Jiang Mian possess such skills? If she could hear his thoughts, she would undoubtedly respond, "You taught me yourself." Her abilities were honed under Lu Yuan's direct tutelage, with no secrets kept. "Brother Lu, this Jiang Mian has some talent, strikingly similar to my own style. I like her," Li Mingho exclaimed, draping an arm over Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan shrugged, shaking off the gesture, and responded, "What do you like about her? Are you certain she shares your style?" "Brother Lu, I'm certain. She's just like me." "No. Wait, you misunderstood. When I say like, I mean admire. Do you understand? Not in a romantic sense." Others looked on, bemused. Explanations often masked ulterior motives. "You'd better not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her," Lu Yuan waved dismissively. "Now, let us gather supplies. We need to stock up on food." As Jiang Mian and CSCC pushed their shopping cart into the food section, the group began to murmur amongst themselves. "Good heavens! How has she become so ferocious after a fever? What? I think she has become even stronger. I envy her." "Envy? That fever won't kill you She's back again." "Who knows? Is she here to claim more sons?" Jiang Mian cleared her throat. "You've hit the nail on the head. It's indeed after a fever that I've grown stronger. Is it possible that our fevers are a form of human evolution?" Without allowing anyone time to respond, she turned and left, not wishing to be questioned. Having overheard their conversation, she felt compelled to remind them, treat those with fevers kindly. From her prior life's experiences, she knew that enduring a fever could signify an evolution. Those who survived could become empowered, while those who did not would perish and become zombies. Yet, they should be afforded a chance. As CSCC gathered bread and snacks from the shelves, she curiously asked Jiang Mian, "Can a fever really make one stronger?" Jiang Mian nodded yes. CSCC's eyes sparkled with admiration, but recalling Jiang Mian's pained expression during her fever, she quickly donned a mask of sympathy. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Mian, oblivious to CSCC's emotional shifts, was wholly focused on food, retreating with her cart while filling it with her favorite snacks. Her spirits were undeniably high. Lu Yuan had come to gauge Jiang Mian's abilities, and witnessing her swift and cheerful movements as she gathered snacks, he found himself momentarily entranced. In just a few seconds, as she backed up, Jiang Mian unexpectedly collided into his embrace. "Watch out." He gently steadied her shoulders, but as he touched her, he distinctly felt her body stiffen for a brief moment. In the next instant, she bolted away from him, as if he were a terrifying beast. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Jiang Mian cursed her luck. She was too late to prevent him from touching her shoulder. How infuriating. Noticing Li Mingho and the others nearby, she saw their expressions clearly indicating they were in for a show. It seemed Lu Yuan had come to probe her. With an icy tone, Jiang Mian asked, "Is there something you need?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise, struggling to comprehend why this woman radiated such heightened vigilance. He extended his right hand politely, saying, "Hello. I'm Lu Yuan. Let us get acquainted." Jiang Mian regarded his fair, smooth hand, with distinct knuckles, and couldn't he help but muse, what exquisite hands. I wonder if they would look just as lovely after being stripped of their bones? Instinctively, she averted her gaze and, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, I'm sorry, but I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Despite her apology, her expression betrayed no remorse. Hearing her words, Lu Yuan nearly turned to stone, his features uncontrollably breaking into a grin. A cleanliness obsession? Does she find him dirty? For years, he had concealed his emotions, having not encountered anyone capable of provoking him so easily. Suppressing his rising anger, he withdrew his hand with a calm demeanor, though he felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. May I ask what powers you have awakened? Since niceties were futile, he decided to be direct. At that moment, Jiang Mian felt a newfound respect for Lu Yuan. Even in this situation, he maintained his poise. Truly commendable. She retorted, if you find it presumptuous to ask, why do so? Her defiance was unmistakable. Lu Yuan's previously stoic expression shifted as a smile emerged in his eyes. Asking doesn't cost anything. What if you actually tell me? He took a deliberate step forward. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Mian retreated a step. They maintained the initial distance. Yet Lu Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart, now certain that Jiang Mian harbored a strong aversion towards him. But why? Chapter 6, A Confrontation. Brother Lu Mian, what are you discussing? Before Jiang Mian could utter a word, the vibrant voice of Cici echoed from behind. Turning her head, she spotted Cici approaching, beaming with delight. As she pushed a small cart forward, the traits of a little white rabbit were unmistakable. If she fell into Lu Yuan's ravenous jaws, she would undoubtedly be devoured to the last bone. Brother Lu? Surely she wouldn't be seduced by the gentleness exhibited by Lu Yuan, would she? No. Jiang Mian had to devise a plan to enlighten her friend. You foul woman. Why are you prickly like a hedgehog, covered in spikes? Can and oppose. Do you speak properly? On the other side, Li Mingho could no longer hold back. He stormed over, brimming with indignation on behalf of Lu Yuan. Jiang Mian was unperturbed, leaning casually against the shopping cart, responding nonchalantly. Oh? Did you get pricked? You. Li Mingho raised his hand, pointing furiously at her, nearly jumping in agitation. Mingho. Lu Yuan chided, pressing down his hand, feeling a headache coming on. His brother was fine in every regard, except that he was like a firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. This was troublesome and could lead to trouble. Held back by Lu Yuan, Li Mingho could only vent his frustration. If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I would have already hit you. Cici was bewildered. What was happening? She thought they were having a pleasant chat, yet here they were, embroiled in an argument. Nevertheless, she firmly sided with Jiang Mian, hands on her hips, stammering. So what if she's a woman? Isn't your mother a woman? Recalling the image of Li Mingho beating Wang Chong, she felt an inexplicable quiver in her legs. But didn't and oppose that mean he wouldn't hit women? It was uncertain if he could uphold such a principle. Jiang Mian, upon hearing this, was enraged. He broke free from Lu Yuan's grasp and yelled, Damn, do you really think I wouldn't dare hit a woman? Fine, let us fight. Jiang Mian shielded Cici behind her, calmly confronting Li Mingho's fury, unwaveringly locking eyes with him. If she couldn't kill Lu Yuan, then venting her anger on Li Mingho wouldn't be a bad alternative. If we are to fight, if I win, you must not say I bully women. Li Mingho gritted his teeth, preparing for the confrontation. Very well. If I win, you must agree to one of my conditions, Li Mingho declared boldly. Completely oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Lu Yuan. This explosive personality. Is he lacking in common sense? If he wins, they want to say he bullied a woman, but if he loses, he must concede to her request. If he spoke up now, he would seem petty. In the food section, they found a spacious hall to stage their confrontation. Survivors from the supermarket quietly gathered around, hoping there were no zombies outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Some innocent bystanders whispered, What is happening? It seems like two men eager for fatherhood are about to fight. Ah, the girl is so brave. I like her. I hope she wins. Coincidentally, so do I. The surrounding murmurs did little to sway the emotions of the two combatants. They formed a circle around them, maintaining a wide berth to avoid any accidental injuries. Jiang Mian and Li Mingho stood facing each other, one composed and the other glaring fiercely. Li Mingho glared at Jiang Mian for what felt like an eternity, but seeing her unyielding stance, he had no choice. Chapter 7. She is a wood elemental ability user. Isn't there someone going to fetch the weapons? Have him take a team to the second floor to move the shelves and wait at the staircase. We shall retreat to the second floor. Just as the saying goes. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yang Jie happened to return, cradling a pile of kitchen knives. He turned to Lu Yuan, awaiting his command. Lu Yuan had no reservations. The escalator to the second floor was narrower than their current position, offering a geographical advantage. Blocking the stairs with shelves and placing some heavy objects would enhance their defense. He immediately instructed Yang Jie, follow her orders, head to the second floor. And ensure you move the shelves, bring as many as you can. Understood. With Lu Yuan's command, Yang Jie had no objections and dashed off, clutching the knives. Wait, leave the knives. Jiang Mian, fearing that if she delayed, he might vanish, called out. The speed of the wind elemental ability was indeed astonishing. Yang Jie paused, casually placing the knives on the shelf in their path. Help yourselves, he said, and then swiftly departed. After a minute of hesitation, Jiang Mian rallied the group. Prepare. On the count of 3, let go and run. Lu Yuan and the others replied in unison. All right. Jiang Mian gritted her teeth and began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. With a whoosh, at the moment they released their grip, shopping carts and shelves toppled over, unleashing a horde of zombies. As they were all elemental ability users, their speed was remarkable. As they passed the shelf where the knives were left, each grabbed a knife and rushed towards the escalator. Quick! Up the stairs. They surged forward, taking 2 steps at a time, reaching the stairwell's end where Yang Jie and his team awaited, anxiously holding the shelves. Midway up the stairs, Lu Yuan glanced back unexpectedly and was startled to find Jiang Mian missing. Where is Jiang Mian? Where did she go? She can't possibly have gone missing over such a short distance. Damn it. She actually went to the food section. The last one running, Yunfei, caught a glimpse of Jiang Mian through the gap in the escalator. The girl moved with incredible speed, dragging several boxes behind her, effortlessly dispatching a zombie as she headed toward the stairwell. Lu Gu, she is indeed a wood elemental ability user. At that moment, Yi Yunfei saw Jiang Mian's other hand transform into 4 vines, pulling 4 cardboard boxes as she drew nearer. Truly remarkable. Lu Yuan, unable to see Jiang Mian from above, instructed the others, you all go ahead. I will go assist her. He descended a few steps and was met with the sight of Jiang Mian dramatically dragging 4 boxes. Momentarily rendered speechless, Jiang Mian kicked a zombie blocking her path and sprinted toward the stairwell. She realized her greed was hindering her speed. Dragging 4 boxes restricted her movement. There are too many zombies. I can't oppose. He possibly cut them all down. Suddenly, Lu Yuan unleashed a bolt of lightning, incinerating the zombies behind Jiang Mian. Smoke rising from their charred remains. As one zombie fell, it inadvertently tripped several others behind it, granting Jiang Mian a brief opportunity to escape. Hurry, Jiang Mian thought. I want to hurry too. This is my limit. Lu Yuan, reading her expression of helplessness, shouted, boxes. Throw 2 to me. Quickly. All right. Jiang Mian sent forth a vine from her knife-wielding hand, deftly tossing 2 boxes to Lu Yuan. With the weight reduced by 2 boxes, her movements became significantly swifter, and she soon reached the stairwell. Unfortunately, the stairwell was congested with zombies, making it impossible to ascend normally. She glanced at the escalator's diagonal surface and devised a plan. With a swift motion, her left hand transformed into vines, extending and grasping the escalator to propel herself upward. Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as he observed her adept use of her abilities. Her skills did not resemble those of someone who had only just awakened. Yet, Jiang Mian had indeed awakened right before his eyes, leaving him increasingly perplexed by her. Quick, quick, Yang Jie urged. Only Lu Yuan and Jiang Mian remained at the bottom, and he could hardly wait. Lu Yuan, with his long legs, was naturally swift, yet he frequently glanced back at Jiang Mian. Fortunately, the zombies behind her were still at a distance, posing no significant threat. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, he heard Jiang Mian call out, catch the boxes. At that moment, she effortlessly threw 2 boxes up to him. Lu Gu, be careful. Yi Yunfei's heart raced as he pushed Lu Yuan aside, narrowly catching the 2 boxes Jiang Mian had thrown. He exhaled in relief, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Lu Yuan remained speechless. After tossing the boxes, Jiang Mian grasped the escalator railing and kicked at the pursuing zombies, sending them tumbling down like a line of dominoes. She then leaped to the other side of the escalator, repeating the maneuver, creating a spectacular scene of zombies cascading down. Impressive. Li Mingho, with blood still staining his lips, offered unreserved praise, holding no grudges. Yang Jie, prepare. As the last of the group, Jiang Mian finally ascended. and the shelves began to crash down as if they were free-falling, some rolling down while others wedged in the hallway. Layer upon layer of shelves stacked down, ultimately obscuring the ravenous zombies below. Only then did the group collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, faces reflecting a sense of relief from their narrow escape. Mian, you scared me to death. Are you hurt? CSCC, seeing her clothes stained with blood, was deeply concerned. Injury was no trivial matter. It could lead to zombification. Others, upon noticing, quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Mian, aside from Lu Yuan and his companions. Jiang Mian understood their fears. They were merely wary of her potentially transforming into a zombie and attacking them. Their caution was justified. Such individuals were bound to survive longer. The actions of the group did not sadden Jiang Mian. Rather, she relished the space they created, appreciating the distance. I'm fine. This blood isn't mine. It splattered when I was dispatching the zombies. Upon hearing her explanation, CSCC felt a wave of relief wash over her. Heaven knows how terrified she was when Lu Yuan called out that Jiang Mian was missing. She was acutely aware that among all those upstairs, no one cared for her as much as Jiang Mian did. If Jiang Mian were to perish, she would truly be all alone. What hope would there be for survival? Cici, fetch those 2 boxes over here. Jiang Mian, seated on the floor, pointed to the boxes beside Yi Yunfei. Okay. She then stood to retrieve the 2 boxes next to Lu Yuan, her stomach growling from hunger after such a long and grueling day. Yet she did not expect Lu Yuan, ever the sly one, to clutch the 2 boxes tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing them as she reached out. Ugh. Jiang Mian frowned at Lu Yuan, displeased. What does this mean? Chapter 8. Anointment of sisterly eyes. Lu Yuan's visage was as frosted as winter's chill. Yet his gaze met hers with unhurried grace. He spoke calmly. We have exerted ourselves. Indeed, Li Mingho leapt forward, exclaiming that her final 2 boxes nearly fell upon Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face darkened. Idiot, he muttered. There is no need to voice that aloud. Jiang Mian responded defensively. I didn't do it on purpose. Yet, now that she had spoken, she feared no one would believe her. Her eyes flicked anxiously between the 2 men, tangled in indecision. Fine, she finally relented. I can share some of it with you. Consider it compensation for the loss. But Lu Yuan was insistent, his tone unwavering. Half? Jiang Mian retorted. Why don't you go and snatch it yourselves? She grimaced, thinking how daring he was. Should I seize it now? Lu Yuan's demeanor shifted, a mischievous smile curling his lips. Lu Dog is changed, she thought, recalling that earlier. Lu Yuan still held on to some principles. Could his current behavior be a result of being overly provoked this morning? He watched her with a leisurely gaze, awaiting her response. The sensation was unexpectedly exhilarating, like the universe's retribution, circling back in mysterious ways. Her morning's misfortune had seemingly summoned its due. Before her thoughts could settle, Li Mingho intervened as the peacemaker. There is no need for quarrels, Jiang Mian. I admit, you're quite formidable. How about joining our team? Not impressive, she dismissed. Lu Dog wants half. He is just greedy for the whole. Seeing the eager expression on CSCC's face, Jiang Mian's stance softened, and she decided it was time to set things straight with her sisters. Li Mingho, noticing her silence, decided to stir the pot further, throwing out some bait. Jiang Mian, as a fellow abilities user, you must understand the perks of our kind. My brother Lu Yuan, is a lightning type. Yang Jie controls wind. Yi Yunfei, Fei Gu, wields water. Xiao Hu Gu possesses a unique ability suited for reconnaissance. I want to elaborate further. As for me, I am a strength type, endowed with formidable power. Each introduction was met with a gentle smile from the team members, signaling their acceptance of Jiang Mian. In truth, Jiang Mian knew their backgrounds well, having spent 1.5 years with them in her previous life, except for Xiao Hu, who was destined to perish in a few days. A pity, indeed. She cast a glance at CSCC, who gazed at her with admiration, subtly nodding as if urging her to join. But fate had other plans. How about it? Will you join us? You're aware of the peril outside. More allies mean a better chance at survival. Don't hesitate. Li Mingho coaxed. Feigning surprise, Jiang Mian nodded dramatically. You're so formidable. Li Mingho was momentarily stunned. Her reaction caught him off guard. Then he humbly replied, Oh, it's nothing special. Just average. Then, she inquired, all of you are so powerful. Do you only accept abilities users? Without hesitation, Li Mingho affirmed, of course. Ordinary people would be a burden. I'm not their parent. Why bother with unnecessary concerns? CSCC's eyes widened in shock. They're planning to abandon me? Her eyes welled with tears as she clung tightly to Jiang Mian's hand. Mian, you want to leave me, will you? back in sophomore year. You sneaked out at midnight to meet your online love, and I covered for you. You used Hu Jinjin's toothbrush to scrub the toilet. I helped hide that. You stole Professor Wang's wig. Jiang Mian's face darkened. She quickly covered her friend's mouth, grinding her teeth. Stop it. I want to abandon you. Everyone else watched in silence, marveling at the richness of their university life. Relieved, CSCC's tears ceased, and she looked at Jiang Mian with gratitude. Mian, from now on, you're my real sister, she whispered. Li Mingho, observing this tender scene, could only shake his head in admiration. What a touching display of sisterly affection. Lu Yuan coughed softly, somewhat awkwardly. If that's your only concern, I can make an exception and allow your friend to join. Really? CSCC's face lit up with joy. Can I really join, Brother Lu? She hesitated, glancing nervously at Lu Yuan, who nodded in agreement. Her excitement was palpable. Nearly overwhelmed by the thrill of such an unexpected blessing. An ordinary person, now part of an abilities team. How astonishing. Jiang Mian remained composed, understanding him well. It was clear she knew Lu Yuan's true nature. She had fallen for the bait. She feigned happiness for CSCC's sake, though her mind was unperturbed. But then, doubt crept in. What exactly was the issue? Li Mingho instinctively pressed forward, eager to clarify. Wait, what do you mean by only? He asked. People's hearts are hidden beneath their skins, Jiang Mian responded with unwavering conviction. I don't trust them entirely. Everyone else was taken aback. Could this be a game? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Jiang Mian's wariness of him was excessive, almost unnatural, leaving others puzzled. Yet, initially, she was certain she had no acquaintance with him. Where did this hostility originate? She offered a polite smile. No, that is not the case. The atmosphere grew tense. CSCC stepped closer, whispering, Mian, Brother Lu, and the others are in Tibet. When you had a fever, he even vouched for you and saved you. I haven't forgotten, Jiang Mian replied softly, but that doesn't mean I trust them. I think we should split the items in the boxes equally. CSCC's expression shifted. She tried to sway her. Mian, you're not serious, are you? They're not trustworthy. Jiang Mian flicked her forehead. Stop it. I want to abandon you. Everyone watched this exchange, marveling at the depth of their camaraderie. Fine, Jiang Mian said, but you must understand, human hearts are often guarded. Can you truly see what is inside them? CSCC looked down, disappointed. No, I can't. Li Mingho, frustrated, added, this is reckless. We just faced life and death. Don't teach others to be suspicious. Jiang Mian shook her head. Some people are so eager to jump to conclusions. Just then, Lu Yuan interrupted, halting Li Mingho's words. Enough, let us divide the spoils. We shall take half. He admired Jiang Mian's composure in the face of adversity and her ability to remain unruffled in various situations. He genuinely wished to recruit her. Yet he understood that forcing someone against their will yields no sweet fruit. Since she was unwilling, he would not press the matter further. Given Jiang Mian's current temperament, should she truly join his team, it might lead to even greater headaches. Thus, her decision to refrain from joining was indeed fortuitous. Chapter 9. The Corner the Best Outcome. Jiang Mian opened 4 cardboard boxes, revealing a box of packaged braised beef instant noodles, a box of 5-spice chicken legs, a box of original Oreos, and a box of taro-flavored sandwich bread. She meticulously counted the quantities, dividing half for the person opposite her, smiling as she said, Would you like to have a look? Yang Jie, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, No, I trust you. All right, the food is divided. Please take care of it, she said. Thank you. Yang Jie expressed his gratitude. Although he found Jiang Mian and Appo's words somewhat unappealing, he could not deny the truth in her straightforwardness. Thus, he held no particular fondness for her. But neither did he harbor any ill feelings. He maintained a neutral stance, treating her as one should. Meanwhile, the other survivors in the supermarket were in an uproar. In that brief moment, their perceptions had been utterly overturned. Superpowers? Witnessing Lu Yuan unleash lightning and seeing Jiang Mian transform her hands into vines left many in awe, eagerly boasting to others about these extraordinary events. After their tales of grandeur, they watched as food was distributed, only to feel the pangs of hunger in their own bellies. Yet all the food had been moved to the first floor as per Wang Chang's directives, which was now swarming with zombies, the stairway completely blocked. Retrieving any food was impossible. None among them possessed powers like Lu Yuan and could demand food from Jiang Mian. Someone inquired, Where's Wang Chang? I know. He's downstairs. I saw him bitten by a red-haired zombie. The crowd fell silent. At that moment, a middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses suggested, since Wang Chang is dead. We should elect a new representative. Those who survive must continue. I agree, came the chorus of approval. Ultimately, Zhang Lan was chosen as their representative, the very man who had made the initial proposal. They recounted their numbers. Only 16 remained alive, with 10 having perished in the recent calamity. Shall we invite Jiang Mian to join us? She was with us all along. Better not. She doesn't even join the superpowered team. Why would she deign to associate with us? Besides, when she was sick, you all wanted to drive her away. Can we expect her to forget that? That makes sense. But with so many of us and no food, how will we survive? It was ironic. They were surrounded by a supermarket brimming with supplies, yet faced the prospect of starving. Some began to blame Wang Chang, lamenting, if it weren't and Appos, tea for him insisting on keeping all the food on the first floor, would we be facing starvation now? I remember there was a snack area on the second floor, stocked full of chips, which we painstakingly moved downstairs, and now it's all for naught. True enough. But Wang Chang is dead now, and discussing it serves no purpose. Zhang Lan adjusted his glasses and spoke gently. Everyone, do not lose heart. I see potential in those superpowered individuals. I will speak with them later to see if there is a solution. He doubted that those few would relinquish the supplies on the first floor, as they comprised the entirety of the supermarket's resources. You're right, they must have a way. With that thought, the group felt somewhat reassured. Unnoticed, a short-haired woman at the back appeared distracted, her son behind her with a flushed face, drowsy and weak. After the meeting among the supermarket survivors concluded, a slightly plump man stealthily approached the short-haired woman from behind, clasping his hand over her mouth and pulling her into a corner. His voice low and breath heavy, he murmured, "Ah Fang, don't move. It's me. I've missed you. My darling." Chen Fang was initially startled, wanting to scream, but her mouth was muffled, only able to produce pained sounds. Every cell in her body screamed in resistance. Yet the disparity in strength between men and women rendered her powerless against Li Dafu. Li Dafu whispered in her ear, "Darling, be good, you're the best. Just a little while longer." Chen Fang felt despair. This humiliation was not the first. Leaning against her soft waist, he continued, "You wouldn't want your son to see you in this state, would you?" Before long, Li Dafu leaned wearily against her shoulder, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Dafu, Dafu." Zhang Lan was searching for someone outside when he turned and stumbled upon the odd scene. Li Dafu pressed against Chen Fang, his hand seemingly covering her mouth. Chen Fang's face was stained with tears, her cheeks swollen, and when she looked at him, her eyes held a glimmer of hope, as if pleading for rescue. Without needing to guess, Zhang Lan understood what had transpired. Upon recognizing Zhang Lan, Li Dafu sighed with relief, releasing Chen Fang and nonchalantly adjusting his pants. "What do you need?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhang Lan quickly diverted his gaze from Chen Fang and addressed Li Dafu. "Come with me. We need to talk to someone named Lu Yuan." Li Dafu was Zhang Lan's childhood friend, and his role in Zhang Lan and Appos' election as the representative for the survivors was undeniable. Thus, he chose to ignore the incident involving Chen Fang, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After all, Chen Fang's husband had perished on the first day of the apocalypse, leaving her and her son as the last of their family. If she were wise, she would seek out a protector soon. Li Dafu grinned. "Sure, I and Appos, I'll accompany you." Neither of them cast a glance at Chen Fang as they departed together. Leaning against the wall, Chen Fang slid helplessly to the ground, her fists clenched in anger. She pounded her chest in anguish, gasping for breath. What kind of world was this? What purpose did her life serve? Glancing at her feverish son, she resolutely stood up and slowly approached him, softly saying, "I'm sorry, it's my fault, but you must survive." As she began to leave, a hand suddenly gripped her left arm with an astonishing heat. "Mom, don't go." Ling Yi weakly opened his eyes, feeling unwell. "Mom did nothing wrong. It's my fault for not protecting you." He recalled his 15th birthday when his father had smiled and said he was now a man, ready to protect the family's only woman. Now that his father was dead, he had become the sole man of the house. Yet he had failed to uphold that promise and protect his mother. "Xiaoyi," Chen Fang turned her head away, not wanting her son to see her tears. "You must live well." With little effort, she shook off Ling Yi's grip. "No, don't go." Tears streamed down Ling Yi's cheeks, blurring his vision until he could no longer see his mother's familiar figure, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 10. Chen Fang's attack. Lu Yuan, Zhang Lan, and others gathered together to discuss how to retrieve the supplies from the first floor. Li Mingho, noticing the absence of Jiang Mian and CSCC, turned his gaze to Zhang Lan and inquired, "Did you not call Jiang Mian?" Zhang Lan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I did, but she said she wasn't interested. The others, sensing the tension, tactfully shifted the topic, concluding that the zombies must have entered through the eyewear shop. Those familiar with Hua's supermarket knew there was a glasses store at the entrance that connected to the supermarket. They had heard the sound of shattering glass, a consequence of the zombies breaking through the eyewear shop and Oppo's windows, leading to a horde of zombies flooding into the supermarket. Zhang Lan concurred, indeed. We are aware of the breach. The real challenge lies in how to lure the zombies out. The group then engaged in a thorough discussion. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was instructing CSCC in a few simple moves, encouraging her to practice diligently. With a kitchen knife strapped to her back, she carefully descended from the window using the recently tied curtains. She intended to find a vehicle as the supermarket was no longer safe, and preparations for their departure were imperative. Jiang Mian recalled vividly that in her previous life, no zombies had invaded the supermarket. She and CSCC had left after Li Mingho dealt with Wang Chang, carrying food away. This unexpected turn of events might be linked to her actions, as their noise had attracted the zombies, resulting in fatalities. To claim she felt no guilt would be disingenuous. Nevertheless, after navigating the harsh realities of the apocalypse for so long, such guilt was insufficient to sway her, even without her involvement. The survivors in the supermarket would eventually confront the zombies. This world was merciless, governed by the law of the jungle where only the fittest survived. Upon landing, a one-armed zombie approached her stiffly, emitting raspy sounds. With a swift motion, she severed its head, vanishing into the distance before more zombies could encircle her. Several hours later, Jiang Mian returned to the supermarket successfully. CSCC was not practicing in their designated area. It was clear she had gone to witness the commotion. The saying, wherever there are people, there is intrigue, rang true. From the moment she ascended the stairs, the clamor was unmistakable. Curiosity piqued. She thought it prudent to see what was unfolding, for amidst the apocalypse, such distractions were a rare form of entertainment. A loud slap resonated as Chen Fang and Oppo's face met a powerful blow, causing blood to trickle from her lips. You dare to stab me with a knife? Do you wish to die? Li Dafu, bearing a wound that oozed blood down his chin, confronted her. Chen Fang, restrained by Zhang Lan and another man, sported 5 distinct red marks on her face, glaring furiously at Li Dafu as she spat. Beast, I wish to die. I will take you down with me. Wanna die? I and Oppo's, LL grant you that. He bellowed, gripping Chen Fang and Oppo's head and roughly shoving her toward the window, intent on throwing her out to the zombies below. Let go. All of you, let go. She cried, clearly desperate for her life. Zhang Lan was apprehensive about the repercussions and dared not release her completely, allowing only a partial push toward the window to intimidate her, while urging, Dafu, calm down, take a moment to cool off. Damn it. This woman dared to attack me. If she lives today, I will not rest. Li Dafu was truly consumed by murderous intent. In the current situation, if he did not eliminate Chen Fang, who could say whether there would be a next time? With betrayal lurking in the shadows, how could they continue to survive? CSCC spotted Jiang Mian and beckoned her over, signaling for her to join. Jiang Mian approached slowly, intentionally ignoring Lu Yuan and his group. Her curiosity piqued as she asked CSCC, what is happening here? The ugliness of humanity was like a seed, long sown, awaiting the deluge of the apocalypse to nourish it, allowing it to take root and flourish in madness. Jiang Mian had grown accustomed to witnessing the emergence of such malefactors amidst the chaos. I heard Aunt Chen attack that fat man with a knife, and now. CSCC gazed worriedly at the struggle by the window. Mian, could you help Aunt Chen, please? Jiang Mian felt a pang of reluctance, wanting to decline. She knew that in the apocalypse, one could not afford to be overly compassionate, interfering in others and Oppo's. Conflicts often led to personal detriment. Yet, CSCC and Oppo's pleading eyes and her mention of the 2 cans of peach preserves stirred something within her. Previously, when we were cast out, they refused to share any food. It was Aunt Chen who took pity on us and secretly gave me 2 cans of peaches. She's a kind person, and her actions today surely have a reason. CSCC believed wholeheartedly that Aunt Chen was an honest soul, pushed to the brink. After all, even a cornered rabbit would bite. So how could one expect a human to behave differently? Thus, she implored Jiang Mian to speak a few words in Aunt Chen's defense. Jiang Mian, still hazy from the earlier chaos and with her memories of the past life fading, felt a flicker of empathy at CSCC's words. She stepped forward and shouted, everyone, let go. Let Oppo's discuss this calmly. Is this really the time to escalate things with the zombies lurking below? The onlookers, initially entertained by the spectacle, began to reconsider her words, realizing the potential danger of provoking the zombies. Come on, Chen, whatever the dispute is, just voice it, and we can sort it out. Exactly. Li Dafu, if there and oppose, as an issue, let and oppose, as resolve it like adults, without resorting to petty squabbles. The crowd began to rally for peace, while Zhang Lan remained silent, her expression betraying her unease. Li Dafu, realizing he was in the wrong, shouted back, "Screw your petty arguments. I and oppose, am the one who could have been killed by her." He dared not let anyone discover the truth of his actions against Chen Fang. His only defense lay in completely silencing her. Jiang Mian flicked her nails, a hint of mischief in her tone as she remarked, "Well, she and oppose, still breathing, ISN and oppose, Tishi?" Li Dafu flinched at her nonchalant demeanor, his heart racing as he feigned calmness. "Warning, girl. Don't think just because you've awakened your abilities that I'm afraid of you. This is adult business. Stay out of it." The implication was clear. Stay away from adult affairs. If she insisted on meddling, it could become troublesome. Despite his fierce exterior, Li Dafu was inwardly uncertain. Jiang Mian, undeterred, shifted her focus to Chen Fang. "Aunt Chen, if you have grievances, speak up. There are many here willing to support you," she urged, with CSCC echoing, "Yes. Aunt Chen, please tell us. We will stand by you." Li Dafu and oppose, as heart raced with anxiety. He feared that if Chen Fang spoke, he would become the target of everyone's scorn. Fortunately, Chen Fang seemed indifferent to the others, her gaze solely fixed on her adversary, brimming with hatred. Madwoman. If only she would die. Chapter 11. Sorrow may be contagious. A sudden flash. An icicle shot towards Li Dafu, piercing through his left shoulder. He let out a muffled groan and raised his eyes, only to find it was Chen Fang's son, Ling Yi. The boy's eyes were bloodshot, and he weakly leaned against a nearby shelf, staring at Li Dafu with a gaze that sent chills down his spine. Li Dafu sensed the danger and swiftly reacted, enduring the pain as he dragged Chen Fang in front of him for cover. "You, how could you?" He could hardly believe that Chen Fang's son had awakened his abilities, becoming a supernatural being. Did this mean there was no escape for him? Everyone was stunned, including Jiang Mian. "Let go of my mom, you beast." Ling Yi, though weak, spoke with unwavering conviction. The icicle had been aimed at Li Dafu and oppose, as hard. Unfortunately, it had gone astray due to his inexperience with his powers. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have surely met his end. "Humph. Do you believe I would leap through this window with your mother?" Li Dafu gritted his teeth, the pain in his shoulder causing his brow to furrow. "You dare." Ling Yi's crimson pupils contracted as ice formed at his fingertips, chilling to the bone, sending a shiver through the crowd as the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Chen Fang and oppose, expression changed upon seeing her son. Relief, gratitude, sorrow, and guilt washed over her. She wished that it had been her who perished instead, allowing her child's father to be there for him in this apocalyptic world. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. But it was all right. Her son was now a supernatural being, capable of self-defense. She could finally seek out her child's father without worry. Living was truly exhausting. Ling Yi's pupils widened in panic. No. None anticipated Chen Fang would suddenly muster her strength, colliding with Li Dafu and sending them both tumbling backward out the window. Screams erupted around them. Yet, Jiang Mian reacted swiftly, her right hand transforming into vines that shot out, catching Chen Fang just in time. However, Li Dafu had a firm grip on her as well, making Jiang Mian's task incredibly strenuous. Desperate, Ling Yi stumbled to the windowsill and saw his mother suspended in midair, panic gripping him. He even held his breath, fearing that even the slightest noise would cause her to fall into the horde of zombies below. "Jiang Jie, I would give my life for you if you can save my mom," the 15 or 16-year-old boy cried, grasping at what felt like his last hope. Jiang Mian responded, "What would I want with your life? Can't you see there's still a burden hanging below?" Ling Yi finally realized that Li Dafu was still holding on to his mother. In fury, he shouted, "Beast, let go. Bah, if I die, this scoundrel won't survive either." Li Dafu was not foolish. Given the situation, he was bound to die. Why not take someone down with him? This madwoman was to blame. They might as well perish together. He would not let go. Ling Yi was consumed with rage, wishing he could descend through Jiang Mian and oppose, vines to eliminate that beast. Yet, observing Jiang Mian and oppose struggle, it was clear she could not bear a third person. He leaned further out of the window, the icicle forming and dissipating at his fingertips, unable to strike without risking his mother's safety. "Xiao Yi, mother is tired. I want to find your father." Chen Fang's voice was gentle, and despite the swarm of zombies beneath her, she felt no fear. Ling Yi and Amp, Apos, tears flowed freely as he shook his head vigorously. No, no. Mom, listen to me. I can't do this without you. You cannot leave me. Why? Why can't I protect the one I care for most, even after awakening my abilities? The small boy was truly terrified. His entire world had crumbled. He could forsake everything, but he could not lose his mother. Tears, the size of pearls, fell onto Chen Fang's face, cool against her skin. She looked up at her weeping son and at Jiang Mian, her eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Mian, you are a good girl, she said, attempting to pry the vines away. Xiaoyi is a good child. I entrust him to you. Jiang Mian was not swayed by these last words. She replied coldly. If you can abandon him, why expect others to treat him well? Chen Fang paused, then smiled as she fell, believing in her judgment of people. Ling Yi was utterly despondent, reduced to screams, unsure of what else to do. His mournful cries mingled with the grotesque sounds of zombies feasting below, sending shivers through the crowd. Zhang Lan and the other survivors quietly withdrew, fearing Ling Yi might retaliate, especially since he had just lost his mother. It was wise to keep their distance. Lu Yuan and his group exchanged glances with Jiang Mian and Amp, Apos, crew, but said nothing as they departed. Seeing Ling Yi and Amp, Apos, sorrow, CSCC, overwhelmed by her own pinned-up fears, began to cry as well. Why are you crying now? Jiang Mian asked, perplexed. Wu-Wu. I'm so worried about my parents. Why is Chuan City so far from High City? Wu-Wu. I wonder how they are doing, if they're still alive. CSCC sobbed, her tears flowing freely. Jiang Mian's expression darkened as she fell silent. Perhaps sorrow truly was contagious, for she too longed for her parents. In her previous life, Lu Yuan had accompanied her back home, but they had arrived too late, only to find her father turned into a zombie. And her mother had met a tragic end, reduced to mere bones. She had long harbored a suspicion that her father had transformed into a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse, devouring her mother before wandering into the neighborhood. This notion was heavy, suffocating. Was there still a need to return and confirm it? Some pains were already experienced, yet recalling them still tore at her heart. Xiaoyi. Have something to eat, CSCC said, her eyes swollen, yet managing to adjust her mindset as she handed him a sweet potato sandwich. Ling Yi appeared dazed, his expression vacant as he numbly accepted the sandwich, holding it without moving, as if his spirit had fled. Jiang Mian was not one for comfort, but she believed time was the best remedy. She would leave everything to time. For some, surviving the apocalypse was perhaps more painful than death itself, like Chen Fang, who preferred to abandon her son rather than endure. Everyone has their own way of living, and she refrained from passing judgment. But for Jiang Mian, no matter how difficult life became, she would never willingly choose the path to death. One could only harbor hope if they remained alive, for in life lay infinite possibilities. Chapter 12. A burden. The following morning, the survivors on the second floor stirred restlessly. Jiang Mian was unaware of the agreement they had reached with Lu Yuan, but she observed their well-coordinated efforts. Morning, Mian greeted CSCC, rubbing her eyes and mumbling a hazy salutation. Jiang Mian casually replied with a greeting of her own, leaning against the window as she nibbled on toast, watching the activities below. Leading the charge was the wind elemental ability user, Yang Jia. Light as a feather, he leaped down and shouted to attract a horde of zombies, then sprinted away into the distance. The zombies below diminished in number visibly, all pursuing Yang Jia, although a few oblivious ones lagged behind. At that moment, a young man from the supermarket jumped down, though his pallor indicated he was somewhat shaken by the zombies. Stupid zombies! Come chase me. He yelled, his teeth chattering as he stumbled away. His expression was more pitiful than that of a weeping child, but it proved effective. The area below was completely cleared of zombies. Mian, why didn't you agree to cooperate with Zhang Lan earlier? It seems their plan is working. And that an entire supermarket's worth of supplies. CSCC mused, visibly tempted by the thought. Jiang Mian, however, remained indifferent. No matter how many supplies there are, how much can we carry? One must not be greedy. Without a space ability user or spatial tools, what good are abundant supplies? We can't take any of it with us, and I can't stay here forever. That's true. But it's still a bit of a pity. CSCC sighed. Jiang Mian chose not to observe the survivors and Apos actions any longer. As she could easily guess, they were merely moving the shelves at the staircase and then going down to clear the zombies and repair the previously breached entrance. With Lu Yuan strategizing, she felt confident there would be no zombie retaliation. Throughout the morning, Jiang Mian engaged in physical training with CSCC. While the condition of Ling Yi weighed heavily on her mind, he was in a terrible state, having eaten nothing the day before and still refusing any sustenance today. Not even a drop of water. Whenever food was offered, he would simply turn it down, hardly speaking at all, completely devoid of communication. Jiang Mian couldn't help but doubt his chances of survival. Ling Yi, she called, and his vacant gaze settled on her. His face was pale, lips chapped, clearly dehydrated. Jiang Mian felt a pang of pity, suppressing her irritation as she spoke. Did you see what Cici and I were doing this morning? Ling Yi remained silent, his eyes unfocused. Do you understand why we are working so hard? Because we want to live. I don't know if you want to live, but we do. Do you understand? I'm not your parents. We share no bond. I want to take care of you just because of your mother's words yesterday. So, make a choice. If you want to die, leave our food behind and go. In this world, dying is far easier than living. If you wish to live, then pull yourself together, eat and drink, and stop acting like you are on the brink of death. You are such a burden. Jiang Mian knew her words were harsh, but the truth was undeniable. Whatever choice he made, she would respect it. CSCC felt a twinge of anxiety, finding Ling Yi utterly pitiable, having just lost his mother. Now being pressured by Jiang Mian to make a decision. Yet, she couldn't pinpoint anything wrong with Jiang Mian's approach, leaving her feelings conflicted. At that moment, both pairs of eyes were fixed on Ling Yi, waiting for his response. Nobody anticipated that he would suddenly break into tears like a child deprived of a sweet. His grievances finally unleashed in an overwhelming display of sorrow. What are you two doing? Bullying a kid? Li Mingho poked his head in from outside. Curiosity evident in his gaze, seemingly drawn in by the sound of crying. Get lost. Jiang Mian shot back coldly, accompanied by a roll of her eyes. Ignoring her disdain, Li Mingho continued, I say, little brother, if they're bullying you, come find me. I'll stand up for you. Even without parents, you can still have brothers, right? You shameless. CSCC couldn't hold back her retort, exasperated that he would remind Ling Yi of his lost parents in his moment of grief. Hey, don't be hasty. I'm just trying to give him a gentle reminder, Li Mingho began, but before he could finish, a bottle of rose-scented shower gel flew toward him. He narrowly dodged it with agile reflexes. Jiang Mian, were you doing that on purpose? He exclaimed. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at him as if to say, are you really that dense? You wait, he threatened. But another bottle of shower gel came hurtling towards him, forcing him to retreat from Jiang Mian's territory. Wow, so fierce. Which man would dare to pursue you in the future? Li Mingho muttered under his breath as he left, taking the hint. Upon rejoining his companions, Yi Yunfei approached with a grin, casually draping an arm around Li Mingho's neck, and teasingly remarked, did our Hao Ge get bested again? Li Mingho, flustered, hastily defended himself. Absolutely not. I just went to check on that kid and offer some guidance. Yi Yunfei leaned in closer, feigning seriousness as he listened intently. Oh, the kid is still crying? Seems your guidance was a failure. Li Mingho fell silent, contemplating whether this brother was worth keeping around. Stop chatting. The boss wants you downstairs. There's been a situation, Chiyohu called, leisurely sipping a bottle of rock sugar pear juice as he passed the message. Yi Yunfei's demeanor shifted instantly to one of urgency. He released Li Mingho and asked, what has happened? Chiyohu, robust in stature, turned and walked away, leaving them with a glimpse of his back. The young man who went down with Yang Jie hasn't returned. His mother is downstairs, crying and demanding answers from our boss. Did Yang Jie come back? Yi Yunfei inquired. He did. Good. They both sighed in relief, reassured that as long as it wasn't one of their own in trouble, it was manageable. A commotion erupted downstairs, and Jiang Mian, feeling impatient, rubbed her ears. Having keen hearing was sometimes a nuisance, as every sound pierced her thoughts. Is the crying over? She turned to Ling Yi, who had finally ceased his sobbing, waiting for him to make a choice. Ling Yi couldn't meet her gaze, biting his lip before finally speaking, I'm sorry. Jiang Mian's words rang true. She had no obligation to care for him, and he was no longer the carefree child he once was. When his mother fell, he had yearned for death, wishing to reunite with them, yet he lacked the courage to leap into the abyss. Now, presenting himself in such a pitiful state was truly abhorrent. He despised this weakness within himself. Jiang Mian, hearing his apology, felt her heart soften. You owe no one an apology. In the next moment, Ling Yi shook his head, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and gulping down several mouthfuls, choking and turning beet red as he coughed. Setting the water down, he tore open a package of toast, and began devouring it voraciously, as though he bore a grudge against himself, intent on choking. Slow down. No one is going to take it from you. CSCC gently patted his back, assisting his breathing. Finally, the tension that had hung in the air dissipated. She felt relieved that Ling Yi had made this choice. Having an additional younger brother wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 13. The hypocrisy of Zhang Lan. Jiang Mian acquiesced to Ling Yi's choice and refrained from further comments. Although the young man appeared decent, she believed it prudent to observe him for a while. After all, unlike CSCC, she did not know him well. One must always remain vigilant. For a villain and Oppo's nature is seldom worn on their face. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan led a group to evacuate supplies from the supermarket. Jiang Mian, aware of their destination, remained unperturbed as she continued to train alongside CSCC and Ling Yi. Zhang Lan, having just seen Lu Yuan off, cast a glance toward Jiang Mian, feeling a sense of discomfort. With an ability user present, what significance did his position hold? He hoped fervently that Jiang Mian would not stir up any trouble that would lead to his embarrassment. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? One of the subordinates, noticing his distant gaze, asked in confusion. Zhang Lan snapped back to reality, concealing his emotions, and replied as usual, it's nothing. By the way, ensure that the guards watching over Luo Xiaorong are attentive. We cannot allow her to create a ruckus and sway public sentiment. Luo Xiaorong was the woman who had previously demanded an explanation from Lu Yuan. Her son had gone out to attract zombies and had not returned, leaving her in a state of uncertainty about his fate. When she had caused a scene, Zhang Lan had dismissed it, as it did not concern him directly. Little did he know that Lu Yuan, being astute, would evade responsibility and threaten him, leaving Zhang Lan with no choice but to have Luo Xiaorong confined. The subordinate, thinking Zhang Lan was worried about this matter, promptly assured him, Brother Zhang, rest assured, I've made all the necessary arrangements. She will be well looked after. 2 hours later, Luo Xiaorong burst into Jiang Mian and Oppo's territory, her hair disheveled, shouting for Ling Yi. Ling Yi, do you know how your mother was killed? It was Zhang Lan. That beast. He clearly witnessed Li Dafu mistreating your mother, yet he helped to cover it up. He is no human. He is a scoundrel. He even forced my son to go out and attract zombies, and my innocent, kind-hearted child never returned. It and Oppo's all Zhang Lan and Oppo's fault. He fears I will expose him. So he had me locked up, hoping to silence me. Poor child, you have been deceived by him as well. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, trying to incite Ling Yi to take action against Zhang Lan. Upon hearing her words, Ling Yi and Oppo's expression turned icy, his body radiating a chilling aura as he inquired slowly. So you knew all along, yet pretended not to see? You must have felt a sense of satisfaction in your heart, didn't you? It is a wretched feeling to realize that everyone knew but chose to remain indifferent, as the pain did not touch them directly. How could I not imagine how desperate my beloved mother must have been in that moment? Jiang Mian regarded her with little more than a cursory glance, remaining silent. Having returned from a long absence, she had no vivid memories of the sordid affairs among the supermarket survivors. Should the truth align with Luo Xiaorong's claims, and if Ling Yi sought vengeance against Zhang Lan, she would not interfere. Personal vendettas are a normal occurrence. I didn't. Luo Xiaorong stammered as her words were confronted. She became flustered and attempted to explain. I happened to stumble upon it. I am but a powerless woman. I cannot contend with Zhang Lan or Li Dafu. It is they who have harmed your mother. Child, believe me, I truly have no part in this. CSCC, witnessing Ling Yi struggle to regain his composure, felt an intense dislike for Luo Xiaorong and retorted sharply, your son's failure to return is not our concern. Please leave us. Luo Xiaorong was taken aback by their callousness. It was one thing not to assist her in confronting Zhang Lan, but to expel her was akin to pushing her toward death. Her gaze swept over the three young individuals, filled with disbelief that they could not be subdued, and she dramatically sank to the ground, wailing, Wah! I want to end Oppo's. Leave. Zhang Lan will kill me. My only son has already fallen victim to him. Have some compassion and do not drive me away. All the misdeeds are Zhang Lan's. How can you blame me and cast me out? How can you be so heartless? Are you forcing me to my demise? Upon discovering Luo Xiaorong's absence, Zhang Lan hurriedly gathered his men and arrived to witness her throwing a tantrum while disparaging him. He could only force a smile, addressing Jiang Mian and Ling Yi. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Do not listen to this crazy woman. She has just lost her son and is harboring resentment against me, trying to sully my name. Luo Xiaorong loathed this hypocritical man, her voice rising in fury. Pa. You beast. Dare you swear to the heavens that you did not condone Li Dafu's bullying of Chen Fang, that you did not bring about her demise? You wouldn't dare, would you? I dare. I swear that everything I say is true. Let lightning strike me if I utter a single falsehood. At that moment, Jiang Mian and Appo's heart filled with murderous intent toward Lu Yuan, regretting his earlier leniency that had afforded her the opportunity to lash out. As Ling Yi and Appo's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on Jiang Mian's back, and he swallowed nervously. You lunatic. I will take you back. Stop causing trouble here. You're just rubbing salt in the wounds. Have some humanity. Jiang Mian feigned calmness as he reached for the seated Lu Yuan, but before his hand could touch her, a translucent ice spike grazed his arm. Hissing in pain, he glared fiercely at Ling Yi, suspecting him of harboring murderous intentions. The tension within him snapped. So what if he was an ability user? He had been subservient to Lu Yuan's men, but now even this yellow-haired boy dared to confront him. Did they truly believe him to be a fool? After being suppressed for so long, his anger erupted, and in that moment, Jiang Mian yearned to kill an ability user to prove his worth. Boy, you seek death. Jiang Mian snarled as he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Ling Yi, the sharp blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Ling Yi's eyes. As the blade drew closer, Ling Yi and Appo's mind momentarily blanked. By the time he realized he needed to conjure an ice block for defense, it was too late. Watch out. CSCC cried in alarm. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Jiang Mian and Appo's Right Chapter 14. A murder has occurred under ordinary circumstances. A youth of Ling Yi and Appo's age would be no match in strength for a middle-aged man like Jiang Mian. Yet Ling Yi, being a supernatural adept whose physical prowess had been enhanced, utterly overwhelmed Jiang Mian. After several exchanges, Jiang Mian's initial confidence had completely dissipated. He was filled with bitter resentment. Why had evolution chosen others, and not him? Though the world had descended into apocalypse, its inherent injustices remained unchanged. Ling Yi unleashed a fierce assault upon Jiang Mian, then gradually loosened his grip, releasing him as his anger slowly ebbed away, leaving him fatigued. In the heat of the moment, Ling Yi had truly desired to end Jiang Mian's life, to demand why he had not intervened when his mother was being tormented. Yet, it was all too late. Even if Jiang Mian were slain, his mother could not be revived. Jiang Mian's few henchmen stood nearby, unable to bear witnessing their leader's pitiful state, yet somewhat relieved that Ling Yi had spared his life. Unexpectedly, as Ling Yi turned away, Jiang Mian swiftly seized a dagger from the ground, eyes gleaming with malice. But before he could strike, a vine shot forth, piercing his forehead, blood splattering. A murder. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ling Yi's back. His vision blurred with blood, life extinguished, his body stiffening alongside the dagger as he collapsed. To turn one's back on an enemy was the height of folly. Jiang Mian retracted the bleeding vine from Jiang Mian's head, then coldly glared at the henchman, commanding, "Leave at once." "Do you wish to bury him?" Terrified beyond words, the men hastily retreated, casting nervous glances back at Jiang Mian, fearing that a single turn might result in their own demise by her lethal vine. The gruesome demise of Jiang Mian was still vivid in their minds. Lu Yuan attempted to linger, but a sharp glance from Jiang Mian compelled her to flee. This was no ordinary university student unscathed by society's harshness. She was a ruthless she-devil, unflinching in taking life. Ling Yi and CSCC stood frozen, barely daring to breathe, their minds paralyzed by the reality of Jiang Mian's lethal resolve. Although they understood her actions were to save Ling Yi, Jiang Mian paid no heed to their thoughts. Calmly, she hoisted Jiang Mian's corpse and tossed it out the window, then unscrewed a bottle of mineral water to wash her hands by the window. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Mian asked serenely, "Afraid now?" She was no longer the gentle girl from the early days of the apocalypse. A year and a half of survival had forged her own code. Those who crossed her boundaries deserved death. The two remained silent, unsure how to respond. Fear was futile. This was the apocalypse. Reality was far harsher than today's events. In such a world, especially toward those who once harbored murderous intent, mercy was a luxury one could not afford. Jiang Mian's final words were directed at Ling Yi, hoping he would learn from this ordeal that compassion was a dangerous weakness in the apocalypse. Meeting her gaze, Ling Yi's resolve hardened. "I understand. Never again." Jiang Mian had saved his life twice today, and he felt his debt was immeasurable. He yearned to become as composed and formidable as she. "Cici, I am no longer afraid. I know you are still you, unchanged." CSCC's mindset had undergone a profound transformation, witnessing Aunt Chen's torment and forced suicide. She realized that survival for women in this apocalypse was exceedingly arduous. Men were no less dangerous than zombies. If she clung to her pre-apocalypse mentality, she would become the next victim. Resolved, CSCC vowed to endure training without complaint. As an ordinary person without awakened supernatural abilities, she knew she must strive twice as hard to survive. The sweat she shed today would yield rewards in the future. She aspired to a life worth anticipating. Meanwhile, the survivors on the first floor, upon learning of Jiang Mian's death, exchanged uneasy glances. Their thoughts varied. Shall we elect a new leader? I think not. This place must be cursed. Every leader we choose dies. Out of all these people, is there no one with a fever? If we had an adept among us, would we fear that yellow-haired girl upstairs? Quiet down. If you're not scared, I sure am. You didn't see how she killed Jiang Mian. The vine pierced his head like tofu in an instant. Terrifying. I'm sure I'll have nightmares tonight. That's not quite right, is it? The two adepts upstairs both came from here, didn't they? The group fell silent, stung by the truth, engrossed in their discussion. They failed to notice the three figures descending until Jiang Mian cleared her throat. The supermarket survivors froze, turning slowly to face her, their faces blanching, breath held in terror. Jiang Mian spoke first. Have you chosen a new leader? All shook their heads. They suspected she intended to kill the next leader. No one dared step forward. I see we're leaving tomorrow. I wanted to request some supplies from your leader. Should I wait until you've chosen one? At the mention of her departure, the crowd relaxed. Girl, take whatever you want. No need to be polite. Yeah, grab as much as you want. We've got plenty. They were pragmatic. With only 3 people, they knew the supplies in the supermarket were vast, and it was not worth risking their lives to offend Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian smiled knowingly. Very well, then. I want to be shy. With that, she led CSCC and Ling Yi inside to select provisions: bread, instant noodles, chocolate bars, chicken, and duck legs. Bottled water, boxes upon boxes carried to the supermarket entrance. Soon, a small mountain of supplies accumulated there. Though all understood it was but a fraction of the entire store's wealth. I'll go get the car. You two wait here and start loading once I arrive. Jiang Mian instructed, clutching a kitchen knife. Ling Yi nodded, while CSCC, also armed with a knife and slightly anxious, urged, Mian, be careful. Don't worry. Just follow my instructions, aim for the zombie's head. Killing them is still straightforward. This would serve as a training opportunity for the two. And they would load the supplies for tomorrow's departure. Thanks to Lu Yuan's prior efforts, an open space had been cleared at the entrance for loading. Jiang Mian only needed to back the vehicle up to the door when the time came. Chapter 15. The liquors. As the sliding door was pulled open, it emitted a sharp screech, prompting the surrounding zombies to collectively turn their heads and converge towards the entrance of the supermarket. Fortunately, there were not many of them at present, merely a handful, and Jiang Mian demonstrated her prowess by swiftly severing the head of one with a clean strike. These were all novice zombies, slow-moving and easily dispatched. The two companions nodded, gripping their knives tightly, eager to try their hand. The movements appeared deceptively simple. Especially since Jiang Mian had meticulously instructed them beforehand, the techniques firmly etched in their minds. Ling Yi aimed at a zombie, adjusting his knife to find the optimal angle. And with a forceful chop, the zombie's head fell to the ground, its body collapsing shortly thereafter. Jiang Mian gave him a thumbs up, lavishly praising him. Well done. After all, Ling Yi was still a child, and abundant encouragement could only bolster his enthusiasm. Upon hearing the compliment, Ling Yi's ears flushed a deep red as he bashfully averted his gaze, moving on to target another zombie. CSCC, witnessing his success, felt a surge of confidence and swung her knife at a nearby zombie resembling an elderly woman. With a loud clack, the blade lodged itself in the zombie and Oppo's neck. Proving difficult to extricate, CSCC struggled in a comical tug-of-war with the creature, nearly evoking laughter from Jiang Mian. Ah, my knife, I can't pull it out. Mian, she exclaimed in distress. Suppressing her laughter, Jiang Mian offered a serious critique. Cici, your strength is a bit lacking. You should focus on strength training in the future. Taking CSCC's knife, she twisted with vigor, shattering the zombie's neck and successfully retrieving the weapon to return to her. While CSCC felt a pang of disappointment, her resolve hardened. I refuse to believe their necks are tougher than my knife. She identified her next target, no longer hesitating as she swung with all her might. The moment the blade met bone, a jolt reverberated through her hand, yet she succeeded in severing the zombie and Oppo's head. Did I succeed? CSCC marveled in disbelief, her joy bubbling forth as she nearly leaped from the ground. Though her hand ached from gripping the knife, she had indeed slain a zombie through her own strength. All right, you two keep practicing. I'll go start the car, Jiang Mian said, swiftly dispatching 2 more zombies before dashing towards where she had parked the previous day. Moments later, a black SUV backed up to the supermarket entrance, and as the door opened, Jiang Mian stepped out. Most of the surrounding zombies had been eliminated by Ling Yi, showcasing the innate strength of an ability user, while CSCC had begun to show signs of fatigue. She would need to awaken her abilities soon, as the disparity in strength between ordinary individuals and ability users was significant. The subsequent loading of supplies went smoothly. The SUV's trunk filled to the brim with food and drinking water, ensuring they need not worry about sustenance for at least a month. Upon returning to the second floor, Jiang Mian selected 2 lightweight tracksuits from the clothing section, while CSCC and Ling Yi, each with a black backpack slung over their shoulders, gathered essential items for their journey. With their departure set for the following day, Jiang Mian meticulously recalled the route taken in her previous life alongside Lu Yuan, deciding to avoid the perilous Sanjiang Bridge. The Sanjiang River was vast, akin to a colossal dragon bisecting the city of Chuan, with their location in the southern part, necessitating a northern trek to return to Haisher. The Sanjiang Bridge represented the quickest route northward, but alternative paths would require at least double the distance, due to its efficiency. In the early days of the apocalypse, those seeking to escape Chuan flocked to Sanjiang Bridge, resulting in chaos, congestion, and frequent accidents. The bridge became a veritable bottleneck. Most critically, a band of marauding thugs armed with firearms terrorized the area, and in her past life, Xiao had met his demise there. Jiang Mian had no intention of confronting such formidable foes, opting instead for a safer detour. As night descended, the occupants of the supermarket succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Mian, in a light sleep, jolted awake, holding her breath to listen intently. That sound, if she was not mistaken, it was a licker. Zombies that had consumed sufficient flesh and blood could evolve, differentiating into various levels. First level, second level, third level, and so forth, with the preceding numbers indicating the frequency of their evolution. The higher the evolution level, the greater their physical prowess and intelligence. Those exceeding third level might even possess abilities. Yet, evolution could fail, resulting in a transformation into what were termed lickers. Lickers lacked intelligence, driven solely by the instinct to feed. Unlike zombies, they feared sunlight and primarily operated under the cover of night. Their appearance resembled that of a giant gecko, with long limbs and an inability to walk upright, excelling in climbing with remarkable jumping ability and speed. Their skin was a pale white, smooth and hairless, with an elongated, flexible tongue emerging from their gaping jaws. In her previous life, Jiang Mian had severed many a licker's tongue. Gently, she nudged CSCC, who lay beside her, and swiftly covered her mouth just as CSCC was about to utter a sound. Sure, there is something outside, very dangerous. If you understand, blink, and I'll let go. Momentarily bewildered, CSCC's awareness sharpened upon hearing the word danger, and she obediently blinked. Now go wake Ling Yi, be quiet, and then head to the first floor together. CSCC, taken aback, whispered, "Aren't you coming? I'll handle this trouble and join you shortly." Jiang Mian intended to keep the battlefield contained on the second floor, striving to prevent any disturbances below. The sound, echoing eerily through the night, seemed akin to something crawling outside the walls, sending chills down CSCC's spine. Perhaps this was the danger Jiang Mian spoke of. She did not dare to be obstinate, knowing that remaining behind would only complicate matters for Jiang Mian, so she complied and went to awaken Ling Yi. Once CSCC and Ling Yi departed, Jiang Mian approached the largest window on the second floor, opening it wide. The noise attracted the attention of the lickers. By the light of the moon, she spotted a licker leaping in with agility, crashing into a row of shelves. It let out a hiss, resembling a giant lizard, tilting its head to roar at Jiang Mian, and in the next instant, a long pink tongue shot forth with incredible speed. The licker's tongue bore countless tiny suckers. If ensnared, one would be instantly pulled away. Jiang Mian sidestepped, the tongue whisking past her, creating a gust that tousled her bangs. In an instant, the wall struck by the licker's tongue developed fine cracks, nearly indistinguishable in the darkness. Chapter 16. Changing prey. Jiang Mian was acutely aware of the formidable nature of its tongue and prepared herself with utmost vigilance. She swiftly swung her knife, but alas, was a moment too late. Its speed was overwhelmingly advantageous. It seems I've become a bit rusty, Jiang Mian murmured to herself. The liquor, having missed its strike, let out a roar as it scaled the ceiling, gazing down hungrily at its prey. Closer and closer it crept, the sound of its approach punctuated by the rhythmic thud of its movements. Suddenly, with a swift flick, its pink tongue lashed out, only to hit the ground, causing the liquor to plummet from the ceiling, crashing into several rows of shelves. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mian tightened her grip on the kitchen knife and lunged at it, engaging in a fierce struggle. Unfortunately, she only managed to slice one of its legs. With a hissing sound, it leaped back onto the ceiling, skittering nervously while roaring at Jiang Mian. The commotion roused the survivors on the first floor, who, oblivious to the chaos above, sensed something amiss from the noise. What's going on up there in the middle of the night? Can't anyone get some sleep? Someone grumbled as they lit a candle. Keep it down. What if something happened upstairs? Came a worried reply. What could possibly happen? It's just noise. If they're leaving, can't they be quiet about it? As they bickered, the survivors lost their sense of calm, gathering in clusters to complain about the disturbance above. CSCC, however, was too preoccupied to care about their grievances. She feared the noise would attract the monster and hurriedly led Ling Yi towards them. Shut up if you want to live. Stay quiet. There's a monster upstairs. At the mere mention of a monster, the group fell silent, a palpable panic spreading among them as they sensed impending doom. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground and the sound of footsteps suggested something was approaching the first floor. Oh no, it's coming down. Being an ability user, Ling Yi's hearing was sharper than that of ordinary people, allowing him to detect the monster's movements more easily. It's almost at the escalator. What should we do? What kind of monster is it? Aren't and Oppos. To you an ability user? Go kill it. In their fear, someone pushed Ling Yi forward, inciting CSCC and Oppos' anger. You selfish fools. You're the ones who drew the monster here. Why push Ling Yi out now? Unforgivable. You all better pray for your own survival. With that, CSCC seized Ling Yi and dashed towards the warehouse, seeking a place to hide. The others, seeing them flee, instinctively followed, panicked and thoughtless, like headless chickens. Jiang Mian was equally surprised that the liquor had opted to descend, perhaps realizing that this prey was not so easily subdued and deciding to change targets. Despite Jiang Mian having severed its tongue and a leg, its speed remained unaffected. The liquor possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, as long as it was alive. Its tongue and leg would regrow in a few days. Having entered the warehouse, CSCC found herself unable to close the door due to the throng of survivors pushing in behind her. Watching the monster dart across the ceiling, her heart raced in terror. Quickly, hurry. The others were equally terrified, the creature's swift movements against the ceiling sending chills down their spines. Ling Yi, noticing the situation, unleashed 3 ice spikes at Chapter 17. The crystal core of the liquor on the second floor. Mian questioned, why are you keeping this monster's head? CSCC, covering her nose, asked in confusion. Jiang Mian placed the creature's head on the counter, speaking calmly, this is a valuable item. Ling Yi has finished the light, so I'll show you a miracle. No, it's more about broadening horizons. Ling Yi raised his flashlight obediently and said, all right, sister. The 3 gathered around the head on the counter. Jiang Mian wielded a knife, Ling Yi shone his light, and CSCC covered her mouth and nose. Jiang Mian carefully sliced the creature's head in 2, then lowered the knife and reached into the brain cavity, exploring with her hand. Soon, she retrieved a black crystal. What is this? A crystal core? CSCC covered her mouth in disbelief. The novel was right. Oh my god, it's a crystal core. Ah, I should have thought of that earlier, she lamented. I asked such a foolish question. Ling Yi replied, before the apocalypse, she must have read quite a few end-of-the-world novels. Jiang Mian, amused by his remark, thought, she probably never guessed she's reborn, right? Wash it with water, she instructed. After cleaning the crystal core thoroughly, she handed it over to the others for examination. I need to change my clothes first. Keep an eye on it. Don't lose this precious item. The crystal core of the liquor had always been highly valued during the apocalypse, owing to its utility. CSCC, grinning, took the core and said, look at you. Treasure it well. Don't worry, we're not children. 20 minutes later, Jiang Mian changed into a gray sports outfit, washed her hair, and dried it with a towel. Mian asked, how did you think of dissecting that monster's head? That was so clever. Ling Yi's gaze also fixed on her, clearly curious. Jiang Mian, prepared with her explanation, replied serenely, I had a fever and dreamt of many post-apocalyptic scenes. Ling Yi, did you dream of anything? Ling Yi shook his head honestly. No. I was delirious during my fever. It was unbearable, and I couldn't dream. CSCC, surprised, asked, "So, Mian, you saw such monsters with crystal cores in your dreams?" Jiang Mian nodded. "Yes, this creature is called a licker. It's skilled at climbing and jumping extremely fast. It also has a very long tongue, but I cut it off. It should be near the window. If you're interested, we can look for it once dawn breaks." "Thanks, but no need," CSCC declined. Ling Yi, intrigued, nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Mian then explained, "This crystal core is called an awakening crystal. It's perfect for you. In my dream, I saw its purpose. It can assist ordinary people in awakening their supernatural abilities, with a success rate of 40%. CSCC's eyes widened in excitement, trembling with anticipation. "It can help me awaken my powers?" Really? She had always dreamed of awakening her abilities, craving strength, longing to return and protect her parents. Yet, as an ordinary person, she believed those hopes were beyond reach. Now, Jiang Mian claimed that this black crystal core could make her dreams come true. She was overwhelmed with joy. "Yes, but we can't try it now. We're leaving at dawn, and there is no time to risk a fever. Fever can last a whole day and night. Once we find a safe haven, we'll let her use it then," Jiang Mian assured. CSCC was moved to tears, clutching Jiang Mian in a heartfelt embrace. "You're too kind to me. I don't know how to thank you. If I were a man, I'd dedicate myself to you, devoting my life solely to your happiness." Jiang Mian pushed her away. Annoyed, "Get your head out of the clouds, please." Despite the rejection, CSCC felt immense happiness. Having such a formidable roommate in the apocalypse was her greatest fortune. Suddenly, she remembered a serious question. Grabbing Ling Yi, she said, "Ling Yi, about Mian's dreams, we must keep this secret. No one can know. In the apocalypse novels, the more unique a person is, the more they attract trouble. We must protect her." Ling Yi, caught off guard, raised his hand solemnly. "I swear I won't tell anyone. Jiang Jia saved my life, and I will protect her forever, never betray her." Hearing this, Jiang Mian felt nothing. As long as he didn't take it seriously, she wouldn't be harmed. Children believe in such promises. Adults know better. CSCC, unable to contain her eye roll, thought, "What a loyal little boy. Just keeping a secret isn't enough. He even threw in forever." If his future wife heard this, she'd be jealous. Ling Yi, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. "Sister Cici, I'm only 15. No wives or anything. You're overthinking." "Huh? You're blushing now? Be honest, do you like any girls?" CSCC teased. Ling Yi lowered his head, helpless. "No." Before she could say more, Jiang Mian interrupted. "Let me give you a quick lesson on the habits of lickermen and zombies, then let us rest a bit because we need to leave at dawn." Both responded in unison, "Okay." The next morning, as dawn broke faintly, Jiang Mian woke CSCC and Ling Yi. After a simple breakfast, they set off. Jiang Mian's chosen vehicle was a black SUV with a high chassis, nearly new and in excellent condition. They boarded the vehicle. Jiang Mian drove. CSCC sat in the passenger seat, and Ling Yi occupied the back alone, with 3 black backpacks containing their supplies. Their destination was Haishur City, Jiang Mian and CSCC's hometown, where their parents resided. No matter how their previous life had ended, Jiang Mian yearned to revisit her childhood home. With a faint hope, she felt compelled to go. Ling Yi had no relatives. Wherever Jiang Mian went, he followed, indifferent to the destination. The streets of the post-apocalyptic city were bleak and desolate. Wind swept fallen leaves across the cracked, uneven terrain. This was the first time CSCC and Ling Yi left the supermarket, and their hearts felt heavy. An abandoned city was a ghostly sight, strewn with debris, scrap metal, and wrecked vehicles nearby, remnants of violent accidents. Dried bloodstains marked the roads, and occasional flies buzzed by, serving as grim reminders that this city was no longer safe. Silence enveloped the trio as the SUV entered a commercial district. After a few hundred meters, the road was blocked. CSCC sighed. Another accident. The road is occupied by abandoned wrecks. What now? Such scenes were commonplace in the apocalypse. Jiang Mian, unperturbed, suggested calmly, "I'll go take a look." Stay in the vehicle. Chapter 18. Refusal of companions. The off-road vehicle came to a halt as Jiang Mian alighted, swiftly leaping onto the hood of a white sedan. As she gazed ahead, she observed that this stretch of road had witnessed a chain collision involving at least 7 or 8 vehicles, including a bus. It was evident that passage was nearly impossible. In moments like these, she found herself reminiscing about Li Mingho in the past, when confronted with such predicaments. They would simply let him charge ahead. Now, however, it seemed prudent to take a detour. just as Jiang Mian was about to descend from the hood. A blue sedan approached from the distance. In this post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Mian preferred to engage with zombies rather than humans, for the latter harbored far too many ulterior motives. The blue sedan gradually came to a stop behind their vehicle, and a man clad in a black suit exited. He appeared to be in his 30s. With a well-proportioned visage and a height of approximately 6 feet, suggesting he was once a business elite before the world changed. He cast a glance at Jiang Mian before shifting his gaze behind her, expressing mild disappointment as he inquired whether the road was indeed impassable. Jiang Mian felt no inclination to converse. She nimbly jumped down and made her way toward her own vehicle. "I come from Downing Street," she advised. "And I must inform you that it is also blocked. Bingyang Road is similarly congested." As the man spoke, he discreetly assessed the situation within Jiang Mian's vehicle. Having already gleaned a rough idea of the occupants of his car while perched atop the sedan, she noted that a man occupied the front passenger seat and 2 women were seated in the back. Since the man was willing to share information, Jiang Mian deemed it inappropriate to remain silent any longer and responded calmly, "Thank you for the reminder." The man chuckled lightly, dismissing it as a mere trifling matter. As Jiang Mian prepared to enter her vehicle, he hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, may I inquire where you are headed? If our paths align, it would be beneficial for us to travel together and look out for one another." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mian declined, "Thank you, but we shall not be traveling together." Upon returning to the car, CSCC promptly inquired, "Mian, what do they want?" Influenced by Jiang Mian's constant reminders to remain vigilant around every survivor, she now found herself more anxious in the presence of living beings than when confronting zombies. Often imagining elaborate scenarios of cunning and conflict. Unaware of CSCC's thoughts, Jiang Mian replied casually, "There are 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, who wish to invite us to join them, but I declined." CSCC nodded in agreement. Yes, it was wise to refuse. "I now see everyone as a potential threat," Jiang Mian added thoughtfully. He also mentioned that Downing Street and Bingyang Road are blocked. "Older sister, that man is still outside, watching us," said Ling Yi, who had been observing their actions from the window. He was intentionally honing his alertness. The world had transformed, and he too needed to adapt. "Oh, he is coming over," exclaimed CSCC. "Calm down, there is no need to panic. With Jiang Mian here, what is there to fear?" CSCC replied, confident in her sister's formidable nature. "Knock, knock." The man rapped on Jiang Mian's window, signaling her to lower it. Slightly irked, she opened it only a crack and asked curtly, "What is it?" "Your alertness is commendable," he remarked. "I'm Joamo, let us get acquainted." "Rest assured, we mean no harm. There are also 2 older sisters in the car who would surely have much to discuss with you." Disregarding the potential for offense, CSCC bluntly interjected, "In this apocalyptic world, who has time for idle chit-chat?" "Joamo, Jiang Mian, indeed. Might I ask you to make way?" Their vehicle was parked directly behind Jiang Mian's, effectively blocking any escape. Joamo glanced around, noting a few zombies drawn by the scent. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well. I will back out first." Having said this, he felt it unwise to persist further, as it would only appear overly eager. As Joamo returned to his vehicle, the front passenger, Lin Lu, eagerly spoke up, "Brother Mo, that girl is quite the catch. She has that university student vibe. The boss will surely be interested." "Ah. She is so cold and aloof. She won and amp. Oppos, be easy to win over. There is another girl who looks decent. And a young man in the back seat seems acceptable too. But with such composure, is it genuine, or just an act?" Joamo mused while starting the engine. Lin Lu dismissed the concern. "Just 2 girls and a boy? What could they possibly have to rely on? I suspect it's all a facade." Realizing Joamo was reversing, Lin Lu questioned, "Brother Mo, what are you doing? If you back out, you'll let them escape. You can't just let a cooked duck fly away. Why rush? Who knows these routes better than us? Besides, I made it sound like all the paths are blocked. If they manage to leave, it would be rather surprising." Lin Lu gave him a thumbs up. "That is my brother Mo. With that scholarly rogue demeanor, you'll surely charm those girls. It'll be a piece of cake." Suddenly, Lin Lu turned, gesturing wildly. "Hey you, stop crying already. Do you want a smack?" Xiao Xiang hastily wiped away her tears, pleading, "Big brother, I beg you, please take me back. Don't you have a doctor? Save my brother first. I'll do anything you ask, truly. Just save him." Lin Lu scoffed, "If your brother dies, it's even better for you. No one will bother you, and you can live freely, doing as you please." "No, that is not it," Xiao Xiang sobbed. He is my only family left in this world. I implore you. Save him. I truly will do anything. Damn it, I have no family left either, but I live quite well, Lin Lu retorted. Having been abandoned at an orphanage as a child, to him, family meant nothing. Qiu Xiang fell silent, her shoulders trembling as tears streamed down uncontrollably. She felt foolish and helpless. Still crying? Do you want me to toss your brother out on the road? No. I want to cry. I want to cry. Qiu Xiang struggled to breathe deeply, trying to stifle her tears. The other woman, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Qiu Xiang's plight, shrank back into the corner, attempting to diminish her presence. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, the events transpiring in the blue sedan WER Chapter 19, Slime Ling Yi, they are catching up. A smirk graced Jiang Mian's lips, realizing that the fox's tail could no longer be concealed. From the very beginning, she had not trusted a single word from them. The Riverside Road was completely unobstructed. In her previous life, she had traversed this very route with Lu Yuan, reaching the Sanjiang Bridge without hindrance. Consequently, she deduced that the other party was likely attempting to deceive her. The supposedly impassable route must indeed be accessible. Indeed, they were relentless in their pursuit. CSCC, slumped in her seat, asked despondently, what do they want? Perhaps they perceive us, two young women and a child, as easy prey? In the early days of the apocalypse, this might have been true, but a year into it, no man would dare to provoke women recklessly. The vulnerable ones had long since perished. Those who survived after a year surely possessed some genuine skills. Suddenly alarmed, CSCC exclaimed, they've accelerated. Are they going to crash into us? Madness. Jiang Mian glanced in the rearview mirror, made a swift decision, and instructed, Ling Yi, I will turn left at the upcoming intersection. Seize the opportunity to blow out their tires. Understood, I will give it a try. Ling Yi adjusted his backpack and moved to the right window, gradually lowering it. Do not be anxious, it is all right if you fail. I can manage, Jiang Mian reassured him with a calming glance. Ling Yi nodded. Now. Jiang Mian executed a sharp turn, the vehicle veering to the right, and Ling Yi saw the blue sedan barreling towards them. Watch out. They've turned, Lin Lu shouted. But before he could finish, their car collided with a nearby telephone pole. Zhou Mo reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes, yet the front of the car was still mangled. Lin Lu, who had not fastened his seatbelt, struck his forehead and bled. Ouch. My head. Lin Lu exclaimed, inspecting the blood on his hand. The two girls in the back suffered various head injuries, though none were bleeding. They pressed their foreheads and groaned quietly. Superpowers, was that their reliance? Zhou Mo released the steering wheel, disregarding the others in the vehicle, and rushed towards the point where Jiang Mian had turned. Ling Yi felt a wave of disappointment. In that moment of contact, he sensed that his ice spikes were too weak to puncture the tires. Do not be disheartened. Your power level is too low. It is normal that you cannot pierce high-speed tires, Jiang Mian consoled him. After all, she had merely suggested it on a whim. Jiang Mian opened the car door and stepped out, with CSCC and Ling Yi following suit, standing behind her. I underestimated you. Your brother is an ice-based ability user. Are there any others? Zhou Mo crossed his arms and scrutinized the trio with narrowed eyes. Jiang Mian brandished a kitchen knife, flicking the blade with her fingertips. Are you eager to know? Come closer, and I shall tell you. Haha, do you think a kitchen knife will frighten me? I have already told you. I mean no harm. The world is chaotic, and you three children are easily bullied. Why not come with me? We have a safe base, and abilities are favored there. Dressed in a black suit and standing at 6 feet tall, Zhou Mo exuded a formidable presence. Initially, he sought to capture women, but his intentions had shifted. He now desired to recruit ability users and build his own faction. That fool Jin Liancheng should step aside. The gang was in disarray, and if it continued, it would not endure long in this apocalypse. He needed to rise to power and reorganize the gang. Apologies, but the one with malicious intent is me. Jiang Mian hurled the kitchen knife towards Zhou Mo's forehead. In an instant, his head transformed into a green, gelatinous mass, the knife cleaving through the viscous substance. Within moments, the goo reformed, and the green hue receded, revealing Zhou Mo and Amp Appo's complete visage once more. He chuckled with arrogance. Impulsive are we? You cannot kill me. I advise you to conserve your strength. His ability was slime transformation, and in this world, no one could slay a slime. Jiang Mian's lips curled in disdain. His arrogance was palpable. What will you do when I exhaust your abilities? Will you still be laughing then? Indeed, Zhou Mo and Amp Appo's smile gradually stiffened, ultimately vanishing. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, before that, I shall kill you. The ease with which she exposed his weakness infuriated him. What an insufferable little girl. Very well. I never spare those who harbor murderous intent towards me. Ling Yi, attack him. Affirmative. Ling Yi immediately activated his powers, launching ice spikes towards Zhou Mo. The spikes pierced the goo but continually merged back together. In the next moment, Zhou Mo transformed into a puddle of green slime, rapidly slithering towards Jiang Mian. Zhou Mo despised ice. Being pierced by ice spikes felt uniquely frigid, and if this continued, he feared he would be frozen. Panic surged within him. He needed to resolve this swiftly, thus he lunged at Jiang Mian. CSCC gasped upon seeing the writhing green mass. Ah, what is that? So disgusting. You are the one who is disgusting. Zhou Mo retorted. CSCC, get back in the car. Jiang Mian urged. Having an ordinary person around was of little use now. Understanding the intent to protect her, CSCC complied. All right, you all be careful. Meanwhile, Lin Lu rummaged through the glove compartment for a towel when another woman dashed out of the car. Damn it. What are you doing? Frustrated. Lin Lu abandoned the towel search, exited the vehicle, drew his gun, and fired at the woman and amp. Oppo's back. Bang. The woman collapsed, blood instantly staining her clothing. Yet she struggled to crawl forward, pain rendering her limbs weak. Knowing I have a gun, you dared to escape. Who gave you the audacity? Yang Jingru? Fuming. He approached her, only to hear the sound of an engine revving behind him. Lin Lu was on the verge of losing control. One after another, they were a nuisance. He immediately turned his gun, firing 2 shots that punctured the car's tires. Damn. My car. Lin Lu's heart ached. He was furious enough to want to eliminate Xiao Xiang for her audacity, but she had locked the door from the inside, making it impossible to open. Xiao Xiang gripped the steering wheel, her hands trembling in fear. What should she do? Who would save her and her brother? You are finished. Lin Lu gestured across his throat. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo appeared to be struggling as well. Considering Xiao Xiang's half-dead brother was still in the trunk, she likely wouldn't dare to flee. She should assist Zhou Mo first. The slime Zhou Mo surged towards Jiang Mian, who instinctively transformed her hands into vines, thrusting them toward the repugnant green mass. To her surprise, it flowed smoothly along the vines, and as she instinctively dispelled her powers, the slime clung to her hands, refusing to be shaken off. Chapter 20, Pei Yu, damn it. The repulsive slime relentlessly crept toward Jiang Mian's head, intent on enveloping her and suffocating her to death. She had been careless. She should never have allowed Zhou Mo to get so close. Sister Jiang. Ling Yi was deeply worried. Unable to use his powers for fear of harming Jiang Mian, he could only tear at the slime with his bare hands. Yet, the slime he threw off quickly writhed back to its original form. Seeing this, CSCC disregarded the disgusting nature of the slime and hurriedly got out of the car to help. Mian, hold on. The two of them tearing at the slime could not keep pace with its rate of regeneration. If this continued, Jiang Mian would be in grave danger. Just then, Lin Lu appeared, brandishing a pistol, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, how pitiful. I'll send you all to the afterlife right now. CSCC, seeing the gun, panicked and stood up abruptly, placing her hands protectively in front of Jiang Mian and Ling Yi. Trembling, she pleaded, don't shoot. We were wrong. We'll come back with you to the safe base. A gun, just one bullet could end her life. Was she afraid? Absolutely. She did not want to die. But Jiang Mian was right behind her, and she dared not step aside. This was the only way she could shield them. Lin Lu sneered malevolently. Too late. Die. He was not so easily fooled. The series of mishaps today had already drained his patience. Bang. A scream pierced the air, but the anticipated pain never came. Curious. CSCC opened her eyes to see Lin Lu lying in a pool of blood, a bullet through his head, seemingly lifeless. She was stunned. There was another group of people nearby. Frantically scanning her surroundings, she spotted a man armed with a gun sprinting toward them. Kid, freeze him. Get water. The man shouted. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Jiang Mian. CSCC barely had time to think before murmuring, okay, I'll get water. I'll get water. Ling Yi, desperate and flustered, tore at the slime with renewed urgency, lamenting, I don't know how to freeze it. I can't. Yes, you can. You are an ice element ability user. Focus. Do you want to save her? Tell me. I do. Calming himself, Ling Yi recalled how Jiang Mian had saved him twice and remembered his vow to protect her. He refused to break his promise, placing both hands on the slime. He dispelled all distractions and concentrated his energy. A layer of frost swiftly spread over the surface of the green slime. CSCC retrieved bottled water from the car, joy blooming on her face at the sight. It worked. Give me the water, the man holding Jiang Mian said, twisting open the cap and pouring the water over her head. One bottle emptied swiftly. Another bottle. CSCC had already opened the second bottle and handed it to him. After the water was poured, the man applied gentle force and successfully separated the slime from Jiang Mian's face. Both CSCC and Ling Yi exhaled in relief. She was saved. Yet Jiang Mian remained unconscious. CSCC anxiously tapped her cheeks, trying to rouse her. Mian. Wake up. Jiang Mian. Don't scare me like this. Ling Yi's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with guilt. If only he had thought of this sooner. Jiang Mian wouldn't have ended up like this. Stop wailing. She's not dead yet. If you keep crying, you'll attract more zombies, the man warned. He checked her pulse. She was alive. His heart finally settled. If Jiang Mian had died, he would have perished alongside her. Luckily, that fate was averted. CSCC stifled her sobs and asked anxiously, Really? But why has she woken up yet? Really? I'm a doctor. I assure you she is alive. The man cradled Jiang Mian's shoulder and gently supported her head. Just as he hesitated whether to perform artificial respiration, the woman in his arms opened her eyes. You're awake. Jiang Mian blinked, taking in the unfamiliar but strikingly handsome face before her, features rivaling those of Lu Yuan. A high, noble nose, alluring thin lips, and eyes clear yet unfathomable, with a tiny tear mole under one eye that added a touch of tenderness. She was momentarily captivated, then hurriedly pulled away from his embrace. Who are you? Hello, my name is Pei Yu. Before the apocalypse, I was a doctor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pei Yu said politely, extending his hand with a gracious smile. Jiang Mian found his smile enchanting, his eyes seemingly speaking volumes. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze and coldly said, Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession. Pei Yu smiled wryly. Little liar. Do you think I wouldn't know if you had a cleanliness obsession? Jiang Mian was fully awake now. CSCC was delighted but felt compelled to mediate the awkward atmosphere, especially since it was Pei Yu who had saved them. Thank you for saving us. I'm CSCC, and this is Jiang Mian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ling Yi followed suit. Thank you. I'm Ling Yi. You're welcome. Pei Yu nodded, glancing toward the distance. We need to leave. The scent of blood here is too strong. Nearby, zombies were already feasting on the corpse of a woman who had been shot while fleeing earlier. Soon, Lin Lu's body would attract them as well. Sister Jiang, what should we do about this man? Ling Yi asked, pointing to the green slime frozen on the ground. Jiang Mian's gaze rested on the slime. Slightly larger than a basketball. She pressed her lips together. Put it in a bag and take it with us. We can't leave him here. Kill him when his powers are depleted and he can no longer transform. Understood. Ling Yi immediately set off to find his sack. Pei Yu searched the body and retrieved Lin Lu's pistol, tossing it to Jiang Mian with a bold declaration, This is yours now. Instinctively, Jiang Mian caught the gun and swiftly removed the magazine. 3 bullets remained. Having learned to use firearms from Lu Yuan in her previous life, Jiang Mian was no stranger to handguns. CSCC was surprised that Jiang Mian could handle a gun but wisely refrained from questioning when she had learned. Pei Yu shrugged helplessly. I searched him thoroughly. No spare magazines. Jiang Mian pondered briefly. I'll check their car. I don't want this gun to become useless after 3 shots. That would be a shame. At that moment, Qiu Xiang, mustering courage, stepped forward. Since Lin Lu's death, she had been hiding behind a nearby car, observing them. She had heard the man say he was a doctor and saw a glimmer of hope. Determined to take a chance, she said, I know where he keeps the bullets. I'll take you there. The next second, Jiang Mian raised her gun and pointed it at her, her tone sharp. You're part of their group. No. You're mistaken. They captured me. My brother is still in their trunk. He is an ability user and was shot. Please, you have to save him. I'll do whatever you want. Please. Qiu Xiang knelt, bowing her head in desperation. Sister Jiang. Ling Yi, deeply familiar with the pain of losing loved ones, felt a pang of sympathy. Even CSCC was moved. Chapter 21. Saving Qiu Hu. Jiang Mian's expression remained inscrutable. She was not easily swayed by others' emotions. Even though the woman wept pitifully, tears cascading down her cheeks, her gun was steadfastly held. First, take me to get the bullets. No tricks. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xiang felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly got to her feet, exclaiming, All right, I will take you. Pei Yu remained silent. When he recognized that the woman pleading for help was Qiu Xiang, a realization washed over him. This was how Jiang Mian was acquainted with them. Being involved in Jiang Mian's journey and accompanying her through the apocalypse brought a profound sense of reassurance. The blue sedan was already swarmed with zombies. Pei Yu stated, "You go with her to retrieve the bullets. I'll handle the zombies." Jiang Mian glanced at him but said nothing. She would not refuse help when it was offered. Ling Yi brandished a knife and asserted, "I will join as well." CSCC glanced at them and decided to lend her skills too. Thus, Jiang Mian followed Qiu Xiang to the blue sedan. She watched as Qiu Xiang opened the passenger door and rummaged through the storage compartment. In a short while, she produced 2 boxes of bullets. Qiu Xiang handed all the bullets to Jiang Mian, her eyes darting nervously to the dark muzzle of the gun still pointed at her forehead. "I didn't deceive you. Can we go save my brother now?" Qiu Xiang asked, her eyes filled with hope. Jiang Mian accepted the bullets, stowing them in her pocket. She then looked up and commanded, "Open the trunk. Let us see if he can be saved first. He might already be beyond help." Qiu Xiang nodded gratefully. Her brother's salvation seemed imminent. She dashed towards the trunk. When the trunk was opened, Jiang Mian was met with an unexpected sight. "Qiu Hu." Qiu Xiang gasped, incredulously asking, You know my brother?" Jiang Mian furrowed her brow. "Not quite. I saw him just the other day. In her previous life, Qiu Hu had perished at the Sanjiang Bridge. Also shot in the abdomen. But how is he here now?" Zhou Mo was the variable. He had brought Qiu Hu in the trunk. This raised questions about his connection to the gang at Sanjiang Bridge. With this in mind, Jiang Mian resolved to interrogate Zhou Mo thoroughly before eliminating him. "You've seen him? That's wonderful. It's not that you don't know him at all. Please help us." "I will do anything," Qiu Xiang pleaded. Jiang Mian regarded her leisurely. "You really would do anything?" "Yes, anything." Jiang Mian continued. "Can you make decisions for your brother?" It was not that she sought to exploit them. It was simply too troublesome to rescue someone only for them to abandon her later, seeking refuge with Lu Yuan and complicating her future revenge. She was aware of Qiu Hu's special ability. He possessed a third eye that only he could see. He could project his third eye through touch, functioning like a surveillance system that required neither wires nor detection. "I can," Qiu Xiang declared resolutely. "He has always favored me. He never opposed anything I insisted upon." "Very well. If I manage to save him, you both must remain in my team, without any treachery. Otherwise, I will spare no effort to eliminate you." Jiang Mian spoke with intensity. Qiu Xiang sensed the murderous intent in her eyes, yet she was unafraid. She would honor her commitment. "All right, if my brother betrays you, I will not spare him either. However, we do have our principles. We will not engage in treachery." Jiang Mian found the situation somewhat amusing but still agreed. "Fine. It's the apocalypse. I hope you can lower your standards a bit, lest you find yourself regretting it later." Qiu Xiang. After Jiang Mian finished speaking, she stepped forward, bending down to check Qiu Hu's breath. He was still warm. It appeared he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. Fortunately, as an ability user, he would not have stiffened like an ordinary person by now. "Let us assist him and carry him out." "Okay." Qiu Xiang moved forward to help, and together they lifted Qiu Hu and placed him on the ground. "I noticed some clothes in the car. Go fetch one and bind it around him to staunch the bleeding. It may be minimal, but it is better than nothing." "All right, I'll go now." Qiu Xiang returned to the vehicle. Once they had hastily bandaged Qiu Hu's wound, Jiang Mian called out to the 3 engaged in combat, "Prepare to retreat." The 3 acknowledged her command and rushed back. Pei Yu, upon seeing Jiang Mian's intent to carry Qiu Hu herself, became anxious. "How can that be? He is a grown man." Jiang Mian looked up, puzzled by his sudden exclamation. Pei Yu awkwardly stated, "Let me carry him. You're just a girl. It's better to leave such strenuous tasks to others." CSCC chimed in, "That makes sense." Yet, she sensed something peculiar about Pei Yu's excessive concern for Jiang Mian. During their battle with zombies, his gaze frequently drifted towards her. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Just as Jiang Mian was about to decline, Pei Yu had already hoisted Qiu Hu onto his back, making his way towards their off-road vehicle. She had never encountered such a fervent individual before. What was his true intention in drawing near? Pei Yu. This name struck a chord with her. She was certain she had heard it somewhere in her past life, though she could not recall where. Never mind. She would face whatever came her way and utilize him as a free laborer for now. Qiu Hu was placed in the back seat of the off-road vehicle alongside Pei Yu and Ling Yi, while Jiang Mian drove, with CSCC and Qiu Xiang squeezed into the passenger seat. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle Jiang Mian had procured was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Before climbing in, Ling Yi did not forget to bring along the frozen version of the slime Zhou Mo, worried it might melt. He also took the opportunity to freeze it once more. As this creature had nearly caused Jiang Mian and Appo's demise, he was determined not to let it off easily. Jiang Mian had stated she would deal with it later. Pei Yu suggested to Jiang Mian, he has lost a significant amount of blood, and his wounds require immediate attention. If you have nowhere else to go, you may accompany me to my temporary shelter. It is not far, and there happens to be a pharmacy nearby. We might get lucky. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well, lead the way. The priority now was to find a safe location to extract the bullet from Qiu Hu's abdomen, ideally with medical supplies available. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian and the others arrived at Pei Yu's designated shelter, a modestly decorated inn that appeared to have recently opened. Pei Yu unlocked the door and addressed the group. Come in. I have cleared all 3 floors. There are no zombies, and it is quite safe. Despite his assurances, the group entered cautiously, their vigilance unwavering. The lobby on the first floor served as a reception area, furnished with a set of sofas and several green plants on the left, while a tea table and chairs occupied the right. A beckoning cat statue sat on the counter, with shelves behind it displaying various snacks, and a refrigerator nearby stocked with drinks and alcohol. It resembled a typical inn before the apocalypse, save for the dried bloodstains on the floor and the absence of a proprietor at the counter engaged in games. How things had changed. Pei Yu Q Chapter 22. The medicine crisis. Pei Yu cleared his throat lightly. Have you forgotten that I am a doctor? I have alcohol, scalpels, and gauze. But I lack the necessary medications. Jiang Mian was astonished to discover that he was indeed a physician, but that could be discussed later. She recalled that just across from the hotel was a pharmacy. I will procure the medicines. What do you need? Painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs will suffice, and Pei Yu listed all the necessary medications. All right, extracting bullets, are you sure you're up for it? Jiang Mian hesitated. Although she was not a doctor, she had lived through the apocalypse for a year and a half and had some experience with bullet extractions. Pei Yu felt displeased to be questioned, especially by Jiang Mian, and found himself at a loss. All he could do was patiently reassure her, it's fine, you can trust me. He was, after all, the youngest medical prodigy of the 21st century, hailed as a surgical genius, having received the Lasker Award at 18 and the Nobel Prize in Medicine at 20. Extracting a bullet was well within his capabilities. Jiang Mian said, then I will leave this in your hands. I will return swiftly with the medications you require. Pei Yu nodded. Yes, be cautious. Ling Yi put down the bag and suddenly spoke. Sister Jiang, I will accompany you. All right, let's go together. Jiang Mian decided to gather more medicines for any unforeseen circumstances. Once they entered the base, they could exchange them for points, after all. Medications were quite valuable in the apocalypse. After Jiang Mian and Ling Yi departed, Pei Yu began preparing for surgery, assisted by CSCC and Qiu Xiang. Both sides worked in tandem, their cooperation reasonably harmonious. Jiang Mian, on her side, effortlessly entered the pharmacy, and after eliminating the zombie proprietor, she and Ling Yi split up to gather the medications. Regardless of the efficacy, they stuffed everything into their bags. Just as they were engrossed in their task, Jiang Mian suddenly heard footsteps approaching the pharmacy. To be safe, she instructed Ling Yi to hide the collected medications behind the counter. In the next moment, a young man and woman burst into the pharmacy, armed and initially startled upon seeing Jiang Mian and Ling Yi. They quickly steeled themselves and declared, we need some medications. Jiang Mian calmly replied, yes, we do as well. The siblings, appearing youthful with similar features, were likely brother and sister. The boy was visibly anxious, standing awkwardly yet trying to maintain composure, insisting, we'll take what we need and leave. His emphasis was merely a precaution against a potential attack from Jiang Mian. Testing her demeanor, the girl hid behind her brother, casting furtive glances at Ling Yi, perhaps due to their similar ages. All right, you may take whatever medications you need. Jiang Mian did not wish to complicate matters for them. Their eyes were too innocent, revealing their vulnerability. Regrettably, individuals like them struggled to survive in the apocalypse. The boy expressed his gratitude, thank you, before leading his sister to the shelves to search for medications, all the while secretly watching Jiang Mian and Ling Yi with a mild degree of wariness. Jiang Mian overheard the girl say, brother, this detoxifying medicine should surely eliminate the toxins from Mom's body and restore her health, right? The boy pondered before responding, let us take it. We won't know until we try. And this one too, it's also for detoxification. The girl excitedly picked another medicine. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ling Yi inquired, what poison has your mother been afflicted with? Zombie toxin? If they intended to use those medications to counteract zombie toxin, They were sorely mistaken. Their naivety was disheartening. The boy, upon hearing Ling Yi's question, replied anxiously, "No." Yet, his expression betrayed him. Jiang Mian shook her head at Ling Yi, signaling him to remain silent and feign ignorance. After a brief wait, the siblings gathered their chosen medications and exited the pharmacy. Ling Yi turned to Jiang Mian, asking, "Sister Jiang, was he deceiving us?" When she mentioned detoxification and restoration, was and amp, oppos, that indicative of zombie toxin? Jiang Mian, feeling a twinge of guilt, gently ruffled his hair and said earnestly, "Some people survive by living in self-deception. We need not shatter their illusions." Ling Yi nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. "Let us get to work." Jiang Mian handed him a large bag, and they resumed collecting medicines. When Pei Yu saw several sacks of medications brought back, he sighed, burying his face in his hand. "Did you bring back the entire pharmacy?" Ling Yi sheepishly chuckled. No, it's just a portion." "Very well. Let me see what you have." Pei Yu casually dumped one sack onto the ground, inspecting its contents. Kidney tonic? Calcium supplements for seniors? Breath fresheners? Foot powder? Jiang Mian thought, this sack must have been filled by Ling Yi. I would never have collected such items. Pei Yu felt a headache coming on as he looked at Jiang Mian. "Where are the medications I need?" Jiang Mian hesitated slightly. They're all in these bags." In her haste to gather a variety, she had neglected to categorize them, and now the mixed sacks were quite a sight. Pei Yu fell silent as he stared at the piles. Jiang Mian, lacking in comforting skills and feeling a bit guilty, remarked, "Aren't you a doctor? Shouldn't it be easy for you to locate them?" Pei Yu replied dryly, "Thank you." He then proceeded to meticulously sort through each sack, categorizing the items and labeling them with a marker. He had a slight tendency towards perfectionism. Jiang Mian remained to assist him while CSCC and Qiu Xiang went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Ling Yi followed them, fortunate that the hotel had some supplies left over. There was no shortage of staples like rice, potatoes, onions, and carrots, and the freezer contained substantial portions of frozen beef, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. No one knew that the beef had been retrieved from Pei Yu and Appo's own space and returned, aimed at improving Jiang Mian's diet, as she had visibly lost weight. CSCC and Qiu Xiang discussed preparing a beef stew with potatoes, carrots, and onions, as they had not tasted vegetables in a long time and felt quite tempted. Qiu Xiang had no objections, astonished that there was even beef. Having a proper meal in the apocalypse was a rare luxury. Moreover, her brother had escaped life-threatening danger, leaving her feeling immensely relieved. "Cici, once the meal is prepared, could you spare a bit of beef for me to make porridge? What if my brother wakes up?" Before Qiu Xiang could finish her sentence, CSCC nodded in agreement. Qiu, who was not a complete stranger to her, they had crossed paths a few times in the supermarket. Although they had not spoken, he seemed quite reliable, and she hoped for his swift recovery. At that moment, Qiu Xiang felt particularly moved, her eyes welling with tears. The more time she spent with them, the more she realized that her previous worries had been unfounded. It appeared they were truly wonderful individuals. Chapter 23, Pei Yu and Appo's extraordinary ability. "What department are you in, doctor?" Jiang Mian inquired, casually examining a box of medication, feigning nonchalance while subtly probing. "Surgery," Pei Yu replied, momentarily halting his movements, his gaze lifting to meet hers, a playful glint in his eye. "What is this? Are you quite interested in me?" Indeed, he possessed an exceptional aura, exuding elegance. He had both looks and strength, effortlessly eclipsing Lu Yuan by several leagues. This thought led him to ponder whether Jiang Mian had encountered Lu Yuan yet. Surely, they had not forged an irreconcilable enmity as of yet. He was determined to erase Lu Yuan's name from Jiang Mian's heart. Her fixation on Lu Yuan hindered her from recognizing his own existence. Jiang Mian had never encountered such unabashed audacity, yet she was not one to back down. With a smile, she retorted, "Indeed, I find every individual who approaches me with ulterior motives quite intriguing." "Pei Yu, did I make my feelings so obvious?" Jiang Mian's smile faded as she posed a serious question. "Are we able to have a proper discussion now?" "Pei Yu, I will speak freely and candidly. Why did you appear where you did today?" "Pei Yu, it pertains to my extraordinary ability." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Mian asked, "What is your extraordinary ability? You didn't even consider inviting me to join your group, yet you inquire about my ability? Are you hoping to exploit me?" Pei Yu felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, he had saved Jiang Mian and CSCC, actively engaging in combat against zombies to demonstrate his prowess. Why should Jiang Mian extend an invitation to Qiu Hu while overlooking her lifesaver, treating him with suspicion and doubt? It felt disheartening. "Jiang Mian, feeling a slight itch for confrontation, had yet to experience the thrill of striking a handsome man. However, she knew better than to act impulsively and calmly asked, "If you do not disclose your ability, how can I ascertain whether you are worthy of an invitation?" Precognition. My ability is precognition. Pei Yu, unwilling to engage in a battle of wits, knew that only he would suffer in the end. He couldn't muster the courage to remind her that she hadn't asked Qiu about his ability when inviting him. Feeling dejected and hurt by the unequal treatment, Jiang Mian remained unaware of his thoughts, furrowing her brow slightly. "So, you foresaw that we were in danger, which is why you showed up." Pei Yu nodded. "Yes, indeed." "So, am I worthy of an invitation?" A thought suddenly flickered in Jiang Mian's mind. Beware of charlatans. This ability seemed rather dubious. She scrutinized Pei Yu intently. "What is your true purpose?" Pei Yu feigned innocence. Although Jiang Mian's vigilance was commendable, it felt slightly uncomfortable when directed at him. He blinked his large eyes and earnestly stated, "I can see the future. We will become excellent partners." In the presence of such a handsome face, Jiang Mian found it easy to lose her train of thought. Just moments ago, she had glimpsed her own reflection in Pei Yu's enigmatic eyes. Almost ensnared by their depth, she quickly averted her gaze, casually remarking, "Let us not leap too far ahead. How about a prediction that aligns with our current reality?" Pei Yu pondered for a moment, confident in his abilities. CSCC will awaken her water-based ability. Water-based ability? Jiang Mian contemplated. Not bad. In truth, after entering this hotel, Jiang Mian had privately resolved to assist CSCC in awakening her powers that evening, while also allowing Qiu's gunshot wound to heal for a day or two, killing two birds with one stone. Now that Pei Yu claimed CSCC would awaken a water-based ability, she would wait and see if this charlatan was trustworthy. Pei Yu nodded with quiet pride. "My ability is indeed noteworthy." Jiang Mian swiftly corrected. "I said the water-based ability is impressive." "Pei Yu, I'll check if their meal is ready." "Dr. Pei, I leave everything here to you." Jiang Mian stood, clapped her hands, and departed, having gathered all the necessary information. The sight of the medication labels now gave her a headache. Such professional matters were best left to the experts. In the kitchen, Ling Yi was washing dishes. Qiu Xiang was chopping meat, and CSCC was wiping the table. Upon seeing Jiang Mian enter, they greeted her with smiles. "Did you come in because you caught a whiff of the aroma?" The scent of meat wafted heavily in the air, and Jiang Mian had lost count of how many times she had swallowed. Jiang Mian took a few sniffs and praised, "Our chef Xia's culinary skills are commendable." CSCC raised an eyebrow. "Apologies, today's masterpiece is Chef Qiu's creation. Mian. You flattered the wrong chef." Qiu Xiang shook her head shyly. "I can't call myself a chef. I just enjoy cooking for myself and hope it suits everyone's taste." CSCC replied, "No worries, we are not picky eaters." In the apocalypse, having food to eat was a luxury. Anyone who dared to be finicky would hear her wrath first. "How long until we can eat? I'm famished." Jiang Mian dragged a stool over and sat at the table, the enticing aroma indeed tantalizing her senses. CSCC responded, "It won't be long. We're just waiting for Ling Yi to finish washing the dishes." 5 minutes later, everyone gathered around the table, where a large iron basin held a hearty stew of potatoes, carrots, and beef. "What are you all staring at? Dig in." Jiang Mian was the first to pick up a piece of beef, which was tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, utterly delicious. She then sampled the potatoes, which had turned a delightful golden hue from the stew. One bite filled her mouth with pure bliss, and she topped it off with some broth over plain rice, enveloping her in a fragrant haze. Everyone enjoyed their meal thoroughly, as if they had returned to the carefree ease of life before the apocalypse. After a half-hour respite, Jiang Mian took CSCC to select a room, preparing to assist her in awakening her powers. "Are you ready?" Jiang Mian asked. CSCC, seated on the bed, nervously inquired, "What if I fail?" "Then we'll seek out a devourer until we succeed. There are plenty in the apocalypse. It merely requires some effort." CSCC's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that possible? She had always believed that if a person tried one awakening crystal and failed, it indicated a lack of talent for awakening and that they would never awaken. Now, Jiang Mian's words suggested that as long as one kept trying until successful, it was an audacious assertion, yet she liked it. Why not? It's merely a matter of probability. If this awakening crystal doesn't suit you, then it's not the right one for you. You just need to find the one that fits. Jiang Mian's assertion was not mere deception. It was grounded in reality. She recalled a certain base lord's son who had attempted 58 awakening crystals before successfully awakening his powers. However, surely CSCC wouldn't be quite so unlucky? Defeating 58 devourers would require tremendous effort. With that in mind, there was nothing left to fear. CSCC donned a resolute expression, gritting her teeth. Then let us do it. Give me your hand. Brace yourself. It might hurt a bit. Okay. Chapter 24. CSCC's fever. Jiang Mian grasped CSCC's hand and made a 4-centimeter incision in her palm with a dagger, blood gushing forth instantaneously. She placed the awakening crystal core upon the wound and instructed CSCC, clench your fist tightly and hold on. Do not let it slip. In a few minutes, we shall witness the outcome. All right, CSCC replied, tightening her grip on the awakening crystal core. Her heart racing with anxiety, yet brimming with curiosity. What sort of result awaited her? Just as she finished her thought, she felt an intense heat emanating from her palm, as if something were burrowing into her body through the wound. CSCC exclaimed, It and Appos, as melting. Jiang Mian explained, Indeed. It must integrate with your body to facilitate the transformation. Does this mean I have succeeded? Jiang Mian shook her head, replying, Not yet. We must wait until it has fully dissolved to ascertain the outcome. After a brief interval, the crystal core vanished from CSCC and Appos' hand, completely absorbed into her being. It and Appos' so hot. Mian, do you feel the temperature in the room rising suddenly? CSCC fanned herself, struggling to breathe. Jiang Mian chuckled and shook her head. Congratulations. Cici, you have succeeded. The fever was the cause of her discomfort, and it would only intensify. She hoped CSCC would endure it successfully. Really? I succeeded? CSCC stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, I'm feverish. Never had she imagined that one day she would feel such joy from having a fever. She was nearly in tears from happiness. Jiang Mian encouraged her. Hang in there, sister. What would you like to eat or drink? I can fetch something for you. Please bring me some mineral water, 8 treasure porridge, and tea eggs. I need to rest now. I feel so dizzy, Mian. The rapid pace was too much for CSCC, and she collapsed onto the bed. All right. Jiang Mian exited the room and headed to the hall, eager to share the good news. However, upon arrival, she found the place deserted. Listening closely, she realized everyone had gathered in Qiuhu and Appos' room. At that moment, Qiuhu had awakened from his coma, and Qiu Xiang was feeding him a bowl of meat porridge. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, he endured the pain in his abdomen to express his gratitude. Jiang Mian, thank you for saving me and my sister. Jiang Mian nodded slightly. Aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, he likely remained unaware of the agreement between him and his sister. There would be time for thanks later. Are you feeling better? Can you rest for a day or two before traveling? Jiang Mian inquired. Qiuhu considered for a moment. It should be fine. I apologize for causing trouble for everyone. He recognized the value of their time. While traveling with Lu Yuan, he needed to return to Deep City to find his brother. And Jiang Mian undoubtedly had her own family to locate. His injuries had already delayed their journey. No worries. I have good news to share with everyone. CSCC is having a fever and is awakening her abilities. Jiang Mian stated, discreetly glancing at Pei Yu. Pei Yu was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. He had just predicted that CSCC was a water element ability user. And now she was awakening due to a fever? Really? I'm going to check on Sister Cici. Ling Yi exclaimed in delight, knowing that CSCC must have utilized the awakening crystal core. Jiang Mian was clever. While Qiuhu recuperated, Sister Cici was awakening her abilities. Both matters could progress simultaneously. Seeing him about to leave, Jiang Mian quickly advised, wait. Go to the counter and grab some mineral water, 8 treasure porridge, and tea eggs for her. All right, sister. After Ling Yi departed, Qiu Xiang murmured, that and Appos. That's wonderful. I'll check in a bit to see if she wants some meat porridge. There is still plenty in the pot. And my brother can end Appos. Tea finish it all. Qiu Xiang felt a tinge of envy towards CSCC, wondering if she too would awaken her abilities one day. Jiang Mian crossed her arms and turned to Pei Yu. Dr. Pei, do you have unfinished business? Pei Yu frowned. You should help me. No. I have matters to attend to. Jiang Mian declined, suddenly recalling something and turning pale. Oh no, Zhou. Earlier, while passing through the hall, she had sensed something amiss. The bag containing Zhou was missing. Don't panic. I'll help you search. Pei Yu quickly followed her. Qiuhu, confused, asked, Who is Zhou? Qiu Xiang felt anger rise at the mention of his name. A scoundrel. Very wicked. He captured me and previously deceived me into thinking there were doctors at their base who could save you. But when they encountered Jiang Mian and her group, they attempted to capture her as well. I suspect he has been lying to me all along. Xiaohu felt guilt wash over him. Xiang, I'm sorry. It and Amp, Oppos, it's my fault for not protecting you. It and Amp, Oppos, it's all right, brother, it's all in the past. Xiang shook her head, then quietly added. However, Jiang Mian agreed to save you under certain conditions, and I promised to help her. What conditions? Xiaohu was not surprised. He knew Jiang Mian was not the type to offer unconditional kindness, as evidenced by their previous interactions at the supermarket. Xiang then recounted the earlier events to him. After listening, Xiaohu comforted her. Xiang, do not worry. I will take care of everything. Once my injuries heal, I will find a way to take you away. No, I do not wish to leave. Brother, although I haven't spent much time with Jiang Mian and the others, those fleeting moments have been the happiest I've experienced since the apocalypse. They are easy to get along with, without the airs of superiority typical of ability users. Jiang Mian may seem cold on the surface, but she ultimately helped us. Xiaohu sighed, silly girl. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian searched the living room thoroughly, but found no sign of Zhou Mo. She then scoured the nearby rooms, yet still found nothing. Had he managed to escape? This could spell trouble. He had a secret safe base, and if he returned, their hiding place would be compromised. We must relocate immediately. Our position has been revealed. Jiang Mian told Pei Yu, you go inform Xiaohu and the others. I will take care of CSCC and gather our things. We must leave as soon as possible. Understood. Pei Yu had no objections and promptly headed to Xiaohu's room. Jiang Mian entered CSCC's room, where Ling Yi was vigilantly by her bedside, applying a cool, damp cloth to her forehead. Ling Yi, pack your things. We must leave. Huh? So suddenly? Ling Yi was taken aback, unsure of what had transpired, especially since Sister Cici was still feverish. Jiang Mian felt equally helpless. Zhou Mo had escaped. And once he returned to his safe base, their location would be exposed. Could it be? I distinctly placed him in the freezer. How could he escape? Ling Yi furrowed his brow, recalling that the temperature in the freezer was quite low. The freezer? Jiang Mian inquired. You put him in the freezer? Upon seeing Ling Yi nod, she immediately turned and rushed to the kitchen. Opening the freezer door, she found Zhou Mo peacefully frozen inside. Realizing it had been a false alarm, Jiang Mian instructed Ling Yi, go tell Pei Yu and the others that Zhou Mo has been located. All right. Seeing Zhou Mo still there, Ling Yi understood that they had jumped to conclusions. Chapter 25. The power behind Zhou Mo. Jiang Mian fetched a large basin and placed Zhou Mo inside to thaw him out. It was time to bring matters with him to a close. If she could extract any information about his secret base, that would be ideal. If not, it was inconsequential. Zhou Mo had to die regardless. Soon, Pei Yu, Ling Yi, and Xiang arrived. They watched as Jiang Mian added water to the basin, immersing the green viscous substance. Xiang remarked, thawing this way is too slow. Let me boil some hot water for you. That works, Jiang Mian agreed. Observing the unchanging green slime, Pei Yu, arms crossed, lazily leaned against the doorway, watching them fuss. Once hot water was added, the ice on the surface melted swiftly. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Zhou Mo, still in his gelatinous form, began to writhe. Jiang Mian warned sternly, if you don't want to be frozen again, I suggest you behave and abandon any thoughts of escape. Hearing this, Zhou Mo complied, ceasing his movements in the water, though he struggled to maintain his human form. Suddenly, a man appeared before them, utterly naked and vulnerable. Startled, Xiang blushed deeply, her innocence evident as she quickly turned away, her ears flushed with embarrassment. In contrast, Jiang Mian remained composed, her expression unreadable. Pei Yu swiftly positioned himself before her. Why don't you look away like Xiang? She is not even embarrassed to glance at another man. Pei Yu mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Jiang Mian was indifferent, but Pei Yu, now blocking her view, inadvertently prevented her from seeing anything. She was less concerned with looking and more worried about Zhou Mo escaping while their backs were turned. Pei Yu's expression darkened as he forced Jiang Mian to turn away and instructed Ling Yi, keep a close watch on him. If he attempts to flee, freeze him again. I'll find some clothes for him. Ling Yi nodded resolutely. Jiang Jia, I will ensure he doesn't escape. Jiang Mian sighed, turning her back to them as Pei Yu went to fetch clothing. Meanwhile, Xiang had already retreated to accompany her brother. Once Zhou Mo was dressed, his entire body trembled, likely from prolonged exposure to the cold, his body temperature struggling to recover. Jiang Mian wasted no time, bluntly inquiring, tell me about the safe base you mentioned. Where is it located? How many people are there? How many possess supernatural abilities? And how many firearms do you have? Zhou Mo's teeth chattered. Do you think I'm a fool? Revealing all this might hasten my death. If you want me to talk, show some sincerity. Jiang Mian nearly laughed at his audacity. Sincerity, he said. Very well, she offers some. Lingy, give him 3 ice spikes aimed at his heart. Zhou Mo's face turned pale with fury. What do you think you're doing? Is that not enough sincerity? Jiang Mian mused aloud, stroking her chin thoughtfully. How about 6 ice spikes? Realizing he had lost control, Zhou Mo resignedly conceded. All right, I'm at your mercy. But it was all a misunderstanding. I was coerced. If I didn't bring back enough women, the boss would tear me apart. I'll tell you everything, but I have one condition. Release me afterward. And I swear never to cross your path again. Jiang Mian wanted to retort, but Pei Yu interjected first. Brother, where else could you go? Why not consider joining us? Jiang Mian was speechless. He was still an outsider, yet he dared to recruit? Zhou Mo hesitated, unsure of Pei Yu's sincerity. If genuine, joining could be beneficial. If not, it might be a trap. Are you serious? Zhou Mo fixed Pei Yu with a determined gaze. Absolutely. Your abilities are impressive. If used wisely, they could catch the enemy off guard. Hearing this, Zhou Mo felt a flicker of renewed confidence amid his defeat. Yet, he cautiously added, Still, I don't trust you. Jiang Mian felt like overturning the table. Kill him already. Keeping him was a waste of time. She'd rather return to rest. Zhou Mo knew she was unpredictable. A normal person might try to persuade him with more goodwill by now. Frustrated yet helpless, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll tell you everything. I truly want to join, but I hope you're sincere as well. It's a gamble. Both paths lead to death. I can only trust your character. Jiang Mian impatiently urged, then speak quickly. Zhou Mo calmly revealed, Our gang's headquarters is at the Four Seasons Pearl Hotel on Jifu Road. The boss, Jin Liangshan, is a crime lord in Chuan City and a pyrokinetic. So your gang is composed of street thugs? Jiang Mian inquired curiously. Zhou Mo's expression soured. You could say that. How many people? How many with supernatural powers? About 30, with no more than 8 possessing abilities. Jiang Mian frowned. And the people you abducted? Are they included? Zhou Mo remained silent, refraining from mentioning they were all women, wary of provoking the woman before him. Fortunately, she did not press further. Where do your firearms come from? How many do you have? Jin Liangshan has a friend who deals in underground transportation. I heard the weapons are traded through him. As for quantity, only Jin Liangshan knows for sure. The pistols he distributes number about 10. You want that batch of firearms? I can help you. Zhou Mo quickly expressed his loyalty. One last question. There's a group near Sanjiang Bridge. Are they yours? No. But they are connected to Jin Liangshan's underground transport friend. They're not ordinary. If you decide to confront them, you're courting death. Sounds like a band of lunatics, killing without reason. Pei Yu, intrigued, asked, How so? Half of them escaped from death row during the apocalypse. They were killers before, and are now even more reckless without constraints. Most importantly, they have plenty of firearms. Pei Yu pondered. They were formidable foes. But your gang should be easier to handle, right? Zhou Mo nodded. Yes, I can lead you inside, and I have several trusted men. Whatever you need done will be convenient. Once we're on his turf, isn't it all under his command? Pei Yu grinned broadly, extending his right hand. Then here's to a pleasant cooperation. Zhou Mo hesitated before smiling and clasping Pei Yu's hand. Cooperation it is. Suddenly, no one noticed Pei Yu's left hand brandishing a scalpel, which swiftly and precisely plunged into Zhou Mo's heart as they shook hands. Zhou Mo spat blood. Too weak to activate his powers, and bitterly asked, Why? Pei Yu maintained a handshake, whispering coldly in his ear, When you decide to kill someone, be prepared to die yourself. Zhou Mo's final gaze, filled with resentment, met Jiang Mian's. Was it because of her? Chapter 26. The future you see. Zhou Mo is dead. Lingy was momentarily astonished, yet his fear had diminished since the first time. Stealing a glance at Jiang Mian, he felt a pang of inadequacy. Pei Yu calmly addressed Jiang Mian, stating, I will take care of the body. Jiang Mian was displeased. The person she wished to kill had been preempted. She questioned Pei Yu, Why did you do that? Pei Yu retorted, I have seen the future. You would kill him. I thought to spare you the mess, considering your obsession with cleanliness. Jiang Mian responded, You charlatan. Sensing the tension, Lingy cleverly remarked, I shall check on Sister Cici, and discreetly departed. Thus, the kitchen was left with only Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and Zhou Mo and Appo's lifeless form. Jiang Mian, do not look at me like that. We will truly become excellent partners in the future. Trust me. Pei Yu found it exceedingly difficult to earn Jiang Mian's trust. Can you genuinely see the future? He looked deeply into her eyes and earnestly assured her, I truly can. Jiang Mian hesitated. In the future you see. Will my parents be by my side? Pei Yu realized her concern and suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her, yet he knew he must refrain. What you have asked me to see is rather unique. I require your hand. Pei Yu extended his right hand solemnly, gazing tenderly at her. Jiang Mian, looking at his outstretched hand, felt a surge of anxiety and excitement. Could he truly see? She hesitantly placed her hand in his palm. In the next moment, Pei Yu clasped her hand tightly and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly activating his ability. Time passed agonizingly slowly for Jiang Mian as she wished for it to hasten. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Abruptly, Jiang Mian regained her senses and withdrew her hand, self-deprecatingly saying, I must be foolish to believe you could see the future. She felt that Pei Yu was merely toying with her, and she had fallen for it. In a fit of anger, she turned to leave, only to be seized by Pei Yu. Jiang Mian, I saw it. Skeptical, she glared at him. What did you see? Realizing he had overstepped, Pei Yu hastily clarified. I saw your uncle and aunt by your side. I glimpsed a scene. It was winter, with snow blanketing the ground. And your aunt was sewing in the room while your uncle returned from outside, carrying a bag of chestnuts. He mentioned that you loved the candied chestnuts your aunt made. Recalling how you cried and clung to a neighbor and Appo's clothes when they took one from you, demanding a replacement. Jiang Mian was stunned. For Pei Yu's words resonated with a profound authenticity. Her mother, Lin Xiao, was a fashion designer who always crafted 2 outfits for her each year. Moreover, her father frequently recounted that embarrassing childhood incident whenever they savored candied chestnuts. Tears welled in her eyes as she excitedly grasped Pei Yu and Appo's collar, asking, You really saw it? Indeed, I truly saw it, Pei Yu affirmed, assuring her that her future would indeed include her parents. He recounted details from his own past experiences, relishing the stories Jiang's uncle shared about her childhood, as if he could never tire of them. Pei Yu. Jiang Mian glared fiercely at him. From now on, you must stay by my side. You are not to go anywhere. We shall return to Haisher together. If anything happens to my parents, I will personally end you. Jiang Mian was determined to make him understand the consequences of deceit. Pei Yu met Chapter 27. My girlfriend is timid. Stop. Stop. Who are you? What do you want? A man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck brandished a golf club, his tone menacing as he questioned Jiang Mian and Pei Yu. Another man, clad in a black jacket, remained silent, leisurely observing the 2 occupants of the car as if watching a play. Pei Yu lowered the car window and, with an air of familiarity, inquired, Brother, do you know Zhou Mo? We were sent by him. He mentioned that you operate a secure establishment here. Have you encountered Mo Gu? The man with the gold chain asked, his demeanor shifting. Where is he? He didn't return yesterday, leaving us all worried. Pei Yu, maintaining a composed facade, fabricated a story. I saw him last night. He mentioned he was off to rescue a group of survivors and shared the location with me. Brother, could you let us in? Unbeknownst to the gold chain man, Zhou Mo was an ability user and Lin Lu had a firearm. He dismissed the possibility of trouble, believing Zhou Mo had merely found a promising target and was thus absent for the night. He swung his golf club and replied, Sure. You 2 need to step out of the car for a search. Keep the keys in the ignition. We will manage the vehicle from here on. As he looked at Pei Yu's handsome face, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. This pretty boy would surely appeal to the boss's daughter, Jin Shanshan. Perhaps if she were pleased, she might even reward him with a gun to play with. The mere thought excited him. After all, what man does not adore firearms? Pei Yu and Jiang Mian exchanged glances inside the car. Fortunately, this vehicle had been randomly chosen, so handing it over posed no issue. However, the prospect of a body search troubled Pei Yu. He was adamant that these ruffians should not lay a finger on Jiang Mian, not even with a single digit. Jiang Mian, on the other hand, was far less apprehensive. Her thoughts were straightforward. If it was a standard search, she would comply. If they had ulterior motives, she would eliminate them. Pei Yu prepared for the worst, subtly nodding to Jiang Mian, and they simultaneously exited the vehicle. Upon stepping out, Jiang Mian could more vividly perceive the modifications made to the hotel's exterior. Iron walls surrounded the entrance and parking lot, creating an impenetrable fortress that appeared remarkably secure. Walking ahead, Pei Yu spoke, Brother, we have no weapons on us. There and Appo's. That's only a knife beneath the car seat. My girlfriend is timid. Could you perhaps make an exception and search me instead? As he spoke, he produced a pack of fine cigarettes from his jacket and offered them to the man with the gold chain. Jiang Mian thought, Girlfriend? This will be settled later. The gold chain man accepted the cigarettes with a grin, surprised by Pei Yu and Appo's amiability. He was willing to accommodate him for the sake of his own schemes and nodded in agreement. However, the man in the leather jacket was unwilling to relent. With a serious expression, he stated, Lu Yuan, searching is the rule. It cannot be broken. Pei Yu felt a surge of anger but maintained a cheerful facade. Brother, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. We will all be brothers here, and we will encounter each other often. Could you extend a courtesy? The leather jacket man scoffed, eyeing him disdainfully. Who said we are brothers? Does this fool truly believe he has come here to enjoy comforts? Does he think he is worthy of such a title? The gold chain man quickly cleared his throat, signaling for him to temper his demeanor. They could not afford to frighten off their prey. Brother, how about this? We will search you, and you can search your girlfriend in our presence. That way, we are not breaking any rules. Pei Yu, sensing the concealed motives of the two men, understood that something was amiss. He turned to Jiang Mian for her opinion. Upon seeing her nod, he acquiesced. All right, we shall heed your suggestion. The leather jacket man let out a cold snort and approached Pei Yu to conduct the search. He began with Pei Yu's clothing. Checking his pants thoroughly. Finding nothing amiss, he stepped aside. Next, it was Pei Yu and Appo's turn to search Jiang Mian, though he felt a twinge of excitement. He dared not provoke her anger. He merely rifled through a few pockets of her clothing, revealing them to be empty. Despite the perfunctory nature of the search, neither man raised any objections. They opened the iron gate and made a brief exchange with the individual inside. This is the new arrival. Take her for registration. The man, with a long ponytail, glanced at Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, speaking leisurely, follow me. Thus, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu infiltrated the establishment, trailing behind the ponytailed man, their eyes surveying their surroundings. The Four Seasons Pearl Hotel showcased an opulent decor, remarkably clean and devoid of any traces of blood, despite the apocalyptic backdrop. As they walked, the ponytailed man inquired, do you possess any abilities? Abilities? What abilities? Pei Yu feigned interest. The man, sensing his insincerity, chose not to elaborate, coldly stating, it is of no consequence. Here, genders are managed separately, and each person has their designated tasks. Failure to fulfill these duties results in starvation. I hope you adapt swiftly. Jiang Mian scoffed inwardly at his pompous rhetoric. Did he think she was unaware of the tasks assigned to women behind the scenes? Sending out lackeys like Zhou Mo to capture women was utterly repugnant. Having infiltrated this place, why should she heed his words? As she raised her hand, preparing to snap his neck, she was suddenly restrained by Pei Yu, who pressed her down as three men approached from around the corner. Upon seeing them, the ponytailed man greeted cheerfully, you arrived just in time. This woman is new. Take her to your area and help her familiarize herself with the surroundings. The three men's unabashed gazes roamed over Jiang Mian, filling Pei Yu with discontent. The leader, grinning broadly, remarked, another beauty has joined us. Come along. Wait. Pei Yu feigned panic. My girlfriend is timid. She will surely struggle if suddenly separated from me. May we have a moment to speak? I need to reassure her. The man scanned Jiang Mian and, perplexed, remarked, she doesn't and Appo's seem as timid as you describe. He found her to possess an aloof beauty, the kind that would surely be exhilarating to play with. Pei Yu sighed, feigning sorrow. She is precisely like that. The more anxious she feels, the calmer she appears. Jiang Mian thought, I didn't realize he could act so well. The ponytailed man, having searched them upon entry and recognizing they were not ability users, grew impatient. All right. Hurry up. Understood. Pei Yu quickly pulled Jiang Mian aside, shielding them from the gazes of the others, and whispered, we need to find an opportunity to escape. He regretted encouraging Jiang Mian to come. The Jiang Mian of the early apocalypse was not the same as the one he had known 6 months later. In terms of skill and intellect, she was far inferior to the Jiang Mian he had grown accustomed to. He had assumed that as long as they were together, he could keep an eye on her, but he had not anticipated the rigid gender segregation here. He worried that the current Jiang Mian might not be equipped to handle the unforeseen changes and dangers ahead. Chapter 28. Dealing with newcomers, what does this mean? Jiang Mian felt a twinge of displeasure. It was he who had proposed they come together, yet now he wanted her to leave. Did he consider this a mere game? Pei Yu lowered his voice and said, I will find a way to bring back the weapons for you. Just wait for me. His true ability was the power of death rewind. Every time he rewound, his possessions and ability level remained unchanged. Just like now, he had rewound from 6 months in the future, retaining his level 4 abilities while most of the ability users here were merely level 1, a group of easy targets. He could easily handle this batch of weapons alone. Jiang Mian refused, asserting, I can take care of myself. It and Appo's It's not yet the dire situation that necessitates fleeing, is it? What does retreating now signify? Even if I could rely on you this time to obtain these firearms, what about the future? Will I always have to depend on you? She was determined to not rely on anyone. Her own strength was the only source of her peace of mind. Thus she declined Pei Yu's goodwill. Pei Yu felt a flicker of anger. Why was she so stubborn? Was it not better to enjoy the benefits without struggle? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you know where they intend to take you?" "I do," she replied. "Knowing that, why would you still go? If something unexpected happens and I'm unable to reach you in time, what will you do?" Pei Yu couldn't bear to think about it. He did not want Jiang Mian to endure any misfortunes. Jiang Mian retorted, "Do I appear to be someone easily bullied? You should worry about yourself instead. As a surgeon, what capability do you have to take on 10 opponents? Are you going to find me with this batch of weapons? What will you rely on? Your looks?" Pei Yu was left speechless. Jiang Mian possessed an uncanny ability to infuriate him. Whether she was the Jiang Mian at the beginning of the apocalypse or the one 6 months later. "Hey, are you done yet? Stop dawdling." The group of men had grown impatient. Jiang Mian seized the last opportunity to tell Pei Yu, "I am not as weak as you think. Mind your own business. If you can't fight, then flee. Just don't die." After saying this, she stepped out from behind Pei Yu and walked towards the men. Pei Yu watched her resolute back, feeling a deep sense of unease, as if he were transported back to those scenes from 6 months later. She was fixated on killing Lu Yuan, and this issue had always led to arguments between them. Just like today, she left him behind. Chapter 29, a bitter fruit from forceful grappling. Old Yuan, adorned with a golden chain, harbored a hint of personal ambition in his actions. Some individuals, when presented with an opportunity for a comfortable life, turn their noses up in disdain, their pride deeply ingrained. Thus, he decided to expose them to the lifestyles of others, allowing them to discern their own choices. As Pei Yu walked alongside Old Yuan, their conversation flowed effortlessly until they arrived at the location of Jin Shanshan. It was a vibrant swimming pool, lined with an array of snacks and fruits. Within the water, 6 men clad only in swim trunks frolicked, their laughter and banter creating an atmosphere of carefree delight. Jin Shanshan, as described by Old Yuan, lounged lazily on a deck chair, flanked by 2 men in swim trunks, one adeptly slicing apples to feed her, while the other massaged her legs. Each of these men possessed strikingly handsome features. Pei Yu felt a surge of disbelief. This woman was far bolder than Qin Wan, who discreetly nurtured her own toys in secrecy, and certainly not in such brazen fashion. "Miss Shanshan, I've brought someone for you to meet. Do see if he catches your fancy," Old Yuan said with a smile as he approached her. Jin Shanshan, of average looks with a notable mole on her nose and a slightly plump figure, rose at the sound of Old Yuan's voice. Her gaze fell upon Pei Yu, and surprise flickered in her eyes. She felt that his presence overshadowed the other men, his looks and physique utterly exceptional. "May I ask your name?" she shyly inquired, gesturing for him to come closer. Pei Yu, overwhelmed by the intensity of her gaze, could only lower his head and respond, "You Pei." "You Pei?" Jin Shanshan arched an eyebrow, her smile widening. "What a lovely name. Come closer. Want tea, you?" Her attraction to him grew with every glance, her eyes roaming over his tall stature before settling on his handsome face, her smile becoming increasingly radiant. Pei Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his skin prickling. He resolved to act swiftly. Noticing him rooted to the spot, Old Yuan nudged him, urging, "Brother, Miss Shanshan has called for you. Don't just stand there." Though Jin Shanshan was not particularly striking, her navet and wealth made her an easy target for manipulation, devoid of her father's cunning intelligence. Given Yu Pei's advantageous circumstances, winning her over should be a simple task, making him a prime candidate for Jin Lianchen's future son-in-law. Old Yuan hoped fervently that his companion would not falter in this crucial moment. The man massaging Jin Shanshan interjected, "Shanshan, a fruit forced from the vine is seldom sweet. It seems he is quite reluctant." At this, Jin Shanshan swiftly slapped his face, her anger flaring. "Whether a fruit is sweet or not, I must taste it first. Who are you to instruct me?" The man, taken aback, covered his cheek, a mix of shame and anger crossing his face as he directed an indignant glare at Pei Yu. The other men at the poolside, now drawn to the commotion, turned their attention to the unfolding drama, eager for entertainment. "You Pei, don't be shy. We're all friends here. If you want tea, come to me. I'll come to you," Jin Shanshan declared, suddenly rising and rushing towards him, hands outstretched to embrace his waist. But Pei Yu was not to be outdone. He firmly placed a hand on her head, watching as her petite arms flailed, his expression darkening. "You are truly repulsive." Jin Shanshan froze, disbelief and indignation flooding her features. "What did you say? Repeat that if you dare." Old One gasped, covering his mouth, panic rising within him. What if Jin Shanshan retaliated against Pei Yu? He felt a surge of urgency, his mind racing to devise a remedy. Pei Yu's cold voice cut through the air. I said, you were truly repulsive. He had not anticipated that this young woman might be hard of hearing. Jin Shanshan, utterly incensed, screamed, I'll kill you. But before any further words could be exchanged, a glinting surgical knife pierced her heart. Blood erupted from her mouth as she looked down in disbelief at the knife embedded in her chest. It hurts. I don't want to die. The handsome men around her erupted into chaos, astonished that this newcomer had dared to strike down Jin Shanshan, their free-spirited benefactor. Fearful of incurring the wrath of Jin Liangchun, they scattered in search of safety. This cannot be happening, Old One stammered. Chapter 30. Dr. Pei, who relies on his looks as the young man rushed towards Zhou Yong's room. He shouted, Brother Yong, Jin Shanshan has been murdered. The boss wants you to hurry to the swimming pool. Receiving no response, he boldly pushed the door open and entered, calling out, Brother Yong. I and Oppos, am coming in. Upon opening the door, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted him. He found Zhou Yong's lifeless body sprawled on the bed, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Someone has killed Brother Yong. Panic-stricken, he retreated, running and shouting, but met with silence. Passing by another open room, he caught sight of another brother. Eyes fixed on the ceiling, unblinking in death. At that moment, he realized that perhaps all the brothers here had perished. Who could have stealthily slain so many? Was the murderer still present? Fear gripped his heart, and he sprinted towards the swimming pool. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian emerged from room 888, a hostage in her grasp. Take me to your boss's room, and don't try anything funny. With a knife pressed against his throat, he dared not defy her. Resigned to lead Jiang Mian to Jin Liangchun's chamber. Upon entering the room, Jiang Mian wasted no time. She swiftly killed the hostage and began her search. The suite was expansive, with the living area converted into an office space. After rummaging through drawers and cabinets to no avail, she turned her attention to the bedroom. She searched the wardrobe, finding it empty, and then looked under the bed, finally dragging out 2 locked wooden boxes. Undeterred, Jiang Mian skillfully maneuvered a vine-like finger into the lock, and with a click, it sprang open. Inside, she discovered an arsenal, 1 box filled with handguns and another with bullets, 20 pistols, and over 1,000 rounds. What fortune, she thought, quickly closing the boxes and carrying them out. Upon reaching the first floor, she concealed the 2 boxes in a storage room. From the young man's frightened words, it was evident that Pei Yu had committed murder, drawing Jin Liangchun to the swimming pool. Now armed, she hoped Pei Yu could hold out until she arrived. Unfamiliar with the pool's location, she sought someone to guide her, but the place was deserted, leaving her to search alone. When she finally discovered the pool, the water was stained crimson, surrounded by numerous lifeless bodies, the aftermath of a fierce conflict. Pei Yu stood by the poolside, washing his hands. He glanced up at Jiang Mian upon her entrance, then averted his gaze, silently rubbing his hands together. Did you kill all these people? Jiang Mian inquired. Mentally, she counted 2, 4, 6, 8, 20. How had he managed this? Pei Yu rose, shaking off the water, and replied casually, as a doctor who relies on his looks. How could I possibly kill so many? Jiang Mian was taken aback by his bitterness. Choosing not to engage further, she asked, Where's Jin Liangchun? Did you kill him? Yes, but some of the subordinates managed to escape. That's inconsequential. Let us return. A few insignificant fish have fled. There's no need to dwell on it. Pei Yu noticed her empty hands and raised an eyebrow. Arin and Oppos. To you taking the weapons? Of course I am. Jiang Mian turned and said, I've hidden them. You go find a vehicle and I'll retrieve the weapons. Let us meet at the hotel exit. All right. The 2 parted ways. Jiang Mian returned to the storage room, retrieved the 2 boxes of weapons, and headed towards the hotel exit. On her way, she encountered a group of women fleeing, their hair disheveled and expressions filled with terror. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, one recognized her as the newcomer who had been chosen by Zhou Yong. Is Zhou Yong dead? The braver woman asked. Jiang Mian replied, Whether I killed him or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you are free now. The woman's eyes welled with tears as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. My husband was killed by Zhou Yong 2 days ago while trying to save me. Now that Zhou Yong is gone, I believe my husband can finally rest in peace. Later, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu returned to the hotel, the clock nearing 3 in the afternoon. Qiu Xiang prepared a bowl of genuine beef noodles for them. Though lacking green onions, Jiang Mian found it quite satisfying. Pei Yu, however, seemed disinterested, preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Mian and Oppos' betrayal. Noticing his demeanor, Qiu Xiang cautiously asked, Dr. Pei, is the noodle not to your taste? No, Pei Yu looked up, glancing at Jiang Mian before evasively stating, perhaps my stomach isn't well lately. Relieved, Qiu Xiang thought it was merely her cooking that was to blame. Suddenly, Ling Yi jumped up, exclaiming, Dr. Pei, I'll go find you some digestive tablets. Pei Yu replied, why the sudden kindness? I'm full. I'll check on CSCC first. Jiang Mian set down her chopsticks and stood to leave the table. Pei Yu's appetite waned further as he felt both anger and longing at her departure. Dr. Pei, could you check on my brother later? Qiu Hu was eager to get out of bed, but Qiu Xiang insisted they wait for Pei Yu's assessment before making any decisions. Pei Yu slouched at the table and nodded, sure, it's no trouble. I'll see him shortly. Is he feeling unwell? Not exactly. He just wants to get out of bed. I worry he hasn't fully recovered, so I thought you could check his injuries and see if he is fit to rise. Despite her brother and Apos' claims of being a superhuman who heals quickly, she couldn't and Apos' take any chances. Okay. Moments later, Ling Yi returned with the digestive tablets, placing them in front of Pei Yu with a grin. Dr. Pei, give them a try. Thank you, Pei Yu said. Ling Yi waved it off. No need for thanks. But, could you teach me how to use a handgun? Jiang Mian had brought back many handguns, promising to distribute one to each of them. And Ling Yi recalled Pei Yu's impressive marksmanship the day before. Pei Yu assessed the situation. Ling Yi's eagerness was evident. If it's not too much trouble, I'll teach you. Chapter 31. Qiu Hu's memories. Jiang Mian reached out to touch CSCC's forehead. Her temperature was somewhat lower than when she had left, indicating that her fever should subside completely by tomorrow, allowing for their departure. Soon, she would also check on Qiu Hu, and if all was well, they would set off the next day. CSCC, feeling the touch, stirred and managed to open her eyes slightly. Upon recognizing Jiang Mian, she forced a smile. Mian. You're back. Jiang Mian nodded and asked, are you hungry? Would you like me to bring you something to eat? No, I just want some water, CSCC replied. Feeling no hunger, but her lips were dry. Jiang Mian helped her drink some water and stayed to chat for a while until CSCC fell asleep, at which point she quietly exited the room. Upon reaching Qiu Hu and Apos' room, Pei Yu was attending to his wounds, while Qiu Xiang and Ling Yi observed nearby. You're recovering quite well. You can get out of bed and move around, but be careful not to engage in any heavy labor, Pei Yu instructed after finishing the dressing. The physical resilience of abilities users surpasses that of ordinary individuals by 2 to 3 times, he added. I told you it was fine, but you didn't believe me and insisted on having Dr. Pei check, Qiu Hu boasted, feeling quite pleased with himself. Qiu Xiang shook her head in exasperation. Dr. Pei clearly said you shouldn't do any heavy lifting. I know, Qiu Hu replied. Satisfied that he could at least get out of bed, he felt as though he would mold into the mattress if he stayed there any longer. Since you're recovering well, we want to linger. Let us pack up tonight and depart early tomorrow, Jiang Mian announced to everyone. All right, no problem. I'll follow Sister Jiang and Apos' lead, Qiu Xiang said thoughtfully. There is still a lot of beef in the fridge, and I'm worried we won't finish it tonight. How about I make some beef sauce to take with us? It would be convenient for noodles later. That sounds good. You can handle it, Jiang Mian agreed, thinking it was a splendid idea. Great. I'll get started right now, Qiu Xiang replied, elated to contribute in her area of expertise. After Qiu Xiang left, Jiang Mian turned to Pei Yu and said, you should go find a vehicle. There are too many of us for my car. Didn't we bring a car back this afternoon? Pei Yu referred to the vehicle they had driven back from the Four Seasons Pearl Hotel. That one won't do. It has too low a chassis and will struggle with poor road conditions, Jiang Mian explained. With so many zombies on the road, no matter how much we try to avoid them, we'll inevitably hit some. In such situations, a higher chassis is beneficial. Pei Yu considered this and nodded. All right, I'll go now. Ling Yi quickly chimed in. Brother Pei, I'll go with you. Having spent an entire day at the hotel, he was eager to stretch his legs. Pei Yu looked to Jiang Mian for approval, and upon seeing her nod, he said to Ling Yi, let us go. But you must follow my lead and not act impulsively. I know, I'm not a child. Ling Yi responded, feeling a bit exasperated at being treated as such. After the two left, Jiang Mian found a chair to sit on, preparing to converse with Qiu Hu. Sensing her intent, Qiu Hu quietly awaited her words. First, I want to welcome both you and Qiu Xiang to our team, Jiang Mian offered, giving them ample time, as she trusted that Qiu Xiang had already explained the situation to him. Thank you, Qiu Hu replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Where is your intended destination? This was his primary concern at the moment. "Hi, City," Jiang Mian replied earnestly. "My parents are there, and I wish to return to find them." That was also the place where she had grown up. Had she not enrolled in university in Chuan City, she would not have traveled so far away. Xiaohu nodded slightly. "I've been to High City. It's over 800 kilometers away, which is quite a distance." He had visited High City last year on a business trip, and the bustling port trade and the beautiful island scenery had left a deep impression on him. "It is a bit far, but we will eventually arrive." With Pei Yu's insights in mind, Jiang Mian felt invigorated with confidence that they would indeed reach their destination. "Where are you from? Do you have any relatives you need to find? If conditions permit, we can adjust our route." In her previous life, she had spent little time with Xiaohu and was unaware that he had a sister. "I'm from Chuan City. My only relative is my sister. She said she enjoyed being with you, which is why I agreed to join you on this journey." Jiang Mian understood the implication in his words and nodded slightly. "That is acceptable. One last question. Did you encounter anything unusual while with Lu Yuan and the others?" Although she felt assured that Lu Yuan would not have perished so easily, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. Xiaohu recalled, "We were traveling along Binjiang Road, intending to access the Sanjiang Bridge. However, the bridge was blocked by wrecked cars, making it impossible to cross. Just as we were about to turn back, a group of people suddenly attacked us. They were armed and fired relentlessly. Our vehicle was rendered useless, and we had no choice but to flee on foot. Those people were lunatics. Bullets rained down like a storm. We were scattered, and unfortunately, I was shot and lost consciousness on the spot. Yet, I was also fortunate. My sister found me. She had just escaped from a stadium with another girl and was deceived by someone named Zhou Mo into getting into their car, who claimed to take them to a safe base. Later, perhaps alerted by the gunfire, Zhou Mo drove around to scout the area. And that was when my sister discovered me. She pleaded with Zhou Mo to save me. You are aware of what transpired afterward." Listening to his account, Jiang Mian quickly noticed a discrepancy. "The timeline seems a bit off. You left a day earlier than I did. So you shouldn't have reached the Sanjiang Bridge until the next day, correct? Perhaps too much time had passed, and she had misremembered? Did Lu Yuan venture elsewhere after leaving the supermarket?" "That is correct. Many roads were blocked, and we spent some time scouting. We also made a detour to Aunt Yang Jia's house, which delayed us by a day." Jiang Mian understood now. The developments seemed subtly different from her previous life. Perhaps the moment she was reborn, the wings of a butterfly had begun to stir. Xiaohu suddenly interjected, "Jiang Mian, I remember when Lu Yuan invited you. You declined, citing that CSCC was an ordinary person and you didn't trust them." Jiang Mian nodded, uncertain of his intentions, and awaited further clarification. Xiaohu continued, "My sister is an ordinary person. Can I trust you? If I say you can, would you believe me? I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to protect every member of our team. Simultaneously, I hope each member of this team shares the same sentiment." Jiang Mian affirmed, "A team cannot rely solely on one or two individuals to sustain itself. It must be a collective effort. Each person possesses their own strengths. And I hope we can come together to complement one another and form an unbreakable family." "Understood," Xiaohu remarked, unconsciously studying Jiang Mian a bit longer. He had merely sought her assurance that she would protect his sister, yet Jiang Mian had promised to safeguard every member of the team, subtly reminding him to do the same. Chapter 32 Mutual Understanding. Moreover, who says that ordinary people will always remain ordinary? Hasn't CSCC awakened? Jiang Mian remarked with profound significance. In this apocalyptic world, there is no shortage of those who seek to flatter. If necessary, one could simply eliminate a few more. Xiaohu stared at her in a daze, ultimately managing to utter a single word of gratitude. The risks of awakening are great. He would rather his sister remain an ordinary person forever, for he would always protect her. After concluding her conversation with Xiaohu, Jiang Mian ascended to the rooftop, gazing down at the desolation of the city. Uncertain of humanity's final path, she pondered whether civilization could ever be rebuilt. Regrettably, her previous life had been too brief, and her knowledge was limited. The future remained shrouded in confusion. Suddenly, a flock of playful sparrows flitted through the sky, occasionally alighting on the power lines, chirping away, their chatter a mystery. An idea struck Jiang Mian. She extended a vine from her left hand, which gracefully reached across to the rooftop of the adjacent building, patiently waiting. Before long, a few sparrows ventured over, perching on the nearby rooftop, curiously eyeing the vine in the center. They hesitated to land on it, inching closer to observe before taking flight, only to return shortly thereafter. If patience were a virtue, Jiang Mian possessed it. remaining still and observant. At last, one brave sparrow perched upon the vine, taking a few cautious steps. Soon after, 2 more joined. Unbeknownst to her, 5 or 6 sparrows had gathered on her vine, chirping as they flitted back and forth. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Mian curled her fingers, and 4 of the sparrows flew away, leaving her with only 2. Just then, the sound of a car engine drifted up from below. She looked down to see Pei Yu and Lingy returning, in high spirits. Jiang Mian descended the stairs with her 2 captured sparrows. "Hey, Sister Jiang, why did you catch 2 sparrows?" Lingy inquired with curiosity. The others also turned their gaze. And indeed, Jiang Mian held 2 sparrows in her hands. Qiu Hu remarked, "Sparrows have little meat. They aren't and amp, oppos, tea worth eating." Jiang Mian, a true foodie. It seemed. However, these 2 sparrows were intended for Qiu Hu, though not for his consumption. "Lingy, go fetch something to contain these. They're not for you to eat. As for their purpose, you will see later," Jiang Mian teased. "All right," Lingy obediently replied, heading off to find a container. Once the sparrows were secured, Jiang Mian fed them a few grains of rice. With everyone present, she announced the plans for the following day. "My intention is to leave Chuan City tomorrow. We are a total of 6 people with 2 vehicles, myself, CSCC, and Lingy in one, while Pei Yu takes Qiu Hu and Qiu Xiang in the other. Is there any objection?" Jiang Mian looked around at the group. No objections, the consensus was clear. Pei Yu desired to share a vehicle with Jiang Mian, but circumstances did not permit it, and he could only sigh. Qiu Xiang had prepared a beef sauce and began making dinner, as the apocalypse had left them without electricity. It was better to eat early than to fumble in the dark. Jiang Mian took the others to organize supplies in the vehicles, distributing half of the food and medicines to Pei Yu's car. She hoped to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Should misfortune arise and the 2 vehicles become separated, they would still have provisions. By the time dinner was served, CSCC had recovered significantly and was able to get out of bed. She brought a basin and joyfully showcased her ability. "Mian Mian, look." As she placed her hand in the basin, water flowed from her fingers like a faucet, filling the basin in no time. "Wow, that and oppos, es impressive," Qiu Xiang praised, then asked, "Is this a water-based ability?" Her curiosity stemmed from her limited understanding of abilities. Qiu Hu answered, "Yes, we need not worry about water anymore." He thought of Yi Yunfei, another water-based ability user, wondering how they were faring and if they had escaped danger. Jiang Mian subtly glanced at Pei Yu, who had anticipated correctly. CSCC was indeed a water ability user. Although she could now trust him, she still felt a lingering hesitation, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. "Let us take it one step at a time," she resolved. Dinner was lively, with everyone present, sharing laughter and conversation. Suddenly, CSCC suggested, "Since we are all gathered, how about we take turns introducing ourselves? It could enhance our mutual understanding." "I have no objections," Qiu Hu replied. The others echoed their agreement. CSCC, noticing the consensus, gestured to Jiang Mian. "Then let us start with you, Mian Mian." Jiang Mian, who had been focused on her meal, felt the eyes of the group upon her. Reluctantly putting her food down, she swallowed and offered a brief introduction. "I am Jiang Mian, a wood ability user, 20 years old, a sophomore, and a native of Haishur." The group responded with silence, acknowledging the simplicity of her introduction. Next was CSCC, who cleared her throat. "I am CSCC, a water ability user, 20 years old, and a university roommate of Jiang Mian, also from Haishur." Qiu Hu followed suit. "I am Qiu Hu, 30 years old, a programmer, hailing from Chuan City. My ability is that of a single eye. For instance, if I place it in this room, I can monitor everything within. But I cannot be more than 10 kilometers away, or it becomes ineffective." Qiu Xiang glanced at her brother before adding, "I am Qiu Xiang, 23 years old, an elementary school teacher from Chuan City." Lingy, ice ability user, 15 years old, a third-year middle school student from Chuan City. Finally, it was Pei Yu and Oppo's turn. He considered the spotlight and cleared his throat. "I am Pei Yu. My ability is precognition, 25 years old, a surgeon from Beishur." CSCC expressed her surprise. "Precognition? Is it the kind that can see the future?" "I can glimpse certain fragments," Pei Yu clarified. The group nodded, finding his ability intriguing, reminiscent of a prophet. "Curious?" Qiu Hu asked, "As a Beishur native, what brings you to Chuan City? Jiang and Cici are here for university. Surely you're not working here?" "Beishur is the capital. Who would choose to work in Chuan City if they had the means?" Pei Yu replied, feeling a twinge of self-consciousness from Qiu Hu's sharpness. According to the normal timeline, He shouldn't even be in Chuan City yet, nor should he have met Jiang Mian. However, his unique ability allowed him to turn back time. Pei Yu contemplated before explaining, I am actually on a sabbatical, visiting Chuan City as a tourist. Xiaohu patted him on the shoulder. What a stroke of bad luck. To be on holiday during the apocalypse, without a single relative or friend around, must weigh heavily on your heart. By the way, Jiang Mian and the others are returning to Haishur to seek family. What about you? Aren't you going back to Beishur to find your kin? At Xiaohu's words, Jiang Mian looked at Pei Yu, feeling a twinge of responsibility. She had previously doubted his intentions and hadn't inquired about his family's situation. Now she could only wait to see how he would respond. Pei Yu was taken aback by the group's curiosity. Had he known, he would have prepared a better response. As he fabricated his story, he worried he might forget it and arouse Jiang Mian's suspicion. After a moment of silence, he quietly admitted, I have no family left. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence, refraining from further inquiries. Lingyi was momentarily stunned, realizing that Pei Yu, like him, had no family. Feeling a sense of kinship, he resolved to be more attentive to Brother Pei in the future. Chapter 33, The Sparrow Drone After Dinner. Jiang Mian brought over a sparrow and said to Xiaohu, why not test her ability on it? Xiaohu examined the little bird and complied, attaching his third eye to its head. The onlookers were filled with curiosity as Jiang Mian approached the window and released the sparrow into the air. Suddenly enlightened, Xiaohu exclaimed, isn't this combination akin to a drone? Though I cannot dictate its flight path. As the sparrow flitted about, Xiaohu gained a vantage point over the scene outside, the zombies on the road, the various shops lining the street. Everything came into sharp focus. Jiang Mian nodded. It can help you scout a small area nearby. Get accustomed to it. We'll keep the other sparrow for tomorrow. It may prove useful in critical moments. In this post-apocalyptic world, not only humans had mutated, but so had flora and fauna. Jiang Mian harbored hopes of capturing a mutated bird in the future, to raise it as Xiaohu's partner. With proper nurturing and elevation of its abilities, its intelligence would also increase, transforming it into a controllable drone. Understood. Xiaohu had never imagined his powers could be utilized in such a manner, and he was filled with exhilaration. Pei Yu playfully patted his shoulder. Brother, be sure to report any unusual happenings outside. Absolutely. We're departing tomorrow, so you all should rest early. He was not tired, having had ample rest during the day. As night fell, everyone retreated to their rooms, leaving Xiaohu alone in the hall, vigilantly observing the outside world. He watched as the sparrow engaged in communication with its companions, fought, and vied for mates, ultimately retreating in defeat and perching alone on a power line. Seemingly lost in thought, he found himself chuckling, unexpectedly entertained by a glimpse into the animal kingdom that evening. After a moment, the sparrow took flight again, stopping intermittently before heading towards the Sanjiang Bridge. Xiaohu felt a twinge of anxiety and heightened his focus. By mere chance, the sparrow landed on the windowsill, where two men were conversing inside. The bearded man said, Old Jean is dead. The stout man responded, astonished, When did this happen? Who did it? It must have been today. One of my subordinates went at 5, intending to revel, but found the place deserted, filled only with corpses. He examined their wounds. They were all inflicted by human hands. Upon hearing Chapter 34, Do you dislike me? With a sigh of relief, CSCC caught a solitary zombie with a large net, slowly pulling it closer. Lingyi assisted her by stuffing a rag into the zombie and Appo's mouth before placing it into a burlap sack. They repeated this process, capturing another zombie, similarly silencing it with a rag and securing it within a sack. Thus, 2 burlap sacks lay on the ground, each containing a zombie. CSCC gazed at the sacks and declared, That should suffice. Let and Appo's proceed with the release. Lingyi nodded in agreement. Both were endowed with supernatural abilities, making it effortless for them to carry a sack each as they made their way to the villa at Sanjiang Bridge. Jiang Mian had previously scouted a prime location for their task, ensuring their release of the zombies would be concealed and effective in disrupting the enemy and Appo's line of sight. Following Jiang Mian and Appo's instructions, their mission was to liberally release zombies, creating chaos for their foes, all while remaining vigilant and hidden. The chosen spot was near a small hillock, positioned less than half a meter from the villa's wall, allowing for an easy leap over the barrier with their burdens. Standing atop the wall, CSCC unfastened the sack, removing the rag from the zombie's mouth, which immediately gaped wide, attempting to bite her. Haha, here we go, she exclaimed, tipping the sack and sending the zombie tumbling over the wall with a dull thud. Lingyi followed suit, depositing his zombie into the enclosure. exhaling in relief that the creatures felt no pain. What nonsense am I saying? Onward, we must continue, Mian said. The more we release, the better. Thus, the two silhouettes, each with a sack in hand, leapt and vanished beyond the villa's walls. Inside, the two zombies staggered to their feet, heads tilted, as they ambled forth in search of prey. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu stealthily infiltrated the villa complex from different angles, the night providing them with the perfect cover. In their strategy of and oppos, capturing the leader first, and oppos, they had resolved to seek out and eliminate the boss. Upon entering the villa complex, Jiang Mian chose the nearest villa, illuminated by candlelight. Curse it! The women from the Four Seasons Pearl have all fled. Where can one find pleasure now? One man lamented. Finding pleasure isn't too difficult. Just follow Ming Ji's example and find a place to keep a few on the side, replied his companion. Yet, where is the comfort of having them close by? Jiang Mian, agile and alert, concealed herself behind the door, holding her breath as the two men conversed. Once they passed, she silently emerged, employing her powers. Two sharp vines shot forth like venomous serpents, swiftly piercing through the men's skulls before they could utter a cry for help. With practiced efficiency, Jiang Mian dragged their lifeless bodies into the nearest room. The men were bare-chested and glistening with sweat, indicating they had just finished a workout. Exiting the room, Jiang Mian glanced toward the direction from which the men had come, surmising there might be a gym nearby, possibly still occupied by others. Cautiously, she advanced. As she neared the door, a faint breeze wafted by, carrying with it a hint of blood. This was troubling. It could not be Pei Yu, as he was not in her vicinity. Instantly, alarm bells rang in her mind as she retreated hastily. At that moment, a shadow darted from within, lunging toward Jiang Mian with remarkable speed, a glinting dagger in hand. With no time to evade, she raised her arm in defense, and amidst the brief scuffle, their forms danced in a flurry of movement. The assailant aimed for her eyes with the dagger, while Jiang Mian pressed her gun against his temple. In that fleeting instant, both recognized each other and oppos as faces. Jiang Mian? What are you doing here? Lu Yuan exclaimed, astonished, halting his strike. Jiang Mian, equally taken aback by his presence, struggled to maintain her composure and asked, How did you end up here? This was perplexing. In her previous life, he had not returned. The situation was growing increasingly strange. Lu Yuan hesitated before responding. Qiu has gone missing. We couldn't even locate his body. We ventured here at night, hoping to find some clues. Jiang Mian remained silent, pondering whether she could claim Qiu as her own. Yet, what was Lu Yuan and Appo's true intention? In her past life, he had fled with them after Qiu was shot, never considering returning to rescue him. Now, in this life, he was returning to save a comrade? Was he finally learning to value his allies? Unaware of her thoughts, Lu Yuan sheathed his dagger, only to find Jiang Mian's gun still firmly pressed against his forehead, showing no signs of relinquishing it. His chest heaved, heart racing, uncertain of her intent. In that moment, Jiang Mian was tempted to pull the trigger. She foresaw the consequences, revenge fulfilled, yet it would alert others to her presence, jeopardizing their plan. But did that matter? A voice in her mind urged her to eliminate him. Kill him. Is this not what you have long desired? Jiang Mian, grateful for her clarity amid rage, slowly lowered her weapon and casually remarked, So, you've all arrived? Yes, Lu Yuan replied, relieved to see her gun lowered, though his dagger remained expertly aimed at her. Jiang Mian and Appo's desire to kill him was no mere illusion. But why? What deep-seated enmity lay between them that he was unaware of? Why haven't you explained how you came to be here? Lu Yuan pressed. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Jiang Mian replied, I killed one of his friends, and he sought revenge. Thus, I had no choice but to strike first. Since we share a common enemy, let us resolve this swiftly. Lu Yuan and Appo's emotions were conflicted. How did she ascertain their shared adversary? He worried he might be the predator, with Jiang Mian as the unsuspecting prey, leaving him at a loss as to how to handle her. To kill her? He hesitated, still unclear about her motives. To spare her? He sensed he might be placing himself in peril. This sensation was peculiar, akin to knowing a trap lies ahead, yet feeling compelled to leap into it. It was reminiscent of his initial encounter with Jiang Mian, where he could not articulate why he felt a spark of delight. Chapter 35. The zombies in the villa in the corner by the flower bed. A man was whistling while watering the plants, completely oblivious to the concept of decorum. He relished this primal sensation. Just as he was about to zip up his pants, a sudden pain shot through his arm, and in terror, he turned to find a zombie had sunk its teeth into him. Ah, a zombie. Instinctively, he tried to push the creature away, but it tore away a large chunk of flesh. Blood dripped onto the ground, blooming like crimson flowers. The pain in his arm made him break into a cold sweat. He thought he was finished, bitten by a zombie. He would surely become one too. He recalled a brother who had been bitten yesterday. The leader had mercilessly shot him. But he didn't want to die. They had cleared the villa just a week ago. How could there still be unvanquished zombies? What zombies? Two companions, alerted by the commotion, approached to investigate. As they exited the door, they saw the man fleeing in panic, clutching his arm, while the zombie lunged toward them. Holy hell! There really are zombies. One of the men shouted, while the other calmly retrieved his weapon and dispatched the zombie. He knelt by the pool of blood, assessing the scene. And based on the fleeing figure he had seen earlier, he concluded, this is bad. Someone has been bitten. Hurry and notify everyone to be on alert. We need to find the bitten individual. I'll go now. Damn, this is troublesome. Running after being bitten is like setting a time bomb for us. Are we not brothers anymore? Probably scared of dying. Before they could relay the news, screams erupted from all directions. Zombies. Where did they come from? Damn it. I've been bitten. Help me. Don't kill me. Zombies. Everyone, wake up. Grab your weapons. As the chaos unfolded, the entire villa complex felt as if it were boiling over. Quickly, inform the boss. Someone shouted. Their leader, Fai Doi, had already been awakened by the noise. He emerged from his room fully dressed. Encountering a panicked subordinate rushing to report, he calmly stated, I am aware. First, organize everyone to eliminate the zombies and find the entry point. The subordinate nodded vigorously. Understood. I'll get right on it. The followers efficiently began clearing the zombies and searching for the breach. Torches, flashlights, and large solar-powered lamps illuminated the entire villa complex. Fai Doi stood on the concrete ground, awaiting reports from his subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian hid on the second floor of one villa, observing the group and Oppo's movements and successfully pinpointing their leader, Fai Doi. With golden hair and blue eyes, he was a foreigner sporting a bushy beard, a pistol at his waist, and a machete in hand. At that moment, he was conversing with his men, entirely unaware of the dark barrel of a gun aimed at him from the nearby second floor. Bang! As Jiang Mian pulled the trigger, a bullet sliced through the air toward Fai Doi. Perhaps fortune favored him, for Fai Doi turned just in time, and the bullet grazed half his ear. Instinctively, he clutched his head, feeling the warmth of blood trickling down his arm. Not good. We're under attack. Everyone, be cautious. A group of henchmen shielded Fai Doi from behind, some firing their weapons toward the direction of the bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the area was empty. Jiang Mian had already shifted her position the moment the bullet was fired. She was not foolish enough to rim upon seeing the newcomer. CSCC exclaimed in astonishment. Li Mingho, how could he possibly be here? Chapter 36. Incompatible magnetic fields. However, Li Mingho spoke first. What are you doing here? He had just arrived nearby. Hearing gunfire and initially thinking his comrades had been discovered, he hurried over to offer support, only to find CSCC and Lingyi. In that moment, another man took advantage of their conversation to slip away unnoticed. By the time the three realized, it was too late. Li Mingho swiftly dispatched the two zombies that were still feasting on a corpse, then turned his gaze back to the two individuals, his fury palpable. Do you have any idea where this is? How dare you come here? They wield real guns and ammunition. Being shot means death. He was outraged that these two reckless individuals dared to venture into a den of killers. In just 2 days, CSCC, an ordinary person, and Lingyi, a mere child, had the audacity to provoke such a dangerous group. Truly, they were like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. And he couldn't fathom how Jiang Mian managed them. CSCC, stung by his outburst, felt a surge of anger and retorted, We are here already. How could we not know where this is? Don and Oppos, underestimate us. And you must give me a reason to take you seriously. An ordinary person bringing a child here for a thrill? Is your life too long? Just as Li Mingho finished his retort, CSCC splashed water in his face, drenching him completely. He quickly wiped his face, astonished. Wait, you've awakened? Is it a water ability? To his surprise, she possessed the same water ability as Yi Yunfei. CSCC felt a sense of pride at his astonished expression, serving him right for looking down on ordinary people. At that moment, they heard more intense gunfire in the distance. Lingyi expressed concern. Could it be that Sister Jiang has been exposed? The sounds clearly indicated a fierce battle was underway. Let us go take a look, Li Mingho suggested. Uncertain whether it was Jiang Mian or Lu Yuan who had been compromised, the three of them rushed towards the source of the gunfire. Yang Jie and Yi Yunfei shared the same thoughts and arrived earlier, joining the fray. Under the coordinated assault of Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and Lu Yuan. Doi and his men found themselves in disarray, with many dead and others fleeing, the scene chaotic. Yang Jie unleashed his wind ability, wielding his knife to swiftly eliminate opponents. Akin to a human reaper amidst a cloud of blood, his speed was astonishing. Yi Yunfei, armed with only a Wii Chapter 37, the basement indeed, after a while. The gunfire ceased from within. Jiang Mian casually wrapped a pot of flowers with vines and tossed it inside his bait. Taking advantage of their distraction while they attacked the flower pot, she and Pei Yu swiftly maneuvered to fire several shots, eliminating 5 adversaries. 3 remained. There are 3 left. Pei Yu noted. The trio had taken refuge behind the sofa, and Doi was among them, having exhausted his ammunition. He quietly reached for the handgun of a fallen comrade nearby. He called out to the outside, "What do you want? Weapons? Or gold? If you stop now, I can provide you with either." Doi was truly unwilling to perish. He would sacrifice anything to preserve his life. Pei Yu scoffed, "What we desire is your life. Once you are dead, those possessions will naturally belong to us." As Pei Yu engaged in dialogue with Doi, Jiang Mian noticed Lu Yuan climbing up from the side of the villa, directly ascending to the 2nd floor. "No, young man, you are overly arrogant. Do you think that killing me will lead you to those treasures? I'm not that foolish. The firearms here are merely a fraction of what I possess. I have much more than you can imagine, all concealed in a hidden warehouse. If you spare my life, I can reveal its location." Pei Yu was taken aback by the old man's cunning and glanced at Jiang Mian, seeking her decision. Jiang Mian met his gaze and gestured upwards, saying, "How can I be assured that the location you provide is genuine?" Realizing they were intrigued, Doi retorted, "How can I trust that once you acquire the weapons, you will let me go? You Chinese are notorious for being duplicitous." Just then, Lu Yuan reached the staircase. He tread lightly, stealthily making his way down. And upon turning the first corner, he spotted the exposed backs of Doi and his companions. They had been solely focused on guarding against Jiang Mian and Pei Yu by the windowsill, completely oblivious to an approach from the 2nd floor. With a crackle, Lu Yuan threw a wide-range electric grenade, swiftly followed by gunfire that felled the other 2, disarming Doi temporarily. Doi grimaced in pain, his body tingling from the electricity. Turning to see the newcomer, he spat, "Despicable. Resorting to ambush again." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied slowly, "You deem others despicable because you yourself are? It is no secret that your countrymen love to accuse others of their own faults." Doi, now agitated, turned around only to find 2 more individuals climbing through the window, leaving him outnumbered 3-1. After Jiang Mian entered, she cast a glance at Lu Yuan before heading towards the villa's front door to let CSCC and the others in. Moments later, Doi found himself encircled. Lu Yuan aimed his gun at his head, demanding, "Now, where is the location of the weapons warehouse?" Doi, slumped on the ground, erupted into laughter. "You despicable, shameless Chinese. You will never uncover the location of the weapons warehouse." He understood all too well that their reluctance to kill him stemmed from his knowledge of the warehouse and Oppo's location. Revealing it would only hasten his demise. "You look down upon the Chinese, yet forget that you stand on Chinese soil. How laughable." CSCC mocked. Jiang Mian stated, "Since you refuse to speak, I commend your resolve as a man, allowing you to die with purpose." With a bang, before anyone could react, Jiang Mian shot Doi in the head. Even in death, Doi could not believe she showed no interest in the weapons warehouse. His lifeless eyes glaring at the ceiling as his breath ceased. The others stood in stunned silence. "Jiang Mian, are you insane?" Li Mingho scolded. "That was an entire warehouse of firearms. You may not want it, but we certainly do." He was genuinely exasperated. Jiang Mian chuckled, retorting, "Am I the foolish one? Or are you? Do not forget his status. How do you think he achieved his position? Was it through sheer brawn and simplicity of mind?" This implied that Doi's words were not easily manipulated. Keeping him alive merely granted him time to devise tricks and countermeasures. If your ears are not deaf, you should have heard him say he would never divulge the warehouse's location. If you are not deaf, you should also be aware of the situation outside. While it may be an exaggeration to say zombies were besieging the area, it was undeniable that many were advancing towards them. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become. Pei Yu, CSCC, Ling, we must split up and gather as many weapons as possible. We must act swiftly. Understood. After Jiang Mian and Oppo's orders, they sprang into action. Li Mingho stared blankly at their departing figures. "Brother Lu, she is not wrong. We should move quickly and collect anything useful." With Phi Doi now deceased, there was no time for moral dilemmas. Lu Yuan recognized that if they did not act soon, they would end up with nothing. Ye Yunfei patted Li Mingho and Appo's shoulder, offering silent encouragement. Come on, brother, let us find those weapons. As Jiang Mian emerged, Pei Yu grabbed her and dashed towards the central villa. Follow me, I have something to show you. Jiang Mian could only instruct CSCC and Ling Yi. You two team up, look out for each other, and stay safe. CSCC nodded, understanding the urgency. Mian, you all be careful too. Thus, Jiang Mian followed Pei Yu, their pace swift, and before long, they entered the villa. Pei Yu led her adeptly to a door that opened to the basement. Upon activating the switch for the staircase, a soft yellow light illuminated the area. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Mian was stunned by the sight before her. The basement spanned approximately 60 to 70 square meters, with numerous wooden crates stacked against the walls, an estimated 100 or more. Open one and take a look, Pei Yu suggested. Jiang Mian glanced back at him, then approached the nearest crate, opening it to reveal a box of grenades. She opened another, and it too was filled with grenades. Changing direction, she opened yet another crate, this time discovering shotguns, her astonishment palpable. My goodness, how did you find this place? Leaning against a crate, Pei Yu proudly replied. I happened to see them carrying crates out, so I guess this might be the storeroom. I eliminated 2 guards and took a quick look inside. Jiang Mian couldn't help but admire his luck. There is so much here, we cannot carry it all. Choose some practical and easily transportable items. And I will call CSCC and the others to assist. Wait, Pei Yu called out, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. I have something to confess. Jiang Mian? At such a critical moment, what could he possibly have to confess? Time was of the essence. Chapter 38. Spatial Artifacts. Pei Yu, unsure of how to respond, simply collected all the weapon boxes in the basement into his spatial realm under Jiang Mian and Appo's gaze. In an instant, the more than 100 boxes vanished, leaving the basement eerily empty. Jiang Mian paused for 2 seconds before exclaiming, You possess spatial abilities? No. It's a spatial artifact, he replied, extending his hand to show her a ring. It's a family heirloom. Jiang Mian had noticed the ring on his ring finger during their first encounter, thinking it was an ordinary piece of jewelry and not giving it much thought. She never expected it to be a spatial artifact. How enviable. Pei Yu, noticing her intense gaze, cleared his throat and said, Actually, I have a pair of these rings. If you don and Appo's mind, I could give you one. Jiang Mian thought she must have misheard him. She looked up at him, puzzled, and asked, Are you really sure you want to give it to me? To be honest, what could she possibly mind? It was a treasure of immeasurable value. Jiang Mian recalled a misfortunate soul from her previous life who had been hunted for possessing a spatial artifact. Yes, Pei Yu nodded earnestly, fabricating a small lie. Each person can only use one of these rings. Since I already have one, it's better to let you use this. He then retrieved another ring from his spatial realm and handed it to Jiang Mian. The space isn't large, about 100 square meters. If you don't mind, please accept it. Jiang Mian hesitated to take the brass-colored ring. She desired it greatly, but she was well aware that there were no free lunches in this world. What do you want from me in return? She asked calmly. Pei Yu, understanding her apprehension, responded helplessly, protection, I suppose. In this apocalyptic world, I wish to survive. Can you promise not to abandon me? Jiang Mian was momentarily at a loss for words. His request sounded rather peculiar. You still need protection? She remarked. Surely. Killing those from Jinliangshan should be enough to warm you up. Jiang Mian always found Pei Yu to be a complex individual. He claimed to be a surgeon, yet he killed without a second thought. How had he acquired such lethal skills? Surely, he couldn't be a reborn soul like herself? Such matters were beyond verification, fortunately. He harbored no ill intentions at present and remained within Jiang Mian and Appo's sphere of control. Pei Yu felt embarrassed. Jiang Mian was beginning to doubt him once again. He feigned a melancholic demeanor, lowering his gaze as he said, I have no family left. I simply don't wish to be alone. It is often said that women are emotional creatures. Pei Yu hoped to touch Jiang Mian's heart, even if just a little. Jiang Mian looked at him. Recalling her past life, she too had no family, and she understood that profound sense of loneliness. She had once feared being abandoned by Lu Yuan. Thus, she had never dared to relax or make mistakes, striving to prove herself as a valuable ally. Sadly, Lu Yuan had not abandoned her. He had merely extracted her core and killed her. Reflecting on this, Jiang Mian felt a pang of suffocation. She composed herself and took the ring from Pei Yu's hand, quickly stating, Consider it a loan. You can retrieve it whenever you wish. She added also, I never abandon reliable teammates, provided he proved himself worthy. Understood, Pei Yu replied, visibly delighted as he watched her slip the ring onto her ring finger. I will restore the weapon boxes. You focus and see if you can retrieve them into your spatial ring. All right, Jiang Mian nodded. The moment she donned the spatial ring, she felt the presence of the space within. With merely her will, she controlled the retrieval, collecting all the restored weapon boxes from Pei Yu. Though she ultimately decided to leave 2 boxes behind, it would not do to emerge empty-handed. She carried a box of shotguns while Pei Yu took a box of grenades. As they exited the villa, the others had also made different acquisitions. Lu Yuan's group had lifted 4 or 5 boxes, their lids secured. And Jiang Mian was unaware of the weapons concealed within. CSCC and Ling Yi also approached with a box, their excited expression speaking volumes about their successful haul. Let us go. We need to withdraw, Jiang Mian urged, and the group followed her lead. Jiang Mian's vehicle was parked near the area where CSCC and Ling Yi had lured the zombies. So they headed toward the small dirt slope leading outside the villa. Just before reaching the wall, they were confronted by a horde of zombies blocking their path. Far too numerous to eliminate. Jiang Mian glanced at the box and Pei Yu and Appos, as hands and instructed, used the grenades to clear the way. Everyone, prepare to charge. Understood. The group retreated slightly as Pei Yu set down the box, retrieved a grenade, pulled the safety pin, and hurled it toward the zombies. After 4 to 5 seconds, the area erupted with deafening explosions, sending the surrounding zombies flying. Severed limbs scattered everywhere. Now's our chance, charge. Pei Yu sprinted ahead, followed by CSCC and Ling Yi, while Jiang Mian brought up the rear with the box. Fortune smiled upon them. Just as they scaled the wall, the zombies that had been blasted apart began to regroup below, their numbers a chilling sight. Let us go, Jiang Mian urged. The group leaped onto the dirt slope and dashed toward the all-terrain vehicle. Jiang Mian believed they had moved swiftly, yet to her surprise, Lu Yuan and Appos' vehicle trailed closely behind. Not even 200 meters away, Pei Yu glanced into the rearview mirror, his irritation palpable. What pests? CSCC explained, they're looking for Qiuhu. I told them we rescued him, so they probably want to meet him. The group knew that Jiang Mian's conditions for saving Qiuhu meant he was now considered one of their own. They hoped the reunion would not be too uncomfortable. When Jiang Mian and the others returned to the hotel, it was still dark, around 3 in the morning. Lu Yuan and his group disembarked first, intending to accompany Jiang Mian into the hotel. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Yuan said, thank you for saving Qiuhu. At that moment, Qiuhu and Qiu Xiang opened the hotel door, having stayed awake out of concern for Jiang Mian and her group. Hearing the commotion, they came to see who had arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and the others, Qiuhu beamed with joy. Brother Lu, Minghao, and Yang Jie, Yunfei. You're all safe. This is wonderful. He had previously worried about their safety, so encountering them unharmed filled him with elation. Li Mingho chuckled. We're all fine. I heard you were shot. It seems you're recovering well. Yi Yunfei added, Brother Hu, those who survive great calamities must have blessings ahead. Indeed. I'll take your good fortune to heart. I found my sister, so I suppose this misfortune has brought me unexpected fortune, Qiuhu mused, feeling as though he had exhausted his lifetime of luck for this occasion. Qiu Xiang glanced outside and advised, Brother, you all should come in. It's not safe out here. Jiang Mian and her group had already entered the hotel, while the few remaining were still at the entrance reminiscing, inadvertently attracting several zombies. Realizing this, Qiuhu quickly ushered them inside. Yes, please come in. There are plenty of rooms here. While it's still dark, you can catch some sleep. However, how did you end up encountering Jiang Mian and the others? Qiuhu wondered about the peculiar fate that seemed to bind them together. Chapter 39. Respecting Qiuhu's decision, Lu Yuan recounted his encounter with Jiang Mian to Qiuhu. Upon learning that they had returned to rescue him, Qiuhu was deeply moved yet felt a pang of guilt, for he could no longer rejoin the team. Unsure of how to express himself, he simply said, Everyone has worked hard through the night. Let us take some rest. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. I and Appos, am utterly exhausted, Li Mingho remarked. After escaping danger, the relaxation of his taut nerves brought a wave of fatigue over him. Lu Yuan voiced no objections, and the 4 of them each selected a room to rest. Jiang Mian awoke at 9 in the morning. After she rose, others gradually followed suit. Qiu Xiang prepared noodles for everyone, topping them with a homemade beef sauce that looked utterly appetizing. Due to the crowding in the kitchen, those in front instinctively took their bowls to the hall to eat. Li Mingho took a few bites and gave Qiuhu a thumbs up, exclaiming, your sister's culinary skills are impressive. We are in for a treat." The thought of having such a talented cook on their team filled him with joy. As Qiu Xiang emerged with a bowl of noodles, she overheard his praise and rolled her eyes, retorting, "What an inflated ego. It and amp, oppos. SA privilege, I even offered you a meal. Don't expect another." "What do you mean?" Li Mingho's face flushed with anger as he glanced between her and Qiu Xiang, don't stir up trouble. Qiu is one of us. And so is his sister. Thus, this meal is on us, not you. "Oh, really?" Qiu Xiang chuckled. "Why don't you ask Qiu whose side he is on now?" Caught in the middle of the dispute, Qiu felt conflicted. He had woken that morning worried about this very issue, and now that it was brought to light, he felt somewhat relieved. He contemplated how to soothe Li Mingho, whose temper was flaring. Li Mingho, perplexed, fixed a piercing gaze on Qiu, demanding, "What is going on? Have you betrayed us?" Lu Yuan, Yang Jie, and Yi Yunfei turned their attention to Qiu, awaiting his response. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu sat calmly on the sofa, eating noodles as if disinterested in the unfolding drama, yet their ears were attentive. "Li Mingho, it's not what you think," Qiu said, glancing at Lu Yuan for support. "Brother Lu, if it weren't for Jiang Mian, Xiaoxiang, and I might not even be alive." Lu Yuan fell silent, lost in thought. Conversely, Li Mingho could not accept such a rationale. His anger boiled over as he accused, "Did she threaten you? Just say the word, we'll back you up." Fearing Li Mingho and Oppos' impulsiveness, Qiu quickly denied, No. Calm down. Jiang Mian is our savior." "Qiu." Li Mingho suddenly bellowed, "We risked our lives to save you. Now you're telling me you've betrayed us? So, you're no longer one of us? Don't use the excuse of Jiang Mian being a savior to brush this off. How could you think that?" Qiu Xiang interjected with a scoff. "You've only teamed up with him for a short while. It's not like you've sold your soul. Why are you acting so self-righteous?" Her words struck a chord. Lu Yuan, Yang Jie, and Yi Yunfei exchanged uneasy glances, feeling a twinge of betrayal despite the validity of her argument. Li Mingho's anger intensified, and he attempted to respond, but Lu Yuan intervened. "Enough, Mingho. You're too easily provoked. Temper your emotions. We must respect Qiu's choice." Allowing Li Mingho to continue would only deepen their distress. Qiu looked at Lu Yuan with gratitude, sincerely stating, "Brother Lu. Li Mingho, Yang Jie, Yi Yunfei, I shall always consider you my brothers." Yang Jie was the first to step forward, patting Qiu on the shoulder. "Good brother." Finally, the tumult subsided. After the meal, Jiang Mian and the others began to reorganize their supplies, preparing to depart. Lu Yuan approached Jiang Mian and inquired, "Where are you planning to go?" Without lifting her head, Jiang Mian replied, "To Haishur." "Haishur?" Lu Yuan pondered. "We are heading to Shinshur, which is at least 1,000 kilometers away. How about we travel together?" "That is fine." "No way." Jiang Mian and Pei Yu responded almost simultaneously. Though their answers diverged, Jiang Mian agreed while Pei Yu declined. Disregarding Pei Yu's disapproval, Lu Yuan continued, "Very well, I shall prepare as well. We can set off together shortly." His intuition proved correct. The innate chemistry between him and Pei Yu was discordant, and it appeared that Pei Yu was equally averse to him. Jiang Mian nodded, accepting the joint journey, as it would also allow her a closer opportunity to eliminate him if the chance arose. Once Lu Yuan departed, Jiang Mian looked at Pei Yu curiously. "What is your issue? Do you have a grudge against him? Why do you dislike him so much?" Initially, Jiang Mian thought Pei Yu's intervention at the villa was a mere coincidence, but now it seemed he genuinely harbored disdain for Lu Yuan. "What could be the reason?" Pei Yu replied, "You're the one with the grudge against him." However, he could not voice this thought. Instead, he analyzed. "You see, he is quite hypocritical. When the quarrel between CSCC and Li Mingho erupted, he didn't intervene. He only stepped in to play the good guy once Li Mingho was losing. Isn't that hypocritical?" Jiang Mian shot him a glance, calmly stating, "Hypocritical." Pei Yu quickly seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Exactly. Being around a hypocritical person is unsafe. I worry you might be deceived or used by him. Why do you still agree to travel with him?" Pei Yu was perplexed, filled with concern. In her heart, Jiang Mian thought, "Because I want to kill him." Yet on the surface, she endeavored to reassure Pei Yu, "It's fine. If he dares to deceive or exploit me, I shall skin him alive." Pei Yu was taken aback. Surely not. Could it be that during their journey, Jiang Mian would be deceived and manipulated by Lu Yuan? Which was why she was so determined to eliminate him. Chapter 40. Traffic jam on the national highway at 11 o'clock in the morning. 3 SUVs set off together towards Daning Street. Jiang Mian drove at the front, followed closely by Pei Yu, with Lu Yuan bringing up the rear. Sitting in the passenger seat, CSCC felt increasingly frustrated. Mian, why did you agree to travel with that mad dog, Li Mingho? Jiang Mian, keeping her gaze fixed ahead, casually replied, don't take him too seriously, it's unnecessary. He just has a sharp tongue, but otherwise, he's tolerable. Continuing her narrative, Jiang Mian added, it's mainly because of Lu Yuan and their strength. Traveling together allows for genuine mutual support, unlike that half-hearted Zhuemo, although they were traveling as one group. The dangers of the apocalyptic road were ever present, with unforeseen incidents lurking around every corner. One could disappear without warning. Therefore, it was indeed unnecessary to dwell on it. Just focus on oneself. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Mian, CSCC had undergone significant changes in this lifetime, daring to confront Li Mingho head-on, targeting his every annoyance without the submissiveness of her previous life. Jiang Mian found solace in this transformation. After listening to her words, CSCC felt considerably lighter. Indeed, that mad dog, Li Mingho, was not worth her concern. She reclined comfortably in her seat, watching the scenery recede, silently bidding farewell to the city. Jiang Jie, look. Ling Yi suddenly pointed outside at a zombie girl. Isn't that the girl we encountered at the pharmacy 2 days ago? She has turned into a zombie. Ling Yi was astounded, unsure of what had happened to her, yet the feeling was unsettling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian glanced over and confirmed that it was indeed the girl they'd seen at the pharmacy. The girl wandered aimlessly in the street, her eyes vacant, skin gray, clothes stained with blood, searching for food. Unfamiliar with the girl they spoke of, CSCC inquired, and Ling Yi recounted the events of that day. After hearing the story, she felt a wave of melancholy. Jiang Mian remarked, this is the reality of the apocalypse. One day you see someone perfectly fine, and the next, they might not even be human anymore. Ling Yi understood, thinking that perhaps he would gradually become accustomed to such a fate. This time, Jiang Mian's group encountered no mishaps as the SUVs left Daning Street. 2 hours later, they exited the boundaries of Chuan City. Due to uncertain road conditions, Jiang Mian opted not to take the highway but instead chose the national road, which offered greater flexibility. If they encountered blocked paths, they would have more alternative routes to consider. After continuing for another 2 hours, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sun blazed down, prompting Jiang Mian to pull the SUV over to a shaded area by the roadside, intending to call everyone for a brief rest and a chance to eat. The 3 vehicles parked in succession along the roadside, surrounded by lush green trees and thriving wild grass, creating a pleasant landscape. Everyone disembarked to enjoy the breeze, stretching their limbs and engaging in light exercise, whether standing or squatting. Qiu Xiang approached mysteriously, quietly asking Jiang Mian and CSCC if they wished to accompany her to address some personal matters. The 2 readily agreed, and thus the 3 ventured into a nearby grove. Qiu Hu cast a glance in their direction, surmising their intentions, but chose to feign ignorance. Continuing his conversation with Yang Jie, he felt a twinge of gratitude for being teamed up with Jiang Mian. Having her and CSCC in the group made things much more convenient. Had he been with Lu Yuan and the other men, the atmosphere would not have been as relaxed. 10 minutes later, those who had gone to resolve personal matters returned one after another. The group gathered to snack on some provisions before resuming their journey. Upon reaching the G108 National Road, they sporadically encountered a few other vehicles, all survivors escaping the chaos. As they drove further, traffic began to thicken, and Lu Yuan almost lost sight of Pei Yu's vehicle ahead. Yang Jie suggested, Lu Gu, why don't I take over driving for a bit? You should rest. He was considerate of Lu Yuan's fatigue from driving for too long, especially with the increasing number of vehicles on the road. Lu Yuan shook his head, not yet. We'll switch when we stop to rest. Right now, stopping could make us lose track of Jiang Mian and the others. Let them go. We don't rely on her, Li Mingho remarked nonchalantly. Lu Yuan fell silent, perplexed about why he was so concerned about Jiang Mian. This feeling was strange, as if something about her was magnetically drawing him in. Pei Yu observed the growing number of vehicles and told Qiu Hu, release that sparrow. Let's see what the situation is ahead. The multitude of cars on the road made him uneasy. Sure, but I can't guarantee it will fly forward, Qiu Hu replied. He took the sparrow from its cage, fed it a few grains of rice, and instructed, make sure to fly ahead, all right? With a chirp, the sparrow took flight. Qiu Xiang thought her brother was somewhat childish. Qiu Hu, unaware of his sister's thoughts, imbued the sparrow with his abilities and opened the sunroof to let it soar into the sky. As the sparrow ascended, Qiu Hu surveyed the road below, exclaiming, wow, there are so many survivors on this road. The traffic is heavy both ahead and behind us. Wait, Why is it flying off course? I can't and Appo's to even see the road anymore. Soon, Xiao Hu and Appo's view was obscured by trees, hills, and streams. And the sparrow paused to drink water by a stream and tidy its feathers. Steering with one hand, Pei Yu concluded, got it. There are indeed a significant number of survivors on this road. Xiao Xiang, seated in the passenger seat, asked in confusion, is there a problem? Indeed, it's a major issue. Xiao Hu explained, for instance, if there were only our 3 vehicles on the road, wouldn't we have a clear passage? Xiao Xiang nodded. Xiao Hu continued, however, with so many cars, the risk factor increases, which means the likelihood of accidents also rises. Do you understand? I see. In that case, it and Appo's certainly not a good sign. She had previously felt joy at the sight of so many living souls. CSCC, in the passenger seat, oscillated between excitement at the number of survivors and concern, hoping their journey would proceed smoothly without incident. Her worries soon proved well-founded. Before long, the vehicles ahead began to come to a halt one after another. Jiang Mian had no choice but to follow suit, hitting the brakes as well. CSCC, exasperated, muttered, what is going on? Why is everyone stopping? Who knows? Jiang Mian replied. Many of those who had parked their cars disembarked to investigate, asking one another what had occurred ahead, yet no one could provide a clear explanation. Caution permeated their exchanges, revealing that those who had survived to this point possessed a degree of experience in navigating the apocalypse. Oh dear, we finally escaped to this point. And now we're stuck in traffic? I hope there hasn't been an accident ahead. Who knows? It looks like the jam stretches quite a distance. If something goes wrong, we'll be trapped in the middle, unable to retreat or advance. Exactly, it's quite distressing. Chapter 41. Not his biological son after a brief pause. Jiang Mian parked her car when Pei Yu arrived at her side, gently tapping on the window. She instructed CSCC and Ling Yi to remain inside the vehicle before opening the door and stepping out. Pei Yu remarked, the situation ahead does not seem favorable. Shall we consider an alternative route? Jiang Mian glanced ahead and nodded. That sounds reasonable. Her curiosity was piqued by the events unfolding in front of them. At that moment, Lu Yuan also approached and inquired, what is happening up ahead? Pei Yu, irritated by his presence, retorted, do we look like we possess any knowledge of that? What are you doing standing here, blocking the wind for others? Lu Yuan, unwilling to back down, shot back defiantly. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Jiang Mian swiftly intervened. Why don't we take a look? Remaining stagnant is not a viable solution. It's indeed troubling if, as the person ahead suggested, we cannot retreat or advance. Upon hearing her words, the 2 men exchanged glances and, in unison, replied, all right. Jiang Mian sighed, and thus the 3 of them proceeded along the roadside. Perhaps due to the prolonged confinement in the car, their legs felt stiff, and as the traffic jam persisted, many survivors emerged from their vehicles, lingering nearby. However, few followed the example of Jiang Mian and her companions, resulting in their actions drawing the attention of the onlookers, who began to murmur and point. As they continued walking, the atmosphere shifted and a disquieting scene unfolded. A tall, gaunt man was holding a knife to a young boy, menacingly addressing the boy's parents. Hand over half of the food from your vehicle, and I assure you, your son will remain unharmed. Otherwise, the boy's mother, overwhelmed with despair, pleaded, please, do not harm Xiaohao. Her eyes were filled with desperation as she turned to her husband, urging, let us give them half of our supplies. We must save Xiaohao first. The boy and Appo's father hesitated, gazing at the gaunt man, attempting to negotiate. We don't have much food left. Asking for half is excessive. The man, enraged, retorted, don't think I haven't noticed how much you have in your vehicle. Do you take me for a fool? His voice dripped with contempt as he threatened, then let your son perish. Xiaohao, terrified, cried out, Mom, save me. Dad, I don't want to die. I'm so scared. Please help me. The mother's heart ached at her son's fear. She urged him, stay calm. I will negotiate with him once more. Don't be afraid. Mommy will find a way to save you. Make haste. The unexpected turn of events saw the boy's mother suddenly kneeling before her husband, tears streaming down her face as she implored, what matters more? Xiaohao are our supplies. How can you bear to let him die? He is your son. The father, upon hearing he is your son, erupted in fury. Lin Shanshan, speak truthfully. Do you truly believe he is my son? Are you so blind? Lin Shanshan was struck dumb, her face drained of color. How does he know? The man, interpreting her shock, decided to enlighten her. Everyone says Xiaohao doesn't resemble me at all. Do you have any idea how much pressure that is put on me? Just a week before the apocalypse, I had a paternity test done using Xiao Hao's hair and mine. You already know the result. Who then? Is he truly the son of? I have raised him for 9 years. 9 years? How many 9 years does one experience in a lifetime? Now, I am expected to part with half of my supplies for him? Lin Qianqian, do you think I am a fool? The onlookers erupted into a frenzy. Astonished by the revelation, they debated whether to sympathize with the man or the woman, ultimately deciding to pity the innocent child. The adults had sinned. Yet it was the child who suffered. Jiang Mian was taken aback. The adult world was indeed chaotic. Yet, the child remained innocent. Observing his parents quarrel with a dawning awareness, suppressing his cries. Lin Qianqian, feeling despondent, knew she could not remain passive for her son's sake. She discarded her pride and dignity, kneeling and grasping the man's leg as she wept. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Xiao Hao has grown under your watch. Please save him. I beg you. She hoped that the man would recall their shared past and take pity on Xiao Hao. However, the man remained unmoved. Shaking off her grasp coldly. Your pleas are futile. You should be beseeching him, he declared, pointing at the kidnapper. The kidnapper, bewildered, had difficulty grasping the situation. He had gone through the trouble of abducting a child for supplies, only to find out the boy might not even be his biological son. You two should stop your charade. If you do not provide me with supplies, I will indeed kill your son. With the knife pressed menacingly against Xiao Hao's neck. The threat was palpable. Please, spare my poor child. We are not acting. Lin Qianqian begged, bowing deeply to the kidnapper, fearful of misinterpretation. Laughter erupted from the crowd. They found it absurd that the child bore an undeniable resemblance to his father, rendering the notion of him not being the biological son ludicrous. The kidnapper's face flushed with anger, unwilling to accept the truth. He had finally managed to seize a child under the pretext of vulnerability, and now, relinquishing that would leave him with nothing while fearing a potential mob attack. I do not care. If you do not give me subchapter 42, staged accident Pei Yu looked disdainfully at Lu Yuan, raising his head and reminding everyone, he has lost his knife. What are we waiting for? Beat him. It was only then that the crowd reacted, rushing forward to pummel him with fists and kicks, hurling insults, scum, beast, taking advantage of others and oppos, misfortunes. Even children are not spared. This was merely a minor interlude during their journey. Jiang Mian and her companions continued onward, determined to uncover the cause of the traffic jam. As for the unfortunate mother and child, their future hardships were of no concern to Jiang Mian. One could only say that one reaps what one sows. After walking for a few more minutes, they finally reached the source of the traffic congestion, which was equally chaotic. Jiang Mian took some time to unravel the situation. In summary, 4 men in a black sedan had intentionally staged an accident because their vehicle had run out of fuel. Their target was a blue SUV driven by a middle-aged couple accompanied by their elderly parents. The disparity in strength was evident. The owner of the black car demanded a vehicle replacement for the damage they claimed to have incurred, occasionally brandishing a bloodied watermelon knife and a fire axe. The blue vehicle's owner, unable to negotiate, reluctantly agreed to the exchange, only to find their own car had no fuel. The realization dawned upon them. They had fallen into a trap. Without a vehicle, how would their family survive? With no other options, they bravely stood their ground in the middle of the road, obstructing the passage, which only exacerbated the traffic behind them. When Jiang Mian and her companions arrived, the 4 burly men were threatening the couple with their weapons. You're asking for death. Move aside. Do you know whose blood is on this knife? Zombie blood. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, feigning calmness as he replied. If you steal our car, our family won't survive either. We might as well fight you. Fight? Haha. What will you fight us with? That broken kitchen knife? It probably couldn't even cut vegetables properly. The man's laughter echoed mockingly. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, piercing the air and startling the men. Turning to look, they saw a stunningly beautiful woman aiming a dart gun at them. Clearly, she was the one who had fired the shot. Flanking her on either side were 2 handsome men, exuding an intimidating presence. The men, not wishing to provoke a conflict, smiled nervously and asked, "What is the meaning of this, beautiful?" Jiang Mian coldly replied, "You're blocking the road." She had no interest in their excuses. All she knew was that they had obstructed everyone's path, wasting her time. Well, they're the ones blocking the road. I'll deal with them and clear the way for everyone, one of them said brazenly. Jiang Mian and Appo's response was the sound of her gun firing again. Bang! The bullet immediately pierced the man and Appo's forehead, causing his body to stiffen and collapse. She has killed him. The timid onlookers screamed in shock, unable to believe that this young woman had the audacity to take a life. The fallen man's companions exchanged glances, preparing to flee. It was that they lacked loyalty. Had the woman not been armed, they would have rushed in to avenge their comrade. But reality was unforgiving. As they attempted to escape, they barely lifted their legs when bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 men. The middle-aged couple huddled together, terrified of becoming collateral damage. They soon realized that Jiang Mian's marksmanship was impeccable. Not a single stray bullet was fired. Trembling, they looked at Jiang Mian as she instructed, "Return to your car, drive away, and do not block the road." "Yes, yes," the man responded hastily, leading his wife and parents back to their vehicle, now acutely aware of the dire consequences of obstructing the road. The elderly father, before entering the car, turned to Jiang Mian and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, thank you." Without a word, Jiang Mian approached the bodies, dragging them to the roadside. Pei Yu and Lu Yuan instinctively went to handle the black sedan, working together to push it into the ditch. With the road now cleared enough for 3 vehicles to pass simultaneously, the middle-aged couple was the first to drive away, followed by others as they gradually departed. As they passed Jiang Mian, they cast cautious glances at her and the gun in her hand. Some were fearful, others anxious, envious, or jealous. Yet all dared not show their emotions too openly. Jiang Mian asked Pei Yu and Lu Yuan, who will go to notify them to bring the car over. This indicated her intention to remain and wait for the vehicle. "You go." "No, you go?" They both replied, almost in unison. Pei Yu insisted, "You have longer legs and can run faster." Lu Yuan retorted, "Your legs are no shorter than mine. What is stopping you?" Pei Yu was irritated. "You're the one who can't do it." Lu Yuan, understanding, remarked, "If you think you can, then hurry." Jiang Mian sighed, looking at the two of them, and decisively declared, "You both should go together." Seeing them both hesitating, Jiang Mian grew angry. "Hurry up. How much time has already been wasted? Go, both of you." The two, realizing she was genuinely upset, reluctantly departed. Once they left, Jiang Mian felt an immediate sense of tranquility, stretching contentedly and enjoying the scenery around her. Vehicles passed by one after another, some gasping in surprise at the corpses by her feet. Others recognized her as the woman who had walked forward moments earlier, wondering where the 2 men had gone. Could it be that she killed them, allowing the road to clear? Who knows? The truth was of little interest. What mattered was that the traffic had finally eased. Pei Yu and Lu Yuan returned, ignoring one another, eager to demonstrate their speed. Before long, they reached their parking spot. Pei Yu told CSCC, "Jiang Mian is waiting by the roadside. You should drive the car over." "What? I don't know how to drive," CSCC replied sheepishly. Pei Yu glanced at his car, realizing that Qiu, who was injured, and Qiu Xiang likely couldn't drive either. What to do? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan opened the driver's side door and casually said, "I'll drive." He then called out to his own vehicle, "Yang Jie, you'll take over driving the next stretch. Keep up." "Got it, Brother Lu," Yang Jie responded. Pei Yu gritted his teeth, silently planning driving lessons for CSCC. Qiu Xiang and Ling Yi. The thought of Lu Yuan riding in the same car as Jiang Mian made him seethe with frustration. "Pei Yu, hurry and drive." Qiu Hu called out, poking his head out. "Coming," Pei Yu replied wearily. Chapter 43. The mutated green plant. Jiang Mian stood by the roadside, waiting for a vehicle, when she was struck by a peculiar sound resembling a strange slurping. It seemed to emanate from the corpse at her feet. She crouched down to listen closely, and indeed, the sound persisted. Jiang Mian quickly flipped the body over and discovered something suspicious in the area of its abdomen, a small green plant, approximately 5 centimeters in height, adorned with 5 delicate young leaves and numerous tiny tendrils at its base. Upon being discovered, the innumerable tendrils began to move rapidly, akin to a person and Appos' legs. As if attempting to flee, Jiang Mian reacted swiftly, seizing it and lifting it for inspection. In the next moment, as if startled by some dreadful fright, she trembled, causing the small green plant to fall to the ground, where it scurried away on its short little legs. Jiang Mian was taken aback. When she had lifted it, she could have sworn she heard it speak, which had frightened it. Who among the sane would disturb a plant only to have it exclaim, "Hey, why are you interrupting my meal? How rude. Let me go." She was genuinely startled, which explained her tremor. In her previous life, Jiang Mian had encountered mutated plants, but never one that could converse. How extraordinary. Realizing that if she did not act quickly, the plant would vanish from sight, she abandoned any notion of tenderness and brought her foot down upon it. With a single step, she could feel the plant's resistance. It was surprisingly strong. "Ouch, that hurts. You fiend." My newly sprouted leaves are going to fall off. What? The plant was cursing her? Jiang Mian lifted her foot, only to see it lying limply on the ground. She crouched down again to pick it up, noticing its leaves rapidly falling off, leaving only one remaining, which was desperately clinging on for dear life. Concerned that it might drop at any moment, she inquired, "What are you?" "Humph. You are the thing." "No. You are not even a thing." Jiang Mian was taken aback. "You dare insult me?" Without hesitation, she yanked off the plant's last remaining leaf and tossed it aside, trampling it underfoot. Then she heard the plant's shrill scream. "Ah, you can actually hear me speaking. I have always been able to hear you," Jiang Mian replied. She then noticed the plant drooping limply in her grasp, utterly still, as if it had kicked the bucket. Jiang Mian shook it, calling out, "Hey, don't play dead. Speak." The plant remained unresponsive. Could it really have been frightened to death? She placed its roots back atop the corpse, enticingly stating, "Stop pretending. It's time to eat." Surprisingly, it showed no eagerness for a meal. Could it truly be dead? In her memory, mutated plants were never this fragile. At that moment, Lu Yuan drove up and honked the horn, drawing Jiang Mian and Appos' attention. He rolled down the window and called out, "Get in the car." Jiang Mian momentarily paused, then realized why he was driving her car. Neither CSCC nor Ling Yi could. In this post-apocalyptic world, one must possess driving skills. And thus she and Pei Yu had planned to learn. Jiang Mian opened the back door and slid into the seat, still toying with the green plant. Ling Yi, seeing her, beamed, "Sister Jiang." Upon noticing the plant in her hand, he curiously asked, "What do you have there?" "Just some wild grass," Jiang Mian replied. Then seriously warned them, "I just heard it speak." This was a precautionary measure to prevent any sudden fright from the plant's unexpected vocalizations. "What?" CSCC turned around in astonishment. "No way, Mian. Did you mishear? How could grass possibly talk?" "Don't scare me." Even the composed Lu Yuan found it hard to believe, questioning, "Where did you come across this grass?" "From one of the corpses." CSCC gasped, while Lu Yuan nodded. Finding Jiang Mian's earnestness endearing, inquiring further, "Oh, what did it say to you?" "It said I disturbed its meal, and..." Jiang Mian abruptly halted, deciding it best not to relay the plant's insults. Instead, she continued, "It also praised me for being gentle, beautiful, and generous." CSCC burst into laughter, encouragingly adding, Yes, it has good taste. Our Mian is indeed gentle and beautiful, gracious and lovely." Lu Yuan chuckled helplessly, choosing not to challenge this pleasant atmosphere. However, the plant suddenly sprang to life. "You and Appos, retwisting the truth. You bad person, disturbing my meal and plucking away my precious leaves. How can I ever praise you?" Jiang Mian was incensed, squeezing it in her grasp. "Eat. I had no idea you were so greedy." The three passengers in the car were left speechless. "Who wants to eat?" CSCC whispered. It spoke again. Jiang Mian looked up. "Did you not hear?" In unison, they nodded. Having heard Jiang Mian exclaim, Eat. I had no idea you were so greedy." Jiang Mian felt assured that only she could hear the plant and Appos' words. Ling Yi, intrigued, widened his eyes at the green plant and asked, "Sister Jiang, what did it say?" Jiang Mian replied without hesitation, "It said it wanted to eat something else." Clearing her throat, she realized how uncivilized that sounded and awkwardly coughed. "Not me. You're mistaken. It's you who wants to eat that." Jiang Mian leaned closer, her gaze fixed. "Do you believe I want to pluck all your tendrils?" "Ah, you wouldn't dare. Watch me," Jiang Mian threatened, waving a tendril before it. "Behave, or I'll truly pull them all out." "Please, don't. You're bullying a plant." The green plant finally conceded. Although Lu Yuan could not hear it, he observed through the rearview mirror that the plant was writhing as if it were alive, a sight that was hard to believe. He speculated, this might be a mutated plant. Your ability to hear it could be linked to your wood-based powers. CSCC exclaimed, "Oh, how could I forget that Mian possesses wood abilities? No wonder you can hear it." Jiang Mian herself was uncertain, perhaps. She noticed the plant seemed to be twitching and asked, "What is wrong with you?" "I'm in pain," it replied. Jiang Mian thought to herself, "It truly is fragile. Could it be a failed mutation?" "You're the one who failed. I'm a highly successful mutated plant. A highly intelligent one." "Do you understand?" Jiang Mian was astonished. It could hear her thoughts? How terrifying. Fortunately, no one else could hear its speech. Whatever her thoughts were, they could remain undisclosed. Woman. Thus, Jiang Mian began conversing with it through her mind. "You really know how to flatter yourself, claiming high intelligence? I suspect you possess the intellect of a fool. Well, if I'm a fool, it's because I know too much. Woe is me. Jiang Mian realized that knowing too much could indeed be a burden at times. Chapter 44. You still want to kill him? Why are you crying? Stop howling. I am the only one who can hear you. Are you intentionally trying to disturb me? Not at all. It genuinely hurts. With such an attitude, can you really claim to be a highly intelligent mutated plant? Jiang Mian felt it was and Appos, tea particularly clever, but it seemed to be in real pain as it thrashed about again. She discreetly employed a touch of her healing powers, channeling it into its body, and heard it exclaim, "Wow, how warm. So comfortable." After a moment, Jiang Mian inquired, "Does it still hurt now? My body is fine, but my heart aches." Jiang Mian, I really want to smack it. Does it truly know too much? What on earth are you? What species? Humph. I want to tell you. Jiang Mian tugged at one of its tiny tendrils, realizing it was getting itchy again. Wasn't it? I am a vine plant. A vine? Can you flower? Do you consume blood? Suddenly, Jiang Mian realized how dangerous this creature could be. What if it were to consume her blood? Perhaps it would be better to incinerate it? I want to drink your blood. I promise. I swear. Please don't burn me. It had witnessed the woman's decisiveness and was now trembling in fear. I'm not picky. I can consume zombie blood, animal blood, crystal cores, and the essence of ordinary plants. I don't necessarily need human blood. Lu Yuan abruptly interrupted the exchange between the vine and Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian. The scenery in Haishur is quite beautiful, isn't it? Jiang Mian paused, feeling he was merely making small talk and was irritatingly interrupting her conversation with the vine. She replied casually, "It's all right." Lu Yuan glanced at Jiang Mian in the rearview mirror and continued, "If I find my brother in Shenshur, can I come to Haishur to see you?" Jiang Mian replied, "Of course." She thought to herself, "If you don't come, I would worry about where to find you. Your arrival would put me at ease." Jiang Mian recalled that in her previous life, he had indeed gone back to Shenshur to search for his brother, but unfortunately, he came up empty-handed. A year later, Lu Yuan suddenly received news that his brother was at the Jiangzhong base. He brought Jiang Mian and the others to Jiangzhong base, leading to her nightmare. What the hell? You still want to kill him? You have a past life. You, reborn. Jiang Mian. It's exposed. Just for its ability to hear her thoughts, this vine cannot be spared. The vine was dumbfounded. Cannot be spared? I won't tell anyone. I'll keep it a secret. Besides, no one else can hear me, so you can rest assured. Only a dead vine would give her peace of mind. Don't be like that. I didn't expect you to be a reincarnator. You were killed by that man in your previous life, right? TSK, truly. Beauty can lead one astray. It's obvious you were misled by his charm. Oh, it hurts. Jiang Mian plucked one of its tendrils, then another. Oh, don't pull any more. I want to mention him again. Jiang Mian felt melancholic. This creature seemed to serve no purpose aside from chattering, and it now knew her secret. She had to silence it. Oh, you're still contemplating silencing me? Since it was already in Jiang Mian's grasp, the green vine ceased its struggles. Recalling the words someone had once said, if you are powerless to change your current situation, then just let it be. It had decided to go with the flow. Jiang Mian, do you have a reason for me not to silence you? Of course. Though all my reasons are mere excuses, you probably won't believe me. Then speak. And I may just believe you. Once I grow, I will become very powerful. Then I should certainly crush you in your infancy. On Lu Yuan and Appos' side, he felt a wave of relief upon receiving Jiang Mian's affirmative response, as if the wind carried a sweet fragrance. Beep beep, Lu Yuan glanced in the rearview mirror to see Pei Yu honking, seemingly with a matter to discuss. He found a place to pull over and see what was the matter. Jiang Mian turned to look back as well. Once they reached a more spacious road, Lu Yuan parked the car to the side, allowing Pei Yu and Yang Jie to join them. Everyone exited the vehicle. What is going on? Jiang Mian approached Pei Yu. Pei Yu pointed to Chiu Hu, urging him to speak. Everyone turned to Chiu Hu, who appeared anxious. We can't proceed forward. What is ahead? Lu Yuan asked. When we were stuck in traffic, I released a sparrow, and through it, I saw that there are a lot of zombies gathered about 5 kilometers ahead. The numbers are overwhelming. I can't even count them. It might be a zombie tide. Chiu Hu immediately informed Pei Yu of his observations. He added, I can't be certain. I can only vaguely sense the location, and the zombies are still moving, so they may be closer than 5 kilometers. Upon hearing this, everyone wore varying degrees of concern. CSCC asked, what should we do? Many survivors have already driven past US. We don't know if those people can escape. There is nothing we can do, Li Mingho said. We can't chase after them and call them back, can we? Besides, Would they trust you? CSCC glared, but knew he spoke the truth. Lu Yuan looked into the distance and commanded, Yang Jia, stop the car in the middle of the road. We can't help the people ahead. Let us first block those behind. We'll explain to them later. Those who believe us will change course. And those who don't can proceed. We cannot stand idly by and watch so many people head to their doom. Saving one is better than none. All right. Yang Jia nodded, adding, Mingho, Yunfei, come with me. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it alone. Observing their actions, Jiang Mian did not object and said to CSCC, bring the map. Okay. Before long, CSCC returned from the SUV with a map. It was a comprehensive map encompassing all provinces of Huagua, detailing highways, national roads, and various routes. Jiang Mian pointed to a spot on the map, stating, we should be here. Everyone nodded. The zombie Tai Chiohu-san might be here. We should avoid this route and return here, circling around. Then rejoining the G108 National Road here. Jiang Mian looked at everyone and asked, what do you think? Pei Yu agreed, it's feasible, considering the distance. We might take an additional 50 kilometers, but it's safer. Then let us take this route. Lu Yuan concurred, and the others had no objections. With the route confirmed, the pressing question became when to depart. Jiang Mian observed Li Mingho and others arguing with the drivers they were stopping and said, we'll stay for another 15 minutes. After that, we'll turn back. Assuming the zombie tide moves at a speed of 7 kilometers per hour after 15 minutes, the tide would likely be 2 to 3 kilometers away from them. Staying for 15 minutes was Jiang Mian's utmost leniency. She needed the remaining time to ensure her team's safety. Lu Yuan nodded. 15 minutes should suffice. Chapter 45, The Stubborn Woman Li Gu. Do you think we should continue on? Zhang Xiang inquired, halting the vehicle by the roadside and glancing back at Li Quan, who was reclining in the rear seat. The group of men had warned of a horde of zombies ahead and advised retreating to take an alternate route. However, those who were resolute and disbelieving of their claims had simply pressed on without further ado. Zhang Xiang observed that the majority had continued their journey, with only a few opting to turn back. This left him in a quandary. Was there truly a zombie horde ahead? Before Li Quan could respond, his sister Li Feifei interjected, why should we trust them? Following the majority is surely the right choice. So many have gone ahead without anyone returning to report a zombie horde. Little did she realize that when they finally encountered the zombies, it would be too late to reconsider their decision. The instinctual reaction to such a sight would undoubtedly be fear, leading to panic, and amidst the chaos, the likelihood of vehicular accidents would skyrocket. Once calamity struck, escape would be futile, advancing would become impossible, and retreat would be hindered by a constant stream of vehicles behind them. That was the very tragedy unfolding 5 kilometers away. Li Quan sat up and scrutinized Yang Jie and the others briefly before casting a glance at Jiang Mian and her companions across the way. Let us hold off for a moment, he suggested. These individuals do not appear to be ordinary. They likely wouldn't engage in futile endeavors. All right then, Zhang Xiang replied. Let us wait and see. Li Quan, being a fire elemental ability user, suspected that among these individuals were others with abilities, which would explain their foreknowledge of the impending danger. After a brief pause, Zhang Xiang remarked, Li Gu, they've stopped detaining anyone. They're all getting back in their vehicles. Understood. Let us observe where they head next and follow their lead. Got it. Meanwhile, it had been 15 minutes, and everyone had returned to their vehicles, preparing to turn back. Lu Yuan, however, had not returned to his own car and instead climbed into Jiang Mian's off-road vehicle, eliciting a grimace from Pei Yu. He couldn't help but think, this guy has no shame. Jiang Mian, on the other hand, said nothing. If Lu Yuan wished to drive, so be it. She could use the opportunity to rest. The earlier incident at the villa had already raised his suspicions. If she continued to resist, it would complicate matters further. At this moment, the first batch of individuals who had disregarded warnings were witnessing the grim reality ahead. A dark mass of zombies surged forward in the distance, with vehicles wrecked, explosions echoing, and cries for help merging into a cacophony. The scene was horrifically chaotic. Oh my goodness. They weren't lying. There truly is a horde of zombies. Turn around. Turn around. Ah, it's too late. Boom. An unsuspecting vehicle collided, replaying the tragedy. At this moment, even their regrets could not transport them back to the initial moment of choice. Why is Lu Gu still helping Jiang Mian drive? Li Mingho said from the passenger seat. His expression troubled. Yang Jie remained silent, focused on driving, while Yu Yunfei, seated in the back, chimed in. Could it be that Lu Gu has feelings for Jiang Mian? Good grief. Li Mingho shuddered. That is impossible. Don't scare me, Lao Yi. Who could possibly like someone as fierce and unreasonable as Jiang Mian? Yang Jie, rarely speaking up for Jiang Mian, interjected, Mingho, don't be ridiculous. Jiang Mian may seem fierce, but it's her protective facade. As a woman, if she doesn't appear tough, how can she survive in this apocalypse? Just wait and see. You'll understand eventually. Li Mingho, do you all have such a favorable impression of Jiang Mian? Yu Yunfei pondered for a moment and replied, yes, all right, I suppose. She seems more capable than the average man. Sometimes, when I see her, I inexplicably feel a sense of security. Li Mingho, stop speculating. We can't read Lu Gu's mind, Yang Jie remarked. Just then, Pei Yu's vehicle turned left, following their established route, and Yang Jie followed suit. After a while, he noticed a car trailing behind them and instructed Li Mingho and Yi Yunfei to check. It seems to be following us. This is the only road. Perhaps they're merely taking a detour. Yang Jie glanced in the rearview mirror. Are you certain there's only one vehicle? Yes, just one, Yi Yunfei confirmed. Then we needn't worry. Li Mingho leaned back in his seat. With 3 vehicles, are we supposed to fear just one? Yang Jie remained speechless. He began to understand why Li Mingho had awakened a power-type ability. The vehicles continued for over an hour, reaching around 6 in the evening. As dusk approached, Jiang Mian consulted the map, searching for a place to rest for the night. The surrounding landscape consisted of desolate mountains and wilderness, and it would take another 2 hours to reach the nearest day village. Lu Yuan suggested, let us drive for another 2 hours and rest once we reach day village. Sounds good. Upon arriving at day village, CSCC and Lingyi were both asleep, and Jiang Mian roused them. CSCC, Lingyi, wake up. We arrived. Lu Yuan parked beside a newly constructed 3-story building at the village entrance. Are we here? CSCC rubbed her eyes, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. One by one, the others disembarked, and those with flashlights turned them on to illuminate their surroundings. I have a foreboding feeling. Should I voice it or not? Just as Jiang Mian stepped out, the little vine spoke up. She responded with her thoughts. Oh, you have a premonition? Do share. Hey, who do you look down on? My premonitions are innate. They help me avoid danger. It's my survival instinct. What danger? Jiang Mian was more concerned about this. I can sense a presence in this village that is more powerful than I am. I advise you to leave while you can. Jiang Mian scoffed. A presence in this village that surpasses you? Perhaps you ought to consider whether you're simply too weak. How annoying. You stubborn woman. The little vine heard her thoughts, and while it retorted, its body was on high alert. Jiang Mian disregarded the little vine and addressed the group. Everyone, be cautious. The others nodded in agreement. The beam of light from the flashlight revealed the building's entrance was ajar, with dried bloodstains on the iron door. Zhang Xiang parked behind their vehicle, and the trio followed suit, advancing towards them. Yang Jie, hearing the commotion, turned, directing his flashlight at the trio. Halt. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Li Quan and the others paused, a bit awkward as he said, we met this afternoon when you were stopping cars on the highway. Warning about a zombie horde ahead. Jiang Mian also looked at the 3 individuals, displeased, and declared, you followed us here. We claimed this place. If you wish to stay the night, seek elsewhere. Chapter 46. Do you have a say in this? Li Quan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, Sister, let us make a deal. We are all survivors here. It would be safer for us to band together and look out for one another, wouldn't it? Jiang Mian resolutely refused, stating, no. I must leave immediately. Her firm stance incited Li Feifei's ire, and she stepped in front of Li Quan, speaking with a sharp tone. Do you think you have a say here? Let those who can make decisions speak up. Her implication was clear. She dismissed Jiang Mian, believing that she had no authority in the presence of several strong men. CSCC, overhearing this, became indignant and retorted, what are you even? Do you think you can speak here? Li Feifei's words were cut short when a beam of flashlight suddenly shone directly into her eyes, blinding her momentarily. Shielding her eyes with her hand, Li Feifei exclaimed angrily, what are you doing? Are you insane? Pei Yu, intrigued, remarked, I thought you were blind. Just testing. Didn't you realize she is the one in charge here? Apparently, you are the one who is blind. What? Li Feifei, incredulous, turned to Jiang Mian. Are you saying she is in charge? You men are all listening to one woman? She was convinced they were trying to deceive her. Li Mingho clenched his fists and retorted, does it matter whose orders we follow? Just get lost, or we will knock your teeth out. He couldn't deny that his hands were itching for a fight. Hearing this, Li Quan pulled his sister behind him and apologized. I'm sorry, everyone. My sister isn't good with words, so I apologize on her behalf. CSCC crossed her arms and coldly scoffed. We do not accept your apology. Just hurry and leave. How shameless to try and encroach on our territory. Zhang Xiang quietly advised Li Quan. Brotherly, perhaps we should leave. They outnumber us. If a fight breaks out, we won and oppose. Farewell. Li Quan was indeed aware of this but hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his abilities in hopes that they might allow them to stay because of his status as an ability user. However, that carried risks, showing his cards would leave him vulnerable. Ultimately, he chose to keep his abilities hidden and led his group away. CSCC muttered, what a nuisance. Following us all the way and trying to enter our place. Jiang Mian, accustomed to the persistence of such individuals, shrugged it off and said to CSCC, all right. Let us go inside. Everyone, check the rooms separately and stay alert. Lu Yuan, you take charge of the first floor. I'll be with CSCC. And Ling Yi will cover the second floor. Pei Yu, you handle the third floor. What? Pei Yu protested. Why is it that everyone else is in groups? And I'm left alone? Jiang Mian replied. Because you are more than capable of handling it on your own. I trust you. Pei Yu wore a dejected expression. Thinking to himself, you really do trust me? Ling Yi, noticing Pei Yu's plight, suggested, Sister Jiang. Why don't I go with Brother Pei to manage the third floor? As soon as he finished, Pei Yu threw an arm around Ling Yi's shoulder and headed toward the door, saying, Little Yi cares for me. Let us go to the third floor. We won and amp. Oppose. Play with you, Sister Jiang. You're biased. Jiang Mian could only stare blankly. Pei Yu, who could take down 20 foes in a single breath, was now being petulant. Oh, what a fuss. You simply do not understand men and oppos. As hearts, what he wants is your attitude. Before Xiaotong could finish, Jiang Mian silenced him with a sharp shut up. Lu Yuan observed their dynamic with a tinge of envy, cleared his throat, and took Li Mingho to inspect the first floor. Xiao Hu, you and Xiao Xiang rest in the main room. Lu Yuan and the others will be on the first floor. Call out if you need anything. The two nodded in agreement. Having given her instructions to Xiao Hu and the others, Jiang Mian ascended to the second floor with CSCC. The second floor featured a living room and 4 bedrooms. All remarkably clean in the sense that no blood was present and no tragedies had occurred here. The furniture was somewhat antiquated, with peeling paint on solid wood, hinting at its age. After inspecting the rooms and finding nothing amiss, Jiang Mian and CSCC descended to reunite with the others. Shortly, Pei Yu and Ling Yi also returned. Pei Yu pulled up a chair and announced, the third floor is clear, it's safe. Jiang Mian looked around and confirmed. The second floor is also free of issues, it's safe. Lu Yuan nodded. We found several bloodstains on the first floor, but no bodies. It seems safe as well. Xiao Xiang suddenly pondered. Could it be that the bodies turned into zombies and left on their own? That's a possibility, Li Mingho mused, stroking his chin, finding her reasoning quite sensible. The group tacitly accepted this theory. Jiang Mian recalled Xiaoting mentioning that there were more formidable beings in this village and wondered what they could be. She placed Xiaoting on the table and called everyone over. This is a mutated plant I stumbled upon. Mutated plant? Instantly, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they noticed the peculiarities of this bare little stem. If it were an ordinary plant, standing upright like that would surely cause it to topple over due to its unstable center of gravity. Yet, the roots of this mutated plant clung to the table like human feet, standing firmly. I've never seen a mutated plant before. Why is it so bare? Li Mingho reached out, wanting to touch it, but it nimbly dodged his hand. Xiaoting observed the eager hands reaching out, scuttling across the table, shouting, Jiang Mian, help. Don't touch me. It preferred to stay in Jiang Mian's grasp rather than being handled by so many inquisitive individuals. Jiang Mian watched the expressions of her companions, confirming that they couldn't hear Xiaoting's voice, and replied in her heart, what are you panicking about? They want to eat you. As everyone gazed at the mutated plant darting across the table, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply too adorable. CSCC reached out, attempting to catch it, and Ling Yi's hand moved as well. Ah, so many hands. Don't just stand by and watch. Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian sighed, suspecting that Xiaoting couldn't and oppose to hear her thoughts unless she made physical contact. She mentally berated the little plant, only to discover it indeed couldn't and oppose to hear her, too busy evading the reaching hands without a hint of acknowledgement. All right, you've scared it now, Jiang Mian interjected, placing her hands flat on the table. Observing this, Xiaoting hurriedly scampered back towards her. How could you watch for so long? This is outrageous. It felt as if it were a person, now sweating profusely and panting heavily. Ignoring Xiaoting's complaints, Jiang Mian addressed the group. I might be a wood-type ability user, capable of communicating with it. Earlier, when we entered the village, it warned me about dangerous entities in this area. What? What dangerous entities? Zombies? Xiao Hu inquired. The group was already astonished by Jiang Mian's claim of communicating with a mutated plant, and now she was introducing the notion of dangerous beings in the village. Their attention swiftly shifted to the potential threats she mentioned. Chapter 47. Danger approaches. What constitutes a dangerous foe? Jiang Mian pondered, glancing at Xiaotong, who seemed to understand. I cannot specify what it is, but I sense an ominous presence, more perilous than an ordinary zombie, she relayed to the group, who exchanged worried glances. Lu Yuan stated, the guns remain in the vehicle. Mingho, you and Yangjie should retrieve the box. Given that this is more dangerous than typical zombies, we may face a fierce battle tonight. It is prudent to be prepared. Understood, the two responded and departed. Pei Yu exchanged a glance with Ling Yi and invited him to assist in carrying the weapons box. Qiu Xiang watched them leave and asked in confusion, if there is danger, why do we not leave? Jiang Mian explained, if we depart, we may have to spend the night in the wilderness, which poses greater risks. Without a roof to shield us from the elements, it is wiser to stay here. If we encounter high-level zombies, we could even reap the rewards of their course. Before long, the group returned with the box. Currently, only Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and Lu Yuan were adept with firearms. The others had learned a bit, but lacked practice and precision. Jiang Mian proposed to Lu Yuan for tonight's vigil. We require 2 individuals, one to guard the first half of the night and another for the latter half. We can designate one from each side. Does that pose any issues? None whatsoever, Lu Yuan replied, turning to Li Mingho and the others. Who among you will volunteer? Having driven all day, he knew he lacked the energy to stand watch at night and would rely on them. Yi Yunfei offered, I shall take the first watch. Li Mingho is too careless, and Yangjie has driven all afternoon and is fatigued. I am the most suitable. Li Mingho protested, you can volunteer, but do you have to belittle me? Lu Yuan considered Li Mingho's point and conceded, then, it shall be you. I appreciate your effort. On Jiang Mian's side, they selected their watchman as well. Xiao Hu volunteered for the latter half of the night, leaving Yi Yunfei to guard the first. Xiao Xiang instructed CSCC to provide water for the group to wash up. At these moments, CSCC exhibited an air of self-satisfaction, as if she had just accomplished a significant task. After a brief wash, they each sought their rooms to rest. Lu Yuan and his companions chose rooms on the first floor, while Jiang Mian led CSCC, Xiao Xiang, Ling Yi, and Pei Yu upstairs. The second floor contained 4 rooms. Jiang Mian claimed one for herself, while Xiao Xiang, being somewhat timid, shared a room with CSCC. Ling Yi wished to share with Pei Yu, but the latter declined, insisting that a man should learn independence. Once everyone settled in their rooms, only Qiao Hu and Yi Yunfei remained in the living room downstairs. Qiao Hu reclined on a wooden board, comfortably cushioned by the quilt his sister had laid out for him. Get some rest. I'll wake you when it's time, Yi Yunfei said, seated at the table. Qiao Hu acknowledged him and promptly closed his eyes, falling asleep. Half an hour later, a chilling scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Jiang Mian and her companions, still on the brink of slumber, were jolted awake and hurried downstairs. I was just about to call you. You heard that sound too? Yi Yunfei remarked to the newly arrived Jiang Mian and the others. CSCC hesitantly suggested, that scream sounded remarkably like the voice of the woman who followed us today. What could have befallen her? Generally, as long as they remained in a cleared room with doors and windows secured, zombies could not breach to inflict harm. What had the woman encountered? Or had she brought this upon herself? Lu Yuan approached the window and surveyed the outside, instructing everyone, remain silent and vigilant, ready for any confrontation. The group instinctively quieted, moving to the windows to observe the situation outside. Bathed in moonlight, they discerned 3 SUVs parked on the road. Jiang Mian swiftly selected a shotgun, asking Xiao Tong in her mind, is this the dangerous entity you sensed? Indeed, but it is not one, it is a swarm. Oh, they seem to be moving in our direction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's heart remained tranquil while her gaze fixed on the approaching threat. The others, however, were expressions of tension. Brother, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Li Feifei, witnessing the pale, lizard-like creatures advancing, felt her heart race. Her legs trembled with fear. But with her brother and Zhang Xiang ahead, she dared not halt, forcing herself to run. In moments of heightened anxiety, one is prone to falter. Li Feifei stumbled and fell to the ground, despairing as she cried out, Brother, save me. Seeing her fall, Li Quan and Zhang Xiang turned back. Help her. Li Yuan commanded, unleashing a fireball at the creature lunging at Li Feifei. The creature ignited in flames, writhing in agony and emitting a strange howl. Zhang Xiang hurried back to assist Li Feifei, urging her, hurry, run. In such dire circumstances, falling was tantamount to sealing one and Appo's fate. Had it not been for Li Yuan's insistence, he would not have returned to save her. Li Yuan hurled several more fireballs, momentarily repelling the attacking creatures. Yet the sheer number behind them was overwhelming, rendering him unable to fend them off. Run. Head towards that group. They must have a way to deal with these monsters. This was his only thought for self-preservation. Unlike zombies, these creatures were exceedingly swift, adept at scaling walls and shattering windows to invade rooms. Even wooden doors were no barrier. The houses they had previously found offered no protection against these fiends. As another creature lunged at her, Li Feifei instinctively shoved Zhang Xiang away to shield herself. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed, launching a fireball, yet the creature bit Zhang Xiang first, yanking him back and narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile. Li Yuan roared in fury. Li Feifei. He could scarcely believe his eyes. What had he witnessed? Li Feifei had pushed her own brother aside. Zhang Xiang had returned to rescue her because of Li Yuan's urging. What could have been a manageable situation had now turned tragic. Zhang Xiang need not have sacrificed himself. All of this was due to the foolishness of Li Feifei. Li Feifei, in a panic, cried, I didn't mean to. Brother. Please believe me. I was just so scared. I don't know how this happened. Zhang Xiang, who had never anticipated that returning to save her would result in his sacrifice, felt excruciating pain as the monster bit him. Before he could scold Li Feifei, more creatures descended upon him, inflicting agony on his hands, abdomen, and legs simultaneously. In the next instant, he was torn apart, blood spilling everywhere, along with some of his intestines and viscera. Li Feifei was paralyzed with fear, utterly horrified. Chapter 48. Internal strife. Li Yuan was equally horrified by the scene before him, yet he regained his composure more swiftly than Li Feifei. Scolding her with a sense of urgency, run. What are you waiting for? Zhang Xiang was beyond saving. His only aim now was to protect Li Feifei. He hurled several fireballs at the approaching monstrosity, acutely aware that his remaining abilities were dwindling. Brother, I'm scared. I think I've twisted my ankle. What should I do? Li Feifei trembled uncontrollably, unable to flee, her thoughts consumed with fear for Zhang Xiang, whom she had pushed into danger. Li Yuan felt a surge of frustration, but, being her elder brother, he could not abandon her. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted her onto his back and pressed onward. Just as they departed, a creature leaped onto the very spot they had occupied moments before. Brother, hurry. It's coming for us. Li Feifei's voice rose in panic as she beheld the creature lunging through the air, her throat nearly hoarse with terror. She agonized over how to avoid injury. Be quiet. Li Yuan snapped back. Carrying her was already a strenuous task. As an ability user, his senses were heightened far beyond those of ordinary people. How could he not perceive the creature's advance? Yet, Li Feifei's incessant cries disrupted his focus, nearly causing him to falter just moments ago. In that fleeting instance, a thought crossed Li Yuan's mind. If he were to abandon Li Feifei now, he might gain precious time to escape. Yet, that notion was quickly dismissed. Thankfully, they were drawing nearer to the house occupied by their group. He only needed to endure a little longer. With this in mind, he unleashed a few more fireballs to hinder the approaching monstrosities. Inside the makeshift shelter, Li Mingho gasped at the sight of the creatures. What in the world are those? He had never encountered such beings before. They were neither zombies nor geckos. Lickers. CSCC exclaimed in astonishment, noting the sheer number of them. The single licker they had encountered in the supermarket had taken a considerable effort to defeat. Could they handle so many this time? Lu Yuan observed the fireballs Li Yuan had cast and suddenly remarked, that man is a fire-type ability user. Jiang Mian raised her gun, indifferent to his abilities, intent on eliminating the threat. However, Lu Yuan swiftly intervened, pressing down on her weapon. Do not shoot. Jiang Mian shot him an irritated glance and retorted. He's lured the monsters here. If ordinary people were in our place, they would surely perish. Lu Yuan gazed outward and calmly replied, without them, the monsters would eventually discover us. While his statement held truth, lickers were indeed nocturnal creatures and would find them soon enough. Jiang Mian remained agitated. Had they not possessed strength, they would not have survived this day. It was the other party that harbored malicious intent. How could she be blamed for wanting to eliminate him? Jiang Mian understood Lu Yuan's perspective, suspecting he had taken a liking to the fire-type user. Was he considering recruitment? Not a chance. Seizing an opportune moment while he was distracted, Jiang Mian swiftly raised her gun and pulled the trigger, but Lu Yuan and Appo's reflexes were too quick. He managed to touch the barrel. Bang! The bullet pierced through the glass and shot out, unfortunately missing Li Quan entirely. Jiang Mian. Lu Yuan grasped her hand in anger. Penny Chapter 49. Concealment of the awakening crystal core. Yang Jie felt a sense of exasperation as he discerned that the distance between Jiang Mian and their group had widened considerably after the earlier commotion. She had not even acknowledged their strategic deployment, and the division between their factions was unmistakably clear. Observing Jiang Mian and her companions organize themselves with precision, Lu Yuan instructed his team to open fire and prevent the monsters from breaching the building. Bang! 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 Outside, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Li Quan was utterly astonished to discover that this group possessed firearms. He set his sister down, and they concealed themselves beside Jiang Mian and Appo's SUV, thus evading both the bullets and the monsters' onslaught. The surrounding monsters fell one by one as bullets found their marks, yet many more continued to charge forward. They leapt towards Jiang Mian, only to be struck mid-air, plummeting to the ground with a thud. The ground was a chaotic scene, smeared with blood, slime, and the carcasses of monsters. Bullets! Xiao Xiang exclaimed, handing over the ammunition she had prepared in advance to Jiang Mian. Soon, Pei Yu and Appo's supply was depleted as well, prompting her to replenish it promptly. After ensuring everyone had several rounds, she finally had the opportunity to draw her own pistol. Following Jiang Mian and Appo's prior instructions, Xiao Xiang disengaged the safety, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Although she had anticipated the recoil, she was still slightly taken aback by the force of the handgun. Bang! 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 Xiao Xiang fired several rounds, but in the midst of the chaos, she was uncertain how many monsters she had struck. What she did know was that she relished this sensation. It was a feeling of security. A few novices, wielding firearms for the first time, gradually found their rhythm. Though they could not match the precision of Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and Lu Yuan, with practice, they began to hit their targets. Li Mingho fired his weapon while voicing his contempt. These monsters are truly revolting. Blood mixed with slime looks just like a puddle of snot. Haha. Yi Yunfei chuckled. Your aim is lacking. You should learn more from Brother Lu. Just then, a licking beast evaded several bullets and lunged toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi, CSCC and the others gasped, wanting to assist, but unable to do so, their hearts racing with anxiety. Ice spear, Jiang Mian urged him. Fortunately, the young man reacted swiftly, his proficiency with the ice spear skill far exceeding his previous capabilities. Whoosh! An ice spear pierced the monster and Appo's skull, landing a mere half a meter from his feet. The licking beast struggled momentarily before falling still, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Time to feast. Time to feast. Little Vine joyfully leapt from Jiang Mian's shoulder, heading straight for the corpse of the licking beast at Ling Yi and Appo's feet. Jiang Mian glanced over, observing it rooting itself atop the monster's head, its tiny tendrils resembling straws as it absorbed the energy from the crystal core. Almost instantly, 5 tender green leaves sprouted atop Little Vine, which then danced with delight before hopping back to Jiang Mian. Upon contact with Little Vine, Jiang Mian internally inquired, "Aren't you going to drink blood? What a waste." She recalled the first time she encountered Little Vine. It had been drinking blood then. "Oh, come on. With all this crystal core around, why would I bother with blood?" Little Vine replied nonchalantly. To it, the crystal cores were a delicacy, while blood merely filled its belly. In such circumstances, only a fool would choose blood. However, Jiang Mian's following words struck a nerve. "All the crystal cores are mine. If you dare to steal even one, you'll meet your end." Little Vine felt a wave of sorrow. The awakening crystal cores were too precious. Each one represented a glimmer of hope for ordinary people. Jiang Mian would never allow it to consume a second one. These crystal cores would serve a significant purpose for her in the future. "Brother, do you think they will come after us for retribution once they finish off these monsters?" Li Feifei, hiding behind the SUV, felt a twinge of fear, realizing that this horde of monsters had been drawn by them. "We and Appo's take it one step at a time," Li Quan replied. Feeling uncertain, but believing that facing these individuals was far less daunting than confronting a swarm of monsters. 20 minutes later, the bodies of the licking beasts lay piled high, with only a few having escaped. The ammunition of Jiang Mian and Appo's group was nearly exhausted, causing CSCC great concern. Yet, upon seeing the vast number of awakening crystal cores scattered about, their value overshadowed her worry. Among the crowd, only Jiang Mian Pei Yu, CSCC, and Ling Yi were aware of the crystal cores nestled within the monsters' heads. They silently agreed to keep this knowledge to themselves, each pondering how to discreetly extract the cores from under Lu Yuan's watchful gaze. Had it not been for the earlier conflict between Jiang Mian and Lu Yuan, CSCC and Ling Yi would not have been so preoccupied with these thoughts. Noticing Jiang Mian's indifference to sharing the information about the crystal cores, they decided to bide their time. Li Quan emerged from the SUV with his sister, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the group. "Thank you all for saving my life. Li Quan, vow that from this day forward, this life is no longer mine. I shall use it to repay your kindness." Li Feifei echoed his sentiment. "Me too. If anyone needs assistance in the future, I, Li Feifei, will definitely lend a hand." After discussing with her brother, they had decided to join this group, for the simple reason that they possessed firearms and strength, making them worthy allies. Jiang Mian, uninterested in their display, turned to leave, her firearm in hand, prompting Pei Yu and CSCC to follow suit. This left Lu Yuan and his companions outside, while Yang Jie scratched his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. He then overheard Lu Yuan ask the man, "Are you a fire-type ability user?" Initially disheartened by the silence of Jiang Mian and her companions as they retreated indoors, Li Quan's spirits soared upon hearing Lu Yuan's question. "Indeed, I am unworthy. I awakened my fire ability on the very first day of the apocalypse." Li Mingho scoffed. "As if you're the only one who awakened on the first day." He found Li Quan's humble words to be insincere, perceiving an air of pride that irked him. "What? No, I didn't mean it that way. You've misunderstood, brother," Li Quan stammered awkwardly, harboring resentment towards him. "What is this guy's problem? Nitpicking over nothing? What is wrong with stating a simple fact?" Yi Yunfei, grasping Lu Yuan's intent to recruit allies, quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Haha, don't mind him. He tends to speak without thinking. Those of us who know him have grown accustomed to it." Li Mingho retorted, "You're the one who doesn't think." He shot Yi Yunfei a glare and fell silent thereafter. Chapter 50. Guarding against Lu Yuan subsequently. Lu Yuan inquired about their basic circumstances and learned that Li Quan was 28 years old and had been a chef in a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. His sister, Li Feifei, aged 23, also worked as a waitress in the same hotel. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the two had been escaping together. They had heard that there were stationed troops in Yun Province, not far from Lichuan City, and had set out on G108 National Road in hopes of seeking protection from the military. This led to their encounter with Lu Yuan. In the end, Lu Yuan invited them to join their group. Yang Jie couldn't help but reflect. One Xiu Hu leaves, and another Li Quan arrives, both accompanied by their sisters. Yet, he personally preferred Xiu Hu and Xiu Xiang. Suddenly, Yang Jie recalled something and asked, "I remember you had another companion, right? Where is he?" Upon mentioning Zhang Xiang, Li Feifei was immediately reminded of the horrifying scene before his demise, and her small face turned pale with fear. Li Quan stepped slightly forward, shielding Li Feifei, and sorrowfully replied, "He, unfortunately, met with an accident." The grief emanating from Li Quan was genuine. He had truly regarded Zhang Xiang as a brother, and the guilt he felt now was of no consequence. Death was final. No one pressed further, which alleviated Li Feifei's anxiety. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Mian and the others gathered as the night deepened, lighting only a single candle. As soon as Mian and CSCC began to speak, Jiang Mian gestured for silence, indicating that they should hold their tongues for the moment. She whispered, "Please wait." Lu Yuan and his companions were all supernatural beings with extraordinary hearing. Jiang Mian dared not gamble on whether they could hear her, but she did not want Lu Yuan to know about the existence of the crystal cores. She would rather forego any outside crystal cores than share them with Lu Yuan. Xiaoteng, sensing her thoughts, became elated. "This is simple. Just give them all to me. I promise to swallow them without a trace." "Get lost." Xiaoteng grumbled. "Hey, you can never trust a woman and amp. Appo's words." Jiang Mian ignored it, quickly rummaging through her room until she finally found a pen and a notebook. Xiu Hu watched in disbelief as Jiang Mian scribbled furiously on the paper. Was this really necessary to guard against Lu Yuan? When he finally read the words on the notebook, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Mian had written, "Do not touch the crystal cores or mention them. Tomorrow, we will part ways with Lu Yuan and his group, and after they leave, we will collect the crystal cores." Pei Yu was equally astonished. He knew about the crystal cores, having reverted time to a previous state, but how did Jiang Mian know about them? It was still the early days of the apocalypse. How could she be aware of the crystal cores? Pei Yu seized the pen and wrote rapidly. How do you know that those creatures have crystal cores? CSCC glanced at him, snatched the pen, and wrote, ISN and Oppos. It written in novels? Where there are supernatural beings, there must be crystal cores. We killed a licker in the supermarket and found a core in its brain. Jiang Mian shot her an appreciative glance. Well done, that was quite a clever fabrication. However, Pei Yu seized on her inconsistency and wrote, but how do you know it's called a licker? This time, Ling Yi grabbed the pen and wrote, Haven and Oppos. You seen Resident Evil? The lickers look similar to this creature, so we named it a licker. Jiang Mian mentally applauded him. They were becoming increasingly clever. Pei Yu felt a sudden wave of foolishness wash over him. Wait, this was wrong. They encountered a licker in the supermarket and obtained an awakening crystal core, and CSCC and Oppos' powers had awakened so quickly. This indicated they had used the awakening crystal core. But how did they know the methods and uses of the awakening crystal core? Pei Yu suddenly realized that something was amiss with the current Jiang Mian. Was she truly the same Jiang Mian from the beginning of the apocalypse? Many questions he had overlooked gradually surfaced in his mind. Jiang Mian and Oppos' marksmanship, her agility, her approach to problems. She was too much like the Jiang Mian he had come to know 6 months later. It was almost certain they were the same person. Yet, the current Jiang Mian did not recognize him. He was sure she was not pretending, she genuinely did not know him. Nothing made sense. Jiang Mian harbored too many secrets. Seeing the others write so much, Xiaoxiang gestured for Ling Yi to pass her the pen, then wrote, what is the use of this crystal core? Xiao, who was equally concerned about this question, watching the others expectantly for their response. Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, CSCC, Ling Yi. They all understood its purpose, but how could they convey this without raising suspicions? A headache ensued. They were running out of plausible fabrications. Finally, Jiang Mian decided to repurpose the story she had previously concocted to deceive CSCC and Ling Yi. She did not wish to use one story for CSCC and Ling Yi and another for Pei Yu and Xiaohu. They were teammates and would likely spend a considerable amount of time together. If they were ever caught in a lie, it would severely damage their mutual trust. Thus, when deceiving, consistency was key. Xiao Tong, reading her thoughts, chimed in, impressive. If no one knows the truth, then what you say is the truth. Jiang Mian, are you seeking death? I want to live. How did I flatter you incorrectly? Xiao Tong was bewildered, wondering how it had managed to say something wrong in praise. It even questioned whether it wanted to die. Such a foolish question was one Jiang Mian should not ask again. Asking too often could hurt their feelings. Jiang Mian chose to ignore it. Taking the pen to write, when I had a fever, I dreamed a long dream filled with fragments of the apocalypse. The licker's crystal core can awaken ordinary people's supernatural abilities, and I saw the method in my dream. The most shocked was Xiaoxiang. She was the only ordinary person in their group, and Jiang Mian claimed the crystal cores outside could help her awaken her powers. It felt surreal. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiaoxiang quietly asked, is this true? She desperately wanted to know if this crystal core could genuinely help ordinary people awaken their abilities. CSCC took the pen, wrote, and handed it to Xiaoxiang. She had experienced this herself and understood Xiaoxiang and Oppos' feelings all too well. Xiaoxiang read the words in the notebook. I awakened my powers with the crystal core from the supermarket. I believe you can too. Words failed to describe her emotions, excitement, joy, even the urge to cry. Xiaohu patted her shoulder in comfort, having never realized how much his sister longed to become a supernatural being. Perhaps he had been too oblivious, or perhaps his sister had concealed her feelings too well. Jiang Mian tore the paper with the written words from the notebook, set it ablaze on the candle, and watched as the flames gradually consumed the text, reducing it to ashes that fell to the ground. She said, let us rest for now, it's getting late. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaohu said, you all sleep soundly, I'll keep watch. No need, you all rest. Let it keep watch. Jiang Mian placed shouting on the table. Shouting. It understood Jiang Mian's thoughts. There were no free meals in the world. Having consumed her crystal core, it could not simply laze about without contributing anything. What else could shouting say? It could only agree that if any unexpected situation arose, it would be responsible for waking Jiang Mian. Chapter 51. The Licking King. The next morning, why not leave? If you were troubled by last night's events, I apologize. I admit I was too impulsive yesterday. Lu Yuan anxiously glanced at Jiang Mian, realizing that their relationship had just begun to thaw, yet due to his rashness, they found themselves back at square one. Regretful? A bit, for Jiang Mian had distanced herself from him once more. claiming she needed to stay in the village for a day. Lu Yuan understood that this was a veiled way of saying they would not be leaving together. Jiang Mian, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "You needn't apologize. Last night's mishap was not solely your fault. I was impulsive too. The main reason for my delay is that my vehicle broke down." Following her gaze, Lu Yuan indeed saw that Jiang Mian's off-road vehicle was in disarray. The windshield had been shattered by a bullet, leaving a web-like pattern that made it impossible to see the road ahead. Additionally, the front left tire had burst, causing the vehicle to lean slightly to the left. As Jiang Mian's car was parked at the forefront, it had been affected by last night's battle, while his and Pei Yu's vehicles, stationed further back, remained unscathed, though Jiang Mian cited the mechanical issue as her reason for staying. Lu Yuan's instincts told him it was merely an excuse, with 6 people crammed into one car on his side and another 6 on hers. If they truly wished to leave, they could manage to fit into one vehicle. After standing in silence for a moment, Lu Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to accompany her in the village for the day. However, upon meeting Jiang Mian's calm, yet somewhat icy gaze, his pride would not allow it. Ultimately, Lu Yuan took his companions and drove away. Watching the off-road vehicle disappear in the distance, Jiang Mian let out a slight sigh of relief. She had feared Lu Yuan would stubbornly refuse to depart, but thankfully he had shown some awareness of the situation. "Let us get to work," Jiang Mian declared, drawing a knife to slice open one of the liquor's heads, instructing everyone on how to extract the crystal cores. The group observed closely as she fumbled for a moment before retrieving a crystal core from a mass of red and white matter. "See, fetch some water." "Right away." Cici smiled in response, quickly bringing water to wash away the viscous substance on the surface of the crystal core, revealing a gleaming black crystal. The awakened crystal core is black. This process is quite simple. Isn't it? You all should give it a try. Place the extracted crystal cores in the bucket first, and we will clean them all together at the end. Understood. Several replied, armed with knives to begin excavating the cores. Although the task was quite repulsive, they persevered for the sake of the precious crystals. After a few cores had been successfully extracted, Jiang Mian assured them, "You all continue. I will search for the liquor that fled last night." Typically, there would not be such a multitude of liquors. They were the remnants of failed zombie evolution, and it was improbable for so many to have failed unless there was a Licking King among them. The Licking King, akin to a queen ant, had the power to transform zombies into its kin, reigning as the sovereign over the liquors. "I will accompany you." Pei Yu tossed the recently extracted crystal core into the bucket and looked at Jiang Mian. "No need. Remain here in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Jiang Mian preferred solitude for her quest, for the crystal core of the Licking King could enhance one's abilities, and she was inclined to prioritize her own use of it. Thus, she firmly declined. Left with no choice, Pei Yu surmised her intention to seek the Licking King, reluctantly staying behind to toil alongside the others, extracting crystal cores. After wandering the village for a dozen minutes, Jiang Mian inquired of Xiaotong, "Can you sense the location of the Licking King?" "Of course." "Then why are you just watching me wander aimlessly? Speak up." Jiang Mian expressed her frustration. It said that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want my assistance, it will cost you 10 crystal cores. Xiaoting recalled that Jiang Mian had previously compelled it to stand watch overnight after consuming one of her crystal cores. What is fair? 3 cores. At most 3. Jiang Mian thought to herself. If it refused to cooperate, she would incinerate it. With the help of Xiaoting, Jiang Mian swiftly located the Licking King's lair. It was an unfinished tunnel, long and littered with dirt. While the sun shone brightly outside, the tunnel was engulfed in darkness, resembling a gaping maw that could consume the unwary. "That creature is within. How confident are you?" Jiang Mian responded calmly. 10 out of 10. As they approached the tunnel's entrance, a chill wafted out, prompting Xiaotong to burrow into Jiang Mian's pocket. "Are you afraid of the cold?" Jiang Mian queried with curiosity. "Not at all. I merely worry that you might lose your sense of restraint in battle and accidentally damage my newly sprouted leaves." It seemed it had taken precautions in advance. Disregarding Xiaotong, Jiang Mian retrieved her flashlight, switched it on, and advanced cautiously into the depths of the tunnel. The faint sound of her footsteps echoed distinctly within. After approximately 3 minutes, the light illuminated 5 lickers clinging to the tunnel walls. One hand held the flashlight, while the other gripped her firearm. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets found their marks, and the unsuspecting lickers departed from this world without a clue. The gunfire reverberated through the tunnel, awakening other lickers, who scurried along the walls and lunged toward Jiang Mian. Bang, bang, bang. To her astonishment, the numbers were still overwhelming. Jiang Mian could only shoot while retreating, buying precious time to reload. It's coming. Jiang Mian understood that the it Xiaoting referred to as the Licking King. In the next moment, a larger licker leaped onto the ground, roaring at Jiang Mian, who was firing her weapon. It was indeed the Licking King, furious at the intruder in its territory. After the Licking King's roar, the remaining lickers seemed to receive a command, retreating deeper into the tunnel, leaving the battleground solely for their king. The Licking King moved faster than the lickers. It took a few running steps before pouncing on its prey. Bang! Bang! Jiang Mian fired several rounds, yet none struck true. Some bullets became embedded in the rock, dislodging dirt all around. As the Licking King's sharp claws were poised to strike, Jiang Mian could only roll away to evade the attack. However, a gash was still carved into her shoulder, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air, prompting Xiao Tong to slurp in anticipation. With the distance closing, her handgun was no longer advantageous, and Jiang Mian had no choice but to stow it away. You're courting death. The pain radiating from her arm made Jiang Mian frown slightly. She directed the beam of her flashlight at the Licking King, charging forward, her left arm transforming into vines that ensnared its neck, using the leverage to climb up. As Jiang Mian seized the Licking King's neck, her flashlight slipped from her grasp, yet she unleashed a barrage of punches upon its head, striking it until stars danced before its eyes. Then, intertwining her vines, she exerted force, ultimately twisting the Licking King's head clean off. Chapter 52. Yunxiang Base under the beam of the flashlight. Jiang Mian leaned against the corpse of the devourer, taking a deep breath to alleviate her tension. After a moment, she used her knife to sever its head, extracting a black crystal core the size of a chicken egg. Shouting sensed the immense energy emanating from the core, swallowing hard, yet aware of its limitations. It could only watch in silent envy, too fearful to entertain any thoughts of greed. Time to eat. Time to eat. I'll go first as a show of respect. Xiaoting leaped from Jiang Mian's shoulder and dashed towards the devourer's corpse, knowing it couldn't reach the core but determined not to waste its blood. Jiang Mian paid it no mind, rinsing the crystal core with mineral water before holding it in her hand to absorb its power. A refreshing sensation gradually spread through her body, invigorating her spirit. Moments later, the core disintegrated into powder, scattering across the ground. Jiang Mian's abilities finally ascended to level 2. She employed her healing powers on the wound on her left arm, watching as the long gash healed at a visibly accelerated rate, transforming into a healthy pink hue until it appeared as if she had never been injured. This process took merely 3 minutes, a significant improvement in healing speed at level 2. Jiang Mian recalled a powerful figure from her previous life who had tamed a devourer, amassing considerable wealth during the apocalypse. Killing a devourer for its crystal core felt wasteful, yet circumstances left her with no choice. Jiang Mian picked up her flashlight once again and, armed with her gun, ventured deeper into the tunnel, mindful of the other devourers lurking within. After dispatching the remaining creatures, she extracted their crystal cores one by one before reuniting with Xiaoting beside the devourer's corpse. Where is my crystal core? Hurry and give it to me. I want to eat too. Consider it a debt for now. What? You even deceive plants. Are you even human? Xiaoting, in a frenzy, dashed back and forth in agitation. Jiang Mian, unflinching, replied, awakening crystal cores are far too precious. It would be wasteful for you to consume them. You owe me 3 cores, and I assure you, I will not renege on this debt. Humph. If you had mentioned it was a debt earlier, I might have agreed. Woe is me. You bully Xiaoting. Jiang Mian knew it would never consent. She mentioned it now on purpose. Reading Jiang Mian and Appo's thoughts, Xiaoting exclaimed, Wicked woman. You wicked woman. Jiang Mian scratched her ear, ignoring the outburst, and exited the tunnel with over 20 unwashed awakening crystal cores in hand. By the time she returned to her makeshift shelter, it was nearly noon. Pei Yu and the others had already completed their tasks. There was much to be said for having a larger team, as efficiency soared. Jiang Mian entrusted the collected crystal cores to CSCC for cleaning, and together they counted a total of 169 awakening crystal cores. Seizing the opportunity, she and Pei Yu disclosed the existence of their spatial tools, which elicited shock followed by joy from the group. With a space of their own, they could carry numerous items. Qiu suggested venturing to the next city to gather supplies, including food, daily necessities, and gasoline. CSCC eyed the rings on their fingers, pondering how much they resembled couple rings, albeit with an outdated style. Qiu Xiang cheerfully urged Jiang Mian to take some pots and pans, as their previous vehicle had been too cramped to accommodate cooking utensils. Now, with Jiang Mian's spatial abilities, they could afford to collect more buckets and bowls for future use. After a simple meal of dry rations, the 6 of them squeezed into Pei Yu's off-road vehicle. Pei Yu drove, with CSCC and Qiu Xiang in the front seats, while Ling Yi, Qiu Hu, and Jiang Mian settled in the back. Calculating their time, they realized they had set off an entire morning later than Lu Yuan, yet if the journey went smoothly, they might still catch up with him. Jiang Mian studied the map, recalling the route from her previous life to select the optimal path. Should fortune favor them, they could reach Yunxiang Base in Yun Province by nightfall. This base, established by the station military, was formidable. In her past life, when Jiang Mian met her demise, Yunxiang Base remained intact, sheltering tens of thousands of survivors, attesting to its high level of security. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, Lu Yuan and his group had already arrived at Yunxiang Base. It was their first entry into the base, where news during the apocalypse was notoriously scarce, and they had come specifically to gather information. The 6 stood in the square, observing the bustling crowd, the sounds of haggling and selling creating a lively atmosphere. Isn't this place enormous? Yu Yunfei remarked. This is nothing, Li Mingho replied. I overheard someone mention they have running electricity and water here. Yang Jia, scratching his nose, reminded them, yes, but you need points to access those services. In other words, they shouldn't expect anything to be offered for free. Lu Yuan surveyed the area and called over a nearby boy who was shouting for attention. Here SA bread for you. Guide us through the Yunxiang base. Sure. The boy accepted the bread, stowing it in his inner pocket before straightening up and smiling at them. You're first-timers here, right? Are you planning to stay long, or just passing through? Just passing through, Lu Yuan replied directly. He was merely checking if there were any official updates at the base. Most importantly, he needed to return to Shunshur to find his brother, so he couldn't linger for too long. I see. I guess you haven't been to the task hall yet, have you? Let us walk while I tell you. It's south, the most important place in our base. As they walked, the boy explained, tasks can be received here, points earned, supplies exchanged, and accommodations arranged, all at the task hall. Upon hearing this, the group followed him eagerly. He shared insights about the base, noting that it was divided into 5 sections, with the task hall being paramount, followed by the trading market, accommodation buildings, dining halls, and the medical department. By the time he finished his introduction, Lu Yuan and the others had arrived at the task hall. Wow, it's bustling. I want to look around first, Li Mingho exclaimed, itching to explore the task hall. The others shared similar sentiments, prompting Lu Yuan to suggest, feel free to explore. Let us regroup at the entrance of the hall in half an hour. All right. With that, the group dispersed, each heading towards their areas of interest. Lu Yuan approached the task desk, where 2 large LED screens displayed a flurry of red text. There were official tasks alongside private ones, each with corresponding rewards clearly outlined. Casually scanning the official tasks, one caught his eye, a task for collecting Devourer crystal cores, offering 1,000 points for each core. Devourers? He recalled CSCC mentioning that name when she encountered a group of those creatures. Could they be the same? What then were their crystal cores? Noticing Lu Yuan's fixation on the task, a staff member approached him, inquiring, excuse me, do you happen to have any Devourer crystal cores? The notice highlighted the urgent need for these cores, prompting her to be particularly attentive, wary of missing out. Lu Yuan met her gaze, replying indifferently. I've seen a type of creature, though I'm uncertain if it's what you refer to as a devourer. Chapter 53. Another trouble arises with a simple gesture. The staff member cheerfully opened the task list for collecting the cores of the liquors, and a photograph of the creature appeared on the screen. Lu Yuan stared at the image in disbelief. It was indeed the monster he had slain the previous night. They had vanquished many. The staff member then swiped her hand gently, revealing a new image, a black crystal. This is the core of the liquor, found within their brains, she explained. Suddenly, a realization exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. He was overwhelmed with thoughts. Did Jiang Mian know about the liquor's core? Had she intentionally dismissed him? His emotions were tumultuous, and he had an unsettling premonition that the answers were affirmative. However, returning to confirm this was impractical, and the feeling was distressing. The staff observed his expression, suspecting he might have encountered a liquor, and her smile deepened. Is this the kind of monster you and Oppos, V seen? Lu Yuan was jolted back to reality by her voice and, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, I'm sorry, but the creature I encountered was different. The base purchased the cores for high points, underscoring their significance. Admitting prior encounters would undoubtedly bring him trouble. He cautiously inquired, given such a high exchange value, what is the purpose of this core? He noticed that the previous task offered a mere 10 points per person for recruiting cleaners to eradicate nearby zombies. In stark contrast, 1,000 points was an immense sum. We and Oppos, we're not entirely sure of its purpose either. The experts above are conducting research, and we believe results will emerge soon, the staff member candidly responded, noting he was not the first to ask such a question. Thank you, Lu Yuan politely expressed his gratitude. The staff member smiled bashfully, encouraging him to explore other tasks, assuring him he could inquire about anything he did not understand. Faced with such a handsome young man, she was exceedingly patient and delighted to engage in conversation. Lu Yuan nodded and began to wander nearby, discovering the prices here were quite reasonable: a small packet of biscuits for 1 point, bread for 3 points, a bottle of mineral water for 2 points, and a pound of rice for 10 points. If an ordinary person completed a zombie clearing task, they could earn 10 points, sufficient to meet their basic daily needs. Brother, why are we following Lu Yuan? Isn't it better to settle here? Li Feifei was quite pleased with the well-equipped facilities of the Yunxiang base, especially since her brother was an ability user, ensuring he would thrive here. She had heard that ability users could enjoy numerous benefits, including free food and lodging, and could bring family members along. Wasn't and Oppos. This far more comfortable than trekking alongside Lu Yuan? What do you know? Li Quan glared at her, urging her to think long-term. Who could predict the future? Lu Yuan and his companions appeared extraordinary. If he remained by Lu Yuan's side, he would eventually be regarded as an elder, far superior to being a subordinate in the base. Li Feifei had not anticipated her brother's high regard for Lu Yuan and began to contemplate her own strategy. Lu Yuan was tall and handsome, albeit somewhat aloof and difficult to approach. However, as the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil apart. Perhaps if she lowered her pride and made an effort, she might win him over. With this resolution, Li Feifei began to search for Lu Yuan and Oppos' figure among the crowd. Move aside. Move aside. A rough voice boomed. As he shouted, the surrounding crowd parted, for they knew better than to provoke him. Hey, what has Yuan Jishu brought to exchange this time? A whole sack. He must have ventured deep into East City again. Where else could he have obtained it? Indeed, those who can enter East City are quite the characters. The crowd murmured enviously, casting admiring glances at Yuan Jishu. Suddenly, Li Feifei was bumped into, losing her balance and nearly falling. Instinctively, she reached for anything nearby, grasping the pocket on Yuan Jishu and Oppos' back. With a loud crash, the pocket tore open, spilling its contents onto the ground. Bags of flour, mung beans, and peanuts scattered everywhere, mixing chaotically. The onlookers gasped in amazement. Heavens! Flour and peanuts! Fried peanuts are delicious. Mung bean soup is delightful. Who is this? Ken and Oppos? They see? Yuan Jishu exclaimed angrily, hands on his hips. Li Feifei scrambled to her feet, meeting his furious gaze. I and Oppos, am so sorry. I didn't and Oppos, mean to, someone bumped into me. Had it not been for the collision, she wooed and Oppos. Have panicked and reached for his bag. But he looked quite intimidating. Yuan Jishu, still fuming, had yet to scrutinize the perpetrator, snapping, so someone bumps into you, and you tug on my bag? Look at this mess. When he finally beheld the woman before him, he was rendered speechless. Beneath her flowing black hair was a delicate oval face. Complemented by a curvaceous figure, she appeared quite capable of bearing children. His mother had always emphasized that one should marry a woman with ample hips. And this woman fit the criteria perfectly. Li Quan noticed the commotion surrounding his sister and hurried over, frowning. My apologies, brother, my sister didn't mean any harm. Seeing her brother, Li Feifei felt a sense of relief and moved closer to him, seeking refuge from the man and Oppos' hostile glare. Yuan Jishu was nearly amused by the man's words. Does saying sorry help? Look at the mess on the ground. Do you think a mere apology will restore everything? Li Quan remained silent. Those familiar with Yuan Jishu chimed in, absolutely not. Flour, peanuts, and mung beans are rare commodities in the apocalypse. Indeed, quite precious. They could be exchanged for numerous points. Li Quan's face turned crimson as he realized Yuan Jishu was seeking compensation, yet they had nothing to offer. He felt utterly exhausted. Moreover, his irritation towards Li Feifei grew. First, she had caused Zhang Xiang's demise, and now this trouble had surfaced. Brother, we just arrived at the base and have no supplies to offer. Before he could finish, Yuan Jishu interrupted him. Enough, enough. I won't make things difficult for you. To be frank, I have my eye on your sister. If she agrees to be my wife, we can consider this matter settled. Yuan Jishu hoped they would give it serious thought. Not everyone could be his brother-in-law. Li Quan's expression became increasingly troubled. Li Feifei felt repulsed by Yuan Jishu, who was stocky and unattractive, radiating an aura of foolishness. She exclaimed, "Impossible. How can you be so shameless? Are you trying to extort us? You think someone like you could marry me? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. To think of marrying him was nothing short of a delusion. If she were to marry, it would be a man like Lu Yuan, not this unattractive brute." Chapter 54. Should such a person be saved? What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Yuan Jishu was genuinely enraged, his veins subtly protruding on his forehead. Those around him cast worried glances at Li Feifei, silently shaking their heads, thinking how utterly unaware she was of the gravity of the situation. How could she dare to insult Yuan Jishu? He was none other than one of the most formidable psychic warriors at the Yunxiang base and the younger brother of the esteemed Captain Yuan July of the Fei Yuan team. Yet, Li Feifei, a mere newcomer to the base, was oblivious to all of this. All she knew was that this ugly brute had wronged her. And it was utterly disgusting. I ask you, do you not have a mirror at home? You wish to marry me? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Li Feifei. Li Quan shot her a disapproving glare. This fool had yet to grasp the current predicament. They had just arrived and had already managed to offend someone formidable. What good could possibly come of this? Damn it. Yuan Jishu seized Li Feifei by her hair, dragging her towards the exit. I have set my sights on you today. To have so many witnesses hear him described as a toad aspiring to swan meat was akin to trampling his dignity into the ground. Yuan Jishu's actions were rough and lacking in tenderness, causing Li Feifei's eyes to brim with tears. Let go of me. You toad. You, release me. Brother. Brother. Save me. She cried out, her voice a mixture of panic and despair. Li Quan contemplated intervening, urging, Brother, let us talk this out calmly. No need for impulsiveness. But Yuan Jishu was unyielding, casting a glance that commanded the nearby members of the Fei Yuan team to block Li Quan and Amp, Appos, way, rendering him immobile. What is the matter? Be sensible. Our brother Yuan has taken an interest in your sister. That is a stroke of good fortune for her. Don't be ungrateful. Their arrogance was palpable. And as the crowd grew more curious, Yang Jie, hidden among them, slowly retreated. Minutes later, Li Mingho exclaimed in astonishment, Li Feifei was truly taken away? I witnessed it firsthand, Yang Jie confirmed. Li Feifei damaged the belongings of a person who seems to be a psychic. Instead of seeking compensation, he has set his sights on her. After she insulted him, calling him a toad aspiring for swan meat, she has now been forcibly taken away. Brother Lu. What shall we do? What to do? Lu Yuan was equally perplexed and somewhat exasperated. Why were they all so thoughtless? Could they not act with a modicum of discretion? What of Li Quan? Lu Yuan inquired. Yang Jie pondered briefly. He seems to have followed them. Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Let us find him first and hear what he has to say. Yang Jie, take some food and gather information about that person's background. It's better to be prepared. Understood. Besides Yang Jie, Li Mingho and Yi Yunfei accompanied Lu Yuan in search of Li Quan. From a distance, they spotted Li Quan embroiled in a heated argument with a soldier clad in uniform. Can't you at least intervene? It's broad daylight. And they're brazenly abducting my sister. What does this mean? It's utterly outrageous. The soldier didn't even glance at Li Quan, dismissively stating, Why should I intervene? Are you unaware of whom you've offended? Do you think this society resembles the old days? We patrol the base with one eye open and the other closed. As long as no one is killed, there is no need to antagonize those in power. Life is already hard enough. Who has the luxury to uphold some nonsensical code of ethics? I advise you to climb the social ladder. Being Yuan Jishu's brother-in-law would be advantageous. His influence at the base warrants that. The soldier gave him a thumbs up. Li Quan wore a pained expression. Who would want to be that man's brother-in-law? Conscience would dictate that Yuan Jishu was unworthy of his sister, just as he found himself at a loss. He spotted Lu Yuan and the others approaching and hurried over. Brother Lu, you must save my sister. Those people are nothing but beasts. Daring to abduct her in broad daylight. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Had he not heard Yang Jie recount the events, he might have been swayed by Li Quan and Appos' emotional appeal. Clearly, Li Quan's character was not commendable. What is going on? Lu Yuan feigned ignorance. Li Quan, fuming, explained. A scoundrel named Yuan Jishu has taken a fancy to Feifei and insists she become his wife. My sister refused. And he had his men restrain me and forcibly took her away. This is outrageous. Brother Lu, you must save Feifei. She is just a woman. How can she endure such mistreatment? How will she live from now on? Li Mingho remained silent, merely observing. Lu Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him but maintained a calm demeanor. Let us wait for Yang Jie to return. He is investigating the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Quan felt a twinge of anxiety but dared not voice his concerns, merely following along as they awaited Yang Jie. Minutes later, Yang Jie returned with information. Yuan Jishu is a soil-type psychic, and his Fei Yuan team is a prominent private faction within the base. Their captain, Yuan Jilai, is his elder brother. Thus, Yuan Jishu is a person of considerable influence, accustomed to acting with impunity. Li Quan's heart sank. How could they possibly save her now? If only Li Feifei hadn't insulted him, perhaps there would have been room for negotiation. Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment, then addressed the group. You all stay here. I will go assess the situation. I'll go with you, Li Mingho volunteered. No need, Lu Yuan declined. It will be more convenient for me to operate alone. You all wait here. He intended to infiltrate their territory discreetly. Having too many people might complicate matters. The others agreed with his reasoning. After some time, Lu Yuan stealthily made his way into the Fei Yuan team's territory, concealed behind a window. He overheard Yuan Jilai inquiring about Li Feifei. You cannot treat me this way. My brother is a psychic, and all of us in our team are psychics. If they learn of your actions, they will not spare you. Li Feifei was desperately attempting to resist, unwilling to be associated with this loathsome creature. She hoped invoking Lu Yuan and his companions might instill some fear in them. Outside, Lu Yuan cursed under his breath. What a fool. Hoping to barter their safety with betrayal, is such a person deserving of salvation? What happens after the rescue? Should I remain wary of her potential treachery at any moment? In hindsight, it would have been better to let Jiang Mian end them swiftly. Yuan Jishu, upon hearing her words, smiled, and Jilai regarded her with keen interest. Oh, all psychics, you say? Then we indeed cannot treat you casually. Li Feifei thought she had played her cards right and felt a flicker of relief. But then Yuan Jishu retorted, Brother, why would you believe her? She is nothing but a liar. I intend to have her today, with no title to her name. I shall see just how high and mighty she thinks she is. To dare insult me as a toad aspiring for swan meat? I shall show her she is worth even less than a toad. Chapter 55. Xiaohu's wound. She, please remain calm. I trust this lovely lady would not deceive us. Would she? Yuan Jili remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Li Feifei. Under his scrutiny, she felt a surge of anxiety. No, I am not lying to you. I speak only the truth. Yuan Jili cautiously inquired. Then, how many of you are there? Li Feifei hesitated, but Yuan Jishu interjected. Look at her. She is probably pondering how to concoct a story. Brother, please do not waste my time. He added vehemently. I will not let her off for having insulted me in front of others. With Yuan Jishu and Appo's declaration, Li Feifei could no longer afford to waver. She promptly confessed, including my brother. There are 5 of us. I am not deceiving you. All I say is true. Very well, Yuan Jili nodded. Perhaps you could elaborate on the abilities of each member? How else can I ascertain your honesty? Having reached this juncture, Li Feifei recognized that she had no other choice. Aware that they were deliberately trying to extract information from her, she relented. My brother possesses fire abilities, the captain. Lu Yuan wields lightning powers, and there are also a water manipulator, a wind user, and a strength-type ability wielder. Those are all of them. Lu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow for Li Quan, while the others were of no consequence to her. The fact that she would so readily betray her own brother was disheartening. This woman, a lightning user, quite a formidable force, Yuan Ji muttered to himself. Before instructing his subordinate, Rong Kue, take a few brothers and accompany Miss Feifei to invite her friends here as our guests. Be sure to extend them due courtesy. The man named Rong Kue stepped forward, responding loudly, Understood. I shall proceed at once. His gaze lingered on Li Feifei. Please. Li Feifei felt as if struck by lightning. What did this mean? Would they reveal her divulging their secrets to Lu Yuan? Would she ever have a chance with him again? Lu Yuan appeared to be a man who would not tolerate betrayal. If he found out, she was certain he would never forgive her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuan had overheard every word. He silently left the scene to inform the others. Seeing her frozen in place, Rong Kue reiterated, Miss Feifei, please, let us meet your friends. I cannot go. Li Feifei shook her head repeatedly, resolute in her refusal. Cannot go? Yuan Jishu suddenly scooped her up, laughing. Then why not accompany me to my room for some fun? Ha ha. Li Feifei screamed in fright. Let me go? She pushed against Yuan Jishu with all her might, but his embrace was unyielding. Jishu. Yuan Jili feigned anger. Release her at once. Do not act foolishly. Reluctantly, Yuan Jishu complied, setting her down. This time, Li Fei dared not protest further. After Rong Kue and Appo's repeated invitation, she obediently followed. Once they departed, Yuan Jishu turned to his brother and asked, "Brother, what comes next after we have invited that group?" Yuan Jili chuckled resignedly. He knew his brother and Appo's intentions all too well. "Fear not, that woman is yours. As for the others, it will depend on whether they choose to cooperate." Hearing his brother's words, Yuan Jishu felt a sense of relief. When Jiang Mian and her companions arrived at the Yunxiang base, night had already fallen. The personnel on duty outside impatiently instructed them to disembark for inspection. One of the guards asked, "Must the vehicle be parked in the parking lot? If so, an additional fee for supplies is required." "Yes, we will park," Jiang Mian replied, aware that the parking lot was monitored and therefore is safer than leaving the vehicle outside. "Very well, once the inspection is complete, proceed to that area to submit your supplies and obtain a parking card to bring your vehicle inside." The man gestured toward two staff members awaiting them. "Thank you." Jiang Mian and her group exited the vehicle, lining up for inspection. The men and women were separated, with two tents set up beside the entrance. The inspection was not overly rigorous. It merely involved checking for injuries on their faces, necks, arms, and legs. CSCC, curious, looked around, cooperating as she rolled up her sleeves and pants to show the inspectors. "Pass. No injuries. You may enter," one of them declared. "Thank you." CSCC proceeded toward the exit to wait for Jiang Mian and Qiu Xiang. The inspection for the men was slightly more stringent, requiring them to remove their shirts. When Pei Yu stripped off his clothing, revealing his well-defined physique, the inspecting man felt a twinge of envy. How could such a magnificent body not belong to him? Next was Qiu Hu. Upon removing his shirt, the bandages on his abdomen became visible, prompting the inspecting guard to ask nervously, "You were injured? What happened?" Another inspector approached, his expression grave, cautious around Qiu Hu. "Gunshot wound." Qiu Hu quickly clarified, "I was injured by a group of thugs in Chuan City." Despite his explanation, their suspicions lingered. One insisted, "Remove the bandages. We must inspect the wound." With no alternative, Qiu Hu complied, unwinding the bandages to reveal the stitched-up wound, which had already begun to scab over. "Recovery appears satisfactory. Are you an ability user?" Qiu Hu nodded affirmatively. "Please provide your name for registration. We need to document this. And follow-up may be necessary for your injury." The man wrote in his notebook. Reluctantly, Qiu Hu announced, "Qiu Hu." "Very well." The man's demeanor softened considerably. "By the way, our base offers additional benefits for ability users. We look forward to your joining us." Qiu Hu was taken aback. Was the wound the real issue? Surely, this was the true concern. Before long, everyone had successfully completed the inspection, and Qiu Hu informed Jiang Mian of the registration. Seeing his troubled expression, Jiang Mian reassured him. "Do not worry, the authorities have their reputation to uphold. They will not force you to join but will entice you with incentives." "Ah? Then I must remain steadfast in my principles." Qiu Hu lamented. If he faltered, Jiang Mian would not show mercy. Pei Yu glanced around as the crowd thinned. "You all go ahead. I will take care of the supplies to obtain the parking card." "All right." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Oh." "Xiao Yi will accompany me to help move the supplies. We must bring something along," Jiang Mian added. Though most of their belongings were stored in a spatial ring, they could not appear empty-handed. Ling Yi responded eagerly, "Of course." Jiang Mian and the others proceeded into the base, waiting for them in the plaza. Jiang Mian was not unfamiliar with Yunxiang base, having spent a few days there in her previous life with Pei Yu and the others. This time, it felt like a nostalgic return. Chapter 56, Qiu Xiang awakens as Pei Yu and Ling Yi were moving their belongings. The group gathered at the entrance to collect forms and fill in their personal information. The required details included name, age, occupation, and other technical specifics, with one particularly significant query at the end, whether one was an ability user. Jiang Mian urged everyone to fill in the preceding information normally, leaving the last question blank for the time being. After careful consideration, she deduced that since Qiu Hu's identity as an ability user was already exposed, he could mark it accordingly, while the others, whose abilities remained undisclosed, should all mark it with a cross. There were many intricacies involved, as the information among major bases was interconnected. Being an ability user came with its advantages, yet it was not without its costs. Jiang Mian wished to avoid prematurely revealing their identities as ability users, as this status currently posed more danger than benefit. She pondered why she had been targeted for her crystal core. It indicated that the live experimentation on ability users had matured by that point. She had reason to believe that this madness had begun at the onset of the apocalypse. Shouting felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Mian. Realizing that in her previous life, her crystal core had been extracted, suggesting it must have been quite desirable. It peeked out from Jiang Mian's pocket, eager to catch a glimpse of her expression. Unfortunately, before it could do so, she swiftly pressed it back, communicating silently. What? Do you also wish to be taken for experimentation? No, it's just that arriving in a crowded place makes me a bit anxious. What is there to be anxious about? Just stay put. After deliberation, everyone, except for Chiu Hu, marked the last question with a cross. The individual in charge of collecting the data noticed the presence of an ability user among the group and cast a few extra glances their way. They organized the other individuals' information beneath Chiu Hu's, indicating that they were together. Comrade Chiu Hu, here is this for you. Do take a careful look. Our organization is very considerate towards ability users. Chiu Hu accepted the pamphlet with gratitude, glancing over it as he walked, before passing it to Jiang Mian. She casually scanned it before sharing it with the others. Bases post-apocalypse, regardless of their size, were quite similar, all featuring task halls, lodging buildings, and trading markets. With comparable benefits for ability users. Ability users enjoyed a 10% discount on all expenditures within the base, and if they joined the official ability user group, they could receive an additional 20% discount along with fixed benefits. This was essentially the gist of the pamphlet, except for Jiang Mian and Pei Yu. It was the first time for the others to enter the base, and their curiosity was palpable as they gazed around. CSCC pointed excitedly at a soldier patrolling with a rifle, exclaiming, Mian, look. It's a soldier, the kind with a gun. Jiang Mian glanced over with a hint of resignation, nodding slightly to acknowledge. The soldiers now were markedly different from those before the apocalypse. She hoped they wouldn't be disappointed. Pei Yu scoffed. What is so interesting about that? They look so dull. Lingy countered. They look quite handsome. Back when I was in school, I dreamed of wearing such a uniform one day. It's simply cool. That is every man's dream. Pei Yu remained speechless, urging, let us move faster, or we want to secure a room to sleep in. CSCC, now catching on, smiled and linked her arm with Jiang Mian as they walked on. Perhaps due to the night, the task hall was not crowded, allowing Jiang Mian to quickly find the exchange window, where she traded supplies for 200 points. Following the staff's guidance, she proceeded to the housing registration office, where she rented a 3-bedroom suite. The rental period was 3 days, costing 150 points, and this was facilitated through Chiu Hu's identity as an ability user, securing a 10% discount. Why 3 days? Chiu Hu asked, recalling that Jiang Mian had initially only intended to stay overnight at Yunxiang base. I'll explain later. Jiang Mian replied, knowing she had her reasons, but it was not convenient to discuss outside. Chiu Hu glanced around, understanding her implication and refraining from pressing further. The group, keys in hand, located their room, B District, Building 2, Room 306. The accommodations were well-equipped, suitable for immediate move-in, albeit compact. Jiang Mian produced an awakening crystal core for Chiu Xiang, suggesting, let us awaken tonight. Chiu Xiang, holding the awakening crystal core, nodded with delight. All right. Was this her rationale for renting for 3 days? Chiu Xiang felt immensely touched. The group gathered in Chiu Xiang and Appo's room to accompany her through the awakening ceremony. Jiang Mian made a small incision in her palm with a dagger, instructing her to grip the awakening crystal core tightly. Time passed. And even after 5 minutes of the crystal core's disappearance, there were no signs of fever. Did I fail? Chiu Xiang felt a twinge of disappointment. Everyone turned to Jiang Mian, who reassured, perhaps this crystal core isn't suitable for you. I'll get you another. With a second awakening crystal core, Chiu Xiang finally felt a response, her body growing warmer. Seeing the success, CSCC urged everyone to leave. You all should rest. I'll take care of this. I have experience. Chiu Hu cast several worried glances at his sister, saying, all right, then I'll leave it to you. From this point forward, it was entirely up to Chiu Xiang. She had always been strong, and he believed she would pull through once more. The others returned to the living room. And Jiang Mian suddenly grew curious, asking Pei Yu, why don't you predict what ability Chiu Xiang will awaken? Chiu Hu also expressed interest, looking towards Pei Yu. Can you foresee? Pei Yu calmly nodded. Fire ability. Fire ability? Jiang Mian was momentarily astonished. Could it truly be fire? The awakening of abilities bore no consistent pattern. Yet it often had some relation to the individual. For instance, Jiang Mian, being an art student who cherished nature and loved outdoor sketching, awakened with what abilities? If memory served, CSCC had a great fondness for swimming, which led to her water abilities. Of course, these were merely Jiang Mian and Appo's assumptions. Qiuhu was quite pleased with this ability, finding it surprising that his shy sister would awaken such a fiery power. Let us all rest early. Tomorrow we embark on a significant group task, Qiuhu announced. What task? He inquired, intrigued. Clearing East City. We depart at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Ability users will receive 50 points plus 5 kilograms of rice, while ordinary participants earn 15 points plus 1 kilogram of rice. Jiang Mian recounted the task she had seen in the task hall that evening. Pei Yu queried, is it for supplies? In truth, he had ample supplies in his space and did not need to venture out for risks. No, Jiang Mian shook her head, it's for crystal cores. Have you not noticed? The official tasks include collecting eater crystal cores and zombie crystal cores. Lingy interjected, I saw that. One crystal core can be exchanged for 1,000 points. He had been astonished at how they had expended so many resources only to earn 200 points, while a single crystal core could yield 1,000 points. It was sheer profit. Chapter 57. Hu Xinjin and her cousin indeed, Jiang Mian remarked. While I was in the task hall, I overheard discussions about Dongcheng, where formidable zombies possessing crystal cores were said to roam. This was the true reason for her stay. While it was essential to hasten their journey, enhancing everyone's strength was equally vital. Why should we follow the officials when we could navigate more conveniently on our own? Qiuhu expressed his confusion. Would the officials simply stand by and watch as you took the crystal cores? Jiang Mian elaborated. It is wise to seek shade beneath a great tree. We may be unfamiliar with the situation in Dongcheng, but the officials certainly have insight. Let us accompany the main group first, and once we identify a suitable opportunity, we can detach. Participation is voluntary. I do not wish to compel anyone. Lingy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Sister Jiang, I volunteer. Count me in. Pei Yu was undoubtedly concerned about Jiang Mian venturing alone. After some contemplation, Qiuhu added, then I shall join as well. Your injury, Jiang Mian began, but was interrupted by Qiuhu, who insisted, it's no longer an issue. I'm perfectly fine now, able to run and jump. I assure you, I won't hold you back. Very well, let us rest early. Tomorrow, we shall dine at the cafeteria at 7 o'clock and register by 7:30, so we should be able to make it. Everyone agreed and dispersed to their respective quarters. Jiang Mian chose one room, while Qiuhu and Ling Yi shared another, leaving Pei Yu to sleep on the sofa in the living room. A peaceful night ensued. The following day, at the cafeteria. Cousin, I'm not taking no for an answer. I want to join today's mission. The young girl stood by the dining table, pouting. The man she referred to as cousin, handsome and clad in military attire, leisurely sipped his porridge before responding. No, not a chance. Why is it always a no? What must I do to gain your approval? My uncle has agreed to let me go. On what grounds do you refuse? The man nodded, appearing to understand. Then go speak with your uncle and have him take you. You, Fu Tingzhou. The girl exclaimed in frustration. Are you doing this on purpose? You know my uncle won't go. Fu Tingzhou paused, his tone softening. Xinjin, please don't cause a scene. All right, if you agree to take me. I promise to be good. Fu Xinjin looked at him with hopeful eyes. That is out of the question. It is far too dangerous out there. That last time was a near-fatal experience. Taking her along would only distract him. He simply didn't have the bandwidth. He had responsibilities to the main group. Fu Xinjin tugged at his arm, pleading. Cousin, please take me with you. I promise to behave. I won't stray. CSCC found the girl's voice particularly familiar and glanced over, only to realize she knew her. She exclaimed in delight. Fu Xinjin. What a surprise to encounter a college dorm mate here. Fu Xinjin turned to her, equally astonished. CSCC. I can't believe you're alive. This is wonderful. She excitedly rushed over, embracing CSCC and jumping with joy. After the apocalypse, you are the first classmate I have encountered, and my roommate at that. CSCC hesitated, then said, actually, there is another person from our dorm here. Who? Fu Xinjin inquired with curiosity. Just then, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu approached with their trays. Jiang Mian. Fu Xinjin's eyes widened in surprise. You're still alive. Upon seeing her, Jiang Mian displayed no emotional upheaval, merely replying, I didn't expect you to be alive as well. Humph. You truly have 9 lives, don't you? Fu Xinjin turned her face away. In a world where so many have perished, how is it that none of the detestable ones have died? Jiang Mian managed a rare, insincere smile, reflecting mutual sentiments. From their exchange, it was evident that Fu Xinjin held little regard for Jiang Mian, and vice versa. One could only wonder what past grievances existed between them. Fu Tingzhou casually glanced over to Hu Jinjin's side and unexpectedly spotted Pei Yu. What was he doing here in Yun Province instead of Beishur? Fu Tingzhou rose and approached them, intending to greet Pei Yu. Hello, are you Jinjin's college roommates? I am Fu Tingzhou, her cousin. Fu Tingzhou began. But upon noticing Pei Yu's lowered head, seemingly avoiding him, he abandoned the idea of greeting him. He surmised that Pei Yu likely wished to conceal his identity. Very well, perhaps they could find a time to converse privately later. Pei Yu certainly wished to remain unrecognized, particularly with Jiang Mian present, but fortunately, Fu Tingzhou did not expose him. He too pondered when to have a private discussion with him. Hu Jinjin beamed at Fu Tingzhou's arrival, proudly introducing him. This is my cousin, Fu Tingzhou. He holds a high position in the base. Cici, if you encounter any difficulties at the base, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Oh, really? Cici exclaimed, surprised to discover that she had a connection. Although she faced no current difficulties, one could never predict what the future held. No worries, as Jinjin's college roommate, encountering you in this post-apocalyptic world is a stroke of fate. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Fu Tingzhou spoke amiably, exuding a refreshing demeanor. Jiang Mian recalled that the head of the Yunxiang base also bore the surname Fu, indicating that his status was indeed noteworthy. After some casual conversation, Fu Tingzhou and Hu Jinjin departed the cafeteria. The base's cafeteria offered decent meals. Jiang Mian and her group each ordered a bowl of porridge alongside several steamed buns. They found a spot to sit and began to eat. Jiang Mian handed her points card to Cici, advising, after you finish, please bring some breakfast back for Qiuxiang. The points are running low, and there are still supplies in the room. You can decide how to exchange them. If she wishes to eat at the cafeteria again for lunch, she will need to bring supplies to exchange for points. Understood. Cici tucked away the points card. I overheard Hu Jinjin mention that her cousin might also be part of your mission. As a high-ranking official, he might even be leading the team. Pei Yu was aware of Fu Tingzhou's identity, knowing that the command would certainly rest with him. Jiang Mian took a bite of her bun, responding slowly, it won't affect us, let us proceed discreetly. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Mian's group parted ways with Cici, who returned to her dormitory. While they headed to the task hall to register. Oh dear, there are so many people, Qiuhu remarked, observing the throngs in the hall, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lingyi replied, I didn't expect everyone to be so eager. A middle-aged man nearby shot him a disdainful glance. Eager? It's not enthusiasm, it's desperation. If we don't take on missions, our families will starve. Lingyi. So it's out of necessity. Jiang Mian noticed some individuals completing their registrations, receiving supplies to hand over to their relatives, who were filled with tears and reluctance, reminiscent of a poignant farewell. Life was challenging for everyone. They could only grit their teeth and endure. Chapter 58, the East City Clearing Mission. After a period of anticipation, it was finally Jiang Mian's turn. The staff member inquired. Name? Are you an ability user or an ordinary person? Jiang Mian, an ordinary person, she replied. Very well. Will you collect your supplies now, or return later? The staff member asked again. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment before responding, I will return for them. She reasoned that collecting them now would necessitate another trip back to the dormitory, which seemed unnecessary. The man beside her cast several glances at Jiang Mian, contemplating that perhaps she had no family, otherwise she would not have chosen to return for the supplies. Whether she could return or not remained uncertain. All right, please keep this receipt. You can collect your supplies at any time, the staff member said, handing over a small ticket. Jiang Mian examined it. It indicated 15 points, along with 1 pound of rice, and bore the stamp of the Yunxiang base. Next, the staff member presented her with a yellow smiley face badge. Wear this, he instructed. Jiang Mian observed that ordinary people wore yellow badges while ability users donned red ones, a thoughtful measure for easy identification amidst the throngs of people. After all, in such a crowd, who could discern who was an ability user and who was not? Once adorned with the badge and having secured her receipt, Jiang Mian and Oppo's registration was complete. Like her, the others opted to retrieve their supplies later, collectively entrusting their receipts to Jiang Mian for safekeeping. The group then proceeded to the square to assemble. From a distance, Jiang Mian spotted Fu Tingzhou standing atop a platform. He stood tall and serious, his gaze scanning the crowd below while occasionally glancing at his watch, awaiting the arrival of others. As time passed, the crowd in the square grew larger. At approximately 8 o'clock, Fu Tingzhou commenced his pre-task address. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your commander for this mission, Fu Tingzhou. As we head to the East City, I expect everyone to adhere to the arrangements. Do not stray from the group, or you will bear the consequences. Participating in this mission are military personnel, as well as ability users and ordinary individuals. The personnel distribution is as follows. Each team will comprise 2 ability users and 20 ordinary individuals. I now ask the ability users to step forward. Upon finishing his speech, the crowd began to shift, with several soldiers directing people to step back to create space for the ability users. Should I go to the front now? Xiao Hu, an ability user, inquired. To which Pei Yu replied, go ahead. In 5 minutes, the ability users had taken their positions in the front row. Military trucks lined up, with soldiers boarding first, followed by the ability users, and then the ordinary individuals. Once a vehicle was filled, it would drive forward, and the next would follow suit, cycling through the boarding process. Jiang Mian kept a close watch on Xiao Hu's position, discreetly counting the rounds before gradually moving into position. After he boarded, she and Pei Yu, along with Ling Yi, squeezed in, fortuitously securing the 20th spot, thus ensuring their group remained in one team. As the vehicle set off, a man in military uniform approached the crowd, gripping the overhead rail of the truck, and addressed everyone. Please quiet down. I have a few words. I am Su Qingyi, the squad leader of the 716th Army Combat Unit, 115th Squad. The upcoming task requires everyone to work together under my command. To survive and return, you must learn to obey orders. We have neither the time nor the resources to search for anyone who strays. Do you understand? In unison, the crowd replied, understood. Excellent. Now, I will outline the task distribution, so listen carefully. Upon reaching the designated location, we are responsible for clearing Jinan Street in the East City. The 10 soldiers in our squad are armed and will handle the majority of the zombies, while a small number will be dealt with by the ability users themselves. If you require weapons, you may collect them from me after disembarking. During any downtime, you must transport the zombie corpses to the designated trucks. We have personnel assigned to manage this. Do you all comprehend? Yes, they chorused. Very well. I hope for a successful operation and that everyone returns safely to reunite with their loved ones, Su Qingyi concluded before stepping aside to join his comrades. The journey was somewhat bumpy, with an uncertain road ahead, and the group fell silent, devoid of any inclination to converse. The wind whipped through Jiang Mian and Appo's hair, causing her to gently tuck a loose strand behind her ear. Pei Yu noticed and moved closer to shield her from the gusts. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu and Ling Yi gazed out at the passing scenery, lost in their own thoughts. An hour and a half later, they arrived in East City, on Jinan Street. Military personnel charged ahead, with Jiang Mian and her group following closely behind, dispatching any stray or partially dead zombies. The weapons provided by the military consisted of basic knives, barely sufficient for self-defense. There's a store with plenty of food, exclaimed a tall, lean man, pointing toward a convenience store in the distance. Where? Let me see. Another round-faced man exclaimed, following the direction of his companion's finger, marveling, wow, really? It looks like there are even biscuits. If we can bring some back to the base, we'll strike it rich. The two exchanged glances and took off toward the convenience store. Squad leader Su said not to leave the group. Come back. A man who noticed their departure cautioned, but they paid no heed, dismissing his concerns. It's not far. We'll be back soon. The man who had warned them felt helpless as he watched them disregard his advice, grappling with the decision of whether to join them for a share of the spoils. Yet unease nodded him. As anticipated, it was and Appo's long before their screams pierced the air. Ah, zombies. Help. Jiang Mian and her companions turned at the sound, witnessing a man stumble out of the convenience store, rolling and scrambling toward them. He cried out desperately, help, help, I've been bitten. There are 2 zombies inside the store. Leading the group, Su Qingyi was engaged in clearing zombies ahead when he heard the cries for help, his expression darkening. He turned to the others, saying, continue, I'll check the situation. Understood, squad leader, we'll handle it here, his comrades replied, while Su Qingyi muttered, there are always those who refuse to listen and seek their own demise. He sprinted toward the convenience store, seizing the man's collar and demanding, where are the zombies? The man instinctively hid his left hand behind his back, pallid, and pointed shakily toward the store. There are 2 zombies inside, and someone has been bitten. Su Qingyi released him and dashed toward the store, where he indeed found 2 zombies feasting on a man. The unfortunate soul's abdomen was nearly hollowed out, and he had already succumbed to death. Su Qingyi furrowed his brow as he dispatched the 2 zombies and delivered a final blow to the fallen man and Appo's head. Upon seeing Su Qingyi emerge with a grim expression, Jiang Mian feared he might unleash his wrath. Who allowed you to leave the group and act independently? If you were under my command, you and Oppos deface military discipline. Your lives are your own. If you wish to disregard them, I have no objections. Anyone else seeking supplies? Get out of my sight. The group lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. The man who had narrowly escaped felt his face flush with shame, his mind in disarray. Ling Yi, observing him, felt a pang of hesitation. As Su Qingyi prepared to leave, Ling Yi quickly interjected, "Squad leader, he was bitten on his left hand." For the safety of the group, he bravely spoke up. Chapter 59. Do you wish to join the army? As Su Qingyi took a step forward, he hesitated upon hearing the words, retreating once more. The man immediately became anxious, glaring fiercely at Ling Yi and retorting, You and Amp, Oppos, re-talking nonsense. I haven and Amp, Oppos, T. Whether you have or not can be determined if you simply extend your left hand for inspection, Jiang Mian suggested, observing him. Su Qingyi's gaze lingered for a moment between Jiang Mian and Ling Yi before he turned his attention back to the man, sternly commanding, "Show me your left hand." The man clenched his left hand tightly behind his back, remaining motionless, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead, uncertain of what to do next. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. I think he has been bitten, otherwise, why would he hide his hand? One remarked, if he's been bitten, he'll turn into a zombie, there's no hope left for him. Another lamented, he must be terrified, how pitiful. Pitiful? Someone warned them not to go. But they didn't listen, who can they blame? Seeing that he still refused to move, Su Qingyi lost patience, drawing his pistol and aiming it at the man's head. Extend your hand. Please, don't shoot. I haven't been bitten. The man trembled, his heart racing. Extending his hand felt like death, yet not doing so seemed equally fatal. All of this was the fault of that youth. In a sudden moment of desperation, he turned his gaze toward Ling Yi. Determination flickering in his eyes as he retrieved a dagger from his back pocket, lunging at him. This is all your fault. I will kill you. The shift occurred too swiftly, and with so many witnesses present, Su Qingyi dared not fire indiscriminately, instead shouting, Get down. Quickly. Ling Yi remained still, watching the approaching dagger. He slightly turned his body, his fingers curling around the weapon in an instant, deftly disarming the man and plunging the dagger into his body. The man cried out in agony, grasping the dagger in a futile attempt to pull it out, only for it to sink deeper. He couldn't fathom how someone who appeared so young and frail could unleash such force. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yi was an ability user, and this technique had been taught to him by Jiang Mian. He had practiced it countless times. When he saw the dagger aimed at him, his instincts reacted even before his mind could process it. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Su Qingyi's eyes. This youth seemed extraordinary. Chapter 60. Are you capable or not? The second-tier zombies exhibited a nascent intelligence, unlike ordinary zombies that would be drawn in by the slightest noise. They discreetly observed their surroundings and, realizing their flesh and blood forms were no match for the firearms wielded by the individuals downstairs, chose to evade confrontation and sought refuge in a room. Consequently, Su Qingyi remained oblivious to their presence. You and Ling Yi check the first floor. I will accompany Pei Yu to the second floor, Xiaohu instructed. Aware that high-level zombies lurked above, was Jiang Mian concerned that his injuries had not fully healed? After Jiang Mian departed, he and Ling Yi split up to search. The internet CAF had a pleasant ambience, though it lacked the vibrancy of its former self. Rows of private booths appeared unremarkable. Eventually, he made his way to the restroom, opting to inspect the women and Oppos' lavatory first. On the second floor, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu were greeted by a sight of private rooms, some doors still closed. 2 second-tier zombies, one in room 888, the other in room 233, Jiang Mian noted, turning to Pei Yu. You go to room 888. I will handle room 233. Is that information from shouting again? Pei Yu inquired. Indeed, Jiang Mian confirmed, heading towards room 233. The moment the door swung open, the second-tier zombie bared its teeth and lunged at Jiang Mian, drawn by the alluring sin of an ability user as flesh. With a swift motion, 5 tendrils erupted, ensnaring the zombie's limbs and tightening their grip, rendering it immobile. Jiang Mian brandished her knife, severing its skull and plunging the blade inside to extract the crystal core. Jiang Mian, could you be any more ruthless? The scene appeared quite gruesome. After all, the zombie was not dead yet, merely restrained by the vines, while she violated its mind in search of the core. Fortunately, it was a zombie. A living person would not withstand such treatment. Silence, she retorted. Once she procured a grape-sized crystal core, the zombie lost all capacity for movement, succumbing completely. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her spatial ring, rinsed it off casually, and tossed it into Shouting and Amp, Apos, S pocket. Still need 2 more. How delightful. Hurry to 888. That zombie and Amp, Apos, S trying to escape. I do not wish for the crystal core to slip away just as it is within reach. Seriously? Pei Yu can't be that weak, can he? How could he allow a zombie to escape? Quite the opposite. It was precisely because he is too strong that the zombie sensed danger and fled through the ventilation ducts before he could even open the door, Jiang Mian replied, pondering whether she was the one lacking strength, causing the zombie to remain docile and await her entry. As she contemplated this, Jiang Mian arrived at room 888. Pei Yu was gazing at the ceiling, and upon seeing her, he awkwardly remarked, "It escaped through the ventilation. We didn't even get to see it." Both of them stared at the ceiling, and Jiang Mian suggested, "I recall there are pool cues in the lounge. I will fetch a couple. You keep an eye on it, and don't lose track." The second-tier zombie was traversing above, creating movement, thus they could ascertain its location. "I should go." "You keep watch," Pei Yu acknowledged, recognizing that the zombie feared him and that it was more appropriate for him to retrieve the cues. "Fine by me," Jiang Mian agreed. As it mattered not who went. When Xiao Hu and Ling Yi ascended, they found Jiang Mian fixated on the ceiling, slowly shifting positions. He inquired, perplexed, "What is going on?" Still gazing upwards, Jiang Mian replied without turning, "There's one hiding up there." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi furrowed his brows in concern. What do we do now? They could not afford to create too much noise, lest they alert Su Qingyi and his group, jeopardizing their chances of acquiring the crystal core. "Don't worry, Pei Yu has gone for the pool cues. We will find a way to bring it down." As if summoned by fate, Pei Yu returned with 4 cues. He glanced up, quickly identifying the zombie and Amp, Apos, S hiding spot, and distributed the cues among them. Xiao Hu observed the surroundings and remarked, "The second floor is unlike the first. There are too many private rooms, making it difficult to maneuver." Jiang Mian surveyed the layout, formulating a plan. "It's currently positioned here. Pei Yu, you head to 801. Xiao Hu, you go to 803. Ling Yi, you stay at the entrance. When I give the signal, open the respective ventilation ducts and drive it towards 802. If I secure 802, it cannot escape." "Understood." "All right." With determined resolve, the group commenced their actions. Jiang Mian entered 802, and once everyone reached their designated positions, she commanded, "Now." As all the ventilation ducts were opened, the group stood atop computer desks, prodding inside with the pool cues. The second-tier zombie was indeed herded into room 802, having already opened the ventilation in room 802. Jiang Mian awaited the opportune moment to transform one hand into vines, violently dragging the zombie down. The impact of the zombie's resistance caused portions of the ceiling to collapse, producing a thunderous noise. "Hey, what is going on up there? Are you capable or not? If you need help, just shout. Don't try to be brave." Wei Xiaolan, having sustained an arm injury during battle, was assigned by Su Qingyi to monitor the group. If any unforeseen events arose, he could promptly inform him. Hearing the commotion from above piqued his curiosity about their activities. Were they demolishing the place? Jiang Mian exchanged glances with Xiao Hu, who immediately understood and rushed to the window to reassure Wei Xiaolan. "We can handle it. Don't worry, brother. We'll finish up shortly." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaolan ceased his inquiries, reclining atop a dilapidated vehicle for a nap. Jiang Mian extracted the crystal core, rinsed it, and tossed it to Xiao Tong, then called the others to assist in clearing the zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Xiao Tong happily consumed within Jiang Mian's pocket, occasionally emitting delightful sounds. Unable to resist, Jiang Mian remarked, "After consuming so many crystal cores, you haven't changed much. It seems somewhat wasteful." Xiao Tong retorted, "Ignorant woman. You cannot perceive my strength." Jiang Mian reached into her pocket, grasped it by its tendrils, and repeated, "Ignorant woman? No, that is not it. I misspoke. I meant my changes are only perceptible to me. I absolutely did not intend to offend you." "What changes?" Jiang Mian was solely interested in its transformation. "My sensory abilities have heightened. My body has become more robust. My leaves do not fall as easily, and I can grow freely." "Isn't that impressive?" Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Was that it? Such traits were typical of any mutated plant. Plants without such attributes would be embarrassed to call themselves mutated. This creature was now reveling in its own self-satisfaction, clearly not the brightest. "Hey, that's excessive. I can hear you." With an impassive expression, Jiang Mian responded. "The more you hear, the less I need to waste my breath." Xiao Tong. Chapter 61. Li Feifei and Apos. S. malice. After parting ways with CSCC and Jiang Mian, Li Feifei walked towards the dormitory building with a packed breakfast in hand. Perhaps due to the breakfast she carried, she felt the piercing gazes of many disheveled individuals, akin to hungry wolves, making her exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting her to quicken her pace. At that moment, Li Feifei spotted her. Although she did not know her name, she recognized that this girl was acquainted with Lu Yuan. Brother Yuan. That woman is also an ability user, Li Feifei whispered to Yuan Jishu, linking her arm with his. After the painful lesson from the previous night, she had come to terms with reality. Now that she belonged to Yuan Jishu, she realized that if she failed to win him over, she might become a target for all. Choosing to serve one individual rather than a multitude was a decision even a fool could make. Thus, she promptly adjusted her attitude and regained Yuan Jishu's affection. As for Lu Yuan, her brother truly overestimated him. Being a captive, she no longer harbored any lingering thoughts about him. Although Yuan Jishu's appearance was far from handsome, he still held some influence within the Yunxiang base. Being with him, aside from a slight feeling of disgust, posed no significant drawbacks. Now, when she stepped out, everyone respectfully referred to her as sister-in-law, greatly satisfying her vanity. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Jishu looked in the direction she pointed and noticed a girl resembling a university student. He inwardly scoffed, thinking that her figure was not as ample as Li Feifei's and therefore unsuitable for nurturing. He grasped Li Feifei's delicate hand, gently caressing it. Feifei knows her? Li Feifei softly explained. She is part of Lu Yuan's group. If she learns that you have captured Lu Yuan, do you think they will let it go? I'm doing this for your sake. Since we already have Lu Yuan, capturing a few more won't be an issue, right? Yuan Jishu teased, wrapping his arm around her soft waist. As long as Feifei doesn't say anything, who would know we captured Lu Yuan? Feigning annoyance, Li Feifei pushed him away lightly, pouting. You're so annoying. Inside, she felt a twinge of discomfort. What did Yuan Jishu mean by that? Was he uninterested in that woman? Why was she the only one suffering misfortune? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Yuan Jishu spoke again. Understood. Thank you, darling. I'll have someone keep an eye on her. Let's see what we can find out. Of course, that sounds excellent. Li Feifei's heart soared with joy, though she replied nonchalantly. It's up to you. After all, she's only looking out for your well-being. Thus, Yuan Jishu casually instructed one of his underlings, Zhang Wu, to follow CSCC. CSCC felt an ominous premonition as her eyelids twitched. True to her fears, as a man brushed past her, he suddenly seized her arm and hoisted her onto his shoulder with a forceful motion, causing the porridge she held to spill onto the ground. What are you doing? Let go of me. Are you insane? CSCC struggled vigorously, her heart racing. Noticing the crowd around her, she cried out for help. Help? Someone, please. I don't know this person. Please, someone help me. Her desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, as bystanders merely glanced at her with pity before averting their gazes. Seemingly afraid of becoming embroiled in the situation, Zhang Wu, tasked with following CSCC, found himself in a dilemma if she were abducted midway. How could he explain that to Yuan Jishu? After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to shout, Hey, let her go? The man, burly and imposing, looked down at Zhang Wu and barked, Mind your own business. CSCC was taken aback, anxious to clarify, Don't listen to him. I don't know him at all. He.s. lying. Zhang Wu recognized the man's deceit and echoed CSCC and Apos' words. Did you not hear her say she doesn't and Apos? T know you? Damn it. She was trying to steal from me, and now that I've caught her, she's scared and making up stories. You, outsider. Don't interfere or I and Apos. LL make you regret it. CSCC felt utterly helpless, her mouth agape in disbelief as she struggled to articulate her innocence. Fortunately, at that moment, a patrolling soldier approached, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing him, CSCC felt a glimmer of hope and cried out, Help. Soldier, please save me. This man is trying to abduct me. Coincidentally, the soldier in uniform was the same one she had spotted the previous night and pointed out to Jiang Mian. He stepped forward and addressed the man, San Xiong, don't cause trouble. Be mindful. San Xiong chuckled, replying, Wu Gu, I understand. Don and Amp, Apos, T worry. CSCC felt as though she had plunged into an ice pit. What did this mean? He actually knew the man who was trying to abduct her. You're colluding with him. How can you wear that uniform and act like this? Is this how you maintain order while patrolling? CSCC shouted. Zhang Wu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. This woman truly had audacity. Clearly, she was new and unaware of the unspoken rules. A naive newcomer unafraid of danger. Wu Chuan scoffed, I genuinely envy you. After so long in this apocalypse, you still remain so naive. And do you really think I need to report my patrol to you? Who do you think you are? Sanxiong laughed heartily. Aha, just being dramatic. Wu good. Don't take it to heart. I'll make sure to deal with her later. As CSCC listened to their banter, her heart felt heavy, and tears threatened to spill, yet she held them back. She suddenly felt the coldness of the base's inhabitants. They were all so terrifying, but this was a world where order had crumbled. She longed for Jiang Mian. If only she were here, she would surely handle these men effortlessly. Wait. She could handle them. She almost forgot that she was an ability user. Having learned numerous self-defense techniques from Jiang Mian, now was the time to put them into practice. She recalled Jiang Mian saying that the most vulnerable part of a person's face was the eyes. With determination, CSCC aimed her fingers at Sanxiong's eyes, thrusting with such force that her nails dug into his flesh. Ah, my eyes! Sanxiong screamed, clutching his face as pain surged through him. Seizing the opportunity, CSCC safely returned to the ground, anxiously eyeing him, contemplating whether to flee immediately. I'll make you pay. Sanxiong glared furiously at her, swinging a punch towards her face with considerable force. CSCC swallowed hard. To her, the punch seemed to move in slow motion, and she could easily evade it. Recalling Jiang Mian and Appo's movements for dodging punches, she slightly raised her foot and sidestepped, successfully avoiding the man and Appo's attack. In one fluid motion, she executed a grappling maneuver, twisting his arm and pinning him down. Feeling a surge of pride, CSCC realized that her hard work had not been in vain. She smirked, thinking, "Is that all there is to your bravado?" Wu Chuan was internally astonished. This grappling technique was a staple in their military. And how could a mere woman possess such skill? Zhang Wu was equally surprised, having initially thought she was an inexperienced novice, only to discover she was, in fact, a hidden expert. Chapter 62. A severed hand to soothe anger. You. Despicable. Sanxiong struggled for a while, realizing that escape was futile. She could not help but suspect that the woman and Appo's previous weakness was merely an act. Despicable? Who could rival your despicability? CSCC retorted, delivering a swift kick to his knee, causing the man to collapse immediately onto one knee. The impact sent searing pain through Sanxiong, and he felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. How sorrowful it was for a man of stature to be forced to kneel by a woman. Wu Chuan, clad in uniform, darkened his expression and barked, "Release him. What do you intend to do?" "What I intend is none of your concern," CSCC shot back, her gaze sweeping over him. "Oh, I almost forgot. Can I assure you that I won and Appo's cause any fatalities?" Upon uttering this statement, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Wu Chuan and Appo's expression darkened further as he aimed his firearm at her. "I command you to let him go." This was the second time CSCC found herself staring down the dark barrel of a gun. Although she was not as frightened as the first time, tension still coursed through her. She understood that he merely sought to intimidate her. She forced herself to remain calm and inquired, "What is your name?" "Do you know Fu Tingzhou?" CSCC cursed herself internally for feeling anxious. She had almost forgotten that she was connected to influential acquaintances. Observing Fu Tingzhou's commanding presence, she surmised he must hold a significant position at the base, though she was uncertain whether Wu Chuan recognized his authority. "Fu Tingzhou," Wu Chuan exclaimed, astonished for a moment. "Wasn't and Appo's he the son of the base commander?" He wielded absolute authority in the military. Of course, he would know him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately lowered his weapon and tentatively asked, "You know Fu Tingzhou? What is your relationship with him?" "I am a friend of his. We just had breakfast together. And he mentioned that I could seek him out if I encountered any difficulties at the base," CSCC replied, her words a blend of truth and embellishment. A thought struck her, and she added, "By the way, he should not be at the base right now. He mentioned he had a mission to attend to this morning." Wu Chuan was aware of Fu Tingzhou and Appo's mission, and unease crept into his heart. Should he eliminate the man now, or should he humble himself and offer an apology? With so many witnesses present, killing him was impractical. He gritted his teeth and said, "My apologies, I was unaware you were a friend of Colonel Fu." As he spoke, Wu Chuan kicked Sanxiong in the back, angrily scolding, "Are you blind? You dare lay a hand on Colonel Fu and Appo's friend. Just wait until I chop off your hand." Sanxiong fell to the ground in a heap, pleading, "Please. Wu Go, I understand my mistake. I won and Appo's. Do you dare to do it again?" He had only considered CSCC's unfamiliar face and attractive appearance, which had prompted him to seize her. Had he known she was a friend of Fu Tingzhou's, He would not have had the audacity to act against her even if given 10 lives. Wu Chuan warned, begging me is futile. It is not I you have offended. Upon hearing this, San Xiong scrambled towards CSCC, crying out, I was wrong. I wanted Oppos. Dare again. Please, spare me this time. CSCC looked at him with disgust and replied, do not touch me. Get away. Was he not quite bold when he was bullying him? Now, this pitiful display was truly repugnant. All right, I won't touch you. I won't touch you. San Xiong anxiously withdrew his dusty hands. CSCC glanced between Wu Chuan and San Xiong, remaining silent. Wu Chuan, unsure of her thoughts, pressed San Xiong's hand down and inquired, if I sever one of his hands, will that appease you? San Xiong, filled with terror, began to stammer, Wu Gu, please, gifts. Our boss has prepared so many gifts for you. You cannot do this to me. He was genuinely frightened. Losing a hand was not something he could endure. Wu Chuan struck him hard across the face, causing blood to spill from his mouth. At such a critical moment, he still dared to mention gifts? He could barely save himself. After delivering the blow, Wu Chuan turned to CSCC, his gaze seeking her approval. CSCC clasped her hands together, pondering the matter seriously. Severing a hand was indeed cruel. Yet, recalling how he had previously assaulted her, she shuddered at the thought of what might happen should he capture her. This man appeared to be a habitual offender. Taking one of his hands would hardly be a punishment. Cough. Do as you see fit. Upon hearing her words, Wu Chuan understood her intent. He scanned the crowd and called out, Lao Lu, lend me your knife. Lao Lu, a butcher, happened to have a cleaver on him. Reluctantly, he handed it over. CSCC could not bear to witness the ensuing scene. She turned her head away, listening to San Xiong's anguished screams. I'll take my leave now, she murmured before departing. She could only hope that she would not have nightmares that night. Zhang Wu, trembling with fear, observed the entire ordeal and hurried back to report to Yuan Jishu. What? You say she knows Fu Tingzhou? Yuan Jishu, upon seeing Zhang Wu nod, appeared troubled. That complicates matters. Who is Fu Tingzhou? Is he more formidable than Brother Yuan? Li Feifei inquired, having never heard of him. Yuan Jishu clarified. Fu Tingzhou is the son of the base commander. Li Feifei and Oppos' jealousy flared as she realized she had connections to the son of the commander. Why did she not know him? If only she were acquainted, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. She whined, Brother Yuan, you are so capable. When you captured Lu Yuan and his group, you did so without anyone noticing. Are you afraid of that base commander's son? He merely had the fortune of being born to the right family, unlike you. These words pleased Yuan Jishu. After all, Fu Tingzhou was simply fortunate in his lineage. If he were the commander's son, he would not be outdone by Fu Tingzhou. Yuan Jishu nodded decisively. Zhang Wu, go find Rong Kuei. Look for an opportunity to apprehend them. Understood, Zhang Wu replied, hesitating briefly. Should I mention that they know Fu Tingzhou? Would concealing this information pose a problem? After all, he was the friend of the base commander's son. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jishu's mood soured. He slapped Zhang Wu on the back. Are you a donkey? No need to mention it. A powerful blow from an ability user nearly knocked Zhang Wu off balance. He hurriedly responded, all right, I understand, Brother Yuan. He cast a furtive glance at Li Feifei, thinking how adept she was at stirring trouble, managing to confuse Yuan Jishu with just a few words. Zhang Wu had encountered Fu Tingzhou before, and the disparity between them was stark. He had no grounds to compare himself to him. Zhang Wu kept these thoughts to himself, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he exited the room. Chapter 63. Advanced Zombie. Once Jiang Mian and her companions finished clearing the internet CAF, they joined others in transporting the corpses of the zombies, tossing them onto a truck for designated disposal. The pressing question now was how Pei Yu would obtain the map from Su Qingyi. Take a break. I'll handle the lifting, Pei Yu said, concerned that Jiang Mian might be exhausted as he took the corpse from her hands. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? He inquired again. Ugh. He truly cares for you, Jiang Mian thought to herself, but she felt it was better to focus on acquiring the map rather than dwelling on his concern. I'm not tired, nor am I thirsty, she replied hesitantly, deciding it was best to remain silent. Suddenly, Xiaoteng became animated. Jiang Mian, what is it? I'm not deaf, Jiang Mian responded mentally. Everyone, something massive is approaching. I can sense it. Jiang Mian immediately perked up. Direction? You're 9-0 and amp. Oppos, clock. It's accelerating towards us. She glanced towards the indicated direction, where Su Qingyi and his team were busy clearing zombies. The creature Xiaoteng referred to was indeed moving towards them. Stay close to me, Pei Yu. Qiu Hu and Ling Yi, Do not stray. Prioritize your safety. Before Qiu Hu and Ling Yi could inquire further, they dashed towards Su Qingyi's direction. Pei Yu scratched his head, pondering if he was perhaps too obedient to Jiang Mian, following her without question. Qiu Hu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other and Appo's eyes. They must be too weak, which is why Jiang Mian did not include them in her plans. Ling Yi silently vowed to strengthen himself quickly. He didn't want to hide behind Jiang Mian every time trouble arose. He yearned to assist as well. As they drew nearer, Shouting's perception became increasingly comprehensive. Excitedly informing Jiang Mian, "It's a level 3 zombie. I can smell the fragrance of its core." Jiang Mian was taken aback by the rapid evolution of the zombies. It was alarming to encounter a level 3 zombie so soon. As a level 2 ability user, she was uncertain if she could handle it, even with Pei Yu by her side. Moreover, Su Qingyi and his group posed a potential complication. Suddenly, a level 3 zombie leaped into view, landing with a slight crack in the ground. Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, its muscular arms brushed the ground as it landed. Reminiscent of a giant from the movies, it opened its gaping maw and roared, the sound deafening. The soldiers, armed and ready, stood frozen, hesitant to fire. An advanced zombie. What do we do, boss? Su Qingyi worriedly glanced in the direction it had come from, concerned for the safety of his comrades from Class 95. Follow my orders. Everyone, retreat. Su Qingyi commanded as he stepped back while reaching for his radio to contact Fu Tingzhou. Report. This is the Gene and Amp, Oppos, and Street Clearing Team from Class 115. We have encountered an advanced zombie. Requesting support. Requesting support. End of report. Fu Tingzhou responded swiftly, received. All units, retreat immediately. I will bring reinforcements. After ending the conversation, Fu Tingzhou's brow furrowed. Just moments ago, he had been in communication with the leader of Class 95, but the line had abruptly cut off. He had attempted to reconnect several times with no success. Now, receiving Su Qingyi and Oppos' report, he feared that Class 95 might be in peril, as they were responsible for the same area. Zaheo, notify everyone near Gene and Oppos, and Street to evacuate immediately. An advanced zombie has been spotted, Fu Tingzhou ordered. Understood. Lin Zaheo replied promptly. Fu Tingzhou then turned to Su Qingyun. Qingyun, gather the elite members of the ability user team. We're heading out to provide support. While clearing the outskirts of East City, they had inadvertently stirred an advanced zombie. As long as the advanced zombie remained in East City, their Yunxiang base would know no peace. Suddenly, an unfortunate soldier was caught off guard, struck down by the advanced zombie and Oppos' fist, reduced to a mere pulp. Xiaozhou, cried a close friend, instantly filled with rage and grief. I'll avenge you. He raised his weapon, firing at the advanced zombie. Bang, bang, bang. More comrades halted their retreat, joining him in the assault. However, the bullets merely tickled the advanced zombie, bouncing off without inflicting any harm. Roar. The advanced zombie howled in fury, leaping forward and crushing 2 more soldiers with a single blow. Su Qingyi's veins bulged with rage as he shouted at the remaining members, retreat. All of you, retreat. This is an order. Boss. Xiaoshou, Ho Yong, and Xiao Fei, they're gone. Su Qingyi felt a deeper sorrow than they could know, yet as their leader, he had to maintain control. He barked, I know. This is an order. Everyone retreat. Though his comrades yearned for vengeance, the authority of their leader compelled them to obey, begrudgingly withdrawing. With a glance, Su Qingyi realized that a full retreat was impossible. He had to stay behind to provide cover, which meant facing the same grim fate as his fallen comrades. He hurled objects to distract the advanced zombie, buying time for others to escape. Yet, his actions only enraged the creature further. After pounding its chest in fury, it leaped towards Su Qingyi. Just as he believed his end was near, a slender hand grasped his, pulling him aside just in time to evade the advanced zombie-esque strike. It's you? Su Qingyi recognized her as Ling Yi's sister, an ordinary person. What was she doing here, and how did she dare intervene? Had it merely been a coincidence that she saved him? Jiang Mian quickly urged, hand over the map. I will draw it away. At that moment, Pei Yu was engaged in combat with the level 3 zombie, granting them a brief respite. Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment, glancing between Pei Yu, who was struggling against the advanced zombie, and Jiang Mian, confirming their identities as ability users. Why were they concealing their powers? Seeing him still in shock, Jiang Mian pressed, the map. If you want to save more people, hand it over quickly. The longer we wait, the more danger we face. Realizing she spoke the truth, Su Qingyi retrieved the map from his pocket, instructing, the yellow dots indicate the positions of other clearing teams. Do not lead it towards those points. Understood, Jiang Mian affirmed, turning to sprint away with the map. And thank you for saving me, Su Qingyi called after her. Without turning back, Jiang Mian waved her hand in acknowledgement before charging into the fray. Pei Yu recognized that Jiang Mian had secured the map and, in tandem with her, began leading the zombies deeper into the city. Seeing this, Qiu Hu and Ling Yi hurriedly followed, fearing that if they didn't catch up, Jiang Mian would leave them behind once more. Why does she always leave us out? It's so unfair. Chapter 64. United to slay Ling Yi. Come back. Su Qingyi realized too late. They had already fled a considerable distance. Fear not. We shall assist. Ling Yi and Amp, Appo's voice floated from afar, blending with the wind, creating an atmosphere of surrealism. Had it not been for the recent loss of 3 comrades, Su Qingyi would have doubted the authenticity of this scenario. The sudden turn of events had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving everyone in a state of profound despondency. Those ordinary individuals who had witnessed high-level zombies wreaking havoc were now gripped by terror. They shared a singular thought. The world outside the base was terrifying. Pei Yu. Over here. Jiang Mian, having consulted the map and matched it with the actual terrain, pinpointed the location for the kill and resolved to run another kilometer. This way, even if Fu Tingzhou arrived, determining their whereabouts would prove challenging, and the crystal core would ultimately belong to them. The level 3 zombie roared in fury as it lunged towards them. Pei Yu nimbly evaded its attack and sprinted in the direction Jiang Mian had designated. Boom. The colossal figure crashed to the ground, crushing a car beneath it. Observing the 2 nimble prey frolicking before it, the level 3 zombie became increasingly agitated. It lifted a black sedan with its powerful hands and hurled it at Pei Yu with a deafening roar. Bang! The car struck the ground with a thunderous noise, and a cloud of gray dust enveloped the air. Pei Yu. Jiang Mian cried out anxiously, unsure if he had evaded the oncoming vehicle. Cough. Cough. I and Amp, Appo's, am fine. He had narrowly escaped being struck by the airborne car. Jiang Mian glanced at the level 3 zombie and noticed its patience had worn thin. It seemed impossible to lure it any longer. Let us engage, she declared. If they acted swiftly enough, Fu Tingzhou would likely not catch up. Jiang Mian activated her powers, sending forth 2 robust wooden vines to ensnare the level 3 zombie's arms. Roar. The level 3 zombie howled in rage, violently thrashing and tearing one of the vines apart. Jiang Mian and Appo's forehead glistened with sweat as she quickly conjured another vine to rebind it. Hold on a bit longer. Pei Yu leapt toward the level 3 zombie, aiming his blade at its eye. Sensing danger, the creature roared in fury, breaking free from the vines and swiping at Pei Yu's blade with its palm. In the next instant, the blade pierced through its hand, blood streaming down the hilt. Pei Yu disdainfully withdrew the long knife, albeit a moment too late. His hand now stained with dark crimson blood. This knife is exceptional, Jiang Mian remarked, having slain many high-level zombies in her past life. Zombies above level 3 were typically impervious to blades and firearms, yet Pei Yu's weapon had pierced through the level 3 zombie's palm, a testament to its sharpness. If you fancy it, I shall gift it to you once we and Appo's vanquished it, he replied. The knife in his possession had been modified by a level 3 metal-based ability user, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. He had several similar blades stored in his space. Be quicker. I am nearing my limit. The disparity between the 2nd and 3rd levels was evident. Jiang Mian could scarcely recall the number of times her vines had been severed. If this continued, her powers would soon be depleted. I shall assist. A small vine leapt from Jiang Mian's pocket, rooting itself to the ground, its tendrils rapidly growing and entwining the level 3 zombie once more. 2 distinct vines restrained the level 3 zombie, which thrashed and struggled in fury, yet this time it could not break free. Seizing the moment, Pei Yu leapt upward. A sweeping strike aimed at the creature and Appo's neck, and its enormous head fell, rolling to rest at Jiang Mian and Appo's feet. Splendid. The crystal core. The small vine retracted, returning to its original size, scuttling toward the severed head, eager for a feast. Suddenly, it found itself lifted by a hand. No, Jiang Mian said firmly. The little vine felt a pang of grievance. What a miser. I shall find you a level 2 one later. Jiang Mian tucked it back into her pocket and crouched down, attempting to pry the crystal core from the zombie and Appo's head. Unfortunately, her knife could not even pierce the skin. Pei Yu approached and handed her his knife. Here. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian accepted the weapon and cleaved through the zombie's skull, searching for the coveted crystal core. Ah, is it all over? Xiaohu, panting, rushed over, witnessing Jiang Mian already cleaning the crystal core. Ling Yi glanced at the massive headless corpse beside them and could not help but exclaim, "You all are truly remarkable." The high-level zombie that previously withstood Su Qingyi and his team's bullets had been subdued by Jiang Mian and Pei Yu. Pei Yu, unfazed, patted his shoulder. "Soon it will be your turn. You can do it." Having distanced themselves from the group and obtained the map, they were now free to hunt as they pleased. Pei Yu retrieved 2 long knives, enhanced by a metal-based ability user, from his space and presented them to Ling Yi and Xiaohu. The two examined them with curiosity. Jiang Mian studied the map for a while longer, noticing numerous red dots scattered throughout the heart of the city. She surmised these represented danger, indicating locations inhabited by high-level zombies. Thus, they could head directly toward the red dots. Jiang Mian stowed the map and addressed the group. "Let us find a vehicle. We must act swiftly and return to the base before nightfall." "What? 2 ability users lured the high-level zombies away?" When Fu Tingzhou and his team arrived, Su Qingyi was in the midst of gathering the remains of fallen comrades. Indeed, Su Qingyi stood tall, reporting, "Colonel Fu, that zombie was undoubtedly above level 2. Our firearms proved ineffective against it. Had those 2 not diverted its attention, our casualties would have been far worse." He emphasized 2 rather than 4. Moments after Jiang Mian and her companions had lured the zombie away, he realized the implications of them taking his map. Their objective was likely the crystal core. Disguising themselves as ordinary people within his team showed they wished to conceal their identities. Grateful for her previous act of saving his life, Su Qingyi refrained from sharing his suspicions with Fu Tingzhou, providing a modicum of cover instead. Fu Tingzhou nodded, his gaze shifting to the lifeless bodies of the fallen comrades. His heart heavy, he slowly knelt, gently closing the eyes of his comrade, which had widened in terror before death. The soldiers nearby remained silent, their eyes filled with sorrow and rage. Rising, Fu Tingzhou surveyed the group and declared, "I, Fu Tingzhou, swear by my life that the blood of our brothers shall not be shed in vain. One day, we shall eradicate all high-level zombies in East City." Not long ago, Lin Zihao had reported that Class 95 had no survivors. The group and Appo's resolve intensified, chanting, "Eradicate all high-level zombies in East City. Eradicate all high-level zombies in East City." Su Qingyi then organized everyone to continue their tasks in an orderly fashion. Unlike before, the atmosphere among the team had shifted, laughter and chatter had been replaced by solemnity. Each individual focused intently on their work, the air thick with a sense of gravity and determination. Chapter 65, The Disappearance of CSCC Colonel Fu. Must we truly venture deeper into East City for the sake of those 2 extraordinary individuals? Su Qingyun inquired hesitantly. The depths of East City were perilous, and he feared that further progress might lead to unforeseen dangers. Standing firm, Fu Tingzhou's brow furrowed in intense contemplation. Those 2 exceptional beings had risked their lives to protect everyone. Abandoning them would weigh heavily on his conscience. Clenching his fists, he cast a resolute gaze toward the depths of East City and declared, "They took risks for our sake. We cannot forsake them." Su Qingyun's expression darkened. "But Colonel, our strength is limited. Continuing onward could plunge us all into dire straits. Is it truly worth it for just those 2? Fu Tingzhou paused, then asserted, "Even if there exists but a sliver of hope, we must make the attempt. If we retreat today, who will be willing to sacrifice for the collective tomorrow?" Upon hearing these words, the group ceased their hesitation and followed closely behind Fu Tingzhou as they advanced deeper into East City. After traversing a short distance, they encountered a headless 3rd-tier zombie, its massive form emanating a nauseating stench. The group resisted the urge to cover their mouths and noses, their fear amplifying. Struggling against his discomfort, Su Qingyun scrutinized the corpse and asked, "Could this have been the work of those 2 extraordinary beings?" Fu Tingzhou remained silent, drawing a dagger from his belongings and striking the corpse with force, leaving no mark whatsoever. How could they have slain this advanced zombie? Advanced zombies were impervious to blades. How had its head been severed? This was the question that piqued Fu Tingzhou's curiosity the most. Su Qingyun surveyed the surroundings and advised, "Colonel, if they possess the power to kill this advanced zombie, it indicates their extraordinary capabilities. There is no need for us to delve further." Sheathing his dagger, Fu Tingzhou fixed a determined gaze on Su Qingyun and replied, "No, even if they are capable, we cannot simply depart. What if they are injured and require assistance?" Su Qingyun and Appo's face clouded with concern. "But Colonel, we have already ventured deep. Danger could strike at any moment." Fu Tingzhou scanned the group and asked loudly, "Are you all afraid?" In unison, they replied, no. Fu Tingzhou nodded. Very well. Everyone return the way we came. Qingjun and I will continue forward. What? The group thought they had misheard, standing still in disbelief. Fu Tingzhou raised his voice again. This is an order. You will return and prepare for defense while Qin Yun and I search for those two extraordinary individuals. Having more people may hinder our movements. For everyone's safety, it is best that you return. Understanding his intent, Su Qingyan resolutely stood beside Fu Tingzhou and assured the group, rest assured, we will return safely. The group exchanged glances, ultimately complying with the order and slowly turning back. Watching them depart, Fu Tingzhou took a deep breath and said to Su Qingyun, let us hasten our pace. At this moment, Jiang Mian, whom Fu Tingzhou had been desperately searching for, was covered in grime but wore a broad smile. That was exhilarating. Qiuhu exclaimed with excitement. Ling Yi wholeheartedly agreed. Brother Pei's knife is exceptional. Slicing through zombies feels akin to chopping vegetables. Pei Yu chuckled and shook his head. Do not grow complacent. These are merely second-tier zombies, an appetizer. You will soon learn the severity when faced with third-tier zombies. Unfazed, Qiuhu replied. What is there to fear? We are strong. Third-tier zombies do not intimidate us. Besides, did you not just slay a third-tier zombie? Jiang Mian turned to him. Seriousness etched on her face. I nearly exhausted all my abilities. Qiuhu and Apos. Smile faded slightly as he scratched his head. All right, let us proceed with caution. Xiao Tong sensed an advanced zombie approaching and called out, Jiang Mian. 2 second-tier zombies are coming from the 12-0 and Apos. Clock direction. The group prepared for battle as Xiao Tong's senses alerted them to the approaching threat. Thus, they coordinated with Xiao Tong's intuition and spent the entire afternoon reaping substantial rewards. Upon counting, they had amassed 36 second-tier crystal nuclei, alongside a precious third-tier crystal nucleus. Jiang Mian slowly raised her gaze to the darkening sky, then solemnly gathered everyone to prepare to return to the base. 1 hour later, bang, bang, Qiuhu knocked vigorously on the door. Waiting a long time before Qiu Xiang finally came to open it. Her cheeks were flushed, as if scorched by fire, and her eyes appeared glazed and unfocused due to a high fever. Weakly leaning against the door frame, Qiu Xiang croaked. You're back. Where is CSCC? Jiang Mian was bewildered as to why Qiu Xiang, feverish and weak, had answered the door instead of CSCC. Night had fallen. Where could she have gone? She mentioned going to exchange some supplies for points, and she hasn't returned yet. Jiang Mian's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition swelling within her. How long has she been gone? Qiu Xiang recalled, I'm a bit hazy on the details, but I can confirm it was afternoon. She said she would be back soon. Ling Yi spoke anxiously. It's dark now. Could something have happened to Sister Cici? Jiang Mian glanced at the night sky, her worry intensifying. We need to find her. In the early days of the base and Apos' establishment, many regulations were incomplete and chaos reigned. A variety of individuals roamed, including those with ill intentions. She regretted advising CSCC to use her points for supplies. Had she not, perhaps Cici would be safely resting indoors. Pei Yu. His expression grave, suggested, let us go together. Splitting up will expedite our search. Agreed. The group responded in unison. Thus, leaving behind the feverish and weakened Qiu Xiang, the others swiftly set out. Under the dim light, the four hastened toward their designated areas. Jiang Mian's face was taut as she searched every corner of the task hall. Yet Cici was nowhere to be found, leaving her increasingly agitated. She could not help but wonder if this method would truly lead to Cici's discovery. What if she had been abducted? If she were the one to capture Cici, she would surely confine her in a hidden place, making her nearly impossible to locate. With this thought, it felt as though they were engaged in a futile endeavor. Before long, the group reconvened at the base of the dormitory. Pei Yu shook his head gravely. Qiuhu sighed in resignation, and Ling Yi remained silent, his head bowed in dejection. They had no leads regarding CSCC and Apos' disappearance. And the gentle night breeze, instead of providing comfort, felt chillingly desolate. Chapter 66. Seeking help from Fu Tingzhou Pei Yu? Are you not able to foresee the future? I am going to retrieve an item belonging to CSCC. Could you perhaps sense her whereabouts or provide any clues regarding her? Pei Yu felt a pang of bitterness. To tell one lie required an avalanche of others to support it. He stood there, a conflicted expression etched upon his face, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse to evade the request. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Mian had already dashed upstairs like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, she returned, hastily thrusting a coat frequently worn by CSCC into his hands, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. You should try this. It was the last resort she could conceive. Clutching the coat, Pei Yu instinctively tightened his grip, his heart heavy with guilt and helplessness as he met Jiang Mian's expectant gaze. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he slowly opened them. Anxiety etched across his face. I'm sorry. Is it beyond your ability to foresee? A hint of disappointment tinged Jiang Mian's voice, her expression dimming instantaneously. Yet, she quickly added, it must be because you weren't focused enough. Try again. Her tone was urgent, her hands gripping Pei Yu's arm tightly. I'm sorry. Pei Yu murmured, lowering his head, unable to meet Jiang Mian's gaze. He truly could not predict CSCC's location. It's my fault. Why did I mention trading supplies for points? I could have waited until we returned to accompany her. Jiang Mian felt a mix of self-reproach and regret. Despite having altered CSCC and Oppo's fate by making her an ability user upon her rebirth, why had things still gone awry? Her worries extended beyond CSCC and Oppo's safety. She pondered whether anyone in Oppo's destiny could truly be altered. If not, would she still be captured by Chen Fang and Lu Yuan to excavate the crystal cores? Would Qiu Hu still meet his demise? Noticing Jiang Mian's trembling hands, Pei Yu grasped them firmly. Jiang Mian, do not fret, we will devise a solution. Just grant me a little more time. His tone was resolute, attempting to impart strength and confidence to her. I must search again. Qiu Hu empathized deeply with Jiang Mian and Oppo's distress, reminiscent of his own futile search for his sister. He casually kicked a stone, which rolled a few times before coming to a halt against the wall. In that fleeting moment, an idea sparked within him, and his eyes brightened. Fu Tingzhou, we can seek his assistance. Ling Yi quickly chimed in, indeed. Did he not mention that if Sister Cici faced any difficulties at the base, she could reach out to him? Surely, he would not remain indifferent now that she has encountered trouble on his territory. Fu Tingzhou, Jiang Mian repeated his name softly, then resolutely declared, we shall seek him out. As night fell, meeting someone of Fu Tingzhou's stature in the base was not a privilege afforded to ordinary individuals like them. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mian decided to approach Su Qingyi first. Given his prior act of saving their lives, he would likely lend a hand. If he could facilitate an introduction, their chances of meeting Fu Tingzhou would increase significantly. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's plan, Pei Yu hesitated. He had some acquaintance with Fu Tingzhou, and should he approach him under his own name, explaining the situation to Jiang Mian would prove challenging. Thus, he decided to forego that notion and let her follow her instincts. What brings you here? Su Qingyi, having heard from a comrade about 4 individuals seeking him, emerged groggily, astonished to see Jiang Mian and the others. Initially, he had heard that Fu Tingzhou had sent people into East City without finding them. Now, they had returned to seek him out. What could this mean? Yes, it is us, Jiang Mian nodded, getting straight to the point. Su Squad Leader, we have a favor to ask. Could you pass a message to Fu Tingzhou? You know Fu Tingzhou? Su Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Mian quickly clarified, not exactly. We had a brief encounter before. You mentioned that if CSCC faced difficulties at the base, she could ask for his help. Now that she has gone missing, and we have searched the entire base without success, we have no choice but to request his assistance in locating her. Su Qingyi furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Missing in the base? I recently heard from a friend that several ability users have inexplicably disappeared from the base. The higher-ups are investigating discreetly, but results have been elusive, causing unrest among everyone. Yes, my friend CSCC went down to exchange supplies for points and has yet to return. Jiang Mian recounted the events. Su Qingyi ultimately assured them that he would relay their message to Fu Tingzhou. Jiang Mian expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Su Squad Leader. We will await your news here. Su Qingyi glanced at the time, nodded in agreement. Given the urgency of the matter, he could not afford to delay and immediately set off to find Fu Tingzhou. 15 minutes later, in Fu Tingzhou's office, Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, Qiu Hu, Ling Yi, and Su Qingyi stood in 2 rows. Fu Tingzhou, seated behind his desk, surveyed them with a serious expression. Are you certain the person disappeared within the base? Jiang Mian nodded firmly, absolutely. Our other companion saw her this afternoon. Fu Tingzhou and Oppo's fingers lightly tapped the desk as he contemplated. Understood. I will dispatch someone to investigate. However, the base is vast, and locating her will not be a swift endeavor. Though they recognized the truth in his words, a wave of disheartenment washed over the group. Suddenly, Fu Tingzhou spoke again. In that case, I need you to find someone to accompany me to the patrol team. Describe CSCC and Oppo's appearance and clothing today. Perhaps they may have some recollection that could help ascertain the time of her disappearance. Jiang Mian was about to volunteer herself when Fu Tingzhou pointed at Pei Yu, saying, "You will accompany me. The rest of you should remain here and await our updates." Pei Yu. The others could only watch as he left with Fu Tingzhou. Once they were gone, Ling Yi comforted Jiang Mian, "Sister Jiang, do not worry, with Fu Tingzhou's assistance. We will surely locate Sister Cici swiftly." Jiang Mian nodded faintly, remaining silent. Only she understood how fleeting hope could be. Fu Tingzhou brought Pei Yu to his father's office, patting him on the shoulder. "What is going on? I have not heard any news of you leaving Beishur." Pei Yu knew that Fu Tingzhou and Appo's suggestion to consult the patrol team was merely a pretext. In this apocalypse, did it truly matter where he was? What mattered was that he should concern himself more about CSCC and Appo's situation. Anxiety gnawed at Pei Yu and Appo's heart as he feared that if they could not find CSCC, Jiang Mian would shatter. The mere thought of her heart-wrenching sorrow gripped his heart, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. Chapter 67. Nightmares. Upon hearing the words, Fu Tingzhou's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You seem quite concerned about her. What is your relationship with her?" Pei Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding curtly, "It's certainly not what you're imagining. Stop speculating and help me find someone." Oh, Fu Tingzhou nodded. "You seem quite at ease leaving your mother alone in Beishur." There had long been a rumor in their circle suggesting that Professor Pei and Appo's demise was somehow connected to Pei Yu and Appo's mother. Fu Tingzhou's inquiry was merely a means to gauge Pei Yu's stance on the matter. "If you intend to bring her up, our conversation will come to an abrupt halt." Pei Yu and Appo's expression turned icy, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Observing this, Fu Tingzhou quickly waved his hands, saying, all right, let and Appo's not discuss it. We should focus on the matter at hand. I will do my utmost to investigate the situation regarding CSCC and will inform you of any developments." Inwardly, Fu Tingzhou felt a sense of confirmation. Perhaps the rumor from years ago held some truth. Pei Yu's mother, Xin Sinwei, was engaged in cerebral medical research, and it was conceivable that she had indeed used Professor Pei as a subject for live experimentation. The gossip had once circulated fervently, only to be quelled by Pei Yu's grandfather, Shun Zhizhong, who leveraged his connections to suppress it. Pei Yu left the office with a dark expression, his mood considerably dampened. Why did the person he yearned to forget continuously resurface in conversation? Memories of the past surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming him with vivid images and sounds that threatened to engulf him entirely. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mian inquired, gazing at Pei Yu in surprise. She had not anticipated that a mere visit to the patrol team would so drastically alter his demeanor, as though a heavy shroud of gloom had settled upon him. Pei Yu turned his face away, his gaze evasive. "I'm fine. Let us just wait for news." There were matters he dared not disclose to Jiang Mian, reminiscent of their previous encounter when she had learned of his identity and had not hesitated to attack him. After enduring her wrath multiple times, he realized her disdain for scientists researching superhumans, including himself and his mother, Xin Sinwei. A vast chasm seemed to divide them, one that could never be crossed. Thus, he resolved to tread a different path this time, to distance himself from Qin Wan and the others. Jiang Mian sensed the turmoil within Pei Yu but refrained from pressing further, acquiescing. "All right, let us head back. We can discuss everything tomorrow." Upon returning to their residence, Qiu Xiang appeared considerably better. The redness had faded from her cheeks. Impatiently, she asked, "Have we not found Cici yet? If I hadn't been ill, but rather accompanied her, would this incident have been averted?" Qiu Hu, seated on the sofa, replied, "We enlisted Fu Tingzhou and Appo's help, but results will not come quickly." Acknowledging the exhaustion of everyone present, Qiu Xiang chose not to pursue the matter further. The group gathered in the living room, silence enveloping them for a moment. With circumstances as they were, Jiang Mian had regained her composure. She produced the crystals she had collected that day, distributing 6 to each person, reserving Cici and Appo's portion within her space. Holding a crystal, Qiu Xiang examined it closely, stating, "This crystal differs from the ones from the liquors. Their shapes and colors are distinct." Jiang Mian nodded. "I will instruct you on how to use them. If everyone consumes their crystals tonight, we should elevate to level 2 superhumans. Tomorrow, we'll disperse to trade supplies for information with those in the base, hoping to uncover some clues." "Sounds good," they all agreed, except for Pei Yu, who sat lost in thought, staring blankly at the table. Jiang Mian did not interrupt him. She explained the method of using the crystals, and soon they began to experiment. As Ling Yi activated his abilities, he felt a refreshing breeze envelop him the moment he made contact with the crystal. It was neither unbearable nor entirely comfortable, perhaps due to the novelty of the experience. Upon witnessing others succeed one by one, Jiang Mian bid them farewell and retreated to her room to rest. In her chamber, Jiang Mian absorbed a third-level crystal along with the remaining second-level ones, and she was tantalizingly close to advancing to level 3. Shouting hopped on the bed, chattering away with her. Do you think SCC could be captured for live experimentation on superhumans? Have you noticed how both Su Qingyi and Fu Tingzhou seem particularly concerned about her disappearance from the base? Jiang Mian had indeed taken note of that. She had initially intended to inform Fu Tingzhou of SCC and Appo's identity as a superhuman that evening, but had not found the opportunity. Perhaps she could mention it to him tomorrow. That night, Jiang Mian found little peace in sleep, haunted by a dream where she lay on a cold operating table, unable to move, watching helplessly as a doctor injected her with a vial of crimson liquid. She was unaware of its nature, yet dread consumed her, for the substance would unleash excruciating pain throughout her body, akin to being devoured by countless ants. The memory of that torment lingered vividly in her mind. As dawn broke, she awoke in agony, drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. You had a nightmare, a voice observed. Was it about the horrors of your death? Jiang Mian remained silent, sitting quietly at the edge of her bed. She retrieved a basin from her space and poured in 2 bottles of mineral water, gradually cleaning herself before changing into fresh attire. Once everyone had risen and gathered in the living room, Qiu Xiang shared her newly awakened abilities. With a mere thought, a small flame flickered at her fingertips. Just as Pei Yu had predicted, she had manifested fire-related powers. Why could Pei Yu foresee their abilities yet remain oblivious to CSCC's whereabouts? Contemplating this, Jiang Mian glanced at Pei Yu, who appeared somewhat improved today, though his spirits still seemed low. All right, I will outline today's tasks. We cannot expect results from Fu Tingzhou's side anytime soon, and we must remain proactive. What do we need to do? Qiu Hu inquired. Quite simple. Do you recall the many half-grown children exhibiting their wares in the square? Each base has a group of these youngsters who seek survival by guiding newcomers and offering information. Most are orphans, and they are often the first to hear of any stirrings within the base. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, affirming, I remember. Some of the children are even younger, dressed in rags, appearing quite pitiful. I often thought, had I not awakened my abilities and followed Jiang Mian, I might have ended up like them. Jiang Mian produced a box of bread, distributing it amongst several backpacks before handing them to her companions. We will trade with them for information, but we must remain discreet and approach them privately to test the waters. Understood. Thus, they set off, backpacks in tow, searching the base for those calling out to potential customers, pulling them aside to inquire about CSCC's whereabouts. Chapter 68. You mentioned a woman I think I have seen before. She is truly formidable, subduing that man in just a few moves. An excited boy with a scarred cheek informed Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian's expression was one of confusion. Was CSCC really that powerful? She was an ability user, perhaps slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Please, recount the events in detail. When did this occur? Where? Do you know that man? The boy hesitated. Could I have 4 bottles of mineral water? Feeling somewhat embarrassed for asking such a price just to share what he had witnessed the previous day. He was nonetheless desperate for water with his grandfather. Deep inside, he had hoped for just 2 bottles. He would have settled for that. When he heard the reply, sure, he felt a wave of relief and recounted everything he had seen to Jiang Mian. After listening carefully, Jiang Mian organized her thoughts and posed her questions. So, you mean a patroller named Wu Chuan cut off that man's hand in her defense? You do not recognize the man, but Wu Chuan does? The boy nodded affirmatively. Yes. That and Appo's, is correct. Little Ting, nestled in Jiang Mian and Appo's pocket, exclaimed, what if that man seeks revenge on CSCC for having his hand severed? She may be in grave danger. Jiang Mian shared the concern, yet it was premature to ascertain whether the person the boy spoke of was indeed CSCC. They needed to find Wu Chuan for clarification. Can you take me to this Wu Chuan, the patroller? I will give you 2 loaves of bread, Jiang Mian offered. The boy's eyes lit up at the mention of the bread. All right, but pretty sister, could you help me carry the items home? It's quite conspicuous for me to carry 4 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread alone. With the chaos at the base, someone might take advantage of me as a child. Jiang Mian, with her backpack, could easily conceal the supplies within. Of course. Thank you. Thank you, the boy said gratefully. By the way, pretty sister, my name is Xiao Wei. You can call me Xiao Wei. Jiang Mian nodded. urging him to hurry as her impatience grew. Xiao Wei, well acquainted with the base, quickly located Wu Chuan. He pointed discreetly, whispering, "That's Wu Chuan. You can approach him yourself. I will wait here." He was wary of the intimidating patrollers, often bullies to children like him, and thus feared Wu Chuan. Jiang Mian approached the gun-wielding Wu Chuan, who, upon hearing her footsteps, snapped back to attention and regarded her with furrowed brows. "What is it?" Noticing her scanning the surroundings, he slowly added, "Yesterday morning, you encountered a woman here, and you witnessed me severing a man's hand for her. Can you describe her appearance and clothing? What did she say to you? Why should I tell you?" Wu Chuan replied, slightly irked, uncertain why she was inquiring. To comply might diminish his stature. Jiang Mian, however, remained unperturbed and calmly stated, "You need not share. But then I shall fetch Fu Tingzhou to discuss this with you." Wu Chuan was taken aback. Facing Fu Tingzhou was indeed daunting. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he conceded. The woman wore a gray tracksuit, stood about 1.60 meters, with an oval face. She claimed to be a friend of Fu Tingzhou. From his description, Jiang Mian could now ascertain that this individual was CSCC. "Her name is CSCC. She is my friend and went missing from the base yesterday," she clarified. Wu Chuan's brows knitted tighter, a hint of anxiety in his tone. "That has nothing to do with me. I haven't seen her since." Noticing no signs of deception in his expression, Jiang Mian swiftly inquired, "What about the man whose hand you severed?" "I wish to find him." Wu Chuan paused, understanding her implication that she suspected San Xiong might retaliate against CSCC. "I do not know where he is. All I can tell you is that his name is San Xiong, and he is a member of the Lightning Squad." In this apocalyptic world, many self-formed squads had emerged, all rigorously certified by the base, possessing a degree of legitimacy. Most importantly, they were private entities, independent of official oversight. Jiang Mian was not unfamiliar with such squads and warned, "Ensure your information is accurate, or I shall return to seek you out." Wu Chuan remained silent, watching Jiang Mian depart. She approached Xiao Wei, whispering, "Do you know the Lightning Squad? Take me to their territory, and I shall give you 2 additional loaves of bread." Xiao Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Absolutely. Today is lucky. I'll earn 4 bottles of mineral water and 4 loaves of bread. If only every day could be like this." With Xiao Wei leading the way, Jiang Mian swiftly found San Xiong of the Lightning Squad. The stump where his hand had been was crudely bandaged, faint traces of fresh blood still visible. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, who had single-handedly defeated his entire team, he trembled in fear. "I swear I didn't capture her. Upon learning she is Fu Tingzhou's friend, I regretted my actions. I dare not seek revenge. Please, have mercy and spare us." San Xing pleaded, kneeling before her, feeling more wronged than Doi. "You dare not?" Jiang Mian replied coldly. "She just arrived at the base. Apart from you, who else could harbor enmity against her?" At this point, Jiang Mian felt a sense of certainty that CSCC was likely not their captive. Yet one must apply pressure to uncover the truth. With numerous individuals present, they might provide insights unknown to her. Just then, a timid man with a swollen cheek spoke up. "I saw members of the Fei Yuan squad capture a woman outside the mission hall yesterday. I heard it was because she had collided with them. Furthermore, the day before, Yuan Jishu from their squad also captured another woman." Another chimed in, "Exactly. Sometimes it's not about personal vendettas. The Fei Yuan squad can be quite arrogant and unreasonable, exerting their influence without restraint." Jiang Mian turned to the timid man, demanding, "When was she captured yesterday?" After pondering, he replied, "It was probably around 3 or 4 in the afternoon." Jiang Mian's heart sank. This aligned with the time CSCC had left the base. As the group watched her leave, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Glad to see the formidable woman depart. Their leader scolded, "From now on, if anyone goes out to cause trouble, they need not remain in our Lightning Squad. We cannot afford to support such a menace." San Xiong felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Chapter 69. The High Xiao Wei was astonished by the prowess of the beautiful sister, who effortlessly subdued the members of the Lightning Squad. As she emerged, he hurried towards her. "Beautiful sister, are you still looking for the Flying Yuan squad? I can escort you for free." After accompanying her a few times, Xiao Wei had grasped the situation. The beautiful sister was investigating the disappearance of her friend at the base. Thus, he was eager to assist her. "Free? Jiang Mian is not lacking in a few loaves of bread. With the lead on CSCC, I am in a good mood," she replied. "All right. You live at the base as well, so 2 loaves will do. Lead the way." "Thank you, sister." Xiao Wei beamed, his eyes squinting with joy as he quickly took the lead, moving with a light step and frequently glancing back to ensure Jiang Mian was keeping up. As they walked, Xia Wei chattered incessantly about amusing anecdotes from the base. Suddenly, Jiang Mian halted him, her gaze fixed on Li Feifei, who strutted confidently into a courtyard. Xia Wei blinked, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Sister? What is the matter? After Li Feifei was out of sight, Jiang Mian gradually released her grip on him. Is this courtyard the territory of the Flying Yuan squad? Xia Wei nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is indeed the place. Jiang Mian felt a tinge of curiosity. Wasn't Li Feifei supposed to be with Lu Yuan? How did she end up in the Flying Yuan squad's domain? Had Lu Yuan and the others visited Yinxiang base? She wondered if they had already left. Jiang Mian retrieved a small vine from her pocket, whispering to it, "Go in and investigate the situation. See if Lu Yuan and his companions are here, and what the woman is up to. I will return for you later. Remember to extend a vine out of the wall so I can greet you upon my return." "Ah, why must you command me again?" The small vine protested, somewhat disgruntled. With outsiders present, it could not resist and had to comply as Jiang Mian held it firmly. 1 second-level crystal core. 2. Jiang Mian retorted. "Very well, then." With a forceful toss, the small vine soared into the courtyard like a cannonball. "Ah, Jiang Mian, could you not give me a heads up? You nearly frightened me to death." The small vine's terrified shrieks were audible only to Jiang Mian. Xia Wei, witnessing this, widened his eyes in awe. "Sister, what did you throw?" Jiang Mian nonchalantly replied, "Just a piece of weed," as if it were truly an inconsequential plant. She dusted her hands and said, "Let us go. I'll escort you home." While the small vine scouted the area, it was the perfect opportunity to return Xia Wei home and fulfill her promise of supplies. Xia Wei, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going in to find someone?" "I will go after I see you home. I also need to call a few friends along," Jiang Mian explained. The disparity between the Flying Yuan squad and the Lightning squad was evident merely from the appearance of the courtyard. In contrast, the Lightning squad and Appo's strength seemed trivial. It was prudent to summon Pei Yu and the others. All right, Xia Wei conceded, no longer pressing for details, and led her straight home. His residence was situated in the most chaotic shantytown of the base, where inhabitants could not afford proper housing and had constructed makeshift shelters from wood and tarps. As they approached the shantytown, a foul odor permeated the air, with stagnant water pooling in some depressions. Various unidentified trash littered the ground, accompanied by a swarm of buzzing flies. The living conditions were deplorable. Occasionally, they encountered a few passers-by, all appearing disheveled and in dire need of a bath. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, many turned to observe her, some fixating on the black backpack she carried. Xia Wei felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Jiang Mian might change her mind about helping him due to the squalid environment. He discreetly glanced at her expression and, upon seeing no signs of disdain or impatience, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a man fixated on Jiang Mian's backpack, lunging to grab it with the intent to flee. However, to his dismay, he found the backpack utterly immovable. More accurately, he was unable to pull it. This situation was quite awkward. Jiang Mian turned around, her eyes flashing with intensity as she swiftly gripped the man's shoulder. With a decisive kick, the man found himself powerless, kneeling on the ground. "Ah!" he screamed in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as he stammered, I'm sorry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm so hungry. I didn't mean to." His eyes were filled with desperation, pleading for Jiang Mian's mercy. The onlookers murmured among themselves, their expressions varied. Those who had contemplated robbing Jiang Mian's backpack felt a chill of realization. Had they acted, they too would be in the man's pitiful position, groveling on the ground. Jiang Mian and Appo's gaze was piercing as she demanded, "The base offers numerous tasks to undertake. The simplest, like transporting corpses, earns at least 7 or 8 points daily. You, a fully capable adult, dare to claim hunger as your excuse for robbery?" Her voice resonated clearly among the crowd. The man hung his head, meekly responding, "I was scared." At that moment, he felt overwhelming shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Yet, the corpses of zombies were grotesque, their decayed skin emanating a repulsive stench. Merely imagining it sent shivers down his spine, rendering him incapable of lifting a finger. Jiang Mian regarded him with disdain, coldly commanding, "Get lost." Words were mere excuses. In this harsh post-apocalyptic world, everyone fought for survival, yet he chose such a despicable means to procure food. Utterly revolting. The man, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet, stammering, Thank you. I swear I won't do it again." He retreated clumsily, terrified that she might change her mind. His pitiful demeanor evoking both pity and disdain. Xiao Wei and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled with unmasked admiration. He thought to himself, if only I were as capable as her. My grandfather and I would never be bullied. Following this incident, the remainder of their journey proceeded smoothly. The onlookers dared only to observe Jiang Mian without attempting further theft. As they neared Xiao Wei and Amp, Appo's alleyway, an elderly man, visibly anxious, rushed towards him, exclaiming, Xiao Wei, it and Amp, Appo's terrible. Those men who wanted to rob your house have returned. And they injured your grandfather. You must hurry. Xiao Wei gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening as he bolted homeward, shouting, Grandfather. Jiang Mian, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly followed suit. Chapter 70, Trading Possessions for Life. Upon arriving at Xiao Wei and Appo's residence, Jiang Mian beheld him supporting his grandfather with one hand while the other pressed against the ghastly wound on the old man and Appo's forehead, from which blood continued to flow profusely, refusing to cease. At the entrance stood 3 disreputable ruffians, glaring menacingly at them, brazenly declaring, You lot have had more than enough warnings about this house. Do you wish to leave it sideways? Xiao Wei's face flushed crimson with fury, his eyes ablaze as he retorted, You. What separates you from a bandit? Every beam of wood in this house had been painstakingly salvaged by him and his grandfather from the ruins, and the tarp had been exchanged for their meager rations. The countless hours of labor and sweat they had poured into constructing this shelter made it incomprehensible that these intruders would dare to seize it. Xiao Wei. The elderly Xia interjected weakly, concerned for his grandson and Appo's safety amid the impending violence. One of the men scoffed derisively, If we are bandits, what of it? I think this little beggar has grown tired of living. As he spoke, he raised his arm to strike Xiao Wei. In that critical moment, as the man's fist was poised to descend upon Xiao Wei, Jiang Mian swiftly extended her right hand, intercepting the brute's muscular arm. With her left hand, she seized his wrist, yanking it forcefully while her right foot executed a swift trip behind his legs. The man lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground, exclaiming in pain, Damn, that hurts. Who did this? The other 2 men, witnessing their companion's downfall, glared fiercely, quickly drawing knives and rushing toward Jiang Mian, shouting, You filthy wench. How dare you meddle? You and Appo's learn your lesson today. Onlookers gasped in terror, crying out, Murder! Murder! They were familiar with Xiao Wei and his grandfather and dared not confront the thugs directly. Instead, they hoped to attract help from those capable of intervening. Undeterred by the encroaching danger, Jiang Mian planted her feet firmly, calmly extending her hand to seize a knife, executing a fluid motion of disarming and countering in less than 3 seconds. Xiao Wei watched, slack-jawed, as the second man was subdued, a knife embedded in his shoulder, causing him to wail in agony. Are you bandits? Is this the pride of modern-day brigands? Jiang Mian remarked scornfully, arms crossed, looking down upon them. The 3 men, lying on the ground, exchanged glances filled with fear and resentment, yet they dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, Xiao Wei cried out in distress, Sister. My grandfather seems to be fading. What should we do? His voice trembled with fear and helplessness, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian swiftly turned to see Xia's grandfather and Amp, Appo's pallid face, lips devoid of color, already slipping into unconsciousness. Without hesitation, she loosened one strap of her backpack, quickly retrieving a bottle of mineral water and a clean towel from her spatial ring, handing them to Xiao Wei. First, help him inside to rest and tend to that wound on his forehead. The elderly man who had earlier alerted Xiao Wei stepped forward, anxious. Hurry, Xiao Wei. I will assist you with old Xia. Another kind soul joined in to help. Xiao Wei, clutching the water and towel, gazed at the crowd, tears blurring his vision as he choked out, Thank you, everyone. Deep down, Chapter 71. Night delivery. The 3 men instantly displayed expressions of anguish, signaling to Jiang Mian. Bound and unable to move, how could they comply? It was a troublesome situation. Jiang Mian, displeased, untied the ropes binding them and observed as they sluggishly retrieved a few scattered biscuits and candies from their belongings. Discontented by the meager offerings on the ground, she coldly remarked, It seems you wish for your demise. With a swift motion, she drew a small knife from one man and Appo's shoulder, poised to stab him. The man, his face drained of color, cried out in terror, Don't kill me. Please, I have instant noodles. I have bread. I can fetch them. Jiang Mian halted her action just in time, glancing at the other 2. What about you? We'll go get them too. It's vital to save our lives. Everything else is extraneous. Thus, Jiang Mian summoned Xiao Wei and followed the three men to procure compensation. Fortunately, the distance was short, and they arrived in 3 to 4 minutes. From the tattered tarpaulin of one man, they retrieved about 10 packets of instant noodles and some canned luncheon meat. All these provisions were handed over to Xiao Wei, whose face finally broke into a smile. You three, leave the base immediately. If I see you again, I guarantee your demise. All right, we're leaving right now. The three hurriedly dashed towards the base and Oppo's entrance. Knowing from their encounter that this woman was a supernatural being not to be trifled with, Jiang Mian turned to Xiao Wei. Let us go. I will escort you back. Xiao Wei, clutching a box of supplies, nodded with a smile. Thank you, sister. I don't and Oppo's, to even know your name. Jiang Mian. He silently repeated her name in his heart, firmly etching it in his memory. After resolving matters here, Jiang Mian returned to the dormitory. Currently, only Pei Yu and Ling Yi had returned. Qiu Hu and Qiu Xiang were likely still out searching for clues. She relayed her findings to the two, and the three set off together towards the territory of the Fei Yuan team. In the courtyard, a man quizzically inquired of his companion, Xiao Dong. Do you recall seeing a vine like this in our yard? The small vine remained silent, wondering if it had been discovered. To its surprise, the companion responded, There must be one, or have you misremembered? It's improbable for such a large wild vine to have sprouted today. That seemed unrealistic. He had no strong recollection, as he was often preoccupied with making a living, rarely noticing the flora around him. The man scratched his head in confusion and conceded, Perhaps I did misremember. The two soon shrugged off the matter, finishing their smoke before extinguishing their butts and leaving. The small vine gently swayed its leaves, relieved to have encountered two fools. Otherwise, it would have had to flee. Its tendrils quietly extended against the wall, inching closer to the room to eavesdrop. Is the vehicle ready? Yuan Zhili inquired from his desk, addressing Rong Kue, who stood nearby. Rong Kue stood straight, nodding slightly. It's ready. We just need to wait until dark when they change shifts. Then we can depart. Yuan Zhili nodded. Good. Keep a close watch and avoid any mistakes. I will accompany you tonight. Having captured so many supernatural beings, the base had become alert. Future operations would surely be more challenging and fraught with risks of exposure. His presence was to negotiate, either double the compensation or cease operations entirely. Rong Kue quickly reassured him. Don't worry, brother Yuan. We're using a large dosage. Those people won't wake up anytime soon. Yuan Zhili frowned, his expression serious. Caution is paramount. Don't let a moment's negligence ruin everything. Go check on them again. With no alternative, Rong Kue complied and left. He hadn't walked far when he encountered Li Quan, who approached with a sycophantic demeanor. Brother Rong, is there anything I can assist you with? Being among this group made him uneasy. He couldn't live as comfortably as Li Feifei. He recalled the day they captured Lu Yuan. He had witnessed the group's methods. Had it not been for Li Feifei's connection to Yuan Zhili, he would likely have met a grim fate. Now deeply entangled, he resolved to assimilate quickly, sensing the secrets behind them could mean his demise. Rong Kue cast a disdainful glance at him, coldly replying, No need. Just stay out of trouble. His tone was harsh, as if Li Quan were an inconsequential presence. Li Quan's smile faltered momentarily, and he quickly replied, All right. I won't disturb you any longer. Once Rong Kue was out of earshot, Li Quan clenched his fists, thinking, What's so special about you, Rong Kue? You're nothing but Yuan Zhili's lapdog. The small vine observed everything from its corner, struggling to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. Despite being of the same kind, individuals displayed different facets to others. Was it exhausting to maintain such facades? Before long, it spotted Jiang Mian and her companions approaching. Jiang Mian reached out, gently touching the vine's extending tendrils, silently inquiring, What's the situation? The small vine relayed all it had overheard to Jiang Mian, confirming that CSCC was indeed in the innermost room of the courtyard, and not only her, but also Lu Yuan and several others were present. They seemed to have been anesthetized, all plunged into unconsciousness. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Lu Yuan is here too, and now in a state of unconsciousness. This presented an opportunity for her. Recalling her recent sighting of Li Feifei, she suspected that Lu Yuan had been betrayed by those two siblings. However, this was fortuitous for her. Jiang Mian, it seems they only capture supernatural beings, and they mentioned a delivery tonight, shrouded in mystery. You need to act swiftly to rescue them. Delivery? They were delivering supernatural beings? Jiang Mian furrowed her brow, disbelief washing over her. If so, What might the forces behind this entail? She shuddered at the thought, her spine tingling with dread. Could it be those conducting experiments on supernatural beings? Jiang Mian fell into contemplation. If she were to rescue them now, it would undoubtedly alert the enemy and hinder her ability to unearth the mastermind. Yet, if she refrained from acting, using CSCC and the others as bait, an unforeseen circumstance might arise, leaving her with regret. Inwardly conflicted, Jiang Mian instructed the small vine. Continue to monitor the situation. We will retreat to discuss our strategy. With several hours until nightfall, she needed to deliberate thoroughly and prepare meticulously. Pei Yu noticed her troubled demeanor and, concerned, quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "Let us discuss it later," she replied, and the group quickened their pace. In the dormitory, Qiu Hu and Qiu Xiang had just returned, heads bowed, indicative of a lack of fruitful findings. At Jiang Mian's announcement, "I have located CSCC." The group instantly perked up, eagerly inquiring, "Where?" "Let us go rescue her now." Jiang Mian cast a calming glance at Qiu Hu and continued, "The situation is somewhat delicate. They only capture supernatural beings and seem to have ulterior motives. We must remain still for now, tracing the source tonight to unveil the puppet master." Chapter 72. Helicopter. Qiu Hu was bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Only capturing ability users? What does this mean? He recalled filling out the base and Oppo's information form before, when Jiang Mian had advised everyone to conceal their abilities. Was this a protective measure for them? Pei Yu felt an immediate tightening in his chest, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Could it be her? He had clearly warned her against using living subjects for experiments. Otherwise, he would never forgive her. Ultimately, it seemed his standing in her heart was far too low. "What are your thoughts on ability users?" Jiang Mian asked seriously, regarding Qiu Hu. He scratched his head instinctively at the question, responding with an earnestness that reflected his simplicity. "They're quite remarkable." Forgive him for his lack of eloquence as a science student. This was all he could muster. Indeed, they were remarkable. Hence, some sought the truth, even resorting to unscrupulous methods to uncover why ability users were so formidable. Jiang Mian and Oppo's tone grew heavy, laced with a hint of resentment. "Are you implying that they capture individuals for research?" Qiu Hu and Oppo's expression turned grave. He pondered if Fu Tingzhou was allied with them. If so, it would pose a significant problem. How could they contend with a base? Qiu Xiang was somewhat taken aback. "Research? What kind of research? Will they conduct experiments? Does that mean ability users become mere pawns in their hands?" She found it hard to accept. How could they be so cruel? It was utterly terrifying. Lingyi felt that the adult world was indeed frightening. After a moment of silence among the group, Jiang Mian finally outlined the mission for the night. They would first track the transport vehicle to locate their trading site. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu would confront the adversary directly, while Lingyi would assist Qiu Hu and Qiu Xiang in rescuing others. Everyone was in agreement. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of who it might be at this hour. Qiu Hu, closest to the door, stood up to answer it. "Hello, is this Comrade Qiu Hu?" A young girl at the door, clutching a notebook, inquired with a beaming smile. Qiu Hu, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, That and Oppo's, me." "Wonderful. My name is Tang Wei, and I and Oppo's, come on behalf of the base for a follow-up visit." "How has your wound healed?" Tang Wei asked with genuine concern. Qiu Hu scratched his head again. "It and Oppo's, all better now." "Oh," Tang Wei scribbled something in her notebook. "You know, your rental agreement is only for 3 days, and it and Oppo's about to expire. Are you interested in joining the base ability team? We can transfer this apartment to your name, and you and Oppo's have to pay rent anymore. Additionally, you'll enjoy benefits from the base, such as an official 20% discount on all supplies and a monthly provision of 20 pounds of rice and 50 liters of water free of charge." Qiu Hu. It sounded quite appealing. Not hearing a response, Tang Wei looked up expectantly. "What do you think? Interested in joining us?" "I'm sorry, but he can't join." Qiu Xiang interjected, sensing her brother's hesitation. She stepped forward with a professional smile. "We plan to leave the base soon and have no intention of staying longer." "Oh," Tang Wei replied, slightly apologetic. "I see. Then I and Oppo's take up more of your time." "No problem," Qiu Xiang said as she watched her leave before closing the door. Night quietly descended, enveloping the world like a vast black satin sheet. Jiang Mian posed several questions to Xiaoting outside the courtyard of the Flying Yuan team. Learning that they would depart at 7 o'clock from the west gate of the base, the group then split up to carry out their respective tasks. Jiang Mian instructed Qiu Hu to keep an eye on Xiaotung and told him, try to jump onto the cargo truck when the time comes and guide us. Remember to use the headlights, staying too close might alert them. The trading location of these individuals was likely quite secluded, indicating a lack of people or perhaps none at all. Being too close could lead to discovery, while being too far might result in losing track of them. After much contemplation, she concluded that with Xiaotung's assistance, they could ensure success. Xiaotung, puzzled, asked, how will I guide you? Use your voice, shout loudly. Don't worry. I can hear you, Jiang Mian reassured. But, Dawn and Imp, Oppos, do you have eyes? Xiaotung retorted. At night, it's too dark to discern direction. Your backup will ensure greater safety, she replied, unwilling to leave any room for error. At exactly 7:00 and Amp, Oppos, clock, a rugged vehicle led the way, containing Yuan Zhili, Song Kue, and several others. Following closely behind was a cargo truck, within which Xiaotung had informed Jiang Mian that CSCC was located. Due to the numerous vehicles from the base, they traveled slowly, allowing Jiang Mian to easily keep pace with the truck. Once they exited the base, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' vehicle was already waiting outside. As Jiang Mian boarded, she immediately pointed out the vehicles, identifying the cargo truck and the SUV in front of it. Don't follow too closely. Xiaotung is on the cargo truck. Drive according to my directions. Understood, Pei Yu replied, starting the vehicle and gradually trailing behind. Jiang Mian. They turned left into a small road. Xiaotung's voice echoed in a near-desperate shout through the night. Only Jiang Mian could hear him. She combined his calls with Qiu Hu and Oppos' observations to maintain a safe distance from the Flying Yuan team. The route grew increasingly desolate, eventually leading them to an abandoned factory nestled within the mountains. Qiu Hu remarked, they've stopped at a long deserted square, surrounded by tall grass, which provides us with cover. From a considerable distance, Jiang Mian instructed Pei Yu to halt and switch off the engine. They disembarked and advanced quietly on foot. In the pitch-black night, they relied on the moonlight to illuminate their path, amidst the cacophony of insects chirping from the trees and grass, creating an eerie ambience. After a few minutes, they spotted the cargo truck and SUV parked in the square from afar. A few individuals stood quietly beside the vehicles, smoking. Their embers flickered in the darkness as they awaited someone. Jiang Mian had to conceal herself nearby, waiting alongside them. An extensive period passed until a loud buzzing filled the air. Qiu Hu and the others looked up in astonishment. It was a helicopter. Such a grand display of power underscored the formidable strength of the masterminds behind this operation. Skillfully, the helicopter descended onto the abandoned square, and two men disembarked. One of them inquired, how many did we prepare this time? 8. Yuan Zhili had already stepped out to greet them as the helicopter landed. Ah, splendid. This time, you've delivered the largest number yet, the other man praised. However, be cautious, the winds have shifted recently. Are you aware of Weifeng Base? They fell victim to this. As he spoke, he made a slashing motion across his throat. The others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their apprehension. Chapter 73, All Dead Haha. I'm not trying to scare you. Let's hurry up and move. We are pressed for time today. The man's boisterous laughter echoed across the vast square. However, they remained frozen in place, leading him to speak up with irritation. What does this mean? Yuan Zhilin directed his gaze toward him, explaining. The situation is too tense right now, and Oppos, it's not easy for the brothers. Regarding the compensation, could we perhaps negotiate again? The man, visibly troubled, replied. We can't make that decision. I can ask the higher-ups when I return. Yuan Zhilin scoffed inwardly, thinking, are you trying to deceive me? You all have satellite phones. You and Oppos, were merely attempting to fool us. His expression hardened. If that were the case, they would wait until they had the answers before collecting the goods. Do you know how much fuel we consume for a trip like this? The man pointed an agitated finger at him. I don't know. I only know that we're risking our lives for you. Yuan Zhilin retorted, if you lack sincerity, we need not cooperate in the future. Rong Kuei chimed in, exactly. Jiang Mian, uninterested in their ongoing quarrel, contemplated that since everyone was present, they might as well leave a survivor for questioning later. She signaled Pei Yu with an offensive gesture. He understood immediately and raised his gun to shoot in their direction. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire drowned out their conversation. Another shot followed, bang. Qiu Hu and Qiu Xiangling, positioned in another direction, also fired upon hearing the gunshots. Bang! Bang! 4 individuals tragically fell, including the man's companion, who quickly ducked behind a car, glaring fiercely at Yuan Zhilin, who was hiding alongside him. What is going on? You brought a tail. Are you trying to kill me? Yuan Jilin, equally astonished, could not comprehend how they had a tail. The adversary was armed. Could they be from the base? This is the end. Jiang Mian and her group, armed, advanced toward the square, encircling the last few survivors. Noticing the individuals were neither in military uniforms nor all male, Yuan Jilin felt a flicker of hope. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Xiaohu retorted angrily. How dare you ask? If it weren't and amp, oppos, T for your insane group capturing my friend, would we have any reason to attack you? It and amp, oppos, a misunderstanding. Our subordinates must have made a mistake. Who is your friend? We'll release them immediately. Let's not act impulsively. Yuan Jilin attempted to appease him. Jiang Mian, observing the momentary pause, discreetly stepped back, opened the cargo door, and jumped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness. She switched on her flashlight, finally revealing the layout: 8 individuals confined within 4 distinct wooden boxes. Among them were Xie Cixi, Yang Jie, Li Mingho, Lu Yuan, Yi Yunfei, and 3 others Jiang Mian did not recognize, likely also capable individuals. She approached Lu Yuan, crouching before his box, pondering that killing him would be too merciful. Yet, the opportunity was rare. Jiang Mian cast a lingering gaze at him, aimed her gun at his heart, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! At that moment, a sharp dagger pierced Jiang Mian and Appo's heart, and she instantly felt a tumult in her throat, knowing it was blood. How painful! Jiang Mian collapsed against the cargo. Her expression twisted in agony as she incredulously looked at Lu Yuan. You were awake all along? How else could one explain the current situation? Lu Yuan's gaze was cold and sinister as he struggled to cough out blood, questioning Jiang Mian. Why did you kill me? He truly wanted to know, even feeling a tinge of unwillingness. You owe me a life, Jiang Mian managed to utter. Yet Lu Yuan was bewildered as to when he had ever owed her a life. The 2 dying individuals gazed at each other, drained of the strength to speak further. So much blood. Jiang Mian, are you going to die? No, you still owe me a crystal core. Shouting anxiously climbed onto Jiang Mian and Appo's leg, sensing the sweet aroma of her blood, yet struggled to suppress its hunger. Finally, someone could hear its words. It desperately wished Jiang Mian would not perish. Jiang Mian. Pei Yu felt an ominous premonition upon hearing the gunfire and rushed onto the cargo truck without a second thought. Ling Yi and the others shared his concern. But with 2 individuals still requiring their attention, they could only cast anxious glances towards the truck. Upon entering, Pei Yu saw Jiang Mian and Lu Yuan both injured on the ground. His eyes reddened instantly as he rushed to embrace Jiang Mian. Noticing a dagger embedded in her heart, Pei Yu felt helpless, his voice trembling. Jiang Mian. How could this happen? Does it hurt? Jiang Mian and Appo's consciousness began to fade. She seemed to hear Pei Yu and Appo's cries, wanting to open her eyes to see him, but found herself devoid of the strength to do so. Forget it. If I must die, at least I'll take Lu Yuan down with me. It's far better than the last life. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will come find you soon. Yuan and Appo's die. Yuan and Appo's Pei Yu sobbed helplessly, clutching Jiang Mian, yet the person in his arms had already lost her breath. He could not comprehend why it always unfolded this way. As long as Jiang Mian killed Lu Yuan, her demise was inevitable. Why? Why was Jiang Mian's obsession so profound? Xiaohu, hearing Pei Yu and Appo's voice, was utterly astonished. What was happening? Jiang Mian killed Lu Yuan. Jiang Mian was dying? Unable to contain himself, he turned to Ling Yi and Qiu Xiang, stating, I'll go check. You 2 handle things here. Ling Yi and Qiu Xiang were equally eager to go. Especially Ling Yi, whose eyes turned red upon hearing Jiang Mian was in trouble, but Xiaohu spoke first, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Xiaohu approached the truck and was met with an unfathomable scene, crying out in alarm, Pei Yu, what are you doing? Yet it was too late. Pei Yu and Appo's surgical knife had plunged accurately into his own chest, blood flowing from his mouth. He mustered the strength to utter one last phrase. It's fine. Wait for me. Lu Yuan was dead. Jiang Mian was dead. Pei Yu had committed suicide. Xiaohu stood frozen in the truck, as if petrified, unable to confront this brutal reality. How could this be? Surely, it must be a nightmare. After Pei Yu and Appo's death, he found himself in a chaotic space before 3 doors, each emanating a faint white light. The first door was labeled with the number 1, signifying a return to 1 day prior. The second door bore the number 2, indicating a return to 2 days prior, and so forth, while the third door offered a return to 3 days prior. Pei Yu reached for the door marked 1. The blinding white light was overwhelming, yet he stepped inside without hesitation. As he felt a sense of weightlessness beneath him, Pei Yu opened his eyes once more to see Jiang Mian conversing with Su Qingyi. "Thank you so much, Squad Leader Su. We'll wait here for your news." Su Qingyi glanced at the time, nodded in agreement, realizing the urgency of the matter, and immediately set off to find Fu Tingzhou. Chapter 74. Crouching with hands on head, Pei Yu and Appo's eyes reddened involuntarily upon seeing Jiang Mian alive. Qiu Hu, noticing his unusual reaction, curiously inquired, "Pei Yu, are you crying?" Jiang Mian turned her head towards Pei Yu, and indeed saw his eyes glistening, a visage of wanting to weep yet holding it back, which tugged at her heartstrings. This was the first time she had witnessed such an emotion from Pei Yu. Catching sight of Jiang Mian looking back, Pei Yu quickly turned his face away and defiantly retorted, "Who is crying? It's just some sand that got in my eye. It's a bit irritating." "Qiu Hu, is there even any wind? How come I don't feel it?" The ensuing proceedings unfolded as before, and shortly after, Su Qingyi returned to escort them to meet Fu Tingzhou. Fu Tingzhou similarly concocted an excuse to take Pei Yu aside, and once inside his father's office, he patted Pei Yu's shoulder and said, "What is going on? I hadn't heard that you left Beishur." Pei Yu, instead of answering, countered, "Fu Tingzhou, CSCC is an ability user. Aren't you aware of how many ability users have mysteriously disappeared within your jurisdiction?" Fu Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback by Pei Yu's words, but then his expression turned grave. "To be frank, there have indeed been several ability users who have vanished inexplicably at the base recently. I had someone investigate for a while, but we found no leads. Have you discovered anything?" The existence of East City was like a ticking time bomb for their base, and his current focus was entirely on resolving issues pertaining to East City, which led to a neglect of matters at the base. "Of course, I have made a discovery. I found that your base has significant problems. As long as you provide the higher-ups with sufficient benefits, it seems permissible to commit murder and arson within the base, correct?" Fu Tingzhou. Was this a reminder that someone had accepted a substantial bribe? It appeared necessary to promptly rectify the base's order. Fu Tingzhou understood that this matter could not be postponed any longer. Otherwise, the grievances of the lower ranks would escalate, inevitably leading to chaos. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "What murder and arson? That's an exaggeration. I've just been too busy to address it. A thorough overhaul will commence tomorrow." Pei Yu chose not to dwell on this issue any further and redirected the conversation back to CSCC. "I've located CSCC. She was taken away in the task hall, right under everyone's noses, and she is not the first." Upon hearing this, Fu Tingzhou felt a chill in his heart. How many gifts would it take to navigate through those layers of barriers and have it all fall upon him? This only strengthened his resolve to eradicate the base's malfeasance. "Where is she? I'll dispatch people to go with you and apprehend them all at once." Report. The courtyard has been completely surrounded, ensuring not a single mosquito can escape. A man in military attire reported to Fu Tingzhou. "Good. Everyone stay alert and keep watch." Fu Tingzhou signaled Su Qingyi, who understood immediately and approached to knock forcefully on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? Knocking at this hour?" The man who answered the door, bleary-eyed, spoke with a hint of impatience. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door and was instantly bewildered to find a fully armed elite squad standing at his doorstep. He thought he must be seeing things and rubbed his eyes again, but that squad remained. He began, but before he could finish, Su Qingyi shoved him aside and gestured for Fu Tingzhou to enter. Fu Tingzhou, with a stern expression, strode into the courtyard, followed closely by Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, ready to witness Fu Tingzhou handle the situation with these individuals. "Bring everyone out, especially your team leader, Yuan Jili," Fu Tingzhou declared from the center of the courtyard. The man who had opened the door now realized Fu Tingzhou's identity and trembled as he stammered, Okay, I'll go get them." In reality, their commotion had already awakened Yuan Jili and the others, and it was too long before everyone emerged. Li Feifei and Li Quan were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Mian and the others, their eyes wide with astonishment. Had they come to rescue CSCC? But how did they find this place? As they scrutinized Jiang Mian, she reciprocated the gaze, her eyes conveying a cryptic meaning. Li Feifei felt uncomfortable under her stare, hastily averting her gaze. Yuan Jili, unfamiliar with Jiang Mian and the others, immediately recognized Fu Tingzhou and was drenched in cold sweat. Just this afternoon, they had captured someone, and now Fu Tingzhou had arrived at their doorstep. Regret flooded him for having listened to Li Feifei's misleading words. Everything was falling apart. Upon seeing Fu Tingzhou, Yuan Zhili's heart sank, fearing that he might be finished. Yet, until the very last moment, he couldn't allow himself to panic. He needed to assess the situation first. Yuan Zhili approached humbly, a gentle smile on his face. What brings you here, Colonel Fu? Fu Tingzhou, with a cold demeanor, sized him up and replied curtly, someone witnessed your team abducting a friend of mine in broad daylight. Has your team become lawless within the base? He framed it as a statement, placing a heavy accusation upon Yuan Zhili. Yuan Zhili's smile faltered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he feigned calmness. Colonel Fu, there must be some misunderstanding. We would never dare to abduct your friend. Li Quan, hearing his brother's words, lowered his head in guilt. This had all been done behind his back, and he had no knowledge of it. Ah, so my friend is too important for you to abduct. But others are fair game. Is that it? Fu Tingzhou sneered. That is not the case. Yuan Zhili attempted to speak further, but was cut off by Fu Tingzhou. I'll give you 1 minute to hand over my friend. Otherwise, Fu Tingzhou's gaze turned icy, his tone laced with threat. Yuan Zhili appeared conflicted, nervously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He honestly couldn't recall having captured Fu Tingzhou's friend. Where was he supposed to find her? As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew tense to an extreme. Yuan Quan, making a bold decision, leaned in to whisper to his brother, Brother, this afternoon I had Rong Kuei capture a woman. She's the one they're looking for. Yuan Zhili's face instantly darkened, and he slapped his brother across the face. You fool. What have you done behind my back? Rong Kuei, hurry and bring her here. At that moment, Fu Tingzhou glanced at his watch, his expression unyielding. I'm sorry. Time's up. Everyone, hands on your heads. Those who disobey will be shot on sight. As his words fell, a line of fully armed soldiers swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at Yuan Zhili and his team. Panic erupted among Yuan Zhili and his subordinate. Chapter 75, controlling abilities. Li Feifei trembled on the ground, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. I and Oppos am not. Her gaze was filled with terror and helplessness. Jiang Mian stepped forward, closing the distance to the kneeling Li Feifei, demanding, What do you mean by and Oppos, not and Oppos? What grievance do you have against CSCC that would compel you to harm her? Qiu Xiang, equally enraged, exclaimed, Had I known you were this ungrateful, we should never have rescued you back in the village. Fu Tingzhou observed them with confusion, asking, Do you know each other? However, Jiang Mian chose not to respond to his inquiry. Instead, she politely requested, Colonel Fu, may I borrow your gun? Though she possessed her own weapon, revealing it would lead to uncomfortable questions about its origin, so she opted to borrow his. Fu Tingzhou hesitated, glancing at Pei Yu, who nodded in approval and subsequently instructed one of his subordinates to hand a gun to Jiang Mian. Upon seeing Jiang Mian aim the gun at her, Li Feifei and Oppos' face turned pale with fear, and she quickly began to bow her head in apology. I and Oppos, am sorry. I and Oppos, am sorry. I didn't and Oppos, mean to. They forced me. It was their plan to capture the ability users. Li Feifei pointed a finger at Yuan Zhishu, attempting to shift the blame entirely onto him. Not daring to meet his gaze, Yuan Zhishu, infuriated, retorted, Nonsense. You instigated me. How can you twist the truth so easily? Today, he had witnessed the true nature of a woman with a heart as venomous as a viper. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Mian, uninterested in their petty squabbling, swiftly shot Li Feifei, Yuan Zhishu, and Li Quan, then returned the firearm to its owner. Yuan Zhili gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage, unable to fathom that she had truly killed Yuan Zhishu, his only family in this world. Fu Tingzhou, indifferent to their emotions, commanded his subordinates, search the premises thoroughly. I want to see if the missing ability users have been captured by them. Understood. A group of individuals dispersed into various rooms, diligently searching, and soon enough, they found 8 unconscious individuals in the last room. They carried them out one by one and arranged them in the courtyard. Jiang Mian was astonished to discover that among them were Lu Yuan and his companions. How could someone with Lu Yuan and Oppos' abilities have been captured? Before she could ponder further, CSCC was brought out, and she and Qiu Xiang rushed to support her. CSCC, wake up. What happened to you? Qiu Xiang tried to rouse her, but to no avail. Fu Tingzhou, with a stern expression, interrogated Yuan Zhili. What have you done to them? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Zhili, resigned, replied dully. They were anesthetized. They'll wake once the effects wear off. Anesthesia. Where did it come from? Fu Tingzhou was tempted to applaud him, Such a rare medical resource was sorely lacking in their unit. Yet this man seemed to have an abundance. This raised his suspicions. Yuan Zhili and Apos, eyes darkened. His ability was control, allowing him to manipulate up to 3 individuals for 10 seconds. Those under his influence would lose their cognitive functions, existing in a state of chaos. He had captured Lu Yuan using this very power. Now, he was deliberating whom to control for his own escape. After a moment of hesitation, he directed his control towards Fu Tingzhou, Su Qingyun, and Jiang Mian. In the next instant, Su Qingyun suddenly lost consciousness, swaying like a weeble, his eyes vacant. Qingyun? Qingyun, what is wrong with you? The group's attention shifted to Su Qingyun, who stood bewildered, swaying in place. Even Jiang Mian and Fu Tingzhou turned to look. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Zhili attempted to flee, agilely climbing the wall. Just as he was about to jump down, he noticed a group of soldiers outside, guns trained on him. His heart plummeted, but despair deepened when a wooden vine suddenly pierced his chest, forcibly dragging him down. Yuan Zhili screamed in agony, blood gushing from his wound as he was pulled to Jiang Mian's side, his eyes wide with terror. "You, how come you weren't under my control?" Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Fu Tingzhou was also unaffected, causing his heart to sink. At that moment, Su Qingyun regained his senses, bewildered by the strange expressions of his comrades. "Is there something on my face?" The crowd fell silent, realizing he had no clue about Chapter 76, a bath. The crux of the issue lies in the intentions behind their capture of those with abilities. Would it not be more straightforward to recruit them openly? Resorting to such underhanded tactics only suggests that their ulterior motives are equally unsavory. Fu Tingzhou's expression instantaneously shifted to one of gravity. "Qingyun, take him away." "Yes." Su Qingyun casually selected a couple of individuals to forcibly escort the man, whose face was etched with terror as he repeatedly pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I've told you everything I know. You can't go back on your word." Once the man's voice faded into silence, Su Qingyun inquired about the fate of the remaining individuals. Without even glancing at them, Fu Tingzhou coldly replied, "Eliminate them." The following morning, at dawn. "No, no." CSCC awoke abruptly, shouting, her body trembling as if she had just escaped a nightmare, gasping for breath. As her terrified eyes widened, she realized she was lying in bed next to Qiu Xiang, who looked at her with delight. "Cici, you're finally awake." Upon seeing the familiar face, tears streamed down CSCC and Apos' cheeks as she embraced Qiu Xiang, sobbing, "Woo, this ISN and Apos, TA dream is it? You are really Qiu Xiang? I was so frightened. They pricked me with needles and injected who knows what into me, and then I just lost consciousness. I was truly terrified despite so many people around. Not a single one was willing to help me. That sense of despair still lingers in my memory." Qiu Xiang gently patted her back, offering tender words of comfort. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now. I'm here." Just then, Jiang Mian pushed the door open and was met with the sight of CSCC clinging to Qiu Xiang, weeping heart-wrenchingly, her entire being trembling in fear. It was evident that she had been genuinely traumatized. CSCC wiped her tears and finally recognized Jiang Mian, quickly stifling her sobs. "Mianmin, it's all over. Those villains have been killed." Jiang Mian hoped this news would ease her heart. CSCC was astonished. "You killed them?" "No. It was Fu Tingzhou and his men. It's all that woman's fault," Qiu Xiang explained. "Do you remember the brother and sister we saved in the village?" CSCC nodded, recalling well, especially since Jiang Mian had even fallen out with brother Lu over them. The memories were too vivid to forget. Jiang Mian fell silent, thinking of how Fu Tingzhou's men had taken Lu Yuan the night before, and she felt a twinge of regret for missing such a good opportunity. But never mind. There was no point in dwelling on it. It was fortunate they had rescued CSCC. One must not be too greedy. Qiu Xiang continued to recount the events of the previous night, explaining that the one who caused her capture was the sister, known as Fei Fei. That Lu fellow misjudged characters, involving his own people and consequently bringing you trouble. "Cici, you have suffered." "What? Brother Lu and the others were also captured?" CSCC exclaimed in disbelief. Having been unconscious and unaware of the situation, Qiu Xiang confirmed, "Exactly. This is why one must understand not just faces but hearts. Choosing teammates requires discernment. We were exceedingly fortunate to have encountered a teammate like Jiang Mian." Others began to filter into the room, making it feel cramped. Upon seeing CSCC unharmed, their expressions relaxed considerably. Lingyi pushed forward and said, "Cici, you had us all worried sick." Qiu, who nodded in agreement, smiling, indeed. We were so anxious that we didn't eat a thing before setting out to find you. Thank goodness we found you. Pei Yu, rare as it was, also chimed in. Feeling the warmth of their concern, CSCC and Amp, Oppo's eyes glistened with tears once more. Her voice choked. Thank you all. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Forget about thanks. Let us get practical. How about a good wash? I've been slaying zombies all day. And I'm positively reeking, Xiaohu joked. Upon hearing this, Lingyi instinctively took a deep breath, checking if he too was foul-smelling, only to find the odor quite potent. Cici, I want water too, he exclaimed hurriedly. All right, Cici replied earnestly. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. Xiaohu remarked, I'll go see what's happening. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohu returned with news. The base is gathering everyone for a meeting. Should we attend? Jiang Mian contemplated for a moment before nodding. Let us go. I want to see what Fu Tingyo has to say after last night's events. Xiaohu grimaced. Well, there goes our chance for a bath. Jiang Mian left some food for CSCC, urging her to rest well, before leading the others downstairs to the square for assembly. This time, there were even more people than during the last mission, a veritable sea of heads. Fu Tingyo stood on stage, addressing the crowd via a loudspeaker, apologizing for the recent turmoil within the base. He reiterated the newly established regulations. As the crowd listened attentively, their expressions serious and focused. Jiang Mian believed that while Fu Tingzou's new regulations were sound, the key lay in their enforcement. She was acutely aware of the complexities and capriciousness of human nature. Perhaps the atmosphere at the base might improve for a time, but sustaining that improvement would be challenging. The meeting lasted an hour before the crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Mian told Pei Yu and the others, You all head back first. I'll take a look around the mission hall. They had no objections. And once Jiang Mian departed, Pei Yu turned to Xiaohu and the others, saying, I'll go take a look too. Xiaohu responded. Lingyi added. Seeing their eagerness to follow, Xiaoxiang reminded them, Didn't you two want to take a bath this morning? Xiaohu slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling, Right. What are we wandering for? We still need to wash up. Let us go back. Okay, Lingyi replied. The onlookers regarded them with a mix of expressions. They were struggling just to drink water, yet these few could afford a bath. How fortunate they were. Perhaps some things are destined to happen. When Jiang Mian arrived at the mission hall, she witnessed a boy, similar in age to Lingyi, being shoved to the ground. His hand scraped. 3 adult men stood nearby, laughing heartily, one of them belligerently barking, Kid, how many times have we warned you? If you don't vacate the house soon, we'll take matters into our own hands. Xiaowei sat on the ground, his eyes filled with rage and fear. Yet he refused to back down, gritting his teeth and declaring, That's a house my grandfather and I worked hard to build. You have hands and feet. Why not build one yourself instead of stealing ours? Huh, another man scoffed. The fact that we want that house is your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful, or I might ensure you never get the chance to grow up. At this, Xiaowei shifted back a step, defiantly stating, You're acting like robbers. The base has rules against stealing others' belongings. Chapter 77, Is killing outside the base a crime? Regulations? Do you believe those rules hold any weight for individuals like us? You are far too naive, young man. Just like your grandfather, you have both hands and feet. Just add another limb, and stop the idle chatter. If you wish to avoid a beating, move along swiftly. Xiaowei found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with anger. They had gone too far. This world was utterly unfair. It was just in the morning that the regulations had been proclaimed. And now they had turned into a farce in the blink of an eye. As he grappled with his resentment towards the world and Oppo's injustices, a fair hand lifted him up. Are you all right? Jiang Mian was not one to meddle in others and Oppo's affairs, yet the stubbornness reflected in the child and Oppo's eyes tugged at her heartstrings. If you feel compassion, then lend a hand. Aren't you humans always saying that children represent the future and hope? Look at how you've twisted that future and hope into this state. Jiang Mian. Xiaowei stared blankly at the beautiful sister before him. She did not appear gentle, and there was a hint of seriousness in her demeanor. Yet, at that moment, she was the only one who cared enough to inquire about his well-being, and he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. The 3 men appraised Jiang Mian with disdain, sneering, Mind your own business. Be careful not to get caught up in this. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei anxiously turned to the beautiful sister and urged, I and Oppo's am fine. Please just go. He feared that the 3 men, brimming with malice, would redirect their fury towards her, so he urged her to leave quickly. Unfazed, Jiang Mian turned to confront them directly, provocatively questioning, "What a bold statement. How long has it been since you last brushed your teeth?" Laughter erupted around them as the three men and Oppos' faces turned a deep shade of anger, their fists clenched, glaring menacingly at Jiang Mian. "How dare you mock us? I and Oppos, LL make you pay?" One of the men declared, charging towards her. Xiao Wei and Oppos' heart sank, fearing the beautiful sister would be unable to defend herself. Just as he blinked, he saw that man sprawled on the ground, howling in pain, while Jiang Mian stood there, unwavering and exuding an aura of cool confidence. The remaining two exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. Let an Oppos' take her down together. But alas, they too soon found themselves on the ground, clutching their stomachs and arms, moaning in agony. At that moment, concerns about dignity were cast aside. The real issue was the pain they were enduring. Coincidentally, a patrolling officer approached slowly, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What is happening?" Fighting is not permitted within the base. Fearing for the beautiful sister's safety, Xiao Wei rushed forward to explain. It wasn't her who initiated the fight. They attacked first. She was merely acting in self-defense. He believed that since they had initiated the attack, her self-defense would surely be justified. The patrol officer observed the three men on the ground, silently nodding. He had encountered Jiang Mian before and knew she was on good terms with Fu Tingzhou, so he had no intention of putting her in a difficult position. However, he did wonder if her defense might have been a tad excessive. Jiang Mian turned her gaze towards him and inquired, "Might I ask how one is punished for fighting?" "Expulsion from the base," he replied. Jiang Mian nodded slightly. "Could you please expel these three from the base, placing them on a permanent blacklist?" The patrol officer hesitated, feeling it might be too severe a punishment. "Isn't that a bit harsh? It's just a fight. Where will they go if you cast them out forever?" Jiang Mian stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Is that not an option? Then allow me to inquire further. Is killing outside the base not a crime?" The patrol officer: "You certainly know how to pose a question." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Who was this girl? Her nonchalance in discussing murder was as if she were casually deciding what to have for lunch. Yet, having witnessed her prowess, they believed she possessed the capability to follow through with her words, casting sympathetic glances at the unfortunate trio on the ground. The three men quickly realized their predicament and scrambled to plead, "Please, blacklist us permanently. We beg you, spare our lives." The patrol officer: "The onlookers." With the individuals involved pleading so to Chapter 78, the old fox: "I have long heard from Tingzhou that you have arrived at the base. Why haven't you come to see me?" Fu Jiawei said with a hint of reproach as he strode to his son and Oppos' desk and took a seat in the prominent position. Pei Yu's face flickered with a trace of embarrassment, and he quickly retorted, "I was merely concerned about interrupting your rest." Upon hearing this, Fu Jiawei couldn't help but chuckle. "You young folks, there seems to be a generational gap between us. By the way, how is your grandfather and Oppos' health?" Pei Yu affirmed, "He and Oppos' doing well, quite vigorous indeed." "That and Oppos' good to hear," Fu Jiawei said, abruptly shifting the topic. "What are you and Tingzhou discussing behind closed doors?" Fu Tingzhou, unable to conceal the truth, candidly explained the situation regarding the helicopter. After listening, Fu Jiawei and Oppos' gaze turned to Pei Yu. "In that case, you two will act together tonight. The helicopter will be yours. And should we require it in the future, may we borrow it? What do you think?" Fu Jiawei understood perfectly. While Pei Yu could seize the helicopter, they could not. He had nearly guessed the identity of those behind the situation. Indeed, they were not to be trifled with. However, since the adversaries had already overstepped, it was time for them to pay a price. Thus, they could forego the helicopter, but it must be taken. Certainly, Pei Yu readily agreed. With this matter settled, Fu Jiawei inquired, "You have broader insights than Tingzhou. Share your views on their capture of the evolved individuals." Pei Yu sighed internally, recognizing Fu Jiawei's shrewdness. He did not believe that Fu Jiawei was unaware of the motivations of those individuals. "Uncle Fu, you overestimate me." Fu Jiawei waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? It's just the three of us here. Speak freely. If you're wrong, I can scold you, can I not?" "Since that's the case, I shall speak boldly," Pei Yu deliberated. "Their covert operations to capture the evolved individuals indicate their fear of inciting public outrage. The only rationale I can surmise is for experimental research." Fu Tingzhou nodded in agreement. "This aligns with my thoughts. The latest research data received by their base, including the crystal cores, originated from the Far East base, where Pei Yu and Oppos' mother and grandfather were located. Furthermore, Pei Yu and Oppos' mother was a remarkable expert in brain research, making the connections inescapable. Fu Jiawei gazed deeply at Pei Yu. In your opinion, how should we respond? Pei Yu recognized the probing nature of his inquiry. Although he felt displeased, he still offered a suggestion. Perhaps we should disseminate some rumors within the base to heighten vigilance and ensure that the adversaries think twice before taking action again. Excellent. Fu Jiawei exclaimed appreciatively. Tingzhou, proceed as Pei Yu suggested. Try to involve unfamiliar faces to avoid raising suspicion towards us. Understood. I will get on it right away. Fu Tingzhou glanced at Pei Yu, preparing to exit the room, but was halted by Fu Jiawei. Wait, there's no rush. You should first discuss the actions for tonight. I shall not disturb you young ones. Fu Jiawei smiled as he stood up, slowly making his way to the door. What? You mean we are actually going to seize the helicopter with Fu Tingzhou tonight? Is that true? How exhilarating! Qiuhu exclaimed, barely able to believe his ears. To be honest, he had never ridden in a helicopter in his life. The others, upon hearing this news, felt a surge of excitement. It was a helicopter after all. Moreover, Pei Yu mentioned that once they secured it, it would belong to them in the future, which meant learning to pilot a helicopter would soon be on their agenda. Why doesn't Fu Tingzhou want the helicopter? Jiang Mian pondered aloud, unable to comprehend. Pei Yu replied casually, perhaps he fears provoking the enemy and facing retaliation. In truth, it was a matter of cowardice, but given his position, he had to look after such a large base. Are you saying we have nothing to fear? Jiang Mian's words nearly choked Pei Yu. While they indeed had little to fear, he found it difficult to articulate the reasons, so he hastily provided an excuse. We have space, don't we? Once we reach Haishur, we can store it in there. Who would know we possess a helicopter? Jiang Mian nodded slightly, reluctantly persuaded. The thought of having a helicopter would allow them to reach Haishur more swiftly, which stirred her excitement. She silently prayed, Mom and Dad, I hope you can hold on until I find you. Qiuhu and Ling Yi were already discussing how to learn to pilot a helicopter. With no internet available, where could they find tutorials? Even if they had internet access, they weren't sure if they could find helicopter piloting guides. Their conversation buzzed with enthusiasm for the helicopter. The library. Perhaps we can check the library for relevant books? Xiao Xiang suggested. She often visited the library during her free time and seemed to recall seeing books on piloting cruise ships, so there might be books on flying helicopters as well. Ling Yi and Oppos, S.I. sparkled as he exclaimed, I remember that there's a library in Dongqing from when we fought zombies yesterday. Shall we take a chance and go this afternoon? Qiuhu asked. Pei Yu, unwilling to interrupt their excitement, quickly interjected upon hearing their plan to head to Dongqing. There's no need to go through all that trouble. We can just borrow someone from Fu Tingzhou. His unit is bound to have a variety of personnel. Finding a helicopter pilot should be easy. Jiang Mian, curious, scrutinized Pei Yu. Are you quite familiar with him? Pei Yu replied, not particularly. But he's letting us have the helicopter, so borrowing someone to teach us should be a trivial matter. Qiuhu was elated. That is fantastic. No need for unnecessary back and forth. Now, they only awaited the night to arrive. Seizing a helicopter was undeniably thrilling. Jiang Mian considered and then said, CSCC, Xiao Xiang. Ling Yi, you should drive the car to the base this afternoon and practice driving. Or Qiuhu, perhaps you could teach them? Still caught up in excitement. Qiuhu glanced at them and confidently declared, no problem. I'll make sure to teach them all. CSCC expressed some concern, but I'm a bit slow. Will I be able to learn in just one afternoon? She had heard many students who learned to drive complain about being scolded by their instructors, suggesting that driving was quite difficult. Of course, we're not taking a driving test. My expectations are low, just distinguish between the accelerator and the brake, Qiuhu chuckled. In the apocalypse, learning to drive was all about survival. Who cared about the finer details? Xiao Xiang linked arms with CSCC, saying, exactly. CC. As long as we practice a few times, we'll manage. Ling Yi also cheered them on. Come on, CC, Xiao Xiang. Let us all work hard together. All right, let us give it our all. Seeing their enthusiasm, Qiuhu seized the moment and declared, let us not waste any more time. Let us head out. Thus, the group left, filled with chatter and laughter, leaving only Pei Yu and Jiang Mian in the room. Pei Yu asked, what are your plans for this afternoon? Chapter 79. Full House Departure. Let us venture to East City for a while and gather some supplies. Would you care to join me? Jiang Mian had been diligently slaying zombies and collecting crystal cores yesterday, but had accumulated no resources, rendering her spacious storage somewhat futile. This afternoon, it would be prudent to replenish supplies in preparation for their departure in a few days. Pei Yu was inclined to accompany her. Yet he had matters to attend to in the afternoon with Fu Tingzhou, thus he could only advise Jiang Mian to exercise caution. If I return late from the evening operation, I may not participate. It would be best if you refrain from bringing them along. If you do, ensure that Fu Tingzhou's men lead the charge. Jiang Mian believed their experience would enable them to handle danger more adeptly. Understood, I will heed your advice. As long as Jiang Mian was not intent on hunting Lu Yuan, Pei Yu felt at ease. A series of knocks echoed at the door, leaving both of them perplexed as to who might be seeking them at such an hour. After a brief hesitation, Pei Yu approached the door, turning the handle to reveal a woman clad in a pale yellow dress, carrying 2 large bags of supplies. Not far behind her stood a bodyguard, casting occasional glances in their direction. Pei Yu recognized her. She was either Fu Tingzhou's cousin or a relative of some sort. Greetings, I am Hu Xinjin. Is CSCC residing here? As she spoke, her gaze flitted towards the room. Yes, replied Pei Yu, but she is not here at the moment. Before Pei Yu could finish his sentence, Hu Xinjin barged in with her bags, calling out loudly, CSCC, I've come to see you. My cousin is truly something. You've suffered so much and he only just informed me. Otherwise, I would have visited you much sooner. CSCC, where are you? After several calls yielded no response, she turned her attention to the less amiable Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, where is CSCC? Reluctant to engage in prolonged conversation, Jiang Mian tersely replied, she is learning to drive outside the base. Ah, learning to drive? Hu Xinjin mumbled, I can't drive either. I must learn as well. She unceremoniously dumped her belongings onto the table and warned Jiang Mian, these supplies are meant for CSCC. You are not to take any. Do you hear me? Jiang Mian, uninterested in her antics, rolled her eyes and strode out, fearing that prolonged exposure to such childishness might infect her. As Hu Xinjin watched her leave, her gaze shifted to Pei Yu, curiosity piqued. Where did she go? Pei Yu leaned against the doorframe, shrugging his shoulders. He mused that Fu Tingzhou's relative was not particularly bright. After Jiang Mian departed, she made her way to the task hall, discovering that CSCC and the others had taken the vehicle. It was impractical to walk to East City, so she decided to check the task hall. East City. East City. Experienced drivers needed to gather supplies. We are full. Just one more. Jiang Mian turned to see Xiao Wei, whom she had encountered earlier that morning, energetically waving his hand, his face alight with enthusiasm as he sought to recruit potential teammates. East City. East City. Experienced drivers needed to gather supplies. We are full. Just one more. Approaching him, Jiang Mian inquired, are you helping someone find teammates? Xiao Wei turned around and was elated to see Jiang Mian. Sister Jiang. What a pleasant surprise. He then scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and added, I am assisting Captain Fan in gathering a team. He has ventured to the outskirts of East City multiple times and always returned safely. So, I am hoping to join them for a stroke of luck. Sister Jiang. Would you like to come along? Xiao Wei blinked, looking at Jiang Mian with anticipation. He was aware of her formidable abilities. If she accompanied Captain Fan, their chances of success would certainly increase. Jiang Mian scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression serious as she replied, it is too dangerous. You should not go. Xiao Wei was acutely aware of the peril, yet what choice did he have? Life at the base had been a struggle. He had attempted to find work hauling corpses, but others deemed him too frail and weak. Despite his efforts, he could not secure employment until he fortuitously encountered Captain Fan, who, upon learning of his plight, invited him to join the team. With a forlorn expression, Xiao Wei lamented, at this point, who can afford to be choosy? If I can't find work soon, my grandfather and I will starve. However, Captain Fan is genuinely experienced. We'll only be exploring the outskirts, so the danger should be minimal. His voice carried a hint of hope and anticipation, as if he were trying to convince himself. Jiang Mian had heard him mention his grandfather before and instinctively asked, what about your parents? At this question, Xiao Wei's eyes dimmed, and he spoke with sorrow. They went out a week ago to seek supplies and have not returned since. My grandfather and I wait day after day, hoping for their safe return, but it has been over a week now, and the outside world is perilous. I fear they may be gone. Hearing his plight, Jiang Mian felt a pang of sympathy. But such tragedies unfolded daily in this post-apocalyptic world, and she worried she might become numb to the suffering. She gently patted Xiao Wei's shoulder in consolation. It's not certain. Perhaps they are simply trapped temporarily. Children should be afforded some hope, after all. Xiao Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sheepishly replied. Hope? Yes. I can only strive to keep my grandfather and myself alive a little longer, hoping they will return, no matter how long it takes. He thought to himself, As long as they return, even if it is delayed, that is all that matters. They will return. Jiang Mian sought to divert him from his sorrowful thoughts, reminding him, you still need one more teammate, don't you? Allow me to join. Let us go meet your captain promptly. Great. Sister Jiang, follow me. Our captain is truly remarkable. As they walked, Xiaowei enthusiastically introduced Jiang Mian to Captain Fan Dongxiu, whom they had been neighbors with before the world changed, those acquaintances who crossed paths daily but never exchanged words. Xiaowei further elaborated, Captain Fan was once a zookeeper. He had a remarkable way with animals and even kept a stunning cockatoo. Sister Jiang, you would surely adore it. The cockatoo is exceptionally clever and can utter a few simple phrases. It can say greetings, thank you, and wishes for prosperity. As Xiaowei spoke of the cockatoo, a broad smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, a little vine nestled in Jiang Mian's pocket felt disgruntled. What is so impressive about a few phrases? If it could hear me speak, it would know who the real expert is. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Mian? Jiang Mian responded in thought. Indeed. How dismissive. After a brief walk, Jiang Mian soon laid eyes on Captain Fan. He appeared to be around 35. With a slight beard accentuating his mature and composed demeanor. Chapter 80, The Mutated Phoenix Parrot Captain Fan, exclaimed Xiaowei, waving excitedly, his face beaming with joy. I found the last teammate. We can set off now. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongxiu turned his gaze toward Jiang Mian, who stood behind Xiaowei. Noticing her neat attire, light footsteps, and bright, sharp eyes, he was struck by her competent demeanor. He thought to himself that Xiaowei had chosen a reliable companion. She certainly appeared formidable. As they approached, Fan Dongxiu took the initiative to greet her. Hello, I am Fan Dongxiu, the captain of this mission. I have a van of my own. If you have no objections, shall we depart immediately? Being rather straightforward and impatient, Fan Dongxiu never beat around the bush. Of course, Jiang Mian replied without hesitation. Just as Fan Dongxiu raised his foot to move, a thought struck him. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Jiang Mian. Oh, Jiang Mian. We have 2 more teammates, and it's perfect timing to head over now, Fan Dongxiu remarked. However, I must make it clear, once we reach East City, you will follow my orders. If you stray from the team, we won't wait for you or search for you, so it's south best you stick close. Jiang Mian was indifferent but replied, understood. Once they reached East City, she certainly intended to part ways, but with so many vehicles around, it would be easy to find one. As Jiang Mian followed Fan Dongxiu and the others for a while longer, they arrived at a parking lot. Not far from the exit stood a silver van, beside which stood a man and a woman. Upon seeing them approach, the man cheerfully waved his hand. Fan Gu, you gathered everyone so quickly today? Upon getting a clearer view of the 2 individuals behind Fan Dongxiu, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The woman remarked, a child and a woman, what use are they? The man shot her a disapproving glare. Keep your voice down, or they'll hear you. The woman pouted, clearly unbothered. If they hear, they hear. I'm merely stating the facts. Jiang Mian, with her keen hearing, had caught their conversation long before, but she maintained a calm demeanor. Seeing no reason to engage with such superficial individuals, Xiaowei, oblivious to their comments, wore a continuous smile and eagerly approached the 2 teammates. Hello, I'm Xiaowei. In stark contrast to Xiaowei's enthusiasm, the man in Appo's demeanor was rather cold. Chen Fang Jun. This is Lan Xiaoqin. As Jiang Mian felt their gaze settle upon her, she instinctively introduced herself. Jiang Mian. True to his impatient nature, Fan Dongxiu, sensing they had exchanged names, urged everyone, all right, since we're all acquainted. Let us get in the car and set off. Wait, Fan Gu, why the rush? Lan Xiaoqin interjected, rolling her eyes. Are we really taking these 2 weaklings with us? She quickly pulled Fan Dongxiu aside, her tone shifting to a whisper. Fan Gu, are you really bringing a woman and a child to East City? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? What purpose does it serve to bring them along? Fan Dongxiu, somewhat irritated, retorted. Aren't you a woman too? Why are you criticizing her? Lan Xiaoqin was momentarily taken aback by his response. Fine, I won't mention the woman. But why bring a half-grown child? With a sigh, Fan Dongxiu explained, that child used to be my neighbor. Times have been tough for them, and I thought it would be good to lend a hand. Do you have a problem with that? Lan Xiaoqin was momentarily surprised, but quickly pressed on. Fan Gu, I know your intentions are good, but everyone is struggling right now. If you try to help everyone, can you manage it? This isn't child's play. It could cost lives. Bringing an inexperienced child along would only complicate things. Fan Dongxiu, feeling anger rising, replied sternly, If you have objections, you might as well leave now before we set off. I've already taken her on 2 trips without any major issues, and now that complications are arising, I want to take her along anymore. At the end of the day, Fan Dongxu was the captain, and the decision of who to take rested with him. He was indifferent to her complaints. Lan Xiaoqin and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened instantly. Biting her lip, she reluctantly said, Fan Gu, that's not what I meant. I just feel that our journey is inherently dangerous, and adding an inexperienced child increases the unpredictability. However, if you insist, I want to say more. Let us hurry up and leave. She wasn't foolish. Fan Dongxu had a certain luck about him. They had never encountered major danger together, and their harvests were consistently good. How could she afford to miss out on this opportunity? With a scoff, Fan Dongxu turned toward the van, and Lan Xiaoqin quickly followed. Everyone, get in the van. Let us set off. Fan Dongxu shouted. One by one, they climbed aboard, with Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei taking seats in the back row. Hello. Hello. Wishing you prosperity. Jiang Mian, intrigued by the peculiar voice, turned to see the beautiful phoenix parrot in the front passenger seat. Its crest was long and flowing, resembling an exquisite crown. Its cheeks bore 2 bright orange spots, lending it a playful charm. Most of its feathers were white, with only a hint of pale yellow along the edges of its wings, creating a refreshing appearance. In Jiang Mian's recollection, phoenix parrots typically whistled rather than spoke. Talking was more characteristic of Minas or Sun Canis. So how was it that Fan Dongxu's phoenix parrot could speak? Shouting promptly clarified for her. It has mutated. I can sense a crystal core the size of a green bean in its brain. It probably hasn't been long since its mutation. Understanding dawned upon her. Jiang Mian had been seeking a mutated bird for Qiuhu, but instead, she had encountered a mutated parrot. Fortunately, they all had the ability to fly, so the difference was negligible. Jiang Mian tentatively inquired, Captain Fan, your parrot is truly beautiful. Would you consider trading it for some supplies? I'm open to any amount. Would you be willing to part with it? The phoenix parrot seemed to comprehend her words. Turning its head to call out, hello? Thank you. Hello? Fan Dongxu chuckled, realizing that his little 8 likely understood the compliment. Haha, you think too highly of yourself. I've raised little 8 from an egg. It recognizes me as its owner and only gets close to me. Besides, I consider it family. And family is not for sale. With a serious tone, Fan Dongxu firmly rejected Jiang Mian, believing she was merely enamored by its appearance and not taking her request seriously. Jiang Mian anticipated the refusal and bore no ill feelings. After all, many people viewed their pets as family. Chapter 81. Zombie dogs lying against Chen Fang and Amp, Apos, S shoulder. Lan Xiaoqin listened to Jiang Mian and Apos, S words and mischievously whispered in his ear, haha, it's truly hilarious. Some people can barely take care of themselves. Yet they wish to keep pets. Chen Fang felt awkward, unsure of how to respond, wondering if the others could overhear. He questioned whether Lan Xiaoqin was being deliberately provocative. Xiao Wei, catching the exchange, bit his lip, hesitating to speak, fearful that his words might further embarrass Jiang Mian. He believed Jiang Mian was certainly not the type to struggle with self-sufficiency, yet he found himself at a loss for how to clarify that to the group. Ahem. Fan Dongxu coughed lightly. Well, today we will head to the same farmer and Amp, Apos, S market as last time. Xiaoqin and Fa Jun have both been there before and know the situation. For you too, it may be unfamiliar, so I'll give you a brief rundown thus. Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei listened as he detailed the circumstances of the market. Strictly speaking, it was a modest produce market catering to local residents. Given the prolonged apocalypse, fresh vegetables and fruits had long since vanished. Their objective was a dry goods store, the type that sold rice, flour, oil, seasonings, dried mushrooms, and tofu skin. They had made a trip there previously, so they were now somewhat familiar with the layout. As they conversed, they soon reached their destination. Fan Dongxu parked the van near a pavilion, delaying his exit to assign tasks. Fan Jun, your and Xiaoqin's duties will be the same as last time. Keep an eye out for danger. If the number of zombies is low, handle it yourselves. If there are too many, notify us to retreat. Understood, both agreed without objection. Xiao Wei, brimming with eagerness, inquired. Uncle Fan, what about us? Fan Dongxu replied, you two will assist me in transporting goods from the store. We must work swiftly and tread carefully. Xiao Wei nodded earnestly, feeling the weight of anxiety as this was his first time in the East City. Only he knew the sweat pooling in his palms. As Jiang Mian wondered why they hadn't exited yet, Fan Dongxu rolled down the passenger window, allowing a parakeet to take flight. As it soared, It called out, "Hello. Hello. Wishing you prosperity. Hello. Hello. Wishing you prosperity." Soon after, the concealed zombies emerged from the shadows, drawn by the parakeet and Appo's voice. Jiang Mian then understood his strategy, using the bird to divert the zombies, thereby alleviating their burdens. Most of the zombies had been lured away, leaving only a small remnant for them to confront. After a brief pause, Fan Dongxiu opened the door and said, "Let us move. Our time is limited. You two stay on the lookout while Fang Jun and Xiaoqin guard the street." Everyone nodded and exited the vehicle. Jiang Mian noticed Chen Fang Jun and Lan Xiaoqin retrieving weapons from beneath their seats, a long knife and a sharp steel rod. They cautiously sought suitable positions to keep watch, carefully scanning their surroundings. Meanwhile, Fan Dongxiu beckoned Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei to jog alongside him until they arrived at a store named Fengyang Youhua. The store and Appo's store stood wide open, revealing a chaotic scene inside. Items lay scattered across the floor, a disarray of rice and flour mixed haphazardly. Some trampled into darkened patches by footprints, while other dry goods were crushed underfoot. Fan Dongxiu stepped inside first, instructing, "Move quickly. Take what you can use to fill your stomach, rice, flour, and other dry goods." Xiao Wei nodded vigorously, feeling both nervous and excited. However, in a moment of distraction, he tripped over something unseen and stumbled forward. Fortunately, Jiang Mian caught him just in time, whispering, "Be careful." Grateful, Xiao Wei steadied himself and thanked Jiang Mian. "Thank you, Sister Jiang." At that moment, Fan Dongxiu had already hoisted 4 bags of 21 pounds of rice, and forming them, there are also noodles and flour inside. "Take what you can carry." With 2 bags on each shoulder, totaling 80 pounds, he moved with ease, practically gliding across the floor. Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei hurried to the back of the store, where they discovered piles of rice and flour. Xiao Wei managed to shoulder 2 bags of 20 pounds each, but wished to take more, only to be gently refused by Jiang Mian. "This is sufficient. We must maintain our speed. Let us make several trips." Xiao Wei, being slender and somewhat malnourished from recent hardships, would struggle to carry more than 40 pounds back to the van, so Jiang Mian was concerned for his well-being. "All right," Xiao Wei complied, carrying his 2 bags toward the exit. Jiang Mian selected 2 bags of flour, each weighing 60 pounds, and picked them up, setting off to catch up with Xiao Wei. They intended to help load the van before departing to offset their travel costs. After making 2 trips, they had nearly filled the van when Fan Dongxiu exclaimed, "Let us make one last run." Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei readily agreed and followed suit. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the tranquility. "Ah, don't bite me. Brother Fan. Help." Lan Xiaoqin's panicked voice pierced the air. Hearing this, Fan Dongxiu's expression darkened. He despised shrill cries, aware that zombies were highly sensitive to noise. Lan Xiaoqin's outburst could summon untold danger and chaos. Without time for complaints, he swiftly armed himself and dashed toward the source of the sound. Jiang Mian and Xiao Wei quickly followed, soon spotting Lan Xiaoqin standing atop a vehicle, her back to them, hands trembling around a steel rod, as if something before her instilled fear. Little Tongue cautioned Jiang Mian, "There are 6 zombie dogs. Be careful. One is at the 2nd level." Jiang Mian understood, recognizing that zombie dogs were far more formidable than standard zombies. Their small size and rapid movements posed a significant challenge, especially when facing 6 at once. Xiaoqin. Chen Fang arrived just then, positioned perfectly to see the source of Lan Xiaoqin's terror. 6 ravenous zombie dogs. Their eyes glowed crimson, patches of fur falling away to reveal putrid, decaying flesh, eliciting disgust. They bared sharp fangs, drool dripping from their jaws, emitting low, guttural growls. Chen Fang inhaled sharply, realizing the peril. His previous call had caught the attention of the dogs. 2 of them quickly altered course, sprinting toward his position, trembling in fear. Chen Fang, haunted by childhood memories of being bitten by dogs, found himself paralyzed by terror at the sight of the zombie dogs. "Run," was the only thought that came to mind, and he did just that. Jiang Mian observed as Chen Fang drew away 2 of the zombie dogs, leaving 4 still threatening Lan Xiaoqin. She asked Little Ting, "Where is the 2nd-level zombie dog?" "It has fled. It's with the 4 dogs." But many zombies are approaching this way. Among them are 3 2nd-level zombies. Chapter 82. The insidious woman. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Mian instantly felt a throbbing headache. It seemed that Lan Xiaoqin and Appo's scream had indeed attracted the attention of the zombies. "Hey, you beasts, come here." Fan Dongxiu waved a wooden stick, attempting to provoke the remaining 4 zombie dogs. Whether they truly understood him or not, They responded to his taunts and charged towards them. The zombie dogs growled ferociously. Their menacing teeth bared. Xiao Wei, witnessing the swift approach of the dogs, felt his heart race and cold sweat beat on his forehead. Yet, seeing Jiang Mian and Fan Dongxu remain composed, he forced himself to calm down, thinking that perhaps they could handle the situation. He must not be a hindrance now. As the 4 zombie dogs drew nearer, their grotesque faces became clearer, and the air they carried reeked of decay. Jiang Mian, disregarding the risk of exposing her abilities, swiftly seized the long knife given to her by Pei Yu, ready to engage in battle. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the zombie dogs, and no one noticed the sudden appearance of the knife in her hand. Just as the 4 zombie dogs were about to pounce, 3 of them suddenly froze in place, as if held by an unseen force. The 4th, oblivious to its companions and Oppo's strange behavior, lunged aggressively at them. Jiang Mian, the one charging at you is a level 2. The warning from Xiao Tong reached Jiang Mian, prompting her to adjust her stance. With a swift motion, she severed the head of the level 2 zombie dog that had lunged at Fan Dongxu. In that instant, dark blood splattered across Fan Dongxu's face, nearly blinding him, while the severed head rolled to Xiao Wei's feet. Startled, Xiao Wei jumped back, covering his mouth as he struggled to steady his breathing. Quick, kill the other mutated dogs. I can hardly hold on. Fan Dongxu shouted, wiping his face. He had caught a glimpse of Jiang Mian and Oppo's prowess and knew she was capable. There was no need for pleasantries. As for the unrestrained zombie dog, Fan Dongxu could only surmise that its level surpassed his own. God knows his heart nearly ceased to beat the moment it charged at him. Had it not been for Jiang Mian and Oppo's preparedness, he felt certain he would have met his end. At this moment, Jiang Mian realized that the 3 immobilized zombie dogs were not a coincidence, but rather a result of Fan Dongxu's abilities. She efficiently dispatched the remaining 3 zombie dogs, carefully avoiding the splatter of blood that would stain her clothes. Seeing that the zombie dogs had been eliminated, Lan Xiaoqin hurriedly jumped down from the car roof, her voice tinged with distress. Brother Fan, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you arrived. They were so fierce, more terrifying than the zombies. Recalling the ferocity of the approaching zombie dogs made her heart race with fear. Fan Dongxu, having removed his shirt to wipe the foul-smelling blood from his face, had no time to comfort Lan Xiaoqin. He turned to Jiang Mian. 2 zombie dogs have gone after Chen Fang. We must hurry to assist him. Jiang Mian nodded, following closely behind Fan Dongxu. Her curiosity piqued about his abilities. Was it also control? But it felt different. Ah, you all. Lan Xiaoqin stomped her feet in frustration, seeing even the weakest, Xiao Wei, chase after them. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Hey, there's no need to waste your effort. That man is already done for, Jiang Mian remarked. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they encountered the grim scene of Chen Fang. He lay sprawled on the road, the concrete beneath him stained crimson, his abdomen ravaged by 2 zombie dogs. From a distance, they could see a gaping hole, with the dogs feasting hungrily upon him. Jiang Mian could even hear the sounds of their grotesque meal. Xiao Wei, having never witnessed such horror, doubled over, retching violently, tears welling in his eyes as he fought the urge to vomit. His retching caught the attention of the 2 zombie dogs, which turned to glare at them, snarling ferociously. Just as they were about to pounce, Fan Dongxu again used his powers to immobilize them, while Jiang Mian, drawing on her experience, swiftly moved in to eliminate them. The tardy Lan Xiaoqin, witnessing Chen Fang and Oppo's fate, turned pale, feeling dizzy as her vision blurred. She blinked rapidly, trying to dispel the haze that clouded her mind, which left her feeling deeply unsettled. Hello. Hello. At that moment, Xiaoba returned, landing on Fan Dongxu's shoulder. Soon after, his expression shifted to one of urgency. We must go. Back to the vehicle. We need to leave now. Xiaoba informed him that a horde of zombies was approaching. Despite its efforts to divert their attention, the zombies seemed intent on moving towards their location. Let us go, Jiang Mian echoed, receiving the warning from Xiaoteng and recognizing the urgency of their situation. The 3 of them dashed towards the van. Lan Xiaoqin struggled to keep pace, her head spinning, her vision flickering between clarity and obscurity. Watching Jiang Mian and Oppo's figure, she felt inexplicably drawn to her. Suddenly, without understanding why, Lan Xiaoqin found herself quickening her pace, lunging towards Jiang Mian. Sister Jiang. Xiao Wei sensed something was amiss with Lan Xiaoqin and instinctively positioned himself to shield Jiang Mian. However, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Xiaoqin's forceful impact. And in the next heartbeat, she sank her teeth into his neck. The pain was excruciating. Lying on the ground, Xiao Wei gazed up at the azure sky, recalling Fan Dongxiu and Amp, Oppo's admonitions in the vehicle. No matter how much it hurt or how terrified he felt, he must not scream, for a cry would only attract more zombies, complicating their predicament further. Thus, despite the agony and fear that coursed through him, he stifled his cries, tears brimming in his eyes. Jiang Mian, realizing what had transpired, swiftly grasped Lan Shaoqin and Amp, Oppo's hair and yanked her away from Xiao Wei, but it was a moment too late. She glimpsed the deep bite marks on Xiao Wei and Amp, Oppo's neck, blood oozing forth, while Lan Shaoqin and Amp, Oppo's eyes glowed red, mirroring the symptoms of the zombie dogs. She has been bitten, infected by the zombie dog virus. Fan Dongxiu exclaimed in horror. Damn her. This woman is truly insidious. She kept it from us, intending to bring us all to ruin. Enraged, he advanced and thrust his knife into Lan Shaoqin's head, killing her instantly. He then rushed to aid Xiao Wei, anxiously calling out, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, are you all right? Xiao Wei trembled violently, consumed by fear, his voice quivering as he pleaded, Uncle Fan. Sister Jiang. Am I going to die? Will I become like her? Cough. I'm so scared. I don't want to turn into a monster. Please, just kill me. Chapter 83. A dead horse can be used as a living horse. Jiang Mian gazed at Xiao Wei, whose body trembled slightly from fear, and a wave of compassion surged within her. This child is truly foolish. The woman's target was evidently him, yet he selflessly shielded you. With your reaction speed, even if she managed to touch you, you could easily retaliate. Why must he put himself at risk? Now, he has jeopardized his own life. Shouting expressed deep sympathy for Xiao Wei. Jiang Mian felt a tangle of emotions. Xiao was right. Had Xiao Wei not stepped forward, she could have easily dealt with Lan Shaoqin herself. However, the situation had unfolded, and the fact that Xiao Wei was infected with the zombie dog virus was irrevocable. Why didn't you sense her mutation? Jiang Mian questioned Xiao Tong. The way you phrase it. It's difficult for me to detect a weak existence like her that is just mutated. If she were a bit stronger, perhaps I could have. Jiang Mian had no time to argue with it. Her mind raced back to the events of her previous life. In the year she met her demise, survivors seemed to share a persistent rumor, the truth of which remained uncertain. Fan Dongxiu held Xiao Wei, his eyes reddening, silent, and unsure how to console him. If only he had tea brought him out, would he have remained uninfected? He felt a profound sense of guilt towards Xiao Wei, filled with regret. Xiao Wei looked up at Jiang Mian, fear and helplessness reflecting in his eyes as he pleaded, Sister Jiang, could you please give my portion of food to Grandpa? Jiang Mian remained silent, crouching down to make a small incision in his palm with her knife, blood gushing forth instantly. Hold it tightly. She placed an awakening crystal core in his hand, resorting to desperate measures, hoping the rumor held some truth. She had merely lent Xiao Wei a hand. Yet in the face of danger, he had unhesitatingly chosen to protect himself. This feeling was indescribable. It was one of the rare moments of emotional resonance Jiang Mian experienced after enduring the apocalypse for so long. In this bleak world, there were far too few who selflessly protected others. Xiao Wei no longer felt pain. Obediently, he gripped the object in his hand, confused, asking, what is this? A flicker of surprise crossed Fan Dongxiu's face as he looked expectantly at Jiang Mian. This is a crystal core. Can you save him? Jiang Mian dared not guarantee anything, her brow furrowing as she slowly replied, let us give it a try. This is the only method I can think of. If it failed, the loss would merely be one awakening crystal core. If successful, Xiao Wei's life could be spared. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, Xiao Wei's previously dim eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. For his parents who had yet to return, for his elderly grandfather, he had to persevere. Jiang Mian. At 6 o'clock, a level 2 zombie. At 11 o'clock, 2 level 2 zombies. Jiang Mian's expression turned serious upon hearing the warning. She swiftly turned to Fan Dongxiu and exclaimed, Captain Fan, please take Xiao Wei and find a place to hide. High-level zombies are approaching. Understood. Leave it to me. Fan Dongxiu immediately scooped up Xiao Wei, scanning the surroundings before swiftly selecting a hardware store, racing towards it. Just as he moved, a level 2 zombie agilely leaped in front of him, opening its mouth wide to roar and lunging toward him with ferocity. As Fan Dongxiu prepared to retreat while holding Xiao Wei, 2 swift sounds echoed as several vines rapidly ensnared the level 2 zombie. Hurry! Jiang Mian shouted, pulling the level 2 zombie closer with force, raising her long knife to cleave its skull, blood splattering instantaneously. Almost in the next moment, 2 more level 2 zombies sprang from behind Jiang Mian, landing with a cloud of dust. They clawed and snapped, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. pouncing toward Jiang Mian as if they longed to tear her apart. Fan Dongshu's heart raced, not daring to hesitate, and with Xiao Wei in his arms, he charged toward the hardware store. He understood that remaining behind would only hinder Jiang Mian. It was better to find a place to hide and not impede her efforts. With this thought, Fan Dongshu quickened his pace and finally burst into the hardware store, locating a small room set aside for the owner's rest, where he laid Xiao Wei on a small bed. He knelt beside the bed, gently touching Xiao Wei's forehead, anxiously asking, "Xiao Wei, are you all right? Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Think of your grandpa. He is all alone in the base at his age. How can he survive? Think of your parents. They might be somewhere holding on, hoping to reunite with you. So you must hold on too." Perhaps it was the latter words that had an effect. Xiao Wei struggled to open his eyes, weakly replying, "Uncle Fan, I will definitely hold on." He couldn't leave his grandfather alone. Yet he felt unbearably hot, as if he were trapped in a massive furnace. The scorching heat surged from all directions, mercilessly enveloping him, threatening to incinerate every inch of his skin. Persevere. Persevere. Xiaoba paced anxiously atop the bed frame, seemingly worried for him, just as Xiao Wei felt his consciousness fading. A sudden coolness flowed from his wrist, gradually dispersing throughout his body, soothing the unbearable heat. "Xiao Wei, can you hear me?" Jiang Mian's voice echoed from what felt like a distant realm, reverberating with an ethereal quality. Xiao Wei wanted to respond that he could hear her, but he couldn't even open his mouth, let alone speak. Then he heard Jiang Mian chastising him for being foolish, questioning why he had been so impulsive when others' lives were not worth more than his own. Yet Xiao Wei felt somewhat wronged. He hadn't known Lan Xiaoqin was infected. Had he known, perhaps he wouldn't have had the courage to protect Sister Jiang. Until that moment, he had no idea what choice he would make. Xiao Wei was a good child, back in the neighborhood. He often helped Grandma Li carry heavy items and take out the trash. Our neighborhood consisted of old buildings without elevators, and Grandma Li lived on the 5th floor. Xiao Wei never complained about helping her. At that time, I thought, what a kind child. He deserves to be treated gently by this world. Fan Dongshu was lost in memories, sharing his perspective of Xiao Wei with Jiang Mian. She listened quietly, not interrupting, holding Xiao Wei's hand while continuing to quietly channel her healing powers. After about half an hour, Xiao Wei's fever finally subsided, and he regained some consciousness. He anxiously asked, "Uncle Fan, Sister Jiang, do my eyes look red like Lan Xiaoqin's?" The two exchanged glances and replied in unison, "No." "Really? That is wonderful. Does this mean I'm saved? I want to turn into a monster?" His excitement grew, and with a sudden burst, water shot from his fingers, drenching Xiaoba's feathers. Chapter 84. Am I not dreaming? Startled, Xiaoba hurriedly flew onto Fan Dongshu's shoulder, shaking its feathers and exclaiming, "Bad guy, bad guy." This elicited hearty laughter from Fan Dongshu. Xiao Wei himself was taken aback, nearly jumping out of bed, anxiously inquiring, "What is happening? Where did this water come from?" "Xiaoba, it was not intentional." All right, do not panic." Jiang Mian interrupted his incoherent rambling with a smile, saying, "Congratulations. You are now an ability user." It seemed the rumors were indeed true. An ability user? Xiao Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. He had become an ability user? The kind that resided in the base, enjoying free housing and various benefits? He glanced vacantly at Jiang Mian and Fan Dongshu, uncertainly murmuring, "This cannot be a dream, can it? You rascal. Let me pinch you and see if it hurts." Fan Dongshu said, extending his hand to pinch his face. "Ah, ouch. Ouch. What does it mean for joy and pain to coexist?" Xiao Wei felt that he was experiencing it right now. He was elated. The pain confirmed that this was not a dream. "You are fortunate to have encountered Jiang Mian, turning misfortune into blessing. You should thank her," Fan Dongshu reminded him. Reflecting on the similarly infected Lan Xiaoqin, who had perished at his hands, Xiao Wei pondered that this was perhaps what Buddhism referred to as karma. Good deeds yield good results. The virtuous acts Xiao Wei had performed in the past had accumulated, resulting in his current stroke of luck, allowing him to avert disaster. And Lan Xiaoqin? Her selfishness and choice to conceal her injury after being bitten by a zombie dog resulted in her dire fate. Prompted by Fan Dongshu and Oppo's reminder, Xiao Wei hastily got out of bed, intending to kneel and thank Jiang Mian, but she stopped him. "Enough. I have received your gratitude. Your body is still recovering. Do not overexert yourself," Jiang Mian said, supporting his hand. Xiao Wei looked at her with gratitude, slowly nodding, then standing tall with a serious expression, proclaiming, "Sister Jiang, should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Xiaowei, shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Xiaowei believed that his life was saved by Jiang Mian, and in saving him, she indirectly saved his grandfather, thus becoming their family's benefactor. As long as his benefactor needed help, he, Xiaowei, would dare to journey through fire and mountains. Unaware of his thoughts, Jiang Mian sighed, taking a deep breath and saying, "Just take care of yourself. Do not be so impulsive in the future." "All right," Xiaowei agreed. To be honest, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the earlier events. Suddenly, Fan Dongxu remarked, "This damned apocalypse, life and death are unpredictable. No one knows what tomorrow holds." Just like Chen Fang an hour ago, he surely had no inkling of how he would depart this world. Perhaps just a moment earlier, he was still harboring a glimmer of hope for the future, only to be ruthlessly devoured by reality in the next instant. Human life seemed so insignificant in the apocalypse, akin to a speck of dust. Jiang Mian said, "Since we do not know what tomorrow holds, let us live well in the present." "Exactly. Live well in the present. Since Xiaowei is fine now, let us return to the vehicle," Fan Dongxu suggested timely. After such upheaval, bringing back the hard-earned supplies to the base would bring peace of mind. Jiang Mian nodded, planning to escort the two to the van before discussing their departure. "Xiaoba, scout ahead and lead away some zombies." Upon hearing the command, Xiaoba chirped, "Hello, hello," and flew out, while the others waited for 2 or 3 minutes before exiting the hardware store. As they passed by a second-level zombie dog, Xiaoting expressed a desire to eat its crystal core before seeking Jiang Mian. After a brief contemplation, she agreed. Xiaoting stealthily emerged from her pocket, leaping down and scampering toward the second-level zombie dog's head. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian and the others had reached the gazebo where the van was parked. Fan Dongxu and Xiaowei had already boarded the vehicle. Noticing that Sister Jiang had yet to join them, Xiaowei stretched his head out, calling, "Sister Jiang, hurry up and get in the car." The thought that the supplies in the vehicle also included his share filled him with joy. When he brought them back to show his grandfather, he would surely beam with delight. Additionally, with his newly awakened water ability, they would no longer worry about water shortages. The first thing he would do upon returning would be to cook porridge and then provide water for himself and his grandfather to wash up. Of course, he would not hesitate to offer water to Sister Jiang and Uncle Fan if they needed it. Just as he was lost in his delightful reverie, Jiang Mian spoke. "You all return. I have matters to attend to in East City." Xiaowei fell silent abruptly, contemplating whether to offer assistance, but Fan Dongxu interjected, "All right. We will head back to the base first. You take care of yourself." From the moment he saw Jiang Mian, he sensed she was extraordinary. Now, reflecting on it, her joining their temporary team was partly due to Xiaowei and partly for a ride. Having come to this realization, he no longer dwelled on it and turned to Xiaowei, saying, "Hurry and close the door. We are returning to the base. Do not worry about her. Your sister Jiang is formidable." Xiaowei. He reluctantly glanced at Jiang Mian before ultimately closing the car door, rolling down the window, and continuously waving goodbye to her. Jiang Mian waved back until their vehicle had driven far away. She then retrieved the map she had obtained from Su Qingyi from her space and began to study it. "Ah, I am so full. You say that zombie dog stench is indeed foul, but the crystal core is simply delectable. Too bad there was only one." Xiao Tung returned, content, climbing up Jiang Mian and Appo's pant leg and skillfully burrowing into her pocket. Popping its head out, it leaned closer to the paper Jiang Mian was examining. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, it's a map." "Yes, we are here," Jiang Mian said, pointing at the map. "There is a wholesale market nearby. It seems quite distant from our cleanup point, so the supplies should be intact." "Are you asking me? How would I know? I am not a fortune teller. But I sense a third-level zombie nearby. Should we go collect it?" With a snap, Jiang Mian abruptly closed the map, stowing it away and firmly stating, "No. We cannot gather too many crystal cores. Our immediate concern is supplies." Thinking about Pei Yu acquiring a helicopter tonight, she longed to return to Haishur, to go home. Nothing was more inviting than home. Xiaotong. Actually, the crystal cores are quite enticing too. Jiang Mian quickly scanned the surroundings, spotting a relatively clean black sedan, the driver of which had already turned into a zombie. Upon seeing prey lingering outside the vehicle, the zombie driver became agitated, flailing its arms yet unable to exit. Jiang Mian kindly opened the car door for it, and the zombie driver eagerly stepped out, reaching out with its bloodless hands, hissing as it lunged at her. In the next instant, a head fell, and the body collapsed. Jiang Mian crouched down to retrieve the keys hanging from its waist, then slid into the black sedan and drove away. Chapter 85, Gathering Supplies at the CC Wholesale Market. Jiang Mian sat in her vehicle, switched off the engine, and parked by the roadside, observing the wandering zombies outside. Suddenly, she found herself yearning for a little ate. What good does that foolish creature bring? Why are you still thinking about it? With me around, you should be secretly pleased. Jiang Mian. I truly do not understand where this foolish vine derives its confidence. Little 8 can divert most zombies, but can it? You? Let me tell you, stop underestimating the vine. All the strategies come from the vine's ingenuity. I can attract zombies too. Just watch me. The little vine, indignant, leaped into the passenger's seat, extended its wooden tendril to open the car door, then hopped onto the ground, and even kindly helped Jiang Mian close the door. Jiang Mian stared in astonishment as its wooden tendril stretched out in all directions, and before long, it had retrieved several aluminum cans. When the cans hit the ground, they produced a rhythmic clattering sound that was surprisingly pleasant. The nearby zombies were quickly drawn to the noise, glancing around briefly before shuffling towards it. Gather round, brothers. Assemble. Show me some respect. Come quickly. I will lead you to a feast, brothers. Hey, you there. Why do you look so pitiful? What? Your lower half crushed by a car? No worries. I won into Oppos. Judge you. Just crawl over. Hurry up and keep up. And what about you two? Not quite sharp. Are you? The door clearly says and Oppos. Pull and Oppos, yet you both keep pushing. Do you think it will open? You must rely on me. It and Oppos. S open. Do not waste this chance. Hurry up. Yes, faster. Brothers, it and Oppos. S time to gather. Dinner is served. Hurry up and keep up. Jiang Mian could only sigh, exasperated. It seemed the little vine was having quite the fun, akin to a rambunctious stray dog. However, as the clattering sound faded into the distance, the area was nearly devoid of any visible zombies. Its performance was indeed not inferior to that of Little 8. It appeared that the little vine's abilities should be further developed. Jiang Mian stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the two-story buildings with similar architectural styles, closely lined up as if forming a maze. She approached the entrance marked with the bold letters CC Wholesale Market. The entrance was remarkably spacious, likely designed for vehicles transporting goods. As she walked inside, she noticed a prominent blue metal signpost nearby. It indicated the various areas of the trading market, including vegetable market, daily necessities area, clothing section, home textiles, and home appliance district, among others. Jiang Mian paused beneath the sign, memorizing the routes, and decided to turn left towards the vegetable market before shifting to the daily necessities area. A clear path formed in her mind, allowing her to navigate the entirety of the CC Wholesale Market. The vegetable market was a distressing sight, a disaster zone with various decaying vegetables, fish, and meat intermingling, emitting an acrid odor. Only flies seemed unbothered, buzzing around freely, while the ground was marred by pools of deep brown, murky sludge, unmistakably noticeable. The entire market was suffused with an atmosphere of decay and desolation. Jiang Mian pinched her nose in resignation and jumped over from a slightly cleaner edge, traversing the area of vegetables and meat to arrive at the grains, oils, and dry goods section. Rows of shops were interconnected, selling similar items, with all doors wide open, their contents scattered haphazardly. It was evident that survivors had previously visited for zero-cost shopping, though what had been taken was but a mere drop in the bucket for these shops. Suddenly, a plump zombie waddled out from one of the stores, swaying its large belly and reaching out with its stout arms towards Jiang Mian. She deftly sidestepped, causing it to miss and crash to the ground, its rotund form struggling to rise. She thought to herself that this man must not have anticipated that even in his zombified state, he would have to endure the inconveniences brought about by his obesity. Jiang Mian shook her head, dismissing the odd thought, and brandished her knife to grant him release. Having completed this task, she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the shopping spree, methodically sweeping through each store. Rice, oil, noodles, flour, cornmeal, dried black fungus, dried shiitake mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and more were all collected into her space. Next came an array of seasonings: salt, soy sauce, light and dark soy sauce, chili powder, dried Sichuan pepper, ginger, garlic, and various seasonings for boiled fish and braised pork, none overlooked. Yet, from each shop, Jiang Mian only took 2/3 of the goods, leaving a third for other survivors. Though it may seem like a small portion, when aggregated across all the shops, the quantity remained substantial. After clearing out the dry goods section, she entered the daily necessities area, collecting socks, rubber shoes, and slippers without regard for color or size, all of which were stored away. She also gathered an ample assortment of pots, bowls, cutting boards, knives, thermos flasks, cups, toothbrushes, towels, and more. Jiang Mian continued in her systematic approach, collecting even items whose functions she was not entirely aware of. Upon reaching the clothing section, she took everything from garments for men, women, and children across all seasons, thoroughly depleting the stock of the warehouses and nearby fabric stores. In the home textiles section, she gathered comforters, down quilts, silk quilts, and various bedding sets. Entering the home appliance area, she pondered briefly before selecting solar water heaters, chargers, and other items. She also took a portion of electric fans, rice cookers, induction cookers, and brand new air conditioners. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared than to face adversity. After this flurry of activity, only a quarter of space remained. The abundance of supplies instilled a profound sense of security and elation within her, prompting Jiang Mian to hum a cheerful tune as she walked towards the exit with a light-hearted step. Suddenly, her gaze unexpectedly landed upon a disheveled little girl, clad in a striking red dress, squatting in her path. The red skirt spread out on the ground like a blossoming flower, exuding an aura of danger and beauty. Upon seeing the girl, Jiang Mian immediately heightened her vigilance, tightening her grip on the long knife as she cautiously approached the child. The little vine sensed something amiss, and all the aluminum cans it had been manipulating were thrown into the air, disregarding its zombie brethren, as it rushed towards Jiang Mian with great urgency. Jiang Mian, please be careful. That thing is far too dangerous. From the aura it sensed, that entity was akin to itself, possessing an innate understanding of power and knowledge that came without the need for learning, something ingrained in its very being since its mutation. The little vine could not discern whether it was good or evil. It simply disapproved of its deliberate approach towards Jiang Mian. However, the distance was too great for Jiang Mian to hear anything. Chapter 86. The Parasitic Hydra Sister. Why do you act so unpredictably? The little girl squatting on the ground suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Jiang Mian, who was holding her long knife aloft, with a meaningful expression. Even with her mental preparations, the little girl's abrupt movement still struck Jiang Mian with considerable shock. In that fleeting moment, she felt every hair on her body stand on end, an indescribable tension and unease surging within her. What normal little girl would crouch on a road where zombies could appear at any moment? Jiang Mian struggled to regain her composure. What exactly are you? The little girl erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter echoing eerily in the quiet wholesale market as she slowly rose to approach Jiang Mian. Sister, you smell delightful. This body is quite appealing. I have my eyes on it. Jiang Mian, unfazed by the comment, shot back. Oh really? How coincidental. For I have taken a liking to your head. In the next instant, she swung her knife at the little girl, who neither dodged nor flinched, maintaining a calm demeanor. The innocent smile on her face was abruptly severed by the sharp blade. Strangely, even after her body was divided, the little girl continued to laugh, as if she felt no pain. He, do you think that will kill me? If you like the skin, sister, I can gift it to you. Worst case, you can give me your skin in return. Jiang Mian frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the bisected corpse on the ground, seeking to uncover the flaw in this creature. A normal person would have been terrified by such a scene, far too frightened to scrutinize it as she did. Oh, I didn't expect it to notice so quickly. Sister, I must take my leave now. Goodbye. Do take care of yourself and avoid injury. I prefer a flawless body. Jiang Mian was uncertain about who it referred to but understood its intent to flee, thus focusing her gaze increasingly on the corpse. In the next moment, a slimy, hydra-like creature emerged, measuring merely 10 centimeters in length and appearing semi-transparent. Its body was covered in a mass of writhing appendages, resembling countless tiny snakes twisting and coiling, inducing a shiver down one's spine. Jiang Mian decisively swung her knife, but alas, the creature was too slippery, leaving only a few transparent appendages behind. Sister, see you next time. It smoothly slithered into the drainage pipe, escaping. Jiang Mian gazed at its retreating form, her brows furrowed. This creature felt exceedingly dangerous. What was most infuriating was that it had now set its sights on her, a sensation she found most unpleasant. Jiang Mian, are you all right? Did that creature escape? Jiang Mian turned to see Xiao Tong rushing over, worry evident as she clung to Jiang Mian's pant leg. I'm fine. Do you know what it is? Suddenly, Jiang Mian realized that the creature referred to might be Xiao Tong, which meant it feared her. I haven and amp, oppos, seen it. So I wouldn't know. But I can confirm that its mutation is somewhat akin to mine, Xiao Tong replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian described the creature's appearance to Xiao Tong. pointing out the severed appendages she had cut off, hoping to provide some assistance. Parasitic Hydra. It's a parasitic Hydra. Jiang Mian, what did it say to you? Jiang Mian gazed into the distance, replying calmly, it mentioned it has taken a liking to my body. Aren't and Oppos, do you scared? What use is fear? Jiang Mian retorted, then coolly declared, once I kill it, I will have no need to fear. The logic behind her words left Xiao Tong in awe. But why did it sense you coming and flee? Jiang Mian found herself curious. It's cowardly. Fearing a 2-on-1 confrontation. Besides, it's a great boon for me, just as I am for it. Understanding dawned on Jiang Mian, and she asked Xiao Tong, do you know its weakness? I and Oppos. LL prepare it as a treat for you once I slay it. Sounds good. It and Oppos. S.A. deal. Xiao Tong's little green leaf atop her head swayed joyfully, as if dancing. Jiang Mian sighed, reiterating, weakness? I guess it might be salt? Or fire? Jiang Mian was left speechless, realizing that Xiao Tong was merely guessing. Never mind, we'll discuss it further at the base. After all, if it approaches me, you will sense it. Uncle Fan, is this your rental? Xiao Wei inquired, gazing at the locked entrance before him. Fan Dongxu retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocking the door as he explained, indeed, it is my private warehouse. Xiao Wei and Oppos, eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking how impressive it was for Uncle Fan to have his own warehouse. Don't look at me like that. It's just for parking, and I sometimes store supplies here. After clarifying, Fan Dongxu drove the van inside, closed the door, and expertly lit a candle, placing it on a nearby counter. Little Ba obediently stood nearby, preening its feathers. Let us sort the supplies. First, we'll unload everything from the van. All right. Xiao Wei readily agreed, and within moments, they had emptied the van completely. Observing the piled supplies, Xiao Wei hesitated, asking, should we set aside Sister Jiang and Oppos' portion since she isn and Oppos' tea here? Deep down, he wished to reserve some for Jiang Mian. Fan Dongxu pondered briefly before decisively stating, let us keep it. We can store it in my warehouse and bring it to her when we encounter her again. In his view, Jiang Mian likely did not lack for supplies, but they wanted to offer her a gesture of goodwill. If she needed it, she could take it. If not, he and Xiao Wei would simply share it. Thus, Fan Dongxu divided the supplies into 3 equal portions, each consisting of approximately 100 pounds of rice, 70 to 80 pounds of flour, and around 20 pounds of noodles, along with various other items like oil, salt, and soy sauce. Gazing at his share of supplies, Xiao Wei felt elated, but the pressing concern was how to transport them home. It was impractical to carry them so openly. Having witnessed numerous supplies being robbed during his time at the base, he had been a victim himself several times. He had acquired some experience in this regard. Just as he was contemplating, Fan Dongxu handed him a black backpack. If you trust me, take some supplies now, leave the rest in the warehouse, and you can return for them later. Gratefully, Xiao Wei accepted the backpack, smiling, I trust you, Uncle Fan. Seeing Fan Dongxu pack supplies into his own bag, Xiao Wei followed suit, adding some rice and placing a pound or 2 of noodles on top. Once Fan Dongxu finished packing, he opened the warehouse door, and the 2 of them emerged with their backpacks. Before they parted, Fan Dongxu instructed, Xiao Wei, I live in Building C, Unit 2, Room 306. You can come find me anytime if you need anything. This anything clearly referred to retrieving supplies. Xiao Wei waved goodbye, nodding yes. I will soon move out of the shantytown with my grandfather. Chapter 87, Leave. All of you leave. Xiao Wei contemplated the chaotic environment of the shantytown, and with the considerable supplies they currently possessed, it was unsafe to remain there any longer. He resolved to discuss their relocation with his grandfather upon his return. With this anticipation, Xiao Wei walked briskly home, soon arriving at his doorstep. Grandfather, I'm back. He pushed the door open, but upon not finding his grandfather, he placed his backpack on the bed, intending to inquire with the neighbors. Fortunately, Xiaoming had sharp ears and hurried over, exclaiming, Brother Xiao Wei, you're back. Grandpa Xiao went with Grandpa Wang to clean up. He has tea returned yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei understood immediately, as his grandfather often accompanied Grandpa Wang on such errands. Occasionally, the base would assign cleaning duties, which offered a meager reward of only 3 points. Yet, for families like theirs, it represented a significant source of income. Gently ruffling Xiaoming and Oppos' hair, Xiao Wei asked, why aren't you out playing today? You're usually not this well-behaved at this hour. At this, Xiaoming's head drooped, his mood plummeting. With a hint of sadness, he replied, my dad fell from a construction site and broke his leg. Mom asked me to stay and take care of him. When did this happen? Xiao Wei exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening. He had heard nothing about Xiao Ming's father. Xiao Ming explained, it was this morning. 2 strangers carried my dad back, and I was scared out of my wits. It was no wonder Xiao Wei was unaware. The incident had occurred earlier that day. He pondered for a moment and asked, did the base provide any compensation? Xiao Ming shook his head despondently. Hearing this disheartening news, Xiao Wei felt a pang of sympathy and comforted him. It's all right. Don't worry. Your dad will surely get better. The lack of any compensation from the base left Xiao Wei feeling disheartened, yet he was powerless to change the situation. So he offered words of solace. To his surprise, despite his young age, Xiao Ming seemed to understand everything. If it were before the apocalypse, he might recover quickly. But now there are no doctors or medicine. They all say my dad's leg has no hope. His voice trembled, tears brimming in his eyes. He had overheard the adults discussing his father's grim prognosis. Wiping Xiao Ming and Appo's tears away gently, Xiao Wei said, Xiao Ming, don't cry. Doctors and medication are scarce in this world. I know that even if I offered all my supplies, it might not help. Okay, I won't cry anymore. Dad would be upset if he saw me like this. Xiao Ming suppressed his tears, adding, Brother Xiao Wei, I should go back to take care of Dad. Xiao Wei nodded, watching him leave, contemplating bringing some water and rice to help alleviate the burden, even if just a little. He glanced at the sky, estimating that his grandfather would return in about half an hour, and decided to start cooking porridge. He poured some water, washed the long-unused pot several times, then set it over a fire, adding water and rice to prepare the porridge. By the time his grandfather returned, the porridge was ready. His grandfather looked astonished, scrutinizing Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, where did you get the water and rice? Grandfather, I have good news. I've awakened a water-type ability, so we'll never run out of water again. We can even trade with the water I provide. Fearing his grandfather wouldn't believe him, Xiao Wei brought out a basin and, placing his hand in it, demonstrated his ability, causing water to flow forth. My heavens! Xiao Wei, your hands can truly produce water. You say this is a water-type ability? This is wonderful. We will never lack for water again. His grandfather was filled with excitement, gazing at the basin of water as if it were a treasure jewel. Seeing his grandfather so happy filled Xiao Wei with joy as well. He decided not to mention the awakening process, wishing to spare his grandfather any unnecessary worry. I and Appo's LL take this water to Grandpa Wang. He will surely appreciate it. His grandfather said, recalling that his old friend was often in need of water. Taking the basin from his grandfather, Xiao Wei replied, Grandfather, I'll deliver it. You should have some porridge first. His grandfather nodded approvingly, saying, all right, hurry back. I'll wait for you to enjoy the porridge together. Fortunately, their home was not far from Grandpa Wang's, only a few steps away. Upon arriving, Xiao Wei offered the basin of clean water, and Grandpa Wang, initially hesitant to accept, smiled when he learned that Xiao Wei had awakened a water-type ability and had produced the water himself. Old Xia is fortunate to have such a wonderful grandson. Xiao Wei, feeling shy from the praise, returned home with a flushed face. When he arrived, his grandfather had already served the porridge, and the two of them sat down with steaming bowls, neither daring to take the first spoonful. The grains of rice were plump and translucent, barely visible in the thick broth. Though it was the simplest of foods, it felt like an extravagant delicacy in their hands. Grandfather, you should eat, Xiao Wei urged. Yes, you should eat too, his grandfather replied, savoring a spoonful. The warm porridge spread across his tongue, rich and subtly sweet. Both of them were immensely satisfied, unaware that plain porridge could taste so delightful. After discussing their plans, Xiao Wei headed to the mission hall, joined the base's ability team, and received a free housing assignment. He collected the keys, intending to move in with his grandfather the following day. He felt a growing sense of hope for the future. Meanwhile, Fan Dongxiu returned to his dormitory, laden with supplies. As he opened the door, he was met with a scene he would never forget. His girlfriend, Yu Qian, was lying on his familiar bed with a stranger. The sight pierced his heart like a sharp dagger. Upon seeing him enter, both were startled, hastily scrambling to cover themselves with the blankets. Yu Qian, her face pale with shock, exclaimed, Ah, Fan Dongxiu, why are you back so early? Her expression was a mix of panic and fear. Fan Dongxiu felt a buzzing in his head as his heart plummeted into an abyss. He had worked tirelessly to provide for them, only to be met with Yu Qian's heartless betrayal. It was utterly absurd. Struggling to contain his fury, his body trembled slightly as he shouted at the two. Get out. Both of you, get out. Xiaoba, perched on his shoulder, flew off and landed on the table, pacing back and forth, echoing, get out. All of you leave. The two, caught in an excruciatingly awkward situation, exchanged embarrassed glances. The stranger, face flushed, fumbled to dress and darted out like a frightened rabbit after giving Yu Qian a quick glance. Yu Qian hastily donned her clothes, her face still flushed and flustered. She approached Fan Dongxiu, attempting to placate him, grasping his hand as she explained, "Brother Fan, I'm sorry. He is from the patrol team, powerful and influential. If I rejected him, he would definitely cause us trouble. I didn't dare to refuse. I was afraid it would implicate you." Chapter 88. A word to awaken the dreamer unexpectedly. Fan Dongxiu forcefully shook off Yu Qian and Apos' hand, his eyes wide with fury. "Yu Qian, spare me your words. You know the truth better than I do. Just leave." Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar glances from his neighbors lately, their hesitant expressions causing him a moment of confusion. In retrospect, they had likely already discerned the verdant truth that loomed above him. Yu Qian, incensed by his demeanor, retorted stubbornly, "Fine, I'll leave. But don't you dare regret it, Fan Dongxiu." With that, she resolutely turned away, collecting her clothes and personal belongings, and exited his room. After her departure, Fan Dongxiu stood motionless, the flames of his anger gradually eclipsed by an overwhelming sorrow. Slowly, he crouched down, wrapping his arms around himself as if seeking solace in his own embrace. Xiaoba, sensing his emotional turmoil, remained silent, perching on his shoulder and offering quiet companionship. When Jiang Mian returned to the dormitory, it was empty, presumably because her companions were still engaged in their mission to seize the helicopter, uncertain of its success. She quickly washed up in the bathroom and then collapsed onto her bed, rolling about and feeling the day and Apos' weariness dissipate. After a while, Jiang Mian retrieved several second-level crystal cores, placing them on her bed in preparation for absorption. Observing this, Xiaoting eagerly bounded over, rolling on the cores with delight. "Ooh, how fragrant. I dream of frolicking in a pile of crystal cores." Jiang Mian, slightly exasperated, lifted him up and said earnestly, "Having dreams is commendable, but you must take concrete actions. Instead of daydreaming, exert yourself to eliminate more zombies, and those crystal cores will come to you. You think I don't understand? I'm trying my best, but I'm still a tad short of being able to independently take down zombies," Xiaotong replied, changing the subject with a hint of flattery. "If the kind-hearted and graceful Miss Jiang would consider lending a little support, I'm sure I could achieve independence sooner." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, sensing the request might be a bit excessive. Xiaotong, picking up on her thoughts, drooped his head and sighed. "Oh, where has the fundamental trust between beings gone?" Immediately, Jiang Mian reminded him, "Thank you, but you are not human. Does that mean there is no trust between plants and humans?" She pondered, feigning contemplation. Given the interspecies divide, establishing trust seems rather challenging. Xiaoting perked up, brimming with enthusiasm. "I fear no challenges. I shall rise to meet them." Seeing the playful banter had reached its peak, Jiang Mian tossed him 2 second-level crystal cores, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Rising to meet challenges? Huh? How about we first address that parasitic hydra?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoting's leaves trembled, followed by a resigned sigh. "But it's elusive. Where can I find it? However, I have heard a legend about the parasitic hydra. It is said to mark its chosen prey with a unique pheromone, enabling it to locate its target, no matter the distance," Jiang Mian mused, furrowing her brow as she regarded Xiaotong. "Are you suggesting that I must simply wait for it to come to me?" The parasitic hydra felt akin to a ticking time bomb, necessitating constant vigilance. Most importantly, Jiang Mian did not wish to expose her parents to such a potential threat. "Do not worry, it will not dare to show itself while I am here," Xiaoting assured her, awakening a plan within Jiang Mian's mind. "Ah, no. That is too dangerous. You'd be better off waiting until I grow stronger. We can confront it together." Yet Jiang Mian was resolute. One must venture into the tiger and Apos' den to seize the tiger and Apos' cub. Before long, Xiaohu and the others returned, their lively chatter echoing through the air, which Jiang Mian could hear even from her room. She slowly rose to greet them, and without needing to inquire, their jubilant expressions revealed that the night's mission had gone smoothly. Xiaohu approached Jiang Mian with a spring in his step, lowering his voice to boast. "You missed quite the spectacle. You should have seen the bewildered faces of those two when we captured them effortlessly." Ling Yi eagerly joined in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, Sister Jiang, the helicopter is immense. I went up to have a look. It can seat at least 20 people." Upon hearing that the helicopter had been secured, Jiang Mian smiled and nodded, expressing her appreciation. "Well done, everyone." Her gaze swept the room, but she noticed Pei Yu was absent, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Where Ndapos? S. Pei Yu. Didn't Ndapos, Tihi return with you? CSCC quickly hopped to her side, pushing past Chiohu. Fu Tingzhou needed him for something. He'll be back later. Mian, I'm so excited. It's my first time on such a thrilling mission. She felt she might be too exhilarated to sleep that night. So am I. She chimed in, nodding vigorously, her face alight with enthusiasm. Seeing her friends so animated, Jiang Mian suddenly inquired, how did your driving lessons go this afternoon? CSCC. Shi. Feeling responsible, Chiohu decided to speak up. Ling, he has almost mastered it. But CSCC and Shi still need to work harder. As soon as he finished, he was met with cold glares from his sister and CSCC, prompting him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Clearing his throat, he said, ahem. Jiang Mian chuckled, exasperated. You all should continue to practice tomorrow. Mastering life-saving skills is essential for everyone. They nodded in understanding. That night, they all enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, Fu Tingzhou indeed sent a technician to teach them how to operate the helicopter. After deliberation, they decided that Pei Yu would take the lessons while Chiu, who would continue instructing CSCC and Xiu on driving. And Jiang Mian would head to East City for fishing. Naturally, she aimed to catch the parasitic hydra. Everyone busied themselves in an orderly fashion. While Pei Yu wore a pensive expression, he already knew how to pilot a helicopter, having learned at his grandfather's base. He had hoped for some private time with Jiang Mian, but now she was heading to East City and had entrusted him with the helicopter training task. Fortunately, he had arranged for Fu Tingzhou to send Lu Yuan and his group away in advance. Otherwise, he would and Appos. Tia felt at ease letting Jiang Mian venture out alone. As Pei Yu half-heartedly listened to the technician explain the helicopter's operations, he gazed toward East City, wondering what Jiang Mian was up to at that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, the object of his thoughts, was finishing off a second-level zombie with a swift stroke, extracting its crystal core before stepping into a seed shop. Her eyes scanned the shelves filled with seeds, cabbage, lettuce, celery, chili, and more, all of which she collected into her storage space. Jiang Mian contemplated the future. Once things stabilized, perhaps she could cultivate vegetables, much to her father's delight, as he cherished the idea of a self-sufficient, pastoral lifestyle. She was a good daughter and must fulfill his wishes. Chapter 89. Are you looking for this key? After parting ways with Xiaotong, Jiang Mian spent the day eliminating high-level zombies while gathering useful supplies in the East City. Yet, despite her efforts, the parasitic hydra had not revealed itself. This left Jiang Mian feeling increasingly despondent. Could it be that the creature had so quickly lost interest in her? If it did not show itself soon, she would have to leave the next day. How she longed to know if it missed her. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her melancholy, and she immediately heightened her vigilance, scanning her surroundings for its presence. The playful tone echoed around her, making it difficult to discern its location. Jiang Mian scoffed, retorting, I wish you were dead. Oh dear sister, you are truly heartless, the voice replied, still dripping with mockery. Isn and Appos. It only natural to be ruthless towards something as wicked as you? Jiang Mian shot back, her guard unwavering. Wicked? Sister, is there truly such a clear distinction between good and evil? It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. You slay high-level zombies and absorb their cores. Is that not an act of malice? I am merely doing what you do. Jiang Mian nearly laughed in exasperation. She did not kill zombies out of choice. They would devour her if she did not defend herself. How could her actions be equated with wrongdoing? You are quick with your words, yet you only dare to hide like a turtle, she taunted. What can I say? I am currently too weak to control a powerful being and Appos' body. But do not worry, dear sister. You remain my favorite choice. Once I grow strong enough to seize your body, I will treat you well. Realizing it had no intention of revealing itself, Jiang Mian felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. This apocalypse was relentless, producing not only zombies but also bizarre entities. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her racing thoughts. After regaining her composure, she recognized that lingering in this spot would yield no results, so she prepared to leave. Sister, are you leaving already? Do take care of our bodies. Jiang Mian ignored the voice, focusing on her path as she sought to reunite with Xiaoting and return to the base. She pondered whether if she grew stronger than it, she could prevent its parasitism. Sister, you truly are remarkable. So composed, unlike those I have previously parasitized. Its hunting style was tinged with malicious amusement. It relished the sensation of control, finding pleasure in watching its prey tremble in fear. However, Jiang Mian and Apos. S lack of fear only piqued its interest further. Not far from the base. Fan, don't push your luck. Call that beast back, or I swear I will kill you. Hong San's eyes gleamed with menace as he gripped Fan Dongshu's chin, roaring in fury. Behind him, several comrades glared at Fan with ill intent. Just moments ago, they had nearly seized the warehouse key from Fan Dongshu, only for him to toss it to that wretched bird at a critical moment, allowing it to fly away. Such a thwarted endeavor was unbearable. Yu Qian stood nearby, offering a well-meaning warning. Fan Dongshu, you should listen to Hong Ge. Call Xiaoba back to avoid any pain. Having spent time with him, Yu Qian knew that the parrot only listened to Fan Dongshu. Bah! Fan Dongshu spat, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he scowled at Yu Qian. How many people have you been with? You betrayed me and sought others to steal my resources. Yu Qian, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? You claim to have been good to me during our time together, and this is how you repay me? His rage was palpable, and he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Yu Qian. With a resounding slap, Hong San struck him across the face. Damn it! Is Yu Qian also your friend? This is your final chance. If you don and amp, Apos, call that beast back, I will truly kill you. Fan Dongshu wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted defiantly, Go ahead. If you dare, then kill me. Hong San and Apos' eyes narrowed with fury as he seized Fan and Apos' collar, demanding, Do you think I would and amp, Apos, Yu Qian, sensing the escalating tension, anxiously pulled at Hong San and amp, Apos' sleeve, urging, Hong Ge, don and amp, Apos, act rashly. If you truly kill him, we want and Apos, find the warehouse key. Just as she finished speaking, a clear female voice rang out. Is this the key you were looking for? Everyone turned to see a young woman standing a short distance away, savoring a lollipop while twirling a set of keys in her hand, observing them with keen interest. Meanwhile, Fan Dongshu and Apos' parrot perched on her shoulder. Jiang Mian had not expected that upon her return to the base, Xiao Ba would fly towards her with a set of keys. Squawking, Help! Help! A brief moment of thought led her to conclude that Fan Dongshu must have encountered trouble, resulting in his keys being taken and his retreating to her without returning to the dormitory. It was evident that this group was quite clever, having chosen to conduct their nefarious activities outside the base. Perhaps the recent measures instituted by Fu Tingzhou were beginning to bear fruit. Jiang Mian. Fan Dongshu was taken aback to see Xiaoba had led Jiang Mian to him. A flicker of hope ignited within him. What had seemed a hopeless situation now appeared to offer a glimmer of escape. Who would wish for death if life was still an option? Had he not known that even if he surrendered the warehouse key to Hong San and Yu Qian, they would never spare him? He would not have allowed Xiaoba to carry it away. Hong San and amp, Apos' gaze flitted between Jiang Mian and Fan Dongshu, a sly smile spreading across his face. Oh, so you know each other? Before Jiang Mian could respond, Fan Dongshu urgently urged, Jiang Mian, run. They have a wind ability user, a earth ability user, and a brute force ability user. You cannot stand against them, run. His warning was not a genuine desire for her to flee, but rather a caution regarding their adversary's strength. Meanwhile, Hong San remained blissfully unaware of Fan Dongshu and Apos' betrayal, reveling in his smugness. With arms crossed, Hong San brazenly scrutinized Jiang Mian, a wicked grin on his face. Beautiful lady, what good can come from sticking with Fan Dongshu? He cannot even protect himself. Why not join me? If you obey, I promise you will live in luxury. Chapter 90. What do I seek? Upon hearing this, Yu Qian immediately felt displeased, sulkingly wrapping her arm around Hong San's and playfully exclaimed, Hong Ge, however. Before she could finish her sentence, Hong San disdainfully shoved her away, his voice laced with annoyance as he barked, Get lost. Ken and Apos, Tuci and Apos, am conversing with a beautiful lady? Stumbling, Yu Qian nearly fell to the ground, yet dared not utter another word. Instead, she stood to the side, glaring at Jiang Mian with jealousy and resentment. Fan Dongshu, witnessing this, felt a sense of satisfaction. He recalled how Yu Qian had always been restless when with him, foolishly believing that by clinging to Hong San, she would reap some benefits. In the end, she was cast aside like refuse, serves her right. After scolding Yu Qian, Hong San turned his gaze back to Jiang Mian, his tone softening as he asked, So, have you given it any thought? Beautiful. Jiang Mian furrowed her brow slightly, adopting a contemplative demeanor, and slowly replied, Follow you? But what would I gain from that? Your rotund visage? Your receding hairline? Your utterly abhorrent character? Or perhaps your insufferable arrogance? Her words came in rapid succession, dripping with disdain and contempt. You, this woman, so ungrateful. Hong San's face darkened with fury. veins bulging on his forehead. In the next instant, he swung his arms violently, causing the ground to erupt with several earthen walls that surged toward Jiang Mian like a tempest. Yet, Jiang Mian stood firm, her will manifesting as numerous wooden vines that grew rapidly towards the earthen walls, colliding with them. At the moment of contact, the sturdy vines pierced through the walls, causing them to crumble and rush towards Hong San and Apos' face. Realizing the danger, Hong San cursed under his breath. He had not anticipated the resilience of Jiang Mian and Apos' vines. Hastily, he summoned a thicker earthen barrier to shield himself and swiftly dodged aside. Although he narrowly escaped, his two companions fared poorly. One suffered a laceration on his arm, while the other had his calf pierced, howling in pain. A glint of malice flickered in Hong San and Apos' eyes as he bellowed, "What are you all staring at? Charge at her together." Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, mobilizing with urgency. Wind-type ability users swiftly summon their powers, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades toward Jiang Mian, the sound of slicing air resonating. "Unrighteousness!" shouted Xiaotong, as he unleashed several resilient wooden vines that cleaved through the wind blades effortlessly. The severed blades veered off, slicing through nearby trees as if it were raining leaves. The wind manipulator stood aghast, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Simultaneously, the strength-type users, unwilling to be outdone, rolled up their sleeves and lunged, gripping Jiang Mian's vines tightly, attempting to drag her toward them. To their astonishment, Jiang Mian remained immovable, as steadfast as a mountain. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded, unable to discern who the true powerhouse was. Hong San, overwhelmed with shock, quickly regained his composure and attempted to undermine the ground beneath Jiang Mian, hoping to ensnare her in a pit. Having battled Earth-type users before, Jiang Mian discerned Hong San's intent in an instant. With a graceful leap, she evaded the pit and, using divine strength, ascended to a large tree. From her elevated position, SH Chapter 91. When will you find me a sister-in-law? Having walked a considerable distance, Jiang Mian turned back upon hearing the commotion, only to find Fan Dongshu collapsed on the ground, unconscious. A wave of concern washed over her, just as they were about to enter the base. How could this person suddenly become incapacitated? Jiang Mian glanced around. Vehicles continued to pass by on the road, and with a slight frown, she realized it wouldn't be prudent to leave him here unattended. Resigned to her fate, she turned back to carry him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Pei Yu was taken aback when he saw Jiang Mian struggling to bring in a man, his eyes widening in astonishment. You. How could it be that he was perfectly fine when we left, yet now you're bringing back a big man? And a phoenix parrot too. Jiang Mian gently laid Fan Dongshu on the sofa, and Xiao Ba flew over to perch beside him, remaining quiet and dutifully guarding its owner. After placing him down, Jiang Mian turned to Pei Yu and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to say?" Pei Yu felt overwhelmed with questions. Why did you bring a man back? Who is he? How do you know him? What is your relationship? Why did you bring him here? And why is he injured? And what about the parrot? Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions. Which one should she address first? CSCC, stifling a laugh, edged closer to examine the man Jiang Mian had brought back, sighing, how did he get so badly injured? Xiao Hu and the others gathered around, first inspecting the man, then playfully teasing the parrot, eagerly awaiting Jiang Mian and Apos' explanation about the newcomer. Jiang Mian suggested, Pei Yu, why don't you tend to his wounds first? I can slowly explain everything afterward. Given that Pei Yu was a doctor, he was the most qualified to handle the situation. All right, I'll take care of it, he replied, retrieving medical supplies from his bag while instructing CSCC to fetch some water. As they prepared, Jiang Mian recounted the tale of Fan Dongshu. From how they met and fought side by side against zombie dogs, to Xiao Ba and Apos' plea for help and how she rescued Fan Dongshu after he was betrayed by his girlfriend. This guy really has it rough. Xiao Hu couldn't help but exclaim, sympathy etched across his face. Good thing I don't have a girlfriend, otherwise Chiao Xiong rolled her eyes dramatically. Brother, when will you find me a sister-in-law? Before the apocalypse, you said you were too busy with work to find one, but now that the world has changed, shouldn't you put in a bit more effort? Xiao Hu was momentarily at a loss for words. Did you not hear Jiang Mian? This guy was betrayed by his girlfriend, and now he has brought her here to plot against him. What are you talking about? I want to live a few more years. Chiao Xiong shrugged, that's his own poor judgment. You needn't worry about that. Your dear sister, will keep an eye on things for you. With me watching over you, and with Jiang Mian, Cici, and Pei Yu around, she wouldn't dare cause any harm. Suddenly, Ling Yi interjected, Sister Chiao Xiong, Have you forgotten about me? Qiu Xiang chuckled, about to respond, but Qiu Hu cut in, looking disdainfully at Ling Yi. You're just a kid. What do you understand? Go on, be off with you. Ling Yi sighed. Fine, I may not understand relationships, but I can definitely observe a person's character. As long as their character is sound, how bad could they be? As the group engaged in lively banter, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Jiang Mian took on the role of a leader, inquiring about the driving progress of CSCC, Qiu Xiang, and Ling Yi. Learning that they had all successfully completed their training, she felt a surge of pride. She then turned to Pei Yu, asking, how is your helicopter training going? Pei Yu confidently replied, it's a minor issue. I've mastered it all. Jiang Mian nodded slightly, then asked, are we ready to set off tomorrow? Absolutely. At this news, everyone was filled with excitement and joy. Qiu Xiang glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and announced, I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I'll help you. CSCC quickly followed her. Me too. Count me in. Ling Yi, ever eager, volunteered to lend a hand as well. In a short span, the living room was left with only a few people. Qiu Hu, having procured some golden millet, began feeding Xiaoba. The parrot, displaying remarkable politeness, ate a few grains and responded, Thank you. Thank you. This left Qiu Hu utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Oh, you can talk? How impressive. Xiaoba tilted its head, its round, glistening eyes twinkling as it looked at him and chirped, Hello, hello, wow, what else can you say? Can you say a few more phrases? Qiu Hu chuckled as he leaned closer to Xiaoba. Xiaoba, Xiaoba, the parrot repeated its name. Jiang Mian, witnessing the interaction, smiled and explained, his name is Xiaoba. He is a mutated phoenix. Qiu Hu, enlightened, nodded, a mutated phoenix? This is my first encounter with a mutated creature. Unable to resist, he continued to tease Xiaoba. Come on, say a few more phrases. Pei Yu finished his task and, while tidying up the medical supplies, asked Jiang Mian, what are your plans for him? Jiang Mian pondered for a moment before asking, will he wake up soon? Yes, those with abilities have a strong recovery capacity, Pei Yu assured her. Then we'll wait until he wakes up to decide. He should be able to leave on his own without occupying your sleeping sofa for too long. Pei Yu replied, that would be best. Fan Dongshu awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Slowly opening his eyes, he found his vision still somewhat hazy. After a moment of adjustment, he finally discerned the scene before him. Jiang Mian and a group of people were gathered around, enjoying a meal, animatedly discussing plans for their departure the following day. His gaze wandered over the group until it suddenly locked onto a woman seated next to Jiang Mian. She appeared momentarily stunned before exclaiming in surprise, Oh, you're awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? The others turned in unison to look at him, feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny. Fan Dongshu hurriedly shook his head. Thank you. I'm not hungry yet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach audibly grumbled, the sound ringing out loudly in the previously quiet room. His face flushed crimson, and he wished he could sink into the ground and disappear. CSCC, noticing his embarrassment, stifled a laugh and quickly got up to fetch him a steaming bowl of rice, placing it on the table. Come on over and eat a little. Just think of it as a farewell meal for us. CSCC had a soft spot for those who, despite being clearly hungry, maintained their principles and resolve. Qiu Hu boisterously chimed in, Buddy, stop dawdling. Hurry over. I want to ask you how to train Xiaoba to be so well-behaved. Chapter 92. Farewell. Seeing the sincerity on their faces, which appeared genuine rather than feigned, Fan Dongshu slowly rose and took a seat at the dining table. Jiang Mian noticed his lingering tension and casually remarked, They are all my teammates. We have endured the trials of the apocalypse together, so there is no need for you to feel constrained. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongshu's rigid body relaxed slightly as he replied, Thank you. And I apologize for causing any trouble. CSCC smiled and said, No trouble at all. Please eat. As they shared the meal, everyone savored the food while discussing their plans for departure the next day. Fan Dongshu ate slowly, cherishing the warmth and harmony of the moment. Having not experienced such an atmosphere for a long time, he was acutely aware that once he finished this meal, he would return to his shattered home. Yet, he did not wish to go back. He longed to avoid the memories of that room, that bed, which reminded him of Yu Qian's betrayal. Struggling internally, he hesitated for a long while before finally summoning the courage to ask Jiang Mian, May I join you? Jiang Mian was taken aback for a moment, then responded earnestly, We are leaving tomorrow for Haishur, where we might settle down. Are you certain you want to join? Without hesitation, Fan Dongshu replied firmly, Yes, I am certain. He yearned to bid farewell to this dismal place and start anew in a different environment. Jiang Mian, already fond of Xiaoba, had no objections. She turned to the others and asked, "What do you all think?" CSCC replied, "I defer to your judgment." Lingyi added, "So do I." Xiaohu said, "I have no objections." Qiu Xiang nodded, while Pei Yu remained silent. After a moment of thought, Jiang Mian said, "Then we welcome your addition. By the way, what is your ability?" She had always been curious about his powers, and now that he was joining, she could finally ask directly. Fan Dongxiu, pleased to receive their approval, replied with a smile, "My ability is rather trivial. I can control small animals within a certain distance, although I and Oppos, am uncertain of the exact range." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Controlling small animals? If your ability works in tandem with Qiuhu and Oppos, it would be perfect. Qiuhu? Fan Dongxiu asked, puzzled. What is his ability? Qiuhu interjected. My ability involves a single eye that can attach to objects or living beings, effectively providing an all-seeing surveillance. Within a radius of 10 kilometers. I can observe anything through this eye if I choose. CSCC marveled. That and Oppos, brilliant. With Qiuhu and Oppos, surveillance and your control over small animals. It essentially creates a mobile camera, difficult to detect and immensely useful in perilous situations. Fan Dongxiu instantly grasped her meaning. A spark of excitement igniting in his eyes at the prospect of collaborating with the towering Qiuhu. Next, they introduced themselves to one another, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Before Fan Dongxiu departed, Jiang Mian reminded him to pack his belongings and meet at the dormitory entrance at 8 o'clock the following morning. Nodding, he bid farewell to the group and hurriedly left with Xiaoba, searching for Xiaowei. After some time, he finally located him. With solemnity, Fan Dongxiu handed his warehouse key to Xiaowei, stating, "All the supplies inside are yours now. However, I have only rented this warehouse for a month, and there are still 15 days remaining. If you do not plan to continue renting, please remember to move the supplies out in advance." Xiaowei nodded reluctantly. "Uncle Fan, I understand. Are you really going to leave with Sister Jiang and the others?" His voice carried a hint of sadness and envy. Had it not been for his parents, whose return was uncertain, he would have undoubtedly joined them. Indeed, a change of environment may bring better fortune, Fan Dongxiu replied with a bittersweet smile. Xiaowei bit his lip. "Uncle Fan, take care. If you have the chance, please come back to see me and Grandpa." "Yes. You must also take care and heed your grandfather's advice," Fan Dongxiu said, ruffling his hair. "I will." At 8 o'clock the next morning, at the dormitory entrance, Jiang Mian and her companions stood ready for departure, their striking presence drawing attention. "Jiang Mian." Fan Dongxiu waved and hurriedly approached with his backpack. Qiuhu playfully poked at Xiao Ba on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Have you packed everything?" Fan Dongxiu nodded vigorously yes. With everyone gathered, they prepared to set off. Just then, Fu Tingzhou and Hu Jinjin hurriedly arrived to bid them farewell, holding a box in hand. "Cici, must you really leave?" Hu Jinjin grasped Cici and Oppos' hand tightly, her face a mask of reluctance. "It would be wonderful if you stayed with me. My cousin can easily support one more person." Having learned to drive alongside them yesterday, Hu Jinjin cherished that rare moment of joy and could not bear to see Cici leave. "Jinjin, stop being silly." Fu Tingzhou frowned, casting her an admonishing glance. "That sounds rather odd." Cici sighed softly. "I'm sorry, Jinjin, but I need to return to Haisher to find my parents. They must be waiting for me." Hu Jinjin was not unreasonable and, upon hearing this, relented. "All right, but who knows when we will meet again?" In parting, Cici embraced her, offering comfort. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." In her heart, she whispered, "If fate does not allow, then we shall not." Fan Dongxiu, surprised to see Fu Tingzhou, quietly asked Qiuhu, "Do you know him?" Qiuhu gestured towards Cici, Jiang Mian, and Hu Jinjin, explaining, "They're university roommates, and he is her cousin." Fan Dongxiu nodded, still puzzled. Did this relationship hold enough significance to warrant a personal send-off? He shared Jiang Mian's curiosity about Fu Tingzhou's true intentions. Fu Tingzhou stepped forward, handing the box he had been holding to Pei Yu. "Once you reach Haisher, you can use this to contact me. Lastly, I wish you all a smooth journey and a swift reunion with your families." Pei Yu accepted the box, peeking inside to find a satellite phone. He patted Fu Tingzhou's shoulder, saying, "Thanks." Jiang Mian sensed a tacit agreement between them regarding the helicopter. Otherwise, why would Fu Tingzhou relinquish it? Now, providing a satellite phone hinted at a desire for ongoing communication. After speaking with Pei Yu, Fu Tingzhou turned to Jiang Mian, earnestly stating, If you find your family and are unsure where to go, the gates of Yunxiang Base are always open to you. Jiang Mian smiled politely and nodded. All right. Thank you. Not at all. I shall not delay you further. Until we meet again. Fu Tingzhou waved goodbye to the group. Chapter 93. Managing a meal. Fan Dongshu initially believed that encountering Fu Tingzhou would be astonishing enough. However, his astonishment deepened when his gaze fell upon the helicopter before him. A helicopter? My goodness. This is indeed a helicopter. Pei Yu urged everyone to board swiftly, and the group, filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, climbed aboard. Upon entering the cabin, curiosity compelled them to survey their surroundings. Unable to resist, Fan Dongshu reached out to touch the cabin and Oppo's equipment, murmuring to himself, "You are truly impressive. Soon, we shall ascend into the skies." Jiang Mian quickly found a seat, fastened her seatbelt, and advised everyone to secure their positions and refrain from moving about the cabin. CSCC tightly gripped the armrests of her seat, excitedly whispering to Qiuxiang. Pei Yu, calm and collected in the pilot's seat, inquired, "Is everyone buckled up? We are about to depart." To which the group responded in unison, "Yes." As the roar of the rotor blades intensified, the helicopter gradually lifted off the ground, causing their hearts to race in tandem. The sensation of leaving the earth and ascending into the air was both exhilarating and terrifying. Fortunately, the helicopter quickly stabilized in flight, and through the windows, they beheld the diminishing landscape below. Qiu Hu animatedly gestured, exclaiming that this was far more exhilarating than traveling by car. CSCC wholeheartedly agreed, expressing that she had never imagined such an experience could be possible. It was utterly delightful. Jiang Mian remained silent, though her heart raced with excitement more than anyone else and Oppo's. In an hour and a half, she would finally be standing on the land of Haishur. She profoundly felt the bittersweet pangs of longing for home. As the joy of impending reunion mingled with a threat of anxiety and concern, were her family members safe? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, rendering her unable to find peace. In Haishur, at the Jingyuan community, within the family compound of the Yuanda Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group, Jiang Zhenghong crouched in a corner, burying his head deep between his knees, as if this could alleviate his suffering. He was a ship designer for the Yuanda Group, blessed with a happy family. His wife, Linxia, was a fashion designer. With decent incomes, they supported their only daughter studying at university in Chuan City. However, the onset of the apocalypse changed everything. Their daughter, now far away, had lost contact with them. Outside, hordes of flesh-eating zombies roamed, and he had witnessed the horrifying screams of colleagues who had barely escaped through the door. He knew all too well what that meant. On the third day of the apocalypse, many employees of Yuanda Shipbuilding gathered voluntarily in a residential building, and Jiang Zhenghong and his wife were no exceptions. This marked the beginning of their nightmare. Ordinary workers, typically engaged in menial labor, seized leadership positions and began to exert their authority over others. Those like Jiang Zhenghong, who engaged in intellectual work and were physically frail, became targets for oppression. They could hunt zombies, venture outside for food, and even suppress any resistance. Jiang Zhenghong had witnessed the fate of those who dared to oppose, without exception. They either suffered grievous injuries or met their demise. At times, Jiang Zhenghong questioned the meaning of life in such a world. Yet, he could not afford to succumb. For the sake of his wife and their estranged daughter, he persevered through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. As he lifted his head, he saw the emaciated face of his wife, Linxia. She held half a bottle of water and smiled at him, saying, "Zhenghong, have a sip of water." This water was a meager ration they had received from Huang Chunlong's group during their recent scavenging, only half a bottle per person. Without a doubt, this small amount might be their only water supply for the next couple of days. Jiang Zhenghong managed a feeble smile and whispered, "You drink. I'm not thirsty." But Lin Xia, noticing his chapped lips, knew better. She sat beside him, opened the bottle, took a small sip, and then offered it to him, saying, "For our daughter. We cannot give up. We must go to Chuan City and bring her back." Jiang Zhenghong was persuaded by her reasoning. He accepted the water, took a cautious sip, and carefully recapped the bottle. At that moment, they heard loud laughter approaching from the hallway. It was Huang Chunlong and his entourage. "Hello, esteemed engineers," he greeted with a smirk, clearly insincere in his feigned friendliness. Huang Chunlong, a former factory worker in his 40s, had a notorious past involving a stint in prison for assault. After his release, he had been introduced to Yuanda Shipbuilding, where he had worked in heavy labor for several years without incident. Possessing some martial prowess and a robust physique, he naturally emerged as the leader in this dire time, commanding a group of similarly strong employees. Hey, why the silence? Huang Chunlong sneered, his eyes devoid of compassion for the malnourished assembly before him. I bring good news. Scanning the crowd, he continued. Food supplies are running low. Given our past camaraderie, I intend to select 2 individuals from among you to accompany me. Who is willing? The crowd, initially numb, stared blankly, offering no response. Huang Chunlong persisted. Those chosen will not only receive a hearty meal but also a bottle of mineral water. If food is found, you may even secure 2 days' rations. In an instant, the previously despondent crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Count me in. Me too. Seeing the eagerness of the others, Jiang Zhenghong hesitated for a moment before standing and raising his hand, exclaiming, I want to go too. He was famished, and the thought of food made his stomach churn. He could only imagine how his wife, who had hardly eaten, must feel. Thus, in pursuit of a meager 3 days' worth of sustenance, Jiang Zhenghong decided to gamble on fate. Lin Xia, anxious, grasped Jiang Zhenghong's hand, expressing her disapproval. Yet, his reasoning was compelling. They are formidable. They can fend off zombies. I will be safe with them and can assess the situation outside. If we remain holed up here, how will we ever venture to Chuan City to rescue our daughter? Lin Xia recognized the truth in his words. They had to take that step. Biting her lip, she released Jiang Zhenghong and Apos' hand. Huang Chunlong observed the eager scramble for the opportunity, and as his gaze fell upon Jiang Zhenghong, a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. Chapter 94. Living humans luring zombies in the past, he often saw Jiang Zhenghong and his family strolling leisurely in the community, although they were of similar age. Jiang Zhenghong possessed an enviable family of 3. He had a clever and obedient daughter, a gentle, beautiful, and understanding wife, and a respectable, stable job. The happiness and fulfillment radiating from Jiang Zhenghong starkly contrasted with Huang Chunlong's own disarray. This immense disparity ignited a jealousy in Huang Chunlong that nearly drove him to madness. Yet, he had not lost his composure. Each time he encountered them, he would muster a faintly amiable smile and greet them. Jiang Zhenghong's wife was truly kind-hearted, lacking any sense of superiority, always responding to him with gentle courtesy, occasionally expressing concern. These simple gestures of care provided Huang Chunlong with a warmth he had never dared to imagine before. Consequently, he became utterly infatuated with Jiang Zhenghong and Apos' wife. Initially, he believed he would only be able to silently admire her from afar, safeguarding her in the shadows. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, their roles had reversed. He was now the one in a position to provide Lin Xia with stability. He had subtly hinted to Lin Xia, but she preferred to cling to Jiang Zhenghong, whom he deemed worthless, rather than surrender to his embrace. Thus, Huang Chunlong devised a plan. By eliminating Jiang Zhenghong, he could become Lin Xia's sole support. Come, you. Follow me. Huang Chunlong randomly pointed to one individual, leaving the last spot for Jiang Zhenghong. Jiang Mian finally stood on the soil of Haisher. Pei Yu stowed away the helicopter into his spatial storage and drew out his long knife to join the fray. The landing had caused quite a commotion, attracting numerous zombies. And Jiang Mian, along with others, had already dispatched half of them. Fan Dongxiu, after slaying a zombie, inadvertently noticed the helicopter had vanished, causing him considerable alarm. He intended to inform everyone but quickly reconsidered. Such a large helicopter could not have gone unnoticed by the others. Yet, the expressions on their faces revealed no signs of any extraordinary abilities. Fan Dongxiu suddenly realized they might possess something akin to spatial capabilities. He suppressed his excitement and concentrated on eliminating nearby zombies. Once they finished off the last zombie, their garments were inevitably stained with gore. As Jiang Mian wiped the blood from her knife with a towel, she addressed the group. Find a vehicle. We are heading to Jing Yuan community. Upon hearing this, the group dispersed swiftly in search of suitable transportation. Before long, Fan Dongxiu located a 7-seater SUV, while Pei Yu found a black off-road vehicle. The 7 of them divided into 2 vehicles, with Jiang Mian driving the SUV ahead, Pei Yu in the passenger seat, and Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxiu in the back. CSCC drove the black off-road vehicle, with Qiu Xiang in the passenger seat and Ling Yi in the rear. My goodness! They are actually using living humans to lure zombies. Qiu Hu exclaimed in disbelief. He had initially intended for Xiao Ba to scout ahead, alerting Jiang Mian to any blocked paths so she could navigate around them. Instead, he witnessed this shocking scene. Fan Dongxiu and Apos' eyes widened in horror. Is this truly happening? How cruel. How far are we from them? Xiaohu furrowed his brow in thought. We're probably about 2 or 3 streets away. Jiang Mian remained silent. Her gaze fixed ahead as she focused on driving. As long as they were not provoked, she had no intention of involving herself in their affairs. Her sole desire was to return to Jingyuan community swiftly and reunite with her parents. Run. I said run faster. Huang Chunlong yelled frantically at a frail man who had been chosen alongside Jiang Zhenghong to help search for supplies. The man had initially thought himself fortunate to be selected. But upon arriving near a small supermarket, Huang Chunlong wasted no time in slashing at his arm, blood gushing forth, dripping onto the ground. Then came Huang Chunlong's deranged command for him to run faster. The man stood petrified, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, clutching his injured arm as he trembled. Brother Huang, please, don't treat me like this. Damn it. I told you to run. Do you not understand human language? Huang Chunlong's eyes blazed with fury as he struck the man's leg. Chapter 95. I'm sorry for arriving late. Jiang Mian pressed the accelerator hard, and the SUV surged forward like a wild stallion. At a certain point, it executed a graceful drift, sending a horde of zombies flying behind Jiang Zhenghong. Of course, the occupants of the vehicle were not spared. The powerful inertia hit them all at once, forcing their bodies to lurch uncontrollably forward. Pei Yu had fastened his seatbelt, which offered him some respite, but he still felt immense pressure on his abdomen and chest. Xiaohu and Fan Dongshu fared worse. Despite gripping the overhead handles with all their might, their heads slammed painfully against the front seats. Xiaoteng, utterly terrified, shouted, Jiang Mian, are you out of your mind? Jiang Mian responded in her heart, that is my dad. Hearing this, Xiaoteng fell silent. Before Xiaohu and Ling Yi could fully grasp the situation, Jiang Mian had already opened the door and called out to the man, Dad. Jiang Zhenghong, upon hearing the familiar voice, was instantly filled with excitement. He forgot the pain coursing through his body and grasped Jiang Mian's hand tightly, examining her closely. With disbelief, he asked, is it really Xiao Mian? It is Xiao Mian. Am I dreaming? Dad, it's me. I'm sorry for being late, Jiang Mian said, her heart aching at the sight of his wounds. Her hand hovered in the air, hesitant to touch him for fear of aggravating his injuries. It's not too late, not too late. If your mother knew you were back, she would be overjoyed, Jiang Zhenghong exclaimed, recalling how his wife would often take out their daughter's photos when she missed her, tears brimming in her eyes. If she knew their daughter was safe and sound, her joy would be immeasurable. At that moment, Pei Yu, Xiaohu, and Fan Dongshu stepped out of the car, standing quietly nearby, allowing Jiang Mian and Jiang Zhenghong to reunite without interruption. Soon after, CSCC and Xiaoxiang, along with Ling Yi, also exited the vehicle, having learned the situation from Xiaohu. They were all seething with anger but held it in, not wanting to disrupt the heartfelt exchange between Jiang Mian and her father. Jiang Mian gazed at the myriad of wounds on her father's body. Her breathing slowed significantly. Were these injuries inflicted by that group? Without needing Jiang Zhenghong to answer, she already knew the answer in her heart. Pei Yu, Jiang Mian called out. Pei Yu immediately stood by her side, understanding her intent as she cast a menacing glance at the group. He spoke up, do what you need to do. Don't worry, I'll take care of things here. All right. Jiang Mian replied succinctly, then instructed Xiaohu and the others, Xiaohu, Ling Yi, block that exit. I want to let a single one of them escape. Xiaohu replied without hesitation, leave it to me. Ling Yi added, no problem, Jiang Jie. They swiftly sprang into action, their abilities allowing them to move with remarkable speed. Within seconds, Xiaohu and Ling Yi reached their designated positions, their long blades gleaming ominously as they fixed their steely gazes on the group, effectively sealing off any avenue of retreat. Jiang Zhenghong attempted to call out to his daughter, but was stopped by Pei Yu, who politely introduced himself. Hello, uncle. I'm Pei Yu, a friend of Jiang Mian's and a doctor. Please stay still. I will tend to your wounds shortly. CSCC, please bring me some water. Jiang Zhenghong watched in astonishment as Pei Yu conjured a medical kit, towels, and a basin seemingly out of thin air. He was taken aback, unable to articulate his surprise. At that moment, Fan Dongshu confirmed his suspicions. Pei Yu indeed possessed spatial abilities, which was simply remarkable. All right. CSCC stepped forward to receive the basin from Pei Yu, cheerfully greeting Jiang Zhenghong. Hello, uncle. I'm CSCC, Jiang Mian's classmate and roommate. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Zhenghong's expression brightened. Oh, you're Cici. Jiang Mian often speaks of you, saying you've helped her a lot at school. Thank you. Haha. Is that so? We help each other out, uncle. You don't need to be so polite, CSCC replied while filling the basin with water. Jiang Zhenghong was momentarily stunned by CSCC and Appo's impressive actions. His eyes wide with amazement. Seeing this, Qiu Xiang approached with a smile, explaining, "Uncle, Cici is a water elemental, which is why she can conjure water. I'm Qiu Xiang, also a friend of Jiang Mian." "Hello, Uncle. I'm Fan Dongshu. Jiang Mian saved my life, and we're friends too." Fan Dongshu eagerly chimed in, seeking acknowledgement. The small creature on his shoulder, Xiao Ba, echoed, "Hello. Hello," prompting Jiang Zhenghong to glance at it curiously. "Oh, hello, hello." Jiang Zhenghong finally snapped back to reality, smiling in response. He was pleasantly surprised to see how many friends his daughter had made in this apocalyptic world. As they tended to Jiang Zhenghong and Appo's wounds and chatted, the atmosphere remained light and pleasant, while on the other side, a battle loomed ominously. Huang Chunlong watched them warily, brandishing a steel pipe defensively. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, anxiously observing Jiang Mian as she advanced toward them, a hint of panic in their eyes. They understood that Jiang Zhenghong's daughter had come to settle the score. "Don't be afraid. We have the numbers," Huang Chunlong shouted. Uncertain whether he was reassuring himself or the others, but his words did manage to restore a modicum of their confidence. "What do you want?" Huang Chunlong feigned composure, lifting his chin defiantly. Jiang Mian, her expression impassive and unnervingly calm, stated, "You have two choices. First, take your own life as an apology. Second, I can offer you a chance to race against the zombies. Your fate rests on chance." Her gaze was as cold as frost, as if surveying a group already condemned to death. Huang Chunlong shot her a disdainful glare, thinking himself clever. "Why should we listen to you? Everyone, listen to me. Attack them. Kill them." At his command, his subordinates' eyes burned with malice as they charged recklessly toward Jiang Mian, weapons in hand. With a sharp gaze, Jiang Mian smirked. "You underestimate yourselves." In the next moment, countless wooden vines surged forth as if alive, skillfully ensnaring a dozen of them. One unfortunate soul, caught off guard, was instantly immobilized, his terrified screams echoing through the air. Having sheltered in the Jingyuan community and only ventured nearby, they had never encountered a supernatural being before, and one of them, paralyzed with fear, muttered, "Monster! Monster!" In that moment of distraction, he was ensnared by the vines, his face contorted with terror. As he attempted to resist, he found himself utterly powerless. Soon, more of them were tripped and entangled by the vines. Those armed with knives tried desperately to cut the vines and free their comrades. But alas, Jiang Mian's abilities had reached level 3. The firmness of her wooden vines rendered ordinary blades utterly ineffective. "It seems you lack the courage to end your own lives. Shall I assist you?" Jiang Mian declared, shifting her focus from entangling to piercing, as sharp wooden tendrils relentlessly stabbed through their hearts. In no time, they had suffered grievous losses. Chapter 96, Reunion. Upon sensing the perilous situation, Huang Chunlong contemplated fleeing, yet found himself confronted by two men wielding long knives. Resolutely, he dashed towards them, convinced that dealing with mere men was far easier than facing Jiang Zhenghong's monstrous daughter. Regrettably, Huang Chunlong miscalculated. Before he could make significant progress, a sudden ice spike pierced through his thigh, blood gushed forth, and the force of inertia sent him crashing to the ground. Qiuhu, observing Huang Chunlong struggling on the asphalt, kindly cautioned, "Cease your struggles. Escape is futile." Huang Chunlong, prostrate on the ground, clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, "Why? It was so close. Just a moment more, and Jiang Zhenghong would have met a gruesome end." Anguish consumed him. Why did the world always favor Jiang Zhenghong? If that were the case, why grant him even a glimmer of hope? At that moment, Jiang Mian had already dispatched the others. Vines rapidly grew towards Huang Chunlong, ensnaring his leg and forcibly dragging him closer. The road was soon marked by a startling trail of blood, resembling a serpent of crimson. Jiang Mian, looking down from above, furiously demanded, "What grievance does my father have with you? Are you so unwilling to relent? Then take your resentment back to hell." In the next instant, her vines hoisted Huang Chunlong into the air before mercilessly tossing him into the approaching horde of zombies. A scream of terror escaped Huang Chunlong and Appo's lips, slicing through the air and attracting a greater swarm of the undead. The zombies pounced upon him like ravenous wolves, and his cries abruptly ceased, soon drowned out by the frenzied gnashing of teeth. Fortunately, Pei Yu had astutely relocated Jiang Zhenghong into the vehicle, sparing him from witnessing this gruesome scene. Jiang Zhenghong, hearing Huang Chunlong and Appo's desperate wails, understood that Jiang Mian was avenging him. Rather than fear, he felt a profound sense of relief. Grateful that his daughter was not as frail as he, Her strength would shield her from the harshness of this apocalypse. In a brief span, Jiang Zhenghong gleaned much information from his conversations with CSCC and others: the existence of supernatural beings, government-established bases, advanced zombies, mutated animals, and plants, among others. He was deeply astonished. The world had indeed transformed into a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. Jiang Mian returned to the car alongside Qiu Hu and Ling Yi, finding that Pei Yu had meticulously bandaged her father's wounds. Overcome with emotion, she felt a surge of gratitude. Pei Yu, seeking her appreciation, gently urged, "Get in the car. Keep your uncle company while I drive." Jiang Mian glanced at him, nodded slightly, and, feeling it too sentimental to express her thanks, simply took her seat beside her father. Qiu Hu and Ling Yi, recognizing the moment, discreetly moved to CSCC and Oppo's vehicle, and the two cars resumed their journey. Seated beside her father, Jiang Mian felt an overwhelming sense of security. She inquired about their recent circumstances and noticed her father appeared thinner than before. It was clear he hadn't been eating well since the onset of the apocalypse. She hastily retrieved a bounty of food from her space and insisted, "Dad, eat this. If it's not enough, I have more." Jiang Zhenghong chuckled helplessly. Enough. I can and Oppo's tea possibly finish all this. Pei Yu already provided me with a substantial amount, all in this bag. Jiang Mian glanced at the bag by his feet, discovering it filled with fragrant beef, braised duck tongues, soy sauce duck, shredded chicken, 8 treasure porridge, bread, pure milk, and more. Goodness, you seldom indulge in these treats. Now you're generous with your father? Oh, are you feeling jealous? Go away. She wasn't jealous at all. It was absurd to think so. Is the young man's name Pei Yu? Jiang Zhenghong inquired, uncertain and wishing to avoid any awkwardness in misnaming him. Pei Yu, overhearing while driving, responded with a smile. Indeed, uncle, you have a remarkable memory. I am Pei Yu. Suddenly, a guard stationed at the gate called out urgently, "Why are there 2 cars? This isn't Brother Huang's vehicle. Come quickly and take a look." Pei Yu lowered the car window and called out to the guards, "Open the gate. We must enter." One of the men, mustering his courage, retorted, "You think you can just demand we open the gate? Who are you?" Had Brother Huang been present, the man's confidence would have been bolstered, but alas, they had gone out searching for food and hadn't yet returned. Jiang Zhenghong lowered his window as well. Addressing the man, "Wang Tielu, it's me. My daughter and her friends have come to find us. Please open the gate." The guard's jaw dropped in astonishment upon recognizing Jiang Zhenghong. Jiang Zhenghong, you're back. But where is Brother Huang? Why has he returned?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. If Jiang Zhenghong had survived, then who had perished? This unease was quickly addressed by Jiang Mian, who declared, "The Brother Huang you speak of is dead at my hands. If you miss him, I would gladly expedite your reunion." The man faltered, stammering, "No. That is not necessary." He had no desire for such a ghastly reunion. In a flurry, he opened the gate, allowing both vehicles to enter the community before promptly closing it again. Linxia, hearing the commotion, rushed downstairs, her sole concern being the safe return of Jiang Zhenghong. Upon seeing Jiang Mian emerge from the unfamiliar vehicle, she froze in disbelief, her vision clouded with tears. Sensing her mother's presence, Jiang Mian turned, time seeming to stand still. "Mom," she cried, her voice thick with emotion as she sprinted towards Linxia. Tears streamed down Linxia's face as she opened her arms wide, enveloping her daughter in a tight embrace. "Xiao Mian, my daughter. It truly is you. My daughter," she repeated, her voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Mian buried her head in her mother's embrace, sobbing, "Mom, it's me. I've missed you so much." Linxia tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, choking back tears as she murmured, "Yes, you're back. You're back. I thought I would never see you again." Thus, mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping as they released the pent-up longing and worry that had accumulated over the days. Onlookers were moved, each harboring their own thoughts. Ling Yi, Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, and Fan Dongshu's parents had all perished. Witnessing this heartfelt reunion stirred both admiration and envy within them. Pei Yu had a mother, yet their bond could never rival the purity of Jiang Mian and Linxia's relationship. The external obstacles between them were too many. This son may always be deemed less significant than her experimental endeavors. CSCC discreetly wiped her tears, genuinely happy for Jiang Mian, while simultaneously worrying about her own parents. Were they safe? Would they wait for her? Chapter 97. Distribution of supplies. After a considerable time, Jiang Mian finally released Linxia, examining her face intently. She had lost weight, undoubtedly suffering greatly during this period. Her mother had always possessed a radiant complexion, meticulously caring for her skin. Unlike the rough and sallow appearance now evident, it was clear she was malnourished. Lin Xia shook her head, her eyes reddening as she said, "No, no. You are the one who has suffered. The distance between Chuan City and Hai City is immense, and the journey fraught with danger. I can hardly fathom how you managed." Jiang Mian refrained from mentioning their helicopter, opting to sidestep the topic. "It's all in the past, Mom. What matters most is that our family is reunited now." Lin Xia nodded, her gaze sweeping around before she noticed her husband, Jiang Zhenghong, was injured. Her complexion turned ashen, and she rushed over, worriedly exclaiming, "Zhenghong, oh my, how are you hurt?" Seeing her on the verge of tears, Jiang Zhenghong hurried to reassure her. "It's not serious, just a minor injury. You can ask Xiao Mian if you don't believe me." Lin Xia turned to Jiang Mian, who immediately understood her father's subtle signals and nodded in affirmation. Upon seeing this, Lin Xia finally exhaled in relief as Jiang Zhenghong began introducing her daughter as friends. Lin Xia was profoundly grateful to her daughter's companions, recognizing that it was their assistance that had ensured her daughter's safe return. "Let us return home and converse there," Jiang Zhenghong proclaimed, glancing around to find standing in the community for conversation to be somewhat impolite. Lin Xia's expression shifted to one of concern as she gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Isn't that Huang fellow forbidding us from returning home?" Since the day they began clearing the community of zombies, Huang Chunlong had arrogantly demanded that everyone gather together, prohibiting them from returning home or staying alone. Initially, there were dissenters, as everyone longed for the comfort of their own familiar homes. However, after Huang Chunlong brutally killed an elderly man who insisted on returning home, fear settled over everyone, and they ceased their protests. Jiang Zhenghong straightened his posture and declared loudly, "Huang is dead. From now on, we can reside wherever we choose. No one can hinder us anymore." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Is it true? Huang Chunlong is really dead. Wonderful. We no longer have to live in fear." It seemed the community had suffered greatly under Huang Chunlong's tyranny, and the news of his demise brought such joy that it felt as though they might celebrate with fireworks. Jiang Mian's gaze drifted over the familiar faces in the crowd, her father's colleagues and neighbors, all of whom had watched her grow up. Yet, they were no longer the same as she remembered. The ravages of the apocalypse had left them haggard and gaunt. "Xiao Mian, come. Let us return home." Lin Xia beckoned, already leading CSCC and others towards their residence in Unit 3. Jiang Mian nodded slightly, signaling for them to proceed. Pei Yu, however, remained beside her, quietly accompanying her. Perceptive to Jiang Mian's troubled demeanor, Pei Yu softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Mian shook her head, assuring him she was fine. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "Pei Yu, do you think we can help everyone?" "Of course, do whatever you feel is right. Rest assured, I will stand by you." Even if the sky were to fall, Pei Yu replied without hesitation. His response momentarily stunned Jiang Mian, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. She was not oblivious to Pei Yu's special regard for her. His caring glances and thoughtful gestures did not escape her notice. She merely feigned ignorance, burying this special feeling deep within her heart, afraid to confront it. Wise souls do not enter the realm of love, she reminded herself, vowing not to be ensnared by emotions. In this life, she aimed solely to protect her family and take revenge on that scoundrel, Lu Yuan. Thus, she felt compelled to remain unresponsive. Jiang Mian averted her gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with Pei Yu, and hurriedly walked toward the car's trunk, saying, "I brought some flour and rice. Let us distribute it to everyone." Noticing her slightly flushed ears, Pei Yu felt a surge of joy and gently responded, "All right, I shall follow your lead." As she opened the trunk, Jiang Mian discreetly placed 300 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and several boxes of pickled vegetables inside. Turning around, she called out to the enthusiastic group of uncles and aunts still discussing Huang Chunlong's demise. "Uncles and aunts, we brought back some supplies along the way. If anyone is in need, feel free to come and collect them for emergencies." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into excitement, clamoring over one another. "Xiao Mian, is that true?" One aunt exclaimed, her face beaming with joy, her voice rising with excitement. A concerned uncle stepped forward, quickly asserting, "Xiao Mian has grown up before our eyes. She wouldn't deceive us." Indeed, Xiao Mian has always been kind-hearted and clever. She has certainly developed great skills. Another chimed in, "Xiao Mian, you truly are our savior." Your willingness to share supplies during such times is immensely appreciated. Thank you so much. The crowd expressed their gratitude, voices overlapping in a chorus of thanks. Those who had left earlier, unaware of the news, soon returned. The atmosphere was lively. Even Lin Xia, who had already returned home, caught wind of the commotion through the window. Upon learning that Jiang Mian was distributing supplies, Ling Yi remarked, "I'll go down to help Sister Jiang," and made his way downstairs. Others, eager to join the excitement, followed suit after exchanging greetings. Lin Xia shook her head helplessly, uncertain whether Jiang Mian's decision to share supplies was a blessing or a curse. Jiang Zhenghong noticed her concern and reassured her, "Do not worry. Your daughter is quite capable. She knows what she is doing." Downstairs, overwhelmed by the warmth of the crowd, Jiang Mian struggled to manage them and quickly called out, "Everyone, please quiet down and line up. Let us count how many we have and discuss the distribution." The crowd promptly quieted, forming 3 lines with smiles, waiting for Jiang Mian to tally the numbers. "We're here to help too." Qiu Hu and others approached with cheerful expressions. Jiang Mian nodded, assigning tasks to those willing to assist, and soon the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Everyone worked together, and before long, the supplies were distributed. 22 individuals each received an average of 10 pounds of rice, about 4 pounds of flour, and 5 or 6 packets of pickled vegetables. After expressing their gratitude once more, the recipients joyfully returned home, eagerly anticipating a hearty meal at last. Chapter 98, Treating Father CSCC. Observing the departing figures of the crowd, called out to Jiang Mian. CSCC looked at Jiang Mian in confusion. What is it, Mian Mian? Wait for me here. I'll go tell my parents. We'll set off for Qingyang shortly." Qingyang was CSCC's hometown, also part of Haisher, roughly a 2-hour drive away. As Jiang Mian reunited with her parents, she inadvertently noticed CSCC quietly wiping away her tears, evidently worried about her own parents. Given today's experiences, Jiang Mian felt it imperative to act swiftly in finding people, so she decided to accompany her on this journey. "Okay," CSCC nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening instantly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Pei Yu suddenly interjected, "I will accompany you both." "We will go too." Jiang Mian glanced at the others and quickly declined, "No need. Qingyang is not far. CSCC and I will make a quick trip. You all should stay back to rest or team up to gather supplies, including crystal cores. But someone must remain in the community, just in case." Upon hearing her plan, everyone found it quite reasonable and agreed. Pei Yu understood Jiang Mian and Appo's character. Once she had made a decision, she would not easily change it. Thus, he chose to stay behind to care for uncle and aunt, seizing the opportunity to build a good rapport as well. Upon returning home, Jiang Mian called her father into her room and said, "Dad, my wood-based abilities are a bit unique. They possess healing effects. I will help you heal now, and you can remove the bandages later. Please keep this confidential. You are the only one I am telling about this for now." After a moment of shock, Jiang Zhenghong nodded solemnly. "Understood. You are right to be cautious. I promise not to mention it to your mother." As Jiang Mian utilized her healing abilities on her father, she remarked, "There is no need for that. My mother understands the gravity of the situation." "All right, I will heed my daughter's advice," he replied. Before long, Jiang Zhenghong's injuries had healed, and he felt invigorated. Lin Xia learned that Jiang Mian was accompanying CSCC to Qingyang to find her family. Although reluctant, she understood and repeatedly urged her to prioritize safety and to escape if danger arose. Jiang Mian, comprehending her mother and Appo's concerns, found it endearing and assured her. Once Jiang Mian and CSCC departed, everyone busied themselves. Qiu Xiang helped Lin Xia prepare meals, while Pei Yu and others, led by Jiang Zhenghong, began organizing the adjacent suite. The owner of this suite had perished early in the apocalypse, and now was being ready to accommodate Jiang Mian's friends, conveniently located nearby. Much to Jiang Zhenghong's satisfaction. During the tidying up, several acquaintances of Jiang Zhenghong arrived, expressing their gratitude to his daughter. Observing them assist in the cleanup, they wished to contribute in their own way. "I have a set of new blankets, still unopened. I'll fetch them for you. I have 2 pairs of new pillows. You will surely find them useful. I'll go get them." "I have." Pei Yu found their enthusiasm overwhelming and waved his hands. "Uncles and aunties, thank you. But there is truly no need for such trouble. The existing supplies are sufficient." "Young man, it's no trouble at all. I'll go home and grab it right now." "Exactly, it's just a nearby community. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Watching the departing figures, Pei Yu felt utterly helpless. Jiang Zhenghong patted his shoulder. "It's all right. If they offer you supplies, and you refuse, they want to feel at ease. Kind-hearted individuals. Once they receive a bit of help, will always ponder ways to reciprocate, no matter how small. Pei Yu understood this and ceased to dwell on it. Uncle, you should go rest. We can manage here. He was concerned that standing too long would impede Jiang Zhenghong's recovery. Jiang Zhenghong finally realized he was still an injured party. He slowly found a chair to sit down, waving his hand. No worries, I'll just sit for a bit. He needed to maintain the facade of being injured to protect his daughter's secret. At this moment, Qiu Hu approached. Hey, Pei Yu. How about once we finish here, we gather all the uncles and aunties and update them on the situation outside. Several people have inquired about the outside world. I've given them a brief overview, but it seems more efficient to gather everyone together for a comprehensive discussion. Qiu Hu, parched from speaking, realized that everyone was remarkably uninformed about the outside world, even regarding the abilities and the advanced zombies. Pei Yu had no objections. All right. You can take charge of this task. Qiu Hu turned to Fan Dongxiu. Old Fan, Ling Yi, you both come help me in a bit. Sure. Once more individuals arrived to inquire about the situation, Qiu Hu instructed them to gather downstairs for collective questioning. The gathered crowd was eager to comply and quickly set off to notify everyone to assemble. After Qiu Hu concluded his tasks, he descended to share insights about the outside world. He explained about ability users possessing extraordinary capabilities and even invited Ling Yi to demonstrate his ice abilities. The crowd gasped in awe, truly gaining new insights. He then spoke of the formidable advanced zombies and mutated animals, emphasizing the crystal cores within their heads, which could assist ability users in enhancing their powers. Fan Dongxiu supplemented the discussion with survival rules and the point system within their base, elaborating on how survivors live there. Everyone listened intently, feeling a mixture of surprise and longing, realizing that the base indeed offered greater safety than their current situation. They could undertake tasks suited to their abilities and earn points to sustain themselves, providing them with a newfound sense of hope. The points functioned similarly to currency, with the potential to earn as much as possible. While they engaged in lively discussions, Jiang Mian and CSCC finally arrived in Qingyang. Vroom, vroom, vroom. 3 motorcycles roared with deafening noise, swiftly overtaking Jiang Mian's SUV, then abruptly halting directly in front of them, attempting to forcefully block their path. Seeing this, CSCC anxiously shouted, Mian Mian, be careful. Have they lost their minds? What do they want? Do they wish to meet the Grim Reaper? Jiang Mian casually remarked, showing no intention of stopping. Instead, she pressed the accelerator fiercely, the vehicle lunging forward like a ferocious beast. CSCC, hold on tight. Jiang Mian cautioned. CSCC understood and replied without hesitation, okay. Her heart raced wildly, yet she felt an exhilarating thrill, loving this wild side of Jiang Mian. Dealing with those reckless, shameless individuals required a firm hand. Whoa, she has no intention of stopping. One of the young men yelled in terror. Everyone, get out of the way. However, it was too late. Jiang Mian and Appo's SUV charged towards them like a fearsome creature. In the moment before impact, the young men frantically maneuvered their motorcycles to evade, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 99. Dawn Society. One of the motorcycles, unable to evade in time, toppled to the ground, and the rider rolled several times before coming to a disheveled halt. The other 2 motorcycles narrowly avoided disaster, skidding perilously close to the greenery. Jiang Mian's motorcycle showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to speed ahead while leaving a cacophony of curses in its wake. CSCC exclaimed, how exhilarating. Let them learn a lesson for trying to block us. Let's see if they dare to do it again. Wu Xian, are you all right? The 2 quickly dismounted and helped the fallen rider to his feet, assessing his injuries. Wu Xian, the one who had rolled on the ground, assured them it was nothing serious, just a few scraped patches. However, reflecting on the incident still sent a shiver down his spine. That woman was utterly reckless. They had attempted to force stops numerous times, but this was the first instance of someone charging straight at them without hesitation. Seeing his companion was unharmed, Hong Qi turned his attention to Jiang Mingchen. Brother Jiang, shall we pursue? Yes. Jiang Mingchen replied with determination. Hurry up and get on. We must not lose sight of her. Understood. The group swiftly revved their motorcycles and set off in the direction Jiang Mian had departed. Mian, stop at that intersection ahead. My home is on the 2nd floor nearby. CSCC pointed toward the intersection, her heart racing. All right, Jiang Mian complied, bringing the vehicle to a halt at the designated spot. The 2 dismounted, and Jiang Mian followed closely behind CSCC, as they traversed a narrow path into a lush courtyard adorned with flowers before ascending the stairs on the left. On the third floor, CSCC gazed at the tightly shut door of her home, swallowing hard. She raised her hand and knocked forcefully, calling out, "Dad. Mom. It and amp. Apos. SCC. I'm back. Please come and open the door. Is anyone home?" At that moment, a zombie emerged from the open door next door, drawn by CSCC's voice. Jiang Mian swiftly retrieved a long knife from her space and dispatched the creature with a single stroke. CSCC, witnessing this, murmured, "That was Uncle Li. He brought us so much corn 3 months ago. I never imagined." Her words trailed off, but Jiang Mian understood her sentiment, how drastically circumstances had changed. Quickly regaining her composure, CSCC looked toward her own door, stating, "Mian, we can jump from Uncle Li and Apos' balcony directly to mine." After calling out for so long with no response, the only conclusion was that her parents were not home. Worry crept into CSCC and amp, Apos' heart. In such perilous times, where could they have gone? With no other options, they decided to leap back to CSCC and Apos' home from Uncle Li and Apos' balcony to search for any clues left behind by her parents. Jiang Mian nodded and followed her into the neighbor and amp, Apos' house, where indeed, 2 balconies were in close proximity. CSCC climbed onto the balcony first, her courage bolstered significantly. She leaped across in a single bound. When she saw Jiang Mian follow suit, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Entering through the balcony door led them into the living room of her home. As CSCC stepped inside, familiar surroundings flooded her mind with memories. A bittersweet mix of emotions swirling within her. The beloved sofa, the small trinkets on display, the family portrait adorning the wall all remained unchanged. Yet the absence of her parents loomed large. The furnishings are meticulously arranged. It appears uncle and aunt may have left voluntarily, Jiang Mian observed after surveying the room. CSCC nodded, her spirits dampened, her voice trembling slightly. But where could they have gone? Her gaze turned distant. The hope of reuniting with her family crumbling in an instant. She had initially believed they might uncover some trace of her parents' whereabouts. But now only feelings of loss and anxiety remained. This was a question Jiang Mian could not answer. She gently patted CSCC on the back, encouraging her, "CSCC. Let and amp, Apos' keep our spirits up and search the vicinity for any survivors who might have information." Just then, they heard a familiar rumble. The sound of the 3 motorcycle youths returning. CSCC and amp, Apos' eyes brightened, and she hurried to the window to catch a glimpse of them, turning to Jiang Mian and asking, "Do you think they know anything? Let and Apos' go down and ask." Jiang Mingchen and his companions parked their motorcycles nearby and dismounted. Hong Chi pointed to their motorcycle, saying, "Brother Jiang, it's this bike. I remember their license plate number." Wu Xian nodded in agreement, recalling the plate, and curiously inquired, "But where are the riders? Could they live nearby?" As the 3 pondered this, a melodious female voice broke through. "Are you looking for me?" They turned in unison to see 2 women approaching down the path, their appearances neat and their clothing clean, suggesting they had fared well in the apocalypse. Notably, they were also quite beautiful. Jiang Mingchen cleared his throat awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Hong Chi pushed him from behind, prompting him to muster the courage to speak. You collided with my brother. How do we resolve this?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, countering, "Resolve it. You intentionally blocked our path with ulterior motives. How do you propose we resolve this?" Wu Xian, flushed with indignation, retorted vehemently, "What ulterior motives? Don't wrongfully accuse us. We merely sought a friendly exchange, unaware you'd respond with such hostility." He crossed his arms defiantly, wearing an expression of righteous indignation. "Indeed, you should have inquired. Who in this area ISN and Apos? Aware of our Dawn Society and Apos' reputation?" Hong Chi chimed in. "Dawn Society?" Jiang Mian paused to recall. This organization would gain some notoriety a year later, founded by a group of orphans. They engaged in various enterprises, whether seeking individuals or items, or providing the latest news from various bases. If one could pay, they would find a way to assist. The Dawn Society resembled information brokers and treasure seekers in a world turned upside down. As long as there was demand and trade, they would exert every effort to fulfill it. These were children left with no options, lacking the protection of family in a brutal world, relying solely on their tenacity to band together for survival. Ultimately, they succeeded in garnering recognition, emerging as a remarkable legend amidst the apocalypse. Jiang Mian observed the group of youthful boys before her, struggling to connect them to the dawn society of the future. Curiously, CSCC stepped forward, asking, "Are you well acquainted with this area?" "Of course. We came out today specifically to." Wu Xian and Appo's sentence was abruptly cut off as Hong Qi covered his mouth, exasperated. "Our mission is confidential. Can you please remember that?" Jiang Mingchen, unable to bear the sight of the two bickering, redirected his focus to Jiang Mian, explaining, "We truly mean no harm. Perhaps our methods were inappropriate, but you can't just ram into us like that. It's utterly reckless." However, Jiang Mingchen also reflected deeply on the incident, realizing that he must exercise more caution in the future. Life is singular and must be cherished. Chapter 100. The rescue team ignoring his complaints, CSCC asked urgently, "You are familiar with this area. Do you know where everyone is relocating?" Jiang Mingchen scrutinized the two of them with a hint of confusion and replied, "Are you new arrivals?" CSCC nodded eagerly, quickly explaining, "During the apocalypse, I was studying at university in another city. I just returned today to find my parents, but they are not home, and I have no idea where they might be." After a moment of thought, Jiang Mingchen said, "The Haichuan base. Recently, a team from the base came here to escort a group of survivors. Perhaps your parents went with them." "Haichuan base. Where is it? Is it far from here?" CSCC pressed on, anxious that her parents might have gone to the base. Taking the opportunity, Wu Xian smiled and chimed in, "Sister, our Dawn Society and Appo's headquarters is at Haichuan base. We also offer a service to help locate missing relatives. Would you like to consider our assistance? We guarantee the utmost efficiency in helping you find your loved ones." While CSCC contemplated this, Jiang Mian interjected, "Sounds good." She was curious to assess their capabilities and whether they truly lived up to their claims. It was likely they would settle at Haichuan base, so there might be future interactions. CSCC then inquired, "What payment do we need to provide for your help?" Jiang Mingchen replied, "We accept supplies, food, and water." Upon hearing that water was acceptable, CSCC quickly responded, "I can provide you with water. How much do you need?" Jiang Mingchen clarified, "It depends on what type of water you provide. If it's bottled mineral water, 1 case will suffice. If it's bulk water, we'll need 2 barrels. Of course, if we fail to locate your relatives, you won't owe us anything." Jiang Mian found this quite reasonable. After a quick calculation, she noted that a typical bottle of mineral water is 550 milliliters, and a case contains 24 bottles, totaling 13.2 liters. A barrel holds 19 liters. So 2 barrels would be 38 liters, significantly more expensive, but with good reason, as mineral water is comparatively safer. "Okay, I'll provide 2 barrels of water," CSCC declared without hesitation, as she was an ability user specializing in water manipulation, making it an effortless task for her. Seeing her generosity, Jiang Mingchen cheerfully said, "Deal. We at the Dawn Society will take on this business. What are your parents and Appo's names? Do you have a photo?" Yes. CSCC then detailed her parents' situation and handed over their photograph. Jiang Mingchen examined the picture before tucking it into his pocket and asked, "By the way, how should I address you?" "I am Jiang Mingchen. This is Wu Xian, and he is Hong Qi. I am CSCC, and this is Jiang Mian." They introduced themselves in turn. Jiang Mingchen nodded, "All right. If they are at the base, we will have results by tomorrow noon at the latest. You may come to the base to find me then." When Jiang Mian and CSCC returned to Jingyuan community, night had already fallen. Lin Xia had prepared dinner for them, and they began to eat slowly by candlelight. After hearing CSCC and Appo's account, Qiu Hu, standing nearby, asked, "Are we going to Haichuan base tomorrow? Take me with you. I want to see it too." Jiang Mian swallowed her food before responding, "First, we need to check if CSCC and Appo's parents are at the base. As for the future, I intend to reside at Haichuan base. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated to respond, but Pei Yu said without hesitation, "You decide. I will follow your lead." Jiang Zhahong and Lin Xia exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of doubt. Could this fellow possibly have feelings for their little Mian? They resolved to observe Pei Yu closely for a while. Eventually, after discussion, everyone agreed to settle at Haichuan base. However, plans often change unexpectedly. The next morning, just as Qiu Hu gathered the residents to announce their intention to go to Haichuan base, military personnel arrived outside. Driving a vehicle and broadcasting through a loudspeaker, they announced, "Hello everyone, we are the rescue team from Haichuan base. Any survivors willing to return with us, please gather your belongings and wait. We will return after dealing with the zombies trailing behind you, and then we'll leave together." The announcement repeated, and the residents of the community were filled with excitement. Finally, help has arrived. We are going to be saved. Yes. I want to go to the base. I want to go to Haichuan base. The residents eagerly greeted Jiang Mian and the others, rushing back to pack their belongings. Lin Xia turned to her daughter. Should we start packing too? They had initially planned to stay in the community for another day or two to help gather transportation, but now that a rescue team had arrived, there was no need to worry about vehicles. Jiang Mian nodded and advised, Mom, just pack some bed linens and daily necessities. All right, I understand, Lin Xia replied. Bidding farewell to everyone as she supported Jiang Zhenghong upstairs, discussing what to bring along. 2 hours later, everyone had finished packing, with numerous bags piled up downstairs. Waiting for the broadcast to return, Zhang Tailu rushed outside, calling out, Here are survivors willing to return with you to the base. In response, the rescue team sent a military truck to transport people, while others continued searching nearby. Seeing this, Zhang Tailu opened the community gate wide and said eagerly, Military comrades, the vehicle can enter our community. The two individuals clad in camouflage glanced at him without speaking but drove the vehicle inside. Once the vehicle came to a stop, the two swiftly disembarked, rifles slung over their shoulders, standing tall and serious as they surveyed the crowd. One of them, with a booming voice, instructed, Everyone, please board the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd. Once this vehicle is full, we will take you back to the base. Joyful anticipation spread across the faces of the crowd, and they began to load their luggage onto the vehicle. Familiar faces helped one another, creating a bustling scene. Jiang Mian approached the two armed personnel and politely asked, Hello. I would like to inquire about what arrangements the base has for us once we return. Jiang Mian's question was one that everyone was concerned about, drawing the attention of those around her, who leaned in to hear the response. The individual being questioned surveyed the crowd and replied seriously, Every person entering the base must surrender initial supplies. If you do not have any, do not worry. You can substitute with labor. Furthermore, the base is continuously expanding and is in dire need of hands, so there is no need to worry about finding work. Effort will be rewarded. Chapter 101. Speaking ill behind one's back is unwise. Upon hearing these words, a murmur began to ripple through the crowd. Some expressed concern over the sufficiency of their supplies, while others contemplated the tasks they might undertake. Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully and said, Thank you, we have our own vehicle. May we follow behind you shortly? Of course, came the affirmative reply. With that, Jiang Mian returned to gather her group and prepare the vehicle, awaiting the collective departure. She had never been to the Haichuan base in her past life, and was unfamiliar with its inner workings, so she resolved to take things as they came. At last, when everyone had finished loading their vehicles, Jiang Mian drove her car behind the military truck, accompanied by her parents and CSCC. Pei Yu piloted another vehicle, carrying Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Ling Yi, Fan Dongqiu, and Xiaoba. The procession of military trucks led the way, with several smaller vehicles trailing behind Jiang Mian's. The return route stretched far and long. Jiang Zhenhong leaned out of the window, unable to see the end of the line, realizing they were positioned towards the tail. I didn't expect there to be so many survivors, he remarked with a sense of wonder. Uncle, there will be even more people at the base, CSCC replied. Indeed. That's quite reassuring, Jiang Zhenhong nodded. Fortunately, this calamity had not led to humanity's extinction. They still had a chance to rise again. Perhaps due to the sheer volume of vehicles on the road, their journey was fraught with stops and starts, leaving Jiang Mian's foot weary from the brake pedal. They had just halted again when a piercing scream erupted from ahead, suggesting an incident had occurred. Ah, the zombies are terrifying. Hurry, everyone flee. The vehicle in front of Jiang Mian honked several times, shouting urgently, Quick, reverse. There are zombies ahead. The man's voice was tinged with a palpable urgency. Jiang Mian found herself second to last in line, with Pei Yu in the last position. She turned to him and said, It seems there is trouble up ahead. Let us pull over. All right. Pei Yu began to reverse, maneuvering to a position that would not obstruct the main road. Once Jiang Mian had parked, he swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle to join her. The cacophony ahead intensified, punctuated by gunfire and explosions. And soon thick smoke billowed into the sky like ink. Could it be a high-level zombie? Should we go take a look? Pei Yu inquired as he approached their car. Jiang Mian surveyed the group and replied, I'll go with you. The rest should stay here. If the situation escalates, retreat immediately to the community without waiting for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's heart tightened with worry. Xiaomian, she began, but Jiang Mian interjected, Mom, it will be fine. We want to act recklessly. If the circumstances exceed our capabilities, We will withdraw promptly to avoid dire straits. Pei Yu, let us go. Understood. Pei Yu nodded, following her lead. Lin Xia watched her daughter depart, letting out a resigned sigh. Jiang Zhenghong comforted her with a reassuring pat on the back, saying, "Do not fret." As Jiang Mian and Pei Yu advanced a short distance, they finally glimpsed the horrifying scene. A towering 3-meter high-level zombie rampaged about. Its massive body and bulging muscles cloaked in a sickly bluish-black skin. It attacked everything in its vicinity, and the military truck and Oppo's explosion was likely a consequence of its rampage, leaving chaos in its wake, with debris scattered and many lives lost. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the heavy stench of blood, accompanied by the groans and cries for help from the injured. Numerous individuals had abandoned their vehicles, leaving only soldiers in camouflage engaged in a desperate battle against the high-level zombie, quickly realizing that bullets were ineffective against it. "Quick, call Liangjia. We cannot handle this advanced zombie," one soldier exclaimed anxiously. Another replied with frustration, "I've already called. She is notoriously difficult to summon. And who knows how she'll make it harder for our requesting brothers." It and Oppo's unwise to speak ill of others behind their backs. A cool voice suddenly interjected. The man had not anticipated Liangjia's swift arrival, nor that she would overhear his disparaging remarks, leaving him embarrassed and flustered. Liangjia shot him a sharp glare before turning her gaze toward the massive zombie, frowning slightly. "It's a high level. Killing it will be challenging. Should we consider retreating?" Captain Shen Haidong, upon hearing this, bellowed, "Can you not be so unreliable? We can retreat, but what about the others?" He was deeply concerned, for since the incident began, no fewer than 40 ordinary people had perished, resulting in significant losses. How would he justify this upon return? "Captain, look. Those two wielding long blades are formidable. They've already severed one of the advanced zombie's arms." Upon hearing this, Chen Haidong raised his gaze and indeed saw a man and a woman engaged in combat with the high-level zombie. The man was agile, and the woman was nimble. They were clearly not ordinary individuals. Chen Haidong felt a surge of hope and shouted, "Quickly, Liangjia, go assist them." Just moments ago, they had doubted their ability to defeat the high-level zombie, yet now, with such capable allies, surely they would prevail. Liangjia noticed the duo as well. They were not utilizing any special abilities, yet their blades carved deep gashes into the 3-tiered zombie. They wield excellent blades, she thought. "I shall assist you." Liangjia swiftly closed the distance, unleashing an ice spike that pierced the advanced zombie's wound. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu worked in perfect harmony, their blades flashing as they inflicted more wounds upon the creature. However, the high-level zombie was thoroughly enraged, its furious roars growing more violent. Liangjia's presence drew part of the zombie's attention, allowing Jiang Mian to leap into the air, her long blade aimed directly at the creature's eye. With a pained howl, the high-level zombie swayed unsteadily, and Pei Yu leapt forward, delivering a decisive blow that severed its head. At last, they had vanquished this formidable foe. "Your blades are impressive." Liangjia approached, her expression one of admiration. Jiang Mian replied with a calm demeanor, "They are adequate." Pei Yu quickly retrieved the zombie and Oppo's crystal core, rinsing it clean with water before presenting it to Jiang Mian. Nearby, Shaoli, who had been beside Captain Shen Haidong, watched in wide-eyed astonishment. "Captain, they've extracted the crystal core. That's a prized possession," he exclaimed, his tone filled with urgency and resentment, as if the core rightfully belonged to them. Shen Haidong frowned, swiftly striking Shaoli on the head while admonishing, "Silence. They are the ones who killed the high-level zombie. Taking the crystal core is only natural. While they fought for their lives, what were you doing? If it weren't for these two, we might not have succeeded in defeating the advanced zombie at all. We must act with reason." Chastened by Chen Haidong's rebuke, Shaoli lowered his head, refraining from further comment. The surrounding soldiers fell silent. Though they felt a pang of regret over the crystal core, they recognized the validity of Chen Haidong's words. Chapter 102. Spasms? With a beaming smile, Chen Haidong strode forward enthusiastically. "Thank you both so much. I am Chen Haidong, the captain of this rescue mission. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Pei Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Mian, offering a modest smile. "It was but a trifling effort, Captain Chen. You are too kind. May I inquire how to address you both? Are you survivors accompanying us back to the base?" Chen Haidong asked gently. The two nodded slightly. "Pei Yu, Jiang Mian." "Splendid!" Chen Haidong exclaimed, his delight evident. "Having such formidable individuals join our base heralds a promising future." He silently noted their names. recognizing the serendipity of encountering such powerful abilities during this rescue operation. He would ensure they received proper attention upon their return. Lane Jia couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said the same to me when we first met. You can only hear that from him. Jiang Mian found this amusing as she watched the unfolding dynamic. Chen Haidong and Appo's smile faltered momentarily, and with a hint of exasperation, he admonished, Lane Jia, please refrain from causing trouble. He regretted his initial impression of Lane Jia. Otherwise, how could he be such a slacker, constantly seeking to avoid responsibility? Lane Jia crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, I'm merely stating the truth. Seeing Xiaoli beside Chen Haidong winking furiously at him, she asked in confusion, Xiaoli, are your eyes spasming? Xiaoli was at a loss for words, internally lamenting. His eyes were not spasming. He was desperately signaling her to leave. Pei Yu, maintaining his composure, suggested, let us return to the vehicle. Chen Haidong, uninterested in Lane Jia's antics, quickly assured, rest assured, upon our return to the base, I will report this achievement and assist you in applying for rewards. Thank you. Captain Chen, Jiang Mian replied, her gaze inadvertently catching sight of Xiao Ba, perched on a nearby truck, observing them intently. It seemed Xiao Hu's gaze was also fixed upon it. Jiang Mian's intuition was correct. Xiao Hu was currently narrating his observations to the remaining individuals. Auntie, no need to worry. That captain promised to apply for rewards for Jiang Mian and the others once we return to the base. From the moment Lin Xia heard Jiang Mian had charged into battle against the zombies, her heart had been in turmoil. It was only when Xiao Hu mentioned they had defeated a high-level zombie that she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now learning about the potential rewards, she nodded eagerly. Good, good. Jiang Zhenghong glanced ahead curiously, inquiring, have they returned? Yes, they are on their way back, Xiao Hu confirmed. Catching sight of the two returning figures through Xiao Ba. See, I told you our daughter is quite capable now. She knows her limits and is an ability user. There's no need for concern. You must learn to adapt. Jiang Zhenghong gently adjusted Lin Xia's windblown bangs, his touch tender. Lin Xia, dismissing him, thought of their daughter as a piece of her own flesh. Even knowing she possessed extraordinary abilities, it was difficult not to feel anxious, a sentiment Jiang Zhenghong, as a man, could hardly comprehend. Xiao Ba, come here, Jiang Mian called, beckoning the creature over. Xiao Ba, with its round eyes glinting, flapped its wings and flew to land on Jiang Mian's outstretched hand. Such a good boy, growing ever more intelligent. Jiang Mian gently rubbed its head, eliciting a contented squint from the creature. Pei Yu discreetly observed Xiao Ba, noting the hue of its cheek coloration. It was said that a deeper shade indicated it was a male phoenix. Did this mean Xiao Ba was male? Just as he pondered this, Jiang Mian fed it a level 1 crystal nucleus, saying, eat up, you'll become even smarter. Xiao Ba eagerly consumed the crystal nucleus, its eyes sparkling with gratitude, expressing, thank you, beautiful lady. Jiang Mian felt her mood lift considerably. After all, who doesn't he enjoy receiving compliments? Beautiful lady, you are the ultimate beauty in this vast universe. Flowers bloom at your sight, and cars burst their tires in your presence. Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback. What is this about? Hee, I complimented you too. Are you happy now? Well, it's okay. Then Jiang Mian, at a loss for words, realized this was a roundabout way of seeking another crystal nucleus. Does my praise not compare to that foolish bird? Surely you haven't forgotten the parasitic hydra? That creature will undoubtedly seek you out. Instead of feeding that foolish bird the crystal nucleus, why not give it to me? At least I could assist you against the parasitic hydra. Can that foolish bird do the same? This mention dampened Jiang Mian and Appo's, as previously uplifted spirits. Once her parents were settled, she needed to focus on collecting crystal nuclei to bolster her strength. That is more like it. With my assistance, obtaining crystal nuclei will be a breeze. How about a 50-50 split? 28. How about 40-60? Jiang Mian replied coldly, 19. I still have to deal with high-level zombies. It's physically demanding and perilous. 28 would put me at a disadvantage. Finally, Shaoting grumbled through clenched teeth. Fine, 28 it is. Jiang Mian ceased her banter, gently stroking Xiao Ba's head. The cleanup took some time. They managed to clear the road, pushing the wrecked truck aside. The bodies of the deceased had vanished, but dried bloodstains remained. A grim reminder of the tragedy that had transpired. As Jiang Mian's group passed the site of the incident, they could not help but cast lingering glances. Their hearts heavy with sorrow. Perhaps this was fate. A high-level zombie had attacked the survivors at this very location. It was unfathomable to consider the fear they must have felt at that moment. The journey ahead was remarkably smooth, devoid of any further mishaps. Upon reaching the base, the survivors underwent rigorous checks, facing a pivotal moment to submit adequate initial supplies for entry or choose labor in exchange for access. Jiang Mian instructed Pei Yu and the other men to submit the necessary supplies, swiftly securing their new identities as base newcomers. After completing the paperwork, Pei Yu led the group to the task hall to exchange supplies for points and finalize their housing arrangements. They rented a charming 2-story villa, with a living room and kitchen on the ground floor, alongside 3 bedrooms, while the upper floor boasted 4 additional bedrooms, ample space for their group of 9 to live comfortably. Once everyone was settled, Jiang Mian and CSCC ventured to the base square, hoping for good fortune by seeking out the young hustlers calling for business. Jiang Mian casually approached one and asked, "Are you with the Morning Dawn Society?" The boy's face lit up with excitement, and he replied, Yes. How can I assist you, sister?" "Our Morning Dawn Society offers low fees and high efficiency. Your satisfaction is guaranteed." Upon hearing he was from the Morning Dawn Society, CSCC quickly stepped forward to clarify, "I commissioned you yesterday to find someone named Jiang Mian. Do you know where I can locate him?" The young boy's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, it was our leader who took on that task. Follow me, I will take you to him." Chapter 103. You Dare to Disgust Us. Jiang Mian and CSCC followed closely, and soon they arrived at their headquarters. It was a modestly rented storefront, furnished simply with a few tables and chairs, exuding an air of stark simplicity. "Boss, someone is looking for you," shouted a young boy. Before turning to Jiang Mian and her companions, "Sisters, you may go in. Our boss is inside. I must attend to something else." With that, he scampered off. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian looked up and upon seeing them, smiled and invited the two inside. "What a coincidence. The person you are searching for has just been located. Though we have only managed to find your mother." CSCC and Appo's expression turned anxious. How could there be only one person? What about my father? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Her parents had always shared a strong bond, and the thought of them being separated was unfathomable. Surely, something must have happened. Jiang Mian furrowed her brow slightly and said helplessly, "We have thoroughly investigated, and indeed, only your mother has entered the base. You will have to inquire further for the specifics." Jiang Mian decisively stated, "Very well, let us first locate her." No one knew more about CSCC and Appo's father than her mother, so finding her was paramount. "All right, I will take you there," Jiang Mian replied, leading the way while explaining the current situation of CSCC's mother. It seemed that upon entering the base, she had insufficient supplies and had opted to work laboriously, now toiling at a construction site. This was to prepare them psychologically, for the conditions were surely far from favorable. The site was chaotic, with dust swirling around like a heavy gray-yellow curtain, obscuring the view ahead. The workers appeared utterly exhausted, their faces etched with fatigue and numbness. Perhaps due to the harsh conditions, none wore safety helmets, laboring diligently in such a perilous environment. The workers moved sluggishly, their gazes vacant, mechanically repeating their tasks, merely working out of instinct. Occasionally, their slow movements would provoke harsh reprimands from the overseers. Witnessing this, CSCC became increasingly concerned for her mother. "Where's my mom?" she called out, desperately scanning the crowd of frail workers for a glimpse of her mother. "Wait, I will ask," Jiang Mian remarked, seemingly familiar with one of the overseers. She rushed over, slipping the person a package of biscuits, then showed a photograph while conversing. Before long, she returned, guiding Jiang Mian and CSCC in another direction. "Old woman, hand over your half-bun. At your age, you and Appo's lived long enough. Why not let us young folks eat it and extend our lives a bit?" A man in his 20s loomed over Lu Yuan, glaring menacingly. Another man beside him chimed in, "Exactly. You useless old hag. That bun won't do you any good. Hurry up and hand it over." Lu Yuan trembled on the ground, terrified by the two intimidating men, her voice quavering as she pleaded, "I need this half-bun to get through the afternoon's work. Please, have mercy and let me be." She clutched the bun tightly, instinctively shrinking back. Those around could only watch from a distance, their faces a mix of fear and helplessness. They hastily stuffed buns into their mouths, terrified that they might be next to lose their food, hastening to swallow it for safety. "You old hag, you're asking for trouble." Just as the man was about to resort to violence, Lu Yuan, in a moment of desperation, shoved the bun into her mouth and began chewing vigorously. "How dare you insult us? You're asking for death." The man, furious and embarrassed, raised his foot to kick Lu Yuan. Her frail body swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing. The other man, now enraged as well, seized Lu Qiong by the hair, squeezing her stuffed cheeks, forcing her to spit out the bun. If we can't have it, neither will you. Spit it out. Tears welled in Lu Qiong's eyes, and she let out a pained whimper, her face flushed and utterly distressed. In that critical moment, a swift sound cut through the air. CSCC, like an enraged lion, delivered a powerful kick. The force sent the man flying 2 meters away, crashing to the ground with a pained groan. Mom, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Please tell me. CSCC quickly knelt to help Lu Qiong. Her eyes filled with concern. Lu Qiong's vision blurred, and she could not discern who was assisting her. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, realization dawned upon her. Cici? Is that you? She exclaimed, bursting into tears as she embraced her daughter, recalling the myriad trials they had endured since the apocalypse. CSCC gently patted her back, soothingly assuring her, it's all right, it's all right. I'm here now, no one will ever bully you again. Seeing her mother in such distress pierced CSCC and Appo's heart like countless sharp blades, rendering her nearly breathless. Lu Qiong clung tightly to her daughter, as if finding refuge amidst a storm, wiping her tears, though her swollen eyes remained turbulent. At that moment, Lu Qiong caught sight of another man, taking advantage of their distraction, raising his fist menacingly towards CSCC. Her heart leapt to her throat as she shouted, "Watch out!" Before Lu Qiong could shield CSCC, a shocking scene unfolded. A thick vine suddenly ensnared the man's neck, lifting him off the ground, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Desperately grasping the vine around his neck, he gasped for breath, warning Jiang Mian, "You, let me down. You can't kill anyone in the base." Jiang Mingchen stared incredulously at Jiang Mian, astonished to discover she was a wood element ability user. How much strength must it take to lift a grown man like that? He instinctively touched his own neck, relieved he hadn't provoked her the previous day. As the man's strength waned, his face turned red, on the brink of suffocation. Jiang Mingchen quickly interjected, "Hey, you can't kill anyone here. Even if you truly intend to, do it discreetly. Choose a dark, secluded time and place. Just ensure there is no evidence, and the people in the base won't be able to touch you." Chapter 104. Disregarding the rules, Jiang Mian never intended to commit murder. She merely sought to impart a lesson. With a swift motion of her wooden vine, the man fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his neck in agony, his eyes rolling back in distress. The onlookers were immediately struck with fear, not daring to utter a word, some instinctively retreating to distance themselves from the unfolding chaos. "Mom, wait for me." CSCC released her mother and, with a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes, advanced toward the 2 men. After the ordeal of being kidnapped, she had dedicated herself to rigorous training, and today, her efforts would finally bear fruit. "Please, don't come any closer." The man who had been previously kicked away looked at her in terror, backing away frantically. "You think you can bully my mother?" CSCC growled through clenched teeth. Before he could react, she lunged forward, seizing his collar and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed through the air, leaving a vivid red imprint on his cheek. The other man, regaining his composure, attempted to sneak away, but CSCC caught sight of him and swiftly kicked his calf, causing him to yelp in pain and tumble to the ground. CSCC approached and stepped on his back, pressing down with force. "Run? Let us see how far you can get." The man whose collar she had grasped attempted to fight back, swinging his fist at CSCC. She deftly sidestepped and seized his arm, twisting it painfully. His cries of distress filled the air. "Still daring to ambush?" CSCC exclaimed in fury, landing several punches that left him bruised and bleeding. "Will you dare to bully anyone again?" she questioned, glaring at them. The 2 men, panting and desperate, pleaded for mercy. "We won't, we promise. Never again." Only then did CSCC release her grip, giving them a final, menacing glare. "Get lost. I never want to see you again." They scrambled away, crawling in their haste. The site manager arrived belatedly, having watched the spectacle unfold from a distance, too intimidated by the display of abilities to intervene. Once the situation seemed to settle, he feigned surprise and inquired, "What happened?" "I just stepped away for a moment, and you all gathered here?" Jiang Mian, seeing through his pretense, replied coolly. "How much supply does she still owe the base?" The manager, calculating quickly, responded, "With so many people here, how could I possibly remember? But you can check in the task hall." "Very well, CSCC, let us depart." Jiang Mian turned to lead Lu Qiong and the others away. The manager, sensing his authority slipping, called out urgently, "Wait, you can end Appo's, take them. That goes against the rules. How about first submitting the supplies?" Jiang Mian frowned. her wooden vine appearing with a sharp crack as it struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. She fixed the manager with a cold stare. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Do not attempt to intimidate me. The manager gulped at the sight of the wooden vine. I don't think you look like you're in need of supplies. Let us just let it go this time. To ease the tension, he added, just remember to submit your supplies at the task hall, or you'll end up on the base S blacklist. Jiang Mian said nothing more and led her group away from the construction site. CSCC linked her arm with Lu Yuan, walking alongside her. Mom, this is my roommate Jiang Mian, the one I often mention. Do you remember her? Lu Yuan's mood had calmed, and upon hearing her daughter's words, she turned to Jiang Mian. Of course, I remember. You both returned from summer vacation together and even fell asleep on the bus. How could I forget? Reflecting on that time felt like a distant memory, yet everything had changed irreversibly. Jiang Mian, discreetly reaching into her pocket, retrieved a bread roll and offered it. Auntie, here is a bread roll. Please eat something. Upon seeing the bread, Lu Yuan's eyes briefly lit up, but she quickly concealed her delight and declined. No, thank you. I'm not hungry. Food was precious in this post-apocalyptic world. After a day's labor at the site, she had only received a bun. The bread could potentially be traded for several buns. Though she was her daughter's classmate, accepting it felt inappropriate. CSCC perceived her mother's hesitation. Snatched the bread from Jiang Mian, unwrapped it without hesitation, and brought it to her mother's lips. Mom, eat. We have enough supplies. With the bread already at her lips, Lu Yuan had no choice but to accept it, awkwardly stating, all right, I'll eat it myself. She resisted the urge to devour it greedily, taking small bites instead. The faint taste of milk spread across her palate, evoking a sense of bliss far superior to the dry, cold buns she was accustomed to. Jiang Mian eagerly followed behind Jiang Mian, seizing the opportunity to inquire, hey, are you all ability users? Have you joined the official organization? Given the earlier display of CSCC's strength, he doubted they were ordinary people, and admiration tinged his gaze. Jiang Mian nodded, speaking in a calm tone, I have no intention of joining the official organization. Jiang Mian recognized her independent spirit and agreed. It's probably for the best not to join. Although the official benefits seem appealing, there's no freedom, and you're often sent on dangerous missions, which isn't worth it. He mused that if he were an ability user, he too would refrain from joining. CSCC scrutinized him for a moment. For someone so young, you certainly possess a wealth of understanding. Suddenly praised, Jiang Mian felt a bit shy, scratching his head and smiling bashfully. Oh, it's nothing. I just observe a lot. In the base, he had heard numerous accounts of ability users meeting unfortunate fates after joining the official organization. The children pieced together information from various sources, which naturally led to insights. CSCC suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Right. I haven't paid you yet. Mian, shall we head to him first? Now without a container for water, she recalled that Jiang Mian's space should hold one, but it needed to remain undisclosed. All right, Jiang Mian agreed, as she intended to discuss matters with Jiang Mian anyway. When Jiang Mian witnessed CSCC deliver 2 barrels of fresh water, his mouth dropped open in shock, nearly able to fit an egg inside. You're a water ability user. This is fantastic. Beautiful sister. Can I buy water from you with points in the future? His eyes sparkled with excitement. CSCC considered the prospect of earning points and replied, sure. Lu Yuan, witnessing the exchange, felt a surge of joy for her daughter. This ability was indeed remarkable. With a steady supply of water, they could sustain themselves in the base. Once the water was secured, Jiang Mian instructed CSCC to take Lu Yuan back to their rented villa while she would handle submitting the supplies at the task hall. Jiang Mian, noticing that Jiang Mian had not yet departed, softly asked, do you have more matters to attend to? Chapter 105. One must not be greedy. Jiang Mian, I have a piece of news to buy from you. Business piqued Jiang Mian's interest immediately. What news? If I am aware, it's not a problem. Jiang Mian glanced around and lowered her voice to inquire. Have there been any inexplicable disappearances of ability users at the base? How do you know? Jiang Mian exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, instinctively covering his mouth. His eyes reflected sheer terror. Fearing eavesdroppers, he quickly pulled Jiang Mian into the storefront. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Mian remarked nonchalantly, it seems there really is something amiss. Those people have long arms, reaching even the Haichuan base. Boss, this is quite sinister. Keep your voice down. I've heard that ordinary folks discussing this matter have also vanished, with no trace left behind. It's terrifying, Jiang Mian said, his heart heavy with dread. Our members in the Morning Light Society are scattered throughout the base, and they know far too much. Jiang Mian frowned. Is it that serious? The officials are not intervening? They are. How could they not? It's just that no issues have been uncovered. Jiang Mingchen shook his head helplessly. This matter is like a shrouded mystery. No one can grasp the truth. It's bizarre. Indeed, it seems to be a case of mutual protection among officials. Jiang Mian pondered. Let us make a deal. I want all the information you have regarding those missing ability users, the time and location. Anything will suffice. Jiang Mingchen's expression turned complex. He felt conflicted. The risks were too great, and if things went awry, the entire Morning Light Society could be implicated. Boss, what exactly do you intend to do? He asked, struggling to find the right words. Jiang Mian replied ambiguously, purchase information, of course. Name your price. What resources do you require? Can't you just be my real sister? Let us not joke around. Today, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Why don't you head home and rest? Jiang Mingchen stood up, preparing to see her off. Jiang Mian was left speechless. If her parents weren't nearby, she could have used herself as bait to lure out the hidden snakes. But now, Jiang Mian continued, I can offer a substantial amount of resources. You truly aren't considering this? Such fortune is beyond me, Jiang Mingchen thought clearly. No matter how many resources were offered, he wouldn't have the life to spend them. What would be the point? Jiang Mian pursed her lips and could only take her leave. In a secluded corner, she retrieved a backpack from her space and then headed to the task hall. Hello. My friend is working at the base in exchange for labor, and I'm here to assist her with resources, Jiang Mian stated at the labor exchange window. The staff, a woman in her 30s, appraised her before asking, name? After a moment of recollection, Jiang Mian replied, Lu Yuan. Upon returning to the villa, the atmosphere inside was particularly light and cheerful. Pei Yu was engaged in a game of chess with his father, having somehow acquired his set. Others gathered around, offering strategies to Pei Yu, and upon seeing Jiang Mian return, they cheerfully called, You're back. Come help Pei Yu. Your dad is incredible. He has already defeated him 4 times. Jiang Mian could only face bomb. Given her father's skills, he often regretted his moves when playing chess with the elderly downstairs, leading them to avoid playing with him. How could he be on a winning streak now? Her first question was, did he regret a move? She approached the table to observe their game and noted that her father indeed had the upper hand. Jiang Zhenhong frowned at her comment. What do you mean regret a move? Am I that kind of person? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that perhaps he was unaware of his own tendencies. Jiang Zhenhong averted his gaze, feeling guilty. At that moment, Pei Yu chimed in, I can vouch for Uncle Jiang. He didn't regret any moves. With no retort left, Jiang Mian stood by, watching them play. Jiang Zhenhong made a brilliant move, a hint of pride on his face. What do you think, Xiaoyu? This move is quite good, I assent it. Pei Yu furrowed his brow, feigning difficulty. Uncle Jiang, that move is truly impressive. Where should I move next? He pondered seriously before deliberately making a wrong move, and Jiang Zhenhong seized the opportunity, tilting the game in his favor. Haha, Xiaoyu. I'm in great form today. Jiang Zhenhong laughed heartily. Pei Yu responded with a smile, Uncle Jiang, your chess skills are extraordinary. I still have much to learn from you. Haha, mutual learning indeed. At this point, Jiang Mian understood. Pei Yu seemed serious about the game, but in reality, he was letting her father win. No wonder her father, with such poor skills, could triumph. Nevertheless, as long as they were happy, that was what mattered. Mian. Have I resolved my mother's matters? Coincidentally, at that moment, CSCC came downstairs with her mother. Lu Yuan had been freshly washed and donned new clothes, appearing much more refreshed. Jiang Mian nodded. It's all sorted out, just a minor issue. Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat out of place among everyone, shyly said, I'm sorry for the trouble. You must have used quite a bit of resources. In the future, I'll have Cici sell water to repay you. CSCC. Why is she already thinking about selling water? Seeing the helpless expression on CSCC's face, Jiang Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Auntie. It's hardly a burden. Don't worry about it. By the way, where are my mom and Qiu Xiang? CSCC replied. Auntie and Qiu Xiang are in the kitchen cooking. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately felt she had found something to do. She pinched her clothes nervously and smiled. I'll go help them. As she turned to head towards the kitchen, Jiang Mian was about to say something when CSCC stopped her, saying, let her go. Having something to do will help her feel at ease. Jiang Mian understood. Keeping busy would prevent her from dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. Mian. Can you come with me for a moment? CSCC's voice was low, laced with sorrow. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian nodded and followed her upstairs. The two stood on the balcony, backs to the sunlight, feeling the gentle breeze. Sunlight cast dappled shadows upon them, yet the atmosphere was heavy with gravity. After a long pause, CSCC finally spoke, her voice trembling. My dad is gone. These few words seemed to drain her of all strength, and upon finishing, her spirit waned further. Jiang Mian was at a loss for how to comfort her heartbroken friend. After a moment of silence, she stepped closer to CSCC, gently patting her shoulder, and softly said, if you wish to cry, my shoulder is here for you. Thank you, Mian Mian. But I'm all right now. I don't want to cry, lest my mom sees and feels distressed too. CSCC forced a smile. Yet the effort made her look more sorrowful than if she had wept. Jiang Mian, witnessing CSCC's facade of strength, felt an ache in her heart. She gently held CSCC's hand, saying nothing, simply offering silent companionship. One must not be greedy. In truth, I am already luckier than most. At least I still have my mother, you, and so many friends downstairs. CSCC spoke to herself, convincing herself. From now on, I will strive to live better. Take care of my mother, and cherish everyone around me. I believe my dad will be proud of me in another world. As the gentle wind brushed past, lifting her hair, in that moment, Jiang Mian seemed to witness CSCC and Appo's inner growth and resilience. Chapter 106, Training Plan Dinner Time. Xiao Mian, CC. Come down quickly. Lin Xia called out from the stairway. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Mian and CSCC exchanged glances. Jiang Mian said, let's go eat. Okay. CSCC nodded, her mood having settled. She agreed with Jiang Mian's earlier thought to allow their parents to recuperate for a while before introducing them to the awakening crystals. As they descended the stairs, they found the dining table surrounded by people, and Jiang Mian suddenly realized their little team was growing larger. Come on, no need for formality. Everyone can stand and eat. Just make sure to fill your stomachs. Jiang Zhenhong waved them over from beside the table. In truth, there was no way to be formal. With only one table and too many people, standing to eat was the most comfortable option. Don't worry, uncle. Standing makes it easier to serve the dishes. Xiaohu laughed. Each person was given a bowl of white rice, with dishes including spiced beef, hand-pulled chicken, steamed egg custard, stir-fried beef with wood ear mushrooms, mixed tofu skin, and stir-fried potato shreds. The atmosphere was cheerful, and Lu Qiong observed their smiling faces, feeling her own tension ease. Where did the eggs come from? Jiang Mian asked, glancing at the large bowl of steamed egg custard on the table. It was her favorite dish, melting in the mouth and releasing a subtle egg fragrance with just the right amount of saltiness. The delicate, soft, and fragrant texture was utterly intoxicating. Jiang Zhenhong scooped a spoonful of egg custard into Jiang Mian's bowl and chuckled. It was provided by Xiaoyu. All these ingredients are from him. You love egg custard. Don and Amp, Appos, to you? Give it a try. Xiaoyu? Jiang Mian was surprised at how close they had become, even using such a familiar name. Hihi, Arin and Amp, Appos, to you called Xiao Mian? Xiao Mian and Xiaoyu, it seems your dad is quite fond of him. Xiaoting teased. Coughing slightly, Jiang Mian nearly choked on her food at Xiaoting's words. Pei Yu glanced at her anxiously, his eyes filled with concern. What's wrong? Are you unwell? No, I'm fine. Just choked a little, Jiang Mian replied awkwardly, mentally scolding Xiaotong. Love can be expressed in many ways. Who knew your affection for me ran so deep? I am at a loss for how to repay you, Xiaoting teased again. Enough, Jiang Mian retorted. All right then, Pei Yu said gently, scooping another spoonful of egg custard for Jiang Mian, adding, take your time eating. There are plenty of eggs in my space. Lin Xia and Jiang Zhenhong exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. After dinner, Pei Yu took out 3 bottles of calcium tablets, distributing them to Jiang Zhenhong, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiong. Lu Qiong was taken aback. Why do I get some too? Thank you. Throughout the meal, Pei Yu's intentions were clear to all. It was evident that he cared for Jiang Mian's parents. Of course, uncle, auntie, you must keep taking these. They are good for your bones, Pei Yu advised, recalling how they had gathered them back in Chuan City. A hodgepodge of items, but many were indeed useful. Jiang Zhenhong looked at the calcium tablets in his hand and remarked, this child is always so considerate. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. These items are hard to come by. Xiaoyu, you can rest assured, we will take them regularly. After some casual conversation, Jiang Mian said seriously, now that our lives have stabilized, what are everyone's plans moving forward? Her question plunged everyone into a moment of contemplation. Pei Yu broke the silence first, stating, we must enhance our abilities. Our current stability is merely temporary. The future remains uncertain. Only by strengthening our powers can we protect what we hold dear. It is essential to gain the upper hand in this crisis-ridden world. Jiang Mian was pleased to see everyone reflecting on Pei Yu's words, giving them ample time to ponder. Their recent journey from Chuan City to Yun Province, and then to Hai City, had left them little opportunity for actual training. Jiang Mian thought of Lei Jia. She and Ling Yi were both ice ability users, yet her proficiency surpassed his, as did her ability level. What did this indicate? It signified that others were diligently striving to enhance their strengths, while Lei Jia was but an individual. In the grand scheme of ability users, many were working tirelessly to improve. This realization instilled in Jiang Mian a profound understanding that to survive in this perilous world, one must not allow even the slightest slackness. They were a team, and continuous effort to elevate everyone and amp Oppo's abilities was paramount for their collective success. Qiu Hu suddenly interjected, Pei Yu is right. Other ability users are working hard to level up, and we cannot afford to fall behind. CSCC, deep in thought, added. Then we need to venture out to hunt high-level zombies and collect crystals. Absolutely. Ling Yi had long wished to venture out, to gain strength. Fan Dongxiu. Petting Xiao Ba and Oppo's head, turned to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, since you asked, do you already have a plan in mind? If so, I and Oppo's am here to follow your lead. Jiang Mian stood up, leaning against the table, and spoke leisurely. I have a general plan. However, the specifics should be decided together. After all, both rigorous training and practical experience are indispensable. Everyone nodded in agreement, signaling her to continue. First, we must establish a training schedule and tasks tailored to each person and amp Oppo's abilities. For practical experience, we can engage in sparring or venture into the city to hunt high-level zombies. With so many of us, it would be best to form groups to collaborate, taking turns to go out. This approach would ensure the team's sustained combat readiness, while allowing everyone adequate time to rest and adjust. Jiang Mian felt it crucial to consider the synergy of abilities when forming groups to complement each other's strengths. This was what troubled her most, as she had yet to devise a suitable grouping strategy. Qiu Hu exclaimed, sounds great. I wholeheartedly support this. Everyone agreed with Jiang Mian's suggestion, and they discussed some finer details, deciding that regular training would commence that very afternoon. Jiang Zhenghong cleared his throat, saying, you are all young and have training tasks. Your mother and I are getting older, and we hope to support you as best we can. While we may not contribute in battle, we can assist in daily life. Lu Qiong quickly added, me too. As long as everyone is safe, I feel at ease. Jiang Mian nodded, her gaze softening. Dad, Mom, and Andy, your primary task now is to take care of your health. Leave the rest to us. All right, the three responded with smiles. Chapter 107. No loss in the afternoon. Jiang Mian and the others formulated a detailed training plan. Physical training was indispensable for everyone, particularly for Fan Dongxiu, Pei Yu, and Qiu Hu, who required focused attention. Their abilities could not be materialized and lacked offensive power, rendering their powers relatively ineffective in the face of danger and combat. Thus, it was essential for them to cultivate robust physical fitness, as this would enhance their self-preservation capabilities in a perilous environment, allowing them to seize a sliver of survival. After completing the basic physical training, CSCC, Ling Yi, and Qiu Xiang needed to further hone their abilities. Jiang Mian endeavored to inspire them with creative ideas. For instance, she suggested that CSCC experiment with manipulating water, whether dispersing or concentrating it, adjusting its density, or creating a water curtain for defense or droplets for offense. As for Qiu Xiang, Jiang Mian advised her to compress fireballs, intensifying their energy concentration for greater explosive power. Additionally, she could attempt to control the trajectory and speed of the fireballs, rendering her attacks more unpredictable. Everyone immersed themselves in vigorous physical training, sweat pouring down like rain. Pei Yu's tousled hair became damp with sweat, sticking charmingly to his forehead, enhancing his rugged allure. He casually grabbed a towel, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a swift and stylish motion. The muscles in his arms rippled with each movement, exuding an irresistible masculine aura. Jiang Mian, catching a glimpse of this scene from a distance, found herself captivated, her heart racing uncontrollably. She attempted to avert her gaze, striving for composure. Yet her eyes seemed to betray her, continually drifting back to Pei Yu. Internally, she chided herself, attributing her distraction to the prolonged absence of handsome faces. Such a treat for the eyes, a few lingering glances 1T hurt. I stand to gain nothing, Jiang Mian mused. Yet, The incessant presence of a vine that could read her thoughts was bothersome, leaving her with no privacy. As she reached into her pocket, she made a grand gesture as if to throw something from a distance. Ah, Jiang Mian, you've gone too far. Unfortunately, aside from Jiang Mian, no one could hear the vine's shrill outcry. In truth, Pei Yu had long noticed Jiang Mian's occasional glances, a subtle smile gracing his lips, concealing a sense of pride and satisfaction. Patiently, he bided his time. As the training concluded, darkness enveloped the sky. Everyone either sat or lay on the ground, gazing up at the heavens, their eyes reflecting weariness. I'm so exhausted. I feel like I'm drenched in sweat, CSCC gasped. Indeed, let us hurry to shower. This sweat is unbearable, Xiao Xiang added, struggling to rise, her legs trembling slightly. Xiao Hu, too fatigued to move, called out to CSCC, CSCC. Bring some water and pour it over me. It would save us the hassle of going to the bathroom. Fan Dongshu echoed, agreed. Ling Yi weakly chimed in, agreed. Sister Cici, CSCC. They wished for comfort while she was equally exhausted. Jiang Mian sat up, arranging her hair, and declared, no, that would lead to a cold. My mother and Aunt Lu have already prepared dinner. Let us eat first. We need to replenish our energy, recover our strength, and then enjoy a refreshing shower before a good night's sleep. We have new training tasks awaiting us tomorrow. The group, the earlier enthusiasm seemed to have evaporated, leaving them devoid of motivation. Xiao Mian, come out quickly. People from the base have come to deliver rewards for you and Xiao Yu. Jiang Zhenghong's excited voice echoed from outside, brimming with joy. Upon hearing this, the once exhausted individuals felt as though a surge of energy had been injected into their weary bodies, scrambling to their feet in a flurry of activity. Eager to discover what rewards the base had sent, Jiang Mian was astonished by the efficiency of Haichuan base. The rewards had arrived in just one afternoon. What she did not know was that Chun Haidong had rushed back to the base, immediately applying for the rewards, determined to provide Jiang Mian and the others with a sense of being valued. Having witnessed their capabilities firsthand, he knew they could dispatch third-level zombies with ease. If such individuals were recruited, missions would become significantly safer. Thus, Chen Haidong brought a subordinate along, personally delivering the rewards. As a group of sweaty individuals emerged, he was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure, scanning the crowd for Jiang Mian and Pei Yu. Upon spotting them, a broad smile spread across his face. You truly cannot sit idle, can you? Just look at how drenched in sweat you all are. It's evident you've been training hard again. His gaze swept over the group, revealing a hint of admiration. Their diligence was a stark contrast to Lei Ing's laziness. Pei Yu calmly replied, it's the environment. We have no choice. Chen Haidong understood this well, smiling as he continued. I'm here today, firstly to present the base and Oppo's rewards to you too, and secondly, to sincerely invite you to join our ability organization. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Jiang Mian had anticipated this, and when Pei Yu glanced her way, she signaled him to decline with her eyes. Pei Yu understood instantly, responding decisively, thank you for your kind offer, but we currently have no such intentions. Chen Haidong, taken aback, expressed his confusion. No such intentions? What are your plans then? His straightforward nature led him to voice his thoughts without hesitation. Not joining the base means significant expenses, considering the rent alone. Moreover, our base offers excellent benefits, free accommodation, which significantly reduces living costs, along with monthly provisions of 20 kilograms of rice, 100 liters of water, 5 kilograms of cooking oil, and 300 points. Consumables at the base enjoy a 20% discount. These are exceptional benefits. However, Chen Haidong had miscalculated. Those following Jiang Mian had never lacked for resources during their time together. As for water, with CSCC around, they could use as much as they wished, never having to struggle for it. Consequently, no one felt swayed by the offer, except for Lu Qiong, who was still adjusting to the new environment. Upon hearing the mention of fixed benefits, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but envision herself enjoying those advantages, though she herself was not an ability user. Her daughter CSCC was. Lu Qiong glanced at her daughter, signaling her to say something and not miss this rare opportunity. After all, having been starved for so long, the thought of guaranteed benefits was akin to discovering a steady source of sustenance. Seeing her mother's pleading gaze, CSCC felt a twinge of helplessness, gently shaking her head, indicating her to remain silent and listen to what the others had to say. Chapter 108. The little fruit. Jiang Mian raised her chin slightly and spoke leisurely. The benefits provided by the base are indeed generous. but we are accustomed to freedom and do not favor excessive constraints and limitations. If I recall correctly, these benefits are not for white-collar workers when danger arises. The ability users of the base must be at the forefront, correct? Upon hearing the mention of danger, Lu Qiang felt a jolt of apprehension and secretly rejoiced that her daughter had not joined. She suddenly realized that the world had changed into something unfamiliar, and it would be better for the younger generation to make their own decisions. Chen Haidong, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Jiang Mian's words, replied, "The ability users at the base do indeed bear greater responsibilities when danger looms. However, this is also to safeguard everyone within the base, after all. Only when everyone is safe do we have hope for survival." After saying this, Chen Haidong carefully observed the expressions of Jiang Mian and the others, hoping to detect any signs of wavering. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him. Jiang Mian, speaking with a tone of understanding, replied, "Captain Chen, we comprehend what you were saying. However, since we reside within the base, should there come a day when the base truly faces hardship, we will not stand idly by." With this statement, Chen Haidong found himself unable to persuade them further and sighed helplessly, saying, "Very well, I shall not press you to. However, should you change your minds in the future, the base will always welcome you and your companions." Chen Haidong was well aware that there were many ability users among them, but they did not join now. It was not impossible that they might in the future. A well-spoken farewell could only leave a good impression. After sending off Chen Haidong and his companion, the group approached to examine the rewards sent by the base, which included rice, oil, and a redemption card worth 2,000 points. Xiaohu toyed with the card and couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T helped but exclaim, "What a generous offering." The others joined in the discussion, curious about how many survivors the base and Amp, Oppos, as supplies could sustain, until Lin Xia called out that dinner was ready. It was only then that they remembered they had yet to eat dinner, and they all hurried to the dining table. The table was laden with steaming dishes. Although not extravagant, it was a rare delicacy in these trying times. Fan Dongshu eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast, mumbling between bites, "Ah, I was so hungry." Xiaohu and the others were not to be outdone, reaching for their favorite dishes. Lin Xia observed their ravenous eating and smiled, reminding them, "Eat slowly, Don and Amp, Oppos, T choke. No one is competing with you." CSCC picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and contentedly said, "This meal is particularly delicious today." Ling Yi took a sip of soup and agreed, "Indeed, it tastes exceptionally good." Jiang Mian thought to herself, "Of course it tastes good, after a day of exertion. Our desire for food is naturally stronger, making everything taste delectable." As they ate and chatted, they even shared training insights and discussed how to exercise more effectively. The elders, Jiang Zhenghong, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiang, quietly enjoyed their meals, occasionally chiming in, relishing this rare moment of warmth. Little Ting returned while Jiang Mian was preparing for bed after her bath. It jumped in through the window, puffing and panting, with a small fruit wrapped in its wooden vines. Jiang Mian was stirred awake by the commotion and sat up, looking at Little Tongue with a hint of annoyance. "You remembered to come back, huh? After I tossed you out, you disappeared for a full 5 hours. I thought you wouldn't and Amp, Oppos, T return. Hee. Did you miss me? You thought I wouldn't come back? Let me tell you, if there is another time, I certainly won't return." "Humph, I'll forgive you this time," Little Tongue replied. "What fruit do you have there?" Jiang Mian's attention was drawn to the small red fruit it held, which looked quite tempting. "Oh, this? I don't know what it is either. It was given to me by a low-level mutated plant, claiming that eating it can neutralize the poison from mutated animals. I didn't want it at first, but I thought you might like it, so I brought it back for you," it said, handing her 2 small red fruits. Jiang Mian was surprised that Little Ting encountered a kindred spirit during its outing. She examined the fruits closely, wondering if they could truly neutralize the poison from mutated creatures. "Of course, I made sure to intimidate it properly. It wouldn't dare deceive me. Besides, my nose is quite sensitive. I can tell these fruits are extraordinary just by the smell," Little Tongue boasted. Jiang Mian thought, "I hope this foolish creature has been tricked." Cautiously, she stored the fruits in her space. "Where did you find it? At the base?" Jiang Mian inquired, intrigued by the mutated plant. Little Ting burrowed into the blankets, finding a comfortable spot before leisurely responding to Jiang Mian's question. "How could that be? The base is a place for you humans. We don't like it there. It grows deep in the mountains, and I chatted with it for a long time. It lives quite comfortably there." Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and suggested, "When you have time, take me to meet it." Since her rebirth, aside from Little Tongue, She had not encountered other mutated plants and was eager to know if the plant could communicate like Little Ting. All right, I'll sleep first. I'm so tired. Little Ting replied. Jiang Mian was astonished. You sleep? In my recollection, Little Tongue has never slept. Why the sudden change today? I leveled up. I consumed a mutated monkey. Little Tongue explained. Jiang Mian understood and decided not to disturb it further. If even Little Tongue had leveled up, she would need to work hard the next day as well. After breakfast, everyone continued their physical training. Pei Yu found Jiang Mian and said with a hint of reluctance, Fu Tingzhou needs my help with something and will be leaving for a few days. Last night, Fu Tingzhou had contacted him via satellite phone, informing him that his grandfather wanted him to return to the Far East base, not wanting Jiang Mian to suspect anything. He used Fu Tingzhou as a cover. Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, All right. Be careful. Pei Yu gazed at her deeply. Her straightforward response lacked any trace of reluctance, leaving him inexplicably disappointed. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, merely responding with a quiet HM and adding, Please explain to the others on my behalf. Of course, Jiang Mian replied, assuming he had made some agreement with Fu Tingzhou. Since he was unwilling to divulge details, she refrained from asking further. Jiang Mian, Pei Yu suddenly called out, as if wanting to say something but swallowed the words before they could leave his lips. Jiang Mian looked at him quizzically. What's wrong? She sensed something peculiar about Pei Yu today. His hesitance only deepened her curiosity. Was there a more pressing issue on Fu Tingzhou's side? Pei Yu hesitated for a long time before simply saying 4 words. Wait for my return. Chapter 109. The subway station. It was during lunch when everyone noticed Pei Yu was absent. Jiang Zhenghong, holding his bowl, scanned the room and inquired, Where is Xiao Yu? Why hasn't he returned for lunch? Ling Yi recalled, I don't think I saw Brother Pei come to do physical training this morning. He suspected Pei Yu might have been preoccupied with something important, otherwise, he wouldn't have skipped training. Jiang Mian cleared her throat and explained to everyone. Fu Tingzhou needed him for something, so he went to help out. He should be back shortly. However, Jiang Mian did not anticipate that this short while would stretch into a lengthy absence for Pei Yu. Who is Fu Tingzhou? Jiang Zhenghong asked. Curiosity piqued as he took a bite of his meal. Fan Dongshu kindly clarified, Fu Tingzhou is the head of the Yunxiang base, around the same age as Pei Yu. Although his father, Fu Jiawei, is the base commander, everyone knows that Fu Tingzhou handles most matters at the base. He truly is a promising young man, Jiang Zhenghong mused. The Yunxiang base, ISN and Oppos. That quite far? Lin Xia had heard them mention the Yunxiang base before and knew it was located in Yun province. Given the considerable distance, she wondered if Pei Yu would have a smooth journey. He was such a good kid, she hoped nothing unfortunate would happen to him. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, worry, he has a helicopter. It should only take a couple of hours, Qiuhu said nonchalantly. Jiang Zhenghong was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt reassured. Contemplating when he might get a chance to ride in a helicopter himself, as such experiences were rare. Jiang Mian set down her utensils and addressed the group. I am full now. This afternoon, we will head into the city, but I need someone to stay behind with my parents to guard the house. Who will volunteer? The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, CSCC said, I and Amp, Oppos, LL stay behind. She wished to spend more time with Lu Qiong to help her adjust to her new life. So she was not in a hurry to venture out for practical experience. Jiang Mian nodded. All right, you stay. The rest of you can take a short break. And we and Amp, Oppos, LL set out later. Initially, Jiang Mian and Pei Yu were supposed to lead separate teams to hunt high-level zombies, but with Pei Yu absent, they had to merge into one team, with her taking charge for the time being. The Haichuan base was situated in a unique location, surrounded by mountains on 2 sides, with only 2 nearby cities, Haisher and Yongshi. Both cities had large populations, hence a significant number of high-level zombies. At the entrance of a subway station in Yongshi stood 3 men and 2 women, 2 of whom wielded long blades, their clothes stained with congealed blood, obscuring their original colors. It was indeed Jiang Mian and her group. Shouting sensed 2 high-level zombies lurking within the subway station, one at level 3 and another at level 2. Are we ready? She asked. If so, we shall descend. Jiang Mian relayed Xiao Tang's words to everyone. Qiuhu gazed into the pitch-black subway entrance and remarked, It's so dark. Why does it feel so eerie? In the past, subway stations were brightly lit to ensure safety and convenience, while creating a comfortable and orderly atmosphere with varying colors and intensities. Now, the subway station lay in darkness. devoid of electricity, resembling a gaping abyss. The oppressive ambience was heightened by the presence of two high-level zombies inside. Dawn and Appos, be afraid, I and Appos. I'll illuminate the way for you. Qiu Xiang assured, unleashing a bright flame from her fingertip, more radiant than a candle, and amp, Appos, as flicker. Wow, Sister Qiu Xiang, that and amp, Appos, as impressive, Lingyi exclaimed, leaning in for a closer look as she compressed the flame, making it even more vigorous than before. With the issue of illumination resolved, Jiang Mian urged everyone onward. Let's go. The others nodded in agreement. Qiu Xiang, as the moving light source, led the way, while the rest of the group flanked her on either side as they descended the subway stairs. The surroundings began to brighten, revealing various advertisements plastered on the walls. A sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying a strong scent of blood that heightened everyone's senses. From the left passage, here they come. A level 3 zombie. Jiang Mian called out, directing her gaze toward the left passage. Just then, a massive high-level zombie burst forth from the tunnel, charging toward the group with lightning speed. Get out of the way, Jiang Mian shouted, and the group quickly dove toward the walls for cover. Lingyi swiftly conjured two sharp ice spikes that shot forth, piercing the zombie's legs with a chilling force. The ice lodged deep into the zombie's flesh, causing blood and shattered ice to spray, momentarily hindering its movement. Well done, Fan Dongxu praised. Not to be outdone, Qiu Xiang waved her hand, forming a fireball the size of a grape in her palm. The fireball radiated intense heat, warping the air around it. She hurled the fireball at the level 3 zombie, and with a resounding explosion, it erupted upon contact, ripping the zombie apart. The level 3 zombie roared in fury, continuing its relentless charge toward the group. This time, without Jiang Mian's prompting, everyone instinctively dodged, easily evading the zombie's attack. In rapid succession, Lingyi unleashed several ice spikes that pierced its body, blood streaming down the icy projectiles. Under the combined onslaught of ice and fire from Lingyi and Qiu Xiang, the level 3 zombie began to show signs of fatigue, its movement slowing despite its rage. Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu, both armed with blades, exchanged glances. Shall I go or will you? One asked. Fan Dongxu tightened his grip on his long knife, declaring, I and Appos, I'll go. Without hesitation, he charged forward, the blade slicing through the zombie and Appos' neck with precision, severing its head, and the body collapsed with a thunderous thud. Typically, Lingyi and Qiu Xiang would wear down the opponent from a distance, while Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu would finish off the kill up close, with Jiang Mian observing and stepping in when necessary. After several coordinated rounds, their teamwork grew increasingly seamless. Oh, the level 2 zombie is trying to escape, Jiang Mian shouted, activating her flashlight and swiftly pursuing. Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Lingyi, and the others quickly matched her pace. Only Fan Dongxu, who was preparing to extract the crystal core, lagged behind. Seeing everyone sprint ahead and the light diminishing, he realized he had no time to extract the core. He grabbed the gruesome head of the level 3 zombie and ran after them, shouting, Wait for me. After a short while, Fan Dongxu finally caught up to Qiu Xiang's light source, only to find that the level 2 zombie had already been dispatched by Qiu Hu and was now searching for the crystal core. Chapter 110. Inside information. At that moment, a large, filthy mouse suddenly darted out from a dark corner. Its disheveled fur and beady red eyes shimmered ominously in the dim light. Startled, Fan Dongxu instinctively activated his ability, freezing the creature a short distance from Qiu Xiang. Ah, a mouse. Qiu Xiang reacted swiftly, leaping sideways to distance herself from the peculiar rodent. The others finally noticed that the mouse had been immobilized just a short distance away from her. Jiang Mian, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. Having long wanted to inquire about Fan Dongxu and Appos' abilities, is your power limited to immobilizing animals? It seems like you always resort to this tactic in such situations. With an innocent expression, Fan Dongxu scratched his head and replied, I honestly don't know. I'm not very familiar with my own abilities. Most of the time, I just react instinctively without having the time to think. He then recounted the moment he discovered his power. One day, while resting beneath a large tree outside the base with Xiaoba, he noticed a snake poised to strike. In a panic, he thought, Don't move. Just give me a chance to save Xiaoba. To his astonishment, the snake froze in mid-strike, its tongue still extended, suspended in the air. That day, he saved Xiaoba and realized he possessed this rather trivial ability. Jiang Mian speculated that his intense desire to save Xiaoba focused his mental energy, allowing him to immobilize the snake. She suggested, why not try to control it, or make it do something, like crash into a wall or just leave. Encouraged by her words, Fan Dongshu concentrated and attempted to exert control over the immobilized mouse. Initially, it showed no response, but as he gritted his teeth and focused harder, the mouse began to tremble slightly and slowly moved toward the wall. "It's working," Qiu Xiang exclaimed in delight, encouraged by her enthusiasm. Fan Dongshu continued to channel his thoughts, and the mouse's movement quickened until it finally collided with the wall. Success! Ling Yi cheered for him. Fan Dongshu sighed with relief. Admitting, "I feel a bit strained. It might be related to the level of my ability." He had never absorbed energy from a crystal core, so his ability remained at the initial level. Qiu Hu approached him, patting his shoulder. "No worries, today was fruitful. In the evening, Jiang Mian will distribute the crystal cores, and you'll catch up with us in no time." Indeed, after eliminating the zombies at the subway station, Shouting directed them to relocate to the next high-level zombie position. Time passed swiftly, and after 5 days, Jiang Mian had advanced her ability to level 4. While Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, and Ling Yi reached level 3, only Fan Dongshu remained at level 2. Everyone had significantly improved their skills. And now they could venture out without Jiang Mian's accompaniment, bringing back numerous level 2 and 3 crystal cores. Pei Yu had yet to return, and Jiang Mian no longer held any expectations. So be it. If he doesn't come back, life will go on. The earth will continue to spin regardless of anyone's absence. Fortunately, her parents were still by her side, along with a group of ambitious friends, making her current life far superior to her previous one. Rising, Jiang Mian walked towards the mission hall of the base, one of her daily stops to check for any new announcements. As she entered, she collided with someone, who stumbled back in surprise, looking up at her with astonishment. "It's you." She seemed to exhale in relief as Lei Yinjie grabbed her arm, urging, "Come with me." Jiang Mian hadn't expected the person she bumped into to be Lei Yinjie and allowed herself to be led outside. Once they reached a quieter area, she halted. "What's the matter?" Jiang Mian calmly adjusted her wrinkled clothes. Lei Yinjie hesitated, glancing around before lowering her voice to ask, "I remember you're also an ability user, right?" Upon Jiang Mian's nod, she continued, "Are you interested in crystal cores?" "Of course. Who wouldn't be interested in crystal cores?" Lei Yinjie, noticing Jiang Mian's incredulous gaze, cleared her throat awkwardly. "I have some inside information. The Changhui base has sent out a distress signal. They're overrun with mutated crayfish, all of them level 2 or above. Those are crystal cores. Would you be interested in teaming up to go?" Excitement sparkled in Lei Yinjie's eyes. She had come to the mission hall specifically to check for any announcements from the base. To her surprise, the base had not disclosed any information at all, leaving her puzzled as to why such an opportunity was kept secret. Unsure of what to do next, she was distressed about finding someone to join her when she fortuitously ran into Jiang Mian, a ready companion. Jiang Mian's gaze flickered. The Changhui base. She had heard of it in her previous life. This little-known base gained attention due to its outbreak of mutated crayfish. It was said that a mutated crayfish king had emerged from a local breeding farm, spawning a rapid proliferation of other mutated crayfish, leading to a severe infestation. Not only were these crayfish enormous, but they also possessed formidable attack power, and their tough exoskeletons rendered ordinary weapons ineffective. The survivors at the Changhui base suffered greatly, losing territory and facing diminishing living space. In a desperate bid to eradicate these crayfish, they organized multiple offensive operations but suffered significant losses, ultimately resorting to sending distress signals, emphasizing the presence of crystal cores within the level 2 mutated crayfish. The allure of crystal cores was undeniable. They were precious items that could enhance an ability user's power, drawing a multitude of them toward the base. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ability users sought to strengthen their powers through crystal cores, while the survivors at the Changhui base desperately hoped to leverage the abilities of others to eliminate the threat of mutated crayfish and restore their normal lives. In her previous life, Jiang Mian had not joined in this venture, but this time, she was inclined to seize the opportunity. Rather than hastily agreeing, she inquired, "Who else is in your team?" Lei Yinjie paused briefly before responding, "Currently, it's just me. If you join, I won't look for anyone else." Chapter 111. Found you. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and decisively proposed, "Since you are alone, why not join my team? I have a few excellent companions. That works for me." Lei Yinjie was a straightforward person and agreed without hesitation. She inquired, "When do we depart?" "The sooner, the better." She was eager to reach Changhui base, as arriving early would mean seizing more opportunities and acquiring more crystal cores. Jiang Mian understood her intentions and glanced at the time. It was currently 8:00 and amp, Oppos, clock. How about in half an hour? All right, I and Amp. Oppos, LL head back to prepare. See you at the base gate at 8:30. Jiang Mian nodded, watching her leave, and made her way home. Fortunately, everyone was at home today, conducting physical training, and had not yet entered the city. As she navigated through the bustling base, Jiang Mian contemplated whom to bring and whom to leave behind for this trip to Changwei City, feeling quite conflicted. Perhaps lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice a little girl, around 10 years old, calling out to her, "Sister." It wasn't an Amp. Oppos, T until the girl tugged at Jiang Mian and Amp. Oppos, S sleeve that she turned, puzzled. "What is it?" she asked, furrowing her brow. Suddenly, the little girl burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter sounding eerily out of place amidst the noise of the square. "I found you, sister." At that moment, a chill ran down Jiang Mian's spine, and her instincts screamed danger. Shouting also sensed the threat. What the hell? A parasitic hydra. How can I not feel its presence at all? What is happening? Just as Jiang Mian braced herself for a potential attack, an unexpected scene unfolded. The innocent smile on the little girl's face vanished, replaced by a look of grim determination. Out of nowhere, she produced a sharp dagger that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Without hesitation, she slashed the dagger across her own neck, the swift motion leaving Jiang Mian utterly stunned. With a sickening sound, blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto Jiang Mian and the ground around them. The girl's body slowly crumpled to the ground, her gaze still locked onto Jiang Mian, her lips curling into a strange smile, as if to say, "Sister, you cannot escape." Panic erupted among the crowd, screams piercing the air as people fled in all directions. Chaos ensued. Jiang Mian stood frozen, her hands stained with the girl and Oppos' blood, and she mentally reached out to Xiaoting, asking, "Do you think those possess Chapter 112? To critique or not to critique?" Jiang Mian gazed at her mother's worried expression and stepped forward to grasp her hand, assuring, "Mom, it and Oppos, that's not as dangerous as you imagine. I will be careful." She had her reasons for needing to leave and could not allow the parasitic hydra to come near her parents. Linxia, seeing her daughter's resolute gaze, sighed resignedly. "You've always had your own ideas since you were little. Once you've made up your mind, not even 10 oxen could pull you back." Jiang Zhenhong supported his daughter, stating, "She's grown up and knows her limits. We should trust and support her." Looking at her beloved parents, Jiang Mian affirmed, "Dad, Mom, we will return safely." Fan Dongshu added, "Uncle, Aunt, we will take good care of Jiang Mian, so rest easy." "Very well, may you all return safely," came the reply. After arranging everything, they quickly gathered a few personal belongings and hurried to the base entrance to meet Lei Yinjie. Lei Yinjie stood at the entrance, a black hiking backpack slung over her shoulder, waiting for them. Upon spotting Jiang Mian and her 3 teammates approaching briskly, she glanced at her delicate watch, frowning slightly. "You're 5 minutes late." Jiang Mian, apologetic, explained, "I'm sorry, there was a slight delay." "No worries, I'm not one to nitpick." "It's nice to meet you all. My name is Lei Yinjie, an ice-type ability user." A friendly smile returned to Lei Yinjie's face, transforming her demeanor from cold to warm. Xiao Hu, having witnessed her eliminate a level 3 zombie through Xiaoba's eyes, recognized her and greeted, "Hello, I'm Xiao Hu, a scout ability user." Qiao Xiang, fire-type ability. Qiao Xiang introduced herself confidently. Fan Dongshu scratched his head, chuckling shyly, "I'm Fan Dongshu. I can control small animals." "Ah. No wonder there's a parrot on your shoulder. It's quite beautiful," Lei Yinjie remarked, her eyes sparkling with affection for Xiaoba. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba perked up, fluffing its feathers and responding, "Thank you, beautiful lady. You're lovely too." Jiang Mian often fed Xiaoba low-level crystal cores, enhancing its cuteness. Lei Yinjie gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, it can talk?" "Yes," Fan Dongshu confirmed. "Its name is Xiaoba, my pet." "Impressive." Lei Yinjie complimented before her gaze turned to Qiao Hu and Qiao Xiang, curiosity evident. "You two aren't siblings, are you?" Fan Dongshu interjected, "Actually, you guessed correctly. They're indeed siblings." Qiao Hu and Qiao Xiang nodded in agreement, despite not looking particularly alike. Jiang Mian, sensing the conversation drift, suggested, "Why don't we chat while we walk?" Realizing time was of the essence, Lei Yinjie responded, "Let us go. My car is just outside. Everyone hop in." They exited the base together, walking about 50 meters before reaching Lei Yinjie's impressive black Hummer. Qiao Hu was astonished, thinking, "Wow, if it weren't for the apocalypse, would I ever get to ride in such a fine vehicle?" Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the car's exterior. "Let us get in," Jiang Mian reminded. prompting the others to move. Lei Yinjie drove, with Jiang Mian in the passenger seat and Qiu Xiang, and Fan Dongqiu in the back. Qiu Xiang leaned against the window, admiring the scenery, and asked, Jiang Mian, is Changwei City far? Jiang Mian, momentarily distracted, heard Lei Yinjie glance at the rearview mirror and say, not far. Barring any mishaps, we should arrive tonight. Indeed, Jiang Mian nodded, then turned to Lei Yinjie. You've joined the base S-ability user organization. Did they really let you leave so easily? She recalled that the base had strict regulations for ability users, making it difficult to take extended leave. They're not generous at all. I'm just on leave, Lei Yinjie replied nonchalantly. How many days did you take off? Qiu Xiang inquired curiously. One hand on the steering wheel, Lei Yinjie casually held up one finger and said, not much, just a week. Jiang Mian was speechless. A week hardly seemed not much. Hesitantly, she asked, did they approve it? Based on her past experiences, the base was quite stringent with leave requests unless under exceptional circumstances. Then Lei Yinjie's somewhat irreverent voice chimed in. Whether they approve it or not is their business. I'm on leave regardless. If they don't want to approve it, fine by me. I don't want to work anyway. When I was a laborer, I at least had 2 days off each week. Now that I've joined this ridiculous organization, they expect me to work year-round without a break. Ugh. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. What am I even doing? As the car sped up, everyone felt a wave of panic. Realizing Lei Yinjie was getting more worked up, Fan Dongqiu and Qiu Xiang instinctively gripped the armrests, while even Qiu in the middle held onto the seat in front. Calm down. Is this speed really necessary? Jiang Mian thought her friend might be even crazier than herself, fearing for their safety if she didn't intervene soon. Oh, don't worry. I'm a skilled driver. Lei Yinjie reassured them, though the speed did decrease. They traveled safely until dark, finally arriving at a small county near Changwei City. Due to the late hour, they decided to spend the night there and rest before heading into Changwei City the next day to showcase their skills, hunt mutant crayfish, and collect crystal cores. Xiaoteng assessed the surrounding environment and remarked, there are no advanced zombies nearby. We can settle down anywhere. Jiang Mian nodded, suggesting, let us park over there. It looks like a gym. Through the beams of the headlights, she discerned the sign indicating it was indeed a gym. All right, Lei Yinjie agreed, maneuvering the vehicle closer. And they disembarked with their weapons and backpacks. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by moonlight, allowing them to vaguely discern the nearby buildings and roads. While the gym and Oppo's entrance stood firmly shut. As they approached the gates, Jiang Mian led the way, placing her hand on the door and allowing the vines to weave into the lock. With a click, the door swung open. Xiaoba, go, she commanded. Xiaoba obediently flew inside, calling out, is anyone there? Hello, is anyone here? The others followed at a leisurely pace, remaining alert for any regular zombies that might be drawn by Xiaoba and Oppo's voice. Noticing this, Lei Yinjie could not resist lavishing praise on Xiaoba and jokingly asked Fan Dongqiu, is Xiaoba for sale? I'll take it all. Fan Dongqiu recalled that Jiang Mian had previously asked a similar question, pondering why so many girls seemed to favor Xiaoba. Chapter 113, The Fierce Night Demon. Someone. We clearly locked the door. How dare you intrude, you shameless person. A woman, of a similar age to Jiang Mian and clad in a gray tracksuit, stood with her hands on her hips, her voice raised in anger. Wei Ning. Su Zixuan frowned disapprovingly, issuing a warning glance, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly. When one is out in the world, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wei Ning, however, paid him no mind and stormed down the stairs, followed by 4 men, Su Zixuan among them. Xiaoba, upon seeing them descend, perched on the railing, tilting its head as it indifferently squawked, you're the one who is shameless. Wei Ning, incensed that even a bird would dare to insult her, fumed. Oh, you foul creature, how dare you speak to me like that? Just wait until I pluck your feathers and roast you for dinner. Su Zixuan wore an expression of helplessness. The other 3 men were equally taken aback at the talking bird, their faces revealing a hint of amusement. Xiaoba, come here. Fan Dongqiu beckoned urgently, concerned that this fierce woman might cause Xiaoba trouble. It was then that Su Zixuan and the others noticed the 5 individuals before them, the true intruders. As he scrutinized Jiang Mian, she too was assessing him. However, the dim light of the room obscured their features, leaving only vague silhouettes visible. Upon hearing its master call, Xiaoba flapped its wings and flew over, incessantly repeating, pluck her feathers, roast her for dinner. The chant echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Xiaoba was never one to back down. Anyone who dared insult it would receive an equally sharp retort. Jiang Mian was well aware of this habit and had always indulged it, knowing it never instigated trouble but would retaliate if provoked. Lei Yinjie suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaoba, she wouldn't be tasty at all. Her laughter felt particularly jarring against the tense atmosphere. Xiaoba landed on Fan Dongxiu and Appo's shoulder, cocking its head in a cute yet defiant manner as it replied, Xiaoba isn't tasty either. Wei Ning's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, akin to a painter's palette, though the darkness rendered it indecipherable to the others. With a fierce glare, she demanded, how did you get in here? Don't you realize this place is occupied? Fuming, she couldn't believe these intruders lacked basic decorum regarding priority of arrival. Jiang Mian, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, now that we are aware, we will take our leave. Her tone was as tranquil as still waters, treating the matter as trivial. Since someone had already chosen to spend the night here, they could simply relocate. In Jiang Mian's view, there was no need for conflict over such a minor issue. Yet Wei Ning persisted, wait, you think you can come and go as you please? With her hands firmly on her hips, she blocked their path, embodying an obstinate refusal to relent. Lei Yinjie rolled her eyes dramatically. What do you expect? Should we stay here for a sleepover? Her tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly displeased with Wei Ning's unreasonable behavior. Bah! Wei Ning scoffed. What are you daydreaming about? Your arrival disturbed my rest, and I want to let this go easily. Her stance was firm, devoid of any intention to yield. Lei Yinjie nearly laughed in disbelief. Are you even being reasonable? How are we to know this place was taken? Did you post a sign at the door? Raising her voice, she argued back, finding Wei Ning's behavior utterly absurd. Are you out of your mind? Wei Ning pointed an accusatory finger at Lei Yinjie, her indignation palpable. Who would post such a thing at the door? Su Zixuan, unable to watch any longer, pulled Wei Ning behind him, offering an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, everyone. She is a bit spoiled by her family. Please don't take her words to heart. Hearing this, Lei Yinjie muttered under her breath, spoiled by her family? Lucky for us this isn't her home. No one would pamper her here. Though her voice was low, the others, being abilities users, heard every word clearly. Wei Ning was infuriated. Did she not care for her own dignity? She forcefully shook off Su Zixuan's grasp, declaring, don't hold me back. I will get to the bottom of this. Fuming, Wei Ning glared at Su Zixuan before turning her attention back to Lei Yinjie and her group. Don't think you can simply smooth this over with a few sweet words. With arms crossed, Lei Yinjie coldly retorted, oh, still not finished? We are about to leave. What more do you want? Wei Ning bit her lip. You must compensate me for my mental distress. Jiang Mian frowned. Why don't you go home and throw a tantrum? No one here will indulge you. Qiu Hu and the others nodded in agreement, bewildered by how some women could behave so petulantly. You, who are you telling to leave? I'll make you pay for this. Su Zixuan, quick to react, caught Wei Ning once again, exasperated. I'm so sorry. Just ignore her and walk away. I apologize. Let go. Su Zixuan, let go of me. Wei Ning shouted, struggling to break free, intent on confronting Jiang Mian. Upon hearing the name Su Zixuan, Jiang Mian finally recognized their identities. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were numerous bases, with 5 being particularly renowned. Ranked by strength, they were the Far East Base in Beishur, the Jiangzhong Base in Jiang City, the Lin and Appos, and Base in Lin City, the Haichuan Base in Haishur, and the Yunxiang Base in Yun Province. Su Zixuan was the future heir of the Lin and Appos, and Base, and the fierce woman was undoubtedly Wei Ning. Jiang Mian had also overheard gossip about the notorious fierce night demon of the Linen Base, who was known for her unreasonable behavior, and that was indeed Wei Ning. This exemplified the saying that no good news travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Su Zixuan and Wei Ning's families had been close friends before the apocalypse, having grown up together as childhood companions. Their fathers were now the leaders of the Lin and Appos, and Base, solidifying their close relationship. Their appearance here indicated that the Lin and Appos and Base had received a distress signal from the Changhui Base. Jiang Mian pondered that since those from Lin and Appos had arrived, others from different bases would likely not remain passive either. The Changhui Base had become a melting pot of various abilities users from different bases, which could lead to unforeseen chaos. Jiang Mian contemplated that it was best for her and her teammates to act discreetly, avoiding entanglement in the disputes of other bases. Their focus should remain on hunting mutated crayfish and collecting crystal nuclei, striving to maintain their independence. As she observed Su Zixuan struggling to restrain the frenzied Wei Ning, Jiang Mian felt a pang of sympathy and quietly led Qiu Hu, Lei Injie, and the others away. Continuing to argue with someone known as the Fierce Night Demon would be sheer folly. Chapter 114. Chen Yuan. Upon exiting the gymnasium, Lei Injie was fuming. Muttering to himself, what kind of person is she? It's utterly unreasonable. Qiao Xiang attempted to console him, saying, don't be upset. We shouldn't stoop to her level. Qiao Hu and Fan Dongshu wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that engaging with such individuals would only diminish their own stature. Jiang Mian observed everyone with a serious expression and declared, all right. Let us not dwell on this. We need to quickly find a safe place to rest. There are important matters to attend to tomorrow, and we must conserve our energy and maintain our readiness. While Jiang Mian felt a sense of relief, Su Zixuan and Appo's side was in turmoil. Wei Ning was causing a ruckus, demanding to know whose side Su Zixuan was on, accusing him of not supporting her, and questioning whether he had taken a liking to that little vixen. Su Zixuan, exasperated, gazed at the ceiling, thinking that if it weren't for their childhood friendship, he would have sewn Wei Ning's mouth shut and sent her back to the base. He had initially insisted on leaving Wei Ning behind, but to his surprise, she had secretly followed them by car. Now, sending her back was impractical. She had to stay by his side. Yet, what foolish actions had Wei Ning committed? Su Zixuan could already foresee that the next few days would be anything but peaceful. His original plan was to collect crystal cores while getting to know other ability users, but with Wei Ning and Appo's outburst, he would be fortunate if they left without making enemies. Just as Jiang Mian had anticipated, the following days in Changhui City would indeed be bustling, as the ability users from the 5 major bases were either already present or on their way. In another villa located in the same small county, Chen Yuan cheerfully offered a pastry to Lu Dage, saying, this bread is particularly sweet and soft. You must try it. Lu Yuan paused momentarily at the sight of the proffered bread, before regaining his composure and politely accepting it with a thank you. Although he wasn't particularly fond of jam-filled pastries, he remembered that Jiang Mian adored them, recalling how she would devour 3 or 4 in one go at the supermarket. The image of her satisfaction lingered in his mind, suggesting that she indeed cherished such treats. Hey, Mingho, Don and Appo's, do you think that Miss Chen Yuan is exceptionally kind to our Lu Gu? Is she interested in him? Yi Yunfei leaned closer to Li Mingho, whispering with curiosity and intrigue. Li Mingho cast a disinterested glance in their direction and replied, who knows? Chen Yuan was the only daughter of the leader of the Jiangzhong base, with numerous suitors who could encircle their villa if they so desired. With her noble status, striking appearance, and vivacious personality, it was anyone and Appo's guess as to her true feelings and preferences. Yang Jie gave Yi Yunfei a light tap on the head, saying, aren't you being overly idle? Stop making baseless conjectures. His expression was serious. He hoped to discourage Yi Yunfei from speculating on such matters and explained, I heard from Lu Gu that he used to be neighbors with Chen Yuan, and they were classmates in high school, so their relationship is quite good. Oh, I see. The two responded in unison, finally grasping the rationale behind it all. No wonder Chen Yuan agreed to help Lu Yuan find his brother. It turned out they were acquaintances. Noticing that it was getting late, Yang Jie remarked, all right, enough of this. Let us get some rest. We have a busy day ahead tomorrow. After a restful night. The next morning, Jiang Mian and the others had a simple breakfast of bread before packing their belongings and driving towards Changhui City. The sound of the engine disrupted the morning tranquility as Jiang Mian, firmly seated in the driver and Appo's seat, fixed her determined gaze on the road ahead. The others also bore serious expressions, contemplating what awaited them upon arrival in Changhui City. Outside the car, a gentle breeze swept by, and the trees along the roadside quickly retreated as the vehicle sped along the winding path toward their destination. Suddenly, a man was violently hurled by the pincers of a mutated crayfish, crashing into a sturdy tree and spitting blood. He struggled to rise, but before he could regain his footing, the mutated crayfish lunged again, its sharp pincers piercing through his chest, splattering blood everywhere. The man, eyes wide with agony, caught sight of in Chapter 115. Overstepping boundaries after the demise of the mutated crayfish, Qiao Hu cleaved open its head and extracted a 3rd-grade crystal core, shaking it in his hand. It wasn't as challenging to kill as I had imagined. Although its shell is tough, the abdomen is soft and easily penetrable. Qiao Hu's observation succinctly highlighted the weakness of the mutated crayfish, sparing Jiang Mian from further elaboration. The first round ended in a resounding victory, greatly uplifting the spirits of the group, who now wore relaxed smiles. This is a good omen. Let us maintain this momentum, and the battles ahead will pose no issues. Fan Dongshu proclaimed excitedly. Having witnessed Qiuhu's swift dispatch of the mutated crayfish, he too felt a surge of enthusiasm. Indeed, onward we go. Lei Yingjia's eyes sparkled with the prospect of more crystal cores, convinced that further mutated crayfish awaited them. As Lei Yingjia had anticipated, their vehicle traveled a few more minutes before encountering a swarm of mutated crayfish, most of which were of the second and third grade. This was merely the outskirts. The mutated crayfish brazenly roamed the roads, their massive pincers wreaking havoc. The flora surrounding the road lay in ruins, vibrant flowers crushed, lush leaves scattered, and sturdy trunks marred by deep gouges from their razor-sharp claws. Some crayfish even severed lampposts, causing them to sway precariously, threatening to topple at any moment. Lei Yingjia remarked, "This truly resembles a visual representation of a crayfish infestation." She halted the vehicle and joined Jiang Mian and the others in battle. "Dinner is served. I'm off to have some fun. I'll return once I'm full," Little Tongue announced. Since its upgrade, its wooden vines had become sturdier and more powerful, allowing it to capture prey effortlessly. "Go ahead," Jiang Mian replied, pleased to see it becoming self-sufficient. With a joyful response, Little Tongue darted off like an arrow, unnoticed by anyone. After its departure, Jiang Mian commanded the sharp wooden vines to pierce through the abdomen of the mutated crayfish, driving straight to the brain to locate the crystal core, which she forcefully extracted. This straightforward and brutal method significantly expedited her collection of crystal cores, often yielding several at once. However, the drawback of this approach was the rapid consumption of her energy. Whenever her energy dipped below half, Jiang Mian would pause to absorb a few crystal cores to replenish her strength before launching into the next round of attacks. This strategy was a precaution against the unpredictable dangers of the apocalypse. She could not afford to take chances. Thus, reserving half of her energy constituted a safety net for her. Xiaoxiang hurled a fireball towards the area with the greatest concentration of mutated crayfish, resulting in an explosion that scattered the creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Qiuhu and Fan Dongshu charged in with their blades, dispatching nearby crayfish before taking the time to extract crystal cores. Lei Yingjia continually delivered finishing blows with her ice spikes, leaving a chill in her wake. The team and Appo's coordination was impeccable, and as they advanced, their pockets brimmed with crystal cores, instilling a growing sense of security within them. The scattered carcasses of the crayfish bore testament to their bravery and fearlessness. As time passed, their relentless hunt for mutated crayfish continued, their spirits soaring. However, their rhythm was abruptly interrupted by a group of uninvited guests clad in camouflage. The leader strode forward confidently, flanked by armed comrades whose synchronized steps exuded a menacing presence. Coming to a halt, he crossed his arms and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Mian and her group, demanding, "Which base do you belong to?" "This area is claimed by our Far East base. Leave at once." Jiang Mian furrowed her brow, though she was aware that as long as they stood on this land, they would inevitably encounter other base and Appo's abilities. She had not anticipated such bad luck on their first day confronting the Far East base. The Far East base was the largest and most powerful stronghold in the apocalypse, known for its domineering and ruthless nature, often using its strength to bully others. Their demand for immediate departure was, indeed, in line with their character. Lei Yingjia and the others halted their actions, their gazes fixed on the interlopers, simmering with displeasure at their brazen attitude. Yet, there was little they could do, given the overwhelming numbers and firearms on the opposing side. In silent accord, they looked to Jiang Mian for guidance on how to proceed. Receiving their inquiring stares, Jiang Mian, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, resolved to lead the group elsewhere. "Let us go?" Unexpectedly, one man from the opposing group, after surveying the number of mutated crayfish corpses, exclaimed, "Wow, they've killed so many mutated crayfish." The leader and Appo's expression darkened, and he asserted, "Stop. The mutated crayfish you've slain were intended for us. Now, hand over all your crystal cores if you wish to leave." Another member chimed in, "Exactly. How dare you steal our prey?" Jiang Mian and Appo's eyes hardened. What had initially seemed a simple resolution now felt like an affront. Lei Yingjia could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, retorting angrily, "We obtained these crystal cores by our own merit. Why should we hand them over to you?" "Huh. This woman asks us why," the leader jeered, his laughter brimming with arrogance, prompting a companion to chime in, "Simply because we are from the Far East base. By the way, which base do you hail from? You certainly have the audacity to challenge us." Before Lei Yingjia could speak again, Jiang Mian interjected, "We are from the Jiangzhong base. Do not overstep your bounds." In provoking animosity, she naturally aimed to draw attention to the base she despised most, setting the stage for any repercussions to fall upon it. Unaware of Jiang Mian's intentions, Lei Yinjie felt puzzled by her serious demeanor but recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries, and thus she remained silent, lips pressed together. The leader of the Far East base, upon hearing the name Jiangzhong base, wore a sneer of contempt. Ah, so it is the Jiangzhong base. A ragtag bunch daring to act tough in front of us. Feigning anger, Jiang Mian snorted. A ragtag bunch? Today you shall witness the might of the Jiangzhong base. With that declaration, she exchanged glances with her companions, who instantly understood and prepared for battle. Chapter 116, The Scapegoat Commander Zhang Tianxiang, leading the team. Observed Jiang Mian and his 4 companions preparing to resist. With a commanding wave, the guns of the assembled crowd behind him were simultaneously aimed at them. Foolhardy to the extreme, daring to oppose our Far East base with so few. Today, you shall learn the consequences of rebellion. Jiang Mian's face remained unflinching. His words laced with a hint of defiance, as if to suggest that life and death were still uncertain. Zhang Tenha, incensed, sneered in reply, daring to mouth off at death's door. I want to see whether your bones are tougher than our bullets. At his command, a barrage of gunfire erupted in an instant. The defenders, well prepared, scattered swiftly, using the carcasses of mutated freshwater lobsters as cover to evade the deadly hail. The battle had ignited, each side fighting with their own skills. Jiang Mian hid behind a giant claw of a mutated lobster, calmly producing a hand grenade from his spatial pocket. He pulled the pin and hurled it backward. A deafening explosion immediately followed. The sudden blast threw the members of the Far East base into disarray. Many were wounded, blood staining their bodies as they groaned in pain. Fuming with rage, Zhang Tianqi roared, "How dare you injure so many of my brothers?" Their positions were too clustered, and the grenade's explosion had affected nearly everyone, leaving all with varying injuries. Emerging from behind cover, Jiang Mian sneered coldly, "This is only the beginning." Lei Yinjie responded swiftly, unleashing a series of ice projectiles that shot directly at the crowd of the Far East base, striking several more and knocking them to the ground. Zhang Tianqi's eyes widened with fury, and he ordered his Esper-powered allies to retaliate. Yet, due to Jiang Mian's dispersed formation and their concealment behind the carcasses of the mutated lobsters, their attacks proved largely ineffective. Frustration threatened to make him spit blood. Fan Dongxiu, silently controlling a mutated lobster, wielded its massive claw with a whooshing sound of rushing wind. The sudden attack caught the Far East base off guard, and several more fell, screaming in agony. Chaos engulfed the scene. Qiu Xiang seized the opportunity, throwing a compressed fireball that erupted into a thunderous explosion. When the smoke cleared, not a single member of Zhang Tianqi's team remained standing. They lay scattered across the ground, some groaning in pain, others unconscious. Qiu swiftly drew his blade, seizing Zhang Tianqi and shouting, "Your captain is now in my custody. If you don't want him to come to harm, stay still. Drop your weapons now." His squad hesitated briefly before discarding their arms and raising their hands in surrender. Their previous arrogance vanished without a trace. Jiang Mian cast a glance at the fallen adversaries and remarked coolly, "Fan Dongxiu, finish them off, as long as they remain unconscious. Regardless of whether they are dead or alive, deliver a fatal blow to the chest." Understood, Fan Dongxiu responded obediently. As soon as he complied, some of the subdued enemies suddenly stirred and surrendered with raised hands. Zhang Tianqi's eyes blazed with fury as he watched Fan Dongxiu execute the executions, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? These are brothers who fought alongside us. Now they lie forever on this land." His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. Jiang Mian approached him, a meaningful smile curling on his lips as he said slowly, "Hand over all your crystal cores." Lei Yinjie finally grasped the implication. Jiang Mian's initial plan was to make Jiangzhong base the scapegoat. She inwardly sighed in admiration. Such a strategy was brilliantly cunning. They took the benefits while others bore the blame. Truly, a masterstroke. But why Jiangzhong base? Could it be that Jiang Mian bore a grudge against them? Zhang Tianqi's voice was bitter as he growled, "You dare to offend our Far East base? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Calmly, Jiang Mian folded his arms, his expression serene. "Fear? Our Jiangzhong base is no pushover. Your daily arrogance and tyranny have long warranted someone to put you in your place." Qiu echoed, "Exactly. That's why our Jiangzhong base is utterly fearless." Fan Dongxiu, still executing his grim task, added, "From now on, remember to avoid crossing us. If you see anyone from Jiangzhong base, steer clear." "Got it." Qiu Xiang remained silent, observing quietly, as if to ensure no one forgot the name Jiangzhong base. Ultimately, Zhang Tianqi capitulated, surrendering all 456 crystal cores, 201 of third tier and 255 of second tier. They had struck it rich. Lei Yingjia's face lit up with joy, basking in her newfound wealth. The bounty of so many cores made her feel elated quickly. She recognized that such gains were fleeting, and that this path of plunder was not sustainable. Jiang Mian, too, understood that reliance on such schemes was unwise. If not for their provocation, they wouldn't have resorted to underhanded tactics. Strength and resilience alone should be their foundation for resources. But this victory had been exhilarating. Having handed over the cores, Zhang Tianqi's question lingered. Could they now depart? Their numbers had dwindled from 20 brothers to only 5, all wounded and battered. Regret gnawed at Zhang Tianqi's heart. Perhaps retreating earlier would have prevented this grim outcome. Yet, more than regret, a burning hatred filled his chest. He cast a dark glance at his disheartened comrades, then turned his fury back onto Jiang Mian and his team. Vowing inwardly, he swore that retribution would be paid in kind, manifold. Jiang Mian, sensing the tension, looked at Qiu Hu and said softly, "Release him." Qiu Hu hesitated. Concern etched on his face. "Are you sure? If we let him go, what if he returns with reinforcements?" His doubts were shared by others. What if this act of mercy backfired? Yet, if they refused, would they resort to killing him outright? The dilemma was tangled. Jiang Mian pondered briefly before replying, "Let him go. We've demonstrated our strength. He should understand that further trouble will only bring trouble upon himself. We must show mercy when appropriate." In truth, mercy was essential. Otherwise, how could they justify the black pot falling onto Jiangzhong base? As long as they avoided direct confrontation, no one would know who was truly responsible. The risk of exposure was minimized as long as they maintained plausible deniability. Finally, Qiu Hu loosened his grip, nodding. "You're lucky. Be gone now." Zhang Tianqi shot a final glare of contempt before, wounded and begrudgingly, leading his battered companions away, limping into the distance. The ancient adage echoed, "Revenge is best served after a decade." Fan Dongxi watched their retreating figures and said softly, "Let us get out of here before reinforcements arrive from the Far East base." The others agreed, swiftly packing their belongings and fleeing this place of chaos and conflict. Chapter 117. Night Watch. The sign read, Mingxi Street. This was the new hunting ground chosen by Jiang Mian and her companions, situated near the heart of Changhui City. The group was engaged in hunting mutated crayfish in the vicinity of Mingxi Street, with Jiang Mian and Lei Yingjia operating independently, while Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, and Fan Dongxu worked in tandem. They maintained a close distance, allowing each to keep an eye on the others, facilitating mutual support. The mutated crayfish were formidable creatures, consuming anything in their path. Even zombies were on their menu. This might explain the alarming scarcity of zombies in Changhui City. They had likely been eradicated by the crayfish, or else their levels could not have risen so swiftly. As dusk approached, Jiang Mian contemplated calling it a day and seeking a safe place to rest, preparing for tomorrow's endeavors. However, upon turning around, she realized that Lei Yingjia had vanished. She glanced towards Qiu Hu and the others, who were still efficiently dispatching the crayfish. "Have you seen Lei Yingjia?" she inquired. Qiu Xiang turned at the sound of her voice, scanning the surroundings once more, but Lei Yingjia was indeed absent. "Not long ago. I saw her over there digging for crystal cores," she pointed out. "Yes, I noticed her too," Fan Dongxu added. Jiang Mian found it peculiar. Had Lei Yingjia left without a word? That did not seem like her character. If something unfortunate had occurred, they would have certainly heard something, which suggested that Lei Yingjia had left of her own volition. After a moment of hesitation, just as she was about to propose that they split up to search the area, Lei Yingjia unexpectedly returned. She appeared disheveled, her clothes and pants coated in a thick layer of dust, as if she had rolled around on a dirt road. Jiang Mian scrutinized her closely, a strange unease swelling within her. "Where have you been?" Lei Yingjia merely smiled softly and replied, "Jiang Mian, I found a place for us to spend the night. Would you like to come take a look?" The others quickly understood. She had been searching for accommodations. Jiang Mian reluctantly accepted this explanation and said, "Let us go and see." Leading the way, Lei Yingjia guided them through the streets littered with the corpses of mutated crayfish, arriving at the entrance of a tea house called Manningfang. Prior to the apocalypse, such establishments were often frequented for card games, mahjong, and casual tea drinking. The nearby mutated crayfish had evidently been cleared away, leaving the area eerily quiet. Lei Yingjia entered first, exclaiming that she was exhausted and needed a good night's sleep. "There are plenty of private rooms. Feel free to choose." Jiang Mian and the others followed her inside, finding the environment surprisingly intact, untouched by the crayfish-esque destruction. They had witnessed the devastation in the shops they had passed on Mingxi Street, which were left in shambles. As Fan Dongxiu entered last, he closed the door behind him, only to see Xiao Ba darting towards the staircase. Jiang Mian instructed everyone to check all the rooms to ensure their safety. Once this was completed, they began to unpack their provisions, filling their stomachs with bread and similar rations. After a long day of battling, they could finally relax. While munching on his bread, Xiaohu asked Fan Dongxiu, "How many crystal cores did we collect today?" Fan Dongxiu took a sip of water before responding slowly, "I'm not sure. I haven't counted yet." His stamina was not as robust as Xiaohu's, so he had primarily focused on digging for the cores while his sister handled the hunting. Xiaohu nodded. "Let us count after we finish eating and see what we've gathered." Jiang Mian, preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Tong and Appo's return, appeared somewhat distracted. They had all been exhausted throughout the day, and without Xiao Tong to keep watch, how would they manage? Even after Xiaohu and the others finished their meal and counted the crystal cores, Xiao Tong still had not returned. With no other options, Jiang Mian reluctantly broached the subject of the night watch. The current environment in Changhui City was rife with supernatural beings, and their intentions were often inscrutable. In such perilous circumstances, a night without a watchman would be a dangerous proposition. Upon hearing that someone needed to keep watch, the group felt utterly drained, as if all their strength had been sapped. Nonetheless, they understood that maintaining vigilance was essential for their safety. Jiang Mian surveyed the group and spoke slowly. "I will take the second half of the night. Who will take the first?" The night watch was typically divided into 2 shifts, with the latter half being the most arduous and prone to drowsiness, which was why she had chosen it. "I'll do it," Lei Yinjie interjected without hesitation. Xiaohu, arriving a moment too late, amended, "Then I'll take the shift tomorrow." "I'll join you," Fan Dongxiu chimed in, eager to contribute. With the watch arrangements settled, everyone found a spot to lay down some curtains or tablecloths and began to rest. Lei Yinjie positioned a chair by the window, sitting quietly as her gaze lingered on the inky darkness outside. As time passed, the tension in the room gradually eased, breaths became steady, and the soft sounds of snoring began to fill the air. Suddenly, Lei Yinjie and Appo's gaze fixated on Jiang Mian, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Her prey was asleep. After a while, she rose stealthily and approached the slumbering Jiang Mian, her footsteps silent as a specter. Leaning closer, Lei Yinjie extended a hand towards Jiang Mian and Appo's cheek. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, Jiang Mian rolled over abruptly. Lei Yinjie, seeing no sign of Jiang Mian waking, Lei Yinjie reached out again. At that moment, Jiang Mian kicked out unexpectedly, striking her in the abdomen. The force of the kick sent Lei Yinjie sprawling backward, crashing into a chair with a resounding thud. The noise startled the others from their slumber, their faces a mixture of confusion and fear as they turned towards the source of the sound. "What happened?" Xiao Xiang mumbled, rubbing her eyes in a daze. "What is going on?" Xiaohu scanned the dark room, but the shadows obscured everything. Fan Dongxiu, startled, initially feared an intruder. It was not until Xiao Xiang conjured a flame in her hand, illuminating the room, that they realized Lei Yinjie was curled up on the floor, clutching her abdomen in pain. With a quivering voice, she stammered, I just wanted to ask you to take the second half of the night watch. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Chapter 118. Your smile is not as charming as hers. Xiaohu and the others were taken aback, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, as if struggling to believe the scene unfolding before them. "So, is Lei Yinjie in this state due to an attack from Jiang Mian?" Their gazes turned towards Jiang Mian, filled with confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend why she, who had always been amiable, would suddenly assault Lei Yinjie. Jiang Mian fixed her gaze on Lei Yinjie, speaking each word with calm precision. "You are not Lei Yinjie." "What?" The crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with incredulity. Jiang Mian claimed she was not Lei Yinjie? What on earth was happening? Had they not merely taken a brief rest? What had transpired? They looked at Lei Yinjie, still curled up on the ground, their expressions reflecting shock. Naturally, they believed Jiang Mian. Yet, the figure on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to Lei Yinjie. If she was not Lei Yinjie, then who could she be? Lei Yinjie lifted her head, a look of grievance in her eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am Lei Yinjie. Don't frighten them." Jiang Mian let out a cold laugh. "Stop pretending. You've already revealed your true self. How dull." Suddenly, Lei Yinjie rose from the ground. The previous pain vanished from her countenance. "When did you realize I was not her?" she asked, eyeing Jiang Mian with keen interest. The others were utterly stunned. She was admitting it. How terrifying. Jiang Mian crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, I would say it was from the very start. When you appeared and said you would take us to see the night market, I had my suspicions. Upon arriving at the tea house's entrance, the mutated crayfish had already been cleared away, yet Lei Yinjie is an ice-type ability user, and there were no ice spikes left behind. Do you find that reasonable? Lei Yinjie clapped her hands in applause for Jiang Mian, saying, as expected of my sister, your observation is meticulous. What did I do during our first meeting that made you suspicious? Jiang Mian replied expressionlessly, your smile is not as charming as hers. Lei Yinjie. In the next moment, Jiang Mian and Appo's S-long knife slashed toward her fiercely. Lei Yinjie sidestepped just in time to narrowly avoid the deadly strike. Her expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, Sister, you truly are heartless. Jiang Mian did not respond, swinging her knife again, determined to put an end to this. VO Chapter 119, Misunderstanding? Zhang Tianqi, with one hand wrapped in bandages around his neck, approached with fury. What a misunderstanding. My brothers cannot have died in vain. Today, they must pay with their lives. Lu Yuan sensed the escalating tension and quickly signaled to Yang Jie and the others to prepare for a potential retreat. Yang Jie and the others, receiving the hint, watched their adversaries warily, gradually stepping back. Qin Wan, initially bewildered, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. The opposing group was evidently a squad of elite fighters, well-equipped and armed. If a confrontation ensued, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. With tears brimming in her eyes, she feigned composure and said, there must be some misunderstanding. Could we not take a moment to calm down and discuss this rationally? From the onset, she had struggled to comprehend their words. Are you suggesting that you are targeting the Jiangzhong base? But why? What have we done to offend you? Qin Wan, with her striking features, appeared particularly pitiful, evoking sympathy. Her large, innocent eyes brimmed with confusion, compelling others to believe her every word. Even those fierce-looking individuals behind Zhang Tianqi felt a twinge of compassion upon seeing her distressed expression. Yet, Zhang Tianqi remained unyielding. In a fit of rage, he retorted, Enough of this. Spare me your pathetic demeanor. I have no pity for you. Are you unaware of what your comrades have done? Let me enlighten you. Yesterday afternoon, your people invaded our territory, killing over 20 of my brothers without a word, and stole over 500 crystal cores. Although he could not recall the exact number of crystal cores, he exaggeratedly declared 500, believing it to be close enough. Qin Wan was taken aback, exclaiming, That is impossible. Our people only arrived in Changhui City today. The actions you describe could not possibly be attributed to us. Zhang Tianqi scoffed. Are you suggesting we are wronging you? Qin Wan quickly waved her hands, explaining, No, that is not what I meant. Please think carefully, brother. Could you have overlooked some details? What were they wearing? How many were there? Zhang Tianqi paused to ponder, muttering, They wore ordinary clothes. 5 in total, 3 women and 2 men. They must be ability users. He was interrupted by a cough from a nearby companion, who felt the situation was becoming increasing. Chapter 120. Excavating soil at Haichuan base. Uncle Jiang. Aunt Lin, are you ready? Ling Yi inquired, stretching his neck from the living room. CSCC and Lu Qiong leisurely sat on the sofa, savoring their spice-dried tofu, showing no signs of impatience, but instead urging Ling Yi to join them for a snack. We and Appo's, coming. Jiang Zhenhong and Lin Xia, now dressed, descended the stairs. CSCC clapped her hands and announced, Then let us set off. Before leaving, Jiang Mian had left a packet of bok choy seeds and a packet of lettuce seeds for Jiang Zhenhong to practice with, curious to see if he could cultivate them successfully. Coincidentally, her mother had grown weary of staying at the base, so they decided to explore the foothills of the mountain while assisting Uncle Jiang with the soil excavation. CSCC reasoned that as they were only digging at the base of the mountain, there should be little danger, thus everyone joined in, considering it a chance to enjoy the fresh air. The 5 of them set out together, chatting as they walked, and soon found themselves at the mountain's base. One cannot help but admire nature's beauty. It was lush and vibrant. Looking up, the trees on the mountainside stood tall and proud, their branches intertwining to form a verdant sea. The sunlight struggled to pierce through the layered leaves, scattering delicate golden spots. The grass beneath their feet felt like soft green satin, each step revealing the resilience and vitality of the blades. Among the grass, nameless wildflowers bloomed sporadically. They're white as snow, pink like dawn, and yellow like gold, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Xia could not resist plucking a yellow wildflower, bringing it close to her nose and smiling with satisfaction. Mom, Andy, uncle, come over here. CSCC called from atop a massive rock, beckoning the others to join her. Wow, this rock is enormous, Lu Yuan exclaimed, approaching to inspect it before reaching out for her daughter to help her up. Standing on the large stone, the surrounding scenery unfolded before them, filling their hearts with an inexplicable sense of comfort. Soon, Lin Xia was also pulled up by CSCC, and the three of them stood together, excitedly gazing into the distance. The undulating mountains spread out before them, the green vegetation draping the mountains like a thick, plush blanket. Wow, it's breathtaking, Lin Xia exclaimed in awe. Jiang Zhenghong chuckled and said, you three lovely ladies can enjoy the breeze up there and take a good rest. Ling Yi, let's find a good spot and dig up some soil to take back. Sure, uncle, do you know how to distinguish good soil? Ling Yi, unfamiliar with farming, naturally had no idea how to tell, thus placing his hopes upon Jiang Zhenghong. Of course, Jiang Zhenghong confidently replied, brushing aside the wild grass as he imparted his knowledge to Ling Yi. Meanwhile, the three women perched atop the stone, relishing the beautiful surroundings, chatting, and nibbling on snacks they had brought from home, such as sunflower seeds, feeling utterly content. Once the busy duo had gathered enough soil, CSCC jumped down to fetch water for them to wash their hands, and then they all climbed back onto the large rock together. After finishing their last snacks, they finally stood up to return to the base. Look, isn't that Jiang Zhenghong? A middle-aged man observed with envy. Ever since his daughter returned, they seem to be living well. Another replied, indeed, look at them, all clean and tidy, unlike us, who can't even remember the last time we washed our faces. Our water supply is barely enough to drink, let alone anything else. Jiang Zhenghong remained oblivious to their gazes, as the base was filled with emaciated individuals in filthy clothes, making it difficult to discern anyone at a glance. He and Ling Yi carried a bucket of soil, trailing behind the three women as they walked slowly. Old Jiang. Suddenly, Jiang Zhenghong heard someone calling his name. Looking around, he recognized his former colleague, Wang Pingkuan, who still wore the same tattered shirt from their last parting. Delighted to see him, Jiang Zhenghong approached, setting down the bucket, and engaged in small talk. Old Wang, how have you been at the base? Is everything all right? Wang Pingkuan forced a smile and replied, it's all right, but not as good as your current situation. Jiang Zhenghong felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, unsure how to respond until one asked, by the way, what are you doing with that bucket of soil? Initially thinking he was carrying some supplies, Wang and Apos' disappointment grew upon realizing it was merely dirt. Jiang Zhenghong, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and explained, I unexpectedly got some bok choy seeds, and I wanted to bring back some soil to see if I could grow them. Wang Pingkuan, intrigued, thought to himself, while we can amp, Apos, to even get a sip of water. Jiang Zhenghong has soil to plant vegetables. He half-jokingly remarked, Old Jiang, you and Apos, quite fortunate. With a good daughter, while we can barely survive, you have soil to grow vegetables. I'm envious. Can you spare a bit of water for me to drink? I'm terribly thirsty. Jiang Zhenghong, caught off guard, replied, what a thing to say. Deep down, he understood that if it weren't for his daughter and her friends, he would likely be in a similar plight as his colleague, dirty, lacking food, and rationing water. Noticing the exchange, CSCC discreetly asked Lin Xia, Auntie, who is that? Lin Xia replied, he's your uncle's former colleague. To be honest, they had all endured hardships together in the past, and now that they were suddenly living well, it was a bitter pill to swallow seeing others still struggling. As Jiang Zhenghong grappled with this discomfort, another of his colleagues, Bai Yueguang, approached him, offering a friendly greeting before pulling him aside to speak quietly. Zhenghong, life at the base is tough. A few of us former workers have discussed it and decided to return to our old neighborhood. Jiang Zhenghong was puzzled. Why? At least here we have some support. Returning to the old neighborhood is far more dangerous. Bai Yueguang shook his head in resignation. Their ISN and Apos, much provision for us here. Going back might allow us to find some supplies. It and Apos, better than waiting around here. Jiang Zhenghong furrowed his brow, having recently learned much about the base and Apos' regulations, and he understood his colleague and Apos' perspective. However, he feared the risks of returning. What if something unexpected happened? Bai Yueguang sighed. It's a difficult situation. We can't find work at the base, and we may as well starve to death. Given the circumstances, it's better to take a gamble. Zhenghong, your daughter and her friends are capable individuals. Could I trouble you with a favor? Jiang Zhenghong instinctively asked, what is it? Bai Yueguang hesitantly responded, I heard it's relatively easy to find a vehicle outside these days. If they have the time, could they help us get a car? Chapter 121. Are you alone? Of course, we will not trouble Jiang Mian Pei for assistance. After discussing with everyone, we decided that each family would contribute a portion of supplies as compensation. Do you think you could lend us a hand? Jiang Yuan and Appo's expression was slightly uneasy, fearing that his old friend might decline his request. However, the situation for everyone was truly dire. The supplies they were willing to offer as compensation constituted nearly all they had, as they relied on finding resources to sustain their lives after departing from the base. If it weren't for the unique location of Haichuan base, flanked by mountains and a considerable distance from the nearest city, they would have sought transportation on their own. Jiang Zhenghong pondered for a moment before nodding. Certainly. But my Xiaomian is currently not at the base. Once she returns, I will definitely discuss this matter with her. Currently, Jiang Mian was absent from the base. Even if he wished to assist Dai Mingyuan, he was unable to do so. Upon hearing this, Dai Mingyuan felt a sense of relief wash over him and inquired further, when will Xiaomian return? That, I cannot say for certain, Jiang Zhenghong hesitated, unsure how to respond, and instead asked, Mingyuan, are you in a hurry? Indeed, our supplies are already limited. The longer we remain at the base, the more we consume. If it continues like this, Dai Mingyuan was genuinely worried that they would have too few supplies to present later, which would leave them feeling uncomfortable and guilty in front of Jiang Mian and the others. Thus, he was indeed quite anxious. Seeing this, CSCC quickly approached and asked, Uncle, how many people are there? What kind of vehicle do you need? Dai Mingyuan surveyed CSCC from head to toe, finally recalling having seen her during the distribution of supplies in the neighborhood. She must be a friend of Jiang Mian's. He replied honestly, we have 12 people. Ideally, we would need a truck that can accommodate all of us in one trip. It would be more convenient. CSCC nodded. I happen to be going to the city this afternoon. If I come across a suitable vehicle, I will bring it back for you. Finding a vehicle was not a challenging task for her, and if she could assist, she would. If Jiang Mian were present, she would be certain to help as well. Dai Mingyuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Where can I find you later? Jiang Zhenghong, pleased that CSCC was willing to help, shared their rental address with Dai Mingyuan, suggesting he come by later in the evening to check on the situation. Dai Mingyuan nodded repeatedly. I will return to share this good news with them, so they can feel a bit more cheerful. With that, he hurried away. Jiang Zhenghong turned to CSCC, earnestly thanking her. CC, thank you. CSCC smiled and waved her hand. Uncle, please don't mention it. Finding a vehicle is just a small favor. After parting ways with Lu Yuan and the others, Qinwan found herself alone on the desolate road. Her surroundings were littered with the corpses of mutated crayfish, a testament to the fierce battles that had taken place here. At this moment, Qinwan was engulfed in confusion. She had no idea where to go, and with each step, excruciating pain shot through her ankles. Suddenly, a vehicle's engine roared from a distance, prompting Qinwan to lift her head and cautiously observe the approaching car. The driver was a middle-aged man who, upon noticing the solitary and ragged woman bearing wounds, felt a surge of compassion. The car slowed to a stop beside her, and the man rolled down the window, kindly inquiring, Young lady, are you alone? At that moment, Qinwan got a clearer look at the man. He appeared to be a mature and composed figure. His features were well-defined, and his eyes held a profound wisdom, akin to a deep, unfathomable lake, concealing countless stories and experiences. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she noticed there were no other passengers in the vehicle and slowly nodded in response. Zheng Feiwen smiled gently, saying, It seems you could use some assistance. I am headed to Chonghui base. If it's on my way, I can give you a lift. What do you think? Qinwan hesitated, contemplating her predicament. Isolated and without support, securing a ride would be advantageous. Upon reaching Chonghui base, she might even find her companions. Resolving her thoughts, she replied, Thank you very much. Zheng Feiwen humbly responded, Not at all, please get in the car, expecting her to take the passenger seat. He was surprised when she opened the rear door and settled into the back seat, an indication of her distrust. Zheng Feiwen nonchalantly started the vehicle and casually asked, Young lady, what brings you out here alone? Qinwan bit her lip and recounted how she and her companions had been attacked by malicious individuals, causing her to inadvertently tumble down a slope and lose contact with them. During their conversation, she inadvertently noticed a wolf head tattoo on the man and Appo's neck. It appeared vividly lifelike yet exuded an aura of mystery. As the car sped along the highway, the scenery outside blurred past. Zheng Feiwen focused intently on driving, occasionally glancing at Chen Yuan through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, without warning, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Chen Yuan heard Zhang Feiwen mutter in confusion, "What is going on? Is the car malfunctioning? There are no towing services in this apocalyptic world." Chen Yuan remained silent, watching as he helplessly exited the vehicle and approached the front to inspect the engine. After a considerable struggle, it seemed he still hadn't resolved the issue. Left with no choice, Chen Yuan stepped out, enduring the pain in her foot as she approached to assess the situation, asking, "Is it not fixed yet?" She appeared somewhat anxious. Zhang Feiwen sighed. "This situation is a bit tricky. It seems a core component of the engine has malfunctioned, which cannot be repaired quickly." Chen Yuan frowned, glancing around with concern. "What should we do? We can't just wait here indefinitely. It's fine during the day, but once night falls, without any light, visibility will be severely hindered, and it will become dangerous." Zhang Feiwen appeared troubled before suggesting, "Could you assist me by holding this part up while I take another look?" Chen Yuan gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain in her foot, and stepped forward to lift the specified component as instructed by Zhang Feiwen. However, a sudden, sharp pain pierced her neck, causing her to turn in alarm. "What have you done to me?" But her vision began to blur, and her body uncontrollably slumped downwards. Just before losing consciousness, she heard Zhang Feiwen's previously gentle voice grow cold and unfamiliar. "What a vigilant yet naive little girl. It has cost me considerable time to stage this little performance with you." At that moment, Chen Yuan regretted her decision to accompany Lu Yuan and the others to Changhui City. In times of danger, Lu Yuan was utterly unreliable. He only cared for his own safety and showed no regard for her well-being. Chapter 122. The abandoned factory. Jiang Mian was driving when she happened to pass by Zhang Feiwen. A casual glance revealed that the woman he was holding was Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan appeared quite disheveled, bearing injuries, while the man holding her regarded Jiang Mian with a peculiar gaze. Xiao Tong sensed Jiang Mian and Apos' thoughts and curiously inquired, "Do you know that woman?" Jiang Mian had no intention of concealing her plans from Xiao Tong. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "Yes, I know her, and there is animosity. After Lu Yuan spoke with her, he unexpectedly turned against me. At that time, she had been completely unguarded. Merely hearing Lu Yuan claim that there was something dirty on her neck, under the pretense of helping her clean it, he injected her with a sedative. Ah, that scoundrel must have cheated." Jiang Mian's vehicle had already begun to move away, but after pondering for a moment, she reversed it back to stop beside the man. She feigned being lost and asked, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Changhui Base?" Zhang Feiwen smiled broadly upon seeing Jiang Mian return, saying, "Sister, we are also headed to Changhui Base. Unfortunately, our car broke down unexpectedly on the way. Would you be so kind as to give us a ride? I can guide you along the way." Jiang Mian's gaze lingered on Chen Yuan, and she inquired with curiosity, "What happened to her?" "Oh, my girlfriend accidentally rolled down a hillside last night and fell into a coma. I was thinking of taking her to Changhui Base to find a doctor," Zhang Feiwen said, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes, as if genuinely concerned for his girlfriend and Apos' condition. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Had she not known Chen Yuan and understood her proud and discerning nature, she might have been led to believe that this middle-aged man was indeed her boyfriend. Jiang Mian's expression turned cold as she exited the car and stood before him and Chen Yuan, stating, "I will give you one more chance to speak the truth." Zhang Feiwen, sensing Jiang Mian's shift in demeanor, felt uncertain and decided to throw Chen Yuan aside, directly confronting her. "I also gave you a chance. You brought this upon yourself." Jiang Mian scoffed, engaging him in a brief scuffle, during which she inadvertently noticed the wolf head tattoo on his neck, causing her to pause for a moment. The doctor who had performed surgery on her and extracted her crystal core had borne the same tattoo. What connection did they share? As Zhang Feiwen produced a syringe, Jiang Mian resolved to turn the tables on him, silently calling out to shouting to cooperate. Thus, Zhang Feiwen and Apos' syringe pierced through the clothing, inadvertently piercing Shouting and Apos' body instead. The sensation was odd, had she not seen Jiang Mian fall into unconsciousness. He might have doubted whether his injection had failed. "Today's harvest is quite fruitful. Two beautiful ladies," Zhang Feiwen remarked, first placing the unconscious Jiang Mian in the passenger seat. After securing her, he turned to carry the lying Chen Yuan and placed her in the back seat of the car. Soon, the vehicle roared to life and sped away. Leaning against the passenger seat, Jiang Mian finally grasped the situation surrounding Chen Yuan. Feeling a mix of shock and confusion, were they not allies? Or was there something she was unaware of, that Chen Yuan had yet to connect with them? Unable to comprehend it further, she opted to focus on following this man, hoping to uncover the forces behind him. Just then, a vehicle approached from the opposite direction, carrying Lu Yuan and his companions, who were searching for Chen Fang nearby. As Lu Yuan drove, he was taken aback when their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly slammed on the brakes. Yang Jia, sitting in the passenger seat, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "That's Jiang Mian. She might be in danger," Lu Yuan exclaimed, reversing the car while explaining. Just one glance had allowed him to ascertain Jiang Mian's perilous condition. She appeared not merely asleep, but rather in a state of unconsciousness. Lu Yuan had never anticipated encountering Jiang Mian again. At that moment, he could not discern whether his feelings leaned more towards excitement or concern. Still, he understood that as long as he followed that vehicle and seized the opportunity to rescue Jiang Mian, their paths would intertwine once more. Yang Jia, observing Lu Yuan's anxious demeanor, was uncertain whether this was a good or bad omen, yet it was apparent that Jiang Mian harbored no fondness for Lu Yuan, a fact he could see clearly as an outsider. With Jiang Mian in danger, he felt it unwise to prevent Lu Yuan from acting, thus remaining silent, tacitly agreeing to follow the car ahead. The vehicle continued for an indeterminate duration before finally coming to a halt. Jiang Mian heard the sound of the man opening the door and stepping out, seemingly moving towards the rear. Listening intently, it appeared he intended to relocate Chen Fang first. Seizing the moment, Jiang Mian cautiously opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. She found herself in an abandoned factory, surrounded by decay, as if time had forsaken this place. The walls were riddled with mottled marks, with some corners even sprouting weeds that swayed chaotically in the wind, creating a disordered scene. It was truly a desolate location. At that moment, Jiang Mian heard footsteps emanating from within the factory. Quickly, she closed her eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. "Brother Zhang, what a splendid catch. Another beauty," someone remarked, eyeing Chen Fang and clicking their tongue in appreciation. "Look at her appearance and figure." Zhang Feiwen frowned, saying, "Don't get any funny ideas. There's another one in the car, and she's all yours." Zhang Matzi, upon hearing that there was another, eagerly rushed to check, and upon discovering another beauty, his face lit up with delight. "No wonder our brother Zhang is so capable. Every time he captures an ability wielder, they're all beauties. Enough flattery. I happened to stumble upon them. Hurry up and bring her inside," Zhang Feiwen stated, carrying Chen Fang into the abandoned factory. "All right," Zhang Matzi responded, promptly lifting the unconscious Jiang Mian from the passenger seat and following suit. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and his companions, hidden in the shadows, were astonished. They had initially come to rescue Jiang Mian, never anticipating this unexpected development. "Wait, is that Chen Fang?" Yunfei inquired uncertainly. Yang Jia swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent to avoid exposing their position. Thankfully, the group had already entered the factory, otherwise, they might have been discovered. Lu Yuan gazed at the dilapidated factory with a complex array of emotions, recalling his experiences at Yunxiang Base. He suspected that both Jiang Mian and Chen Fang had been injected with sedatives. Otherwise, how could one explain their state of unconsciousness? What were these individuals planning by capturing them? Yang Jia whispered, "Lu Ge, what should we do now?" Lu Yuan, pulled back from his thoughts by his words, surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "Let us split up and surround the factory from all sides to assess the situation inside. Before I make a move, no one should act rashly, prioritize safety, and avoid premature exposure." Understood. The group promptly dispersed in different directions, encircling the abandoned factory. Chapter 123. Who is she? Lu Yuan cautiously climbed through a window devoid of glass, landing softly to avoid making any noise. He scanned the surroundings, inching closer to the source of the man and Appo's voice, taking advantage of the clutter within the factory for cover. Zhang Matzi was assisting Zhang Feiwen in binding Chen Fang and Appo's hands and feet with ropes to prevent her from escaping when the anesthesia wore off. Behind them, 8 others, both men and women, were similarly bound and gagged with rags, huddling together in fear, attempting to minimize their presence. "Zhenggu, when will the backup arrive?" Zhang Matzi asked casually, his hands still busy. Jiang Mian, lying on the ground, perked up her ears upon hearing Zhang Feiwen's reply. "If all goes well, they should arrive tonight. Keep an eye on them. I and Appo's go out for a bit. This number is still too few. Before dark, I need to scout around again. Perhaps I can find a few stragglers to bring back." "All right, Zhenggu, rest assured. I'll make sure to keep watch over them," Zhang Matzi responded. continuing to bind Jiang Mian. At that moment, they suddenly heard a creaking sound from the next room, as if someone had accidentally stepped on something. Who was there? Zhang Feiwen immediately became alert, swiftly grabbing a wooden stick nearby, exchanging a glance with Zhang Matzi as they both turned towards the sound, tension palpable in the air. Lu Yuan hadn't anticipated that he would be the first to reveal himself. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and slowly stepped out from behind the door. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need to hide further. He might as well attract their attention. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Matzi demanded. His eyes wide with suspicion, Lu Yuan glanced at Jiang Mian, bound and helpless, and replied with a serious expression, "You have taken my friend." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Jiang Mian felt a wave of dread wash over her, as if a million horses were galloping through her mind. What was this person doing here? This would disrupt her original plan. If she could just endure a few more hours, the backup would arrive under the cover of darkness, and they could capture everyone at once, potentially uncovering the identities of this group. It was somewhat embarrassing, even as someone reborn. Jiang Mian's previous life had been of low status, thus limiting her knowledge. She was aware of a group conducting live experiments on those with abilities, but knew neither their identity nor the location of their laboratory. Each time she was close to a lead, it always slipped away at the last moment. Zheng Feiwen frowned at Lu Yuan and Amp. Apos, words. Your friend? Could it be one of the two women he brought back earlier? He secretly lamented his carelessness in not noticing he was being followed. At this moment, both men focused entirely on Lu Yuan, unaware of Yang Jie and Li Mingho stealthily approaching from behind. By the time they realized, it was too late. Yang Jie and Li Mingho charged forward like lightning. With a sudden lunge, Yang Jie pinned Zheng Feiwen to the ground, while Li Mingho swiftly subdued Zhang Matzi, using his knee to restrain him and rendering him immobile. Behave, Li Mingho shouted. Being a strength-type ability user, his sheer force left Zhang Matzi gasping for breath. Zheng Feiwen and Zhang Matzi's faces were filled with anger and resentment, but under such overwhelming pressure, they had no choice but to comply. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly approached Jiang Mian, kneeling beside her to carefully untie her bindings, fearful of causing her pain. Jiang Mian thought to herself, she was actually reluctant. Who needed him to save her? She wished Lu Yuan would stay as far away as possible. She was conflicted about whether to awaken now, only to witness his and Qinwan and Apos' affection for one another. If that were the case, she would prefer to remain unconscious a little longer. Wait, why was Lu Yuan freeing Qinwan first? She feared she was imagining things and cautiously opened her eyes just a crack, catching a glimpse of Lu Yuan and Apos' handsome profile. Heavens, this was no illusion. In a situation where both she and Qinwan were bound, Lu Yuan had chosen to come to her aid first. Jiang Mian couldn't and Apos' articulate the emotions swirling within her. After all, belated affection was worth little, and she would not be touched. The 8 individuals huddled in the corner, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of hope for salvation. With their mouths gagged, they could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Yi Yunfei scanned the group, observing Li Mingho and Yang Jie restraining Zhang Matzi and Zheng Feiwen, while Lu Yuan was wholly engrossed in attending to Jiang Mian. The unfortunate souls in the corner could only rely on themselves for rescue. Do not fret. I will assist you all in untying your bindings, one by one, he assured them. With tears in their eyes, the 8 nodded in unison. After freeing one person, Yi Yunfei enlisted their help to untie the others, creating a flurry of activity. Thank you. Thank you. The liberated individuals expressed their gratitude. Do not mention it. Let us focus on freeing everyone first, Yi Yunfei replied, continuing his task. At that moment, another individual was successfully freed and joined in the effort to assist others. Once Lu Yuan had untied Jiang Mian's wrists and ankles, he removed his coat and laid it on the ground before gently lifting her and placing her atop it. Jiang Mian. Unfortunately, she was still dizzy and could not resist, allowing him to position her on his coat, her head and upper body resting upon it. It was at this moment that Qinwan awakened, still dazed. The first sight that greeted her was Li Mingho and Yang Jie pinning down the 2 villains. Then she noticed Yi Yunfei working to free someone's hands, and turning her gaze, she saw Lu Yuan kneeling before a woman, lost in thought. That woman lay atop Lu Yuan and Apos' coat, while beneath her was the cold, hard ground. With so many people present, how was it that no one was attending to her? Qinwan and Apos' anger flared, yet she was unsure how to express it. Instead, she pretended to cough softly, hoping to catch Lu Yuan and Apos' attention. However, it was Yu Yunfei who heard her. He hurried over to her side, squatting down to help untie her hands, genuinely concerned. You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Chen Yuan rolled her eyes internally. Was it comfortable to be bound? Yet, she couldn't afford to lash out, so she feigned vulnerability. My hands hurt, and I think I've twisted my ankle. I might not be able to walk. As she spoke, she covertly glanced at Lu Yuan and Apos' reaction, only to find him tenderly arranging the hair of the woman on his coat. What was happening? Did they know each other? Hearing Chen Yuan and Apos' words, Yunfei unbound her wrists and gently massaged her ankle. Is it this foot? Yet, she merely stood up, limping toward Lu Yuan, ignoring him entirely. Yunfei. Well, it seemed he had misread the situation. Chapter 124. The beginning of the quiz. Chen Yuan, enduring the pain in her feet, approached with a sense of grievance. Lu Gu, who is she? Lu Yuan withdrew his hand, contemplating for a moment, and replied with an expression of calmness, a friend. A friend whose mere presence uplifts my spirits. Chen Yuan pouted. A friend? She even has your coat draped over her. How can she be just an ordinary friend? Although she had not explicitly expressed her feelings for Lu Yuan, witnessing his kindness towards this woman stirred an inexplicable annoyance within her. She thought to herself that if it weren't and Apos' for this woman, all of Lu Gu and Apos' kindness would surely be directed towards her. Just as Chen Yuan was about to inquire further, Lu Yuan rose and walked over to the two captors, fixing his gaze directly upon them. On Yunfei and Apos' side. The 8 bound individuals had been rescued, and they shared their experiences of captivity, informing Lu Yuan that there were still 3 accomplices unaccounted for. It was likely they were outside, capturing other isolated victims. Having gained their freedom, the 8 individuals expressed their gratitude to Lu Yuan before declaring their intention to leave. All 8 were ability users, and as they departed in a group, Yunfei felt assured they could handle any remaining captors they might encounter. Once everyone had left, Li Mingbai and Yang Jie adjusted the positions of the 2 captors, forcing them to kneel on the ground with their arms restrained. Lu Yuan, considering that there were still unreturned accomplices, instructed Yunfei to keep watch outside the factory and to notify him immediately upon their return. Understood. I will go now. Yunfei responded, moving towards the exit. Lu Yuan turned his attention back to the 2 captors, looking down upon them with an unhurried demeanor. If I am not mistaken, the individuals you captured are all ability users, correct? Zhang Feiwen and Zhang Matzi exchanged glances, communicating silently without uttering a word. Lu Yuan remained unfazed, continuing to question. Why target ability users? He had harbored suspicions and had heard rumors from the Yunxiang base, yet nothing had ever been substantiated. Seeing their silence, Li Mingho struck Zhang Matzi across the face, demanding, Our Lu Gu is asking you why you captured ability users. Speak. Dazed from the blow, Zhang Matzi spat out blood mixed with 2 teeth. Turning to glare at Li Mingho, his eyes seemed to burn with fury, wishing to incinerate his opponent. Li Mingho, undeterred by the glare, delivered another slap, scolding, What are you glaring at? Is having big eyes impressive? Zhang Matzi felt a desire to kill rising within him. Lu Yuan squatted down to meet their gaze, coldly stating, From now on, you will both answer in turn. Failure to respond will result in the loss of an arm. Zhang Feiwen gritted his teeth defiantly, If you have the guts, just kill us. Not yet. Lu Yuan rose slowly, declaring, The first question, why did you capture ability users? A countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Time was up. Excellent. No one answered. 1 arm for each of you. With an indifferent expression, he advanced, taking hold of Zhang Feiwen from Yang Jie and, with a swift motion, severed one of his arms at the shoulder. Zhang Feiwen let out a blood-curdling scream. Yet the ordeal was not over. Lu Yuan extended his hand towards Yang Jie, uttering knife. Yang Jie handed him a gleaming cleaver. Tremble Chapter 125. Asleep? After witnessing the dismal scene of Zhang Feiwen's refusal to cooperate, Zhang Matzi indeed became considerably more compliant. He answered every question posed by Lu Yuan. Consequently, Jiang Mian gleaned a wealth of information. To her astonishment, the laboratory and Apos' location was situated in the far east base of Beishur, a significant stronghold of the capital. Although Zhang Matzi was unaware of the precise coordinates, he was familiar with the general area, and with some effort, it could certainly be located. However, the heinous live experiments were reportedly backed by the decision-makers of the capital. Jiang Mian felt an overwhelming disbelief wash over her, as if her heart had turned to ice. Should this conjecture prove accurate, her quest for vengeance would inevitably place her in direct opposition to the Far East base. Yet, what resources did she possess to contend with the capital and Apos' establishment? Lu Yuan coldly inquired, What benefits have they promised you? He found it utterly incomprehensible that an ordinary person would willingly risk their life to assist a laboratory in capturing superhumans. What could possibly entice them to such madness? Zhang Matzi glanced at him and replied slowly, "The superhumans, they have a way to make me one." Qin Wan's eyes lit up. She had not anticipated that there existed a method to transform ordinary individuals into superhumans. If she were to acquire this knowledge, the number of superhumans at their Jiangzhong base would undoubtedly increase, thereby augmenting their strength. At that point, who would dare to provoke them? The others exhibited varying degrees of astonishment, but as they were already superhumans, their expressions were predominantly curious. They heard Lu Yuan ask, "What method?" I do not know, but they truly have a way. A friend of mine captured the required number of superhumans and recently became one himself, Zhang Matzi said. Filled with envy, Yang Jie stroked his chin, somewhat skeptical. Is it really possible to turn ordinary people into superhumans? The others fell into contemplation. Jiang Mian was aware that the method involved the awakening crystal nucleus of the liquors, which could enable ordinary people to awaken their powers and become superhumans. It appeared that this laboratory was indeed researching the applications of the awakening crystal nucleus. You have learned all I know. Can you now let me go?" Zhang Matzi stammered. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, fixing his stare upon him, and in the next heartbeat, plunged a knife into his heart, his tone icy as he remarked, "Those superhumans you sent away once begged for mercy, did they not? Yet, how did you respond?" Zhang Matzi and Apos' eyes widened, his body collapsing backward as he recalled the pleas of those individuals, pleas he had never heeded. After dispatching Zhang Matzi, Lu Yuan delivered a fatal blow to Zheng Feiwen, ensuring their demise before wiping the blood from his hands with a nearby towel. "We shall depart," Lu Yuan announced, striding toward Jiang Mian, and then crouching down to gently lift her into his arms. Leaning against Lu Yuan and Apos' familiar yet strange embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Jiang Mian felt a pang of emotion. If only the betrayal from her previous life had never occurred. Yet, there are no ifs and apos. In this world, betrayal is simply betrayal. Jiang Mian recognized the necessity of awakening from this turmoil. Just as she prepared to open her eyes, she heard Qin Wan's soft voice. "Lu, brother Lu, I twisted my ankle." "What? Could it be jealousy?" Jiang Mian decided to endure a moment longer. After all, she was already cradled in Lu Yuan and Apos' arms. And adding to Qin Wan and Apos' frustration seemed rather delightful. Faced with this pair of insufferable individuals, Jiang Mian admittedly had yet to devise a strategy for dealing with them. Upon hearing Qin Wan and Apos' words, Lu Yuan turned slightly, casting a glance at her as he instructed, "Yang Jie, assist her." Having spoken, he carried Jiang Mian away. Yang Jie thought to himself, perhaps Qin Wan secretly hoped for Lu Yuan's assistance, but since Lu Yuan was already leaving with Jiang Mian, he reluctantly offered, "Shall I carry you?" Qin Wan and Apos' eyes instantly reddened as she watched Lu Yuan carry Jiang Mian away, only able to stubbornly nod in response. How infuriating. How could Lu Yuan walk away with that woman, leaving her injured and in need of care? Why? Once that woman awakens, she would certainly find a way to make her pay. In truth, as Jiang Mian passed by Qin Wan, she discreetly opened her eyes, shielded by Lu Yuan and Apos' arm, and caught a glimpse of Qin Wan and Apos' furious expression, which brought her unexpected delight. However, Lu Yuan continued to carry her directly into the car, settling into the back seat without any intention of setting her down. To open her eyes now would only result in an awkward gaze-off between them. Before long, the car rumbled to life. Lu Yuan observed the seemingly unconscious figure in his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he brushed a few stray hairs from Jiang Mian and Apos' forehead. He mused, let her pretend. He wondered how long she could maintain the facade. Were it not for noticing the slight flutter of her eyelashes while carrying her out, he might have remained oblivious to her ruse. If only Jiang Mian could forever remain quietly nestled in his embrace. Meanwhile, Li Mingho, who was driving, nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel upon witnessing Lu Yuan's tender gesture through the rearview mirror. He silently pondered, is this truly our brother Lu? How remarkably gentle. It seems he indeed harbors feelings for Jiang Mian, just as Yi Yunfei suggested. Li Mingho preferred that Lu Yuan have affections for Jiang Mian, as she was far less troublesome than Qin Wan. Lu Yuan seemed to sense Li Mingho and Apos' gaze, casting a cold glance into the rearview mirror, causing Li Mingho to startle and quickly avert his eyes, focusing intently on driving. Perhaps the car and Apos' gentle swaying was too soothing. Or perhaps Jiang Mian had not rested well after battling the parasitic hydra the previous night. She unknowingly drifted into a peaceful slumber in Lu Yuan's arms, even nuzzling closer against him to find a more comfortable position. Lu Yuan and Appos, SK softened immensely, gently patting her back. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Mian abruptly opened her eyes, startled by the realization that she had fallen asleep. Upon looking up, she found Lu Yuan smiling down at her. "Awake now?" Lu Yuan inquired softly. Jiang Mian wished to slap herself. How could she have dozed off? Yet, it was too late for regrets. She needed to respond to Lu Yuan first. She shyly nodded and curiously asked, "How did you end up here?" Before Lu Yuan could respond, Li Mingho, who was driving, chimed in. "Our brother Lu saved you once more. He spotted you in distress amidst two vehicles and immediately led us to follow. But fret not. Those nefarious individuals have been dealt with." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes internally. Had they not interfered, she might have been able to reach the rendezvous point. Sighing, despite her disdain, she still offered her gratitude. Chapter 126. What is your relationship with Brother Lu? Jiang Mian disengaged herself from Lu Yuan's embrace, propping herself up on the armchair as she shifted to sit beside the left window, her gaze fixated on the retreating scenery outside. Casually, she inquired, "Where are you headed?" Feeling a void in his arms, Lu Yuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the absence. He crossed his arms and replied, "To the Changhui base." Sensing her potential confusion, he elaborated, "We are on a mission to locate someone. The personnel from the Jiangzhong base should have arrived. If we can find them, we can entrust the injured Chen Yuan to their care." Chen Yuan had been following him closely, and Lu Yuan was beginning to feel the weight of this responsibility. To put it simply, Chen Yuan's demeanor now was markedly different from when they were neighbors. She had transformed from being approachable and easygoing to embodying the traits of a delicate young lady. Any slight displeasure would evoke a pitiful expression that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Moreover, each time danger loomed, Lu Yuan found himself distracted by the need to protect Chen Yuan. Initially, it was manageable, but as occurrences multiplied, his irritation began to surface. Were it not for Chen Yuan's assistance in gathering information about her brother's situation at the Jiangzhong base, Lu Yuan might not have tolerated her for this long. Jiang Mian pondered thoughtfully, continuing to gaze out the window as she contemplated how to deal with Chen Yuan. Suddenly, a realization struck her, prompting her to check her pocket, which felt alarmingly empty. Where was Xiaotong? Could it be that the anesthetic had affected Xiaotong as well? She recalled a fleeting sensation, as if something had slipped from her grasp. However, that feeling was too nebulous. Fearing that Zheng Feiwen might notice something amiss, she had refrained from investigating further. In retrospect, the fallen item could very well have been Xiaotong. Nevertheless, Jiang Mian felt no concern, knowing that once Xiaotong regained consciousness, it would find her with ease. "What's wrong? Did you lose something?" Lu Yuan asked, his concern evident. Upon seeing Jiang Mian shake her head, he refrained from further questioning. The atmosphere grew too quiet, and Lu Yuan found himself contemplating what to say to bridge the gap between them. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Why are you alone?" Originally, he intended to ask about the individual named Pei Yu beside her, but upon not spotting him, he felt a surge of good spirits and instead posed, "What about Qiu Hu and the others?" Recalling that they had arranged to meet at the Changhui base the following day, Jiang Mian replied, "They are hunting mutated crayfish and collecting crystal cores." The matter of crystal cores was no longer a secret, as various bases had disclosed their sources and uses. Naturally, the more of such potent items that could enhance the abilities of the supernatural beings, the better. From Jiang Mian's words, Lu Yuan deduced that she was operating separately from Qiu Hu and his group. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, causing their bodies to lurch forward uncontrollably. "Be careful." Lu Yuan swiftly extended his hand to shield Jiang Mian's head, ensuring that her impact against the seat was softened by his palm. Thanks to this cushion, Jiang Mian's head did not suffer much pain, though Lu Yuan's forehead bore a red mark, indicative of a significant collision. "What happened?" Jiang Mian inquired, her tone lacking any notable concern. "There are mutated crayfish ahead." Lu Yuan responded urgently. "There are too many. We can't pass through." As Li Mingho maneuvered the car around a bend, they beheld the road ahead swarmed by mutated crayfish, rendering passage impossible. This prompted his hasty application of the brakes. Both Jiang Mian and Lu Yuan glanced ahead, confirming the presence of numerous mutated crayfish, which had spotted their vehicle and were swiftly advancing, wielding their enormous pincers. Panic-stricken, Li Mingho asked, "What should we do now?" "Brother Lu?" "Reverse." We need to head back, Lu Yuan instructed, realizing that reaching the Changwei base that night was no longer feasible. And they would have to find a small town to spend the night. What caused the sudden stop? I nearly crashed into you. Yunfei's voice called from behind, his head peering out with a look of lingering fright. Qinwan, with a red mark on her forehead, clearly had not fared well from the abrupt halt and appeared quite unwell. Quick, reverse. There's danger ahead. We can't get through. Upon hearing Li Mingho's warning, Yunfei promptly backed the vehicle, retreating a considerable distance to allow room for a U-turn. On the winding mountain road, both vehicles swiftly turned around, escaping the swarm of pursuing mutated crayfish. At the Ziyun community, Lu Yuan observed the darkening sky and addressed Jiang Mian. You all rest here. I will take some people out to see if we can find food. Although they had sufficient supplies in their vehicle, they had abandoned it during Zhang Tianqi's attack, neglecting the food within. Now that they had a temporary refuge, they found themselves without provisions, compelling him to venture out in search of sustenance. Jiang Mian nodded indifferently, showing no interest in their plans. Seeing her demeanor, Qinwan, limping with her injured foot, stepped forward anxiously, expressing, Brother Lu, please be careful. I will wait for you. She adopted a seemingly obedient and considerate posture, her eyes brimming with concern for them. A few stray strands of hair clung to her cheeks, enhancing her delicate beauty. Lu Yuan regarded her with a gentle tone. Don't worry. Take care of yourself. Hikuden and Appos. He helped but wonder how it would feel if those words were spoken by Jiang Mian. Unaware of his thoughts, Qinwan nodded vigorously, her gaze following Lu Yuan and Appos' retreating figure until he faded from view. Slowly, she withdrew her gaze, limping back to the sofa. Jiang Mian settled onto the sofa as well, maintaining a distance of 1 meter from Qinwan. With only the two of them remaining in the room, silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Qinwan broke the silence. My name is Qinwan from the Jiangzhong base. My father, Qin Jianhua, is the base leader. She spoke with a sense of pride, turning to gauge Jiang Mian's reaction, hoping for surprise or admiration. Instead, she only heard a bland "oh," followed by silence. Qinwan's expression froze. She had not anticipated such a tepid response from Jiang Mian. Frowning, she pressed on, and you? Jiang Mian. Recalling Jiang Mian's earlier indifference towards Lu Yuan, Qinwan concluded that she was not an easy person to get along with. What is your relationship with Brother Lu? How do you know him? This was the question Qinwan most yearned to have answered. Jiang Mian lifted her gaze briefly, her tone remaining calm. What does it matter to you? Understanding that Qinwan was envious, she saw no need to maintain a facade of peace in the absence of others. Caught off guard, Qinwan found herself at a loss for words, a surge of unnameable anger welling within her. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Jiang Mian's hand suddenly swinging towards her. Slap. Qinwan, in disbelief, covered her cheek, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed, What is wrong with you? Why did you hit me? When Brother Lu returns, I will ensure he sees your true, venomous nature. Chapter 127, The Slaying of Qinwan Indeed. At this moment, Qinwan was contemplating how to report to Lu Yuan, hoping to reveal Jiang Mian and Appos' malevolent nature. Little did she know, Jiang Mian nonchalantly remarked, I fear you shall have no opportunity for that. You? What do you mean? Qinwan and Appos' heart tightened as she gazed at Jiang Mian with trepidation, her voice trembling. Could it be? Could it be that you intend to kill me? Upon voicing this thought, she increasingly felt that her suspicions were correct. Jiang Mian rose, looking at Qinwan with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. You're not as foolish as you appear. If she could act before Lu Yuan and the others returned, she still possessed a chance to escape. As for who was responsible for the deed, Jiang Mian was utterly indifferent to Lu Yuan's potential reaction. Panic-stricken, Qinwan's complexion drained of color, her legs quaking as she retreated repeatedly, exclaiming in horror, You mustn't act rashly. If you kill me, Brother Lu will never let you go. Jiang Mian's face revealed a hint of disdainful laughter. How fortuitous, for I have no intention of sparing him either. Attempting to use Lu Yuan as leverage against her was futile. One day, she would ensure that Lu Yuan joined her in the abyss. A chill coursed through Qinwan and Appos' heart. What did this mean? Did she harbor a grudge against Lu Yuan? Was she caught in the crossfire? Before she could grasp the situation, Jiang Mian suddenly seized her hair, yanking it with such force that a piercing pain shot through her scalp. Let go of me. Let go. Qinwan screamed hoarsely, her hands morphing into wooden vines as they lunged toward Jiang Mian. To her astonishment, Jiang Mian was also an elemental wielder of wood. Their vines entwined, yet Jiang Mian and Appos' were far stronger, rendering Chen Yuan and Apos' resistance utterly futile. In such dire circumstances, utilizing her powers would only be self-deprecating. Chen Yuan had no choice but to suppress her abilities, pleading, "Please, remain calm. We have no deep-seated hatred. There is no need for this to escalate beyond repair. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Can we not discuss this rationally? Your impulsive actions benefit neither of us." Jiang Mian coolly retorted, "Who says we lack enmity?" Her demeanor icy. She grasped Chen Yuan's collar with her other hand, lifting her effortlessly and then forcefully hurling her against the wall, like a shattered doll. Chen Yuan Chapter 128. Poisoning in a vast expanse of grassland on the outskirts, numerous gifted individuals were engaged in hunting mutated crayfish. A small group of people had gathered 200 to 300 meters away from the battlefield. What happened to them? I have no idea. I just arrived. I heard that they consumed the flesh of the mutated crayfish, and that and Apos, as how they ended up like this. What? Mutated crayfish? That and Apos, as terrifying. Just a few days ago. I almost ate some, but thankfully a friend warned me that the crayfish had mutated. Could the meat still be the same? I thought that made sense, which is why I refrained from consuming it. How fortunate I was. Otherwise, I would have ended up like that too. Indeed, you were quite lucky. A crowd surrounded a few individuals who had been poisoned after consuming the mutated crayfish, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Jiang Mian was some distance away, yet could clearly hear their conversations and understood what had transpired. After the apocalypse, the flesh of mutated animals indeed contained toxins and was no longer safe to eat. In her previous life, many had suffered from this mistake, spreading the word and enlightening others. The worst part was that this poison had no antidote. Those afflicted would develop a layer of red rashes all over their bodies, resembling smallpox, though it was not contagious. It was said that the numerous red rashes caused unbearable itching, compelling the poisoned individuals to scratch themselves relentlessly, even drawing blood, yet unable to stop. Ultimately, when their blood had drained away, they would perish. Fortunately, Jiang Mian had previously informed Qiu Hu and the others about the dangers of consuming the flesh of mutated animals, so she was not worried about them at this moment. The gruesome scene was quite chilling. Jiang Mian had witnessed it several times in her past life, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, she intended to bypass that area and spare her eyes the horror. Just as she lifted her leg to walk away, she overheard a familiar name, along with a voice that seemed to resonate in her memory. "Jinjin, what happened to you? Why are you bleeding so much? Stop scratching." Fu Tingzhou rushed over upon hearing reports that Hu Junjin was in trouble, only to find her clawing at her arm, leaving deep, bloody scratches, with blood dripping down to the ground from her elbow. Anxiously, he grasped her restless hands to prevent her from inflicting further harm on herself. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the two bodyguards he had assigned to protect Hu Junjin were in a similar state. One had scratched deep marks into his neck, while the other had disfigured his face. Without Fu Tingzhou needing to utter a word, his companions hurriedly seized the bodyguard's hands, stopping them from further self-damage. "Cousin, my arm itches terribly. Let me go, or I and Amp, Apos, LL die. It itches so much." Hu Junjin screamed in agony. The other two bodyguards wore expressions of torment, their mouths agape as they howled. "Let me go. Let me go. Just let me scratch. If not, then kill me. Just kill me." Their tone suggested that only death could provide them relief. At that moment, Jiang Mian approached and glanced at Hu Junjin and Apos' condition in the crowd, deducing that she was in the early stages of poisoning. However, since Fu Tingzhou was already here, she wondered whether Pei Yu had also arrived to assist him. Why hadn't she seen him? "Oh, are you thinking of Pei Yu? You seemed indifferent before, and I thought you genuinely didn't care." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes internally, contemplating the foolishness of her thoughts. Pei Yu was a good person, and she had always regarded him as a friend. When he departed, he had claimed he would return in a few days, but what had happened? Little Ting immediately chimed in. He went and never came back. Exactly. So as a friend, isn't it normal for me to worry about him? All right, I suppose I was being superficial. Oh, this girl is so harsh on herself. Little Ting poked its small head out, glancing at the commotion outside, just in time to witness Hu Junjin and Amp, Apos' distressing state. Jiang Mian's thoughts were pulled back to Hu Junjin by Little Tongue, and suddenly she remembered the two small red fruits Little Tongue had given her not long ago. Didn't they say they could neutralize the poison from mutated animals? She wondered if they would be effective in this situation. Right. A perfect test subject. You should give it to her and see if it works. Little Tongue recalled the respectful demeanor of the low-level mutated plant towards itself, feeling a sense of pride. believing it would never dare to deceive her with ordinary fruits. Therefore, upon sensing Jiang Mian's thoughts, it expressed its support, declaring that the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Jiang Mian mentally responded to little Tang, "Let us give it a try." But now there was another issue. 3 individuals were poisoned, yet she only had 2 fruits. How could she divide them? Contemplating this, Jiang Mian asked little Tang, "When it gave you the fruits, did it mention anything about dosage?" "No, but why not just choose who to save? Why be so conflicted?" Jiang Mian, such a simple-minded little tongue, was truly delightful. It was evident it had never encountered any troubles. During Jiang Mian and Appo's exchange with little Ting, Hu Jinjin and Appo's struggles intensified, nearly injuring Fu Tingzhou. His expression darkened as he inquired, "What on earth is happening to you all?" Fu Tingzhou was perplexed. The 3 of them had been fine just this morning, and now, less than an hour later, they had all gone mad. A kind-hearted individual in the crowd clarified, "I heard they ate the flesh of the mutated crayfish." Fu Tingzhou stared at the person who spoke, his heart racing. They had never lacked supplies. Why would Hu Jinjin eat mutated crayfish? He felt an overwhelming urge to dissect her brain to understand what she had been thinking. "Doctor, is there a doctor here?" Fu Tingzhou anxiously inquired of the nearby gifted individuals. No matter how dissatisfied he was with Hu Jinjin, this was not the time to express it. The situation was urgent, and saving lives was paramount. The surrounding crowd remained silent, scanning their surroundings, with no one speaking up. Clearly, none among them were doctors. What should they do? Their situation appeared to be deteriorating. A man responsible for restraining one of the bodyguards remarked. Fu Tingzhou's brow furrowed in distress. In this unfamiliar place, without a doctor, he was at a loss, just as he contemplated whether to rush them to the nearest base in hopes of finding help. He heard someone mention that she might have a solution. Fu Tingzhou looked up, surprised to see Jiang Mian approaching. "Jiang Mian? Do you really have a way?" He didn't have time to ponder why she was there. That was not the priority. What mattered was that she claimed to have a method to save Hu Jinjin. Jiang Mian approached Fu Tingzhou with a 500 milliliters red thermos in hand, saying, "I can only try. I can't guarantee it will be effective. Of course, the choice is yours." Moments earlier, Jiang Mian had taken one of the red fruits, crushed it in the thermos, and added some water, intending to give it a trial run. Chapter 129, The Background of Pei Yu. Upon hearing this, Fu Tingzhou hesitated slightly. Yet considering that even the nearest base might not yield a doctor, he decided it would be better to let her give it a try. "You are Jinjin's college roommate. I trust you." Jiang Mian felt a pang of awareness. He knew very well that his relationship with Hu Jinjin was far from harmonious. Yet there was no need for such coercion. She opened the thermos lid, crouching beside Hu Jinjin, preparing to administer the medication. Let and amp, Appos, just call it that. Fu Tingzhou restrained Hu Jinjin's arms, but her struggles remained fierce. Her legs kicked frantically, and her bangs were drenched in sweat, clinging together in damp strands. With a swift glance at her, Jiang Mian pinched her cheeks and forcefully made her open her mouth, pouring a third of the medicine inside. The 2 bodyguards followed suit, and in no time, the task was completed. Now, all they could do was wait for time to unveil the outcome. The onlookers remained, evidently eager to discover whether there was still hope for them. As seconds ticked by, Fu Tingzhou sensed that Hu Jinjin's struggles had diminished significantly. He wondered if this indicated some effectiveness. He looked up at Jiang Mian, intrigued, and asked, "What did you give her to drink?" Jiang Mian thought it a bit late for him to inquire, considering Hu Jinjin had already consumed the medicine. Nevertheless, she felt obliged to respond. "It's a wild fruit. I heard it can detoxify, so." Fu Tingzhou grasped her implication. They were merely grasping at straws. However, it was the only option available. Fortunately, Hu Jinjin's condition seemed to improve, the rashes on her body gradually subsiding. Curiosity sparked among the others regarding the wild fruit Jiang Mian mentioned. Someone asked, "Sister, what does that wild fruit look like? Where did you pick it?" Fu Tingzhou also leaned in, eager to hear her response. Jiang Mian had already crafted her answer. "This wild fruit is about the size of a ripe plum, red in color, and devoid of pits. As for where I found it, I'm not sure. It was given to me by someone." In a sense, she spoke the truth. The fruit had indeed been gifted. No, not by a person, but by a mutated plant. Upon hearing her explanation, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, regardless of the veracity of her claims. They had no means to verify them. The group exchanged glances, their doubts lingering yet unwilling to pursue the matter further. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Jiang Mian and Fu Tingzhou and Appos' group behind. The waiting grew somewhat tedious. Jiang Mian sat on the grass, fiddling with the blades beneath her feet, and inquired, "Where's Pei Yu?" Fu Tingzhou was perplexed by her question. Did Pei Yu conceal something when returning to the Far East base? Jiang Mian's inquiry suggested that she believed he knew Pei Yu and Apos' whereabouts. Fu Tingzhou entertained a notion. Perhaps Jiang Mian was unaware of Pei Yu and Apos' true identity. He asked, "What is your relationship with Pei Yu?" In light of Jiang Mian saving Hu Jinjin, he decided to side with her this once, thus revealing Pei Yu's identity. Jiang Mian paused momentarily, pondering why she had to clarify her relationship when merely inquiring about Pei Yu. She replied slowly, "A friend, or perhaps a teammate." "A friend?" Fu Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Do you know him well? I mean, are you aware of his family background?" Jiang Mian shot him a glance, responding coolly, "It seems you know him quite well. I only know he is from Beishur and was a doctor before the apocalypse." Fu Tingzhou nodded slightly. His grandfather was a leader of the Far East base, which currently stood as the pinnacle among all bases. "What did you say?" Jiang Mian felt a wave of unease wash over her. Why was it the Far East base? Pei Yu? The name struck a chord of familiarity, as if she had heard it before in her past life. Where had she encountered it? Jiang Mian whispered internally, Far East base, Pei Yu, laboratory, their connection. Suddenly, an insight flickered in her mind. Are you referring to Pei Yu? The handsome one who proposed that the brains of ability users contain crystallized cores? Indeed, exactly him. His research indicates that the cores in the brains of ability users can be transplanted, potentially leading to dual or even triple ability users in the future. How remarkable. In that moment, Jiang Mian and Apos' memories flooded back, and her heart plummeted into despair, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. She realized that her tragic fate in her past life was intricately linked to him. The agony of having her core extracted surged back, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The profound pain, the despair of life being mercilessly stripped away, pierced her heart like a dagger, again and again. Jiang Mian? Jiang Mian? What's wrong? Fu Tingzhou noticed her pallor and grew concerned, puzzled by her reaction. If she was merely shocked by Pei Yu and Apos' identity, her expression was quite peculiar. Jiang Mian quickly regained her composure, masking her emotions as she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Yet, a conflicting thought nagged at her. How could Pei Yu, who had been by her side since the onset of the apocalypse, have developed the method for core transplantation? Surely, he couldn't be in two places at once. One Pei Yu beside her, and another in the laboratory conducting live experiments to explore the feasibility of core transplantation? Jiang Mian felt it prudent to confront Pei Yu directly. Thus, she asked Fu Tingzhou, "Where's Pei Yu? Where can I find him?" "At the Far East base." Fu Tingzhou replied candidly. He recalled that old Master Shen had initially enticed Pei Yu with the promise of awakening his core, sending him to deliver messages to Pei Yu. However, this detail was one he chose not to disclose to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian fell into silence once more. Xiao Tong, sensing her disquiet, refrained from speaking. Jiang Mian pondered why Pei Yu had deceived her, claiming he was assisting Fu Tingzhou when he had actually returned to the Far East base. He had insisted he would be back in a few days. With his spatial abilities, returning should not pose a challenge. Her questions multiplied, leading her back to her initial skepticism. What was Pei Yu's true intention in getting close to her? "Brother, my arm hurts terribly." Hu Jinjin stirred awake, her voice tinged with grievance. Fu Tingzhou and Apos' attention shifted to Hu Jinjin, observing that the rashes on her arms and neck had completely vanished, leaving only a bloody wound on her arm. A little pain was to be expected. He replied curtly, "Now you feel pain? Why didn't you think about that when you indulged in mutated crayfish?" At his words, Hu Jinjin felt even more aggrieved. If they had and Apos' stumbled upon a case of beer last night, she wouldn't and Apos' have dared to grill a claw of that mutated crayfish. Believing beer and crayfish were a perfect match, who could have predicted it would lead to such trouble? Had she known, she would never have dared to touch it. Just as Hu Jinjin was about to defend herself, she caught sight of Jiang Mian out of the corner of her eye and was instantly taken aback. "You, what are you doing here?" Did this mean Jiang Mian had witnessed her earlier embarrassment? Hu Jinjin's face flushed with indignation as she glared at Jiang Mian, furious beyond measure. Chapter 130. Leave the stinky bird behind. Jiang Mian maintained an expression of indifference, stating calmly, "I happened to pass by." Her words were indeed truthful. Xiao Tong had sensed the location of the mutated crayfish king, yet it cleverly concealed itself behind numerous mutated crayfish, making it quite elusive. Approaching it would require considerable effort, as one must first deal with the surrounding crustacean soldiers. Hu Jinjin found this hard to believe. How could she just happen to be passing by at such an unfortunate time? As she was about to voice her skepticism, Fu Tingzhou interjected. Shouldn't Oppos. You hurry and thank Jiang Mian. She is the one who saved you. What? Hu Jinjin was incredulous. Could Jiang Mian truly possess such kindness to save her? She suddenly turned her head, scrutinizing Jiang Mian closely, anticipating a rebuttal to Fu Tingzhou's assertion, but Jiang Mian remained silent. Could it be that she really was the one who had saved her? Jiang Mian accepted Hu Jinjin's scrutiny with equanimity. After all, her intention in saving her was merely to ascertain whether the red fruit could cure the toxin of mutated animals. Having confirmed the outcome, there was no need to squander more time there. Jiang Mian rose, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and bid farewell to Fu Tingzhou. Thank you for your words today. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If it weren't for Fu Tingzhou, she would never have learned of Pei Yu's identity. The Far East base, the laboratory, Pei Yu. Once matters in Changhui City concluded, Jiang Mian intended to visit the Far East base personally, for her heart was laden with unanswered questions. Perhaps an encounter with Pei Yu would yield the answers she sought. There's no need to be so courteous. After all, you saved Jinjin's life as well. Fu Tingzhou had not anticipated Jiang Mian and Oppos' prompt departure, but upon hearing her mention obligations, he refrained from detaining her. Watching Jiang Mian turn away, he quickly patted Hu Jinjin on the back, reminding her, show a bit of courtesy. Regardless of your past grievances, at least she saved your life with that wild fruit juice moments ago. Can't you even muster a simple thank you? Hu Jinjin paused for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward, and called out to Jiang Mian's departing figure, Jiang Mian. Thank you. Although she was reluctant to express gratitude and found it uncomfortable, once the words escaped her lips, she felt a surprising sense of relief. In truth, the things she had long resisted were not as arduous to undertake as she had imagined. Jiang Mian was taken aback by the unexpected acknowledgement. In her mind, Hu Jinjin was precisely the type who would never utter such words of thanks. She chose not to turn back and observe Hu Jinjin's expression, focusing instead on the path ahead, determined to find an opening to breach. Time passed swiftly. Jiang Mian lost count of how many second and third-level mutated crayfish she had slain. Yet Xiao Tong informed her that they were still far from the location of the mutated crayfish king. A sense of discouragement washed over her as she made an effort to recall when the mutated crayfish king had been defeated in her previous life. After scouring her memories several times, she found no answers. Clearly, relying solely on her strength would not suffice to approach the mutated crayfish king. As twilight approached, she realized the necessity of finding a place to spend the night. Jiang Mian resolved to return to the Changhui base. Coincidentally coinciding with the rendezvous time she had arranged with Qiu Hu and the others for that evening. She wondered if they had already reached the Changhui base. 1 hour later, at the Changhui base. Leave that stinky bird behind. Otherwise, none of you shall pass. Wei Ning and Oppos' tone was arrogant as she, accompanied by 3 abilities users from the linen base, obstructed Qiu Hu and his companion's path. They had only just arrived at the Changhui base today, having completed their check-in procedures, and were casually exploring when they unexpectedly encountered the individuals who had intruded into the gymnasium that day. Originally, Wei Ning would not have recognized them, but Xiaoba's exclamation of so many people alerted her to the discrepancy. Upon reflection, she realized that it was none other than that insufferable stinky bird. Thus, without hesitation, Wei Ning decided to block their way and demanded that they surrender the stinky bird. Step aside, Qiu Xiang replied coldly, having already battled throughout the day. Her body was weary, and now encountering a lunatic only soured her mood further. Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu stood behind Qiu Xiang, their expressions displeased as they readied themselves for a potential confrontation. Chapter 131. The ambush amidst the crowd. Jiang Mian watched with great satisfaction. The moves executed were precisely those she had taught CSCC and Ling Yi. It seemed Qiu Xiang had been diligently learning from them. Having such reliable and ambitious teammates was indeed a source of quiet joy for her. Let me go, Wei Ning shouted in fury. This time, she truly felt humiliated. Hearing the suppressed laughter around her, wishing she could disappear into the ground. It was all because of Jie and the others, who had refused to help her. How infuriating. Once they arrived, she vowed to report them to Su Zishuan and make them pay. Qiu Xiang appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly she was stirred with excitement. This was her first time sparring with an outsider, and she had successfully subdued her opponent. How could she not be thrilled? The arduous training of recent days had finally borne fruit. Thus, she asked Wei Ning with measured calmness, "Are you still looking for trouble?" Seeing that Wei Ning was also a woman, she did not wish to bicker further and promised to release her if she ceased hostilities. Gritting her teeth in reluctant submission, Wei Ning could only mutter, "Let go. I won't trouble you again." Qiu Xiang smiled faintly, loosening her grip. "Good. I hope you mean it." As the tension eased, the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, just as Qiu Xiang turned away, Wei Ning suddenly raised her hand and struck at her neck. "Watch out!" Someone shouted from the crowd. Qiu Xiang immediately sensed danger, blaming herself for carelessness that had allowed an ambush. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Turning curiously, she saw Wei Ning suspended midair by a wooden vine, her face contorted in agony as she struggled desperately. Qiu Xiang's eyes lit up with gratitude upon spotting the vine's wielder, Jiang Mian. She had not expected her presence here, nor her timely rescue. Qiu Hu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Qiu Xiang had been spared misfortune thanks to Jiang Mian's prompt intervention. Jiang Mian fixed Qiu Xiang with a stern gaze and admonished, "You must never expose your back to the enemy. You never know when they might strike. Turning your back grants them an opportunity, a perilous mistake. Had she wielded a weapon just now and I not been here, have you considered the consequences?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiang lowered her head in contrition. "I understand my error. I will be far more cautious henceforth and never repeat such a mistake." The thought that she might have met a dire fate chilled her to the bone. Jiang Mian's expression softened slightly. "Remember this lesson. In real combat, there is no room for negligence. Even a minor lapse could doom you." Qiu Xiang nodded solemnly. "I understand." At that moment, Wei Ning, both angry and fearful, cried out, "Put me down. Using superior numbers to bully the weak. What kind of heroism is that?" Jiang Mian sneered coldly. "Did you consider the honor of your actions when you launched your sneak attack?" With a slight tightening of her grip, the wooden vine constricted further, eliciting pained cries from Wei Ning. It was then that Su Zixuan arrived, having hurried over upon hearing from a Jia about the altercation. Assessing the scene, he realized Wei Ning had met her match. He stepped forward briskly, urging, "Everyone, let us speak calmly. Release her first. No need for rashness." Seeing Su Zixuan, Wei Ning clung to him like a lifeline. "Su Zixuan, save me, please." Su Zixuan shot Wei Ning a weary glance. Burdened by the constant messes he had to clean up lately and the scant progress in gathering crystal cores, he resolved that once this matter concluded, no matter the difficulty, he would have a Jia escort Wei Ning back to base immediately. Jiang Mian cast a cold glance at Su Zixuan. "Defending her is not done like this. Do you even know what she has done?" Su Zixuan looked embarrassed and hastened to explain, "I'm not defending her. I just think the stalemate solves nothing. Better to release her now and calmly resolve the matter. Prolonging this only risks escalating tensions. Besides, with so many watching, it's unbecoming. Don't you agree?" Jiang Mian perceived his lack of sincerity and tightened the vine again, causing Wei Ning to scream in agony. Su Zixuan, distressed, interjected, "Stop. Don't go too far. This could be fatal." Jiang Mian retorted coldly, "Too far? Did she consider the consequences when she launched her sneak attack? If we don't teach her a lesson now, she will continue her misdeeds." Su Zixuan urged anxiously, "Even if punishment is warranted, this method is too extreme. If something happens, no one can bear the responsibility." Unwavering, Jiang Mian declared, "I know my limits. If she truly repents, I will spare her." Sighing helplessly, Su Zixuan asked, "What must she do for you to relent?" Jiang Mian fixed him with a steady gaze. "She must admit her fault before everyone and vow never to repeat it. Otherwise, this matter will not end today." Turning to Wei Ning, Su Zixuan commanded, "Wei Ning, you heard that. Admit your mistake at once." Broken by pain and fear, Wei Ning sobbed, "I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please, have mercy." Only then did Jiang Mian slowly release the vine, and Wei Ning collapsed to the ground. Jiang Mian's cold eyes bore into her. "Remember your words today. If there is a next time, it will not be so easily resolved." Wei Ning nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with terror and remorse. Su Zixuan stepped forward to help her up. "Consider this a harsh lesson. You must not act so impulsively and recklessly in the future." Weakly, Wei Ning replied, "I understand. It won't happen again." Watching the scene, Qiu Xiang felt much of her anger dissipate and turned to Jiang Mian. "Jiang Mian, please let it go this time." Jiang Mian nodded. "I hope she truly reforms." As the crowd dispersed, the turmoil subsided. This incident served as a stark reminder to all. When confronted with conflict, one must remain composed and rational, avoiding rash actions. Later, Jiang Mian, Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, and Fan Dongshu successfully rented a house at the base. After a day of toil, they were exhausted. That evening, they prepared a modest meal and sat together in quiet companionship. Xiaohu took a few bites before leaning back in his chair, exhaling deeply. At last, we have a place to rest. Fan Dongshu nodded. Indeed, but the road ahead remains long. Xiao Xiang bit her chopsticks. No matter what, we must persevere together. Things will surely improve. Jiang Mian smiled warmly at everyone. Let us eat first. Afterward, a good night's sleep awaits. Tomorrow marks a new beginning. After dinner, they each washed up and soon drifted into peaceful slumber. The room echoed softly with their even breaths as they dreamed of a brighter future. Chapter 132. The mutated lobster king. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and decided not to conceal the truth from them. She candidly revealed Pei Yu and Appo's identity and that he was currently at the Far East base. Xiaohu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good heavens! So, he has returned to inherit the base." Xiao Xiang felt a twinge of envy in her brother and Appo's tone. Fan Dongshu stroked his chin. That seems rather excessive. He left without a farewell, perhaps fearing we would follow him to the Far East base for a life of luxury? Luxury? Jiang Mian certainly did not perceive it as such. The Far East base harbored a laboratory, and it would be fortunate if she was not sent in for dissection and research. Noticing Jiang Mian's low spirits during their conversation, Xiao Xiang assumed she was saddened by Pei Yu's departure and intentionally shifted the topic to lighter matters. The following day, Jiang Mian and the other ability users from the base set out early to hunt mutated lobsters and collect crystal cores. In the afternoon, they indeed encountered Fu Tingzhou. They exchanged brief greetings before returning to their respective tasks. With many hands at work, the population of mutated lobsters in Changhui City dwindled rapidly. Xiaoteng remarked that at this rate, they could hunt the Lobster King the following day. Jiang Mian felt exhilarated. Once they had slain the mutated Lobster King, she could return home and reunite with her parents. She even found herself missing them a little. Oh no, someone has attacked the Lobster King ahead of us. I sense its life force waning. It must be injured. We need to go there immediately. Jiang Mian turned to Qiu Hu and the others. You all head back. I have urgent business. Hand me the car keys. Qiu Hu instinctively handed the keys to Jiang Mian. Curiosity piqued. What's the hurry? Do you need our help? It was already dark, and her request for the car keys implied she intended to leave the base. Jiang Mian declined, saying, No need. You've all worked hard today. Rest well. Recognizing Jiang Mian's determined nature, the three complied without further insistence and returned to rest, knowing they were all exhausted after a long day. Jiang Mian drove swiftly to the location Xiaoteng had indicated. What and Appo's, as the status? Is it dead yet? Her inquiry pertained to the mutated Lobster King. She did not wish for its crystal core to fall into the hands of others. Not yet. Although it has been attacked, its life remains relatively stable, and the decline is gradual. Hearing Xiaoteng's words eased Jiang Mian's anxiety considerably. After a while, her car reached the foot of a mountain, where it could go no further. Jiang Mian had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot. The mutated Lobster King awaited her atop the mountain. Jiang Mian ascended the stone steps quickly, encountering many second- and third-level mutated lobsters along the way, which she deftly avoided or circumvented. After several minutes, Jiang Mian finally heard the sounds of battle. Be careful. However, it was too late. Li Mingho had witnessed Yi Yunfei being flung away by a massive claw, landing motionless on the ground. Minheo, check on Yi Yunfei. I'll find a way to hold it off. Lu Yuan, concerned for Yi Yunfei's well-being, called out. The mutated Lobster King proved to be a formidable foe. Yang Jie had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Lu Yuan did not want Yi Yunfei to face a similar fate. All right. Li Mingho dashed toward Yi Yunfei's position, saying, Brother Lu, hold on. I'll get Yi Yunfei to safety and return to help you. The safe haven was a small cave to the north, a discovery they had stumbled upon. The entrance was small enough to prevent the mutated lobsters from entering, thus safeguarding the unconscious Yang Jie. Now, he needed to transport the unconscious Yi Yunfei there, worried that Lu Yuan might not manage alone. He moved with great urgency. Jiang Mian concealed herself behind a large tree, observing the clash between Lu Yuan and the mutated Lobster King. She contemplated whether she could play the role of a cunning observer. Once both he and the Lobster King were severely weakened, she could emerge to deliver the final blow, thus reaping the rewards. A 5th-level crystal core and Lu Yuan's life were both prizes she coveted. That plan is quite astute. A 2-for-1 deal. You must hide well, lest they discover you. Xiaoteng, having sensed her thoughts, found the notion clever. Understood. Can you gauge how much longer the Lobster King can endure? The mutated Lobster King had reached level 5, its size comparable to a truck, and it had been reduced to just 1 claw. Despite this, its combat prowess remained formidable. Wherever its claw passed, vegetation bent low, and numerous casualties ensued. Some areas were charred black, a clear indication of Lu Yuan and Appo's lightning abilities. Let me put it this way. Its health is below 50%. Jiang Mian grasped the situation and patiently awaited the opportune moment. Soon, Li Mingho sprinted back. In tandem with Lu Yuan, one unleashed a lightning attack while the other engaged in close combat. The Lobster King's strength began to wane, but just as Li Mingho moved in for another strike, it unexpectedly retaliated, swinging its remaining massive claw with blinding speed, striking Li Mingho with a fierce gust of wind. Li Mingho felt a searing pain. As though a mountain had collided with him, his body was propelled backwards in an instant. Poof! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, which arced through the air. His complexion turned pale as he fell, and Jiang Mian, hidden behind the tree, felt a pang of pain for him. Minheo! Lu Yuan exclaimed in alarm, immediately unleashing a lightning attack on the mutated Lobster King. Witnessing his teammates fall one by one, rage ignited within him. He yearned to slay the creature instantly. Yet he was nearing his limits. Unsure how much longer the Lobster King could withstand the assault, he was loath to concede defeat. I'm fine. Li Mingho gritted through the pain, struggling to his feet, one hand clutching his chest, another spitting blood. Get to the cave. Leave the rest to me, Lu Yuan shouted, releasing another lightning attack to slow the Lobster King's movements. Understood. Li Mingho agreed without hesitation, aware of his severe injuries. Remaining would only hinder Lu Yuan. The Lobster King, initially intent on pursuing Li Mingho, turned chapter 133. More disgusting than disgusting, how could she be here? Lu Yuan had no time to ponder this question. He immediately clenched a third-level crystal core to absorb its energy. The depletion of his abilities caused him great agony, and waves of sharp pain surged through his mind. Only after he had fully absorbed the energy from the crystal core did the discomfort begin to alleviate. He lifted his gaze to observe the battle on Jiang Mian's side and could not help but acknowledge her strength. At that moment, the Shrimp King was ensnared by an intricate web of wooden vines, rendered utterly immobile, while Jiang Mian wielded a long knife to sever the last of its massive pincers. Lu Yuan noted that those wooden vines were not manifestations of Jiang Mian's powers. She must have had assistance from a mutated plant. When had she tamed such a creature? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he successfully grasped it. It was the plant he had captured on the national highway. Jiang Mian had mentioned that it could speak. But alas, no one else could hear it except her. With the Shrimp King completely stripped of its offensive capabilities, it became a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lu Yuan watched as Jiang Mian cleaved the Shrimp King and Appo's head and began extracting its crystal core. He asked, "Why did you leave without a word that day?" On that day, Lu Yuan had been elated, having found numerous stuffed toasts that he knew Jiang Mian would adore. On the way back, he even envisioned the myriad of satisfied expressions she would display while enjoying those toasts. Yet reality dealt him a crushing blow. Upon returning to their base, Jiang Mian was gone. She had abandoned him once more. Lu Yuan deeply loathed that feeling. Jiang Mian did not respond to Lu Yuan and Appo's question. She focused intently on locating the crystal core. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of impending doom shot through her like electricity. A voice warning from the little vine echoed in her ears. Be careful. Jiang Mian. Her heart raced, each beat heavy and powerful, as if it would burst from her chest. Jiang Mian abruptly turned around, only to find Lu Yuan standing in front of her, having unknowingly shielded her. A wooden vine had pierced his shoulder, soaking his clothes in crimson. Following the vine and Appo's path, she beheld its master, Chen Yuan. No, it could not be Chen Yuan. She had killed Chen Yuan herself. Confronted with that eerie smile, an answer surged within Jiang Mian's heart. It was the parasitic hydra. It had not perished. Jiang Mian found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sensation that was more repugnant than mere disgust. Lu Yuan's features contorted in pain, and he struggled to utter a single word through gritted teeth. Run. The moment he saw Chen Yuan, an instinctive alarm rang in his mind. It felt bizarre, as if she were not truly herself. His intuition proved correct, for he witnessed Chen Yuan lunge at Jiang Mian. In that instant, Lu Yuan and Appo's mind went blank. All he knew was that he could not let Jiang Mian be harmed. By the time he comprehended the situation, the vine had already pierced through his shoulder. Run? Jiang Mian did indeed flee, but she charged toward the parasitic hydra, severing the vine that had impaled Lu Yuan along the way. With the vine cut, Lu Yuan collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with one hand, desperately attempting to rise, but failing. Excessive blood loss rendered his head heavy. Even as he bit down on his tongue, he could not stave off unconsciousness. Sister? Surprised? Unexpected? You didn't end Oppos. Do you think I was still alive, did you? Chen Yuan tilted her head, emitting a series of giggles, the sound she made when she was excited to see her prey. The little vine and Oppos' eyes sparkled as it released the mutated Shrimp King's body and advanced toward the parasitic Hydra. It was a treasure beyond measure, and it was imperative to capture it today. How many levels are you? Why, even at such proximity, I cannot sense your presence. This defies logic. The parasitic Hydra cruelly remarked. As it spoke, it deftly evaded Jiang Mian's descending blade, which sliced through the air with a fierce gust. Jiang Mian quickly adjusted her stance and swung her knife again, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The parasitic Hydra nimbly dodged her attacks while continuing its taunts. Sister. Dawn and Amp, Oppos. Till you waste your efforts, you cannot kill me. Destroy this body, and I will simply find another. Is that so? Then come at me with another, I will slay it. Jiang Mian and Oppos' eyes flashed with determination. You are correct. I welcome you to deliver me another. Are these merely your avatars? If you dare, bring me the real one. Coward. The little vine exerted its strength, ensnaring Chen Yuan with countless wooden vines, but she skillfully evaded them. 2 against 1? Fine, I surrender if that is the case. She spread her hands in resignation, allowing the vines to wrap around her, turning her gaze earnestly toward Jiang Mian. Sister, how about we discuss a deal? Not interested. Jiang Mian declared as she severed Chen Yuan's arm, yet Chen Yuan displayed no hint of pain, instead smiling as she said, You refuse without even listening. Do you hate me so much? The little vine interjected for Jiang Mian. You wanted to kill her just now. Shuden and Oppos. Do you hate her? Chen Yuan retorted. I never intended to kill my sister. It was merely a test. After all, finding a partner in collaboration is essential, and strength is crucial. If you agree to assist me this one time, I promise. Aisha Chapter 134. A night in the cave. Yang Jie was the first to notice the corpse of the mutated king crayfish. A flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes as he turned to Jiang Mian, asking, Did you slay it? The demise of such a formidable creature brought him a sense of relief. However, as he drew closer, his gaze fell upon the dismembered body of Chen Yuan, and his expression shifted to one of horror. You killed Chen Yuan? Why? His apprehension heightened upon seeing Lu Yuan sprawled at Jiang Mian's feet, causing him to halt abruptly. Eyeing her warily, Chen Yuan was parasitized. Was she not deserving of death? Jiang Mian replied nonchalantly. The injuries on Lu Yuan were inflicted by her, and you may inquire further when he awakens. Yang Jie's arrival had thwarted Jiang Mian's intent to act against Lu Yuan, and strangely enough, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. What does being parasitized mean? Yang Jie queried, perplexed. Chen Yuan appeared perfectly fine while tending to us in the cave. What do you mean by parasitized? Jiang Mian deemed it too cumbersome to explain, instead suggesting, why not recount the scene you encountered upon your return that night? What was Chen Yuan and Oppos' condition? Were there any traces of blood? That night, she had indeed slain Chen Yuan, and the ground had been drenched in blood. Had they not noticed anything amiss upon their return? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jie responded, when we returned, Chen Yuan said you had left first and appeared completely normal. As for the blood, there was none, no scent of blood whatsoever. In truth, Lu Yuan had not seen Jiang Mian upon his return, and he had sensed Lu Yuan's disappointment, resulting in a silence that lingered throughout the night. Jiang Mian, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of admiration for the parasitic Hydra, which had managed to erase all traces, even the scent of blood, a remarkable feat. Yang Jie, observing her, suddenly inquired, Jiang Mian, are you friend or foe? His previous simplicity in dealing with her had vanished, replaced by a disquieting sense of uncertainty since discovering Lu Yuan and Oppos' affection for her. A rumble echoed through the air as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, followed by flashes of lightning and the booming of thunder, heralding an impending downpour. Jiang Mian refrained from answering Yang Jie's question, instead noting, It has been quite some time since it last rained. Perhaps she ought to descend the mountain promptly. However, before she could act, the rain began to pour down in torrents. Yang Jie hurried over to assist the unconscious Lu Yuan, calling out to Jiang Mian, I know of a cave not far from here. We can take refuge from the rain. Follow me. Hesitantly, Jiang Mian complied, for the rain was relentless, quickly drenching her hair and clothing. As she wiped the rain from her face, she felt compelled to follow. Yang Jie appeared significantly injured, struggling to support the unconscious Lu Yuan, particularly as the ground turned treacherous with the rain-soaked earth. Observing him nearly lose his footing several times, Jiang Mian finally said, You lead the way. I shall take care of Lu Yuan. All right. Yang Jie agreed, and with her grasping one of Lu Yuan's arms, he easily lifted him onto his back, proceeding cautiously behind Yang Jie. After a considerable trek, Jiang Mian finally spotted the cave, its entrance modest in size. Li Mingho, upon seeing Jiang Mian, was taken aback, uncertain why she was there, especially with Lu Yuan on her back. He quickly turned to Yang Jie, asking, "What happened to Lu Gu? Is he gravely injured?" While he was also curious about the fate of the mutated king crayfish, his concern for Lu Yuan eclipsed all else. "I'm not sure. He was already like this when I arrived," Yang Jie replied, assisting Lu Yuan as Jiang Mian placed him on a large rock. At that moment, all three were soaked through. Even the ground beneath them was drenched from the rainwater cascading from their bodies. Jiang Mian wiped her face and surveyed the surroundings, noting that the cave's elevated position alleviated any fears of flooding. Yi Yunfei leaned against the cave wall, his eyes closed, still in a state of unconsciousness. As Li Mingho helped Yang Jie remove Lu Yuan's wet clothing, he inquired, was this injury inflicted by Qin Wan? He found it hard to believe that a mutated crayfish could cause such wounds. Only then did Li Mingho recall something and asked urgently, in such heavy rain, "Why didn't Qin Wan return with you?" Jiang Mian looked over at them, affirming, indeed, it was her wood-based ability that caused the injuries. As for Qin Wan, she may never return. What do you mean? You claim Lu Ji's injuries were caused by Qin Wan, yet you also say she will never come back? Li Mingho frowned, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yang Jie interjected, "Qin Wan is dead. We shall wait until Lu Gu awakens to unravel the mystery." I, too, am at a loss. He only knew that Jiang Mian was also a wood-based ability user, and thus he regarded her words with skepticism, deciding it best to await Lu Yuan's awakening. Noticing the fatigue in Yang Jie's eyes, Li Mingho chose not to press further, opting instead to gather dry twigs within the cave. He then built a small fire beside the stone where Lu Yuan lay, inviting Yang Jie and Jiang Mian to warm themselves and dry their clothes to avoid catching a cold. Jiang Mian accepted the invitation, sitting on a stone beside the fire. Though she had clean clothes in her space, she refrained from retrieving them to avoid revealing her abilities. As twilight descended, the group gathered around the fire, listening to the relentless rain hammering against the cave entrance, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yang Jie gazed into the flames, his expression tinged with worry about when the rain might cease. Lu Yuan required medication, and they needed food. Remaining in the cave indefinitely was not an option. Perhaps tomorrow, Li Mingho murmured, gradually succumbing to sleep. After a brief discussion about the watch schedule, Yang Jie decided to keep watch during the first half of the night, while Jiang Mian would take over for the latter half. As their clothes began to dry, Jiang Mian leaned against the stone, seizing the opportunity to rest, placing her trust in Yang Jie. In the depths of night, Lu Yuan succumbed to fever, seemingly transported back in time, witnessing the outbreak of the zombie virus and fleeing alongside Yang Jie, eventually encountering Li Mingho, Yi Yunfei, and Xiu Hu. In this dream, he felt like a specter, unable to communicate or interact with anyone, his presence imperceptible to them. He observed as he and Li Mingho formed a team, venturing into a supermarket where they encountered CSCC, alongside a feverish Jiang Mian, who was being expelled. He recalled vouching for Jiang Mian, ensuring she would not be cast out by the supermarket's personnel. Upon her awakening, she had manifested her wood-based abilities and joined their group. Lu Yuan pondered if he was merely dreaming, for it seemed so different from his memories. Yet, he relished this enchanting vision, immersing himself in the delightful reverie. Chapter 135. The true dream Lu Yuan observed, in a state akin to that of an invisible specter, the deepening bond between himself and Jiang Mian. Their relationship flourished until they arrived at the Jiangzhong base, where everything changed. Qin Wan, using news of her brother, summoned him for a meeting in a private office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she delved into the matter at hand. "Brother Lu, I have heard that Jiang Mian's wood-based ability possesses healing properties. Is that true?" Lu Yuan hesitated but ultimately nodded, considering that Qin Wan was of good character and did not warrant deception. He then listened as she continued, "Brother Lu, Jiang Mian and Appo's ability is quite unique. Experts wish to study her crystal core to better benefit our ability users. Could you assist us in this endeavor?" The revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, and his heart plummeted. He feared they had long set their sights on Jiang Mian but had refrained from action out of caution. Now, with the invitation extended, he found himself trapped in a dilemma. How could Qin Wan speak of it so casually? Studying a crystal core? That resided within the minds of ability users, How could one even conduct such research? It would likely require extraction, and could Jiang Mian survive such an ordeal? Lu Yuan refused to acquiesce, politely expressing that those experts, under the guise of aiding ability users, were committing a cruel injustice by using living beings for experimentation. To his astonishment, Chen Fang turned hostile. Brother Lu, I am only sitting here to discuss this out of respect for our past. Your disagreement matters little. We have our means to capture Jiang Mian. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of your brother. Chen Fang. Lu Yuan sprang to his feet, fury igniting within his gaze. How can you be so despicable as to threaten my brother and Apos' life? Unfazed, Chen Fang coldly replied, Brother Lu, you may not grasp the gravity of this experiment. It pertains to the future of ability users. Sacrifices are unavoidable for the greater good. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He recognized that Chen Fang possessed the means and influence to achieve her aims. Yet, how could he stand idly by while Jiang Mian faced death? He could not disregard his brother and Apos' safety either. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan strove for composure and replied, I cannot hand Jiang Mian over to you. Should you dare harm Lu Qing in any way, I will ensure you face the consequences. Chen Fang raised her chin slightly, offering a dispassionate reminder, Brother Lu, threats will not serve you well. You should swiftly consider whether to cooperate with us or watch your brother descend into peril, leaving you powerless to protect him. If I were you, I would choose the path most advantageous to myself. Collaborating with us would at least secure your brother and Apos' safety. Furthermore, Jiang Mian may not necessarily perish. Current crystal extraction technology is quite advanced. At worst, she may become an ordinary person, and with your protection, her life may remain bearable. After a lengthy deliberation, Lu Yuan, swayed by her reasoning, ultimately agreed to cooperate. He understood that refusal today might prevent him from leaving that very room. Tragedy unfolded as Jiang Mian, who trusted him implicitly, found herself on the operating table. Contrary to Chen Fang's assurances, she did not merely become an ordinary person, she perished. Lu Yuan could not. Chapter 136. Is the crystal core really that important? Jiang Mian awkwardly picked up the fallen bottle of mineral water before answering the question. How would I know? It should hurt. Yet in her heart, she thought, it hurts immensely. She never wanted to experience such pain in this life, or the next, or even in the afterlife. Oh dear, it seems he knows your secret. He is probing you. Xiaotong had longed to voice her thoughts but held back, fearing to disrupt Jiang Mian's train of thought. However, upon hearing this man directly test Jiang Mian, she could no longer contain herself. Jiang Mian communicated silently with Xiaotong, be quiet. You had better remain a non-speaking vine from now on. All right, I shall be silent. Xiaotong understood the importance of not unsettling Jiang Mian and Apos' mind. She should focus entirely on dealing with Lu Yuan. Jiang Mian and Apos' actions had betrayed her, leading Lu Yuan to conclude that she had indeed experienced that dream. Providing clarity on why she had rejected his invitation in the supermarket and why she had contemplated killing him in the villa in Chuan City. Truly, there is no hatred without cause, unless the other party is unwell. But was it merely a dream? If it was a dream, how could Jiang Mian wield the combat skills she had learned from him with such proficiency? Her marksmanship was also commendable, a testament to his careful instruction, combined with her own innate talent. In light of these circumstances, Lu Yuan could only arrive at one conclusion: reincarnation. After her rebirth, Jiang Mian must have contemplated how to exact her revenge, how to take his life. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan felt a pang of regret. He bitterly murmured, Jiang Mian, I am sorry. If you wish to kill me, just do it. I will not resist. He lowered his gaze, bracing himself to face death. Jiang Mian and Apos' eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, unwilling to miss any expression on his face. His apology came unexpectedly, akin to his sudden inquiry about the pain of extracting the crystal core. She imagined the worst-case scenario. Could it be that Lu Yuan had also been reborn? Yet, he had said that if she wanted to kill him, she could proceed, and he would not fight back. Jiang Mian feigned surprise, saying, Why do you say that? It feels strange. Why would I want to kill you? Have you lost your mind? Lu Yuan raised his eyes, meeting Jiang Mian and Apos' gaze. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a flicker of confusion and bewilderment within her eyes. He paused, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within him. Was Jiang Mian testing him? If so, then let it be as she wished. I should not have taken you to the Jiangzhong base. Jiang Mian's heart jolted. He truly had been reborn. In this lifetime, Lu Yuan had not taken her to the Jiangzhong base, But in the previous life, he had, and she had died there. Jiang Mian was genuinely astonished, unsure how to confront the reborn Lu Yuan. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Do you regret it? Surely you did not reincarnate solely for the sake of atonement. Did you? You still want to kill me, yet you claim you will not resist? Leaning against a large rock, Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. Yes, I regret it. If I could go back, I would not make the same choice. Even if it meant death, I would not feel this level of regret. He then heard Jiang Mian say, What use is regret? I have always wondered, what benefits did they offer you that compelled you to betray me without hesitation? Every time Jiang Mian recalled Lu Yuan's betrayal, she felt an overwhelming urge to see him utterly destroyed. He was the captain she had trusted most during the apocalypse, as well as the man she had secretly admired for a long time. His betrayal was like a knife, piercing her heart, amplifying her pain. Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment before slowly revealing Qinwan's threat, concluding, if at that time I had merely pretended to agree with Qinwan and sought a strategy with you afterward, would the outcome have been different? This was a question Lu Yuan had pondered since witnessing their tragic fate. He feared nothing, not even death. Why not risk everything against those people? Even if there was a 1% chance, he would not let it slip away. Unfortunately, discussing this now seemed utterly meaningless. Jiang Mian found herself at a loss for words. Her emotions tumultuous yet lacking an outlet. She struggled to maintain her composure, despite Lu Yuan shifting the blame onto Qinwan. He could not escape the reality of his betrayal. Jiang Mian fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan's eyes, attempting to uncover any trace of deceit. Yet all she saw was sincere remorse. She had never imagined the truth could be so absurd. Another prolonged silence ensued, leaving only the sound of rain outside, which only served to further disturb Jiang Mian and Appo's heart. After an indeterminate period, she asked, How did you die? Her own opportunity for rebirth had come through death. What about Lu Yuan? How had he met his end? Could he at least share it to bring her some solace? Lu Yuan glanced at Jiang Mian, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately spoke. After you completed the surgery, the doctor declared you dead, so I killed him. Then Qinwan surrounded me, attempting to seize your crystal core. And I was killed by her men. Jiang Mian, is the crystal core truly that important? What Jiang Mian really wanted to ask was, you personally sent me to the operating table, yet in the end, you died trying to protect my crystal core. Isn't that ironic? When she was alive, Lu Yuan did not protect her. Now that she was dead, he perished for the sake of her crystal core. What kind of absurdity is this? Is there something wrong with your head? It is not the crystal core that matters. What matters is that it is your crystal core. Qinwan had promised you would not die, yet you did. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt regret, which is why he could not let go. From the beginning, he had gambled on Jiang Mian's survival, hoping for a chance at redemption, but she had died. What meaning did his survival hold now? Jiang Mian remained speechless. I wish to be alone. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. Many events in this life were different from the last, the most significant being that Qinwan was dead. Yet she found herself facing an even more formidable parasitic hydra. Heaven truly did not wish for her to find peace. Lu Yuan had no objections. He too needed solitude to digest the profoundly real dream, or perhaps it should be termed as the previous life. If you wish to kill me, you may do so at any time. I assure you, I will not resist. This promise would forever hold true. Jiang Mian regarded Lu Yuan with a complex expression. He undeniably owed her a life, while his own life was a consequence of his reckless actions, unrelated to her. She turned her back on him, refusing to look at Lu Yuan any longer, lest she succumb to despair. Forgiveness was impossible, at least not at this moment. Regardless of the reasons, Jiang Mian felt an insurmountable chasm between them, akin to the Yarlung Tsangpa Grand Canyon. It was the largest canyon in the world, one she could never cross. Both were sleepless, quietly leaning against the stone wall as they awaited dawn, though Lu Yuan's condition worsened, and he developed a high fever. Ultimately, Jiang Mian's heart softened. She retrieved some ibuprofen from her space and administered it to him, only to regret it afterward, questioning why she felt sympathy for him at all. Chapter 137. I will assist you. The following morning, the rain had indeed ceased. The individuals within the cave found themselves ravenous, primarily due to their lack of sustenance the previous evening. By morning, the pangs of hunger were intensified. Yang Jia, noticing that Lu Yuan had awakened, approached him quietly and inquired, Brother Lu, is it true that Qinwan's death is a result of your injury? His feelings towards Qinwan were neither of fondness nor aversion. After all, they had shared an acquaintance, and with her untimely demise, a sense of melancholy inevitably lingered. He found it difficult to accept Jiang Mian's words, thus sought Lu Yuan's confirmation for solace. Lu Yuan, reflecting on the events of the previous night, slowly nodded. It was indeed Jiang Mian who had taken Qin Wan's life. The fact that she spared herself while eliminating Qin Wan made him ponder whether she still held some regard for him. This thought lightened his spirits considerably. Once everyone has awakened, we shall descend the mountain, Lu Yuan stated, gradually rising and casting his gaze towards the cave entrance. Their supplies were still in the vehicle. It would be prudent to descend sooner rather than later. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while. Jiang Mian, feigning sleep with her eyes closed, absorbed their dialogue until they had nearly finished, at which point she opened her eyes and rose to stretch her limbs. Yang Jie glanced at her, but refrained from speaking. Soon after, Li Mingho and Yi Yunfei stirred awake one after the other. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, they were taken aback, wishing to say something, but ultimately holding their tongues. Li Mingho, noticing that Yi Yunfei appeared worse off than himself, queried with concern, "Are you all right?" Yi Yunfei placed a hand over his chest and took a deep breath before replying, "It's nothing serious, just a bit of tightness in my chest." "Has that creature perished? Did you extract its crystal core?" The memory of the mutated Shrimp King that had inflicted internal injuries on him prompted Yi Yunfei to seek some reassuring news. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, all eyes fell upon Jiang Mian. Unfazed, she stated nonchalantly, "It has been extracted. That crystal core was obtained through her own prowess, and she had no intention of relinquishing it. Besides, had she not intervened in time, Lu Yuan would have perished. She had yet to repay her debt of gratitude for saving his life. It was hardly likely she would allow him to claim the crystal core." Exchanging knowing glances, Yi Yunfei and Li Mingho understood that the crystal core was now unattainable for them, and thus, they chose to remain silent. After a brief period of tidying up, the group made their way down the mountain. The rain had rendered the path treacherous, and it took them half an hour to safely reach the base. Upon observing Jiang Mian board his vehicle, Lu Yuan turned to Yang Jie and the others, instructing, "You all head back to the car. Wait for me." Without awaiting their response, he opened the passenger door and took a seat next to Jiang Mian. As she was about to start the engine, Jiang Mian, taken aback by his sudden presence, expressed her displeasure with a slightly frosty tone. "Is there something you need? I will be heading to the Jiangzhou base next. Once I locate my brother, I shall bring him to you," Lu Yuan stated, having pieced together his memories throughout the night. Convinced that his brother was at the Jiang chapter 138, a heart full of longing seeing that the conversation between the two was straying further and further. Qiu Xiang quickly interjected, saying, "Jiang Mian hasn't returned yet. Shall we go check at the entrance of the base?" She could no longer remain in the room, and it seemed more prudent to step outside. All right, the two agreed without hesitation, gathering their belongings and following Qiu Xiang downstairs towards the entrance of the base. The streets were bustling with people discussing their departures, as the mutant crayfish in Changwei City had been nearly eradicated, with only a few scattered individuals remaining, making them difficult to locate and wasting precious time. Thus, most were eager to leave today. Qiu Xiang shared their desire to depart, but with Captain Jiang Mian still absent, they had no choice but to wait. "Have you heard? Recently, there's a group of deranged individuals specifically capturing ability users for laboratory experiments." "Really? Is that true? How terrifying. They treat us ability users like lab rats. Truly insane." "Indeed, I've heard that many ability users have already suffered at their hands. We must be cautious and not let them target us. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Who knows when it will end?" "You speak with such conviction. But do you know where this laboratory is located?" "Well, I Don and Amp, Oppos, T know that, but many ability users at our base have mysteriously disappeared. Now that you mention it, I recall several ability users at our base also vanished without a trace. Could it be that they were captured by those deranged individuals for experiments? Our base has experienced the same thing. We must not sit idle. We should unite and devise a strategy to confront this threat. It's far better to look out for one another than to face it alone." Qiu Hu and the others waited at the entrance for Jiang Mian, overhearing the entire conversation. They were astonished and felt a surge of anger towards the laboratory's actions. Those despicable individuals had dared to extend their hands towards their fellow beings. To call them beasts would be an insult to the animal kingdom. Qiu Xiang recalled the incident when CSCC was captured, involving helicopters and special anesthetics. It seemed the signs had been present all along. She shuddered at the thought of what those abducted ability users must be enduring. Would it involve dissection for observation? Or perhaps they would be injected with various unidentified substances for inhumane experiments. Or worse, would they be treated as mere test subjects, subjected to endless torment and suffering? The mere thought sent chills down her spine, causing her face to pale. Fan Dongshu noticed Qiu Xiang's distress and quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. With me and your brother here, we will certainly protect you." Qiu Hu snapped back to attention, looking at his sister, who indeed appeared frightened. "Rest assured, I won't oppose to allow any harm to come to you." As his only sister, he felt it was his duty to protect her. Qiu Xiang, touched by her brother and Appo's words, managed to compose herself and feign strength, saying, "I am not to be underestimated." Her resolve to grow stronger solidified within her. Only by becoming powerful could she safeguard herself and those she cherished. From a distance, Jiang Mian spotted Qiu Hu and the others standing at the base entrance, their expressions laden with concern. As she approached, she greeted them. "What brings you all out here?" "We're waiting for you," Fan Dongshu replied. "Finally, you're back. Many are preparing to leave today. When shall we depart?" After days of munching on biscuits and bread, the thought of returning to a warm meal filled them with anticipation. Jiang Mian also longed to return and inquired, "Have you packed everything? If so, we can leave immediately." Qiu Hu replied, "Everything's ready, but we might be low on fuel. We can pick some up on the way." "All right." Jiang Mian nodded. Noticing the absence of Xiaoba, she asked Fan Dongshu, "Where's Xiaoba?" "In the room." Bringing Xiaoba out always draws attention, which is a bit overwhelming, so I left it behind this time. Once we return, we and Appos LL take Xiaoba with us and should be home before nightfall. The group nodded and headed towards the temporary rental room. On the way, Qiu Xiang recounted the conversation she had overheard at the base entrance to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. After all, in her previous life, only a select few were aware of the laboratory, let alone discuss it so openly in public. This situation felt oddly orchestrated, as though someone was subtly pushing the matter into the spotlight, bound to attract attention from various parties and even incite public outrage. Who could it be? Jiang Mian was momentarily at a loss and chose to put it aside, seizing the opportunity to share, "I was kidnapped a few days ago. It was the work of that laboratory." "What? How did that happen?" Qiu Hu, knowing Jiang Mian to be a cautious person, wondered if this indicated that those individuals possessed some level of capability. Jiang Mian sought to alleviate their fears, explaining, "Their strength is not remarkable. They rely on a unique anesthetic that suppresses the abilities of ability users." Only then did the three understand. Jiang Mian and Appos' safe return indicated that those who had abducted her were dead, and such individuals were certainly deserving of their fate. No sympathy would be wasted on them. Fan Dongshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Those so-called experts are truly cunning. They can't produce an antidote for the zombie virus yet have created an ability suppressant? It's absurd." Indeed. If zombies are difficult to handle, they turn their sights on ability users, thinking they can bully us at will, Qiu Hu said angrily. Seeing the opportune moment, Jiang Mian revealed more information, such as the laboratory's location in North City, and expressed her intention to go there soon. Her goal, of course, was to dismantle that laboratory. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongshu immediately declared, "I will go as well. Just let me know how I can assist you." "Me too." Qiu Xiang raised her hand, willing to contribute to prevent living in constant fear. Remembering how close CSCC and Jiang Mian had come to being captured, she felt a deep-seated rage. Danger was far too close to them, and a moment and Appos' inattention could lead to dire consequences. This threat needed to be addressed promptly. Seeing his sister determined to join, Qiu Hu had no choice but to sign up as well. He could not leave her side. "All right, but we will discuss the specifics of our plan later. For now, let us return home." Unbeknownst to them, they had already returned to their rented room. As soon as they opened the door, Xiaoba flew over, exclaiming, "Ants! Ants!" Jiang Mian, confused, asked what ants. Qiu Xiang quickly explained how Fan Dongshu had captured several ants to keep in a bottle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian patted Xiaoba and Appos' head, teasing, "So, you were jealous?" She then fed Xiaoba a second-level crystal core, and Xiaoba, after swallowing it, exclaimed, "You and Appos, re still the best," eliciting laughter from everyone. With hearts full of longing, the group wasted no time and set off on the road back to Hachuan Base. Chapter 139. A review of their harvest. The sky was overcast, as if it might rain at any moment. Jiang Mian and her companions did not dare to linger, quickly procuring gasoline in the city before returning home just before nightfall. Upon seeing her daughter return, Lin Xia was overjoyed, eagerly examining her from head to toe to ensure she was uninjured, which finally put her at ease. "You must be hungry. I'll go prepare dinner. After a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, you can enjoy a good night." And Appos, Sleep, Lin Xia said as she headed to the kitchen. Lu Qiong glanced around at the others and cheerfully remarked, I'll lend a hand. You all continue your conversation. She then followed Lin Xia into the kitchen. Returning home, Jiang Mian felt the warmth of her family's concern, and her heart swelled with affection for her current life. Please, sit down and rest. There's no need to stand. Jiang Zhenghong called out, gathering everyone around the table. CSCC served hot water to the others before taking her seat to listen to their tales from Chonghui City. Yuan and Appos, believe it. The mutated crayfish in Chonghui City were as large as a car. Qiuhu exclaimed, taking a sip of water. Ling Yi and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, crayfish that big must be incredible. Absolutely. Their claws are enormous, Qiuhu gestured with his hands. What a pity we couldn't and Appos, to eat them. They were just too large. He continued, when we first arrived, the roads were teeming with these colossal crayfish. What a magnificent sight. After listening to this description, CSCC curiously inquired, are such large mutated crayfish easy to hunt? She had a feeling they would be quite formidable. They're manageable. They have their weaknesses. Jiang Mian listened to Qiuhu discuss the vulnerabilities of the mutated crayfish, occasionally chiming in, as the group engaged in lively conversation. Eventually, Jiang Zhenghong asked them about their harvest from the trip. Jiang Mian promptly brought out 2 sacks of crystal cores from her space, placing them on the table for everyone to count together. Most of the crystal cores had been collected by Qiuhu and the others, while Jiang Mian had only managed to gather a little over half a bag due to her busy schedule. CSCC gazed at the 2 sacks of crystal cores and exclaimed, I can't believe there are so many. She and Ling Yi typically collected only 4 crystal cores in a day during their trips to the city. Seeing the quantity Jiang Mian and the others had brought back made her reluctant to mention her meager haul. Xiaoxiang smiled and explained, if we include the cores we've absorbed, the number would be even greater. When they hunted the mutated crayfish, they relied on absorbing crystal cores to replenish their abilities, making the most of their night to absorb as many as possible. CSCC turned her gaze toward Xiaoxiang with a playful grin. No wonder I feel like you become so much stronger. Come on, confess. What level is your ability now? Xiaoxiang, seeing everyone's eyes on her, chuckled, level 4. But I feel I'm not far from level 5. She continued, though I was exhausted from the trip, we never lacked for crystal cores. Aside from sleeping, most of our downtime was spent absorbing them. Ling Yi immediately shifted his attention to Qiuhu and Fan Dongxiu, asking, what about you, Brother Qiu? What level is Brother Fan? Qiuhu replied cheerfully, level 4, just like me. The strongest is still you, Sister Jiang Yu, and Appos, at level 5. All eyes then turned to Jiang Mian, their gazes almost fervent in their admiration. Jiang Mian offered a modest response. There's no need for such reverence. Ling Yi, filled with envy, couldn't and Appos, helped but exclaim, Sister Jiang, you're amazing. When will I be able to reach your level? Dawn and Appos, rush. As long as you focus on absorbing crystal cores tonight, I believe you will catch up to me in no time. Fan Dongxiu nodded in agreement with Jiang Mian's words. CSCC felt a genuine envy but acknowledged Jiang Mian's reasoning. With time and sufficient crystal cores, there was no reason their abilities wouldn't improve. The group joyfully began sorting the crystal cores by level before counting them. Jiang Zhenghong went to the kitchen to fetch a brand new plastic bag, instructing them to fill 1 bag with 100 crystal cores each for easier tallying later. For a while, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of crystal cores, and they only finished counting when Lin Xia called them for dinner. Jiang Zhenghong chuckled, let us eat first. The crystal cores are safely in the bags and won't run away. Everyone readily agreed, quickly tidying up the table before heading to the kitchen to help serve the dishes and set the table. Before long, the table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, the fragrant steam wafting throughout the room. Lin Xia served everyone, her eyes brimming with maternal affection, and she urged them to eat plenty, treating them all as if they were her children. This gesture deeply moved those who had lost their parents, a warm current flowing through their hearts. By the end of the meal, their bonds had grown even closer, as if all fatigue and worries had vanished into thin air. After dinner, Jiang Zhenghong reminded them to continue tallying the counts, and they discovered they had amassed a total of 4,688 crystal cores, 2,866 level 2 cores, 1,766 level 3 cores, and 56 level 4 cores. The harvest was quite bountiful, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. CSCC. Ling Yi, you each take a bag of level 2 cores to absorb. When you run out, just ask me for more. Xiaoxiang, Qiuhu, and Fan Dongxiu. You each take a bag of level 3 cores. Let me know when you need more. Jiang Mian distributed the crystal cores, placing the remainder back into her space. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Jiang Zhenghong, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiong had visibly improved in health during this time, compared to when Jiang Mian first saw them. Jiang Mian contemplated helping them awaken their abilities that night. Becoming ability users would grant them a basic means of self-defense, which was essential. She looked at the three and said, Dad, Mom, Andy, prepare yourselves. I will help you awaken your abilities shortly. Great. I've been ready for this. Jiang Zhenghong exclaimed, exhilarated. Who wouldn't he desire such extraordinary powers? As a man, he wished to grow stronger to protect his wife and daughter. Lin Xia and Lu Qiong exchanged glances. Nodding in agreement, they had already heard from CSCC about Jiang Mian and Appos' intentions and were not surprised by her announcement. As for their mental preparation, they had made it days ago. Seeing her father so eager, Jiang Mian said little more, retrieving a dagger and several awakening crystal cores from her space, placing them on the table for them to choose from. The others couldn't help but smile at Jiang Mian's boldness. It seemed only she would dare to let others pick their cores in this post-apocalyptic world. The three of them fumbled around on the table for a moment before each selecting a core that caught their fancy. Dad, you go first, Jiang Mian said, holding the dagger as she looked at her father. Jiang Zhenghong nodded without hesitation, extending his hand toward his daughter and grinning. Of course, let me demonstrate for them. At that moment, Lin Xia and Lu Qiong finally felt the weight of tension. They were somewhat afraid of the pain, thinking they would simply have to grit their teeth and endure it. Chapter 140. Dawn Guild. Throughout that night, Jiang Mian remained by the side of her feverish parents, occasionally grasping their hands to channel some healing energy, alleviating their distress. Lin Xia felt heavy-headed, her eyes dazed from the fever. Yet she recognized that the shadow by her bedside was Jiang Mian. With great effort, she managed to utter, Xiao Mian, you should rest. They're in Appos, no need to stay here. It's all right. I'll feel better after a short sleep. Her eyelids felt particularly heavy, had it not been for her concern for her daughter. She would have succumbed to slumber long ago. Jiang Mian held her mother's hand, speaking softly, Mom, I'm not tired. You can sleep peacefully. I will rest when I feel sleepy. Lin Xia, barely comprehending, drifted off into a haze of sleep. After some time, observing that her parents were sleeping soundly, Jiang Mian stepped out of the room to check on CSCC's mother. Upon entering CSCC's room, she found Lu Qiong replacing the damp cloth on her forehead. Noticing Jiang Mian and Appos' arrival, she quietly asked, How are Uncle and Auntie? Jiang Mian pulled up a chair beside the bed and replied, They are asleep now. It's nothing serious. How is Aunt Lu? She just fell asleep as well. Don't worry, I have experience in caring for feverish patients, CSCC said, placing the used towel into a basin. Jiang Mian seized the opportunity under the pretense of checking Lu Andy's pulse, discreetly imparting some healing energy, causing the lines on her forehead to relax. As they conversed softly, Jiang Mian learned from CSCC that many of her father and Appos' colleagues had returned to the community. It seemed they were not accustomed to life at the base, and returning to a familiar environment was a favorable choice. Suddenly, CSCC mentioned, by the way, I heard some rumors a few days ago, though I can't verify their truth. What rumors? Jiang Mian inquired, her heart stirring with anticipation. It said that an organization is capturing ability users and selling them to laboratories for experimentation. Many solitary ability users at our base have suffered because of this. The situation had incited widespread panic within the base, prompting numerous ability users to unite for protection, even forming a so-called Dawn Guild, vowing to dispel the darkness and seek justice against the laboratory. CSCC conveyed all she had heard, her own anger evident as she expressed a desire for the Dawn Guild to grow strong enough to annihilate the laboratory and liberate the innocent ability users. Upon hearing CSCC's words, Jiang Mian felt a sense of clarity, increasingly convinced that a certain individual was orchestrating events from the shadows. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This enigmatic figure was now an ally to Jiang Mian, as they shared a common adversary, the laboratory. If the Haichuan base had established a resistance, what are the other bases? Over time, these organizations would undoubtedly unite to challenge the Far East base. This scenario pleased Jiang Mian immensely. Noticing Jiang Mian's contemplative silence, CSCC curiously asked, What are you thinking about? Jiang Mian's thoughts were pulled back by CSCC's voice, and she recounted similar rumors she had encountered at the Changwei base. Eventually, CSCC reflected. Those who are righteous will gather allies. Those who are unjust will find few supporters. Their heinous deeds will surely lead to their downfall. Jiang Mi Chapter 141. Welcome back. Esteemed one. Naturally, Fan Dongshu refrained from feeding them crystal cores. What a jest! What if they mutated and harmed others? Thus, he resolved to wait until Jiang Mian awoke to discuss the matter and determine the fate of the ants. Upon hearing Fan Dongshu and Appo's account, Qiu Hu and the others couldn't help but marvel at the surreal nature of the situation. Lacking any constructive suggestions, they concurred it best to consult Jiang Mian upon her awakening. The group, not idling over breakfast, engaged in physical training, perspiring profusely, while also deliberating on an afternoon expedition to the city to gather supplies. After all, residing in the base ensured safety, but the rent was steep. With points in mind, they decided to explore the task hall for suitable missions. By the time Jiang Mian awoke at noon, only Qiu Xiang remained at home, tending to Jiang Zhenghong and the others while preparing lunch. CSCC also stirred around the same time. After checking on her mother and finding her well, she went downstairs to greet Jiang Mian. Today and Appo's lunch consisted solely of the three girls dining together. Qiu Xiang remarked, I've also made some porridge. It would be perfect for when the uncles and aunts awaken. It was indeed ideal for those with fevers to consume light porridge, prompting her to prepare a separate portion. Jiang Mian and CSCC expressed their gratitude, to which Qiu Xiang felt they were too polite and shifted the conversation to the peculiarities of Fan Dongshu and Appo's ants. He mentioned the ants constantly seeking food and even wanting crystal cores. Isn't that odd? CSCC chuckled in response. Does that imply you can hear the ants speaking? Can you hear them too? Qiu Xiang quickly shook her head. I've examined that bottle several times and heard no sound. Thus, I surmise it may be connected to his abilities. Fan Dongshu's power was to control animals, and perhaps with the elevation of his abilities, understanding the language of smaller creatures could indeed be plausible. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and inquired, so, did he feed the ants crystal cores? Not at all. He fears the repercussions and wishes to consult you upon your awakening, Qiu Xiang replied candidly, before taking another bite of her meal. CSCC turned to Jiang Mian. That man certainly exercises caution. What are your thoughts, Mian? Jiang Mian, lacking a definitive solution, felt it imperative to further investigate Fan Dongshu's abilities. Hence, she suggested, let us feed them the crystal cores and observe any changes in the ants. The situation was inherently fraught with unpredictability, as long as they remained vigilant. It should not pose significant issues. If the ants were to mutate and become aggressive, they could simply eliminate them. Agreed, Qiu Xiang affirmed, expressing her concurrence. After their meal, Jiang Mian ascended to nourish her parents with some rice porridge, subsequently employing her healing abilities to tend to the three individuals before finally relaxing. Qiu Xiang, might I trouble you to keep an eye on them a while longer? I wish to explore the base. Qiu Xiang waved her hand, smiling. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You need only go. I shall take care of the uncles and aunts. She felt Jiang Mian was being overly courteous. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Mian rose and departed, intending to first visit the task hall. The task hall at the base was bustling as usual. She initially perused the relevant tasks released by the base, and then glanced over private missions, finding nothing particularly noteworthy before exiting. Having previously visited the headquarters of the Dawn Society, Jiang Mian left the task hall with the intention of seeking out Jiang Mingshan. Upon seeing her, Jiang Mingshan was momentarily taken aback but quickly rose to greet her with a smile, saying, Esteemed one, you have returned. During her absence, he had frequently procured water from CSCC, so he was aware of Jiang Mian's absence from the base. He had adhered to his duties and refrained from inquiring unnecessarily. Now, seeing her return, he was genuinely surprised. Jiang Mian nodded slightly and, following his warm invitation, gracefully sat down. She calmly retrieved a second-level crystal core from her pocket and stated plainly, I have been away from the base for some time and am unaware of the changes that have transpired. I have come specifically to inquire. And this is my token of gratitude. Jiang Mingshan's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted the crystal core she offered, deftly pouring her a glass of water while enthusiastically recounting, Esteemed one, you have indeed come to the right person. There have been numerous developments in the base lately. The most pressing issue is the Dawn Society, where a fervent group of ability users is demanding accountability from the base, insisting it take responsibility and eradicate malevolent forces. This malevolent force, of course, referred to the nefarious laboratory. Jiang Mingshan shared all the information he had recently gathered, including the latest gossip, such as the base chief and Appo's sister-in-law having eloped. Jiang Mian listened with curiosity but eventually redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Who is the leader of the Dawn Society? She aimed to gather insights about this leader before deciding whether to engage in a face-to-face meeting. Having additional allies against the laboratory would be advantageous, as it could divert the enemy's attention, facilitating her actions. The leader, named Wu Jun, was a fire-type ability user. It was said that his wife had been abducted for experiments and her fate remained unknown. Jiang Mingchen expressed a degree of sympathy for him, understanding the source of his animosity toward the laboratory and the motivation behind his formation of a society to oppose it. Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully, realizing why he harbored such hatred for the laboratory to the extent of organizing a society against it. Jiang Mingchen continued to elaborate on the Dawn Society, noting that a significant portion of its members had joined out of a desire to seek justice for loved ones harmed by the laboratory. However, the motivation extended beyond merely seeking retribution. Most were also concerned for their own safety. With a predatory laboratory on the prowl for ability users, how could they find peace? Perhaps today it was another Indapos' turn to be captured, but tomorrow the same fate could befall them. As fear gripped everyone, the voices of resistance grew louder, ultimately forming a considerable force. Lastly, how does one reach the Dawn Society? Could you find someone to guide me? Jiang Mian resolved to meet this leader. Jiang Mingchen hesitated momentarily. Esteemed one, you don't intend to join the Dawn Society, do you? They are currently at odds with the base, and I advise you to observe from a distance. It was that he doubted her strength, but given the current situation, it was highly likely the Dawn Society would clash with the base, making it unsafe to join. Jiang Mian understood Jiang Mingchen's concern for her well-being, and her appreciation for him deepened. Fear not, I do not intend to join. I merely wish to meet the leader. Relieved by her assurance, Jiang Mingchen personally led her to the territory of the Dawn Society. Chapter 142. President Wu Jun. Here it is, boss. Jiang Mingchen gestured towards a building adorned with red tiles, indicating an open door. All right, you may go about your business, Jiang Mian replied, surveying her surroundings. The area was bustling with people, all seemingly preoccupied with various tasks. Renting such a large establishment at the base must require a substantial number of points. The headquarters of the Dawn Guild appeared far more impressive than that of the Morning Light Society, a testament to the extraordinary abilities of the enhancers. Understanding her own lack of further involvement, Jiang Mingchen smiled and departed. As Jiang Mian stepped into the lobby, a receptionist greeted her with a warm smile. Hello. If you wish to join, please collect an application form over here. Several pens and a thick stack of papers lay on the counter, presumably the application form she mentioned. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Mian approached the counter and said to the receptionist, I need to speak with your president regarding a matter of great importance. Could you please relay my request? The receptionist sized her up with a hint of arrogance, responding, Our president is quite busy and doesn't he have time to meet with you? Finding the situation amusing, Jiang Mian thought. Did she truly believe the president had the leisure to meet with every passerby? Sensing the disdain in the receptionist's eyes, she felt a twinge of frustration. Without being asked, how could one assume she would be dismissed? The receptionist glanced at her dismissively, snorting, Many wish to meet the president daily. If I were to notify each one, the president would surely be overwhelmed. You should fill out the form and wait. Perhaps you'll have the chance to see him later. Jiang Mian frowned, realizing the futility of her situation. Just as she contemplated how to force her way in, a young man descended the stairs. Dressed casually, he approached the receptionist and asked, Gigi, what's wrong? Who has upset you? Wang Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, casting a few glances at Jiang Mian, making it abundantly clear that the woman before her was the source of her irritation. The young man, eager to defend his companion, moved to the side of the counter, prepared to confront Jiang Mian, but she spoke first. Enough with the nonsense, Jiang Mian said, glaring at them. I will state this once more. I have an urgent matter to discuss with your president. If you continue with this attitude, I won't hesitate to barge in. Though she was confident in her ability to force her way through, she preferred not to appear rude, as it would hinder any future conversation. Upon hearing that she had a significant issue for the president, the young man's demeanor shifted. He sensed that this woman might be formidable and blushed as he inquired. What is it? It pertains to the laboratory, she replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the young man exchanged a reassuring glance with Wang Zhizhi before leading Jiang Mian upstairs. Follow me, please. Jiang Mian hurried after him, ignoring the receptionist's indignant shouts behind her. Upon reaching the second floor, the young man paused before a door and knocked gently. A voice from within called, Come in. He opened the door, gesturing for Jiang Mian to enter first. The room was simply furnished with a table and a few chairs, at the head of which sat a middle-aged man who scrutinized Jiang Mian. "The president, she claims to have something important to discuss with you," the young man said. Stealing a glance at Jiang Mian, Wu Jun nodded, signaling for the young man to step outside. He indicated a chair opposite him and said to Jiang Mian, "Please, take a seat and speak freely." At this moment, he could ascertain that she was an enhancer, though he was curious about the nature of her supposedly significant matter. Jiang Mian, not one to be overly formal, pulled out the chair and sat down, steadying herself before speaking. "President, I would like to discuss a potential collaboration." She sensed that Wu Jun possessed a straightforward personality, which could facilitate a smooth conversation. Upon hearing her words, Wu Jun and Appo's interest was piqued, and he asked with a smile, "And who might you be? What kind of collaboration are you proposing?" Her demeanor suggested confidence in his willingness to cooperate. Jiang Mian, unaware of his thoughts, replied calmly, "I am Jiang Mian, an enhancer of the wood element. My offer is simple. I will assist you in overcoming your current difficulties, and in return, your team will follow my directives during the subsequent operations against the laboratory. What do you say?" The Dawn Guild was currently at a disadvantage, facing off against the base. Prolonged conflict would yield unfavorable outcomes, and the fragile alliance they had only recently formed could easily crumble. Jiang Mian, unwilling to witness such a fate, sought to extend her hand to Wu Jun, but not without reciprocal benefit. Wu Jun furrowed his brow, wondering if this young woman was mocking him. What could she possibly bring to the table? Yet, the determination in her gaze compelled him to listen further. "Please, share your approach." Jiang Mian firmly declined. "That one and Appo's work. If Yu Haven Tea agreed to collaborate with me, revealing my plans would be futile." Wu Jun let out a chuckle, amused. "Yu Haven Tea disclosed your strategy. So how could I know if you can address my current predicament?" Jiang Mian remained silent, sensing his skepticism. "Here's the deal. If I cannot solve your issue, our collaboration is null. However, should I succeed, your team must adhere to my plans until the laboratory is dismantled." She believed that in this period of mutual distrust, actions would speak louder than words. If she helped him navigate this crisis, perhaps it would shift his perspective. Wu Jun paused, contemplating her proposal. He still deemed it somewhat frivolous and decided to send her away for the time being. "You may return now. I need some time to consider." Indeed, their guild and Appo's situation was precarious, yet not dire enough to warrant relinquishing command. He intended to leave the door open for future discussions. They had gone to great lengths to secure equipment support from the base, knowing that enhancers could deplete their abilities. Without modern weaponry, they would be at a significant disadvantage against formidable foes. Jiang Mian understood Wu Jun's hesitations and nodded. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Aware that he was not one to change course easily, she decided to wait. Wu Jun watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. He paced the room, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of her proposal. At that moment, the young man re-entered and asked, "President, are you truly considering her proposition? She seems to be boasting." Having overheard much from his hidden vantage point, the young man was concerned that his leader might be deceived. Wu Jun shook his head. "Not necessarily. Her confidence suggests she may possess some genuine insight. Our circumstances are indeed challenging, and tomorrow and Appo's outcome will be pivotal. If our plans fail, we can still revisit Jiang Mian's proposal. As long as it leads to avenging my wife, I would be willing to relinquish command." He then added, "Please send someone to investigate her background. It would be prudent to understand more about her." "Understood. I will handle it immediately," the young man responded before departing. Chapter 143. The mutated ant. Jiang Mian departed from the Dawn Association and made her way to Jiang Mingchen's territory. "Boss, have you reached an agreement so soon?" Jiang Mingchen smiled and rose to pour a glass of water for Jiang Mian. Pulling out a chair, she sat down and produced 2 level 2 crystals. "I need your people to assist me with the task." After much contemplation, she concluded that only Jiang Mingchen's associates could accomplish this matter in the shortest time possible, which prompted her return to him. Jiang Mingchen accepted the crystals, grinning broadly. "What is it? You can command me, and I assure you it will be handled impeccably." Jiang Mian leaned in and whispered her request, to which he responded confidently, "No problem. Rest assured, I will see to it splendidly." After bidding farewell to Jiang Mian, Jiang Mingchen promptly gathered his subordinates and relayed extensive instructions. Before long, members of the Morning Sun Society hurriedly dispersed in various directions toward the base. Instead of returning home directly, Jiang Mian lingered in the area where the high-ranking officials resided. The building, cloaked in gray paint, was guarded by 2 rows of sentinels wielding rifles, tasked with ensuring the safety of the premises and preventing unauthorized access. It was undoubtedly the finest residence in the base, housing the base leader and his family, along with other notable figures. Jiang Mian aimed to confront the only son of the base leader, Song Jigua Song Taiha. This Song Taiha had fully inherited his father and Appo's vices. He was avaricious and lecherous. Surrounded by numerous women, some drawn by pleasure, while others were coerced. All of this was due to his father's influential position. Song Taiha was also an ability user, albeit with a rather lackluster power, color change, which allowed him to alter only the hue of his skin, not his clothing. Gazing at the vast structure and the multitude of windows, she found herself at a loss. With so many rooms, how would she locate Song Taiha? After considerable thought, Jiang Mian decided to abandon the endeavor for now, opting to wait for Xiaotong and Appo's return. Resolute, she withdrew her gaze and turned back home. Just as she arrived, Qiuhu and his companions returned, bringing with them supplies and daily necessities. Seizing the moment while they organized the provisions, Jiang Mian ascended to check on her parents. Seeing them still asleep, she gently closed the door behind her as she exited the room. Downstairs, Qiuhu and the others were engaged in conversation, mentioning that upon entering the base, they had overheard much discussion regarding the laboratory, particularly about the alarming number of ability users who had vanished today. Jiang Mian felt impressed by Jiang Mingshan's efficiency. She anticipated that by tomorrow, such rumors would be common knowledge. Fan Dongshu placed a bottle containing ants on the table and briefed Jiang Mian on the situation, awaiting her decision. Then let us feed them a crystal, Jiang Mian instructed, indicating her intent to observe the changes in the ants after consuming the crystal. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongshu wasted no time in opening the bottle, directing the ants to orderly exit and assemble upon the table. This control was markedly different from his usual approach. It was not forceful but rather a subtle connection that allowed him to issue commands. It felt more like communication, as the ants seemed to comprehend his directives without him uttering a word. The onlookers fixated on the obedient ants, intrigued by their nonchalant demeanor. Hurry and place the crystal, urged CSCC from the sidelines. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Dongshu deposited a level 2 crystal amidst the ants. Almost instantaneously, a dozen ants surged toward it, and before long, the crystal was completely devoured. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness the ensuing transformation. Suddenly, the bodies of the ants quivered slightly, and they began to grow in size. In mere moments, the ants had swelled to the size of fully grown rats. This is truly astonishing, Qiuhu exclaimed, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Lingy pointed to one ant, puzzled. Why does this one have wings? Previously unnoticed due to their diminutive stature, the winged ant now stood out prominently. I've heard that winged ants might become queens. Could it be destined to be a future queen? CSCC speculated uncertainly. Jiang Mian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. It is possible. Generally, mutated creatures were known for their ferocity and aggressive tendencies. However, the mutated ants displayed no inclination to attack humans. Just then, Xiaoxiang voiced Jiang Mian's curiosity. How strange. Will they not attack us? Fan Dongshu promptly replied, no. I instructed them not to harm anyone, and they responded affirmatively. Enlightenment dawned on the group. It appeared that the mutated ants regarded Fan Dongshu as their master. If he commanded them to attack, they likely would. It seems you communicate quite effectively with them, Jiang Mian remarked, casting a glance at Fan Dongshu. It's tolerable. I feel that connection has strengthened. They expressed a desire for more crystals, Fan Dongshu admitted, slightly exasperated by their gluttony. However, I find the enlarged ants less aesthetically pleasing than their original form. Alas, they can no longer fit into the bottle, he sighed softly. With such considerable size, there were currently no containers capable of accommodating them, leaving him uncertain about what to do next. No sooner had he uttered these words than the ants on the table began to tremble rapidly, and before long, their bodies gradually shrank back to their original size. Fan Dongshu's eyes widened in astonishment. They can revert on their own. He was aware that the ants understood him, but had not anticipated they could also resize themselves. Jiang Mian approached, inspecting the ants closely. It seems they can autonomously control their size, much like Xiaotong. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the similarity. During combat, they could expand and entangle, while in playful moments, they could shrink and cling to Jiang Mian. Their size was indeed malleable at will. After further discussion, they collectively decided to continue feeding the mutated ants crystals, planning for Fan Dongshu to take them out the following day to test their combat capabilities. Xiaoting returned just as everyone was finishing dinner, bringing good news. There were ample red fruits capable of antidote, abundant enough to gather as many as desired. Jiang Mian acknowledged this with a nod. Under the cover of night, she entrusted Xiaotong with a crucial task, to infiltrate the upper echelon and Apos' living quarters and ascertain the locations of the base leader and his son. This was a trivial endeavor for Xiaotong, as the post-apocalyptic world lacked surveillance cameras, making it easy for a mutated vine to blend in seamlessly. Chapter 144. Finding someone after dinner. Qiuhu ventured into the courtyard, attaching his third eye to the front gate. He reflected on his recent physical training, feeling a twinge of guilt for not having utilized his abilities much. Once he set the eye in place, he paused for a moment, then returned to the living room with an expression of excitement, announcing, "I have wonderful news. My abilities have evolved." "What changes?" The others, including Jiang Mian, looked on with curiosity. Qiuhu, being straightforward, smiled and replied, "I can now share my perspective, but only with one person at a time." This meant that when he surveyed a situation, he could share his view with a teammate, making their reports far more comprehensive than a single person's description. "Really? Let me see," Fan Dongshu urged, placing a hand on Qiuhu and Apos' shoulder. "All right, no need to rush." In the next moment, a scene outside the door appeared before Fan Dongshu's eyes. The darkness enveloped everything, rendering the view rather dull, but experiencing another's abilities was a curious sensation. "Let me see too. I want to try." The others clamored, eager to experience Qiuhu and Apos' gift. Generously, Qiuhu allowed everyone to take turns, Jiang Mian included. She felt that fate was on her side, with Qiuhu and Fan Dongshu and Apos' abilities upgrading just in time. "Qiuhu, Fan Dongshu, you two will accompany me outside shortly. Remember to bring the ant. The rest of you should head back and rest." Jiang Mian thought ahead with a plan in mind. "Okay," they replied in unison. Lingyi chimed in, "Sister Jiang, I can help too." "Me too," Xiaoxiang added. "I can assist as well," said CSCC. Jiang Mian glanced at them and firmly declined. "I need to utilize your abilities to capture someone at the base. Bringing too many people increases the risk of exposure. You should all rest." The group considered her reasoning and ceased their insistence, obediently returning to sleep. Only Jiang Mian, Qiuhu, and Fan Dongshu remained downstairs. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qiuhu asked, "Who are we capturing?" "Song Taihe," Jiang Mian replied. "Song Taihe?" Fan Dongshu queried, puzzled. "Who is he?" Jiang Mian candidly explained. "The son of the base commander." Qiuhu and Fan Dongshu were taken aback. "They are going to capture the base commander's son. Is Jiang Mian plotting a rebellion?" Realizing their misunderstanding, Jiang Mian clarified her entire plan. Now they understood. The aim was to make the base commander believe his son had been taken by the laboratory, thereby aligning with the Dawn Guild. In their view, the base commander lacked ambition, merely wishing to remain a tyrant within the confines of the base. Jiang Mian assigned tasks for the operation, and once they were all clear, they set out. The base was quiet at night, with patrolling guards around the silver building. Some yawning, clearly fatigued. The trio hid behind a row of greenery and began their coordinated effort. Fan Dongshu took out an ant, enlarging it to the size of a cockroach, allowing Qiuhu to attach his eye. He then shared the perspective with Jiang Mian. The ant crawled toward the silver building, gradually scaling the wall and approaching the first window. Through their shared viewpoint, they observed the interior layout. Inside the first room was a middle-aged man reclining on a bed, reading, with a young man standing beside him. "Uncle Su, why doesn't he, the base commander, support the Dawn Guild?" the young man questioned. To him, as long as the laboratory remained intact, they, the ability users, could never feel secure. If the base commander provided some weaponry, the Dawn Guild could take the lead. Surely that would be advantageous, right? The middle-aged man sighed, acknowledging that he had changed, now only seeking pleasure. "If I continue to persuade him, he may see me as a thorn in his side." The young man, frustrated, retorted, "You once urged him to send troops to rescue nearby survivors, but he resisted. Only after you and a few leaders pressured him did he relent." Before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted, "Enough. I know you wish to help the Dawn Guild, but I am powerless. You should return." Upon witnessing this exchange, Jiang Mian and Qiuhu realized the base commander was indeed lacking. He showed no willingness to help rescue survivors and needed external pressure to act. Such a person was truly neglectful of his responsibilities, merely occupying his position without fulfilling its duties. The Haichuan base was unfortunate to have such a commander. Jiang Mian internally criticized the situation and instructed Fan Dongshu to send the mutated ant to the next window. They continued observing numerous rooms without catching a glimpse of Song Taihe, leading Jiang Mian to doubt her memory. Where could Song Taiha be? Just as she pondered this, the aunt reached the next room, delivering a startling revelation. What the? Xiaohu blinked, finding the scene in this room too shocking to bear. On the pristine white bed lay a woman bound, her body marred by horrific lash marks crisscrossing her neck, chest, arms, and thighs. The sight was gruesome, exposing raw flesh and gaping wounds. Jiang Mian's heart tightened, cursing the perpetrator. The abuser faced away from the window, one hand wielding a bloodied whip while the other held a wine glass, savoring red wine. From their current perspective, Jiang Mian could not discern his features. What's wrong? Fan Dongxiu, unable to chapter 145, your grandaunt. I beg you please stop beating me, let me go. The woman on the bed weakly pleaded for mercy, her cries echoing throughout the room. Song Taiha's sinister smile relaxed as he leisurely strolled to the table, placing his glass down, tightening his whip, and delivering another harsh lash. The woman's agonized screams sounded like music to his ears. He listened, entranced, eyes half closed, head gently bobbing to the rhythm. Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass startled him. He quickly turned to look, only to be struck flying by a fist. His pain was excruciating. It felt as if his nasal bone had been shattered, blurring his vision. Despite the pain, Song Taiha struggled to his feet, his gaze locking onto Jiang Mian, angrily demanding, "Who the hell do you think you dare to hit me? Don't you want to live anymore, grandaunt?" Jiang Mian shouted, swinging her fist without pause, thoroughly beating him. Jiang Mian's fierce assault caused chaos in the room, with furniture smashing and walls crashing like a shattered doll. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian discovered an ominous secret. The walls of the room were soundproof, evidence of her perverted tormentor's extreme measures. Jiang Mian's fury was loud, but the neighbors only heard faint sounds. You ask what the woman next door is doing while she applies anti-aging cream to her face. You mind your own business. These noises aren't new. Stop eavesdropping. The man lying on the bed was unfazed. He knew about Song Taiha's peculiar habits. Perhaps he was tormenting others in ways he couldn't imagine. Owing to his social status, he refused to interfere. Jiang Mian's husband said this, and she agreed, hastening her skincare routine. Song Taiha was on the ground, bloodied and numb, his limbs seemingly lifeless. You can't kill me, my father is. Before he finished, Jiang Mian kicked him away, smashing him against the wall, causing fractured bones and rendering him immobile. Now even the heavens cannot save you, Jiang Mian's icy gaze commanded. At that moment, Jiang Mian was told by Xiaotong that the woman was near death. She hurried to check her condition. Seeing her eyes closed, Jiang Mian's intuition told her something was wrong. She reached out to feel her pulse, but she was already gone. The bloodstains on the sheets were stark, some dried, others fresh, indicating prolonged abuse, perhaps beginning yesterday, or even the day before. Song Taiha, you dare to seek death? The next day, Jiang Mian awoke to the lively sounds of a gathering downstairs. Having taken lives and committed numerous deeds last night, she had slept late. Waking close to noon, Lin Xia saw Jiang Mian come downstairs and cheerfully said, "Little Mian, you're awake. Lunch is ready and kept warm on the stove. Hurry and wash up to eat it." Implied they had already eaten. Jiang Mian responded with a nod and went to freshen up. Jiang Zhenghong followed with a smile. "Little Mian, guess what supernatural ability I just discovered?" Jiang Mian was curious while brushing her teeth and asked vaguely what kind of ability he could tell her. He was pleased with his new power and said, "It's a earth element ability. How about it? Is it impressive?" Jiang Mian was surprised to learn it was earth-related. She replied, "It's indeed impressive." "What about Mom?" Jiang asked about her mother's ability. "Her ability is amazing. I envy her. She can manipulate objects from afar, and Aunt Lu Cece says her power is strength. She's very strong." Jiang Mian was taken aback by this. She also envied the ability of telekinesis, but found it hard to associate with Aunt Lu, who was a middle-aged woman, yet the same ability could vary in strength depending on physical fitness. Young people generally had more strength than middle-aged women. Age was a factor. Jiang Mian didn't expect them to surpass others as long as they could protect themselves. After finishing her morning routine, she ate while observing her parents showcase their powers. She felt genuinely happy for them. From today, they would also train their physical strength under Qiuhu's guidance, gradually adapting to their new life. After breakfast, Jiang Mian chatted with her family for a while before hearing a commotion outside. They all rose to see what was happening. "The lies of the laboratory could not stop our footsteps. Dawn as justice is ever present, breaking chains, saving innocent lives. The evil laboratory must be brought to justice. Please, the base leaders, stand with us against the wicked laboratory." The members of the Dawn Guild were protesting, their faces resolute as they chanted slogans. Their long procession circled the dormitory and headed toward the base square. Some held banners or signs, others handed out flyers inviting passers-by to join. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. "I'll go see," Jiang Mian said, looking at the parade. "We're coming too. Who doesn't like a good show?" Jiang Mian didn't object, merely cautioning them to stay safe, and was the first to push into the crowd. Honestly, she doubted the effectiveness of the Dawn Guild's protest. The base leader's inaction was a serious flaw. She squeezed forward and saw Wu Jun leading a few trusted aides at the front. The march covered the entire spacious road of the base, finally stopping in front of the administrative building. Their slogans echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone on the base. Everyone was curious how Commander Song would handle this, and whether the members of the Dawn Guild would be punished. The conference room, Commander Song, Jiguo, and other senior officials sat together, Preparing to discuss countermeasures upon glancing around, Commander Song noticed his son, who should have been seated near him, was absent. He furrowed his brow and looked at his secretary. Ysnt Taiha. Here the secretary sighed and whispered to him, early this morning someone was dispatched to notify him, but they said Taiha's door was locked. He is not here. Find a locksmith and have him brought here, even if it takes lifting him out. Commander Song's face darkened. He was annoyed at his son's irresponsibility. At a critical moment he thought he was unfilial. That's right, the secretary replied, then went to find help. Chapter 146. Suppression by force. Outside, chaos reigned as people voiced their opinions about the Dawn Guild. Song Jigua maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he had cursed the members of the Dawn Guild countless times. They were nothing but well-fed troublemakers, parading around as if they were untouchable. If it weren't and amp, oppos, T for their status as superhumans, he would have eagerly dispatched armed men to eliminate them. This so-called Dawn Guild, inciting riots, was utterly lawless. They needed to be shown that the rules of the base were not mere formalities. However, they were superhumans, if mishandled. His thoughts trailed off. But everyone understood the underlying concern. If not dealt with appropriately, these superhumans might abandon the base and seek refuge elsewhere, a scenario they were keen to avoid. What shall we do? Song Jigua and Appos' gaze shifted to the speaker, clearly displeased. The individual, though somewhat helpless, met his gaze with resolve, stating, I merely believe we should not employ overly harsh measures. The specifics of our approach should be deliberated among yourselves. How useless, came a derisive retort from the crowd. After further discussion, it became evident that while there was a consensus against supporting the Dawn Guild, no one wished to be cast as the villain. Ultimately, their lengthy deliberation proved fruitless. At that moment, the secretary hurriedly entered, pale-faced, and whispered urgently in Song Jigua and Amp, Appos' ear. Instantly, his expression froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. His voice trembled. No, it cannot be. You must be lying. I need to see for myself. Abruptly abandoning the high-ranking officials in the conference room, he stood and staggered toward the door. Had the secretary not steadied him, he would have collapsed. What has happened? The others wondered, their curiosity piqued. Shortly thereafter, their confidants informed them of the tragic news. Song Jigua and Appos' only son had died. Shock and sympathy coursed through the group. Rushing to his son and Appos' room, Song Jigua pushed the door open and was greeted by a scene that caused his head to spin, nearly rendering him unconscious. Inside the room, Song Tai lay naked, covered in gruesome bruises, kneeling in a penitent pose before the lifeless body on the bed, as if offering an apology to the deceased. Who did this? Who is responsible for my son's death? Investigate. I want answers immediately. Song Jigua's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on his neck as Chapter 147. Trust in those you employ and distrust those you do not. Wu Jun entered the warehouse, discovering it to be far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, encompassing at least over 100 square meters. The windows were tightly shut, casting a dim light that did not hinder his ability to discern the numerous dark blue boxes piled upon the floor, some of which were exceedingly heavy. These, Wu Jun and Appos' heart raced as he gazed at the boxes, the thought that they might contain firearms stirring a palpable excitement within him. In contrast, Jiang Mian remained remarkably composed, casually suggesting they take a look inside. Wonderful, Wu Jun exclaimed, stepping forward to open one of the boxes, revealing a cache of grenades that made his eyes gleam with exhilaration. With such an abundance of grenades, it was reasonable to assume that other boxes contained various forms of weaponry. Eagerly, he opened several adjacent boxes, which yielded bullets, heavy machine guns, and shotguns. Wu Jun was overwhelmed with excitement. Armed with these weapons, they could confront the laboratory with newfound confidence, coupled with their unique abilities. He firmly believed they would avenge his wife. Once his elation subsided, Wu Jun composed himself and inquired, How did you acquire such an arsenal? Jiang Mian, with her arms crossed, cryptically replied, I have my methods. Now, the command of the guild belongs to me, does it not? This was the outcome of her infiltration into the weapons depot with shouting after eliminating Song Taiha the previous night, where she had utilized her spatial abilities to abscond with a significant portion of their armaments. After swiftly relocating to a secluded and secure warehouse, she returned to the base just as dawn approached. Were it not for her powers, even half a morning would hardly suffice for rest. Naturally, I, Wu Jun, stand by my word. Since you have aided me, I shall not retract my promise of command. As long as we can obliterate the laboratory, I am amenable to anything, he declared. His primary objective was the destruction of the laboratory. Other details were of little concern. His earlier question stemmed from instinct. And whether Jiang Mian chose to disclose the answer mattered not. Jiang Mian nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on one of the boxes. Rest assured, my disdain for the laboratory is no less than yours. Wu Jun, placing his trust in her, continued, what are your plans for the group moving forward? With the weapons in hand, he believed it prudent to set forth immediately to the capital, as there remained much to accomplish and preparations were essential. However, as the command of the guild lay with Jiang Mian, he sought her guidance on the next steps. After a moment and Appos, as contemplation, she noted the time, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and surmised that darkness would soon fall, making travel unfavorable. Let us depart tomorrow morning instead. You should ensure the guild members settle here, account for the weapons, and secure transportation and fuel. I will meet you here in the morning, and we shall set off for Beishur together. How does that sound? Agreed, Wu Jun replied without hesitation, recognizing the wisdom in her approach. With so many boxes to manage, they needed to organize and assess their inventory to establish a clear understanding. Embarking on their journey burdened with weapons necessitated adequate supplies to avoid complications along the way. Then it is settled. I shall return to the base to prepare. I need to spend some time with my parents before departing again. I must reassure them. Jiang Mian said, go ahead, but do you truly trust me? Are you not concerned I might abscond with your belongings? Wu Jun mused, reflecting on their brief acquaintance. He initially harbored doubts, yet Jiang Mian seemed to place her trust in him. One must not doubt those they employ, Jiang Mian remarked. Should you flee with my possessions, I suggest you pray we never cross paths again. Wu Jun understood the implicit threat. Should they meet again under such circumstances, he would not be spared. He quickly waved his hands, clarifying, I was merely curious, a fleeting question. I assure you, I have no intention of running away. Jiang Mian responded with an unwavering demeanor. It is best that it remains so. To be frank, if he were to flee, she would not suffer greatly, thanks to her spatial abilities. Procuring another cache of weapons would be relatively simple, though it might cause some delay. After all, the Haichuan base still held a substantial stockpile, and infiltrating other weapon depots would pose little challenge for her. Wu Jun smiled, escorting her out of the warehouse. As Jiang Mian prepared to leave, he called out, wait. Allow me to introduce you to the others, so you may familiarize yourselves. Jiang Mian paused, recognizing the merit of presenting herself before the group for future cooperation. Wu Jun summoned all members to gather. Currently, there were over 100 individuals in the guild, the majority possessing abilities, with only a handful being ordinary people. Many had joined the guild without hesitation, driven by a desire for vengeance against those who had harmed their loved ones, currently engaged in logistical support. Once everyone was assembled, Wu Jun introduced Jiang Mian, stating, this is Jiang Mian, our new leader. Make sure you all recognize her. Any tasks she assigns must be approached with diligence. Do not question her directives. Understood? The crowd's gaze fixed upon Jiang Mian, and after a moment of silence, they collectively responded, understood. One individual, unable to contain their curiosity, boldly inquired, what makes her our leader? Observing Jiang Mian, a youthful woman with striking looks, they found no extraordinary qualities that warranted her elevation to leadership. Wu Jun cleared his throat, affirming, excellent question. This is precisely what I wish to address. First, let us extend our gratitude to Jiang Mian for providing us with these weapons, all secured in the warehouse. Later, we shall count them together. At this revelation, the crowd and Appos' attention shifted towards the warehouse, where a trove of weapons awaited. The very armaments they had lost during protests, resulting in the sacrifice of comrades, had been procured by this woman. With her at the helm, their hopes for vengeance surged, fueling their will to survive. Stepping forward, Jiang Mian and Appos' gaze sharpened as she surveyed the assembly. I understand there are doubts among you, that some may feel discontent. However, I vow to prove through my actions that I, Jiang Mian, possess the capability to lead us in our quest for vengeance. Those malevolent individuals in the laboratory will face dire consequences for their transgressions. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd, as even the skeptics were swept up in Jiang Mian's fervor, believing she could indeed guide them toward retribution. Chapter 148. Winning is the key. Multitude of people gathered here, creating quite a commotion, which attracted nearby zombies. Wu Jun hastily dispatched several individuals to eliminate the approaching zombies and provided Jiang Mian with a vehicle to return to the base. He did not forget Jiang Mian's request and assigned a portion of the group to search for a large truck to gather gasoline, food, and other supplies in preparation for their departure the next day. The remaining individuals accompanied him to the warehouse to inventory weapons, working together in an orderly fashion. Driving back along the winding mountain roads, Jiang Mian was lost in thought and momentarily distracted when a girl suddenly appeared in her path. Before she could apply the brakes, it was too late, and she watched helplessly as the girl was struck by the front of the car. The girl and Appo's sudden appearance left Jiang Mian unable to discern her features, uncertain if she was human or a zombie. Once the vehicle came to a halt, she hurriedly exited to check on the girl. The girl, clad in a filthy school uniform with disheveled hair and a bleeding forehead, attempted to rise, bracing herself with one arm against the ground. Noticing the lack of pain on the girl and Appo's face, Jiang Mian cautiously maintained a distance of 1 meter and asked, "Are you all right?" The girl looked up, smiling as she replied, "Fortunately, it was me that you hit, so I feel no pain. However, it seems one of my arms is broken. Can you help me?" "Ah, it's that parasitic hydra again." Little Tongue was somewhat frantic, unable to sense the presence of the parasitic hydra for some inexplicable reason. Could it be true that it was as weak as it claimed? Jiang Mian felt an urge to curse, thinking, what a ridiculous request. She swiftly retrieved a long knife from her space and swung it toward the parasitic hydra. Anticipating her move, the parasitic hydra nimbly evaded the blade and remarked irritably, "Sister, after finally meeting, can and amp. Appo's. We have a proper conversation? If you keep this up, I'll go find your parents." "You dare." Jiang Mian gritted her teeth, aiming the long knife once more at the girl inhabited by the parasitic hydra. "Go ahead and try." It taunted. This time, it did not evade but lay on the ground, allowing the knife to descend. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the blade halted just a centimeter from the girl and Appo's eye. Little Ting was infuriated. "Despicable. If you and Appo's so bold, summon your true form for a fair fight." The parasitic hydra chuckled lightly. "You, little vine, are not impressive in appearance. How could you hope for victory?" "Humph. I knew you wouldn't dare. Hiding in the shadows and employing such underhanded tactics. What kind of hero does that make you?" The parasitic hydra scoffed. "In this world of survival of the fittest, who cares about heroics? Winning is what matters, foolish vine. You and Amp, Appo's, the foolish one." Jiang Mian, not wanting to endure their bickering any longer, spoke deliberately. "What exactly do you wish to discuss?" She desperately wanted to cleave the parasitic hydra's head in two, but reason prevailed. She knew that such an act would be futile. Based on past experiences, the girl before her was merely a fragment of the parasitic hydra. Killing it would not eradicate the threat, as more fragments could emerge. Jiang Mian was unwilling to invite trouble for the girl's parents and thus reluctantly held her ground, waiting to see what the parasitic hydra intended to discuss. With the girl's innocent visage, the parasitic hydra grinned slyly. "Let us talk cooperation, sister. Didn't I mention this before?" Jiang Mian's voice turned cold. "What sort of cooperation? I've unexpectedly found a host even better than you, sister. It is strong and beautiful. However, with my current strength, I cannot inhabit it without your assistance," the girl explained, gently pushing the knife aside and striving to sit up. Jiang Mian was taken aback. The parasitic hydra had encountered a better host? Did this imply that once it successfully inhabited this new vessel, it would cease its pursuit of her? This was indeed promising news, though she was curious about who the unfortunate individual was that had caught its attention. Lacking ability yet seeking external help. How shameless. The parasitic hydra rolled its eyes, uninterested in the commentary, and turned its gaze back to Jiang Mian, asking cheerily, "So, how about it, sister?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mian replied, "I can assist you, but I also require your help in return. Mutual benefit is the essence of cooperation, is it not?" The parasitic hydra was speechless. This sister was certainly not one to concede without negotiation. It begrudgingly agreed, "Fine. Since you're making a rare request, I'll reluctantly comply." "Bah, who is asking you? You're the one in need." The parasitic hydra scratched its ear, pretending not to hear, as it was disinterested in conversing with the foolish vine. "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Jiang Mian glanced at the sky, unwilling to waste further time, and coldly commanded, "Get in the car." She returned to the vehicle, and the girl followed suit, opening the door to take the passenger seat. As Jiang Mian drove, she laid down the rules for their cooperation. "Listen, during our collaboration, you cannot change hosts without my permission, otherwise, our agreement is void." She was determined to protect those around her from the parasitic hydra and Appo's menace. If possible, it was best to establish clear boundaries. However, since it had grasped her vulnerability, she decided to make the most of the situation. "All right, I'll heed your commands." The girl reclined lazily in her seat. "Why don't you tell me about this new host?" The girl spoke with a gleam in her eyes. "It resides in the ocean, adorned with countless vibrant tentacles. A magnificent yet massive creature. Once you see it, you will marvel at the existence of such beauty. Is it a mutated jellyfish? Jiang Mian inquired cautiously. Upon learning that the parasitic hydra had set its sights on something other than a human, Jiang Mian felt a slight relief, insisting it was not out of the question. The girl shook her head. No, it's a mutated octopus. Jiang Mian. Vibrant tentacles, not a jellyfish but an octopus? It seemed the parasitic hydra harbored grand ambitions of dominating the ocean. How many levels of mutation does this octopus possess? The girl grinned widely, revealing a set of perfect white teeth. 8 levels. 8 levels. Jiang Mian gasped, her astonishment nearly palpable. An octopus of such magnitude was an extraordinarily formidable being, capable of reigning supreme in the ocean. Regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze on the girl, asking, "Do you think we stand a chance against it? Just the two of us? Or do you have other allies?" The girl blinked, responding, "No allies, but I have a plan. Just follow my lead when the time comes." Jiang Mian internally scoffed. What nonsense. I'll be the one to bear the brunt of your reckless schemes. For now. She decided against a direct confrontation and opted to maintain a steady course. They would tackle the laboratory first and see where the tide would take them. Chapter 149. Li Xinger at the Haichuan base. Upon seeing Jiang Mian return with a dirty girl in tow, everyone's gaze was drawn to her. Curiosity piqued about her origins. After all, Jiang Mian was not one to indiscriminately save others. It was Lin Xia who first broke the silence, inquiring, "Xiao Mian, who is this girl?" She scrutinized the girl, who appeared to be around 13 or 14, thin and filthy, exuding an aura of pitifulness. "Mom, her name is Li Xinger. She hitchhiked here to find her relatives. For tonight, she'll just have to make do on the sofa. Before returning." Jiang Mian had coordinated a story with the parasitic hydra, adopting a pseudonym and concocting an excuse about searching for family to placate her parents. The parasitic hydra was quite cooperative, grinning sweetly as it greeted, "Auntie, uncle, and all you older brothers and sisters, hello. I am Li Xing and Appos. And I apologize for disturbing you tonight." Lin Xia quickly waved her hands, insisting it was no trouble at all. "Poor child. You must have suffered quite a bit in this apocalypse, right? There's hot water available in the kitchen. Let me take you to wash up and change into some clean clothes." She reached out to take the girl's hand. However, Jiang Mian swiftly pushed the girl away, exclaiming, "The kitchen is that way. I and Amp, Appos, I'll take you to wash up." She was not about to let her mother come into contact with the parasitic hydra, who knew if it might suddenly latch onto her. Li Xing and Appos cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Mian, aware of her concerns, and resignedly walked towards the kitchen. "Be gentle, don't hurt her," Lin Xia called after them. Startled by the earlier shove, seeing that there was nothing amiss, Jiang Zhenghong went into the yard to tend to his small vegetable patch, using his abilities to turn the soil and water the plants. Watching the vibrant green sprouts filled him with joy. The others busied themselves with their own tasks, harboring no doubts about Jiang Mian and Appos' story, and naturally did not regard Li Xing and Appos' arrival with any importance. In the kitchen, Jiang Mian glanced out to ensure no one was watching before sternly warning the parasitic hydra, "I do not wish for you to have any physical contact with them. Behave yourself tonight, and tomorrow we shall leave. Do you understand?" Li Xing and Appos felt a chuckle bubbling up but nodded in agreement. "I understand. You needn't Appos, be so tense. Making me seem frightful." Jiang Mian thought to herself, "You have no idea how terrifying you truly are." She retrieved a suitable outfit for Li Xinger from her space, instructing her to wash up and change. After all, her space contained an abundance of clothing. She certainly did not lack this one set. Moreover, they would be heading to Jing City the following day, and it would be impractical for her to continue in such tattered rags. Once Jiang Mian emerged, Lin Xiao pulled her aside, inquiring about the girl's relatives and what plans they had in case they were untraceable. The barrage of questions left Jiang Mian feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, one lie often necessitated countless others. She decided to mention their upcoming trip to Beishur, which seemed to alleviate her mother's curiosity regarding the girl. "Xiao Mian, you and Appos only just returned a few days ago, and Haven and Appos rested well. Why are you off again?" Lin Xia, now less opposed to her daughter traveling far, expressed concern for her well-being. "Mom, Pei Yu is in Beishur. He needs my help with something. Don't worry, I won't be gone long." Jiang Mian was reluctant to divulge her true intentions of seeking revenge on the laboratory, fearing it would only worry her mother. She had unwittingly adopted Pei Yu's style of explanation. In the past, she had never doubted his honesty, genuinely believing he was aiding Fu Tingzhou. Linxia. Upon hearing Pei Yu's name, felt a twinge of curiosity. Previously, he had shown interest in her daughter, only to vanish without a word. Why was he suddenly asking for her daughter's assistance now? Linxia gazed earnestly into Jiang Mian's eyes and asked, Xiao Mian, be honest with me. Do you like that boy named Pei Yu? Jiang Mian shook her head vigorously. Mom, that's not the case. I don't like him. Really? Linxia scrutinized her closely, intent on detecting any hint of deception in her eyes. Jiang Mian firmly replied, Really? In this life, I have no interest in men. I am quite content with my current life, having my parents by my side. How can I ask for more happiness? As long as she could destroy the laboratory and resolve the matter with the parasitic hydra, she would remain by her parents' side, enjoying a peaceful life at the base. Upon hearing this, Linxia refrained from further questioning. Tonight, I'll prepare a special meal for you. Should I make some rice balls or buns for you to take on the road? You shouldn't be nibbling on dry bread all the time. All right. I knew Mom would care for me the most, Jiang Mian said, wrapping her arm around Linxia's shoulder affectionately. Release me. I need to soak the glutinous rice. Linxia lightly tapped her forehead. Not letting go. Let and Oppos, S go together. I'll help you. With tomorrow and Oppos, S journey approaching, Jiang Mian wished to spend more time with her mother. Linxia did not refuse. It was delightful to share some time with her daughter. They went to the kitchen together to prepare the ingredients. Before long, a freshly bathed Li Xingou approached, eager to assist, but Jiang Mian promptly declined her offer. Aren't you still looking for your relatives? Go explore the base. You might just encounter them. Jiang Mian did not want her to disrupt the atmosphere. Who knew if she was toxic? If she attempted to cook, Jiang Mian would certainly not dare to eat anything she made. Linxia chimed in. Exactly. Finding your relatives is more important. Go on, busy yourself. Annie doesn't need your help. She felt it was inappropriate to trouble the young girl. Li Xing'er, originally wishing to experience the life of humans cooking, was left speechless and reluctantly wandered off to explore the base. After dinner, Jiang Mian finally shared her plans to go to Beishir with everyone, maintaining the pretense of helping Pei Yu. Those who understood kept silent, not exposing Jiang Mian's fib. Jiang Zhenghong pondered for a moment and suggested, Xiao Mian, why don't we accompany you? We might be able to assist as well. He was also curious about Pei Yu and wanted to see what he was up to had he found someone else. Upon hearing her father express interest in joining, Jiang Mian quickly interjected, Dad, that and Oppos, S unnecessary. I'll go with Chiu Hu and the others. You and Mom should focus on your training at home. We can go together next time. She shot Chiu Hu a glance, signaling him to back her up. Receiving the cue, Chiu Hu chimed in, Exactly, Uncle. You and Annie have just awakened your abilities. You need to practice more. There's no rush to go out. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes, indeed. Fan Dongxiu nodded in agreement. Seeing their insistence, Jiang Zhenghong felt hesitant to press the issue, realizing he was currently too weak and did not wish to hinder his daughter, thus resolving to train diligently once they departed. Ultimately, Jiang Mian decided that for this journey to Beishir, she would take Chiu Hu, Chiu Xiang, Fan Dongxiu, and Ling Yi, leaving out the parasitic hydra, Li Xing'er, from her considerations. Chapter 150. The Far East Base. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Mian and her companions enjoyed a breakfast prepared by Linxia before preparing to set off. Jiang Zhenghong, Linxia, Lu Qiong, and Cici came to bid them farewell. Linxia noticed Li Xing'er was also departing, which piqued her curiosity. Wasn't Oppos, she supposed to be searching for her relatives at the base? Why was she accompanying them? Before Jiang Mian could respond, Li Xing and Oppos spoke up. Auntie, I searched for my relatives at the base yesterday, but couldn't and Oppos find them. I plan to accompany my sister to Beishir for further inquiries. Linxia hesitated, wondering if this approach was too hasty. All right, Dad, Mom, you should return and get some rest. We are leaving now, fearing her mother might probe further. Jiang Mian hurriedly urged everyone to depart. Linxia had already given her instructions the previous night, so she simply reminded them to take care and return safely. They did not return to their room to rest until the figures of Jiang Mian and her group had vanished from sight. With a larger group this time, Jiang Mian drove a 7-seat SUV. Even though they left early, by the time they reached the warehouse to meet Wu Jun, he was already waiting for them. Approximately 100 people and around 30 vehicles, including a dozen large trucks likely transporting weapons and equipment, were assembled. Are we all set? Only Jiang Mian exited the vehicle to converse with Wu Jun, while the others remained inside. Wu Jun smiled and nodded. We are ready. Let us depart. I have a map. How about your vehicle follows mine? All right. Jiang Mian thought to herself that she too possessed a map, but since Wu Jun wished to lead, she would let him take the front. The convoy was soon prepared for departure, with Wu Jun leading the way, followed closely by Jiang Mian's vehicle. Then the smaller cars filled with passengers, and finally the large trucks bringing up the rear. The journey was uneventful. They eliminated several zombies and encountered survivors, who, upon witnessing the formidable convoy, dared not entertain any malicious thoughts. Thus, the first day passed with remarkable tranquility. 3 days later, Jiang Mian and her companions finally arrived safely in Beishur. They first occupied a small village to settle in and discuss their next steps. The pressing issue was how to ascertain the location of the laboratory. Consequently, Jiang Mian instructed Wu Jun to oversee the guild members, allowing a small group to infiltrate the Far East base to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, she and her team would operate separately, later compiling and organizing the gathered information to devise a corresponding plan. Without delay, they set to work. Everyone split up, equipped with pre-prepared supplies. And after paying the entry fee, they blended into the base. True to its reputation as the largest base in the apocalypse, they soon spotted helicopters circling above, eventually landing to the northwest. Jiang Mian speculated that there might be an airport in that direction. Jiang Jia, why does that helicopter seem familiar? Could it belong to Brother Pei? Lingy pondered, even considering the possibility that Pei Yu was piloting it. Not necessarily. Hearing someone selling maps of the base, Jiang Mian exchanged 2 loaves of bread for 1, which would serve as a useful reference to help them familiarize themselves with the Far East base more swiftly. The map was straightforward, marking major buildings within the base, such as offices and mission halls. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Mian realized the base indeed had an airport, an impressive undertaking. As they observed their surroundings cautiously, the bustling market stalls lining the streets leading to the plaza caught their attention, offering an array of goods, from precious medicines to battered, yet functional weapons. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Jiang Mian. Turning around, she was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Yuan and his group. This unexpected reunion filled Jiang Mian with both astonishment and joy. They swiftly found a relatively secure corner. Lu Yuan, his expression grave, said, Jiang Mian. We have also been searching for the laboratory's location. The intelligence we have gathered suggests it might be located underground. Jiang Mian furrowed her brow. Underground? That will be difficult to locate. Do you have any more specific leads? Lu Yuan shook his head. Not at this moment. But we have noticed that certain areas of the base are heavily guarded, possibly related to the laboratory and Oppo's entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mian proposed. Let us begin by investigating these heavily guarded areas. But we must proceed cautiously to avoid alerting them. Everyone nodded in agreement and began deliberating their specific action plan. After thorough discussion, Jiang Mian and Lu Yuan decided to take advantage of the night as cover to stealthily infiltrate the heavily guarded areas in search of the laboratory's entrance. As night descended, the base and Oppo's clamor gradually subsided. Jiang Mian and her companions donned black night gear and quietly made their way toward the target area. Everyone, be cautious and attentive to your surroundings, Jiang Mian whispered. Understood. The group replied softly. They moved swiftly through the shadows along the walls, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed ahead. Shoo! Lu Yuan signaled for everyone to halt, concealing themselves behind a pile of debris. Several patrolling guards approached, their flashlights flickering. At this late hour, there shouldn't be anyone around, one guard murmured. Don't be careless. Orders from above specified that no mistakes can occur here, another guard replied sternly. Once the guards had moved on, Jiang Mian and her group resumed their advance. Eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary building, though numerous hidden sentries surrounded it. This must be the place, Jiang Mian whispered. I and Oppo's, I'll deal with those sentries. Be ready to rush in, Lu Yuan said, stealthily moving alongside a Chong. In a swift and silent manner, Lu Yuan and a Chong subdued the sentries, swiftly covering their mouths and eliminating them without a sound. Go, Jiang Mian commanded, and the group surged into the building. However, upon entry, an alarm blared. Not good. We've been discovered. In an instant, a swarm of guards emerged from all directions. Let us fight, Jiang Mian shouted, drawing her dagger and engaging in a fierce struggle with the guards. Lu Yuan, agile as ever, knocked down one guard with a punch, urging, everyone, don't linger. Quickly find the entrance. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Mian spotted a concealed door. This way. As they fended off the guards' attacks, they made their way toward the door. Stop them. The guards surged forward, desperate to intercept. Jiang Mian and her companions fought valiantly and finally reached the door. I and Oppos. I'll blow this door open. A Chong produced a bomb and affixed it to the door. With a deafening explosion, the door flew open. The group rushed inside, revealing a long corridor leading into the unknown. No time to waste, let us go see. Jiang Mian declared, leading the way. The corridor was filled with a pungent odor, and the lights on the walls flickered ominously. Watch out for traps, Lu Yuan cautioned. Just then, spikes suddenly erupted from the floor. The group leapt to evade them. This place is fraught with danger. Someone Chapter 151. Are you insane? Pei Yu was filled with regret, lamenting that he had once harbored even a flicker of hope for her. Now, with his heart shattered, all anticipation had vanished. Shen Xinwei stood by Pei Yu's hospital bed for a long while, aware that he wished to ignore her, yet feeling compelled to speak. Rest well. Tomorrow, I will arrange a surgery for you. She pinned all her hopes on Pei Yu. Given the limitations of their current technology, extracting the crystalline core from the brains of superpowered individuals was impossible. Each attempt faltered at the final step, causing the core to explode. She hoped that Pei Yu, a genius in neurology, might succeed where others had failed. When Pei Yu remained unresponsive, Shen Xinwei bitterly said, "You may refuse, but I will kill your grandfather." At last, the man on the bed stirred. With eyes bloodshot, he glared at her furiously and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? He is not only my grandfather, but he is also your father." Pei Yu was taken aback that she would threaten his grandfather's life, his own father, who had raised her since childhood. How could she utter such words? Shen Xinwei smiled wryly. Mad? No, I've been driven to this by you. If you cooperated, would I be like this? Do you think I want to hurt him? It all depends on your choices. Everything depends on your own decisions. Pei Yu felt helpless and weakly said, "Then kill me." Impossible. Shen Xinwei would never grant him that wish. All those closest to her, bound by blood, seemed to stand against her. Since her father, Shen Zhizhang, discovered she was experimenting on living superpowered subjects, their relationship had fractured, forcing her to take drastic measures to seize control and confine him. Now her son also opposed her. How could she not feel crushed and disheartened? A flicker of pain crossed Shen Xinwei's eyes. Everything I do is for the future of humanity. Why can't you understand? Pei Yu glared at her. Your so-called future is built upon others' suffering and bloody bones. That is not a future, but an unforgivable atrocity. Once the truth emerged, she would become the target of universal scorn and condemnation. Yet Shen Xinwei remained indifferent. Atrocity? Once I succeed, who will care about my sins? They will only remember the monumental contributions I have made to humanity and the glorious achievements I have created. All moral accusations and criticisms will vanish beneath the radiance of success. People always worship the strong and chase after victors, don't they? When I create a god with omnipotent powers, they will only worship and revere me. Hearing this, Pei Yu closed his eyes in despair, convinced she was beyond salvation. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian's investigations proceeded smoothly with the cooperation of Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxiu. Qiu Hu placed a third eye on an ant, sharing its perspective with Jiang Mian, while Fan Dongxiu controlled the ant to infiltrate the rooms of the Far East Base's upper echelons. Within half a day, Jiang Mian had a general understanding of the base's situation. Currently, the base commander Shen Zhizhang was confined by his daughter Shen Xinwei, and all affairs were managed by Shen Xinwei's childhood friend, Su Xiaonan. Su Xiaonan's daughter, Su Li, served as Shen Xinwei's assistant. Jiang Mian observed Su Li for a long time but never saw Shen Xinwei herself. Could this mean she never left the laboratory? Regardless, with Su Li present, keeping a close watch on her would eventually lead to the laboratory's entrance. Li Xing'er looked at Jiang Mian, nonchalantly tossing a peanut into her mouth, and said, "You mean for me to replace Su Li?" Exactly. Li Xing'er was puzzled. Why not replace Shen Xinwei directly, since they intended to parasitize? Wouldn't it be more convenient to inhabit the person with the greatest authority? Jiang Mian explained, Shen Xinwei is the root cause of all this tragedy. Letting her die easily would be too lenient. I want her to witness the complete destruction of the laboratory she built with her own hands. To have her hopes utterly shattered, and finally, to depart this world in the most cruel manner. Only then can I find solace. Humans truly are petty. Li Xing'er remarked, tossing another peanut into her mouth. Now I'll follow your plan. Once this is over, don't forget what you promised me. I haven't forgotten. Jiang Mian felt a twinge of guilt. Keep a close eye on her. Once you find the laboratory's location, then you can replace her. Understood? Understood, Li Xing'er replied. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Mian added, after replacing her, you need to backtrack a bit. I'll arrange for Qiuhu to place an eye on you. Then you can enter and explore the entire laboratory. I want to map its interior. Got it. So I'm just a moving camera, Li Xinger said, pushing open the door. She immediately encountered Qiuhu and Fan Dongxiu but said nothing. Retreating to her room to rest, Qiuhu and Fan Dongxiu entered Jiang Mian's room. What is the matter? Jiang Mian asked, sensing something had happened. Qiuhu, visibly angry, said, I overheard a conversation between Su Xiaonan and his daughter. It seems Pei Yu is imprisoned in the laboratory. I don't understand. Xin Xinwei confines her father and imprisons her son. What is she trying to do? Is the upper echelon so chaotic? Is she willing to sacrifice family for power? He could not comprehend nor condone such actions. Fan Dongxiu frowned. Whatever her intentions, Pei Yu is our friend. Can we rescue him? He worried that Jiang Mian might prioritize destroying the laboratory over saving Pei Yu, given his identity, so he and Qiuhu sought to gauge her stance. Jiang Mian paused, then said, we'll see when the time comes. If I can help him, I will. Though she spoke thus, she deliberately avoided addressing Pei Yu's predicament. On one hand, they were friends. On the other, she intended to kill Pei Yu's mother. If Pei Yu intervened, she would not hesitate to kill them both. Regardless, Xin Xinwei must die. Her sins were unforgivable. Understood. Both men agreed. Then Jiang Mian inquired, have Ling Yi and Qiu Xiang returned? Ling Yi had been sent to find Wu Jun to discuss matters, while Qiu Xiang was scouting the base S airport. Not yet. Qiuhu replied. Jiang Mian nodded. Continue monitoring Su Li. If she shows any intention of leaving, notify me immediately. Understood. With that, the two left Jiang Mian's room. Chapter 152. The elevator. After a while, Qiu Xiang returned, her forehead glistening with sweat and her breath quickened. Jiang Mian hurriedly poured her a glass of water and gently urged, drink this first. Thank you, Qiu Xiang replied, her thirst overwhelming. She took the cup and tilted her head back, draining it in one go, feeling a refreshing sensation flow down her throat, bringing her considerable relief. I circled around the airport area and actually found the optimal position, one that allows for both offense and defense. Let me illustrate it on the map for you. Qiu Xiang said, picking up a pen and diligently sketching on the rudimentary base map she had previously acquired. Before she could finish her drawing, Qiuhu burst in, visibly excited, exclaiming, Jiang Mian, Su Li is heading back to the laboratory. Just moments ago, he and Fan Dongxiu had overheard Su Li bidding farewell to her father, indicating her return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian quickly glanced at Qiu Xiang and instructed, we need to step out for a moment. You keep drawing, and we will discuss other matters later. Qiu Xiang nodded without hesitation. All right. Jiang Mian rose, her pace hurried, while she addressed Qiuhu, share the perspective with me. Fan Dongxiu stays here, and Qiuhu comes with me. Understood. Both Qiuhu and Fan Dongxiu responded in unison. As they were about to exit, Jiang Mian knocked on Li Xing and Amp, Oppo's, S door, succinctly stating, Su Li is preparing to return to the laboratory. Let and Amp, Oppo's, go. Li Xing and Amp, Oppo's, upon hearing this, got up and opened the door, stretching before joining them, muttering, I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. Qiuhu was puzzled as to why Jiang Mian had summoned her, but he understood that this was not the moment for questions. The three of them hurriedly made their way towards Su Li, and soon enough, they spotted her figure. Having already seen Su Li through Qiuhu's shared perspective, identifying her in the crowd was not a challenge. At 20, Su Li sported a mid-high ponytail and wore a simple cream-colored dress that exuded freshness, akin to a gentle autumn breeze. Flanking her were two imposing bodyguards, one on each side, their robust physiques imposing a palpable sense of pressure. Yet, Su Li appeared at ease, seemingly accustomed to such protection, maintaining her composure. Jiang Mian exchanged a glance with Qiuhu, who nodded slightly, and he quickly stepped forward. Pretending to be in a rush, Qiuhu dashed ahead, skillfully evading the bodyguard's line of sight, and intentionally bumped into Su Li. Seizing that brief moment, he hastily locked eyes with Su Li, aligning his perspective perfectly with hers. Ah, how do you walk? Are you blind? Su Li exclaimed, barely stabilizing herself with the help of a bodyguard, avoiding a fall. Qiuhu repeatedly apologized, sincerity reflecting in his eyes as he urgently said, I'm so sorry. I'm in a hurry. Without waiting for their reactions, he swiftly vanished into the crowd. Su Li glared in the direction where Qiuhu had disappeared, fuming. How infuriating. One of the bodyguards quietly suggested, should I chase after him and teach him a lesson? Su Li waved her hand dismissively, expressing her impatience, Forget it, let us go. She had no desire to dwell on the blunderer. She was eager to return to see Pei Yu. And just the thought of his handsome face seemed to melt away all her frustrations. Jiang Mian and Li Xinger observed the entire episode from behind, silently retreating to regroup with Qiuhu. All set. I've shared the perspective with you. Qiuhu beamed upon their arrival. Jiang Mian promptly declined. No need. Share your perspective with her. The next steps are up to her. Jiang Mian trusted that the parasitic hydra would have its own means to approach Su Li. Thus sharing Qiuhu's perspective with Li Xing and Amp, Oppos, or would be more advantageous, allowing it to monitor Su Li and Amp, Oppos, S movements seamlessly. Though puzzled, Qiuhu complied and shared the perspective with Li Xing and Oppos. After a brief adjustment period, she waved her hand, declaring, all right, you two wait here. With that, she strode away confidently. Qiuhu hesitated for a moment, watching Li Xing and Amp, Oppos, her S retreating figure, and asked Jiang Mian, do you think she can manage? Crucially, Qiuhu was unaware of the task Jiang Mian had assigned to Li Xinger, sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation. She can, Jiang Mian asserted firmly. Let us head back. After taking a few steps, she added, by the way, if you see Su Li drawing circles on the door, share the perspective with me immediately. Remember, drawing circles? Qiuhu questioned, bewildered. How could Jiang Mian be so certain Su Li would draw circles on the door? Indeed, upon hearing her affirmative response, Qiuhu hurried after her, reminding himself to stay vigilant, lest he miss any opportunity involving Su Li's actions at the door. When Jiang Mian returned to the dormitory, Qiu Xiang and Fan Dongxu were engaged in light conversation in the living room. Jiang Mian, brother, you're back. Qiu Xiang exclaimed cheerfully. Jiang Mian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. And then Fan Dongxu inquired, so, has the laboratory's location been determined? Almost, Qiuhu replied while finding a seat, intently observing Su Li's movements. Paper, pen, quickly. Qiuhu suddenly called out, having noticed Su Li entering a building labeled Jinhui Building. The structure appeared quite ordinary, with only 2 floors, yet it was heavily guarded, suggesting that entry was not easily granted to outsiders. Upon hearing her brother's demand, Qiu Xiang quickly grabbed the pen and paper from the table and handed them to him. He swiftly scribbled 3 characters on the paper. Jiang Mian read aloud the 3 characters. Jinhui Building? Fan Dongxu exchanged glances between Qiuhu and Jiang Mian, curious. What about Jinhui Building? The laboratory is in Jinhui Building, but it is guards, and ordinary people are not allowed near, Qiuhu said, his expression serious. Neither of Su Li's bodyguards is qualified to enter. They're dozing off in the guard booth, seemingly waiting for Su Li to come out. His words reinforced their belief that the laboratory was indeed located within Jinhui Building. Jiang Mian sat beside Qiu Xiang, looking at Qiuhu. Continue observing and keep us informed about what is happening inside. Understood. Once inside Jinhui Building, Su Li traversed the spacious and bright lobby, took a left into a corridor, and after a moment, arrived at an elevator. She pressed the elevator button and stood quietly at the door, when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her right calf, as if bitten by some unseen insect. Hastily bending down to inspect, she found no visible sign of injury, leaving her puzzled. Had she misinterpreted the sensation? Before she could ponder further, a chime sounded, and the elevator arrived, its doors slowly opening. Chapter 153, she drew a circle with a heart full of suspicion. Su Li stepped inside and pressed the button for the basement level 3. Simultaneously, Qiuhu swiftly scribbled the elevator buttons on a piece of paper, all indicating a downward trajectory from basement 1 to basement 4, implying that the laboratory was situated underground. As the elevator doors closed, Su Li was suddenly engulfed by a searing pain that surged through her calf like a torrent of electricity, radiating throughout her body. She trembled violently, gripping the elevator handrail tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. The pain, it was unbearable, an agonizing sensation that penetrated to her very bones. As if something was frantically racing through her body, reaching her crown at lightning speed. In a state of terror, she opened her mouth to cry for help. But it felt as though an invisible hand had seized her throat, rendering her voiceless. Su Li's consciousness began to fade, her body spasming uncontrollably. Moments later, her eyes rolled slightly, and a strange smile crept upon her lips as she appeared to regain composure, moving with an unnatural fluidity, as if the torment she had just endured had never transpired. She lowered her gaze to smooth her disheveled hair and clothing. Just as she heard a chime, the elevator had reached basement 3, and the doors opened slowly. Outside the Jinhui Building, a patrolling guard noticed a figure with hands raised. leaning against the wall, seemingly eavesdropping in a most peculiar posture. He approached cautiously, calling out, "Hey, who are you? Yuan and Oppos, TB here. Leave immediately." However, the figure remained unresponsive. The guard, steeling himself, moved closer, only to realize it was a girl of about 12 or 13. Her eyes were closed, as if she were in a deep slumber. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" he exclaimed, reaching out to nudge her. In the next moment, she collapsed, motionless on the ground. Startled, the guard felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He crouched down to check for her breath and was met with the shocking realization that she was lifeless. Why here of all places? Now I have to call someone to take care of your body. What a hassle. If Chiu had been present, he would have recognized the girl as Li Xing and Oppos, her. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor was brightly illuminated, and a woman clad in nurse and Oppos' attire came into Su Li and Oppos' view. She rested her hand on a medical cart and ambled towards the elevator, the cart laden with an array of empty test tubes. Upon seeing Su Li, the woman offered a sycophantic smile but hesitated to engage in conversation. Su Li offered no reply, striding out of the elevator, slightly turning to watch the woman enter. Once the doors closed, the display indicated that the elevator was ascending to basement 2. Recalling that the elevator doors were also a form of portal, Su Li raised her hand and casually drew a circle on the door. She drew a circle, Chiu exclaimed, utterly astonished that Su Li would actually inscribe a circle on the door. He reflected briefly and sensed that Su Li had transformed after her earlier convulsions. Jiang Mian remarked, "Share your perspective with me." "All right." As Su Li ventured deeper into the laboratory, Jiang Mian and Chiu began sketching their observations, traversing the corridor. The first sight that greeted them was an office area where several staff members in lab coats were either seated or standing, diligently sorting through documents. Their expressions were serious, pens occasionally marking notes, brows furrowing as they encountered challenges. Su Li paid them no heed and pressed onward, entering a laboratory filled with an array of intricate instruments. The experiment tables overflowed with vividly colored reagent bottles, alongside researchers engrossed in their tasks. Upon reaching what seemed like an impasse, Su Li turned down a right corridor, revealing 6 surgical rooms separated by glass. Through the transparent barriers, one could observe advanced medical equipment within each room. Despite the pervasive scent of disinfectant, the metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, prompting Su Li to frown. She did not favor this place and hurriedly moved past. The next scene sent chills down Jiang Mian and Oppos' spine. A row of cylindrical glass containers, each housing a naked human being submerged in an unknown liquid. Eyes closed as if in slumber, connected by slender tubes. Chapter 154. The theft of the armory with the presence of Su Li, a mobile surveillance device. Jiang Mian and Chiu each sketched a rudimentary layout of the laboratory. By comparing their drawings, they identified gaps and enhanced the structure plan. After completing this task, Jiang Mian stretched languidly and surveyed the group, suddenly inquiring, "Why hasn't Li returned? Has he encountered some trouble?" Logically, it should not have taken him this long to notify Wu Jun. "I'll go take a look. Let us hope nothing untoward has occurred." Fan Dongxiu also began to feel anxious. Jiang Mian nodded and replied, "I'll accompany you. Chiu, keep monitoring the laboratory and Oppos' activities." "All right." As the two stepped out of the dormitory, they unexpectedly collided with Ling Yi, who not only had Wu Jun in tow but also Lu Yuan, Yang Jie, Li Mingho, and Di Yunfei. Upon seeing Jiang Mian and Fan Dongxiu, Ling Yi curiously asked, "Sister Jiang, brother Fan, where are you headed?" "You rascal, you've just returned. And we were about to look for you." Fan Dongxiu retorted. Ling Yi sheepishly scratched his ear, realizing he had indeed delayed his return, which explained their concerns. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Jiang Mian. When she looked his way, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." In truth, it had only been a few days, less than a week, but to Lu Yuan, it felt like an eternity. Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback but maintained a neutral expression, replying simply, "Yes, long time no see." "Did you find your brother?" Lu Yuan asked. "Yes," he responded. It was to be expected. If he had not found his brother, he would not have come to the Far East base. In this lifetime, many things had changed. She had the company of her parents, and Lu Yuan had successfully reunited with his brother. Regrettably, Qin Wan had perished. Soon, she would ensure that those deserving of punishment would meet their fate. Fan Dongxiu observed the two and suggested, "Shall we discuss this inside?" Only then did Jiang Mian realize and promptly invited, "Let us go in and talk." Thus, the group returned to the living room. As Ling Yi closed the door behind him, Wu Jun quietly asked, "Have you located the laboratory?" He had yet to receive any news from the personnel he dispatched, and his hopes now rested on Jiang Mian's findings. Jiang Mian nodded, stating, "Yes, I found it. Everyone gather around. I want to share my plan." She produced 2 maps, one of the airport, which Qiu Xiang had previously scouted, and the other depicting the internal layout of the laboratory. Wu Jun was astonished at her efficiency within such a short time. Jiang Mian had not only pinpointed the laboratory's location but had also acquired its internal schematics. Next came the moment for Jiang Mian to assign tasks. The group listened intently, increasingly convinced of the plan's viability. Once all matters were settled, Wu Jun excused himself first, needing to return and mobilize personnel to ensure the next day's operation proceeded flawlessly. Seeing him depart, Lu Yuan felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, and he, along with Yang Jie and the others, also stood to leave. That night, Jiang Mian, accompanied by Xiaotang, quietly ventured out. To ensure the success of their plan the following day, she intended to first empty the armory at the Far East base. Without the support of weapons, the expressions on their opponents and oppos' faces would surely be entertaining. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the base, startling everyone. What had transpired? Who knew? The explosion seemed to have originated from the airport. The crowd stirred, murmuring among themselves, most hesitating to approach too closely. Lu Yuan, along with Yang Jie and members of the Dawn Guild, had breached the outer wall and stormed into the airport. Swiftly, Lu Yuan organized defensive measures, positioning heavy weaponry at strategic locations, while machine gunners and snipers took their places. The atmosphere was charged with tension. This battle would only allow for victory, not defeat. Lu Yuan's voice rang out, rallying morale as the apprehensive tension pervaded the entire airport. In Su Xiaonin's office, he abruptly rose, his expression dark and foreboding. Bellowing at his secretary, "Quickly investigate what is happening. How could there be an explosion at the airport for no reason?" "Yes," the secretary replied, retreating to promptly arrange an elite squad to investigate. Su Xiaoan approached the window, gazing at the thick black smoke billowing in the distance, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Sure enough, moments later, another explosion echoed from the airport, coinciding with the secretary's hurried entrance to report the situation. "Colonel Su, we are under attack. The elite squad I dispatched has all perished. What should we do now?" Su Xiaoan forced himself to remain calm. "What attack? Who are our assailants?" The secretary, panting heavily, replied urgently, "We still do not know. The enemy acts swiftly and with great firepower. Our personnel have yet to ascertain the situation before." Su Xiaoan furrowed his brow, pacing the room. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, "Immediately activate the emergency plan. Notify all combat personnel to enter a state of readiness, reinforcing defenses at all critical points of the base. Additionally, deploy reconnaissance drones. We must swiftly ascertain the enemy and oppos' identity and their intentions." "Understood." The secretary departed once more in haste. 15 minutes later, Su Xiaoan had not anticipated that the adversaries would possess sharpshooters. Their drones had barely taken flight before being shot down with uncanny precision. Su Xiaoan's expression darkened, and his unease intensified. Who were these people to have such formidable marksmen? Grinding his teeth in frustration, he muttered to himself. At this moment, alarms blared throughout the base. Soldiers scurried about, and a palpable tension hung in every corner. A soldier rushed in to report, "Colonel, the enemy is advancing into the base. Their firepower is intense. Our defenses are about to give way." Su Xiaonan and oppos' eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Deploy all heavy weaponry to halt their advance." Before the soldier could depart, another rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Report. The armory's equipment has all been stolen. What should we do? Please advise." Su Xiaonan's complexion turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. "What? No. It's impossible. Who could steal such a vast array of weaponry? Unless they are superhumans. A space manipulator?" Recalling how they had harmed so many superhumans, a chill ran down his spine. Was this their retribution? Seeing Su Xiaonan lost in thought, the soldier grew increasingly anxious, urging, "Colonel, please give instructions. What should we do now?" Snapped back to reality by the urgency in the soldier's voice, Su Xiaonan raised his hand, commanding, "Mobilize all armed personnel in the base to confront the enemy." While he was in disarray, Jiang Mian had already led her team toward Jinwei Tower. The guards at the entrance were caught off guard and swiftly dealt with by Jiang Mian's group. According to their prior analysis, the first basement level was the parking lot. The second basement housed imprisoned superhumans. The third basement was for offices and experiments. And the fourth basement was designated for disposing of corpses. Jiang Mian led Ling Yi, Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, and Fan Dongshu to the third basement, while Wu Jun took his carefully selected guild members to the second basement to rescue the superhumans. Thanks to the cover provided by Lu Yuan and his team, the upheaval at Jinhui Tower went unnoticed. Chapter 155, The Secret Chamber. The elevator doors slid open. A nurse pushing a medical cart, startled by the presence of 5 strangers, exclaimed with displeasure, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Aware that guards stood outside and that this place was off limits to ordinary people, she regarded Jiang Mian and her companions with a sense of superiority. Jiang Mian's gaze turned icy, a surge of murderous intent rising within her. She had no desire for unnecessary complications, nor time to contend with this arrogant nurse. With a swift motion, wooden vines snaked around the nurse's body like serpents. The nurse's eyes widened in terror as she tried to scream, but the vines constricted tightly around her throat, silencing her completely, before brutally snapping her neck. This horrific scene was witnessed by a male researcher wearing glasses, who immediately cried out in alarm, "Intruders! Murderers!" Panic erupted. Jiang Mian's eyes sharpened as she calmly withdrew 4 long knives from her spatial storage, distributing them to Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Ling Yi, and Fan Dongshu. "Except for Shen Sinwei, kill all the accomplices," she instructed with a composed tone. "Kill them all?" Qiu Hu hesitated, aware that the laboratory housed many researchers and nurses. "Wouldn't that be too cruel?" Jiang Mian's resolve was unwavering. "Kill them all. They have caused the deaths of countless superpowered individuals. If you lack the courage to act, stay here and prevent anyone from escaping. I will handle the killing." She harbored no mercy for these accomplices. For the sake of those superpowered beings who had perished unjustly, their demise was the only just recompense. "I'm in," Qiu Xiang declared first. Ling Yi and Fan Dongshu soon followed. They regarded their targets not as humans but as beasts, making it easier to dispatch them without remorse. After all, these individuals experimented on superpowered beings as if they were mere livestock. Fan Dongshu patted Qiu Hu's shoulder. "Think about those they tortured. If you were one of them, would you pity these people?" Qiu Hu understood and chuckled bitterly. "No, I would want to skin them alive." Having come to terms with this, his spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, the male researcher's cries had alerted many inside the laboratory. Panicked, they locked the doors, barricading themselves within. Fearful voices mingled. Some sought makeshift weapons, while others cowered in the shadows. "This is retribution." The superpowered beings they dissected cursed them endlessly, someone lamented. "Retribution has come," echoed another. A seemingly authoritative researcher shouted. "Stay calm. The doors are locked. They want to get in immediately. If we hold on, rescue will come." "Yes, rescue will come," others echoed. At that moment, Jiang Mian and her companions arrived before the first office door. With a powerful kick, she forced it open with a loud bang. They had overlooked that such wooden doors were fragile against superpowered abilities. Inside, the occupants stared in terror, but before they could react, Jiang Mian charged in, her long knife flashing, blood splattering. The others followed swiftly, mercilessly slaughtering the accomplices. The room echoed with screams and pleas for mercy. But Jiang Mian and her team showed no compassion until all lay in pools of blood. Wiping the blood from her face, Jiang Mian instructed, "Clear each room methodically. I will find Shen Sinwei." "Understood," her companions replied. Jiang Mian advanced down the silent corridor, each footstep heavy and deliberate. Soon, she stood before an office door, pressing the handle and pushing it open with ease. Inside, no sign of Shen Sinwei was apparent. She scanned the room. A desk cluttered with documents and a steaming thermos suggested Shen Sinwei had been here recently or might still be nearby. Jiang Mian examined the room carefully. Aside from a large bookshelf against the wall, there appeared to be no hiding place. Suddenly, the oil painting on the wall caught her attention, a beautiful woman playing piano. On closer inspection, the area where the woman's earrings would be was faded. Jiang Mian reached out and felt a protrusion. Pressing it gently, a concealed door beside the bookshelf swung open, revealing a secret chamber. Had Shen Sinwei fled inside? "Xiaotong, investigate," Jiang Mian commanded, tossing the small vine creature into the passageway. "All right." Xiaotong reluctantly complied, crawling through the narrow corridor into another room. Suddenly, sounds of gunfire erupted. "Damn! She is shooting at me. I'm dodging." Shouting exclaimed. Jiang Mian sighed. "You're not afraid of bullets. Stop playing around and help me drag her out." The passage was too narrow for Jiang Mian to enter herself. Within a minute, Xiaoting returned, dragging Shen Sinwei, who appeared disheveled, her clothes dusted with white powder from friction. Shen Sinwei glared at Jiang Mian, gritting her teeth. "What exactly do you want?" She had heard the explosions outside and sensed the gravity of the situation. Upon learning of the intruders, she grabbed a handgun and hid in the secret chamber, only to be found by this young woman. For now, her only hope was to stall and await rescue from Su Xiaonan, with Pei Yu by her side. She was unafraid of death. What I want. Don't be impatient. I'm going to show you something, Jiang Mian replied. She wrapped Shen Xinwei in her arms and began to walk out. At the moment the wooden vines coiled around Shen Xinwei, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Your wood element ability is extraordinary. Shen Xinwei's power was identification. Through touch, she could discern others' abilities. She had just identified Jiang Mian's wood element healing, a rare and precious gift. If she could extract Jiang Mian's crystal core and merge it with herself, might it grant regenerative powers? Jiang Mian's lips twitched involuntarily as she forcefully slammed Shen Xinwei against the wall. Chapter 156. Do not disappoint me again, bang. Shen Xinwei let out a muffled groan as she painfully slid down the wall, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her gaze remained frenzied. Was this rage? Why? Because I discerned your extraordinary abilities? In her eyes, Jiang Mian was simply furious out of embarrassment. No, it was because you were destined to die. Jiang Mian seized Shen Xinwei yet again, marching step by step toward the glass laboratory equipment. Along the way, the pleading voices of numerous researchers echoed. Please don't kill me. It was all Shen Xinwei's doing. I was coerced into this. My conscience torments me daily. But Shen Xinwei is too cruel, and we dared not resist. With a swift motion, a long knife sliced through the air, blood splattering. I truly realize my mistakes. I am willing to atone for my sins. It was that demon Shen Xinwei who forced us to this dead end. Shen Xinwei laughed heartily at the sight of those pitiful individuals pleading for mercy. A bunch of useless fools. Can't you see? They will show no mercy. Pleading for mercy is utterly disgraceful. She didn't mind them casting the blame upon her, seeing that she still had the audacity to concern herself with others. Jiang Mian forcefully hurled her away. Shen Xinwei's body flew like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the opposite wall before falling heavily to the ground. More blood spilling from her mouth. Qiuhu and the others followed Jiang Mian's orders, clearing each room in pairs, leaving no one unexamined. It was hard to recall which room it was, but the moment they opened the door, Qiuhu and Ling Yi spotted Pei Yu lying on the hospital bed. His complexion was pale, receiving an unknown intravenous drip, and upon seeing the intrusion of Qiuhu and the others, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Brother Pei, what's wrong? Ling Yi rushed forward, carefully examining the bag, worry filling his heart. I'm fine. Just help me remove this, Pei Yu said weakly. All right. Ling Yi pressed down on the back of his hand, cautiously withdrawing the infusion needle. Brother Pei, what medication have they given you? Pei Yu replied. It's a drug that temporarily saps my strength. These deranged individuals. Qiuhu exclaimed angrily, stepping forward to help him untie his restraints. Where's Jiang Mian? Pei Yu inquired weakly. Qiuhu, Ling Yi. They had caught a glimpse earlier. It seemed Jiang Mian had taken Shen Xinwei toward the glass apparatus, and Shen Xinwei was Pei Yu's mother. How could they even begin to articulate this? It was said that a tiger does not eat its young, yet it was unimaginable that Shen Xinwei would turn against her own son, showing no regard for their bond. Pei Yu, sensing their silence, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Could it be that Jiang Mian was in danger? Ling Yi gritted his teeth. Brother Pei. Jiang Mian is all right. It's just, she took Shen. At the mention of Shen Xinwei, Pei Yu's brow furrowed. Take me to her. Qiuhu hesitated. You're in no condition to. Pei Yu interrupted. No more talk. Hurry. Reluctantly. Qiuhu and Ling Yi supported Pei Yu as they made their way toward the glass apparatus. Upon arrival, they stumbled upon Jiang Mian interrogating Shen Xinwei. Shen Xinwei was pinned against one of the glass containers. What have you done to them? Guess. Jiang Mian's gaze turned colder, her grip tightening further. Do not test my patience. Speak. Shen Xinwei continued to laugh defiantly. Even if I tell you, you cannot save them. It is far too late. Far too late. Pei Yu interjected. The liquid they are immersed in contains viruses extracted from zombies. Shen Xinwei turned to Pei Yu, her smile vanishing instantly. You have truly disappointed me. If only Pei Yu had helped her sooner, the god-making project would not be stagnating as it is now. They're beyond saving? Jiang Mian directed her question at Pei Yu. Though reluctant to admit it, Pei Yu had to respond. They are beyond saving. At that moment, Qiu Xiang and Fan Dongshu arrived, glancing at Jiang Mian and then at Pei Yu, remaining silent. Hearing that there was no hope, everyone felt despondent, hoping only that Wu Jun and the others could rescue more enhanced individuals. Jiang Mian cast one last glance at the humans trapped within the glass containers and declared, "Destroy this place." Dragging Shinsenwei backward, Qiu Xiang hurled a compressed fireball. Bang! As the fireball exploded, the surrounding glass apparatus shattered into fragments, liquid splattering everywhere. Flames swiftly spread, illuminating the entire room. Lingyi erected a 10-centimeter ice wall before the group, connecting it to the ground, preventing the liquid from reaching them. Everything unfolded differently than Jiang Mian had anticipated. She ordered the execution of all researchers and the destruction of Shinsenwei's laboratory. However, Shinsenwei did not crumble. Why? Did she still have a backup plan? Jiang Mian could not fathom it. Jiang Mian. Pei Yu weakly leaned against Qiu Hu, wanting to plead for his mother, but unsure how to begin. Jiang Mian shot him a cold glance. What do you wish to say? You still hesitate, still cling to her as your mother. But the deeds she has committed have caused the deaths of countless innocents. Pei Yu shut his eyes in anguish. I understand. You understand? Jiang Mian interrupted him. Do you think that just because she is your mother, her crimes can be erased? At that moment, Shinsenwei burst into loud laughter. Son, do not plead with her. We do not need to. As long as Pei Yu still cares for her, he can use his abilities to rewind time. The current destruction means nothing. Jiang Mian glared at Shinsenwei. Silence. Bang. Shinsenwei was hurled away once more, crashing heavily to the ground. No one expected that in the next moment Shinsenwei would leap into the flames, shouting, Pei Yu, do not disappoint me again. Pei Yu's face changed dramatically as he broke free from Qiu Hu's grasp. Rushing forward, Pei Yu, you cannot go. Qiu Hu shouted. But Pei Yu seemed deaf to his warning, recklessly charging into the inferno. Just as he was about to step into the flames, Lingyi and Qiu Hu seized him tightly. Pei Yu, regain your senses. She is beyond saving. Qiu Hu yelled. With reddened eyes, Pei Yu stubbornly insisted. No. She cannot die. The last time Jiang Mian stormed into the laboratory, she survived. This time, she must survive too. In the next instant, Jiang Mian struck Pei Yu on the back of his neck with a swift chop, plunging him into darkness as his body slumped. Take him away. Jiang Mian commanded. Qiu Hu and Lingyi hastily supported Pei Yu, swiftly retreating from the fiery chaos. As they escaped the laboratory, Jiang Mian pondered the meaning of Shinsenwei's last words. Could her trump card be Pei Yu? What could Pei Yu possibly do for her? Continue the experiments? Or something else entirely? Chapter 157, Rescuing the Abilities. Qiu Hu carried Pei Yu towards the elevator, with Lingyi trailing behind. While Jiang Mian instructed Qiu Xiang to set fire to everything in the laboratory, obliterating all equipment and documents. At that moment, Jiang Mian suddenly recalled the parasitic hydra. Since they ascended to the third floor, she had not seen Su Li. She inquired, where is Su Li? Have you seen her? After all, it was Qiu Hu and the others who were clearing the rooms one by one, and she worried that the parasitic hydra might have been mistakenly harmed. Qiu Hu panted. I haven't seen her. He recalled that after they finalized their plans the previous night and completed the necessary structural diagrams, he had managed to sleep soundly. Upon waking and checking on Su Li, he found the mark had vanished. Qiu Hu felt embarrassed to admit to Jiang Mian that during moments of idleness, he had sneaked glances at Su Li, fearing it would give the impression of being a voyeur. I haven't seen her either, Lingyi and Qiu Xiang chimed in unison. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian remained silent and continued towards the elevator. Her inquiry about Su Li and Appo's whereabouts was not born out of genuine concern, but rather a sense of peculiarity in not having seen her before their departure. Surely, she wouldn't have encountered any misfortune, and even if she had, it was unlikely to be fatal. After all, it would take a few days for her next incarnation to arrive, and a brief respite was not unwelcome. This thought brought her a sense of relief. The group entered the elevator, descending from the basement 3 to basement 2. As the doors opened, the chaotic front desk came into view, stained with vivid splashes of crimson blood and littered with lifeless bodies. Their battle had indeed been fierce. With Lingyi's assistance, Qiu Hu gently placed Pei Yu down. Jiang Mian concurred, turning to Qiu Hu and the others. You wait here. I'll assess the situation. All right, he replied, knowing he had to tend to Pei Yu and could not assist in any fighting. Qiu Xiang, Lingyi, and Fan Dongshu followed Jiang Mian deeper inside, the iron door screeching as they pushed it open. As they ventured further, they noticed a series of empty cages. Puzzled until they heard faint voices and realized everyone had gathered in one spot, searching for clothing to wear. Wu Jun had already been on high alert upon hearing the iron door creak, but when he recognized Jiang Mian and her companions, he felt a wave of Chapter 158, pledging loyalty. Very well, benefactor, we shall heed your guidance. Indeed, you saved my life. From now on, I shall align myself with you. I am a soil-based ability user, and I hope you do not find me unworthy. Benefactor, I am a fire-based ability user, and I too wish to follow you. In an instant, everyone expressed their desire to stand by Jiang Mian, fearing she might abandon them at any moment. Jiang Mian understood that the effects of the drugs coursing through their bodies had yet to dissipate, rendering them incapable of self-defense. Anxious and unsettled, they sought her support. Among them, some were sincere while others feigned loyalty. She could not discern their true intentions. Nevertheless, she reassured them, "Do not worry. We have allies outside who will ensure your safe rescue. Whether or not you choose to accompany me is of little consequence. Once you regain your strength, seek out your loved ones. I believe they will be overjoyed to see you return." After reuniting with her own parents, Jiang Mian could fully appreciate the joy and warmth of familial reunion, having once endured the pain of losing loved ones. She felt nothing but blessings for these ability users who were on the verge of reuniting with their families. Some, reminded of their own kin, shed tears of gratitude, murmuring, "Thank you, thank you." Beyond their expressions of thanks, they found no further words. Jiang Mian offered additional words of comfort and instructed Qiu Hu, Jiu Xiang, and Ling Yi to remain and protect everyone while Fan Dongxi went to retrieve the others. She then exited the building to gather intelligence, uncertain of the current status of Lu Yuan and the other members of the Dawn Guild. As she stepped out of the Golden Radiance building, she heard hurried footsteps, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Jiang Mian quickly retreated back inside, hiding behind a sturdy column, cautiously peering out to assess the situation. She observed a group of over 20 individuals rushing toward the Golden Radiance building. Their attire varied, suggesting they were not from the base. To be prudent, Jiang Mian decided against revealing herself, opting to remain concealed behind the column for a while longer. Damn it, if only I had bullets left. I would blow their heads off. Yes, you are impressive. But let us not forget, our mission is to support the president. We must remain discreet. I know. How tedious. Upon hearing this exchange, Jiang Mian discerned their identities and stepped out from behind the column. The group immediately grew alert at the sudden appearance, gripping their weapons a little tighter. The leader was the first to recognize Jiang Mian, exclaiming, "It and Appos, S.A. comrade. Lower your weapons." Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed her, the commander of this operation. "What is the situation outside?" Jiang Mian inquired, relieved to see them as it spared her the trouble of scouting alone. The leader replied with enthusiasm, "Everything is going more smoothly than we anticipated. Most have surrendered. Only that surnamed Song, along with a group of loyal followers, remains elusive. Lu Yuan has already taken a team to pursue them. Moreover, we have received word that their weapons depot has been raided." Then Jiang Mian listened intently as he recounted the events. Lu Yuan had blown up the perimeter walls, bombarded the airport, set up an ambush, and eliminated the first team sent to investigate. They had even downed enemy drones, achieving a resounding victory. Subsequently, Lu Yuan used a loudspeaker to denounce Su Xiaonan and Shen Xinwei as scum and a disgrace to humanity, labeling the base's laboratory as a den of filth. Upon realizing their true intentions, the armed forces that had come over decisively switched sides, joining Lu Yuan's ranks. Not only that, but they also mercilessly divulged Su Xiaonan's secrets, revealing the theft of the weapons depot that had occurred the previous night. Upon receiving this information, Lu Yuan, who had initially planned a swift retreat, promptly altered his strategy to one of offense. Morale surged, and they pressed the enemy back relentlessly. As the number of defectors from the base's armed forces grew, they flooded in like a tide, bringing with them valuable intelligence that further strengthened Lu Yuan's forces. The base's ability users also joined the ranks of rebellion, openly expressing their fears of being captured for experiments. However, Jiang Mian and her team had arrived hastily, unaware of the severe internal strife within the Far East base. The Far East base resembled a seemingly indomitable edifice, yet it had long been rotting from within, teetering on the brink of collapse. After she removed the pivotal support beam, a series of chain reactions ensued, causing the entire structure to begin collapsing at an astonishing pace. This unexpected turn of events was indeed a delightful surprise. It seemed that the Far East base had long since fallen from grace. Jiang Mian remarked casually upon hearing this. "Indeed, this bodes well for us," the leader nodded. "By the way, where is our president?" "Still on the second basement level. You may enter and ensure their safety." In which direction did Su Xiaonan flee? Jiang Mian pondered, determined to pursue and eliminate him thoroughly, as a weed left unpulled would only regrow. "I heard he seems to be heading toward the administrative building of the base." Rest assured, he cannot escape. Lu Yuan is exceptionally formidable. His admiration for Lu Yuan was palpable. He regarded his strategic acumen and marksmanship as unparalleled. After bidding farewell to them, Jiang Mian made her way toward the administrative building of the base. Those inside could be heard declaring, "Surrender now, and we shall spare your life. Otherwise, we will show no mercy." From a distance, Jiang Mian heard the loudspeaker blaring as she entered, soon encountering Lu Yuan and his team. She approached slowly, with Yang Jia being the first to spot her. He discreetly tugged at Lu Yuan and Appo's sleeve, whispering, "Look who has arrived." Lu Yuan, puzzled, turned to see Jiang Mian and felt a surge of joy. "What brings you here? Did everything go smoothly at the laboratory?" "Yes. I came to see how you were faring. Your forces are certainly growing stronger." Lu Yuan shook his head with a hint of exasperation. "Well, let's deal with this turtle first." At that moment, Su Xiaonan's voice echoed from within the administrative building. "Do not delude yourselves. Even if I must die today, I will take you down with me." Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed coldly. "Then let us see if you can." Surrounded and still so brazen, Jiang Mian, seizing the moment, unleashed her small vine to drag Su Xiaonan down. The small vine grew rapidly, like lightning, effortlessly clinging to a window before slipping inside. In no time, Su Xiaonan's cries of alarm erupted from within. "What is this thing?" Amidst the ensuing chaos, the small vine successfully extracted Su Xiaonan from the building. Chapter 159. The Zombie Onslaught. At present, Lu Yuan was no stranger to the presence of Xiaotong. When he witnessed it dragging Su Xiaonan down, a flicker of relief washed over him. Jiang Mian crossed her arms, playfully inquiring, "Who do you intend to drag down with you?" Su Xiaonan opened his mouth. Yet before he could utter a word, a bullet pierced through his brow. He felt himself weaken and succumb, hearing the woman and Appo's voice declare, "Perhaps it's better to go down and keep Shin Sinwei company." The others, observing the scene, felt the temperature around them plummet, instinctively drawing their clothing closer. It was shocking to realize that someone could feign interest in conversation one moment and then kill without hesitation the next. The woman's intentions remained inscrutable. Lu Yuan glanced upwards, locking eyes with several individuals on the upper floors. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips as he called out, "Are you all not coming down? Do you require an invitation?" The faces of the high-ranking individuals turned ashen, questioning, "What do you want from us? How can we secure our escape?" The abilities users below glared at them with a seething hatred, finally recognizing that they had been manipulated by the woman Shin Sinwei. Had it not been for her, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Lu Yuan mockingly queried, "Do you truly believe you still have a chance at survival?" With a simple gesture, the armed forces stormed into the building, closely followed by the abilities users. Before long, the sounds of gunfire and wails emanated from within, signaling the eradication of the cancer that was the Far East base. At that moment, a member of the Dawn Guild rushed to Lu Yuan, breathless. "It's bad. A horde of zombies is heading towards the base." "What direction?" Lu Yuan inquired urgently. The guild member took a deep breath before responding. "The airport. The wall has been blown apart, and a continuous stream of zombies is surging through the breach." Jiang Mian's expression hardened as she said to Lu Yuan, "You lead a team to seal the breach. We cannot allow them to enter the base. I will gather reinforcements." She suspected the zombies were drawn by the sound of the explosion. "Understood." Lu Yuan nodded, then addressed the crowd behind him. "Everyone, follow me to the airport. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow the zombies to breach our defenses." The ordinary citizens within the base were the majority, and if the zombies infiltrated, the consequences would be catastrophic. One individual boldly remarked, "But our weapons are insufficient. Can we truly hold them back?" "Absolutely. The Dawn Guild still possesses a substantial cache of weapons. I will arrange for them to be delivered." Time was of the essence. They needed to depart immediately. Hearing this, Lu Yuan shouted, "Move out." In unison, the group echoed his command, swiftly making their way towards the airport. Upon reaching the breach in the airport wall, they were met with a dark mass of zombies surging forth like a tide, a sight that sent chills down their spines. "Prepare for battle." At his command, the air erupted with the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions. Bullets rained down upon the advancing horde, and shells detonated within the throng of zombies, sending plumes of smoke and dust into the air. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the cries of battle and the roars of the undead. Jiang Mian raced towards Jinhui building, just in time to see Wu Jun escorting the weakened abilities users outside. "Jiang Mian, what is happening outside?" Wu Jun asked anxiously. "Was the situation within the base under control? Why are there still sounds of explosions and gunfire?" Jiang Mian quickly explained, "Zombies. They gathered at the breach by the airport and were running low on weapons at the front line. Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Ling Yi, Fan Dongxiu. Come with me to escort the weapons. The rest of you with abilities, head to the airport for support. Understood. Qiu Hu set down Pei Yu, requesting assistance from those nearby, and hurried after Jiang Mian and the others. Wu Jun, recognizing the urgency, instructed the recently rescued abilities users to rest momentarily before leading his brothers towards the airport. They were responsible for creating the breach. Should the zombies invade, they would bear the consequences. As they journeyed, Wu Jun felt a surge of anxiety, urging his comrades to quicken their pace. Upon their arrival at the airport, they found Lu Yuan and the others displaying signs of fatigue. Without hesitation, Wu Jun charged into the fray alongside his companions. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian and Qiu Hu made their way to the base's garage, requesting 5 military trucks from the guard, and began transferring weapons from their storage to the vehicles for transport to the airport. It was only fitting to utilize the Far East base's weapons to defend the Far East base. As they delivered the weapons, someone exclaimed, "Brothers, the weapons have arrived. We have weapons now. Everyone, retreat. Let us arm ourselves." The abilities users engaged in close quarters combat with the zombies ceased their fighting, retreating swiftly, timing their actions with precision. Some lobbed grenades while others set up heavy machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the horde. Elsewhere, Pei Yu lay in bed, gradually regaining consciousness, staring blankly at the pristine white ceiling. Chapter 160. The surgery. Shinji struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Pei Yu with a faint smile of relief. His lips trembled slightly as he whispered, "You do not say such things. It is your grandfather who has wronged you, and your father." Pei Yu, eyes reddened, bit his lip and replied, "No, it's not your fault." Shinji drew a breath and continued, "Child, the greatest regret of my life is failing to properly educate your mother. Reaching this point is my retribution. But the only thing I cannot let go of is you." Pei Yu gripped his grandfather's hand tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Grandfather, please don't say that. You will get better." Shinji gently shook his head. Promise me you will take good care of yourself from now on." Pei Yu nodded fervently. "Grandfather, I promise. I will." His gaze gradually grew vacant, his voice faint. That's good. That's good." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, his hand slipping from Pei Yu's grasp. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Pei Yu cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, but Shinji no longer heard him. Beside them, Huan quietly wiped away tears. Having met Pei Yu in university and later joining the same hospital, they had maintained a close relationship. Witnessing Pei Yu lose both his mother and grandfather, Huan's heart was filled with sorrow. He stepped forward, gently patting Pei Yu's shoulder and hoarsely said, "Pei Yu, the deceased are gone. You must gather your strength." Pei Yu sat there as if soulless, dazed and hollow-eyed, lost in thought. "Doctor, where is the doctor?" Qiu Xiang burst into the medical department, carrying the blood-soaked Jiang Mian on her back. Her voice trembled, choked with sobs. "Please save her. Doctor! Doctor!" Huan heard the woman's desperate cries, glanced at Pei Yu, and was about to inform him that he was going to check on the situation. To his surprise, Pei Yu had already dashed out, faster than himself. Confused but concerned, Huan hurried after him. Pei Yu had heard Qiu Xiang's cries and rushed down from upstairs. He saw Qiu Xiang carrying the unconscious Jiang Mian, pleading for help amidst the shocking bloodstains. His heart clenched instantly. "What happened?" Pei Yu asked loudly while running. His heart pounded wildly as countless thoughts surged through his mind. How could Jiang Mian have lost so much blood? He dared not imagine the pain she must have endured. No, he could not lose Jiang Mian. Qiu Xiang sobbed uncontrollably. "We encountered a level 6 zombie. Jiang Mian was trying to save me. If it weren't for Xiao Teng's timely intervention bringing Jiang Mian back, the situation would have been far worse." At that moment, nurses hurriedly arrived with a stretcher. "Quick, place the injured on here." Forcing himself to remain calm, Pei Yu helped carefully place Jiang Mian onto the stretcher, noticing her wounds were near the heart. The situation was critical. Pei Yu turned swiftly, his gaze burning with urgency, toward Huan. "Prepare the operating room. Hurry." Huan, seeing Pei Yu's clear familiarity with the patient, did not hesitate and immediately went to prepare. Pei Yu followed the stretcher at a brisk pace, entering the operating theater alongside. "We must save her." Qiu Xiang's voice trembled with a hint of supplication. Jiang Mian would not have been so severely injured if not for her own rescue. "I will not let her die," Pei Yu said, though it seemed more avowed to himself. Qiu Xiang then took out the withered Xiaotong from her pocket, tears streaming down her face in worry. She feared for both Jiang Mian and Xiao Tong, yet no one but Jiang Mian could hear Xiao Tong's voice. How could they save Xiao Tong now? Prepare plasma, sterilize instruments. Pei Yu swiftly changed into surgical attire and donned gloves, his gaze focused and resolute. The nurses moved methodically under his commands. Taking a deep breath, Pei Yu grasped the scalpel and began the operation with steady hands. Minutes ticked by, sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet his eyes never left the wound. Hemostats. Wipe the sweat. The atmosphere in the operating room was tense and solemn. Everyone concentrated fully, cooperating seamlessly with Pei Yu. Upon cutting open the skin and inspecting the wound, relief washed over him. The heart remained unharmed. After 2 hours of meticulous cleaning and suturing, Pei Yu finally completed the surgery. Exhausted, he stepped out of the operating room, swaying slightly and nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Huan reacted swiftly, catching him. "How are you?" Huan asked, concern etched across his face. Pei Yu waved a hand weakly, voice hoarse. "I'm fine." Leaning against Huan, his eyes bloodshot, face drenched with sweat and weariness. "You should rest first," Huan advised. Qiao Xiang, anxious, asked, "How's Jiang Mian?" "I care more about her safety now." Pei Yu looked at Qiao Xiang, noting her injuries as well, and calmly said, "She is temporarily out of danger. You should get your wounds treated too." He then leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. Hearing that Jiang Mian's life was spared, Qiao Xiang nearly collapsed from relief, tears flowing freely, this time tears of joy. After regaining composure, she looked at Pei Yu, voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Pei Yu." Pei Yu said nothing, his exhaustion deepening. Silently, he returned to his grandfather's ward. The room was quiet, his grandfather appeared merely asleep. Pei Yu sat by the bedside, staring blankly at his grandfather's body. His heart a tumult of emotions after the life and death ordeal with Jiang Mian. At that moment, Huan entered, seeing Pei Yu's state and feeling heartbroken. "Pei Yu, my condolences. We still need to handle the old man's affairs." Lu Yuan, battered and bruised, rushed into the medical department. Spotting Qiao Xiang sitting in the corridor, he anxiously asked, "Qiao Xiang, how's Jiang Mian?" Seeing Jiang Mian wounded by the wood elemental powers of the level 6 zombie had nearly stopped his heart. In that moment, it felt as though the world was collapsing. He feared losing Jiang Mian, feared never seeing her smile or hearing her voice again. He had desperately wanted to rush to her aid. But the relentless waves of zombie attacks had trapped him. Qiao Xiang raised her swollen eyes to him. She is temporarily out of danger. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, collapsing into a nearby chair, gasping for breath. That is good. Ling Yi and the others arrived around then. Hearing Jiang Mian was out of danger eased their minds considerably. None ventured into the ward to visit. Concerned that the excessive blood on their clothes might introduce infection and jeopardize Jiang Mian's recovery. "You all should tend to your injuries first. I'll stay here and watch over her. You can come back later to relieve me," Qiao Xiang said to them. Lu Yuan nodded. "All right, thank you for your effort. Call us if anything happens." Others expressed their gratitude before departing together. Qiao Xiang sat on the chair, eyes fixed on the ward's door, her mind awash with countless thoughts. Chapter 161. Let her go. Lu Yuan was deeply concerned about Jiang Mian. After tending to his wounds and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he arrived at the hospital room, instructing Qiao Xiang to rest first. Once she departed, he gently pushed open the door and entered, treading softly. Jiang Mian lay quietly on the hospital bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, which pained Lu Yuan's heart. He wished it were he instead who lay there. He slowly approached the bedside and sat down, just as he was about to take her hand. He heard a noise behind him and had to refrain. "Sister Jiang has and Amp, Oppos, T awakened yet?" It was Ling Yi, who felt inadequate for not having protected Jiang Mian properly. Burdened by guilt. At that moment, the level 6 zombie had hidden among the ordinary zombies, stealthily approaching Jiang Mian for a surprise attack. It was Qiao Xiang who first spotted it and thwarted its plan. Perhaps because of this, the creature harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qiao Xiang, relentlessly seeking her demise. Despite Jiang Mian and Oppos' attempts to intervene, it clung to Qiao Xiang, and in the end, Jiang Mian and Oppos' wooden vine could not shield her from the fatal blow, allowing the creature to pierce her chest. "It and Amp, Oppos, all my fault. If I had been stronger, I could have detected that zombie sooner." And Sister Jiang Wooden and Oppos, TB in this state, Ling Yi lamented, clenching his fists tightly. Lu Yuan observed the remorseful youth and, feeling compassion, offered a comforting remark. "This is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, it should be directed at me for being too far from Jiang Mian at that time. Just as Lu Yuan pondered when Ling Yi would leave to afford him some solitude with Jiang Mian, Xiu Hu, Fan Dongxiu, and Wu Jun arrived, each having changed their clothing, to visit Jiang Mian. The group engaged in hushed conversation for a while, and upon noticing Jiang Mian still unconscious, Wu Jun took Lu Yuan outside to discuss matters regarding the base. With the senior officials slain, the base was left without leadership. Following the conclusion of the battle against the zombies, it was Lu Yuan who had organized the cleanup and repair of the walls. Many subsequent arrangements fell upon him. Yet he was equally uncertain of how to proceed and sought Lu Yuan's counsel. After the recent conflict, Wu Jun had come to respect Lu Yuan's strength and commanding abilities. He sincerely stated, "The base is currently leaderless and fraught with anxiety. We require a capable and resolute individual to take charge. We unanimously agree that you are the most suitable candidate." Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment, then replied slowly, "I cannot. Let us wait until Jiang Mian awakens to discuss significant matters. For minor issues, feel free to make your own decisions." Now that the laboratory was destroyed, surely her obsessions would have dissipated? Lu Yuan had no desire to take over the Far East base. He merely wished to lead a tranquil life with his brother and Jiang Mian. Wu Jun nodded in agreement. Very well. As they conversed, their figures gradually faded into the corridor. Jiang Mian awoke the following morning. She opened her eyes, feeling a slight pain in her chest, and upon turning her head, she beheld Lu Yuan, half leaning over her bed, holding her hand as he slept. She was uncertain how long he had kept vigil, but his grip was somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to move and attempt to withdraw her hand. This subtle movement roused Lu Yuan, who suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with delight. "Jiang Mian, you're awake. How do you feel?" Jiang Mian opened her mouth, I and amp. "Oppos, am all right, just a bit thirsty." Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, quickly rose. "Don't move. I'll get you some water." Shortly after, he returned with a cup of warm water, carefully propping her up and bringing the cup to her lips. "Drink slowly. Be cautious of the heat." "Thank you. I can manage myself," Jiang Mian replied, uncomfortable with being fed, and began to sip from the cup herself. As her hand emptied, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Noticing the strands of hair falling by her ear, he instinctively reached out to tuck them behind her ear. Jiang Mian paused in her drinking, feeling a bit awkward. Just then, the door swung open, and Pei Yu entered. Upon seeing the intimate gesture between Lu Yuan and Jiang Mian, his expression darkened, a wave of bitterness washing over him. "You've awakened. How do you feel?" Pei Yu forced down his displeasure, striving to maintain a calm tone. Jiang Mian set down the cup and replied slowly, "Quite well." Lu Yuan, upon seeing Pei Yu, slightly furrowed his brow, an invisible hostility enveloping the air between them. Pei Yu moved closer, standing on the opposite side of Jiang Mian's bed. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan, tinged with animosity. He extended his hand toward Jiang Mian, saying, "Let me see your hand." Jiang Mian, puzzled, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Check your pulse." Jiang Mian replied, "There is no need. I'm fine now." In truth, once these two men left, she could utilize her healing abilities to address the issue with her chest. The injury was not severe. There was absolutely no need for a pulse check. Pei Yu, seeing Jiang Mian and Amp, Oppos' reluctance to comply, bent down to grasp her hand and check her pulse. Lu Yuan, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward to obstruct Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' actions. She said it's unnecessary. Pei Yu glared at Lu Yuan. "I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing." Lu Yuan stood his ground. "Let her go." She said it's unnecessary. Pei Yu gritted his teeth. "Release her. You're not a doctor." Lu Yuan replied firmly, "You let go." The tension between them escalated. And Jiang Mian, exasperated, exclaimed, "Both of you, out. And let go. You're hurting me." What was wrong with these two tormenting an injured person? Upon hearing Jiang Mian and Oppos' cry of pain, both Pei Yu and Lu Yuan reluctantly released her hand, shooting each other furious glares. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to check your pulse," Pei Yu said, guilt-ridden. Lu Yuan quickly added, "I didn't mean to hurt you." Jiang Mian rubbed her sore wrist and said irritably, "I'm hungry. Could one of you kindly inform Qiu Xiang to bring me something to eat?" In unison, they replied, "I'll go." Jiang Mian glanced between them and decisively stated, "Fine, you both go." Seeing her frustration, they begrudgingly exited the room. Once they were gone, Jiang Mian placed one hand on her chest and activated her healing abilities, feeling the dull pain dissipate gradually, the wound visibly healing at an observable rate. Before long. Jiang Mian exhaled deeply, her spirit noticeably lifting. She got out of bed to stretch her body, ensuring she was no longer in grave danger. Though her hunger was becoming unbearable. Jiang Mian, you're finally awake. Qiu Xiang entered with a bowl of congee and 2 steamed buns, carefully placing them on the table. How could you get out of bed? Quickly, lie down. You mustn't tear your wound. Jiang Mian smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qiu Xiang looked unconvinced. You just sustained such serious injuries. You need to rest properly. Jiang Mian approached the table and sat down, spooning the congee into her mouth. I'm not lying to you. Chapter 162. Accompany me to a place as I caught a glimpse of the wound on her wrist. I gently placed my hand over it. Qiu Xiang, perplexed, asked, What are you doing? Yet, in the next moment, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. A sensation both comforting and slightly ticklish. When Jiang Mian withdrew her hand, Qiu Xiang was astonished to find her wound had vanished, leaving her skin smooth and unblemished. As if it had never been injured at all. Jiang Mian, what just happened? Qiu Xiang exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Jiang Mian smiled mysteriously, replying, It's my secret. You mustn't tell anyone. Qiu Xiang eagerly nodded. Okay, I won't tell a soul. Jiang Mian shrugged. So I really am fine now. You can rest easy. Qiu Xiang felt genuinely reassured this time. Jiang Mian then took a steamed bun and began to nibble on it while asking Qiu Xiang, Where else are you hurt? Wait until I finish eating, and I'll heal you up. After Jiang Mian had her fill and treated all of Qiu Xiang's injuries, she inquired about the current situation at the base. She learned that Wu Jun was in charge, which surprised her. It seemed Wu Jun had no intention of returning to the Haichuan base. Upon hearing that Jiang Mian had awakened, Ling Yi and the others came over to keep her company for a while. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mian healed their injuries as well. With the laboratory destroyed and those self-important experts and researchers gone, Jiang Mian felt little concern. Furthermore, since Jiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Ling Yi, and Fan Dongshu were all allies, Jiang Mian decided to no longer conceal her healing abilities. Jiang Jie, your powers are simply astounding. With you around, we won't fear injuries anymore, Ling Yi exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Fan Dongshu nodded vigorously. Indeed, this is nothing short of miraculous. But you certainly kept it a secret for long enough. Qiu Hu recalled the gunshot wound he had suffered previously, thinking how much less he would have endured had he received her healing then. Keep it down. Remember to help Jiang Mian keep her secret, Qiu Xiang cautioned. Dawn and Appos, T worry, Fan Dongshu reassured her. Jiang Mian looked at everyone with a helpless smile and said, Well, since everyone is healed, we can return to Haisher tomorrow. With the animosity gone, Jiang Mian felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Everyone nodded in agreement. Returning home meant they could finally lead a stable life. In the afternoon, Pei Yu came looking for Jiang Mian, finding the ward empty. He inquired at the front desk and discovered that Jiang Mian had already left the medical department. After asking around, he finally located Jiang Mian's dormitory. Pei Yu knocked on the door, only to be greeted by Lu Yuan, which made him frown. What are you doing here? He disliked Lu Yuan's presence around Jiang Mian. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. What brings you here? Pei Yu, unwilling to engage in conversation, replied, I'm looking for Jiang Mian. Please step aside. Jiang Mian isn't here, Lu Yuan said, his tone indifferent. Pei Yu's expression darkened. Where did she go? Lu Yuan scoffed. Why should I tell you? The tension between them escalated. Just then, Jiang Mian's voice broke through. What are you two doing? Both Pei Yu and Lu Yuan turned to her. Jiang Mian felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. She recognized the underlying issue and realized she needed to find an opportunity to discuss matters with them to prevent any further misunderstandings. Pei Yu, in a somber mood, spoke first. Jiang Mian, can you accompany me to a place? Jiang Mian furrowed her brow, pausing for a moment before asking, Where to? You and Amp, Appos, know when we get there, Pei Yu replied, preferring not to discuss it here. Let and Amp, Appos, go. Jiang Mian thought it was a good time for her to talk to him as well. Lu Yuan watched as the two walked away, feeling an involuntary tightening in his grip. Who was this Pei Yu, emerging from nowhere? In the previous life, he had not existed alongside Jiang Mian. Walking side by side with Pei Yu, Jiang Mian sensed his low spirits and wondered if it was due to his mother's death. Unsure of how to broach the subject, she was distracted by someone calling Pei Yu from ahead. Pei Yu, over here. A man waved to them from a car. Pei Yu glanced at Jiang Mian. Let us go. We need to leave the base soon. Leave the base? Jiang Mian asked, puzzled. Where exactly are you taking me? If it and Amp, Oppos. S too far? To be honest, I'm not particularly keen. Pei Yu and Amp. Oppos. S voice carried a hint of desperation. My grandfather has passed away. Can you accompany me to this burial? Jiang Mian was taken aback. Your grandfather has died? When did this happen? Feeling a mix of surprise and sympathy, her heart softened. And she nodded. All right, I will accompany you. They reached Juan's car, where Pei Yu took the keys from him, expressing gratitude. Thank you. No need to be so polite with me, Juan replied, then turned to Jiang Mian, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Juan, Pei Yu's college classmate and colleague. Jiang Mian nodded slightly. Hello, I'm Jiang Mian. Yes, I know you. Pei Yu is quite concerned about you. He performed your surgery yesterday, Juan remarked, observing her. After a day of observation, he realized Pei Yu had feelings for the woman before him and wanted to lend his brother a hand, especially with Lu Yuan lurking nearby. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian glanced at Pei Yu, genuinely surprised that he had handled her chest injury. Feeling somewhat awkward, she was at a loss for words. Pei Yu, sensing the discomfort, quickly urged Juan. All right, you should head back now. We're leaving. He opened the car door for Jiang Mian to get in. Juan found their interaction amusing and advised them to return early. Throughout the journey, Pei Yu remained silent, and Jiang Mian felt uncertain about how to comfort him. Staring blankly out the window at the scenery. Losing both his mother and grandfather on the same day was a heavy burden for anyone to bear. After a long drive, they finally arrived at a tranquil valley, where Pei Yu chose a spot sheltered by mountains and facing water to dig a grave. Jiang Mian picked up a tool to assist him, but Pei Yu stopped her, saying, Don and Oppos, team move, be careful not to strain your wound. I and Oppos, LL handle this. Jiang Mian realized that explaining herself to him would be futile, so she simply stood by, quietly watching him dig. Fortunately, it didn't end Oppos. Take long for Pei Yu to create a suitable grave. He gently placed his grandfather and Oppos' urn into the ground, his eyes filled with sorrow. Jiang Mian silently stood by him as he filled the grave with earth, finally erecting a simple headstone. Pei Yu knelt before the grave, lingering in silence, while Jiang Mian stood behind him, her heart aching for him, understanding the pain of losing a loved one. Hearing what sounded like tears, Jiang Mian crouched down and gently embraced his shoulders, comforting him. If you need to cry, just let it out. It will help you feel better. Initially stiff, Pei Yu finally broke down and cried like a child in Jiang Mian's warm embrace, expressing how wonderful his grandfather had been to him. Jiang Mian softly patted his back, murmuring, everything will be all right. He will watch over you from another world, wishing you well. After a long while, Pei Yu slowly rose, his voice thick with emotion as he said, let us go. Jiang Mian nodded, accompanying him back. I will be returning to Haisher tomorrow. Chapter 163. I like you. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu exhibited no surprise. After all, Uncle Jiang and the others remained in Haisher, and Jiang Mian was undoubtedly eager to return. After a considerable pause, Jiang Mian thought he would remain silent, only to hear him say, I wish to return with you. Pei Yu pondered for a long time, concluding that the woman was not worth saving. Her ambition consumed her, rendering any attempts to rescue her futile. Thus, he decided to let her remain in the past. Maternal affection was no longer a necessity for him. Jiang Mian felt conflicted upon hearing his words. She did not want Pei Yu to follow her any longer and subtly suggested, the world is vast. Perhaps it would be wise to explore different places and encounter various people and landscapes. To her surprise, Pei Yu responded without hesitation, the world may be large, but I only wish to admire the scenery by your side. Jiang Mian felt her ears flush. How had he become so charming all of a sudden? How was she to respond to such a statement? Perhaps having waited too long for an answer from Jiang Mian, Pei Yu dropped the pretense and directly confessed, Jiang Mian, I like you. I am fond of you. Do you not feel anything for me? Did she have feelings? Perhaps a flicker, but it had long been extinguished by Jiang Mian. She did not require a man or love. Her sole desire was to protect her small family, ensuring her parents enjoyed their twilight years and that her teammates lived stable lives. To her, love was an illusion, too unreliable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Mian fixed her determined gaze on Pei Yu and said, Pei Yu, I appreciate your affection, but I truly cannot reciprocate. My life is already full, leaving no room for love. Pei Yu found this excuse rather unconvincing. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he replied in a subdued tone, I can wait. Wait for you to change your mind. Jiang Mian was at a loss. Waiting was not an option. Pei Yu gave her the impression of harboring secrets. and she did not wish to entangle herself with someone so complex, nor did she want to be embroiled in unforeseen troubles. Thus, distancing herself from Pei Yu seemed the wisest choice. Having come this far, Jiang Mian cherished her current life, with only the nuisance of parasitic hydra remaining. Once resolved, everything could return to normal. Why should she invite unnecessary troubles upon herself? Do not waste your time on me. You will encounter someone more suitable, Jiang Mian advised. Hoping he would understand, Pei Yu, however, remained undeterred, gazing at her with unwavering resolve. What if you were the most suitable person for me? Impossible. Pei Yu chuckled lightly. Everything is possible. Jiang Mian's response was exceedingly blunt, leaving him with an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He could not comprehend what Jiang Mian was truly concerned about. Did she, like Lu Yuan? Jiang Mian halted in her steps, fixing her gaze on Pei Yu with incredulity. How could that be? Which of your eyes led you to believe I liked him? If that were the case, the misunderstanding was indeed significant. Her affection for Lu Yuan was a matter of her past life. In this life, apart from her parents, she felt no fondness for anyone. Hearing this, Pei Yu felt relieved, though he feigned hurt. Lu Yuan likes you. Is that not the reason you rejected me? Jiang Mian asserted. No, it is not. Not. His concern eased. Then what is the reason? Jiang Mian hesitated, pondering whether he truly lacked awareness of his shortcomings. Is there something about me that you find unsatisfactory? Speak freely, and I shall amend it. Jiang Mian sensed that at this point, there was no need for her to continue concealing her thoughts. Indeed, there is. You are too dangerous. I do not wish for you to be too close to me or my family. Can you change that? Pei Yu appeared wounded, his disbelief palpable. I am dangerous? Furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with grievance, he continued, Jiang Mian, I do not understand why you think that. What have I done to make you believe I am dangerous? What have you done? Jiang Mian felt her ire rise, her voice escalating. Is there a single truth in your words? Is your ability truly prophecy? From the moment he approached her, he had been deceitful, concealing his identity. Had he never considered that lies would eventually be unveiled? Pei Yu fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Yes. I admit that I did not tell the whole truth initially, but I have my reasons. Jiang Mian scoffed. Reasons? What justification could possibly warrant such deceit? Pei Yu inhaled deeply. My ability is not prophecy. I feared that once you learned my true identity, you would distance yourself from me. He had experienced this before. He knew all too well that Jiang Mian had killed him no fewer than 8 times upon discovering his identity. He had no choice but to conceal the truth. For who could blame her for despising the laboratory? Unaware of his inner turmoil, Jiang Mian coolly replied, Do you think we can still have trust between us? Without even the most basic trust, how can we discuss affection? Pei Yu urged earnestly, I promise, I will have no more secrets from you in the future. Jiang Mian turned her head away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Why should I believe you? Because my feelings for you are genuine. I have never harmed you. I even regard your life as more precious than my own. Jiang Mian's heart was tumultuous upon hearing Pei Yu's words. She could not ascertain how much of it was true and how much was false. Nevertheless, he had indeed never harmed her from the start. Pei Yu seemed to sense her internal conflict and pressed on, Jiang Mian, grant me one last chance. Allow me to prove my sincerity through my actions. No matter what happens in the future, I will always inform you first, leaving no room for suspicion. Is that agreeable? Seeing Jiang Mian remain silent, Pei Yu continued. I understand that it is difficult for you to trust me immediately, but I will persist until you can once again place your trust in me. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Mian finally turned to meet his gaze, slowly stating, So, what is your true ability? Rather than flowery words, she yearned to understand the essence of Pei Yu's power. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to be forthright. My ability is actually a death rewind. Each time I die, I find myself in a chaotic space, where I can choose to return to 3 days, 2 days, or 1 day prior. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. Death rewind? That is utterly unimaginable. Suddenly, she felt her footing slip, her body tilting dangerously to the side. Just as she was about to fall, Pei Yu acted swiftly, catching her in time. The force of the momentum caused Jiang Mian to tumble into Pei Yu's embrace, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest to maintain some distance. Yet, her body remained pressed tightly against his solid frame, their lips brushing lightly, sending an electrifying sensation coursing through her. Chapter 164, The First Kiss in an Instant. Jiang Mian's heart leapt to her throat, pounding fiercely, her mind a complete blank, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. She gazed into Pei Yu's eyes. Seeing her bewildered reflection mirrored within them, Pei Yu's breath caught, that gentle touch igniting something deep within him. In that fleeting moment, it seemed the only thing that existed in his universe was Jiang Mian, her breath, her warmth. Everything drew him into a state of intoxication, compelling him to deepen the kiss. And indeed, he did so, wrapping his arms tightly around Jiang Mian and Apos' waist, tilting his head slightly to kiss her softly. Those fantasies that had only ever danced in his dreams, causing him restless nights, had suddenly materialized into reality. Pei Yu found Jiang Mian and Apos' lips to be irresistibly soft and sweet, ensnaring him in this exquisite sensation. Jiang Mian and Apos' mind buzzed, utterly disoriented. She couldn't and Apos' fathom why Pei Yu had kissed her so suddenly. But this was her first kiss. Her very first kiss. With all her strength. She pushed Pei Yu away, scrambling to her feet, her face ablaze with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Pei Yu, have you lost your mind? She shouted. In that moment, she felt a touch of madness herself, nearly succumbing to the kiss. She was suddenly thankful that Xiaoteng was not present. For if he were to read her thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock her mercilessly. The warmth of his lips departed abruptly, leaving Pei Yu momentarily despondent. However, upon seeing Jiang Mian and Apos' furious gaze, he quickly regained his composure. This world could only drive him to madness, and it was all because of her. Did she not realize this? Hearing Pei Yu's words, Jiang Mian felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, despising his fickle tongue and smooth talk. Infuriated to the point of speechlessness, she turned on her heel and walked away. Had she not been startled by Pei Yu and Apos' extraordinary ability, she would never have stumbled. If she hadn't stumbled, this unforeseen incident would never have occurred. No. She had just realized a grave issue. If Pei Yu could return to a day or even 3 days prior through death, did everything she had done hold any significance? The laboratory she had destroyed, the data, the researchers, Shinsenwei, if Pei Yu wished, they could all reemerge. The key was that killing Pei Yu would be futile. This ability was terrifying. What was she to do? Jiang Mian and Apos' heart spiraled into chaos, more than the triviality of her first kiss. She was far more concerned that Pei Yu could undo all her hard work over the past few days. After all, that was his mother. Would he really stand by and do nothing? Jiang Mian suddenly understood the meaning behind Shinsenwei and Apos' last words. Her greatest trump card was Pei Yu. How utterly vexing. Destruction. Upon seeing Jiang Mian leave, Pei Yu sprang to his feet and chased after her. Jiang Mian, wait. I meant every word. This world could only drive him to madness, and it was solely because of her. On the way back, Pei Yu drove, while Jiang Mian sat in the passenger seat. Unlike the earlier journey, it was now Jiang Mian who wore the heaviest heart. Remembering her promise to Pei Yu that she would occasionally steal glances at him, she recalled his earlier assurance that he would no longer deceive her. Was that truth or mere pretense? Gathering her courage, she hesitantly asked, is it true that you will never lie to me again? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it, even if Pei Yu affirmed it. How could she possibly trust him? Despair enveloped her. I swear, with my life, I will never hide anything from you again. Pei Yu spoke with utmost seriousness, a resolute expression on his face. Jiang Mian could only reply with a muted expression, thinking it unnecessary. Her greatest fear was Pei Yu and Apos' demise. He could not die, could not revert to a previous timeline. But how could she communicate this to him? After much contemplation, Jiang Mian ultimately said nothing, even unsure of how they returned home. As dusk fell, Pei Yu returned the car to Yuan and then accompanied Jiang Mian back to the dormitory. Brother Pei, what brings you here? Lingyi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Pei Yu and Apos' return. Pei Yu ruffled his hair and replied, wherever Jiang Mian is, that is where I shall be. His gaze then shifted toward the less than welcoming Lu Yuan. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes internally at Pei Yu's remark and headed straight to her room. Qiu Hu and Fan Dongshu approached with smiles. We're returning to Haisher tomorrow. Does that mean you'll join us? Yes, I'll return with you, Pei Yu affirmed. Lingyi cheered. That's wonderful. Then Brother Pei can continue to teach me shooting. Lu Yuan felt out of place amid their jovial banter. Rising from the sofa to approach Jiang Mian and Apos' door and gently knock, Pei Yu, noticing Lu Yuan and Apos' actions, was instantly drawn to him. Inside her room, Jiang Mian heard the knock, set Xiaoteng aside, and opened the door, surprised to see Lu Yuan standing there. Is something the matter? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuan spoke. I would like to have a private conversation with you. Pei Yu quickly intervened. What can't be discussed in front of everyone? He simply disliked Lu Yuan being alone with Jiang Mian. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Pei Yu, his expression one of disdain as he disregarded him. Continuing to address Jiang Mian, it will only take a moment, I won't keep you long. Jiang Mian glanced between the two men, then nodded. Come in. As Lu Yuan stepped into the room, Jiang Mian was about to close the door when Pei Yu's hand shot out to stop her. Wait. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes in exasperation. What do you want? I want to discuss something with both of you, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Mian slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Pei Yu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit annoyed, and pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop. In the kitchen, Xiao Xiang emerged and, upon seeing Pei Yu's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth are you doing? Ling Yi shushed him, joining Pei Yu and listening intently. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang resignedly grabbed a bag of noodles from the table and returned to her culinary endeavors. Inside the room, Jiang Mian gestured for Lu Yuan to sit. Please, she said, pushing a chair toward him. Lu Yuan took a seat and cleared his throat. The Far East base currently lacks a leader, and Wu Jun has been seeking my advice. Do you have any thoughts on this? I have none, Jiang Mian replied candidly. Seeing her reticence to speak, Jiang Mian pondered whether he aspired to become the authority at the Far East base. She had no objections and added, do as you wish. I have no reservations. Power is a fine thing, but it's not something I covet. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and asked, Can we start anew? He looked at Jiang Mian with a nervous anticipation. Chapter 165. A missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. A new beginning? When Lu Yuan appeared beside her, Jiang Mian felt a sense of certainty in her heart, surmising that he likely still harbored feelings for her. Yet, embarking on a new beginning was far from simple. As someone who had once traversed the abyss of death, the despair and anguish she had endured could not be so easily erased. Some wounds, once inscribed upon the heart, remain indelible. Her decision not to take Lu Yuan's life did not equate to forgiveness. At the core, the incident was a consequence of the laboratory's interest in her unique abilities. Lu Yuan had been driven to desperation, torn between safeguarding his brother and preserving Jiang Mian, which led him to fall prey to Qin Wan and Apos' deceit. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's fate had been tragically grim. Jiang Mian remained silent, hesitating to respond to Lu Yuan's inquiry, while Pei Yu, eavesdropping outside, grew anxious. What new beginning? The shameless Lu Yuan, when had they ever truly begun? Why had Jiang Mian not outright rejected him? She had been quick to dismiss her feelings for Pei Yu, which only served to deepen his frustration. Was he not as worthy as Lu Yuan? Fortunately, after a moment, he finally heard Jiang Mian and Apos' voice. I am no longer the person I once was, and you are not the person you used to be. What we once had is impossible. Lu Yuan and Apos' hands instinctively clenched, and he hastily replied, I do not care, no matter how you have changed. His greatest regret from his previous life was not expressing his love for Jiang Mian sooner. As a man, he should have taken the initiative to shatter that veil of uncertainty. They were clearly fond of each other. Jiang Mian replied coolly, but I do care. I cannot act as if nothing has transpired. Pei Yu, still eavesdropping, was bewildered. What on earth had transpired between them during the apocalypse's onset? Aside from a few unpleasant encounters, nothing profoundly significant had occurred. What riddle were they attempting to solve? He resolved to have a private conversation with Lu Yuan later. As for why he didn't approach Jiang Mian, it was simply because he felt powerless in her presence. Ling Yi, equally perplexed, noticed Pei Yu's expression and realized they were both in the dark. However, this was not the time for inquiries. He opted to listen further. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, Lu Yuan's heart plummeted into despair, his gaze dimming, his voice turning hoarse. I understand. You should have grasped it sooner. A missed opportunity is indeed a missed opportunity. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Yuan finally asked, Do you like Pei Yu? Jiang Mian remained silent. The irony was palpable. Pei Yu inquired about her feelings for Lu Yuan, while Lu Yuan sought to know her feelings for Pei Yu. If they both liked each other, she would not object. Yet, to dissuade Lu Yuan, she reluctantly nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's mouth opened, yet words eluded him. At that moment, he was consumed by jealousy towards Pei Yu, wishing fervently to eliminate him. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that such actions were unwise. Outside, Pei Yu was on edge, anxious about Jiang Mian and Apos' response. Did she harbor feelings for him? After waiting in vain for her answer, even Lu Yuan fell silent. What were they engaged in? The lack of any sound only heightened Pei Yu and Apos' urgency. Just then, Xiao Xiang announced that dinner was ready, beckoning everyone to the table. Pei Yu signaled to Ling Yi to proceed to dinner first. As soon as Ling Yi departed, he knocked on Jiang Mian and Apos' door, calling out, Jiang Mian, dinner is ready. If you don't come out soon, it will get cold. Upon hearing Pei Yu's voice, Lu Yuan's expression darkened, his fist clenching tightly. Jiang Mian, oblivious to Lu Yuan's turmoil, replied calmly, I understand, then turned her gaze to Lu Yuan, stating, the location of the Far East base is quite favorable. Since they support you, make the most of this opportunity. She believed that with Lu Yuan and Appo's capabilities, he would manage the base well and ensure the survival of the remaining survivors. I understand. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied, his smile strained. You should go eat. He stood up and walked towards the door, only to find Pei Yu standing nearby, which instantly darkened his mood further. Pei Yu glared at him, equally displeased, but upon seeing Jiang Mian emerge, he quickly donned a warm demeanor. Are you hungry? Xiao Xiang has prepared dinner. Jiang Mian glanced at him but remained silent. Xiao Hu, noticing Lu Yuan's exit, warmly invited, come eat. Try my sister's cooking. Having emerged from Lu Yuan and Appo's group, he was naturally more cordial towards him than others. Recently rejected by Jiang Mian, Lu Yuan felt no appetite and shook his head, declining. No, I have matters to attend to. You all enjoy. After a final glance at Jiang Mian, he inquired, what time shall we depart tomorrow? I will come to see you off. Jiang Mian contemplated, preferring not to leave too early, ideally allowing everyone to wake naturally, and replied, at 8. What she left unsaid was her intention not to travel with Xiao Hu and the others, needing a reason to take the water route for the parasitic Hydra to find her. Jiang Mian wished to keep the Hydra's survival a secret to spare everyone worry. All right, I shall take my leave now. I will come to see you off tomorrow, Lu Yuan said, turning to leave. Ling Yi, noticing Pei Yu trailing after Lu Yuan, called out, Pei Gu, dinner is ready. Where are you going? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Pei Yu, their expressions filled with curiosity. Pei Yu hastily concocted an excuse. Since we are leaving tomorrow, I just remembered that I need to clarify something with Yuan. You all eat without me. He hurried away. Jiang Mian dismissed him, addressing the group. Let us eat. I have something to discuss with you all afterward. The others resumed their meal, slurping noodles. Meanwhile, Pei Yu hastened his pace, quickly catching up to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, now aware of Pei Yu's presence, tightened his fist even further. Yet both men maintained a silent accord, exiting the dormitory area without a word. The night had fully descended, and the base and Appo's streetlights cast a dim glow, barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. Perhaps due to the hour, few pedestrians were about, rendering the surroundings particularly tranquil, save for the echo of their footsteps on the desolate road. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, Lu Yuan swung his fist towards Pei Yu's face. Pei Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan leaned back just in time to avoid it, then retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Pei Yu's abdomen. Pei Yu blocked it with his arm while delivering a swift kick to Lu Yuan's calf. Lu Yuan winced in pain, but his ferocity only intensified as he launched another punch towards Pei Yu's face, this time Con Chapter 166, Exchange of Secrets in a moment. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each bearing various injuries. Lu Yuan's left eye was swollen to the point of near closure, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Pei Yu and Appo's cheek was bruised, and his clothes were torn and ragged. Despite their injuries, neither showed any intention of relenting, resembling two wounded beasts battling desperately in the darkness. They grappled with each other, rolling on the ground. Lu Yuan driving his knee into Pei Yu and Appo's abdomen, while Pei Yu retaliated by elbowing Lu Yuan and Appo's back. Time slipped away, and gradually their strength waned, their movements becoming sluggish. Ultimately, exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, gazing at the dim sky, their eyes still filled with defiance. Pei Yu broke the silence first, his voice slightly hoarse. What exactly happened between you and Jiang Mian? Why does she want to kill you so badly? Lu Yuan turned his head with great effort, glaring at Pei Yu coldly. Why should I tell you? He retorted. The desire to kill him was a thing of the past. The misunderstanding between him and Jiang Mian had been resolved now. She would not kill him, but neither would she come to love him again. These were truths Lu Yuan had no desire to share with Pei Yu. Pei Yu frowned. Do you want to fight again? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yuan clenched his teeth defiantly. The two glared at each other fiercely, yet their extreme fatigue prevented them from engaging in further combat. Silence enveloped the street that night. After an unknown passage of time, Lu Yuan seemed to come to a realization and warned Pei Yu. Take good care of Jiang Mian. If you dare betray her or harm her, I will make you pay dearly with my life. Pei Yu was about to retort, but then realized the implication. Was Lu Yuan giving up on Jiang Mian? This was indeed a good thing. With a sullen expression, he replied, I will. No need for your advice. Pei Yu, remember your words today, or I will take her away from you. Lu Yuan glared at him, his gaze still menacing. He had already harmed Jiang Mian once, and he could only hope that Pei Yu would not follow in his footsteps and treat Jiang Mian with genuine care. Pei Yu scoffed. You won't get the chance. Lu Yuan thought to himself that if it weren't for Jiang Mian's affection for Pei Yu, he would not have let him off so easily. Now that we're at this point, what exactly happened between you and Jiang Mian? Agro Chapter 167. Farewell from Lu Yuan. Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully and turned to Qiu Hu and the others, inquiring, what do you think? The group hesitated before Fan Dongxu spoke up first. Will you all be able to make it by tomorrow? Tan Ping quickly replied, absolutely. We made preparations today. Some are in charge of gathering supplies while others are arranging transportation. We will be ready to leave by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Fan Dongxu looked at Jiang Mian and said, then I have no objections. The fact that they had considered these logistics indicated they were not the type to cause unnecessary trouble. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to accept the plan. Since he seemed agreeable, Jiang Mian directly addressed Tan Ping. Let us meet at the base gate at 8 in the morning. All right. Thank you, thank you. Tan Ping exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet. I'll head back and share this good news with them. We'll be sure to wait for you at the base. With that, Jiang Mian bid farewell to Tan Ping and informed the others about their return journey. She instructed Qiu Hu to lead everyone back along the same route, assuring them she would provide some weapons for self-defense. Meanwhile, she and Pei Yu planned to find a boat to return to Haisher via waterway, collecting supplies along the way. Initially, Qiu Xiang and Ling Yi wished to accompany Jiang Mian on the water route, but she declined, insisting they protect the 68 individuals returning to Haisher. Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu sensed Jiang Mian's reasoning and assisted in persuading the two to comply. Eventually, Qiu Xiang and Ling Yi reluctantly agreed to join the main group. With the arrangements settled, Jiang Mian encouraged everyone to return early and rest for the journey ahead. Once back in her room, she glanced at little Tong, who was busily absorbing crystal cores. How's it going? She asked. I feel close, but I'm still a bit short. If you could bring out more crystal cores before you sleep, I'll work through the night. Jiang Mian replied. As if you've ever slept before. She retrieved a bag containing 100 level 3 crystal cores from her space and placed it on the table for little Ting to use. At first, little Tung could sense the presence of the parasitic hydra, but later encounters revealed it could no longer feel it, leading Jiang Mian to suspect the hydra was of a higher level than little Tung. This time, she hoped for little Tung to elevate its level, which might enable it to suppress the parasitic hydra. Although the 5 parasitic hydras had reached a consensus to cooperate, Jiang Mian remained vigilant. The level 8 mutated octopus was no trivial foe, and Pei Yu's abilities could serve as her trump card. Ultimately, she would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. Likely the parasitic hydra was also unsure of its own strength. With that thought, she decided to postpone any further deliberation until tomorrow. The next day, Pei Yu arrived at the dormitory early, finding Jiang Mian and the others having breakfast. Have you all eaten? Would you like some? Qiu Xiang inquired, relieved that she had prepared more than enough in the morning, allowing Pei Yu to partake without diminishing anyone else's share. No, you all eat. I'll serve myself. Pei Yu replied as he headed to the kitchen to dish out some porridge, joining everyone at the table. What happened to your face? Jiang Mian asked, noticing the injury on Pei Yu's face as soon as he entered. Didn't you say you were going back to explain things to Wan? How did you end up in a fight? The others had also noticed Pei Yu's injury but had hesitated to inquire. Now, upon Jiang Mian and Appo's question, they cast furtive glances at him. Oh, it's nothing. It was too dark last night, and I accidentally fell down the stairs, he said, sipping his porridge. A hint of annoyance evident regarding Lu Yuan and Appo's actions. No one in attendance believed his explanation, but they chose to spare him further questioning. After everyone finished breakfast, they arrived at the base gate just as it approached 8 o'clock. Lu Yuan, Wu Jun, and their group were waiting outside to send Jiang Mian and her party off. These supplies are a small token of our regard. Take them for the journey, Lu Yuan said, gesturing for his people to bring forth 4 boxes of instant noodles, a box of marinated chicken legs, and 2 boxes of sandwich bread. Thank you. Jiang Mian graciously accepted the supplies. She noticed Lu Yuan bore injuries as well, and, glancing at Pei Yu, saw him avoiding her gaze, leading her to deduce the situation. It seemed these two had taken the time to engage in a scuffle amidst their busy schedules. Jiang Mian, I wish you a safe journey, Wu Jun said with a smile, indicating that the Dawn Guild would not be returning but rather planning to remain at the Far East base. Jiang Mian understood his choice. After the incident at Haichuan base, they had likely offended some high-ranking officials, and returning might not yield favorable outcomes. Anyone with insight could see the proper choice was to stay, especially since the leadership at the Far East base was lacking, making it ripe for management. With both he and Lu Yuan at the helm, she believed it wouldn't be long before the area regained its former vitality. Take care of yourselves. Jiang Mian bid them a brief farewell before walking away without looking back. Jiang Mian, Lu Yuan called out, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Only when she turned around in confusion did he nervously ask, if the opportunity arises, may I visit you in Haishur? Jiang Mian, indifferent, nodded in affirmation before turning away once more, while Pei Yu shot him a displeased glare. Lu Yuan chose to disregard Pei Yu and Amp Oppo's expression, watching Jiang Mian and Amp Oppo's retreating figure. A wave of sadness washing over him as he pondered when they might meet again. Tan Ping had already gathered people outside and greeted Jiang Mian with a smile. Our team is ready. We can depart at any time. Good. During the return journey, listen to Chiu Hu and Amp Oppo's arrangements, and try to collect as many supplies as possible along the way. Once we reach Haishur, find a place to settle first. There's no need to rush into the base. Jiang Mian instructed. Having left in haste previously, the current situation at the base remained uncertain. It was prudent for Chiu Hu and the others to return to the base first to gather information before deciding whether to enter. Jiang Mian's primary concern was that so many ability users entering the base could provoke the interest of the high-ranking officials, necessitating a cautious approach. Understood, Tan Ping responded promptly. Let us set off. Jiang Mian commanded, and everyone swiftly boarded their vehicles. As the vehicle started and gradually distanced itself from the Far East base, Pei Yu learned during breakfast that Jiang Mian intended for them to act independently, which delighted him for quite some time. Once they exited Baishur, Jiang Mian and Amp Oppo's vehicle merged onto the national highway, parting ways with Chiu Hu and Amp Oppo's group as they headed towards the coast. Along the journey, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting golden patches upon the ground. The road was flanked by undulating green hills, their slopes adorned with lush trees, and a gentle breeze wafted through, refreshing and invigorating. After driving for an hour and approaching the coast, Jiang Mian pulled over by the roadside. What's wrong? Pei Yu asked. Confused as to why Jiang Mian chose to stop here, noticing nothing unusual in the surroundings. Jiang Mian turned to face Pei Yu, her expression serious. Turn around. Pei Yu, unsure of her intent, complied and turned. He felt her fingers lightly brush against his face. Chapter 168. Mind your language. Pei Yu listened as Jiang Mian instructed him not to move. A gentle warmth enveloped his face, soothing the pain within moments. Astonished, he inquired, is this your healing ability? He had never known Jiang Mian possess such a gift, cleverly concealed until now. Her willingness to treat him revealed a profound trust, which delighted him. Indeed, Jiang Mian affirmed. Yet, her intentions were not solely altruistic. Pei Yu, I find myself in a predicament. Can you assist me? Of course. Whatever the trouble, I shall support you without hesitation, Pei Yu assured her. Jiang Mian then recounted the issue with the parasitic Hydra, detailing their transition from adversaries to allies, and the need to confront an 8th-level mutated octopus. Pei Yu felt a mix of shock and self-reproach. He was astonished by the existence of such peculiar creatures and regretted his prior ignorance, which had rendered him unhelpful. What is your plan? He asked, sensing that Jiang Mian had a strategy in mind. I have yet to devise a solid plan, but the parasitic Hydra has caused numerous deaths. If we can locate its original form, I wish to eliminate it, Jiang Mian expressed, determined to eradicate the threat looming over her life. She could not allow such a ticking time bomb to persist in her existence. Pei Yu nodded, pledging his utmost effort. And the 8th-level mutated octopus? Do you believe we can defeat it alone? He chuckled, realizing how foolish the question was. After some discussion, Jiang Mian stressed that should anything untoward happen to them, Pei Yu must recount every detail of their encounter upon his return, so they could formulate a response together. Understood, he replied. In the afternoon, they arrived at a desolate port. As they disembarked, Jiang Mian effortlessly stored the vehicle in her spatial pocket. The sea breeze howled, laden with a briny scent. The port appeared dilapidated and quiet, with massive cargo ships leaning precariously along the shore, as if they had weathered a fierce storm. Rusty chains rattled ominously in the wind. The square was cluttered with containers, some ajar, spilling their contents and revealing dried bloodstains. Something seems amiss here, Pei Yu murmured. Jiang Mian scanned their surroundings warily. We simply need to find a usable ship. Having grown up around her ship designer father, she was well-versed in operating various vessels and their structures. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from a nearby cabin, resembling someone incessantly striking the interior of a container. Exchanging a glance with Pei Yu, they cautiously approached the source. Before them stood a container approximately 3 meters high and 5 meters wide, locked tight. The nature of the commotion within remained a mystery. Was it a zombie or a human? Beware. We are being surrounded. Little Ting warned, having absorbed energy for an upgrade while nestled in Jiang Mian's pocket. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Mian acknowledged the warning. Yes. Pei Yu responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. They stood back to back, attuned to the encroaching footsteps coming from 4 directions. Who are you? What brings you here? A burly man barked, his gaze menacing as it fell upon Jiang Mian and Pei Yu. The group of 10 appeared hardened by life at sea. Their dark skin a testament to countless hours spent under the sun. Each wielded a weapon, a mix of clubs and knives, exuding an air of menace. We seek a ship. Pei Yu replied coolly. The man scrutinized Jiang Mian with a predatory glint in his eye. This little lady is rather attractive. Stick with me, and I guarantee you a boat. Laughter erupted from the others, echoing their leader and Appo's crude invitation. Pei Yu and Appo's expression darkened, indignantly retorting, mind your language. Unfazed, the man grew bolder. What's that, kid? You dare challenge me? His companions edged closer, emboldened by his bravado. Observing their arrogance, Jiang Mian sensed danger. What is inside that container? She demanded. The man glanced at the still noisy container, smirking. Just some lovely ladies like yourself. Heh. Once they and Appo's relocked up, they can and Appo's escape. Before he could finish, a wooden vine lashed out, sending him and 2 others crashing to the ground with agonized cries. Panic ensued among the remaining men, who were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. She's an ability user, someone exclaimed. Jiang Mian's eyes hardened with contempt. Didn't I tell you to mind your language? With a swift motion, she commanded the vine to ensnare the lead thug. What is truly inside? People, women, he stammered. Now cowed and stripped of bravado, Pei Yu turned to him. Have your men open the container. Under Jiang Mian and Appo's control, the man had no choice but to comply, especially with a sharpened vine poised threateningly at his throat. Lu, open the door, he ordered, his voice trembling. The man named Lu approached, fumbling with the key as he unlocked the container. The door creaked open, releasing a foul odor. Inside, several ragged women huddled in the corner, their eyes wide with terror and helplessness. Jiang Mian and Appo's fury ignited. You beasts! She seethed. Without hesitation, she pierced the thug and Appo's heart with the vine, silencing him before he could utter a final scream. Pei Yu, equally enraged, sprang into action, his surgical knife flashing as he swiftly slashed a man's through Chapter 169. The fishing boat within the confines of the container, a few women huddled together, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Jiang Mian, rendered speechless by the gruesome scene before them. The individuals who had inflicted harm upon them lay lifeless. Yet the intentions of the 2 individuals before them remained uncertain. Anxiety coursed through their minds until one of the women spoke. You are free now. Subsequently, she and the man made their way towards the dock where the boats were anchored, indicating that they posed no threat. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu strolled along the edge of the harbor, passing abandoned vessels, some rusted and others with waterlogged hulls. After a while, Jiang Mian finally spotted a fishing boat that appeared relatively intact, capable of accommodating around 20 individuals. I'll take a look, she said, swiftly leaping onto the boat, traversing the deck and entering the cockpit to inspect the equipment. Pei Yu followed suit, searching the boat and Appo's cabins to eliminate any safety hazards. 3 minutes later, Jiang Mian emerged from the cockpit. This boat is operational, though fuel is scarce. I'll check nearby vessels for some luck in gathering more. Pei Yu replied. The bedding in this room reeks of mildew. I'll dispose of it all and assist you shortly. With that, he turned to remove the bedding. Jiang Mian utilized a wooden vine to hook onto the railing of an adjacent ship, gracefully leaping across and firmly landing on its deck. She surveyed her surroundings, detecting nothing unusual before entering the cabin in search of diesel. Before long, Pei Yu arrived to lend a hand, and after a flurry of activity, they successfully unearthed several large cans of diesel, which Jiang Mian ultimately stowed away. Above, a few seagulls soared, their pristine wings unfurling against the azure sky, freely gliding. Occasionally, they would dive down to catch small fish, their sharp calls ringing out as they ascended once more. Observing their unrestrained movements, Jiang Mian temporarily forgot the harsh realities of her situation, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over her. In the next moment, the tranquil sea erupted into a tumult of waves as a massive mutated fish leapt from the water. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, opened wide just as a seagull, engrossed in its hunt for fish, remained oblivious. In an instant, the mutated fish lunged with astonishing speed and force, clamping its jaws around the unsuspecting gull. The poor creature barely had time to struggle before emitting a brief, piercing cry, only to be mercilessly dragged beneath the waves. The other seagulls, alarmed, took flight, leaving behind only scattered feathers on the surface, silently narrating the tragedy that had just unfolded. Jiang Mian's eyes widened, her earlier lightheartedness swiftly supplanted by shock. In her previous life, she had encountered mutated animals and plants, yet never had she faced mutated aquatic creatures. This was a true revelation. The bloody scene lingered in her mind, starkly reminding her of the world's cruelty. Pei Yu, having witnessed the spectacle, approached Jiang Mian, commenting, "That was brutal. Are you sure we want to navigate by water? It feels more perilous than traveling by land." Jiang Mian reasoned, "Consider it an opportunity to acclimate. We must face the 8th level mutated octopus soon, so we have no choice but to proceed by water." Resigned, Pei Yu conceded, "I'll follow your lead." Returning to the fishing boat they had initially chosen, Jiang Mian briskly made her way to the cockpit, expertly starting the engine and gripping the steering wheel, adjusting the vessel and Oppo's course. As the engine roared to life, the fishing boat gradually departed the harbor, heading into the vast expanse ahead. The parasitic hydra had previously informed Jiang Mian of the location of the 8th level mutated octopus, situated near Linglong Island, a renowned tourist destination before the apocalypse, celebrated for its stunning scenery and unspoiled charm. Due to its proximity, Jiang Mian had spent nearly every summer there with her parents, creating cherished memories. After a day of navigating the waters, as night approached, Jiang Mian sought a port to dock for the night. Pei Yu lit a candle and carefully placed it on the kitchen table before assembling a camping stove from the supplies in his storage, preparing to cook dinner. Jiang Mian, with a small pot in hand, filled it with mineral water to wash the dishes, intending to prepare instant noodles and some snacks. At that moment, the little vine excitedly announced its recent upgrade, now capable of concealing its presence akin to the parasitic hydra, remaining undetectable. Seeing the little vine's joy, Jiang Mian refrained from dampening its spirits and instead offered a few insincere compliments. Pei Yu, observing the vine and Oppo's animated antics as it leapt around, inquired, "What is going on with it?" "It is upgraded," Jiang Mian explained, handing him the pot of water to place on the camping stove. "Ah, no wonder it and Oppo's so ecstatic," Pei Yu noted, watching the little vine perform various acrobatic feats, clearly overjoyed. Unexpectedly, it plunged headfirst into the sea. Pei Yu gasped, "Jiang Mian." The little vine fell into the water. "Don't worry, it mentioned it would dive to catch some seafood for us," Jiang Mian replied calmly. The little vine had informed her before its descent, and she was eager to discover if there were any edible sea creatures left. Upon hearing her words, Pei Yu unconsciously swallowed, envisioning the delightful combination of seafood with instant noodles, elevating the meal significantly. After a considerable wait, while the water in the pot boiled, the little vine had yet to resurface. The sea remained calm, and Pei Yu began to feel anxious. Where could the little vine be? What if it was in trouble? Jiang Mian, feeling a twinge of unease herself, reassured him, "Let us wait a bit longer. The little vine is clever. It's just a vine. Even if it can end Oppo's swim, it should be able to float, right?" Just as Jiang Mian pondered this, the surface of the water suddenly erupted in waves, and the little vine broke through the surface, its tendrils laden with an assortment of seafood, plump ribbon crabs, lively shrimp, and 2 sizable shellfish. "Look at my prowess," the little vine exclaimed triumphantly. "Impressive," Jiang Mian replied, her eyes shining at the sight of the ribbon crabs. She quickly retrieved a basin from her storage, urging the little vine to deposit its catch inside. "With this bounty, who needs instant noodles? Tonight, let me show you my culinary skills," Pei Yu declared with a grin. Jiang Mian, taken aback, glanced at him. "You can cook?" As a doctor, she found it hard to believe Pei Yu had the time to hone his culinary skills. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. "You underestimate me. During my university days, I rented a small suite and often cooked for myself. After graduating and starting my internship at the hospital, I became too busy to cook, but I still retained the basics." Chapter 170, Pearl's Jiang Mian nodded with a hint of skepticism. All right, then. Tonight, I shall let you showcase your skills. Pei Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, began to prepare the seafood, his movements deft and methodical. Let an amp, Oppos, boil the prawns. I will prepare a dipping sauce shortly for us to enjoy. Jiang Mian had no objections, nodding in agreement as she beckoned Xiaoteng to dive back in for another catch. Jiang Mian, there are pearls in those large shells. I specifically picked them out as a gift for you. Xiaoteng felt that no woman could resist pearls, especially those that were self-sourced. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Mian and Oppos' gaze shifted to the shells with a glimmer of anticipation. In the evenings after the apocalypse, she had found little in the way of entertainment. The prospect of prying open shells to uncover pearls seemed rather delightful. Once Xiaoteng splashed into the sea with a resounding plunge, Jiang Mian retrieved a small knife and picked up a large shell, preparing to open it for pearls. Gently, she pried the shell apart along its seam, and within moments, it yielded to her efforts, revealing a trove of pearls nestled within the shell and amp, Oppos' flesh. One by one, Jiang Mian extracted the lustrous pink pearls, each a soothing balm to her spirit. Pei Yu, noticing the radiant smile blossoming on Jiang Mian and Oppos' face, couldn't and Oppos' help but smile in return. Her happiness was his joy. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoteng resurfaced, laden with a bounty of seafood, depositing it into the basin Jiang Mian had prepared. That evening, Pei Yu cooked a pot of boiled prawns and a dish of braised crab, setting the stage for a candlelit dinner in the cabin for Jiang Mian. He served her half of the crab, urging her to taste his culinary skills. Quick, try my cooking, he insisted, a tinge of nervousness underlying his excitement. Jiang Mian accepted the bowl, lifted the crab, and took a delicate bite. The tender, juicy crab meat burst forth in her mouth, and she was pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. As Pei Yu peeled the prawns, he eagerly inquired, "How does it taste?" "Quite good, delicious even," Jiang Mian replied honestly, noting that his skills surpassed her own. Upon hearing her praise, Pei Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. "Does it capture your heart as well?" Jiang Mian nearly choked at his words. "Try the prawn. Remember to dip it in the sauce." Pei Yu presented the peeled prawn before her. Noticing that he was still peeling, she shyly suggested, "You should eat some too." "Very well." As Jiang Mian savored the seafood, she began discussing mutated creatures with Pei Yu, mentioning the small red fruit Xiaoteng had discovered, which could counteract the toxins of mutated animals. Pei Yu, intrigued, responded, "Once we return to the Haichuan base, I must thoroughly investigate that red fruit you mentioned to uncover its unique properties." It seemed remarkable that no one had encountered such a fruit capable of detoxifying mutated creatures before. "Agreed. We shall venture into the mountains to gather some together." Jiang Mian expressed her hope for that opportunity. That night, Pei Yu dreamt with a smile. Upon waking, he found an additional woman aboard the boat, conversing with Jiang Mian. "Is this helper of yours reliable?" he inquired, eyeing the parasitic hydra that had reattached itself to a short-haired woman in her 20s. Jiang Mian gazed out at the sea and replied calmly, "Quite reliable." But Yuhaven and Oppos' mentioned what transpired in the laboratory that day. Her curiosity piqued. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. There were 2 deranged individuals on the 4th basement level. They were utterly through the Hydra's recounting. Jiang Mian learned of the events from that night. The 4th basement had been locked and unable to access it through normal means. The Hydra had slid down the corpse disposal chute out of curiosity. To its dismay, it discovered a scene akin to a slaughterhouse, massive butcher blocks, blood-soaked pools, and an array of sharp instruments carelessly strewn about, walls splattered with crimson stains. The Hydra observed 2 brutish butchers, their imposing figures marred by grotesque features, their aprons stained beyond recognition. One butcher violently tossed a corpse onto the block, while the other seized a sharp axe, unhesitatingly hacking at the legs. The sound of cracking bones echoed, blood spraying across the butcher's face, which he W. Chapter 171, Linglong Island 2 days later. The fishing boat captained by Jiang Mian returned to Haishur. It was nearing dusk, and the sky was ablaze with a splendid sunset, resembling a sea of fiery flames. The parasitic Hydra instructed her to anchor the boat near Linglong Island, and the trio, a human and 2 companions, set foot on the island. "That dreadful octopus is difficult to lure out. We shall rest on this island tonight, and tomorrow we will devise a plan," the parasitic Hydra remarked as they walked. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu remained silent, tacitly agreeing with its proposal. As they proceeded, a middle-aged woman suddenly emerged from a fork in the path, her eyes widening in disbelief upon spotting the parasitic Hydra. "Maisie, my Maisie!" Where have you been these past few days? She cried, tears welling up in her eyes. She had thought her daughter was lost forever. Now, seeing her again filled her with overwhelming emotion. The middle-aged woman rushed toward the parasitic hydra, yearning to embrace her daughter. Jiang Mian quickly realized that this woman recognized the body now inhabited by the hydra. Alas, she was unaware that the Maisie she spoke of had long since perished, leaving only a parasite in her place. Get away. The parasitic hydra shoved the woman aside, its eyes brimming with disdain. The middle-aged woman gazed at her in disbelief. Disappointment etched across her face. Maisie, I am your mother. What has happened to you? Look closely, I am your mother. She reached out to grasp her daughter's arm, desperate to awaken her. However, the parasitic hydra violently shook off her grasp, seething, Your daughter is dead. I am not her. Do not touch me, you madwoman. If you wish to live, stay far away. What? My daughter is dead? No, it cannot be. Maisie was just fine. The middle-aged woman staggered, nearly collapsing, but stubbornly attempted to grasp her daughter's hand once more. Maisie, what is wrong with you? Are you ill? Come home with me, please. To her horror, her daughter seized her neck, fury igniting her voice. You are such a nuisance. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The grip tightened, the woman's face reddening as she struggled to pry her daughter's hands away, yet to no avail. Seeing this, Jiang Mian shouted disapprovingly, Stop it. It was despicable to occupy another's body and threaten her mother's life. She brought this upon herself, the parasitic hydra retorted coldly. When Jiang Mian saw that it showed no signs of relent, chapter 172, You shall perish. The two waited for an extended period when suddenly the surface of the sea erupted with enormous waves, as if a colossal being were approaching. Then, Jiang Mian heard the call of the parasitic hydra. Jiang Mian, prepare. A gigantic wave surged forth, and the head of an enormous octopus slowly emerged from the water. Its massive form seemed capable of obscuring the very sun, with 8 thick, suction cup-covered tentacles thrashing about in the water, stirring up a vast whirlpool. Strangely, the 8th-level mutated octopus displayed a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering in the sunlight with a dreamlike quality that was both enchanting and spine-chilling. Each transition of color carried an air of unknown peril, as if heralding their impending doom. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu could see clearly that it was pursuing the parasitic hydra, its immense tentacles darting through the water at an astonishing speed, creating monstrous waves. The parasitic hydra dodged left and right, desperately trying to reach the shore. The 8th-level mutated octopus seemed incensed. It opened its gaping maw and spewed forth a torrent of black ink, instantly clouding the surrounding waters. The silhouette of the parasitic hydra flickered in the ink, its situation growing increasingly dire. Just then, the hydra surged forward, seemingly on the verge of escaping the inky abyss, racing toward the shore. The 8th-level mutated octopus would not relent. Several tentacles struck simultaneously, piercing through the body of the parasitic hydra and swiftly retracting, drawing it into its maw and swallowing it whole. Pei Yu gazed at the monstrous creature in disbelief, exclaiming, Is it dead? What do we do now? It was utterly impossible for him and Jiang Mian to drag the mutated octopus ashore. That was merely a clone, Jiang Mian understood. The parasitic hydra was not so easily vanquished. The sheer size of the 8th-level mutated octopus instilled a sense of dread within Jiang Mian. Just as she contemplated fleeing with Pei Yu, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before her. The octopus's original form began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Its stout tentacles shrank visibly, and its once iron-hard suckers gradually withered. Its massive body appeared to be squeezed by an unseen force, continuously diminishing. And its ferocious head shrank as well, the menace in its eyes dimming. For a moment, the ocean seemed to still in response to its transformation. What on earth is happening? You two, why are you still standing there? Come down and help. The voice of the parasitic hydra resonated once more. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu exchanged glances before plunging into the water. The hydra and Apos' clone had been devoured. Thus, this voice was likely that of the hydra and Apos' true form. If that were the case, they should seize the opportunity to eliminate it. They swiftly swam into the depths, where they encountered a long, foot-covered worm entwined with an octopus weighing over 100 pounds. Jiang Mian was astonished, perplexed as to how the parasitic hydra had managed to shrink the 8th-level mutated octopus. What is happening? She inquired. Seemingly in good spirits, the parasitic hydra patiently explained, I discovered its weakness. When it was drawn into its mouth, it released a special toxin that temporarily weakened its strength and size. Quickly, use your wood-based abilities to ensnare it and drag it toward the shore. Though the octopus had diminished, its strength remained formidable, with its tentacles thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape the hydra's grasp. All right. Jiang Mian responded, casting a glance at Pei Yu, who swiftly submerged. With Jiang Mian's assistance, the pressure on the parasitic hydra eased somewhat, and together they began to drag the mutated octopus slowly toward the beach. As they drew nearer to the shore, Jiang Mian tentatively asked, "Aren't you interested in its body? Why haven't you taken root yet?" "I would like to, but it is an 8th-level mutated octopus, and its body is too resilient. My current strength is insufficient to breach its defenses," the hydra replied, panting and entirely unaware that it had lost one of its own. Jiang Mian furrowed her brow. "Then what shall we do? We can and Oppos, just keep dragging it indefinitely. We and Oppos, LL discuss it once we reach the shore. I have my methods," the hydra assured her. Hearing this, Jiang Mian decided not to press further, her gaze occasionally darting toward the surface, searching for Pei Yu and Oppos' figure. Finally, she spotted Pei Yu and the little vine. The gesture indicated there were no other parasitic hydras nearby, implying that the entity entwined with the mutated octopus was likely the hydra's true form. This was it. Just as Jiang Mian prepared to take action against the parasitic hydra, the mutated octopus suddenly thrashed violently. A surge of power snapping the wooden vine and flinging both the hydra and Jiang Mian aside. The parasitic hydra crashed heavily onto the beach, momentarily dazed. Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and the little vine exclaimed in alarm, quickly swimming to the shore. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Jiang Mian swiftly regained her composure, shaking off the sand and lunging at the parasitic hydra with a sharp wooden vine. In that same moment, the mutated octopus and Oppos' tentacles lashed out toward the hydra. "What are you doing?" The hydra cried in shock, not expecting Jiang Mian to attack it, betraying its trust. Indeed, humans were cunning and untrustworthy. Despite having helped Jiang Mian deal with the laboratory, Jiang Mian and Oppos' gaze turned cold as she retorted fiercely, "You shall perish. This is your true form, ISN and Oppos, see it?" The parasitic hydra shouted in fury, "No, you will regret this." Yet Jiang Mian and Oppos' assault did not relent. She exerted all her strength, driving the wooden vine straight toward the hydra. At that moment, Pei Yu rushed forward and yanked Jiang Mian away. "Be careful." The tentacle of the mutated octopus struck with incredible speed, poised to strike them. In a split second, Pei Yu forcefully shoved Jiang Mian aside, only to be struck heavily to the ground by the tentacle. "Pei Yu!" Jiang Mian cried out in alarm, hastily retracting her wooden vine. Seizing the opportunity, the parasitic hydra attempted to escape, but was ensnared tightly by another of the octopus's tentacles, struggling in vain to break free. Noticing the hydra was temporarily trapped, Jiang Mian turned to Pei Yu. "Are you all right?" Pei Yu grit his teeth, forcing himself to rise. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Focus on defeating them." "All right." Jiang Mian nodded, her attention returning to the fierce confrontation between the parasitic hydra and the mutated octopus. At that moment, the octopus seemed to hold the upper hand. As the hydra was ensnared and nearly immobilized, she unleashed her abilities once more, directing her assault toward the hydra, but just as her attack was about to connect, the mutated octopus extended a tentacle, blocking Jiang Mian's strike. The tremendous force sent her staggering several steps back. "Cursed creature." Jiang Mian gritted her teeth, preparing to charge again. "Wait," Pei Yu interjected, having grasped the situation. The 8th-level mutated octopus seemed intent on preventing their interference. Chapter 173. Have you forgotten my ability? Jiang Mian. Hurry and help. If we don and Oppos, pull it ashore soon, it will recover, and then none of us will survive. If I perish, you shall too. The parasitic hydra screamed desperately, truly panicked. Its original plan was to poison the level 8 mutated octopus while it consumed its own clone, thus weakening its size and combat strength. Then, with Jiang Mian, a wood-based ability user, they would drag it ashore together. Once on land, they would collapse the octopus's body, and when it was weakened, it could then invade. However, at the critical moment, Jiang Mian suddenly betrayed it, attempting to kill it, despite having shown mercy by sparing her. Jiang Mian's ingratitude was intolerable. How hypocritical and fickle humanity could be. Jiang Mian watched in horror as the mutated octopus began to stuff the parasitic hydra into its mouth, sending chills down her spine. Observing the octopus seemingly growing larger, it appeared that it truly was on the verge of recovery. "Ah, thank you for the reminder. Since you are destined to perish, we shall take our leave." Jiang Mian immediately turned, hearing the hydra's agonizing cries, calling to Pei Yu and Xiao Tong. "Pei Yu, Xiao Tong, run." In a swift moment, She was the first to dash onto the concrete road, with Pei Yu soon following, yet Xiao Teng remained rooted in place. You all run. I want to witness the Hydra and Amp, Oppos, demise with my own eyes. It feels safer that way. Xiao Teng had never attacked the level 8 mutated octopus, so it was logical that the creature would not assault Xiao Teng either. Thus, Xiao Teng watched with a sense of righteousness. The parasitic Hydra seethed with rage as it observed Jiang Mian's retreating figure, its only hope now resting on that wretched vine. It pleaded pathetically, Xiao Teng, save me. If you help me, I will obey your every command. Anything you desire. Ah, the pain. It hurts so much. Is this how those humans I once consumed felt? I curse you. I'm here to witness your demise, not to save you. Dream on. Just as Jiang Mian had not run very far, a tremendous noise erupted behind her. She and Pei Yu could not resist glancing back, only to see the mutated octopus's body had swelled to the size of a moving mountain. Terrifying. Its fierce eyes fixed upon them. Long, soft tentacles reached forward as if to ensnare them instantly. Jiang Mian and Amp, Oppos, heart sank. It intended to come ashore and seize them. Run. Pei Yu shouted, grasping Jiang Mian and Amp, Oppos' hand and using all his strength to flee. However, how could their speed compare to the massive octopus? As the enormous shadow loomed ever closer, despair engulfed Jiang Mian. Was this the end? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a force suddenly propelled her forward, and she realized Pei Yu had been ensnared by the octopus's tentacle while attempting to save her. Pei Yu, don't come back. Hurry away. Pei Yu called out. Struggling within the tentacle's grip, Jiang Mian could not abandon him. She quickly summoned her ability, manipulating the wooden vines to attack the mutated octopus, fiercely entangling its tentacles to prevent it from dragging Pei Yu into the sea. The Hydra had previously suggested pulling the octopus ashore, implying it could not remain on land for long. The mutated octopus became infuriated by Jiang Mian's actions, deeming this insignificant creature foolish for attempting to hinder its return to the ocean. It was laughable, with a mere exertion of force. It could drag her to the depths as well. Any being that dared offend it deserved to perish. Jiang Mian felt an overwhelming force pulling her closer to the beach. Yet she gritted her teeth and held on. I and Amp, Oppos, assist you. Xiao Teng and Amp, Oppos' vines grew wildly, entwining the octopus and Amp, Oppos' tentacles as well, aiding Jiang Mian in preventing its retreat. However, how could the colossal creature be moved by just the two of them? As they neared the beach, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' anxiety mounted. Jiang Mian, let go. He did not want her to be pulled into the sea. His own demise was inconsequential as long as Jiang Mian remained safe. Fool. Have you forgotten I can rewind time? No. I must save you. Jiang Mian and Oppos' resolve was unwavering, her lips bleeding from biting them in determination. Pei Yu and Oppos' heart ached at the sight, and he gently urged, it and Oppos' all right. Have you forgotten my ability? I will not perish. I have not forgotten. Jiang Mian replied through clenched teeth. The image of the Hydra being consumed haunted her memory. That process must have been excruciating, if possible. She wished to spare Pei Yu from such torment. Pei Yu had been taken by the octopus to save her. How could she stand idly by and watch him die? Having experienced betrayal, Jiang Mian never anticipated that in this perilous world, someone would selflessly bestow upon her the hope of survival. For Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' kindness, she would never abandon him. Ah, release us, you wretched octopus. We are not the ones you should be seizing. It is that accursed parasitic Hydra. You have consumed it. Thus avenging yourself, why persist in holding us? The mutated octopus comprehended Xiao Teng and Amp, Oppos' words but remained unmoved, deeming them all deserving of death, all worthy of filling its ravenous belly. Pei Yu, touched by Jiang Mian's stubbornness, realized how much she cared for him, how desperately she wished for his survival. Yet, if she did not let go, they would indeed be dragged into the sea together. That outcome was unacceptable. Pei Yu focused his will, quickly. Man of Chapter 174. Have you returned? Pei Yu. Prepare some dry branches and a lighter. We will encircle them with flames and roast them. Jiang Mian swiftly instructed Pei Yu, who hesitated to assist. She wished Xiao Xiang were present. Being a fire elemental, she could easily deal with aquatic creatures. Although Jiang Mian had never encountered mutated aquatic beings in her previous life, she had heard rumors that they feared fire. Even in their mutated state, they remained dependent on water, akin to humans needing air. Fortunately, such creatures and Oppos' characteristics would not easily change. All right. Pei Yu immediately dashed into the nearby thicket to gather the scattered, withered branches. As he worked, Xiaoting expressed gratitude to the mutated plant that had aided them. Through their communication, Xiaoting learned that the plant was a toxic variant named Xiaolan, which had intervened upon witnessing its kind being bullied. Jiang Mian felt that Xiaolan was truly a kind-hearted mutated plant, though she could not hear its words and relied on Xiaoting to translate. It seemed Xiaotung was an exception. The mutated octopus struggled desperately but could not escape Jiang Mian and Xiaoting's grasp, being dragged away from the beach for at least 700 or 800 meters. However, Jiang Mian felt it was still insufficiently safe and desired to take it further. They sprinted until they reached a dirt slope, where Pei Yu brought a bundle of dry branches. Jiang Mian, do you think this is enough? Jiang Mian inspected the dry wood and replied, it's sufficient. Quickly encircle it and light the fire. We also need some straw. She attempted to throw the mutated octopus to the ground, but it clung tightly to the wooden vine, refusing to let go. Frustrated, she wondered how they would ignite the fire with it entangled. I'll fetch some straw. Xiaolan mentioned its toxin lasts only 10 minutes. Xiaotung communicated. Thus, they had little time left. All right, go. Jiang Mian assisted shouting and freeing itself from the octopus's tentacles. Pei Yu arranged the dry branches and soon recognized Jiang Mian's predicament. Wait for me. He found a longer stick and pressed down on the mutated octopus, allowing Jiang Mian to disentangle herself from its disgusting limbs. Before long, Xiaoting returned with a bundle of straw, encircling the dry branches Pei Yu had arranged. Hurry. Ignite it. Quickly, Jiang Mian exclaimed, pulling out her lighter. With a click, a flame leapt up, igniting the straw. The fire rapidly spread, engulfing the dry branches. The mutated octopus emitted agonizing cries, thrashing violently but unable to escape the pressure of the long stick. Jiang Mian, Pei Yu, and Xiaoting stood nearby, anxiously observing. Gradually, the octopus and Oppos' struggles diminished until it ceased moving altogether. Although the flames continued to burn, they dared not relax their vigilance, maintaining pressure on the mutated octopus with the stick. Watching the dwindling flames, Pei Yu tentatively suggested, should I find more dry branches? If the fire goes out and the octopus isn't completely dead, it could lead to trouble. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian agreed. Yes, go quickly and return. She took the stick from Pei Yu's hand, watching him sprint toward the nearby woods. Eventually, Jiang Mian and the others added wood to the fire twice, ensuring the mutated octopus was thoroughly charred before they ceased their efforts. Surely it must be dead now? Jiang Mian pondered as she retrieved a long knife from her space and struck the octopus's head with force. After several attempts, she finally breached its tough exterior and carefully searched inside its head. Found it! Jiang Mian exclaimed excitedly, extracting a crystal core the size of an egg. Pei Yu, Xiaoting, and Xiaolan hurriedly approached. Indeed, it is a level 8 crystal core, quite substantial, Pei Yu remarked. It smells delightful. It must taste exquisite. Xiaoting enthusiastically waved its vine around Jiang Mian in circles, mimicking Xiaolan's movements, causing Jiang Mian to feel dizzy. Stop. Are you not a foodie? Jiang Mian feigned disdain while tossing a level 3 crystal core to both Xiaoting and Xiaolan. As for the level 8 core, she carefully stored it in her space, reluctant to treat Xiaotung to it as a snack. Pei Yu glanced toward the distant sea and stood up. Let us leave. This place is not suitable for lingering. Jiang Mian nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as she thought of finally returning to the base to accompany her parents. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face, and upon noticing, Pei Yu seemed to be influenced by her joy, breaking into a smile as well. Xiaoting eagerly inquired whether Xiaolan would join them, but Xiaolan expressed a desire to remain in the land that nurtured it, asking Xiaotung and the others to visit whenever they could. Ultimately, Jiang Mian and Xiaotung respected its choice and departed in their fishing boat. At Haishu, Qiuhu settled 68 ability users in the Zixing community, allowing Tan Ping and others to form their teams to gather supplies and address their immediate living issues. He then returned to the Haichuan base with Fan Dongxiu, Jiu Xiang, and Ling Yi. Upon entering the base, they sensed something was amiss. The usually bustling square was eerily quiet, with the occasional passerby displaying tense and anxious expressions. Qiuhu's heart sank as he quickened his pace toward home. Qiuhu, you have returned. Jiang Zhenghong, who was watering the small cabbage in the yard, exclaimed with surprise. Inside, Lin Xia, Xia, and Lu Qiong, hearing his voice, hastily set aside their tasks to greet them. Lin Xia's gaze constantly darted behind them, searching for Jiang Mian. And she anxiously inquired, where's Jiang Mian? Why didn't Oppos' Tishi return with you? Seeing her worried expression, Fan Dongxiu quickly clarified. Jiang Mian and Pei Yu went to gather supplies. They did not travel with us and may return a day or two later. Lin Xia felt relieved upon hearing this. Pei Yu? Are you saying Pei Yu has returned as well? Jiang Zhenhong asked curiously. Yes, Fan Dongxiu confirmed with a nod. CSCC squeezed beside Qiu Xiang, linking arms with her and asking, how did it go? Was everything smooth this time? It went smoothly. From now on, we ability users need not worry about being captured for experiments. That end amp, Oppos, S great. That end amp, Oppos, S great, Lu Qiang murmured, sharing in their happiness, recalling the peculiar atmosphere at the base. Qiuhu looked at Jiang Zhenhong with a puzzled expression and asked, Uncle Jiang, has something significant happened at the base recently? Jiang Zhenhong sighed. This all began after your departure. The base leader has died, and several high-ranking officials have been vying for control, causing constant strife. The exchange of resource points has become chaotic, and many people have left. Indeed, had we not been waiting for your return, we would have left by now. CSCC interjected. Qiuhu's brow furrowed. Did this mean a new base leader had yet to be determined? If this continued, the base would surely collapse. Chapter 175. It seems you all are living well. Jiang Zhenhong nodded helplessly, indicating that he had heard from Xiao Jiang about the fierce competition for the position of base leader among the Lin, Lu, and Wei families. A few days prior, the head of the Lu family had been assassinated, leaving only the Lin and Wei families to vie for dominance. The Xiao Jiang he referred to was Jiang Mingchen, who frequently visited CSCC to buy water and occasionally engaged in casual conversation. Qiuhu clicked his tongue, pondering which of the two families had a greater chance of victory. The Lin family was powerful, while the Wei family was somewhat weaker. However, the Wei family was known for their ruthless tactics. It was widely speculated that the Lu family and Oppos, S leader had been eliminated by the Wei family. With both sides locked in a stalemate, the outcome remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this conflict was of little concern to them. Lin Xia observed the group and suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear. You all should come inside and sit down. It and Oppos, has been a tiring journey, and standing must be exhausting. Aunt Lu and I will prepare dinner, and it will be ready shortly. Yes, let us go in and chat, Jiang Zhenhong responded, quickly gesturing for everyone to enter the house. With Qiuhu and the others returning, the atmosphere grew livelier as they recounted their recent experiences and mentioned the 68 ability users who had settled in the Zixing community. Jiang Zhenhong was initially surprised but relieved that they had not brought the individuals directly to the base, as that would surely have caused significant trouble. It turned out that Wu Jun and Oppos, Dawn Guild had taken many ability users away, greatly diminishing the number of abilities at the base, which was a considerable loss. Now, with the Lin and Wei families at odds, both were secretly recruiting ability users to bolster their strength. Had the 68 ability users entered the base directly, it would have sparked a conflict over their division, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenhong and Oppos' analysis, Qiuhu and the others felt fortunate for having heeded Jiang Mian's advice. It seemed that the placement of those ability users would need to be discussed further once Jiang Mian returned. The next day, everyone gradually woke up, exchanged greetings, and after freshening up, they were preparing to have breakfast when a knock echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Yi's eyes brightened. Could it be that Sister Jiang and Brother Pei have returned? I and Oppos, LL go open the door. Without waiting for a response, he excitedly dashed to the courtyard to answer the door. The others anticipated that Jiang Mian and her companions were back. Their spirits lifted as they awaited Ling Yi to usher them inside. However, they soon heard Ling Yi's voice raised in inquiry. Who are you looking for? We are here for your master. We represent the Wei family. Hu Feng has matters to discuss with you, so let us in quickly, came the firm response, laden with an unmistakable air of authority. Jiang Zhenhong, Qiuhu, and the others exchanged glances and quickly rose to their feet, heading outside. May I inquire what brings you here? Jiang Zhenhong asked courteously, wondering about the Wei family and Oppos' intentions. He recalled Xiao Jiang and Oppos' warnings about the Wei family's ruthless nature and wished to avoid any entanglements with them. Hu Feng replied impatiently, let us discuss this inside. What does it mean to block the entrance? You lot are truly lacking in perception. If it weren't for the fact that there are a few ability users among you, I wouldn't Oppos to even consider coming here. Qiuhu, upon hearing this, felt the urge to retort but was restrained by his sister, who pulled him back, forcing him to swallow his words. Though Jiang Zhenhong was reluctant to invite them in, they had already spoken. Refusing now would only provoke animosity. Ultimately, He had no choice but to greet them with a smile and allow them entry. As Hu Feng and his companions walked in, they surveyed the courtyard with visible astonishment. Upon reaching the main hall, they noticed several bowls of white rice porridge set out on the table, which elicited a tinge of jealousy and prompted sarcastic remarks. "Oh, you were just about to have breakfast. And white rice porridge, too. It seems you were living quite well. Not just well, when I entered. I even saw that they were growing some greens in their courtyard, while people outside can barely afford a sip of water. You still have rice and vegetables at home. What extravagance." Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Hu snapped coldly, "What exactly do you want?" Xiao Xiang CSCC. And the others regarded them with disdain, thinking their meals were none of their business. However, Jiang Zhenghong, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiang felt a sense of apprehension, fearing that the visitors might harbor ill intentions. Hu Feng and his companions scanned the room, seemingly oblivious to the group and Appo's disapproval, and continued. "We've heard that your family possesses several ability users. The Wei family is interested in recruiting them, offering generous terms. If you join us, you will reap the benefits." Xiao Hu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why the Wei family was attempting to recruit ability users individually. However, they had no interest in participating in the power struggle at the base, and thus, they would not align themselves with either the Wei or Lin families. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Jiang Zhenghong addressed the four men. "I'm sorry, but we have our own matters to attend to and cannot assist you." Hu Feng and Appo's expression darkened. Dawn and Appo's refused the offer. "Think carefully. Opposing the Wei family will lead to dire consequences." The three individuals accompanying him also grew stern, suggesting that if they refused to join, they might resort to violence. Is this a threat? Indeed, the Wei family is not to be trifled with. Just as Xiao Hu prepared to express his anger, Fan Dongshu stepped in front of him, chuckling. "It and Appo's a misunderstanding. We would never dare oppose the Wei family." Hearing this, Hu Feng and Appo's demeanor softened slightly, and he huffed. "Good, then be obedient and join us." Fan Dongshu grinned. "Brothers, please Dawn and Appo's rush us. This matter has taken us by surprise. May we have a day to consider?" Hu Feng shot a sideways glance at them. "Fine, you have 5 minutes." 5 minutes? That and Appo's far too short," Fan Dongshu exclaimed, hastily pulling the others aside to speak in hushed tones. "What do we do now?" Jiang Zhenghong pondered for a moment. "We cannot confront them directly. Let us keep them calm while we think of a solution." Ling Yi remarked, "If only Sister Jiang were here, her presence would give us confidence." Xiao Hu frowned. "But Jiang Mian is not here now. We must decide for ourselves. Shall we feign agreement and then seek an opportunity to escape?" Xiao Xiang suggested. CSCC shook her head. "That might not work. The Wei family won't be easily deceived." Silence fell over them as they contemplated their predicament. Before long, Hu Feng grew impatient and urged, "Have you reached a decision yet?" His gaze lingered on Xiao Xiang with a hint of intent. With no other recourse, Fan Dongshu stepped forward, steeling himself. "Can we have another day to consider?" "Granted," Hu Feng replied, though not without a catch. "But only if you hand over that woman to me." He gestured toward Xiao Xiang. "What does this mean? Is he interested in Xiao Xiang?" Fan Dongshu was taken aback. And just then, Xiao Hu stormed forward, shouting, "Get your filthy hands off my sister, or I swear I will make you pay." Chapter 176, Initially. I thought of asking you to leave when Xiao Xiang learned of Hu Feng and Appo's intentions towards her. She exhibited no fear on her face, meeting his gaze with a calm demeanor, her eyes filled with disdain. She even felt a surge of impulse to confront him directly. However, seeing her brother stand up for her, she restrained herself. The expressions on Jiang Zhenghong and the others turned furious as they shielded Xiao Xiang behind them, resolute in their determination not to surrender her. Hu Feng smirked. With audacity, he proclaimed, "Do you realize that I am acting on behalf of the Wei family? Offending me is tantamount to offending the Wei family." One of his companions interjected, "Indeed. Don't mistake our kindness for weakness. Our boss is a wind element ability user. Your sister should consider it a privilege." CSCC, as a woman, felt disgusted by their remarks. "Bah, what privilege? We do not desire it. Just leave, or I shall make you regret it." Ling Yi clenched his fists, feeling repulsed that someone would dare to covet Xiao Xiang. One of Hu Feng's men, witnessing the rising tension, urged, "Brother Feng, stop wasting words with them. Let us just take action." Hu Feng and Appo's eyes glinted with malice. "Fine, since you refuse my goodwill. Do not blame me for being uncivilized. Who needs your civility? I have long found you displeasing." Xiao Hu swung his fist at Hu Feng and Appo's face. Hu Feng leaned back to evade the blow, only to be struck in the abdomen, causing him to stagger backward in pain. He cursed inwardly, realizing that his opponent's speed was alarmingly swift. Altogether, he commanded his 3 subordinates. Understood, they replied. Fan Dongxiu and Ling Yi stepped forward, declaring, "You shall face us." In a heartbeat, the 2 charged at the trio, swiftly subduing them and pinning them to the ground. Fan Dongxiu taunted them, "So boastful, and yet you're merely mediocre." "Ah, you are going too far. The Wei family will not spare you," one of them shouted. Seizing the moment, Qiu Hu pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches on Hu Feng, who could only dodge and weave in desperation, suffering multiple bruises. In a moment of carelessness, Hu Feng was struck by a kick to the chest from Qiu Hu, sending him crashing to the ground. He coughed up blood in shock. Realizing this group had more skill than he had anticipated, his eyes burning with hatred, he summoned his ability, launching a wind blade towards Qiu Hu's neck. Brother. B. Chapter 177. The Wei family drives people away. As a few individuals deliberated on their options, an unexpected knock resounded at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Mian and the others turned their gazes toward the entrance, curious about the visitor at such an hour. Could it be someone from the Wei family? "I'll go check," Pei Yu said, rising to his feet, but Jiang Mian stopped him. "I'll go." Left with no choice, Pei Yu followed her as they made their way to the courtyard's entrance. Upon opening the door, Jiang Mingchen and Appo's astonished eyes widened at the sight of Jiang Mian. "Big shot. You're back." Jiang Mian, equally surprised to see Jiang Mingchen, nodded slightly. "What brings you here?" "Come in." "All right," Jiang Mingchen said with a smile as he stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. The others in the living room breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Jiang Mingchen was not an envoy from the Wei family. "Jiang Mingchen, are you here to buy water for CC again?" Jiang Zhenhong inquired. No. Jiang Mingchen quickly waved his hands, explaining, "I have urgent news to share. The Wei family has wiped out the Lin family, and now they dominate the base." "What? The Wei family has acted so swiftly?" Jiang Zhenhong was taken aback. It had barely been a moment since the Lu family had perished, and now the Lin family had met the same fate. Everyone sensed that the time for indecision had passed. They needed to leave the base without delay. Jiang Mingchen nodded vigorously. "Yes, they are ruthless. For reasons unknown. They are driving the residents from the makeshift areas out of the base, and anyone who refuses to leave is killed. Numerous lives have been lost. You all must pack your belongings and evacuate the base quickly. If the Wei family can eliminate those at the bottom today, tomorrow they may turn their sights on the dormitory area," Jiang Mingchen urged. Considering that CSCC and her companions were all capable powers and could survive well even outside the base, in the midst of the chaos at the base, where lives were extinguished at will, it was better to leave while the Wei family was still unprepared. Indeed, Jiang Mingchen is correct. The Wei family may very well target us next, Qiu Hu stated, internally agreeing with the urgency to depart. Jiang Mian surveyed the group, her gaze resting on Jiang Mingchen as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for informing us." She would remember this favor and repay it in kind when the opportunity arose. "Ah, big shot, you flatter me," Jiang Mingchen replied bashfully. The Morningstar Society was never short on information, and it was no trouble for him to come and deliver the news. Then he heard Jiang Mian inquire, "What about you? Are you also planning to leave the base?" "Yes, we must go too," Jiang Mingchen replied with a hint of resignation. "As you know, our society consists of orphans without anyone to rely on. If we do not leave soon, the Wei family will surely target us next." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia and the others felt a heaviness in their hearts. A group of half-grown children, bereft of parental protection in the apocalypse, faced an unimaginably difficult existence. Jiang Mian felt a twinge of compassion. "Where do you plan to go?" It was already challenging for the children to survive in the base, and now they were being forced to leave. The Wei family was truly excessive. They needed to find an opportunity to confront the Wei family, but not at this moment. Her parents were her Achilles heel, as long as they remained at the base. She could not act freely. Reflecting on the 68 powers who had accompanied her to Haishur, Jiang Mian began to formulate a plan. Jiang Mingchen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. In truth, he had no destination in mind, only the desire to escape the base first. Outside lurked zombies, and within the base, the Wei family was pressing hard. They simply wished to survive, and it felt insurmountably difficult. Noticing his discomfort, Jiang Mian suggested, "If you have no safe place to go, you can come with us." Her heart softened. She could not bear to see a group of children heading towards certain doom. "Really? Big shot?" Jiang Mingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had misheard, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Was the big shot truly willing to take them in? Indeed. Jiang Mian affirmed with a firm nod, her gaze resolute. Realizing it was true, Jiang Mingqian and Appo's eyes instantly glistened with tears, overwhelmed with joy. Big shot. Although we are just children, we can do many tasks. We promise to be obedient and not to cause you trouble. Then hurry back and pack your things. Let us meet at the base gate shortly. Remember to be quick, Jiang Mian instructed. Got it. I'll be right there, Jiang Mingqian exclaimed, darting away to share the good news with the others. Once he departed, Jiang Mian looked at the group and expressed her apologies. They are just children, without guidance. Leaving the base will only bring them greater peril. Earlier, before she could finish, Pei Yu interjected, Jiang Mian, I support you. They are children. The hope of the future. How can we stand by and watch them walk into danger? Exactly. I support you as well. Xiao Xiang chimed in. I support it too. CSCC added. I'm in favor. Ling Yi raised his hand, also backing Jiang Mian. Even if he could not fight, he could gather supplies to alleviate some of Jiang Mian's burdens. Xiao Hu and Fan Dongxiu exchanged glances and smiled in agreement, sharing their support as well. The elders, Jiang Zhenghong, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiang, felt gratified to see the children's kindness. Since the children had chosen to assist, they surely possessed the capability, and they would not hold them back. Thus, the decision was made, and everyone set about gathering their belongings, while Jiang Mian stored their luggage in her space. After an hour of bustling activity, everything was packed. Jiang Zhenghong then took Jiang Mian to the courtyard, requesting her to store the flourishing bok choy and its pot into her space. Jiang Mian was taken aback, noticing how well the bok choy had thrived. She had not expected her father to possess such a talent for gardening. Finally, they stood in the courtyard, casting a lingering glance at the home they had occupied for some time, feeling an unexpected sense of reluctance. Let us go, Jiang Mian urged. They needed to regroup with Jiang Mingqian at the base gate. Each person donned a pack to conceal their presence and made their way toward the base gate. Upon arrival, they found the guards using long sticks to drive away the impoverished residents from the makeshift areas. Due to a lack of food and resulting malnutrition, most of the individuals appeared ragged and gaunt, as if a gust of wind could topple them. Get lost. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave, the guard shouted, banging his wooden stick. They treated the people with utter disdain, and anyone who moved slowly was met with a blow from the stick, eliciting cries of distress. This incited considerable discontent among the crowd, yet they had never been well-fed and lacked the strength to resist. In the end, they could only endure in silence. Chapter 178. Who do you want to deal with? Here. Big shot. We are over here. Jiang Mingqian, upon spotting Jiang Mian and her group approaching, greeted them with a warm smile and a wave. Behind him stood a cluster of children, ranging from the ages of 5 to 18. Each child carried several bags containing their belongings and a small portion of supplies. The children felt a mixture of joy and apprehension upon seeing Jiang Mian and her companions. Their joy stemmed from finally having a sense of security and shelter, while their apprehension arose from uncertainty regarding whether the adults truly wished to be their protectors. After all, caring for such a group of children was no small task. Unaware of their inner turmoil, Jiang Mian counted the number of children and instructed Jiang Mingqian to lead them out of the base together with her group. There were about 40 children in total, a number that could easily constitute a class. She remembered her own elementary school days when her class had nearly the same number of students. Lin Xia gazed at the children, her heart softening immensely. Since her daughter had expressed a desire to care for them, she felt compelled to be more attentive and watchful. Lu Qiang shared her sentiments. Perhaps it was the maternal instinct that made them both feel a profound sense of compassion for the group of children who were even younger than their own daughters. Observing the chaotic crowd, Jiang Mian was concerned about the possibility of the children getting lost. She arranged for Pei Yu, Xiao Hu, and Fan Dongxiu to spread out, some walking alongside the children, while others brought up the rear, ensuring the safe exit of the youngsters from the base. Jiang Mingqian, touched by Jiang Mian and Appo's thoughtful arrangements, approached her with reddened eyes, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. It was a heartwarming experience to be protected, filling him with an overwhelming sense of security. The other children, too, began to smile, secretly admiring the adults who surrounded and shielded them, feeling an immense sense of happiness. They resolved to remember Jiang Mian and her group, vowing to contribute and never become a burden in return. As the group slowly advanced out of the base, an elderly man stumbled and fell to the ground, seemingly weakened by hunger. A guard, noticing the situation, approached with an intimidating demeanor, brandishing a long stick and barking at the old man. "Get up, you old fool. Don't lie there pretending to be dead. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude." The elderly man struggled to lift his head, his lips trembling as he replied, "I can't move anymore." He had gone nearly 2 days without food and simply lacked the strength. Since death was inevitable, he wished for a quick end rather than prolonged suffering. "Can't move? Let me assist you." The guard sneered maliciously, raising his stick high, preparing to strike the old man. Realizing he had no means to resist, the elderly man closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Death would spare him from hunger and pain. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Mian, who immediately stepped forward to block the guard. "Stop. He is of such an age, your blow could very well take his life." The guard shot Jiang Mian a glare, warning him, "Mind your own business, or you'll be dealt with too." At that moment, Jiang Mian intervened, delivering a swift kick that sent the guard sprawling. "Who do you think you?" Chapter 179. A broken gun to intimidate, whom Wang Yongxin was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. Yet the pain from his recent fall confirmed that he was not dreaming. You mean it?" he asked incredulously. Jiang Mian nodded, her gaze resolute. "Of course it's true, Teacher Wang. I'm not joking. I have a multitude of seeds, just waiting for your guidance on how to plant them." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wang Yongxin and Appo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. However, he pondered, considering the multitude of zombies outside. How could they possibly find a safe haven to cultivate food? Jiang Mian understood his concerns and quickly reassured him. "Teacher Wang, rest assured. As long as you are willing to help, we will take care of everything else. Restoring agriculture is essential. It is the hope for our survival." Fan Dongxiu supported her statement, asserting, "Indeed. Even in the absence of conditions, we will find a way to create them." Wang Yongxin regarded them deeply. "All right, fine. If there were no conditions, they would simply create them. After all, he had lived long enough. If he could do something meaningful for everyone before his demise, it would be worth it." Just as Jiang Mian finalized the discussion, a wave of screams and cries for help erupted from the front. "Ah, hurry back to the base. There are so many zombies ahead. Run, my son. Someone save my son." The crowd erupted in chaos, panic-stricken as they turned to flee upon hearing of the zombies. People jostled one another, shouts and cries intertwining. Some were knocked to the ground, trampled by those rushing behind, their anguished screams piercing the air. Others, oblivious to their belongings, lost shoes in the frenzy. Children wailed in their parents' and Appo's arms, while the elderly, after being knocked down, struggled to rise only to be toppled again. The group of small children beside Jiang Mian was also scattered by the turmoil, their cries rapidly drowned out. Lin Xia, Lu Yuan, and a few others attempted to grab hold of them, but were a step too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, finally bringing a moment of silence to the chaotic crowd as they turned their attention to the woman who fired. She stood, gun in hand, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd as she commanded, "Everyone, evacuate in an orderly manner. Anyone who recklessly rushes forward or cuts in line, I will be the first to take them down." Her voice was clear and powerful, instilling a sense of intimidation that gradually quelled the pushing and crying. "Xiu Xiang, Ling Yi, CSCC, you go ahead and stop the zombies from advancing. Pei Yu, Xiu Hu, Fan Dongxiu, you maintain order. Anyone who dares to create chaos will be executed." Jiang Mian directed. "Dad, take care of Teacher Wang. Mom, Aunt Lu, watch over the children." "Understood." They responded promptly, springing into action. Xiu Xiang and Ling Yi, along with CSCC, ran against the crowd towards the front, while Pei Yu, Xiu Hu, and Fan Dongxiu separated to manage the retreat, preventing further trampling. Despite the overwhelming fear that gripped their hearts, Jiang Mian's earlier warning had instilled a measure of calm. Without someone to lead, they would likely perish more swiftly. As Jiang Mian observed the crowd settling down, preparing to assist Xiu Xiang in combating the zombies, desperate cries arose from the base entrance. "Open the door. Let us in. There are zombies outside. We don't want to die. Open the door now." "Why are we being kept outside? We paid the entry fee." The guards at the base gate, upon seeing a large group returning and learning the cause, reported the situation to their captain, Zhang Dake, seeking his guidance. To their surprise, Zhang Dake ordered the gates closed, refusing to allow the people to return for shelter. After the Wei family took control of the base, their first order of business had been to disperse the lowest class of unproductive individuals. Having finally rid themselves of these burdens, how could they allow them to return so easily? If they angered the Wei family, Zhang Dake knew his position as captain would be jeopardized. Thus, he hardened his heart against the various pleas, cries, and curses echoing from outside. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared atop the wall, aiming a cold gun at them, furiously demanding, "Who ordered you to close the gate? Open it now?" The guards, startled by the woman standing above them, felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines. Those armed instinctively raised their guns, ready to confront her, awaiting orders from their captain to pull the trigger. Seeing the numbers and weapons on his side, Zhang Dake scoffed at Jiang Mian. "Who do you think you are? You think a broken gun can intimidate us?" Just as he was about to command the guards to fire, a gunshot rang out, a bullet piercing his brow. Zhang Dake and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell backward, while the other guards were thrown into a panic, shocked by such speed and precision. In a flurry, gunfire erupted as someone led the charge against Jiang Mian, but she deftly evaded the bullets and retaliated, moving like a wraith along the wall, swiftly dispatching the armed guards in less than a minute. Those with wooden clubs, witnessing the carnage, raised their hands in surrender, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I don't have a gun." They sought to convey their lack of threat to Jiang Mian, hoping to save themselves. "I can spare you, but you must open the gate." Chapter 180. The Need for Labor. What should we do now? CSCC gasped, surprised by the day's unfortunate turn of events. Were they to be besieged by zombies? Jiang Mian reasoned that a large horde of zombies had appeared at the outskirts of the base, and someone must have informed the Wei family. So she was not overly concerned. She turned her gaze to Qiu Xiangling and the others, who had exhausted their abilities, and said, "You should recover your powers first. Assistance should arrive soon." The group nodded without hesitation, producing their second-level crystal cores to absorb energy and gradually restore their abilities. The residents of the makeshift shelter expressed their relief at having survived, discussing among themselves whether to return to the shelter, but they were wary of the Wei family. The Wei family had made it clear that anyone who did not leave would be thrown into the mass grave. This grave was where the base disposed of all bodies, containing both zombie remains and those of deceased humans. It was a place they had no desire to visit. As they pondered this, the base's armed forces arrived, numbering over 100, including several ability users. Wei Lin, leading the group, immediately frowned upon seeing the shelter's inhabitants. He sternly demanded, "Who let them in? Were they not instructed to leave? What right do these worthless individuals have to be here? They are filthy and stinking, polluting the environment and lowering our standard of living. It would be better for them to die than to continue living in such misery." Faced with such contempt, the crowd and Appo's expressions darkened, their anger palpable. Yet they had to endure it due to their weakness. Pei Yu, noticing the large number of newcomers, quietly moved closer to Jiang Mian and whispered, "Jiang Mian, do not act rashly. Leave everything to me." He feared she might confront the leader directly, which would lead to trouble. Jiang Mian nodded, watching the group silently. Qiu Hu and the others also moved closer to Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, shielding the 40 or so children brought by Jiang Mingshan behind them. Wei Lin and Appo's gaze swept disdainfully over the crowd. Where are the guards? With zombies at the gates, or have they gone to hide? Perhaps due to the throng of people. The bodies of the guards previously slain by Jiang Mian were obscured, preventing Wei Lin from noticing anything amiss. The 4 trembling guards stepped forward, contemplating how to explain themselves, only to hear Wei Lin wave his hand and bark, "You 4, drive these worthless individuals away. Do not hinder our efforts to clear the zombies." The guards, relieved that he did not inquire about the whereabouts of the other guards, quickly complied, replying, "Understood." They were reluctant to report their situation, fearing Jiang Mian's exceptional marksmanship could lead to a deadly confrontation, so they chose silence. Perhaps they would wait until Wei Lin and his group had dealt with the zombies outside before speaking up? Unaware of the guards' thoughts, Jiang Mian felt justified in retreating with everyone else, allowing the armed forces to confront the zombies. Outside, the battle erupted, filled with gunfire, explosions, and cries, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Soon, over 100 reinforcements arrived, swiftly joining the fray and stabilizing the previously strained defenses. Approximately 2 hours later, once the battle had concluded, Wei Lin returned, covered in blood, having assigned the task of clearing the bodies. As he passed by the shelter and Appo's occupants, he scowled and warned, "You need to leave immediately, or you'll be dealt with alongside the corpses outside." Fear spread across the faces of those who heard him. Being disposed of alongside the corpses? They exchanged glances, despair evident in their eyes. A frail man quivered as he spoke. "We truly have nowhere to go." Wei Lin remained unmoved, coldly responding, "What does that have to do with me? Do not waste my time here." An elderly man staggered forward, his voice hoarse, pleading, "Please, have mercy and do not drive us away. Outside, zombies are everywhere. Going out means certain death for us." Wei Lin shot them a contemptuous glance and shouted, "Enough nonsense. Get out of here." With a gesture, the armed personnel raised their weapons, aiming at the crowd, ready to fire if they did not leave. In that moment, the residents of the shelter finally grasped the reality. Leaving or staying both led to death. Leaving the base might offer a chance of survival, while remaining under the Wei family and Appo's ruthless rule guaranteed their demise. "They are too much," CSCC muttered softly, unable to tolerate their behavior. Initially, people had risked their lives to search for survivors, yet those who returned were neither properly accommodated nor welcomed. Instead, they were forced out, effectively driving them to their doom. "Let us leave quietly for now. We will address this later," Jiang Mian suggested, concerned that they might impulsively confront the situation. Jiang Zhenghong and the others felt a surge of frustration but recognized the gravity of the situation, choosing to suppress their emotions for the moment. Ultimately, Jiang Mian and her group slowly moved with the larger contingent towards the base's exit, leaving the base behind. Along the way, they witnessed ordinary people cleaning up the battlefield, clad in masks and gloves, lifting corpses onto trucks. The air was thick with Chapter 181. Yinshan Village fear of death loomed over everyone, leaving them without a clear destination as they paused to rest a short distance from the base, hesitant to venture further due to the potential dangers ahead. No one dared to take the first step. Each harbored their own thoughts, grappling with a profound sense of uncertainty about the future. After some deliberation among Jiang Mian Pei Yu and others, they decided to extend their assistance to those in need, as they represented hundreds of precious lives. "Where shall we take them?" CSCC glanced at the crowd, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and replied, "This is indeed a dilemma. We must consider not only where to reside, but also the availability of arable land for cultivation. It would be prudent to contemplate nearby villages." With this in mind, Jiang Mian summoned her parents and Aunt Lu, who had spent a longer time in Haishur and could offer valuable insights. As anticipated, upon sharing her thoughts with them, Jiang Zhenghong's eyes lit up with excitement. "I have an idea. Yinshan Village. Do you remember Yinshan Village?" Jiang Mian and CSCC shook their heads, as their university studies had kept them away, leaving them with little recollection of the village. However, Lin Xia and Lu Qiong seemed to recall something. Lin Xia reminisced. Yinshan Village was designated as an experimental village for the Terraced Fields Initiative 2 years ago. The farmland was well maintained, making it an excellent place for agriculture. Lu Qiong nodded in agreement, adding that she had heard from friends that the area was surrounded by lush mountains and clear waters, promising a pleasant living environment. "Then we shall go to Yinshan Village," Jiang Mian concluded decisively. "Fan Dongxiu, please take my vehicle to Zixing Community and coordinate with the ability users there to procure larger vehicles, such as trucks or buses. Relocating so many people is a significant undertaking, necessitating ample transportation. It would be best to secure vehicles that can accommodate everyone at once." "Understood, I'll head out immediately," Fan Dongxiu replied, taking the keys and setting off. Jiang Mian surveyed the crowd, climbing onto a nearby large rock to address them. "Everyone, my family and I are preparing to settle in Yinshan Village. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to join us." Her words stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Many had nowhere to turn, and the prospect of companionship felt like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Someone inquired, "Yinshan Village is 40 kilometers away. Do you truly believe you can lead us there?" The question momentarily dimmed the joy on their faces, as the harsh reality of distance and the lurking threat of zombies weighed heavily on their minds. Most believed she was jesting. From her elevated position, Jiang Mian spotted the questioner and calmly replied, "I have already sent some friends ahead, over 60 individuals, to seek out vehicles. Once they return, we can all squeeze in and make our way to Yinshan Village." "All right, we will endure," came the enthusiastic responses, with others chiming in, "I'm small. I won't take up much space. Please, let us maintain some order as I outline a few requirements. Those who choose to accompany us must adhere to our arrangements, refrain from causing trouble, and respect each other's boundaries. Specific regulations can be discussed later for refinement. If I discover anyone crossing the most fundamental lines, do not blame me for expelling them from Yinshan Village. My intention is to guide everyone toward a new beginning, not to foster chaos. We have all endured the hardships of the apocalypse and should understand the significance of unity and order." Jiang Mian spoke passionately, hoping for compliance and a peaceful journey. The crowd listened intently, nodding in agreement, filled with anticipation for a new life in Yinshan village. At the base, they had often faced disdain for their unkempt appearance, with some even dramatically pinching their noses in disgust, leaving them feeling humiliated. Yet, what could they do? They did not wish to live in filth. How could one address hygiene when even basic drinking water was scarce? However, the prospect of Yinshan village brought hope. Many knew of a waterfall atop the mountain that promised an abundance of water. Thus, excitement for the new life described by the woman grew. As for following their guidance, it was a reasonable expectation. If it meant survival, they would gladly toil as needed. The wait felt interminable as everyone gazed into the distance, anxious not to miss the arrival of their transportation. Meanwhile, Pei Yu, Ling Yi, Xiu Hu, and Xiu Xiang stood at the forefront of the crowd, prepared to fend off any wandering zombies. The base, situated against a mountain, rarely faced significant threats, save for the occasional small horde, which Ling Yi and his companions swiftly dealt with. "Look, is that our ride? So many vehicles!" With a shout, excitement surged through the crowd as they craned their necks to see a plume of dust rising in the distance, a line of vehicles racing toward them. The atmosphere was charged with exhilaration and trepidation as they eagerly awaited the arrival of the larger vehicles. Leading the convoy was a bus. After Fan Dongshu disembarked and failed to spot Jiang Mian, he inquired of Pei Yu, "Where is Jiang Mian? I brought plenty of vehicles this time. We can definitely transport everyone in one go." She is at the back with the uncles and aunts, looking after the children. "Let us first get those at the front onto the bus. We want to know how many we can transport until we try," Pei Yu replied. "All right." Fan Dongshu called out to the crowd, "Please board the bus in an orderly fashion. Do not push. There are plenty of vehicles behind." Pei Yu, Xiu Hu, and Ling Yi assisted in maintaining order, ensuring a smooth boarding process. Before long, everyone was on board, and the lengthy convoy set off toward Yinshan village. Inside the bus, chatter filled the air as passengers shared their hopes and dreams for life in Yinshan village. Children curiously pressed their faces against the windows, watching the landscape retreat behind them. The convoy wound along the serpentine mountain roads, revealing increasingly beautiful scenery. After several hours of travel, they finally approached the entrance of Yinshan village. Without pausing, the vehicles drove directly into the village and came to a stop at a sun-drying yard. Standing in the yard, one could see a cluster of self-built rural homes nearby, most standing 3 or 4 stories tall. Some houses were closely packed, while others stood more independently, arranged with pleasing irregularity. Each residence appeared relatively new, having been constructed in recent years, and showed no signs of age. Jiang Mian looked up at the sky and addressed Xiu Hu, the others, and the ability users. "Let us work diligently to eliminate any potential dangers in the village before nightfall, so we can all sleep soundly tonight." "Understood," the group replied in unison, pairing off with their weapons in hand, ready to disperse and deal with any zombies lurking in Yinshan village. Chapter 182. The school once the cleanup crew departed. Jiang Mian called upon the remaining 400 individuals to form teams of 10, ensuring that each group would have a designated house for the night. The atmosphere was lively as acquaintances quickly clustered together, while others inquired if anyone nearby wished to join their ranks. "We are still short of 3 members. Is anyone interested? We only need 1 more. Hurry up." Everyone understood that those who formed teams would spend the night together, leading them to prioritize familiar faces for companionship. In just a few minutes, nearly everyone found their respective teams, with the few who remained ungrouped ultimately banding together. Pei Yu, standing beside Jiang Mian, suggested that since the zombies in the village had been largely cleared, it would be prudent to allow the assembled teams to assist in transporting the bodies to the trucks for disposal the following day. Jiang Mian found this proposal reasonable. Their group would handle the zombies while the newcomers would manage the cleanup, contributing to the final efforts. Thus, the team set off to collect the bodies, most of them experienced and executing their tasks with commendable efficiency. Jiang Mian wandered through the village with her parents, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings and scouting for a suitable residence. After several rounds, they stumbled upon the village school, which was a recent construction, its pristine white walls gleaming under the sun. The school and Oppo's grand entrance was inviting, flanked by flower beds brimming with greenery, and beyond them lay a spacious playground. "When did our rural schools become so splendid?" Jiang Mian mused. Jiang Zhenghong chuckled and replied, "You Wuden and Oppo's, know since you never followed the news. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. Our country allocated funds specifically for the construction of rural primary schools, a benefit that was rolled out nationwide." Pei Yu nodded in agreement, confirming the truth of the statement. Realizing this, Jiang Mian felt a surge of inspiration. The school could serve as an excellent venue for collective meetings and resource distribution. With this thought, she consulted her companions and decided to designate the school as a central hub, arranging for everyone to settle nearby. Naturally, she and Pei Yu chose 2 houses directly across from the school for their future residents. Jiang Mingshan led his team to select adjacent houses, and everyone, filled with joy, eagerly began to tidy up their new homes, envisioning this place as their future haven. As time passed, the zombie cleanup concluded, and Qiuhu summoned everyone to the school. At this moment, twilight had not yet fully enveloped the sky. Jiang Mian stood atop the playground's platform, observing as the crowd gathered. She called out, "Everyone. Each team may select a house near the school for lodging. During this selection process, I urge you to maintain order and refrain from disputes, otherwise you will be expelled from Yunshan Village. Once you have selected your houses, please expedite your preparations. Team leaders should head to the first classroom on the left upon entering the school to collect rice and flour. Each team will receive 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of flour. How you manage your meals tonight is up to you. Lastly, ensure your doors are locked and prioritize safety. It is getting late, so please act promptly." Upon hearing that rice and flour were available, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as teammates hurried outside to choose their houses. As most had departed, Jiang Mian carefully descended from the platform and made her way to the classroom designated for resource distribution. Pei Yu, Jiang Zhenhong, CSCC, Xiaoxiang, Lingyi, and Fan Dongxu were busily packaging rice and flour into bags, preparing for the distribution. Jiang Mian had stored the rice and flour in the classroom beforehand, having procured a substantial supply from a wholesale market, enough to last the entire group for an estimated 3 years. She was confident that within that time frame, they would resolve their food supply issues. "Do we have enough bikes?" CSCC inquired. Xiaoxiang, having just filled a bag with flour, promptly handed a handful of bags to her. "I have 2 left. Here is one for you." As Fan Dongxu opened a bag of rice, he muttered to himself, "I wonder if they have lighters. If not, should we allocate 1 lighter to each team? Given that cooking in the countryside typically requires a wood stove, lighters would indeed be essential." "Lighters?" Lingyi questioned. "Do we have that many? With at least 50 teams, wouldn't that mean 50 lighters?" "I have some in my storage," Pei Yu replied. "Let an Appos give each team 1. Saying this, he retrieved 2 boxes of lighters from his storage and placed them on the table. Just as he noticed Jiang Mian approaching, he smiled and asked, "Are you finished over there?" Jiang Mian nodded. "Yes, it was just a matter of a few words. By the way, have you informed the ability users?" She expressed her concern that, despite the village's zombies being cleared, there might still be stragglers from outside. To ensure everyone felt secure, Jiang Mian had instructed Pei Yu to communicate with the ability users, suggesting they occupy the outermost houses for the time being, allowing for a proactive response should any issues arise. "Yes, that has been arranged. Are you tired? Sit down and take a break," Pei Yu offered, pulling out a chair for Jiang Mian. However, she waved her hand in refusal. "I'm not tired. Let me assist you." It won't be long before the team leaders arrive. No sooner had she spoken than 3 or 4 teams cautiously peered through the door, shyly asking, "We've chosen our houses. May we collect the rice and flour now?" Pei Yu looked at them with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging their swift pace. Jiang Mian turned to them and said, "Yes, you may." Jiang Zhenhong approached the table piled high with supplies and called Pei Yu over to help. She then marked a circle next to a number 1 in her notebook and asked, "What is your name?" The individual, blushing and somewhat flustered, replied, "My name is Zhang Wang." Jiang Mian wrote Zhang Wang next to the number 1. "From now on, your team will be Team 1. Remember that." All right. He nodded eagerly. Pei Yu then distributed a lighter, a 10-pound bag of rice, and a 5-pound bag of flour to him. Thank you. Zhang Wang expressed his gratitude, beaming as he departed with his supplies. Jiang Mian similarly inquired about the second person and Appos' name, documenting it too in her notebook and reminding them to remember their designation as Team 2. They continued this process until nightfall, lighting candles to complete the distribution of supplies for everyone. Fortunately, Qiuhu, Linxia, and Lu Qiang had not come to assist, as they were busy cleaning their houses and preparing dinner. Once Jiang Mian and her group finished their tasks, they returned to enjoy a warm meal. That night, everyone relished a rare and peaceful sleep. Chapter 183, Have You Learned the Pain? In contrast to the base, Shouting held a deep affection for Yushan Village. Shortly after arriving, it broke away from Jiang Mian and joyfully scampered up the mountain. With an instinct for sensing the locations of mutated plants, it charged forth like a warrior, subduing them one by one, and issued a stern warning. Listen well. Do not bully the villagers, or a certain Jiang Mian will uproot you and reduce you to ashes. Upon hearing this, the mutated plants were taken aback by such cruelty, being uprooted and burned to cinders. This was intolerable. The capable ones stealthily withdrew their roots, migrating deeper into the mountains, thinking, if we can end Oppos, provoke them, then we will evade them. Just as Jiang Mian finished her wash and prepared to ascend the stairs for a rest, she suddenly sneezed, perplexed. Am I coming down with a cold? Pei Yu, casually draping a damp towel over the staircase railing, anxiously took her hand, intent on checking her pulse. No, it was merely a tickle in her nose. Jiang Mian remarked, attempting to retract her hand, but she could not break free, thus resigned to his pulse-taking. After a moment, she asked helplessly, what is the verdict? Pei Yu glanced at her, a look of satisfaction on his face. You're in excellent health. If I'm in such good health, why won't you let go? I won't. Jiang Mian. This man has recently taken to being quite unyielding. I'll escort you back to your room, Pei Yu said nonchalantly, leading her slowly upstairs. Jiang Mian was baffled. It was merely a few steps. How could he assert he was escorting her? The following day dawned bright and breezy. A group of people who had just finished breakfast gathered on the elementary school playground. Listening to Jiang Mian, who had promised to lead them into a new life, declare that their morning task was to clean themselves and their clothes. The crowd responded joyfully, and then heard Jiang Mian outline 3 immediate goals. First, to construct a wall. Second, to cultivate crops. Third, to gather supplies for the winter. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned serious, their gazes filled with hope. They understood that the wall was to ensure their safety, that farming would provide ample sustenance, and that collecting winter supplies was essential for surviving the cold months. They truly saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. Within them, a fire seemed to ignite, fueling their enthusiasm to contribute to the new home. Jiang Mian calmed everyone down, urging them to focus on tidying themselves up and completing their morning tasks, reminding them that progress must be made step by step. With renewed vigor, they returned home to fetch buckets and basins to draw water from the river for bathing and laundry. The banks of the river in Yunshan village became bustling with activity. Jiang Mian, Fan Dongxiu, and Xiu Xiang scouted and mapped out the construction route for the wall on the outskirts of Yunshan village. Meanwhile, Pei Yu, Qiu Hu, and Ling Yi took a group to gather supplies and daily necessities, departing with most of the vehicles. Most importantly, they sought construction materials, as the quantity of cement, sand, and bricks required for building the wall would be substantial. CSCC, Lin Xia, and Lu Qiang busied themselves at the school, expanding the dining hall and recruiting help for cooking. Jiang Zhenhong and Wang Yongxin wandered through the fields, contemplating what could still be planted. Yunshan village was a hive of activity, each person striving towards a common goal. Though they were all weary, their eyes sparkled with the light of hope. All tasks progressed in an orderly fashion. The wall construction commenced, the fields were plowed, and seeds were sown. Everything thrived, advancing towards a promising future. However, on the 5th day, Qiuhu returned carrying the wounded Pei Yu, shattering the previous tranquility. Jiang Mian, upon seeing Pei Yu's pale face from blood loss, felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly asked, what happened? Who injured him? Qiuhu nervously explained it was the Wei family from Haichuan base. But they did not fare well either. They were all annihilated. Jiang Mian was unaware that their early departures had been to confront the Wei family, feeling both anger and anxiety. With Pei Yu unconscious, she could only assist in extracting the bullet. This was within her capabilities. She instructed her mother to prepare hot water, then asked everyone else to leave the room so as not to disrupt her work. Outside, upon hearing of Pei Yu and Oppo's injury, Jiang Zhenhong, Ling Yi, and others hurried back, surrounding Qiuhu to inquire about the situation. They learned that the two had infiltrated the base and conspired with the second largest faction to eliminate the Wei family. The news sent a chill through them, and they chastised Qiuhu and Pei Yu for not discussing such a significant matter with the group. But it was too late for regrets. They could only pray for Pei Yu's safe recovery. Do not fear. With Jiang Mian here, Pei Yu will surely be fine. Jiang Zhenghong reassured everyone. The others understood the implication. Jiang Mian possessed healing abilities and would undoubtedly awaken Pei Yu. As they had surmised, Pei Yu did awaken, albeit in pain. His muffled groans were stifled upon meeting Jiang Mian's furious gaze. Without pausing her work, she coldly remarked, have you learned the pain? acting on your own to confront the Wei family without informing me. You deserve every bit of this suffering. Pei Yu felt an uncharacteristic wave of guilt. His neck veins bulging as he seemed to reach his limit. With great difficulty, he managed to say, "I have anesthetics in my space." Jiang Mian scoffed. "Not needed." In the next moment, she extracted the bullet, examining it closely before discarding it aside. She then placed her hand over Pei Yu and Appo's wound, channeling her healing powers to mend the injury. Jiang Mian ignored him, focusing solely on her ability and Appo's output. Pei Yu recognized that she was angry and quickly apologized. "I and Appo's. I'm sorry. I was wrong." When she remained silent, he grew anxious. "Please don't be mad." "Mad? Why would I be mad?" Jiang Mian replied sternly. "It's not me who's injured and in pain. What do I have to be upset about?" Pei Yu. The more he spoke, the more flustered he became. Once the wound had healed sufficiently, with fresh pink tissue forming, Jiang Mian withdrew her hand and exited the room. The others rushed to her side, inquiring about Pei Yu and Appo's condition. "How is he?" Jiang Mian merely stated, "He won't die," before leaving everyone bewildered by her tone, which hinted at irritation. Before long, Pei Yu emerged, and Xiu quickly approached, pulling back his shoulder-esque clothing to inspect. "Is it healed?" Jiang Zhenghong also took a glance, noting the wound had closed, marveling at his daughter's remarkable healing abilities. Yet, he heard Pei Yu sigh, "It's healed, but..." He spoke these words while gazing in the direction Jiang Mian had departed, looking forlorn. Jiang Zhenghong patted Pei Yu, offering comfort. "It's all right. She was simply worried about you." Chapter 184. Candied chestnuts. Upon realizing that Pei Yu was not severely injured, the group offered their concerns and comfort before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. Currently, everyone in Yunshan village was fervently engaged in the construction of their new home, their faces alight with joy. Days passed, and the towering 2-meter wall grew longer, while the seeds nestled in the earth began to sprout, brimming with vitality. Pei Yu never anticipated that Jiang Mian would maintain a cold war with him for such an extended period, wearing a perpetual frown as if someone owed him millions. Just then, Jiang Zhenghong strolled over, gently patting his shoulder. "Xiaoyu, would you care to accompany me up the mountain?" Over the past few days, witnessing the young lad's distracted demeanor was rather pitiful. "Uncle, what is the purpose of your mountain trip?" Pei Yu instinctively inquired. "I'm off to gather chestnuts. Xiao Mian adores the candied chestnuts prepared by your aunt. Care to join?" Jiang Zhenghong aimed to lend a helping hand. "Gathering chestnuts?" "Indeed. Jiang Mian has a fondness for Aunt Lin's candied chestnuts. I wonder if they would cheer her up." A spark ignited in Pei Yu and Appo's eyes. "Uncle, I shall accompany you." "Splendid." Jiang Zhenghong smiled warmly, and together they ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was busy leading a team to clear the path for the wall, removing weeds and tree roots, leveling uneven ground. She orchestrated the route while others undertook the labor. "Xiao Mian," a voice called out. Turning, she saw her mother approaching and felt a hint of confusion. "Mother, what brings you here?" "The path is treacherous. Can't this wait until I return?" However, since her mother was already there, she quelled her thoughts. The team that went up to gather firewood found 2 persimmon trees and brought back a good number of ripe persimmons. "I have a moment, so I brought you 2 to taste," Lin Xia said, handing over 2 vividly orange persimmons that looked utterly delectable. Jiang Mian smiled as she accepted the fruit, examining it with a sense of wonder. How fortunate it is to find such fresh fruit nowadays. "Indeed," Lin Xia agreed. "So they're off to the mountain to pick more. You must try them. I only managed to secure 2 in the cafeteria, and I'm unsure of their flavor." Realizing her mother hadn't tasted them, Jiang Mian offered 1 back, sharing equally. "Let us enjoy them together." Initially inclined to decline, Lin Xia could not resist her daughter's eager gaze and accepted. The 2 carefully peeled the skin off the persimmons and took a bite, the sweet flavor bursting forth in their mouths. "Delicious," Jiang Mian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite sweet." Then, in a seemingly casual manner, she remarked, "Xiao Mian, are you still angry with Pei Yu?" "Not anymore," Jiang Mian replied, though she had decided to hold off on forgiving him too easily, hence the prolonged silence. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, skeptically questioning, "Really? Then why have you been ignoring him these past few days?" "I noticed he seemed rather dejected." "Mother, please don't pity him. I am your biological daughter. Let him learn a lesson. Let us see if he dares to repeat this," Jiang Mian retorted, indignant. Lin Xia, hearing this, could only chuckle helplessly. "As long as you're aware of your own heart, that is what matters. I shall take my leave now." She had assumed her daughter was genuinely upset. not realizing her underlying intentions. Rest assured, Jiang Mian said as she rushed after her mother. Let me accompany you. Although the zombies in Yunshan village had been cleared, Jiang Mian still worried about the occasional ones wandering in from other areas. Lin Xia waved her hand dismissively. No need, no need. Attend to your own matters. I shall return home to prepare dinner. Are you certain I shouldn't escort you? Jiang Mian pressed. Not at all. Your mother is an ability wielder. I am not so frail. With that, Jiang Mian watched her mother depart before returning to her task of measuring the route. After a lengthy search in the mountains, Jiang Zhenghong and Pei Yu finally collected chestnuts. Elated, they returned home only to find that Chef Lin Xia was absent from the cafeteria. After waiting for a while and processing the chestnuts, they finally saw Lin Xia return. Jiang Zhenghong rushed forward. You finally returned. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Lin Xia asked curiously, what is the matter? Do you need something? She glanced at Pei Yu, who nodded and smiled. Aunt, my uncle and I gathered some chestnuts from the mountain. Could you assist me in making candied chestnuts? Candied chestnuts? Lin Xia's gaze darted between the two, quickly catching on to their plan to use the treat to appease Jiang Mian. Certainly. However, do we have sugar? Jiang Zhenghong nodded enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. Xia Yu has everything prepared. We only need you, our esteemed chef. Hurry, time is of the essence. Xiao Mian will be back soon. He was keen to ensure that Pei Yu's surprise did not go awry. Lin Xia, hearing this, wasted no time and hurried to the kitchen to prepare the candied chestnuts. Pei Yu followed her inside, saying, Aunt, I'll assist you and learn in the process. So you won't need to lift a finger next time. He wished to master the craft so that whenever Jiang Mian craved them, he could prepare them at any moment. Very well, Lin Xia agreed without hesitation, instructing him to start the fire. Given the lad's sincere intentions for her daughter, she was determined to impart her skills. When Jiang Mian returned, she caught a whiff of a faint yet sweet aroma in the air. Paying it little mind, she went to wash her hands. Once done, she turned to find Pei Yu standing there, holding a paper bag with a hopeful expression. Jiang Mian, this is for you. As she was about to refuse, the alluring scent of candied chestnuts wafted her way, causing her to pause, surprise flickering in her eyes. What is this? Candied chestnuts, Pei Yu replied. Jiang Mian slowly opened the paper bag, and a wave of warmth and sweetness enveloped her, revealing the glossy, plump chestnuts within. To her astonishment, it truly was candied chestnuts. Staring at the bag, memories of her time in Chuan City surged back, when Pei Yu had spoken of a future where her parents were alive, and her father had recounted a humorous incident from her childhood involving candied chestnuts. But how could Pei Yu, whose abilities were not prophetic, know such details? Jiang Mian looked up at Pei Yu, her gaze scrutinizing. What else have you been concealing from me? Pei Yu was taken aback. What was happening? He had brought her favorite candied chestnuts, yet she was questioning him about hidden truths? As his mind raced, Pei Yu finally grasped the predicament. Cold sweat broke out. Had he inadvertently shot himself in the foot? Noticing Jiang Mian's increasingly icy demeanor, he hastily exclaimed, Jiang Mian, allow me to explain. Jiang Mian placed the candied chestnuts aside, taking a bite as she replied, All right, I'll listen to your excuses. Pei Yu felt on the verge of tears. But crying would not resolve the issue. Ultimately, he had no choice but to clarify how he repeatedly traveled back to the apocalypse and Apos, onset in search of her. Chapter 185. The grand finale. Jiang Mian was left astonished, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Have you never considered the possibility that if you die, you might not be able to return to where we began? A wave of dread washed over her. Had he truly lost his sanity? How many times must he perish to revert to the onset of the apocalypse? During this interval, he had endured the anguish of many. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, never having realized that someone could sacrifice themselves for her so many times. She felt utterly unprepared to face Pei Yu. Pei Yu, observing the turmoil in Jiang Mian's expression, stepped forward and took her hand, speaking earnestly, I have thought about it, yet I am unafraid. Taking action is far better than being repeatedly pushed away by you. Recalling Jiang Mian and Apos' resolute back from the past, he felt no regret. Pei Yu understood that if such a fate were to unfold, it would simply be destiny, and he bore no resentment towards anyone. Jiang Mian's eyes instantly welled with tears as she choked out, Why are you so foolish? From now on, you must never use your abilities again. She was not one to cry easily, yet tears flowed unexpectedly. Pei Yu gently wiped the tears from her eyes and responded tenderly, All right, I promise you. I will not use my powers again. Jiang Mian sniffled, questioning, Will you keep your word? Pei Yu nodded and embraced her, affirming, Your word is my bond. At that moment, the setting sun cast its warm glow through the window, enveloping the room in a soft orange hue. The following day, during breakfast, everyone sensed the change between Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, marveling that the Cold War had finally come to an end. Before Jiang Zhenghong could take more than a few bites, Pei Yu stood up and addressed him and Lin Xia earnestly, Uncle Jiang and Lin. Once the village wall is complete, I wish to marry Jiang Mian. I hope you will grant your approval. Jiang Zhenghong and Lin Xia exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other and Appo's eyes. CSCC, Lu Qiong, Qiu Hu, Qiu Xiang, Ling Yi, and Fan Dongxu watched with amusement, their gazes flitting between Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, smiling with anticipation. They thought they might finally partake in the couple and Appo's celebratory sweets, especially since Pei Yu had shown particular affection for Jiang Mian since joining their group. Jiang Zhenghong laughed heartily. Xiao Yu, I have no objections. As long as you both care for each other, that's what truly matters. Lin Xia chimed in. Indeed, Xiao Mian can be quite stubborn, so you must be more accommodating. Pei Yu nodded solemnly. Uncle and aunt, rest assured, I will cherish Jiang Mian for a lifetime. Jiang Mian and Appo's face flushed crimson as she playfully reproached. Why are you saying this so soon? Pei Yu took her hand. It is not too soon. The wall will take quite some time to complete. His tone held a hint of grievance. Laughter erupted among them, with Qiu Hu reassuring, Don and Appo's, worry, brother. We have gathered enough supplies. I will take a team to help you with the wall in a few days. Fan Dongxu added, count me in. Ling Yi chimed in, I can assist too. I'll head over today. CSCC and Qiu Xiang giggled, but suddenly Lu Qiong interjected, you two shouldn't just laugh, if you don't find boyfriends soon. Jiang Mian and Appo's children will be able to buy soy sauce while you remain single. CSCC and Qiu Xiang exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they were being urged to marry. Lu Qiong then turned her gaze to Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu. You two aren't and Appo's getting any younger either. Haven and Appo's, you found any suitable girls? Qiu Hu and Fan Dongxu fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected push towards marriage in this post-apocalyptic world. The group hastily finished their breakfast and slipped away. Pei Yu accompanied Jiang Mian to oversee the wall construction, his heart set on its completion, eager to move into Jiang Mian and Appo's room. Heaven knew he did not wish to continue scaling her window every day. Gradually, the villagers of Yunshan village became aware of the joyous occasion between Jiang Mian and Pei Yu, working even harder on the construction. Everyone hoped for a beautiful beginning for the couple, while also wishing that the wall's completion would provide greater security for the village. Pei Yu held Jiang Mian's hand, smiling as they responded to the villagers and Appo's blessings, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Jiang Mian, meeting you has been a true blessing, he mused. Jiang Mian looked up at Pei Yu and asked, is it really? Indeed, he replied. The setting sun elongated their shadows, while the vibrant evening sky mirrored the brilliance of their promising future. The end.